Chapter 1. Morning. The brilliant sunlight disperses the morning mist, illuminating the tranquil courtyard. Qin Yu rises from his slumber, stretching lazily. What a splendid day it is. Once I pass the test and join the sect, the world of cultivation shall witness the emergence of a new star. Ho ho ho. Today marks the annual recruitment of new disciples by the Xiantian sect, an occasion for which Qin Yu has eagerly awaited for an entire year. Dressed, and with his belongings in tow, he grabs a packet of fried stinky tofu and steps out of his abode. A year ago, Qin Yu was engrossed in gaming on Blue Star. After enduring 30 consecutive defeats, a sudden surge of blood rushed to his head, and darkness enveloped him. When he awoke again, he found himself in the body of a young boy. Most of the original owner's memories had faded, leaving behind only vague recollections of terms like cultivation, sex selection, bandits, and severe injuries. Initially, Qin Yu thought the original owner had become foolish from reading too many novels. However, after a bit of inquiry, he was left speechless, uttering only a stunned wow. He had indeed traversed to a realm where cultivation was possible. In but a second, Qin Yu resolved to make cultivation his foremost ambition. Who among men could resist the allure of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, wielding a sword in flight? Most importantly, after attaining immortality, Qin Yu intended to return to Blue Star for a proper discussion with the game designer. At the time, the Xiantian sect was actively recruiting new disciples, but upon his arrival, Qin Yu discovered that the recruitment had already concluded. Resolutely, he rented a modest dwelling in the small town. He relied on his ancestral skills to craft stinky tofu, earning a modest living. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Qin Yu strolled down the most bustling street of the town. Due to the sex selection process, many unfamiliar faces had appeared in the town. The breakfast vendors were thriving, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Yu expertly made his way to a particular stall. Upon seeing the busy proprietress, a line of text suddenly flickered before his eyes. Unwavering merchant grade, a natural-born small trader, capable of effortlessly earning excessive profits through cleverness, becoming a mildly renowned proprietor of a black market shop nearby, can be copied. To this, Qin Yu was already accustomed. After his arrival in this world, he had bound himself to a system that granted him the ability to discern the talents of others. Moreover, he possessed one opportunity to replicate a gray talent. Talents were not common, only about 1 in 1,000 people exhibited such gifts. Furthermore, Qin Yu believed that the system's detection capabilities might not always be accurate. For instance, the proprietress before him offered fair prices and never shortchanged her customers. She had always treated Qin Yu kindly, even offering him food when he first arrived in town and had no money. Surely, such a benevolent person could not be a black market owner. The system is merely spouting nonsense. Fat ant, 1 meat pie, and a bowl of tofu pudding, Qin Yu said with a smile. Sure thing. That will be 200 copper coins in total. Please have a seat. What a ripoff. Qin Yu's smile faltered. He suspected he had misheard, as these items usually cost only 2 copper coins each. Upon recognizing Qin Yu, Fat Ant lifted her head, pulling him closer and whispering, "Why haven't you set up your stall yet? Today, many affluent patrons have come to town. I must seize the opportunity to profit significantly. Though few dare to try your stinky tofu, there will always be some intrepid outsiders eager to sample it. Even if they don't eat it, you can suggest they buy some to take home for their dogs, claiming that the spirit dogs of the Xiantian sect adore it, and that consuming it can enhance their cultivation. Just say whatever sound appealing. If you can trick one, it's a victory." Qin Yu felt a headache. How could he sell something meant for dogs? This was a cherished family recipe, passed down through generations, meant exclusively for men. Fat Ant continued, "Today, prices in the small town have surged by 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. After all, these wealthy patrons have money to spare. How comfortably we live next year depends on these 2 days. Stop daydreaming and hurry to set up your stall." Fat Ant urged. Qin Yu's smile froze on his face, feeling as if he had been slapped. The system truly has an eye for people. No merchant is without deceit. It is indeed terrifying. In that instant, Qin Yu finally understood why there were so few customers in the town, yet every merchant appeared prosperous and thriving. They were relying on these few days. Scratching his head, Qin Yu said, "Fat Ant, today, I'm also heading to the Xiantian sect to try my luck, so I won't be setting up a stall." Fat Ant smacked her forehead. "Oh dear, I completely forgot that you came to town for this election. Let me treat you to this meal today. I wish you great success." "Thank you, Fat Ant." Fat Ant expertly served a bowl of tofu pudding and handed him 2 meat pies, all the while muttering to herself, What a pity, another unscrupulous merchant has left our little town today. Qin Yu. Holding the meal, Qin Yu found a small table to sit at. He took a sip of the salty and spicy tofu pudding and bit into the fragrant meat pie. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Fat ant, I've just thought of a brilliant idea. Qin Yu leaned closer, speaking mischievously. Tomorrow, in addition to making that savory tofu pudding, you should also prepare a pot of sweet tofu pudding. Sweet tofu pudding? Who would want to eat such a sugary dish? Fat ant replied dismissively. Precisely because no one eats it, you could earn an extra profit. Listen to me from now on. Whenever a guest arrives, as long as they do not explicitly request it, serve them sweet. Tofu pudding. The guest will surely find it unpalatable after a single taste, but who in this world eats meat pies without pairing them with tofu pudding? Besides, they're not short of funds and will likely request a serving of savory tofu pudding, thus yielding a double profit. A gleam of excitement sparkled in Aunt Pang's eyes. It is indeed the ingenuity of a youth. Your minds are truly resourceful. Wait here. I shall return home to fetch some sugar. Upon returning to the dining table, Qin Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction in his heart. Let this be a gesture of gratitude for Aunt Pang and her family's care over the past year. Having feasted to his heart's content, Qin Yu slung his backpack over his shoulder and gazed into the distance. The world of immortals, I, Emperor Qin Yu, have arrived. Chapter 2. The main gate of the Xintian sect is nestled halfway up the mountains, while the small town lies at the foot of the range. Qin Yu ascended the man-made stone steps with familiarity. Along the way, he encountered several youths, both young men and women, some adorned in splendid attire accompanied by guards, while others dressed modestly, resembling Qin Yu himself. His gaze swept over these individuals, and one by one, their talents began to manifest before his eyes. Inferior spiritual root grade, barely possessing the talent for cultivation, destined to live as a menial disciple. Copyable. Handsome features grade, possessing strikingly attractive looks, it must be acknowledged that good looks can indeed be an asset. Not copyable. Tough-skinned grade, having rough and resilient skin, with a recovery ability slightly above average. Copyable. Medium spiritual root grade, just meeting the threshold for cultivation, but unlikely to achieve greatness, ultimately serving as mere background to the flourishing talents. Not copyable. Cunning and schemes grade, possessing a keen intellect, quick-witted, adept at devising strategies and plans, often achieving unexpected victories. Not copyable. The Xintian sect gathers the promising youths of the Liang kingdom, showcasing talents that are seldom seen in Qin Yu's presence. What a pity. Qin Yu gently shook his head, letting out a sigh. You are all far too weak with such talents. It will be difficult for you to stand as my rivals. As he spoke, Qin Yu pointed his finger into the void. Would you like to copy the talent inferior spiritual root grade? Yes. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first talent and successfully unlocking the character template. Name, Qin Yu. Talent, inferior spiritual. Root grade, progress, 0 note. Upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to copy a talent will be granted. System function is being transformed. The system's talent. Detection function is changing from passive activation to active activation. The first test of the Xintian sect selection process was the spiritual root assessment. Those without a spiritual root would be immediately eliminated. Thus Qin Yu unhesitatingly replicated a low-grade spiritual root. After perusing the notification that emerged from the system, Qin Yu fell into contemplation. The talent detection feature has surprisingly transformed into an active skill. This is advantageous, as it spares one from the overwhelming array of talent pop-ups during crowded moments. If the progress bar fills up, I can continue to replicate talents. I wonder what level of talent I might be able to replicate next. After a moment of anticipation, Qin Yu cast aside these thoughts. Having just acquired a spiritual root, he felt compelled to relish the sensation of possessing one. There's a warmth on my back, accompanied by a slight dampness. Is this the essence of having a spiritual root? The moment I, Qin Yu, ascend to the status of emperor is nigh. Low-grade spiritual root grade. A meager possession of cultivation talent, destined to live as a mere servant disciple for life. The system inopportunely presented a detailed description of the low-grade spiritual root. Disregarding this information, Qin Yu strode confidently towards the mountainside. Indeed, with a spiritual root, my back feels warm, and I find myself invigorated while climbing. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Brother ahead, it seems your backpack is leaking. What? Qin Yu hastily removed his backpack, only to discover that his water bottle had sprung a leak, spilling its contents all over. No wonder his back felt warm. Turning to the individual who had alerted him, Qin Yu sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your warning, my friend. Had you been any later, I might have soaked my trousers." "It's nothing, merely a small matter." Qin Yu looked at the person again, sighing with a hint of regret. He had just assessed this individual, but alas, no talents had emerged. In the realm of cultivation, it remained a privilege of the few. As he observed the person walk away with confidence, Qin Yu grasped his drenched backpack and wrung it out vigorously. Just as he finished, a thought struck him. Besides clothes, there were also a dozen pieces of stinky tofu within. In a hurried manner, Qin Yu opened the backpack and slowly retrieved the oil paper containing the tofu. The paper, soaked through, had developed several holes, and the stinky tofu had been squished together. Gazing at this large, dark, unidentifiable mass, Qin Yu could not help but liken it to cow dung. Especially after being steeped in hot water, steam rose from it, making it appear remarkably fresh. "It looks like it. I wonder how it smells." Leaning in, Qin Yu took a deep whiff and nearly retched. "It looks similar, and the scent is even more so. How repulsive. I ought to dispose of it." With an air of nonchalance, Qin Yu stood up, intending to discreetly discard the offending item while no one was watching. Yet to his astonishment, he noticed that passers-by were staring at him in shock. Goodness, with so many people watching, isn't it a bit immoral to litter? Qin Yu carefully rewrapped the item in oiled paper and tucked it into his backpack, intending to dispose of it in a trash bin when he encountered one. As he shouldered his bag, Qin Yu noticed the surrounding individuals gazing at him with an expression of disbelief. "Indeed, my extraordinary charisma continues to captivate the masses. Every gesture I make draws the attention of passers-by. Alas, being handsome can be a burden." Puffing out his chest, Qin Yu advanced steadily under the scrutiny of the onlookers. Once he had departed, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the crowd. "Oh, my eyes! What have I just witnessed? How disgusting! I feel nauseated. I must transfer to another sect. I can no longer participate in the recruitment selection." A girl cried out, turning on her heel to leave. This girl, named Li Xiangxiang, was the esteemed daughter of the Li family, the largest cultivation clan in the Liang kingdom. She had come to the Xintian sect for the selection process, only to encounter an experience that shattered her worldview and would haunt her for a lifetime. She had witnessed Qin Yu extracting a mysterious object wrapped in paper from his backpack. Although she was uncertain of the nature of the object, its shape and color, combined with the faint scent lingering in the air, led her to a rough conclusion. She had initially thought that retrieving such an item from his bag was shocking enough, but even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Qin Yu inspected the object in his hands for a moment, then brought it closer to his nose for a deep inhale. Finally, before the collective gaze of the crowd, he simply rewrapped it in paper and placed it back into his bag. Moreover, he departed with an air of confidence and pride. Heavens, is he playing with filth and yet feeling proud of it? Chapter 3. After climbing for approximately an hour, Qin Yu arrived at a square that was as vast as several football fields combined. At the heart of the square stood an arched stone gate, above which were inscribed 3 grand and powerful characters: Xintian sect. Finally, he had arrived. Was this the main entrance of the Xintian sect? Curiously, Qin Yu surveyed the area, noticing that the square was densely populated, with no fewer than 10,000 people present. Above, cultivators soared through the air on their swords, while magnificent spiritual beasts blotted out the sun as they approached. It dawned on Qin Yu why he had not encountered any exceptionally gifted prodigies along his journey. It turned out that the scions of prominent families bypassed the arduous climb altogether, opting to fly directly to their destination. Although there was a slim chance of prodigies emerging from the common folk, the odds were exceedingly low, 1 in 10,000. The offspring of cultivators had a significantly higher probability of possessing superior or even exceptional spiritual roots. Qin Yu targeted a youth seated atop a majestic azure bird and attempted to utilize the system's talent detection feature. Distance too far, unable to conduct detection. Frustrated, Qin Yu found a shaded spot beneath a tree, patiently awaiting the upcoming assessment. At noon, a resounding bell tolled from deep within the Xintian sect, echoing across the heavens and the earth. The time had come. Qin Yu promptly made his way toward the entrance of the sect. Soon, 2 rows of disciples clad in white robes adorned with azure patterns and golden-soled boots emerged in unison. At the rear of the procession followed an elderly man with white eyebrows and beard, exuding an ethereal aura. "I am Hu Tian, the 2nd elder of the Xintian sect. Welcome to all who have come to participate in our recruitment assessment." The elder's voice was not loud, yet it possessed a captivating quality that resonated clearly with everyone present. "This recruitment is open to those aged 16 and under. Those who do not meet this criterion may leave at this time." A quarter of an hour later, the assessment was set to commence, beginning with the spiritual root test. As he spoke, the newly emerged disciples had already set up multiple testing stations. The young participants in this recruitment could now begin lining up, while escorts and unrelated individuals were asked to wait outside the square. With that, the crowd swiftly sprang into action. A total of 12 testing stations had been established, each manned by 2 disciples of the Xiantian sect. Qin Yu, quick on his feet, swiftly secured a position near the front of the line, standing on his toes to observe how the Xiantian sect tested spiritual roots. Just as he was inspecting the surroundings, a young nobleman dressed in opulent attire approached him, casually placing himself in front of Qin Yu. The nobleman glanced at Qin Yu with disdain and declared, "Commoner, step back. It is a privilege for you to allow me to cut in line." Cut in line. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, surprised to discover that even in the world of cultivation, there were those who relished in such impudence. Indeed, it seemed that scoundrels were a ubiquitous presence everywhere. However, to intrude upon the ranks of Qin, you have truly made a grave error. Qin Yu promptly delivered a kick. Get lost. The young noble stumbled, turning in anger. You lowly peasant, how dare you kick me? Do you know who I am? Qin Yu retorted, do you know who I am? The young noble paused. Confusion etched on his face, and inquired, who are you? I am your father. The young noble's face twisted in fury. I am the son of the prime minister of this realm. Kneel and kowtow to me, and I may grant you a swift death. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, remarking, my son is indeed filial. You have enlightened me to my esteemed position as the prime minister. You seek death. The young noble clenched his fists, ready to strike. Qin Yu was never one to shy away from a brawl. What of being the prime minister's son? Before cultivation, we were all mere mortals. Besides, this fellow appeared to have lived a life of luxury. In a real fight, he might not even match the street thugs. I wonder how long he would cry after receiving a punch. Just as Qin Yu prepared to unleash his righteous fury, a disciple from the Xiantian sect, tasked with maintaining order, arrived just in time. Gentlemen, please be mindful of your surroundings. Any disturbances will result in expulsion. The young noble shot a glare at the disciple before turning back to Qin Yu with a menacing tone. You lucky brat, but if you provoke me, you are as good as dead, and your entire family shall meet the same fate. Just wait. Qin Yu pointed behind him. If you're too cowardly to fight, then step aside. You will regret this. The young noble, gritting his teeth, positioned himself behind Qin Yu and shouted at the onlookers, what are you staring at? Do you all wish to die too? The crowd quickly averted their gazes. I wonder what kind of talent this foolish son of the prime minister possesses? Qin Yu immediately began to assess him. Superior spiritual root, level. Exceptional talent, cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, with the potential to secure a place within the realm of cultivation. Remarkable alchemy, level, possesses commendable alchemical talent, capable of concocting higher difficulty pills with a high success rate. Apothecary novice, level, displays some aptitude in the healing arts, able to proficiently treat common ailments. Qin Yu shook his head. This aptitude was decent, yet regrettably squandered on a fool. The procession continued, with the sounds of wailing and laughter echoing ahead. Qin Yu witnessed the very brother who had previously alerted him to the leak, covering his face, running while crying and shouting, without you, spirit root, how can I survive? The line moved swiftly, and before long, it was Qin Yu's turn. Simply place your hand upon the crystal ball, instructed the disciple of the Xiantian sect. Qin Yu extended his hand, gently touching the crystal ball. The orb flickered, illuminating with a faint white light. The brighter the glow, the more resonance the toucher could elicit from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, indicating superior talent. The faint white light emanating from Qin Yu signifies the weakest of the low-grade spiritual roots. Qin Yu, low-grade spiritual root, pass. Next, a young gentleman, with his hands clasped behind him, approached the disciple of the Xiantian sect responsible for recording, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. Tang Outyin, high-grade spiritual root. Please place your hand on the crystal detection device for evaluation. Is it a bother? Am I, the son of a venerable prime minister, capable of deceiving you? Tang Outyin placed his palm upon the crystal sphere, which immediately illuminated with a brilliant white glow. The onlookers were instantly filled with envy. Tang Outyin, high-grade spiritual root. Next, relishing in the envious gazes, Tang Outyin strolled mockingly before Qin Yu and scoffed, a waste with a low-grade spiritual root such as yours. Do you even dare to pursue cultivation? You should crawl back to the earth and forage. His tone, coupled with his arrogant demeanor, made Qin Yu grit his teeth in irritation. Just wait, I will surely smash that foul tofu into your face. Chapter 4. Congratulations to all for passing the first round of the spiritual root test. Elder Hu Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, announcing the commencement of the second round of tests, the details and rules of which would be conveyed by the examiners. Best of luck to everyone. Upon the elder's conclusion, Qin Yu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a peculiar space. Welcome to the second stage, little one. A slender figure, composed of white mist, materialized beside Qin Yu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the Hundred Sect Scripture Repository, the ancient book spirit. Encyclopedic sage. Book spirit? Is that impressive? Indeed. The encyclopedic sage proclaimed with pride. I have perused countless tomes, possess knowledge of celestial phenomena and terrestrial geography, theories of cultivation, in the myriad affairs of the cultivation world. If I claim to be the second most learned individual in the cultivation realm, none would dare contest my assertion of being the first. Tell me, do you consider me formidable? Qin Yu scoffed. Pa, what use is knowledge without strength? In the cultivation realm, it is power that prevails. Shallow-minded. Have you not heard that knowledge is power? The cultivation world is not solely about conflict and violence. But alas, discussing such matters with someone of your youth is futile. Once you join the Hundred Sect, you will come to comprehend my true prowess. You claim to be knowledgeable. Then allow me to pose a question. Feel free to inquire. The encyclopedic sage replied confidently. With a smirk, Qin Yu asked, very well, can humans breathe underwater? Certainly not. The encyclopedic sage began a mini-lecture. For cultivators, the distinction between underwater and land is negligible. Even those with slight cultivation can go several hours without breathing without any repercussions. Hence, they do not require the ability to breathe underwater. The lack of necessity for such a skill renders it devoid of practical value. Thus, no one invests effort into its creation or research. Qin Yu shook his finger. Your answer is incorrect. Impossible. The encyclopedic sage's eyes widened in astonishment. For millennia, his words have always represented the standard answer, and no one has dared to assert that he was mistaken. Elder Beishatong, please do not be in haste. Allow me to demonstrate, said Qin Yu. Very well, I am eager to see how you intend to elucidate this matter, Beishatong replied, fixing his gaze upon Qin Yu with a serious demeanor. Should you dare to mock me, the consequences shall be dire. Rest assured, I would never, Qin Yu responded respectfully. Just moments ago, Beishatong had scoured all available texts, confirming that no idle cultivator had ever delved into the art of breathing underwater. If he could not find any reference, how could this mere boy of 14 or 15 possibly succeed? It was sheer folly. Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings and inquired, Elder, do we have any water bottles here? With a wave of his hand, Beishatong conjured a water bottle filled to the brim, which appeared before Qin Yu. Ah, remarkable, Qin Yu exclaimed, grasping the bottle. Elder, please pay close attention. I shall demonstrate this only once. Very well. Beishatong's eyes were fixed upon Qin Yu, determined not to miss a single detail. I am about to begin. Under Beishatong's watchful gaze, Qin Yu slowly raised the water bottle above his head and took a deep breath. Inhale, exhale, Beishatong urged. Hurry and commence. Elder, I have completed the demonstration. Observing Beishatong's bewildered expression, Qin Yu explained, you see, there is water in this bottle, correct? Indeed, Beishatong nodded. Still in a state of confusion. The water is above my head, yes? Yes. I am submerged underwater, am I not? Correct. I can breathe, can I not? Yes. I am human, is that not so? Indeed. Thus, it proves that humans can breathe underwater, does it not? No, no, no. Beishatong suddenly shouted, resembling a mad old man. You are cheating. You are manipulating the concept. Qin Yu retorted, even as an elder, you cannot unjustly cast aspersions. Which of my statements is untrue? Which is not factual? Beishatong found himself at a loss for words. Although he recognized that Qin Yu was manipulating the concept, it nonetheless validated from another perspective that humans could indeed breathe underwater, thereby proving that Beishatong had erred. However, the ever-proud Beishatong would not concede defeat. Even with the knowledge that Qin Yu was manipulating the concept, he was determined to uncover a logical flaw in Qin Yu's argument, seeking to render his opponent incapable of such manipulations. As Beishatong's head began to emit wisps of steam, Qin Yu understood that his assumptions had been correct. This man was akin to an artificial intelligence from Qin Yu's past life, though possessing a vast knowledge base. He often faltered when confronted with logical dilemmas, devolving into a state of artificial incompetence. Qin Yu rubbed his small nose, feeling utterly at ease. That is absolutely incorrect. The omniscient entity flitted about in agitation. Young one, I am but a mere avatar now, my wisdom scattered. Such trivial tactics will surely falter before my true self. Ah, indeed. Are you questioning me? Qin Yu replied, amusement flickering in his eyes. The entity, riled, had its brows and whiskers bristling in indignation. I am not. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. Why do you laugh? Qin Yu responded, I was reminded of something amusing. You are clearly questioning me, the entity retorted, exasperation mounting. Very well. You shall wait. I will soon provide you with an answer. I cannot be mistaken. With a resounding shout, the space before Qin Yu suddenly shattered. What has happened? If you cannot handle the game, do not play, he silently lamented. Within the grand hall of the sect master and 12 elders convened. Observing the new disciples' examination through a crystal mirror, the second elder, Hu Tian, was also present, though merely as an avatar. The recruitment of new disciples signified the infusion of fresh blood, pivotal to the sect's future. The higher-ups regarded this with utmost seriousness. Even those in seclusion would leave an avatar behind. Of course, their concern for the sect's future was but one facet. The elders were primarily focused on the allocation of outstanding disciples. Elder 2, what questions have been posed in this second round? The Grand Elder inquired. In stark contrast to the ethereal image of the second elder, the Grand Elder appeared as a youthful figure in his 20s. Powerful cultivators possess the ability to maintain a youthful visage indefinitely. The second elder felt that the ethereal image embodied a sense of reverence, whereas the Grand Elder preferred to blend in with the youth during adventures, revealing his prowess only in times of peril, thus leaving behind a legacy of legends in the realm of cultivation. The second elder, Hu Tian, chuckled heartily. I have pondered these questions for quite some time. They are decidedly intricate. Allow me to present a few examples. It is said that in ancient times, the goddess Nuwa molded humanity from clay. Please provide a piece of evidence to substantiate the authenticity of this legend. The elders instinctively began to contemplate, but, after a moment's thought, found themselves devoid of any ideas. The tale of Nuwa creating humanity was merely an ancient myth, its veracity still unconfirmed. What evidence could possibly exist? The Grand Elder inquired. Elder 2, what is the answer? The second elder replied, somewhat sheepishly, isn't the evidence simply found while bathing? Everyone was left utterly speechless. We are recruiting cultivators, not lunatics. Just then, the crystal mirror was engulfed in darkness. What is happening? As if in response, cries from outside echoed. Sect Master, it's terrible. The omniscient elder has gone on strike. The second elder could only respond with a perplexed, what? The disciples participating in the second round of assessments were inexplicably expelled from the space established by the sage, leaving them bewildered and exchanging confused glances. What on earth happened? I had only answered one question before being ejected. Was there merely one question in the second round? Alas, I answered the first question incorrectly. It seems I must wait another year. It cannot be just one question. The sage had already posed a second question to me, although it was abruptly cut off midway. Could it be that this assessment is testing our speed of response? How fortunate. I answered 3 questions, albeit they were mere fabrications. But let us see how swiftly you all can respond. Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Yu was utterly perplexed. What was this about answering questions? Wasn't he the real challenge about posing the questions? The sage had proclaimed his omniscience. So why not simply present a question that the sage himself could not answer to clear the round? Suddenly, Qin Yu realized that he might have strayed from the topic. Moreover, the forced cessation of answering seemed to have some connection to him. It appeared he might have caused a mishap. Feeling guilty, Qin Yu glanced around, pondering, yet convinced he had done no wrong. After all, it was the sage who boasted about his abilities, inviting queries. He hadn't anticipated that his casual inquiry would provoke such a reaction. Could this be held against him? It was merely a reflection of the sage's fragility. Chapter 5. Has the sage entered seclusion? The sect leader and the elders were astonished upon learning of this occurrence. Traditionally, the second round of the recruitment assessment was conducted by the sage, who would pose questions and assign scores, and in all these years, no errors had ever occurred. Moreover, the sage had not entered seclusion for nearly a millennium. Why, then, had he chosen to seclude himself at such a critical juncture? After some contemplative moments, the sect leader suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, this is indeed a fortuitous event. Do you realize what the sage's seclusion signifies? It signifies that the sage has entered seclusion. The Grand Elder blurted out. The sect leader couldn't help but roll his eyes. With such a peculiar thought process, it was a wonder he had once recommended this man for the position of Grand Elder. He truly regretted it. That is erroneous. The second elder interjected. The sect leader's eyes brightened. It seemed that intelligence was indeed the domain of the second elder. The second elder lamented. This implies that the second round of the assessment cannot proceed, rendering all my challenging questions futile. Speechless, the sect leader observed. What a time to still be fixated on those vexatious questions. I was speaking of a good fortune. Do you understand what constitutes good fortune? Pay attention to the subject. The second elder pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, this was quite beneficial for the disciples participating in the second round. The assembly recalled the abstract question posed earlier and suddenly found merit in the second elder's words. Not only was this advantageous for the disciples, but it also represented a positive outcome for the sect itself. At the very least, it would not eliminate those disciples of sound mind. The sect leader rubbed his temples, having lost the desire for further discourse, and stated directly, Do you all recall the last time Elder Beishitong entered seclusion to refine our sect's cultivation techniques? It significantly accelerated the training speed of our disciples, without allowing the elders a chance to speak. The sect leader continued. This sudden retreat by Elder Beishitong surely indicates that he has experienced a new epiphany, leaving no time to inform us before hastily entering seclusion. The first elder and second elder then realized, as if struck by a revelation, how it all made sense. Elder Beishitong's research on the theories of immortality is unparalleled in this age, and this retreat is bound to yield substantial breakthroughs. The fifth elder, holding a compass, remarked, "Last night, while observing the celestial phenomena, I discerned that a pivotal event affecting our sect's future would soon unfold. Though I cannot predict whether it will be favorable or adverse, I initially believed that today's recruitment would yield an extraordinary prodigy to influence our sect's destiny. However, it now appears that this crucial moment resides with Elder Beishitong. Thus, it seems to be a fortuitous circumstance for our sect. But what shall we do now? While Elder Beishitong's retreat is indeed a positive occurrence, how shall we proceed with the recruitment?" The second elder remained fixated on the recruitment task at hand. The sect leader pondered briefly before responding. "In the past, we have evaluated the younger generation based on their performance in the second and third trials. With the second trial now rendered impossible, we might as well commence directly with the third trial, determining their fate based solely on their performance therein. For now, that is our only option." The elders unanimously expressed their agreement. "Very well, second elder, you shall be in charge of this recruitment. And the criteria for the third trial will be at your discretion." "No problem." At the entrance of the sect, the second elder's avatar, having received instruction from his true self, announced, "Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, the second trial has been temporarily cancelled, and we shall proceed directly to the assessment of the third trial. Young disciples, please prepare yourselves. The third trial shall commence in 15 minutes. Instantly, the crowd ceased their discussions and swiftly adjusted their mental states. The difficulty of the third trial of Xiantian sect is renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. The three major tests of recruitment, the first trial, the root spirit assessment, has remained unchanged for a century. The second trial, while the questions may vary, follows a consistent format with discernible patterns. However, the third trial presents an array of bizarre and abstract questions each year, leaving participants unprepared. The elimination rate for this trial exceeds 60%, and even the fortunate majority who pass often remain bewildered as to how they succeeded, unaware of what the assessment was truly evaluating. Many individuals have participated for 5 or 6 consecutive years, only to be eliminated in the third trial each time. Under such pressure, all present could only adjust their states of mind, ready to face the unpredictable. Thus, the assessment of the third trial officially commenced. The voice of Elder Hu Tian grew increasingly indistinct in Qin Yu's ears as he felt his body plummeting rapidly into an unfathomable abyss below. During this descent, fragments of his memories began to fade away. In a haze, it seemed as though new memories surged into his mind, occupying the spaces once held by the old. All memories were being distorted. Suddenly, Qin Yu's surroundings brightened. "Run! The monster is coming!" An old man clad in coarse garments shouted as he rushed past Qin Yu. A monster. The altered memories flooded his mind. Qin Yu understood that a monster symbolized danger, one that consumed human lives. At that moment, the buildings ahead shattered, revealing a colossal hound enveloped in dark mist, seemingly emerging from the depths of a hellish realm, reflected in Qin Yu's widened pupils. Panic seized him as he turned to flee. "Second brother, do share the design of the third challenge." Elder San spoke, her voice melodious and refined. "Certainly." Elder Hu Tian approached the crystal mirror. The surface shimmered with scenes depicting the third challenge. With a flick of his hand, he magnified one of the images. A young boy stood on a path paved with green bricks as the old man in burlap rushed past him, shouting. Elder Hu Tian paused the image with a single gesture. "Allow me to introduce the narrative backdrop of the third challenge," he began leisurely, his satisfaction with his own design evident in his demeanor. The story unfolds in a quaint fishing village, where a monster appears at intervals, departing only after devouring a resident. The youthful participants portray ordinary boys or girls from this village. Elder Hu Tian gestured again, and the scene shifted. A massive hound, radiating dark energy, crashed through a building and lunged at the boy. Ah, the dream hound. The elders immediately recognized the creature's identity. Indeed, only the dream hound possesses the ability to weave such a vivid illusion and effortlessly alter the memories of the young ones. Dream hounds are natural illusionists, capable of traversing the depths of consciousness, manipulating memories at will, and ensnaring beings within illusions. While other divine beasts in the cultivation realm are scarce, dream hounds are quite the opposite. The Xiantian sect boasts a staggering number of over 1,000. Although their individual strength may pale in comparison to other divine beasts, they possess the capacity to consolidate their collective power. 3,000 years ago, the Treehound clan allied to ensnare a formidable being during the tribulation phase within an illusion, and their prowess has only grown since then. How could the Treehound, a guardian beast of the sect, be persuaded to play the villain? It was merely a matter of my unique personal charm, Elder Hution replied, suppressing a grimace of discomfort, his tone defiant. The image on the crystal mirror continued to shift. The young boy took off running, while the monster deliberately slowed its pace, wreaking havoc on the houses behind the boy. The earth trembled. The small wooden cabin to the boy's right collapsed, revealing a little girl within his sight. Help me. The boy rushed closer, only to discover that the girl's legs were trapped beneath a heavy beam, rendering her unable to escape. Meanwhile, the monster was swiftly approaching from behind, its gaping maw poised to devour the boy. In that moment, the boy faced two choices. The first option was to abandon the girl and continue running. Inevitably, the monster would consume her and then leave. The second option was to assist the girl, but this would likely result in the boy being swallowed by the monster himself. The creature was drawing near, leaving no time for the boy to ponder his decision. It was only through the chaos that one's true intentions could be revealed. The second elder narrated, eager to witness the boy's choice unfold. In the scene, the boy clenched his fists, shouted a battle cry, and charged towards the girl. His sense of justice compelled him to avoid watching her fall prey to the monster. Unfortunately, before he could aid her, the monster lunged forward, swallowing the boy whole. Such a sense of justice and remarkable courage, a commendable young one. The third elder remarked. Indeed, courage is commendable. The second elder interjected, marking an X on the crystal mirror. Eliminated. Why? Is courage not a virtue? The third elder inquired. Certainly, courage is admirable, but excess can lead to recklessness, the second elder explained. This young one, fully aware that assisting the girl would lead to his demise, foolishly rushed to her aid, sacrificing his life for a stranger. He acted without discerning the risks, driven solely by impulsive bravery. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Individuals like him risk death at the slightest misstep. To eliminate him is to act in his best interest. As a mortal, he may at least preserve his life and spare the sect the resources spent on his training. The assembly nodded in agreement. Maintaining composure in the face of danger and ensuring one's own safety before taking action are essential for a longer journey on the path of cultivation. Next, the scene shifted to reveal another young boy, the son of the Chancellor, Tang Outyin, who had previously attempted to cut in line. The narrative progressed normally until the little girl appeared. Help? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Outyin sped past the girl, showing no signs of stopping. The crystal mirror even captured a fleeting smile on his face. Once the monster consumes the girl, it won't target me. Safety first. How decisively pragmatic. The third elder scoffed. Indeed, quite a decisive action. The second elder did not hesitate to draw a cross, nonchalantly declaring, eliminated. Upon hearing the second elder utter the word eliminated, the expression of the third elder softened somewhat. The second elder asserted with righteous conviction, the reason we cultivate immortality is to vanquish demons and protect the weak, ensuring peace for the world. Yet here we have a girl in peril, and this individual shows no reaction, only concerned with fleeing for his own life. Such a person must be selfish and devoid of humanity. If one cannot even protect a single room, how can they hope to safeguard the world? If they are unwilling to protect a little girl, how can we expect them to defend the entire realm in times of crisis? Well said. The assembly echoed in agreement. However, with the protector of the girl eliminated and those who neglected her also disqualified, how could one possibly pass the challenge? Should the little girl be saved or not? Everyone, please remain calm. The second elder remarked, noticing the confusion in the crowd. Let us continue to observe. A new scene emerged. This time, a boy who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old came into view. So young. At such a tender age, his mind was still immature, making his participation in the third test of character rather far-fetched. Indeed, it was not long before the boy was swallowed whole by a demon while attempting to rescue the girl. Eliminated. The third elder lamented. But this little one is still so young. He will have opportunities in the future. The second elder subtly slid his finger across the crystal mirror, clandestinely marking a check, indicating that this individual had passed. Yet, such a surreptitious action did not escape the notice of the others. The third elder inquired, what is going on? The sect master added, indeed. The elders looked at the second elder with expressions of bewilderment, demanding an explanation. Ahem. The second elder coughed lightly, meekly stating, he is merely a child. Faced with a demon, he displayed no fear, and without hesitation, he offered his hand to a girl of his own age. Such a profound sense of justice, such formidable confidence and courage. If this disciple does not pass, who else could? Of course, if you have objections regarding this child, I can take him under my wing and guide him. I assure you it will not trouble any of you. The sect master narrowed his eyes, probing. Is this your illegitimate child? The second elder immediately nodded. Indeed. Everyone, please show some consideration and allow him to be my disciple. Suddenly, the first elder drew his sword, pointing it threateningly at the second elder. Concurrently, the other elders unleashed their formidable skills, mercilessly attacking the second elder. Damn it, you were serious. The second elder clutched his rear, fleeing desperately, far from the image of an immortal sage. Tell me, what talents does this child possess? What talents? Did I not say he is my illegitimate son? Would you admit it if you truly were your illegitimate child? Continue to strike. Enough, enough. This child is named Su Lingfeng and possesses an extraordinary spiritual root. Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their quarrels, disdain evident in their remarks. Second brother, you truly have no shame. To accept a disciple with such a remarkable spiritual root, you even acknowledge a bastard child. Only the Grand Elder and the sect leader sensed a slight discrepancy. If it were merely an extraordinary spiritual root, it would not warrant such fervor from the second elder. Fifth elder, calculate whether second brother has spoken falsely. Very well. The compass in the fifth elder's hand began to spin rapidly. Second brother has not lied. The second elder let out a sigh of relief, grateful for his favorable treatment of the fifth elder. Yet, there was something second brother had concealed. Damn it, fifth elder. I have been kind to you. Enough. I concede. Su Lingfeng possesses a trace of thunder spiritual energy within, which may elevate the extraordinary spiritual root to a thunder spiritual root in the future. Spiritual roots are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and extraordinary grades. Should a holder of an extraordinary spiritual root awaken an elemental attribute, it can transcend further into a higher elemental spiritual root, such as thunder, water, fire, and so forth. Within this grand hall, only the sect leader and the grand elder possess elemental spiritual roots. Upon hearing of the thunder spiritual root, the other elders ceased their objections. Such a prodigy, even if of dubious lineage, must be brought in and reformed. Moreover, Su Lingfeng is both courageous and righteous, albeit still young and in need of gentle guidance. All right, let us move on to the next. The second elder remarked, nursing his rear with a hint of grievance. The next focal point transformed into a young girl. When the little girl appeared, the young woman neither ignored her nor rushed to assist her. Instead, she ran in the opposite direction, albeit at a slowed pace. Yet, the monster still detected the little girl. As the creature lunged towards the child, the young woman swiftly picked up a few stones and hurled them at the monster, endeavoring to divert its attention. The scene froze at this moment. There is no need for excessive explanation here. In the face of danger, remaining calm while attempting to assist an ordinary person, ensuring one's own safety, demonstrates both valor and wisdom, coupled with a benevolent heart. This merits approval. Subsequently, the sect leader and elders observed numerous other visions. Some witnessed monsters paralyzing in fear, standing idly and awaiting their demise, eliminated. Others saw creatures charging forth recklessly, akin to lambs entering a tiger's den, eliminated. There were even instances where individuals pursued the very informant. An old man clad in rags, only to be thrown into the jaws of the monster, eliminated. 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 It was not until the elders viewed Qin Yu's illusion that they could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Second brother, how shall we judge this? Inquired the third elder. The second elder, wide-eyed and speechless, replied, Do not ask me. I too am at a loss. I had not contemplated such a scenario when I devised this challenge. Chapter 7 in the scene. Upon encountering the ferocious monster, Qin Yu reacted in unison with the others and turned to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, the monster leapt directly behind him, sinking its teeth into his backpack. The second elder paused the scene, visibly perplexed, and remarked, What is happening? This is not how the plot unfolds. The dream hound should have lingered at the back for a while, waiting for the younger generation to reach the little girl as positioned before it accelerated towards them. This dream hound has acted far too early. The little girl has yet to appear. How can it judge this person's character? The Grand Elder responded, Second, have you not clarified the rules with this dream hound? After all, there are over 300 dream hounds participating this time. It's conceivable that some may not fully grasp the rules. That cannot be. I have rehearsed numerous times with the leader of the dream hound clan. Moreover, the other dream hounds responsible for the others have not exhibited such behavior, the third elder interjected. Since it is not a problem with the dream hound, it must be a human issue. And have you noticed? This youth carries a backpack on his back. The illusion created by the dream hound is not merely a figment of imagination, but a reflection of reality. When pulling someone into the illusion, it can choose to bring only the individual to include their possessions as well. Thus, Qin Yu remains with his backpack in the illusion. However, what puzzles the elders is why the other youths do not carry their belongings, yet this one has a backpack. Could it be an issue with the backpack? Let us observe the unfolding scene. The scene began to change. With the backpack firmly clutched, Qin Yu executed a clever escape, shedding the backpack and fleeing. However, he soon realized the monster had not pursued him. Curious, he glanced back and saw the monster pawing at his backpack. With a slight exertion, the backpack was torn asunder, scattering red shorts and patched clothing across the ground. Simultaneously, a crumpled object wrapped in yellow paper fell to the earth. Ah! The monster appeared to have spotted something it fancied, letting out a joyful yelp. Immediately, its form rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a fluffy little black dog. Adorned with a tuft of white fur on its paws, resembling delicate white gloves, and sporting a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead along with cartoonish wing patterns on its back, giving it an adorable appearance. The little black dog gleefully bounded towards the yellow-wrapped mystery object, indulging in a hearty feast. At this moment, Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. Having temporarily lost his memory, he had no recollection of where the backpack had come from. He had forgotten that the yellow paper contained his ancestral secret recipe for stinky tofu. All he felt now was an overwhelming urge to pet the charming little black dog. In the grand hall of the sect master and the esteemed elders were momentarily bewildered. They understood that the peculiar behavior of the dream hound was attributed to the enigmatic object wrapped in yellow paper. However, what could possibly be contained within that yellow wrapping that exuded such magical allure, captivating the dream hound so profoundly? As a divine beast, the dream hound was exceedingly sensitive to spiritual herbs and plants. Could it be that the object concealed within the yellow paper was some form of spiritual flora or medicinal herb? Pondered the third elder. That is highly unlikely, declared the sect master. Our Xintian sect is replete with various spiritual plants and herbs. These dream hounds are nourished daily with such offerings. Common spiritual flora or herbs would never possess such an irresistible allure for them. If it were an exceedingly rare treasure, it would undoubtedly emit spiritual fluctuations, and it would be illogical for the dream hound to sense it while we remain oblivious. The first elder nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. The object wrapped in that yellow paper does not resemble a rare treasure at all." The second elder, deep in thought, questioned, what else could possibly entice the dream hound so greatly? In truth, there exists an entity that could tempt the dream hound even more than rare treasures. At that moment, the sixth elder, who had been silent until now, spoke up. As the leader of the Beast Master Peak, he had devoted his life to the study of spirit beasts and divine creatures, making him the foremost authority on the dream hound within the Xintian sect. What is it? Everyone inquired with curiosity, turning their attention to the sixth elder. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Have you ever heard the old saying that a dog cannot resist certain appetites?" The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment as they exclaimed, "Are you implying that vile substance?" "Precisely," the sixth elder affirmed. "Though the dream hound is a divine beast, it cannot escape the cravings rooted in its lineage. Moreover, over the years, we have provided the dream hound with food imbued with spiritual energy. As the saying goes, the more one is denied, the more one desires. This has intensified their yearning for that vile substance." Indeed, looking at the black object wrapped in yellow paper, it does bear a striking resemblance. Striking resemblance? It is identical, without a doubt. How did that vile substance end up in this young man's backpack? Questioned the first elder. Could it be a leak of information? Did this youth anticipate the need for it? The second elder firmly asserted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The decision to involve the dream hound in the third trial was known only to myself and the dream hound clan. There is no way others could have known. Even if they did, how could they possibly know of the dream hound's affinity for that vile substance? The sect master and the elders remained unaware of this matter, let alone the mortal youth. Thus, there exists only one possibility. The seventh elder, who was candid and outspoken, remarked, "This little fellow carries excrement with him? Could it be that he has a fondness for such things? How amusing." The seventh elder, the master of the body refinement peak, was straightforward in thought, muscular in build, and possessed formidable combat prowess. The crowd wore expressions of dismay, questioning where the amusement lay, within the realm of illusion. The small black dog devoured the crumpled stinky tofu in mere moments, yet instead of resuming its duties as a creature of mischief, it pranced around Qin Yu like a devoted pet, emitting a series of plaintive whines as if pleading for more of the delectable tofu. It seemed that the joy of indulgence had rendered it oblivious to its responsibilities. Qin Yu crouched down, affectionately tousling the fur on the dog's head. The soft, fluffy texture brought him immense pleasure. The sect leader concealed his face in exasperation, realizing that further scrutiny of this illusion was unnecessary. The second elder, in a fit of rage, bellowed that he would confront the chief of the Dream Dog clan. Refund. But what of this young man's fate? The third elder redirected the conversation. This posed a dilemma for all present. The third trial had failed to assess the boy's character. If they denied him passage, it would be the Xintian sect that bore the consequences. It was unreasonable to place the burden upon the youth. Yet, allowing him to pass raised concerns about his mental faculties, given his peculiar fascination with excrement. Ultimately, the sect leader inquired, Elder 2, what is this boy's talent? He possesses merely a low-grade spiritual root. A low-grade spiritual root ought to be relegated to servant disciples. It matters not. Let him pass. Carrying excrement in tow. Encountering the dream dog was simply his fortune. Gaining an exceptionally lucky disciple would indeed benefit the sect. The casual remark of the Xiantian sect leader altered the course of Qin Yu's destiny, as well as that of the entire cultivation world. The wheels of fate began to turn. From that moment forth, the cultivation realm began to take on an increasingly peculiar character. Chapter 8. As Qin Yu awakened from the illusion, the memories of reality intertwined with those of the dreamscape, leaving him with an uncanny sense of disconnection from time. Was this the outcome? What exactly had the third trial assessed? Was it merely a test of affection for dogs? He recalled only petting the dog for a brief moment before being transported back. No wonder it was said that the third trial of Xiantian sect was abstract. One emerged without a clear understanding of what had been tested. He had presumed that his 9 years of compulsory education would suffice. But he had not anticipated such an abstract examination. It was utterly incomprehensible. Upon inspecting his backpack, Qin Yu discovered that the stinky tofu, wrapped in yellow paper, had inexplicably vanished. Could the illusion truly affect reality? No. A sudden realization struck him. That dog had consumed his tofu without compensation. How dare it? It hadn't he even inquired about the notorious title of blood domain butcher, brazenly feasting at his expense. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. As more individuals regained consciousness, spirited discussions erupted among them. Qin Yu leaned in to hear their opinions, yet the more he listened, the less he comprehended. What was this talk of a little girl? What can or cannot be saved? What was devoured by a monster in one bite? What is the connection between these matters? Are we participating in the same assessment? Not to mention the little girl, Qin Yu has not even encountered a single mosquito in this illusion. As for the supposed fearsome monster, it was merely a small black dog, affectionate and playful, so small and adorable that Qin Yu wished he could keep one as a pet. At last, Qin Yu grasped the crux of the issue. It turns out it's all about face. These individuals, like himself, were clearly perplexed about the purpose of the assessment. Yet to conceal their ignorance, they concocted the tale of a little girl. Upon hearing one person speak thus, the others, in a bid to save face, could only nod in agreement. Qin Yu had encountered such individuals in his previous life, groups of people entirely ignorant, yet discussing matters with great fervor, becoming increasingly absurd with each exchange. However, these gifted individuals with spiritual roots exhibited a remarkable coherence in their logic, speaking as if it were all true. Even with my intellect, I failed to detect any flaws. Had I not participated myself, I might have been swayed by their fabrications. Qin Yu muttered a few words and quietly walked away, disinterested in engaging with these boastful individuals. After a while, Elder Hu Tian approached the crowd. Although he stood close to Qin Yu, the latter dared not assess the elder's talents, uncertain of his strength and wary of the potential consequences should he be detected. Based on the performances in the third round, the sect leader and elders conducted a thorough analysis and ultimately compiled a list of new entrants. Those whose names were called should step forward to register. Li Meng, Zhao Tianhai, Wang Xinyu, Qin Yu. Upon hearing his name, Qin Yu felt no surprise. Oh, it seems those individuals were indeed boasting, he scoffed inwardly. All eyes were enviously fixed on those called forward to register, followed by eager glances at Elder Hu Tian, hoping to hear their own names next. Tang Outyin, arms crossed, patiently awaited the announcement of his name, brimming with confidence, for he possessed a superior spiritual root. How could the Xiantian sect possibly consider eliminating him? After approximately 300 names had been read, Elder Hu Tian slowly closed the roster and declared, the remaining individuals may depart. This year's recruitment has officially concluded. A chorus of lamentations erupted from those whose names had been called, wilting like frostbitten eggplants. Still waiting for his name, Tang Outyin felt as though struck by lightning. Why wasn't he my name called? It must be a mistake. Tang Outyin exclaimed loudly, Elder, why is my name absent? Oh, the second elder replied. If your name was not called, it signifies you have not passed. You may prepare to return next year. Impossible. I did not perish in the third trial. Why then was I not successful? You must be mistaken. As soon as these words were uttered, a multitude of those whose names were not called echoed in agreement. I did not die either. Why am I absent from the list? Indeed, I successfully evaded the clutches of the monsters. How can I be eliminated? The second elder snorted coldly, and an aura of authority instantly enveloped everyone, silencing the crowd. Our sect possesses its own criteria for evaluation, and there shall be no errors. You may all depart. This is a conspiracy. There is certainly foul play afoot. Tang Outyin, encouraged by the support of so many, became increasingly emboldened. Suddenly, he noticed Qin Yu, who was busy with the registration, and shouted, Why is it that this individual, possessing merely a low-grade spiritual root, could pass, while I, with a superior-grade spiritual root, was eliminated? There must be corruption involved. Qin Yu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, abruptly froze, feeling as if he had been caught in the crossfire of the very gossip he had been observing, with Tang Aoyan leading the charge. Others who had been eliminated joined in the uproar. Foul play. Why are those with low-grade spiritual roots allowed to pass, while I am cast aside? They all harbored a sliver of hope that the Xiantian sect might offer them another chance, considering they had already faced elimination, regardless of the outcome. They had nothing to lose. The clamor rose in intensity. The second elder's expression grew increasingly grim, although he could forcibly dismiss these juniors. The situation had escalated to a point where mishandling it could adversely affect the recruitment process for the following year and beyond. Moreover, these youngsters were backed by various factions. Offending one or two was manageable, but antagonizing them all would be detrimental to even the Xiantian sect. After all, the path of cultivation is not merely one of combat, but also of human relationships and social intricacies. The second elder pondered how to resolve this matter. Must he disclose the criteria for passing the third trial? The Xiantian sect has never been one to offer explanations to the outside world, and if a precedent were set here, it would likely lead to ridicule from other elders in the future. He cast a venomous glare at Tang Aoyan, wishing he could flay him alive. Once this matter is settled, I expect a reasonable explanation from the forces behind you. Suddenly, a voice rang out, commanding attention. I was chosen because I am stronger than all of you. Who dares to challenge me? Come forth and fight. There stood Qin Yu, hands on his hips, pointing at everyone as he declared, I am not targeting anyone specifically. I am merely stating that all of you standing here are worthless. The second elder glanced down at his own legs, silently channeling his energy to levitate an inch off the ground. Qin Yu beckoned to Tang Aoyan, taunting. Is having a superior grade spiritual root truly impressive? Step up and challenge me. If you win, I shall grant you entry into the sect, declared Tang Aoyan. Qin Yu retorted. You, lowly peasant, your words hold no weight. Tang Aoyan shot back. How can you assert that my words lack authority? Qin Yu replied with a sense of entitlement. Indeed. My words are of no consequence. Turning towards the second elder, Qin Yu inquired delicately. Second elder, would you kindly affirm this? The second elder responded, So you acknowledge my existence as the second elder. He instantly recognized Qin Yu, recalling the boy who had concealed excrement in his backpack, an unforgettable impression. At this moment, Qin Yu stepped forward, eliciting a sense of gratitude from the second elder. Yet, the proposition Qin Yu presented left the second elder in a quandary. If Qin Yu triumphed, all would be well, but if he were to lose, would the defeated be permitted entry into the sect? Should such a precedent be set, others would undoubtedly seek to challenge as well. The concern of inequity loomed large. The situation might escalate beyond control. As the second elder hesitated, he was struck by the unwavering determination in Qin Yu's gaze, a silent promise that entrusted this matter to him, assuring that all would be well. Gathering his resolve, the second elder decided to take a gamble. After all, if Qin Yu could endure such indignities, what could he not achieve? With a huff, the second elder approached Qin Yu and addressed the eliminated participants. Challenges are permissible. Should you emerge victorious, you shall earn another opportunity to partake in the third trial. However, should you falter, your defeat will be recorded in the annals of my Xiantian sect, and henceforth, neither you nor your family shall ever tread upon our grounds again. Agreed. Tang Aoyan responded without a second thought, while the others recoiled, hesitant to voice their opinions. They were not fools. Winning merely granted them another chance. And they were still perplexed by the requirements of the third trial. What value was there in a second opportunity? The consequences of failure, however, were dire. Not only would they be barred from future participation, but their families would also suffer the repercussions. Should they return home defeated, their elders would likely unleash their wrath upon them. All eyes turned to Tang Aoyan, silently grateful for this fool who dared to take the lead. They could gauge the difficulty of the challenge through him, and if it proved manageable, they would follow suit. Sensing their silence, Tang Aoyan felt a surge of superiority. Meanwhile, the elderly attendant who had accompanied Tang Aoyan was on the brink of panic, desperately attempting to communicate with him through mental messages, yet Tang Aoyan paid him no mind. The attendant yearned to intervene, but, upon taking a single step forward, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. There, not far off, the second elder's cold gaze was fixed upon him. To intimidate the masses, one must lead by example. If you take the chicken away, what will you offer the monkey? He thought. He had stirred this chaotic matter and now wished to retreat unscathed, disregarding the dignity of the Xiantian sect. The attendant felt a chill wash over him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, paralyzed with fear and unable to move another inch. Chapter 9. Tang Aoyan emerged from the crowd, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yu. Commoner, I am grateful for this opportunity you have provided, he sneered. Qin Yu appeared to be slight and frail. A mere wisp of a person, often leaving meals unfinished, let alone engaging in martial arts training. In stark contrast, Tang Outyin was well prepared. He had a professional martial arts instructor and devoted at least 15 minutes daily to rigorous training, boasting formidable combat prowess. Against someone like Qin Yu, he could easily defeat 10 opponents. Qin Yu, however, dismissed him, turning his attention to the second elder. Can we begin now? He inquired. His eagerness palpable as he had been itching for this moment. Earlier, when Tang Outyin had cut in line, Qin Yu had yearned to strike him. Yet, circumstances had thwarted his intentions, and he had been forced to relent. He had thought to wait until they entered the sect to settle the score, but to his surprise, Tang Outyin had been eliminated. Just as Qin Yu believed he would never get the chance to confront him, Tang Outyin stepped forward, presenting an exquisite opportunity. While Qin Yu had encountered many who sought to avoid a beating, this was the first time he had met someone actively seeking to provoke one. Cracking his knuckles, Qin Yu's fists, as large as his head, were eager for action. The second elder nodded, signaling for the bout to commence. Give it to him fiercely, he mused inwardly. With the directive received, Qin Yu strode toward Tang Outyin, who assumed a mock fighting stance, swaying back and forth. Fool, Qin Yu declared, tossing a handful of dirt directly into Tang Outyin's face. Despicable, my eyes, Tang Outyin cried, shutting his eyes. His hands too slow to react as Qin Yu's fist landed squarely on his face. With a resounding thud, Tang Outyin collapsed to the ground. Qin Yu pressed down upon him, raining punches upon his visage. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? I will kill you! Tang Outyin screamed, but Qin Yu remained silent, relentlessly throwing punches while seizing the opportunity to shove dirt into Tang Outyin's mouth whenever he opened it. If it weren't for that foul tofu's disappearance, Qin Yu would have been inclined to slap Tang Outyin's face. Thud, thud. Spit it out. Tang Outyin gasped, expelling the dirt from his mouth while cursing, You wretched creature. Do you know who my father is? I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. I will have your entire family buried alongside you. It seemed he had consumed enough dirt. Qin Yu casually grabbed a handful of pebbles and stuffed them into Tang Outyin's mouth. As his fist fell, the stones scraped against his gums, swiftly cutting into them. Blood streamed from Tang Outyin's lips. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists striking flesh harmonized with Tang Outyin's anguished cries. Before long, Tang Outyin's face became swollen, blood streaming from his head, his cries transforming into whimpers. His legs thrashed about, whether propelled by an indomitable spirit or convulsed by pain remained uncertain. You dare to cut in line. Bang. You dare to refer to me as a commoner. Bang. Oh, how impressive your superior spiritual root seems, but what relevance does my inferior root hold for you? Have I feasted upon your family's rice? Bang, bang. Qin Yu, slightly breathless, unleashed a torrent of punches akin to a torrential downpour. The onlookers observed with wide eyes, hearts pounding in trepidation, some timid souls closing their eyes in fright, unwilling to witness the brutal spectacle. No one anticipated Qin Yu's ferocity. Living alone in an unfamiliar town, one had to be somewhat ruthless, otherwise, Qin Yu would have long become a victim of the local ruffians' bullying. However, in past skirmishes within the town, Qin Yu would resort to throwing chili powder into the eyes of his adversaries. This time, merely employing dirt was a considerable act of mercy. After all, Qin Yu was unaware of the extent of the power backing Tang Outyin. He could not afford to offend him mortally. The elderly servant accompanying Tang Outyin witnessed his young master rolling his eyes in defeat, yet the second elder merely turned a blind eye, showing no intention of halting Qin Yu's assault. The old servant, disregarding the elder's intimidating presence, scrambled forth. Please, young friend, show mercy. We concede. He then bowed deeply to the second elder. My young master is but a child, lacking in decorum. He has offended the esteemed immortal. I apologize on his behalf to the Xintian sect. I hope the sect will spare my young master's life, considering the long-standing relationship with my family. The second elder scoffed. You hail from the Tang family in the capital? Indeed. Were it not for the grace of Prime Minister Tang, Tang Outyin would certainly pay dearly for his words today. The second elder surveyed the crowd, who averted their gazes, afraid to meet his eyes. In this challenge, Tang Outyin has been defeated and shall never set foot in our sect again. Should he defy this decree, he shall be slain without mercy. Any who wish to challenge may step forward. The youths, witnessing Tang Outyin's grim defeat, were utterly terrified, lacking the courage to advance. Qin Yu delivered a kick to the half-conscious Tang Outyin, brushing off the dust from his clothes. What a delight! Truly exhilarating. I am grateful to the esteemed immortal for sparing my life. The old servant hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The second elder replied coldly, in due time. I shall seek an audience with Prime Minister Tang to discuss how to address today's events. The old servant vowed to inform his master. Let us depart. The second elder led Qin Yu and the others through the gates of the Xiantian sect. What is your name, young man? Qin Yu responded, I am but a junior. Qin Yu, I shall remember you. You performed admirably today. Accept this flying sword as a token of reward. The second elder retrieved a flying sword from his storage artifact and presented it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude earnestly. The second elder patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and earnestly advised, once you enter the sect, you must dedicate yourself to your cultivation and refrain from indulging in any vile substances. Qin Yu was taken aback. The second elder then transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished from sight. After the second elder's departure, the steward of the sect organized everyone. They lined up according to their spiritual roots. Those with inferior roots became the sect's servant disciples, while those with medium and superior roots directly ascended to outer disciples. And those with exceptional roots were granted immediate entry into the inner sect. In Qin Yu's cohort, there were only 5 with exceptional roots. And the number of those with superior roots was also limited. The majority were comprised of those with medium and inferior roots. Once the groups were established, Qin Yu and the others followed a middle-aged man named Zhong Wendi. I am the steward for the servant disciples. You may call me Uncle Zhong or Uncle Wendi. He said, like you, I possess inferior roots and have been serving as a servant disciple in our Xiantian sect for over 50 years. Due to my diligence, I have managed to attain the steward position. In reality, there is little difference between us servant disciples and the outer disciples. We merely have more tasks and receive less remuneration. Alas, such is the consequence of our modest talents. However, do not lose heart, as servant disciples. If we meet the sect's requirements, we too can ascend to outer disciples. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. Uncle Wendi, how can one become an outer disciple? His ambition was evident. Zhong Wendi chuckled, simply challenge an outer disciple and defeat them to be promoted to their rank. While the outer disciple you vanquish will be demoted to a servant disciple. Can I challenge someone right now? Qin Yu was eager to leap into action, convinced he could make his way to the inner sect. Absolutely not. Zhong Wendi swiftly extinguished Qin Yu's enthusiasm. You must wait at least 6 months until everyone has practiced their techniques for a while before engaging in challenges. Furthermore, you may only challenge disciples of the same cohort. Immediately, someone complained, this is exceedingly difficult. The disparity between medium and inferior roots is monumental. After a period of cultivation, how could we possibly stand a chance against them? Qin Yu silently scoffed. Indeed, the weak merely lament their circumstances, while the strong have already learned to leverage the system to their advantage. There is certainly a degree of difficulty. Zhong Wendi sighed with a wry smile. Otherwise, I would not still be merely a servant disciple. However, even if one cannot succeed, after 10 years, everyone can leave Xiantian sect, and we would still be considered cultivators, whether we traverse the martial world or seek positions as guest cultivators in smaller clans. There are ample opportunities. Therefore, it is imperative that everyone cherishes this opportunity, cultivates diligently, and strictly adheres to the sect's regulations. As Zhong Wendi continued to speak, outlining the critical points of the Xiantian sect, outside the sect, Tang Outyin, having consumed a healing elixir, slowly awakened, weeping bitterly while clutching his old servant. Today, I find myself beset by misfortune. Early this morning, I was deceived by that corpulent woman. Who could have anticipated that the tofu pudding would be sweet? Then, during the first round, I was unceremoniously expelled for cutting in line. The second round, which I had eagerly prepared for, was inexplicably cancelled. And I remain in the dark as to why I was eliminated in the third round. To top it all off, I was humiliated before the eyes of all. A most disgraceful spectacle. I can't shake the feeling that someone is conspiring against me. My loyal servant hastily reassured me, young master. The fact that the Xiantian sect does not accept you is their loss. We can seek refuge in other sects. The world is not limited to just the Xiantian sect. Chapter 10. Under the guidance of Zhong Wendi, Qin Yu and his companions arrived at the living quarters of the outer disciples. The Xiantian sect truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect in Liang Kingdom. Even the quarters for the outer disciples are suffused with abundant spiritual energy. Likely built atop a small spiritual vein, Zhong Wendi distributed identification plaques to each individual, which would assist them in locating their respective residences. Subsequently, he provided everyone with a volume of foundational cultivation techniques. This is the basic method of our Xiantian sect, known as Xiantian Gong. Qin Yu internally grumbled. What a rather casual name. Zhong Wendi replied, the name of our sect is derived from this very technique. Qin Yu remarked, Xiantian Gong has undergone 7 modifications, the most recent of which occurred more than 1,000 years ago. The esteemed elder Ba Shitong secluded himself for several months and successfully refined Xiantian Gong into one of the most exceptional techniques in existence, thereby establishing a solid foundation for the sect's current standing. Is Asserting truly that formidable? Qin Yu wondered with skepticism. All present possessed spiritual roots, and by diligently following the steps outlined in the text, they could quickly assimilate spiritual energy into their bodies and commence their cultivation. Should anyone struggle to draw in energy? There is no need for alarm. After a week, the sect will arrange for instructors to provide personal guidance. Furthermore, I must caution you all, Tiangong must not be disseminated in any form. Should the sect discover any breach of this rule, it will be classified as a crime of treachery, dealt with by the law enforcement peak. There was a previous incident where an inner disciple, relying on his high status, secretly imparted Tiangong to his family. The repercussions of that transgression are well known. Feel free to inquire. Zhong Wendy left a hint of suspense in his words. The consequences are certainly beyond your capacity to bear. Now, your quarters are equipped with essential living supplies. You may take some time to settle in. We shall reconvene here in half an hour to assign tasks. The crowd dispersed, each clutching their identification plaques. Qin Yu found his, number 666. Approaching. He brushed the plaque against the wall, causing the formation at the entrance to automatically deactivate. Pushing open the grand door, he surveyed his future abode. Although referred to as a cave dwelling, it was not a cave at all, but rather a quaint wooden house. In front of the wooden structure lay a small courtyard, adorned with an unidentified large tree, evoking a sense of a charming vintage villa, truly a serene retreat. Upon entering the wooden cottage, one is greeted by a quaint wooden bed adorned with neatly arranged linens and blankets. Qin Yu reclined momentarily, discovering that the bedding was even softer than the silk comforters of his previous life, though he could not discern the material from which it was crafted. Contrary to his expectations of enduring, arduous training within the sect, he found the living conditions surprisingly pleasant. Such treasures abound. In addition to the bed, the room featured a wooden table, a vial of fasting elixir, a tome of sect regulations, and 2 vouchers for custom sect attire. Qin Yu held little interest in the fasting elixir, having heard from Zhong Wendy that the sect's dining hall provided complimentary meals. Why indulge in tasteless elixirs when free sustenance awaited? The elixir was so unpalatable that even a dog would refuse it. However, the sect regulations warranted thorough examination. For Qin Yu believed that every rule harbored its own loopholes. The vouchers for custom attire allowed for the tailoring of 2 sets of garments, which were not mandatory for daily wear but required on certain significant occasions within the sect. Only those who endured a week of mandatory uniforms could appreciate the humanity behind such a regulation. It was not only non-mandatory but also elegantly designed. Qin Yu surveyed his humble abode, then opened his backpack to hang some still damp clothing outside to dry. Finally, he retrieved a few sheets of paper and a pen from his pocket, scrawling in a somewhat haphazard manner the title "The Path to Immortality" starting from a menial disciple. This was a small hobby of his. With these tasks completed, Qin Yu found himself at a loss for what to do next. Considering he had some time to spare, he decided to introduce himself to his neighbor. Not all the caves were occupied. For instance, Cave 667 stood uninhabited. However, Cave 665 did have a resident, and a low wall separated their courtyards. Qin Yu could easily see into the opposite yard from his perch on a stool. Tentatively, he called out, "Brother, are you there?" The occupant of Cave 665, hearing the commotion, emerged from his room. "Oh, it's you." Qin Yu recognized him as a fellow newcomer, who had arrived alongside him under Zhong Wendy's guidance. It seemed he had lagged behind while searching for his own courtyard, arriving just after Qin Yu had entered. Qin Yu appraised the newcomer. He was of similar height, somewhat portly, with a cherubic visage. The man, recognizing Qin Yu, visibly deflated. After all, Qin Yu's reputation for violence preceded him, having nearly incapacitated the son of a high-ranking official. Would living next to such a formidable individual lead to trouble? Qin Yu smiled and inquired, "What do you go by?" "I am Li Jingtong," came the reply. Qin Yu remarked, "You seem a bit downcast, my friend." Li Jingtong, startled, felt the flesh on his face tremble as he hastily forced a smile that was as phony as it could be, fervently shaking his head and exclaiming, "No, no. I am very happy, ha 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 ha. My name is Qin Yu, and from now on, we shall be neighbors." While they conversed, Qin Yu proceeded to assess Li Jingtong's talents. Initially, he presumed that Li Jingtong possessed merely a low-grade spiritual root. However, he was utterly astounded when the revelation of his talents left him momentarily speechless. Refined through trials, level. Just as uncut jade cannot become a masterpiece, a person cannot become exceptional without undergoing rigorous refinement. Only through enduring sufficient hardships can one emerge as a true powerhouse. Frequently encountering peril and life-threatening crises, yet crises and opportunities coexist. Overcoming these crises yields equivalent rewards. Surviving great calamities, level. Favored by destiny, one can always turn danger into safety and emerge unscathed from dire situations. Introduction to formations, level. Possessing a certain aptitude for formations, One can easily grasp the basics, learn formations swiftly, and adeptly apply them. Low-grade spiritual root, level, barely possessing the aptitude for cultivation. Destined to live as a servant disciple for a lifetime. Qin Yu was left in a state of disbelief. It turned out that the low-grade spiritual root was the least of this individual's talents. This was his first encounter with level talents, and unexpectedly, he had witnessed two in one instance. Moreover, Qin Yu discerned that these two level talents were evidently a perfect match. Refined through trials would frequently place Li Zhengtong in precarious situations, and overcoming these would yield benefits, while surviving great calamities would ensure that he navigated through these crises successfully. The shortcomings were seamlessly compensated. The combined strength of these two talents likely surpassed that of a typical level talent. Could this individual not be the fated child of this world, where trouble follows him, yet he survives each time due to his remarkable luck, experiencing significant power growth? Qin Yu casually inquired. So, have you been quite unfortunate since childhood, often finding yourself in danger? No, not at all, Li Zhengtong replied, somewhat flustered. Uncertain as to why Qin Yu posed this question. However, he felt compelled to respond. It appeared that Qin Yu was not lying, given the effects of refined through trials. If Li Zhengtong truly encountered any danger, he would undoubtedly reap corresponding benefits. Qin Yu scrutinized Li Zhengtong and found no signs of someone who had gained benefits. It seemed that the effectiveness of this talent was not as formidable as anticipated. Chapter 11. After a brief conversation, Qin Yu estimated that the time was right. Shall we go find Uncle Wendy? Would you like to join? Li Zhengtong, not daring to refuse, eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Qin Yu remarked, you seem a bit reluctant. If that's the case, no, I am willing. I am. Li Zhengtong wiped the sweat from his forehead, explaining, I am just a little nervous. Qin Yu, puzzled, thought to himself that Uncle Wendy was quite amiable. What could possibly be causing him to feel this way? Li Zhengtong. The two companions quickly found Zhong Wendy. Since everyone is here, allow me to speak first. The purpose of gathering you all today is primarily to assign tasks, which are the main responsibilities of our auxiliary disciples. To ensure fairness, I have written down all the positions available in the sect on slips of paper for a drawing. From now on, your assigned duties will depend solely on your luck. Everyone, please come forward to draw a slip. Qin Yu stepped forward and drew a slip, which revealed 4 characters, Mingwei Square. Upon seeing Qin Yu's slip, Zhong Wendy explained, this indicates that you are responsible for the cleanliness of Mingwei Square. Qin Yu inquired, is Mingwei Square large? Zhong Wendy replied, not particularly. Larger areas will be managed by 2 to 3 people. Qin Yu then asked, are there trees around Mingwei Square? After a moment of thought, Zhong Wendy responded, there are a few small trees, but they are not significant. Satisfied, Qin Yu nodded, feeling pleased. It seemed this was a favorable assignment. A small square meant easy cleaning, and small trees indicated fewer fallen leaves. Moreover, since all members of the Zhantiangong were cultivators, they presumably would not litter. Cleaning should be quite straightforward. Qin Yu glanced at the slip in Li Zhengtong's hand, which also indicated a square, Maple Leaf Square. Is it large? Li Zhengtong replied, Uncle Zhong mentioned it's not big, but there are quite a few leaves. However, there are usually very few people, so it's considered a good task. Qin Yu thought happily to himself, then it suits me perfectly. Besides the cleaning duties, some auxiliary disciples drew slips for roles such as kitchen assistants, alchemy apprentices, and herbal gatherers. Once the tasks were assigned, everyone departed. Qin Yu immediately took Li Zhengtong to the sect's cafeteria for a meal. They had missed lunch and were now quite hungry. The cafeteria had 3 levels, with hundreds of windows and thousands of dishes available. The variety was astounding: braised emperor lion's head, spicy deep-sea king whale head, fried crimson scorpion, steamed starry dragon claw. Qin Yu was left in awe. The Zhantiangong was simply magnificent. With such a cafeteria, who would even consider fasting? Qin Yu approached a window and ordered a serving of steamed dragon tendon. Li Zhengtong requested a bowl of deep-sea turtle green bean soup. The young lady at the window stated, that will be 5 contribution points. Please make your payment here. Payment? Wasn't the food in the cafeteria supposed to be free? Young man, are you a new disciple this year? Qin Yu's expression turned serious. Huh. Woman, do not think you can deceive me just because I am a newcomer. I am not as naive as you presume. The young lady laughed heartily. Little brother, not all the meals in the cafeteria are complimentary. Only the ones at the innermost window are free. Furthermore, the dragon tendon was extracted from a foundation stage beast, and even a cultivator below the 5th layer of Qi refinement would face imminent demise upon consuming a morsel. Embarrassed, Qin Yu awkwardly touched his nose and, accompanied by Li Zhengtong, slunk away. What a disgrace. Xiao Tong, this is all your fault. Why didn't you stop me just now? Li Zhengtong replied, huh? Me? The two made their way to the farthest end of the dining hall, where they discovered the window serving complimentary dishes. The tomato and egg dish contained only tomatoes, while the braised potatoes featured solely potatoes. Such disregard for us. To think they could bamboozle us with such meager offerings. With no other choice, they reluctantly ordered a serving. The tomatoes were excessively salty, and the potatoes were utterly undercooked. Bro, should we just head back and eat the fasting pill? Suggested Li Zhongtong. Qin Yu found merit in Li Zhongtong's advice and decided to follow it. All right, I'm quite curious about the taste of the fasting pill. Upon returning home, each consumed a fasting pill. Remarkably, the fasting pill proved to be extraordinary. As soon as it entered his stomach, Qin Yu's hunger vanished without a trace. How delightful. This fasting pill suits me perfectly, Qin Yu exclaimed, patting his belly before retrieving a manual inscribed with the Xiantian technique to delve into its teachings. The first step of cultivating immortality is to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Following the instructions in the book, Qin Yu settled cross-legged on his bed, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling. The Xiantian sect was situated in a region rich in spiritual energy, allowing disciples to perceive it more swiftly. In a trance, Qin Yu felt the entire expanse of the world expanding, while he himself grew ever smaller. Time passed without his notice, and Qin Yu found himself in a hazy state, teetering between slumber and wakefulness. In this dazed moment, he perceived faint glimmers around him, akin to fireflies dancing in the night sky, rising and falling with the gentle breeze. Suddenly, Qin Yu jolted awake, his face alight with joy. I've sensed the spiritual energy. Uncertain of the time, as darkness enveloped the room, Qin Yu hurriedly lit a candle. Illuminated by its flickering glow, he turned the pages of his book, now focusing on the second step of cultivation, drawing qi into the body. This involved channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, allowing it to circulate through his meridians and refine it into his own spiritual essence. Thus, the path to immortality begins. After meticulously studying the cautions and experiences of predecessors, Qin Yu began to sit cross-legged and attempt the process. First, he sought to sense the surrounding spiritual energy, utilizing his spiritual root to draw the energy into his body. After countless attempts, Qin Yu finally succeeded in guiding a wisp of spiritual energy into his interior, cautiously directing it through his meridians. However, he was soon compelled to halt his efforts. The human meridians are intricately complex, and he had forgotten the correct pathway for the flow of spiritual energy within his body. After glancing at a book, Qin Yu closed his eyes and attempted once more. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in circulating the spiritual energy around his body in a complete cycle. When the cycle concluded, most of the energy returned to the universe, yet a small portion coalesced into a liquid state, akin to a droplet merging into the meridians, becoming part of his being. This initial success imbued Qin Yu with immense confidence. Seizing the momentum, he embarked on another round of cultivation. As the sun gradually ascended, a pale light appeared on the eastern horizon. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Despite having gone the entire night without sleep, he felt invigorated, free of fatigue, and more refreshed than after a restful slumber. The wonders of cultivating immortality are indeed remarkable. After a night of arduous practice, Qin Yu had condensed over 10 droplets of water within his meridians. Although there were no overt changes to his physique, he was acutely aware of his gradual strengthening. Relishing the gratifying sensation of effort-yielding rewards, Qin Yu accessed the personal template on his system page to observe the changes following his cultivation. Name, Qin Yu. Talent, inferior spiritual root. Level, progress. 2. Note, upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. In that instant, Qin Yu noticed a 2% increase in the progress bar. Could it be that this bar represents my cultivation advancement? He pondered. When the bar reaches 100%, will my cultivation correspondingly elevate to the first level of qi refinement? Chapter 12. Just last night, the progress bar stood at 0. And today it had transformed to 2%, the sole activity of Qin Yu during the night being his cultivation. It was reasonable to conclude that the progress bar was indeed linked to his training. Qin Yu contemplated inwardly. My first attempt at cultivation last night wasted considerable time, and I was not well acquainted with the techniques, resulting in low efficiency. At a normal pace, I should have been able to increase my progress by 5% overnight, allowing me to reach 100% in approximately 20 days, thus earning a chance to replicate a talent. With a flicker of anticipation, Qin Yu wondered what level of talent he might replicate next. After a brief wash-up, he made his way to his workplace. After consuming a fasting pill last night, he had yet to experience any sensation of hunger. Armed with a broom, he swiftly arrived at Mingyue Square. As anticipated, Mingyue Square was merely a small plaza, roughly the size of a basketball court, adorned with a few small trees standing at its periphery and only a handful of leaves scattered across the ground. Moreover, the location was somewhat secluded, with hardly anyone passing by, making it easy to maintain Before long, Qin Yu had thoroughly cleaned Mingwei Square. It seemed that the most effortless task within the Xiantian sect had indeed fallen to him. Qin Yu was feeling quite pleased with himself. With nothing to occupy his time, he decided to visit Maple Square, overseen by Li Jingtong. Located not far from Mingwei Square, it was merely a 25-minute walk. True to its name, Maple Square was adorned with numerous maple trees. At this moment, early autumn had arrived, and despite the cooler temperatures on the mountain, the leaves had turned a vibrant crimson, showcasing the beauty of the season. A gust of wind swept through, causing a flurry of leaves to cascade down like butterflies. Anyone witnessing this enchanting scene would inevitably exclaim, "How beautiful!" However, if one wished to quietly savor the scenery, it would be nearly impossible due to the incessant grumbling of Li Jingtong, responsible for the cleanliness of the area. The more leaves that fell, the more fervently he cursed. At that moment, Li Jingtong was bent over, laboriously gathering the fallen leaves. Yet, with another breeze, the leaves tumbled down anew, rendering his efforts futile, forcing him to start all over again. "Little Tong, you truly have it rough. This task will never be finished in a day." Li Jingtong lifted his head, drenched in sweat. A boy of 14 or 15, accustomed to being pampered at home and seldom engaging in labor, found himself in despair at the arduous work before him. "I can't keep up. It's utterly impossible." He plopped down on the ground, a mournful expression on his face as he looked at Qin Yu. "Brother Yu, my luck is just terrible." Qin Yu patted Li Jingtong on the shoulder, adopting the tone of a seasoned mentor. "Little Tong, you must learn to adapt. There will be many more misfortunes ahead." Hearing this only deepened Li Jingtong's sense of injustice. Observing his younger brother's plight, Qin Yu felt compelled to share some invaluable wisdom. "Li Jingtong," he said with a serious expression, "today, I shall impart to you the 12 strategies for the working class to goof off to help you extricate yourself from this predicament." Li Jingtong perked up, listening attentively. Although he had no idea what Brother Yu was about to say, he understood it must be of great significance. Qin Yu raised a finger and began to elucidate. "First, we workers are human beings, not beasts of burden. We must learn to take breaks. When can we rest? When there are no onlookers, when the supervisor isn't present, or during necessary personal moments. Second, how can one ensure that others perceive the volume of work accomplished? Take your cleaning duties as an example. You must make your efforts visible to those who inspect, showcasing the results of your labor." Li Jingtong, eager to learn, inquired, "Brother Yu, how should I go about this?" "Simply put, you need to gather these leaves together, the more the better, rather than transporting just a few to the garbage pile." "Why?" Li Jingtong was somewhat puzzled. "How naive. Who will witness the leaves you carry to the dump? When the inspector arrives and sees the ground covered in leaves, they will assume you haven't done any work. However, if you pile the leaves here, the inspector will understand that it's not due to negligence, but because there are simply too many leaves to manage, and the continuous fall of leaves is not your fault." It was as if a new world had opened up for Li Jingtong. "You are truly clever, you go to think of this." Qin Yu lifted his chin and smiled. "This is merely the tip of the iceberg of my wisdom. Allow me to impart a third strategy to you: how to appear busy while doing nothing." By the time he had shared all 12 strategies from the art of slackers, an hour had already passed. Qin Yu patted Li Jingtong on the shoulder. "Work hard. I must take my leave. Farewell, you go." Li Jingtong responded with a tone of respect and gratitude. Had it not been for the divine intervention of Yu Go, he feared he would have been utterly exhausted today. On his way back, Qin Yu couldn't help but reflect. It seemed that this honed talent was beginning to bear fruit. Yet amidst countless positions, he had been unfortunate enough to draw the lot for Maple Leaf Square. The incessant fall of leaves weighed heavily on his mind, and he wondered how long it would take to finish the sweeping. Indeed, without comparison, one does not realize the extent of their good fortune. Along the path, Qin Yu resolved that he would dedicate his idle daytime hours to cultivation. In just 10 days, he could elevate his progress to 100%, replicating an extraordinary talent and achieving foundational cultivation faster than inter-sect disciples, leaving all the elders of the sect in a state of astonishment. Thus, the path of Qin Yu, the great emperor, would commence. With this thought, a smile crept upon his lips as he chuckled joyfully. However, upon returning to Mingwei Square and witnessing the utter chaos strewn across the ground, Qin Yu's smile abruptly froze. What a wretched, uncouth individual to relieve themselves indiscriminately. "I curse you to bear a son without an anus." Qin Yu fumed, unleashing his ire upon the empty air. There lay a mound of filth, nearly half his height. In the center of the square, while numerous smaller piles of varying sizes were scattered throughout the area. They differed in color and shape, but the stench was universally recognizable, indicating they were not produced by the same creature. Despite his anger, he knew he must tidy up the square before the inspection arrived. Should it fail to meet standards, all contribution points for the month would be forfeited. Contribution points function as currency within the sect, capable of purchasing elixirs and powerful techniques, making them of utmost importance to the disciples of Xuantiangong. Qin Yu procured a small cart and a shovel from nearby, plugging his nostrils with tissue as he resolutely set to work. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about Li Zhengtong's maple forest. The jester, alas, is I. Chapter 13. After 2 arduous hours, Qin Yu finally succeeded in cleaning the Mingwei Square to perfection. Taking a moment to rest beneath the shade of a tree, he retrieved the paper and pen he habitually carried, striking through the words "The path to ascension begins with the servants" and replacing them with "The path to ascension begins with shoveling manure." He believed this title would more effectively capture the interest of readers. Having completed this task, Qin Yu chose not to engage in cultivation. Instead, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings to ascertain which audacious miscreant dared to relieve themselves on his territory. As the hour of view approached, around 5 in the afternoon, Qin Yu was alerted by a cacophony of sounds in the distance, akin to a chaotic assembly of various animals. Something is amiss. Qin Yu perked up his ears, observing intently. The noise grew closer, and soon he discerned its source, a vast throng of spirit beasts, a veritable menagerie. The largest being an immense elephant towering 4 or 5 meters high. In addition, there were birds soaring above, ostriches and antelopes scampering below, alongside steeds and iron-eating beasts. Each spirit beast bore a disciple of the Xiantian sect upon its back. At that moment, a diverse parade of spirit beasts charged toward Qin Yu's South Mingwei Square. "At last, I found you, you scoundrels." Qin Yu sprang to his feet and dashed toward the line of spirit beasts. "Halt! Stop right there." The procession of spirit beasts skidded to a halt merely a meter in front of him. "Are you seeking death? What a lunatic!" shouted a disciple atop the elephant. Rising in anger, Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. He spoke in a measured tone. "Could you not provide your spirit beasts with civilized bags? It's exceedingly uncouth to relieve themselves indiscriminately." "A civilized bag? What on earth is that?" queried Qin Yu. "It's something to catch your spirit beast's waist," he explained. At this, the riders atop the spirit beasts erupted into laughter. The leader, patting his elephant, remarked, "My earth-shaking dragon elephant can carry hundreds of pounds. What kind of bag could possibly contain that?" Qin Yu countered, "But you mustn't allow it to defecate at will. Can't you take it to the restroom beforehand? You've made me clean the square only for it to be sullied again." "Huh. Isn't cleaning the grounds the duty of you servant disciples?" scoffed the man. Another rider atop the ostrich chimed in. "If it weren't for our beasts' indiscretions, the sect wouldn't have to employ people like you. You ought to be grateful for the job we provide you with. Ha ha ha. Let us clarify. It's our spirit beasts that are misbehaving, not us." "Indeed. It is our spirit beast causing chaos. Those with inferior spiritual roots, be gone. In the future, when you encounter us from the Beast Master Peak, you shall address us as senior brothers. Otherwise, should you inadvertently find yourselves trampled underfoot, it would be your own doing." The earth-shaking dragon elephant roared, sending a shockwave that pained Qin Yu's eardrums. With a sullen expression, Qin Yu clenched his fists and silently retreated to the side. After the spirit beast passed, the moonlit square lay in disarray once more. As if to mock this audacious servant disciple, the earth-shaking dragon elephant left behind a substantial deposit. Listening to the derisive laughter fade away, Qin Yu's eyes turned crimson as he declared, "Wait and see. Soon, I shall make you clean up after your own spirit beasts." Bite by bite. Qin Yu silently picked up a shovel and began to toil diligently. An hour later, 2 disciples responsible for sanitation approached. "It's still a bit dirty. You must work a little longer tonight and ensure this place is spotless. Next time, be quicker in your tasks. Since it's your first day, we shall overlook your name this time." "Thank you, senior brother." Once the 2 departed, Qin Yu tossed aside the shovel, pondering a solution. "I am new here. My foundation is unstable. Confronting them head-on is certainly unfeasible." Qin Yu was no fool. Those he could beat would feel his wrath, while those he could not would hear him utter, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." Unable to confront them directly, he wondered if there might be an opportunity from the shadows. After much contemplation, he found himself devoid of any viable strategy. His experience was solely with mortals, and applying such tactics against cultivators was nearly futile, likely bringing more trouble upon himself. "My strength is far too weak to deal with them. I must resort to my final gambit." With resolute eyes, Qin Yu grasped the shovel once more, continuing to cleanse the remnants of filth. That night, he refrained from cultivation. He sought out 2 wooden boards and tinkered with them throughout the night. Before dawn broke, Qin Yu hurriedly departed with the wooden boards in hand. As dawn approached, disciples of the Xiantian sect emerged from their abodes, commencing a new day of tasks. The external disciples of the Beast Master Peak, as per their routine, rode their spirit beasts towards the peak for their lessons. Both the external disciples and servant disciples resided in the outer area of the sect, though the latter were located in a more secluded part. Inner disciples dwelled atop the major peaks, which belonged to the inner sanctum of the sect. During the day, servant disciples were required to perform tasks for the sect, while external disciples could choose to cultivate or attend classes at the various peaks to absorb diverse knowledge of cultivation. The external disciples of the Beast Master Peak charged forth on their spirit beasts, with those they encountered swiftly yielding to avoid confrontation. In the early stages of cultivation, the combat prowess of spirit beasts surpassed that of cultivators. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak have always been notoriously arrogant in the outer sect, with few daring to provoke them. However, a few years ago, their reckless behavior in a bustling marketplace incited widespread outrage. The law enforcement peak promptly mobilized the sect's enforcement team, apprehending all the disciples from Beast Master Peak. The law enforcement peak holds the authority to enforce sect regulations, presided over by the Grand Elder, making it one of the most powerful institutions within the sect. Ultimately, after deliberation among the sect's higher-ups, it was decided to prohibit the disciples of Beast Master Peak from bringing their spirit beasts into crowded public spaces. When attending classes in the inner sect, they must also select less frequented routes. Consequently, the disciples opted for a path that traverses the moonlit square, rendering the already sparsely populated area even more desolate. A day might pass without a single soul in sight. Today, as the outer sect disciples of Beast Master Peak followed their usual route, they were suddenly confronted with a barrier and a large wooden sign indicating that construction was underway at Moonlit Square. Construction? When did this happen? One disciple remarked. Who knows? Isn't it the responsibility of the Civil Engineering Pavilion? Another replied. But I don't see any workers around, the first one countered. Just because they're not visible doesn't mean they're not there. They might be working underground. Came the response. That accursed Civil Engineering Pavilion. They could at least inform us before starting work. Exactly. The other disciples chimed in. Boss, where do we go now? One disciple asked. Chapter 14. If we can't go through Moonlit Square, let us take the path through Maple Leaf Square. It's also quite deserted, and the distance is similar. Only unfortunate for that menial disciple from yesterday, my earth-shaking dragon elephant has wasted a day for nothing. From his hidden spot in the grass, Qin Yu observed the group of spirit beast riders murmuring among themselves. Due to the distance, he couldn't catch their words. After a moment, the earth-shaking dragon elephant let out a call, and they began to move in another direction. Success! Qin Yu exclaimed, raising his arm with enthusiasm. I wonder where they're headed now. He thought to himself, why should I concern myself with their affairs as long as they don't pass by here? He estimated that the disciples of Beast Master Peak would likely avoid this route for some time. With this obstacle resolved, two paths lay before Qin Yu. One option, to remove the sign before the inspectors arrive and clean up the square. This approach would be safe, though it would require daily setup of the sign, which could be quite the inconvenience. Secondly, let us place this sign here. Qin Yu had conducted research and discovered that the inspectors came from the law enforcement department, while the responsibility for the construction and maintenance of the sect lay with the Civil Engineering Pavilion beneath the Body Refinement Peak. The two entities had no intersection. Given that this sign could deceive the disciples of the Beast Master Peak, theoretically, it could also mislead the inspectors. If successful, he would no longer need to visit the Minghui Square, allowing him to cultivate directly within his cave dwelling. However, such a course of action carried the risk of exposure. Qin Yu took out the sect's regulations and studied them diligently. After a thorough reading, he found no mention of his intended actions within the rules. The regulations only enumerated prohibitions. Since there was no reference to his behavior, it implied that it was permissible. If one does not try, one cannot achieve. A bold venture could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. This world operates on the principle that the daring thrive, while the timid perish. At the moment he closed the sect regulations, a decision crystallized in Qin Yu's mind. Now, he would observe whether these two wooden plaques could indeed deceive the inspectors. Qin Yu continued to conceal himself in the grass, practicing diligently until 5 in the afternoon, when he finally opened his eyes and brushed off the debris clinging to him. A glance at the system progress bar revealed it had reached 60%, an increase of 4 percentage points. This progress bar was indeed correlated with his cultivation. Confirming his suspicions, Qin Yu began to survey his surroundings. The area remained eerily quiet. It seemed that the group of disciples from the Beast Master Peak had opted for a new route. Rising from the grass, Qin Yu slipped into a thicket closer to the entrance of Minghui Square, where he could hear the inspectors' conversation. After patiently waiting for half an hour, the same two inspectors from yesterday arrived punctually. When did Minghui Square begin construction? One of them exclaimed in surprise. What does it matter? Whether or not there is construction is the concern of the Civil Engineering Pavilion. It is not for us to worry. But how is the sanitation of Minghui Square being handled? Just consider it satisfactory. Haven't you seen the sign? It states that no outsiders are allowed. And even the miscellaneous disciples cannot enter, so how could they possibly clean it? This falls under irresistible circumstances. We will treat it as satisfactory. I wonder how long this construction will take. If we knew the exact duration, we could avoid the detour for future inspections. Indeed. Let us go. Let us hasten to the next location. The sooner we finish our checks, the sooner we can return to our cultivation. Lately, my progress has been slowing down. As their voices faded into the distance, Qin Yu emerged from the thicket, his face alight with excitement. He had executed his plan flawlessly, taking the wooden sign home. He etched additional words onto it. The recent remarks from the inspector had inspired him. Incorporating a specific time frame would enhance its effectiveness. Thus, Qin Yu inscribed a line of small characters at the lower right corner of the wooden sign. Due to the difficulties of this construction, it is expected to take 3 months. We apologize for any inconvenience caused, and we appreciate your understanding. Civil Engineering Pavilion. With this, the sign was perfected. Qin Yu hung the sign back up and returned to the wooden cabin, ready to commence his cultivation. As dusk descended, he noticed that Li Zhengtong had yet to return. How infuriating. He went out to have fun without inviting me. Never mind. Once I reach the first layer of Qi cultivation, he shall be the one to envy me. Back in the wooden cabin, Qin Yu prepared the fasting elixir, resolutely determined. He vowed not to emerge until the progress bar reached 100%, free from trivial distractions. Qin Yu's progress was remarkably substantial each day. Cultivation was exceedingly monotonous, akin to solving mathematical problems, particularly for newcomers to the realm of immortality. Achieving profound cultivation was a challenge. Only those with immense perseverance could persist day and night. Yet, Qin Yu was able to visualize his cultivation progress. After each period of practice, he would check his personal panel to observe the increase in the progress bar. Each increment in the bar became a new source of motivation for him to continue his training. As Qin Yu grew increasingly familiar with the Shantian skill, his cultivation speed gradually accelerated. Within his meridians, the originally pea-sized droplets of spiritual energy had coalesced into a small current, continuously enriched by new droplets of spiritual energy, gradually augmenting its strength. The progress bar on his personal panel consistently maintained a daily increase of over 10%. Thus, Qin Yu cultivated tirelessly for 9 days. On the evening of the 9th day, he felt a muffled sound resonate within his meridians. Immediately thereafter, he sensed a warm flow surge throughout his body, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of comfort. In that moment, Qin Yu recognized that he had successfully ascended to the first layer of Qi cultivation, officially joining the ranks of cultivators. Eagerly, Qin Yu opened his system personal panel. The progress bar had reverted to 0. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to replicate talents. A double blessing. With a slight exertion of his legs, Qin Yu leaped off the bed. How astonishingly powerful I had become. He meticulously examined the changes in his body. He felt remarkably light, infused with strength, and even his skin was smoother and more refined than before. The fish leap he could never perform in the past was now effortless. In merely 10 days, the transformation was astonishing. Qin Yu could not help but exclaim. No wonder everyone in this world aspires to cultivate. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Qin Yu lit a candle, pushed open the door, and gazed into the neighboring courtyard. It was quiet next door. Li Jingtong was not at home. It was quite late. How could that fellow still not have returned? Qin Yu sat patiently in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. As darkness enveloped the sky, the sound of the gate creaked open, and Li Zhengdong trudged in, his weariness palpable. Qin Yu immediately leaned over the courtyard wall, calling out, "Shout on. Where have you been gallivanting? Why return so late?" The sight of Li Zhengdong took Qin Yu by surprise. He was not merely fatigued, but utterly disheveled. His clothes were filthy and reeked, and his plump face was slightly swollen, as if he had been on the receiving end of a beating. Witnessing Li Zhengdong in such a state, Qin Yu's expression darkened. Who has wronged you? Upon hearing Qin Yu's voice, a wave of grievance surged within Li Zhengtong, prompting him to burst into tears. Brother Yu, you finally came out. Chapter 15. Qin Yu effortlessly vaulted over the courtyard wall and hurried to Li Zhengtong's side. What happened? Who did this to you? Gasping for breath, Li Zhengdong recounted. Brother Yu, that day I employed the method you taught me. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Did those 2 inspectors say you were unqualified and beat you up like this? No. Li Zhengtong wiped away his tears and continued. Those 2 inspectors actually said I performed well. As long as I didn't allow the maple leaves to accumulate too thickly, there was no need to work incessantly. I was quite pleased at the time, thinking I could take it easy during the day and practice a bit. However, the next day, a large group of people riding spirit beasts passed by, and those beasts left their droppings as they walked. I not only had to clear the fallen leaves but also the manure, and I found myself cleaning late into the night every day. Which spirit beast from the Beast Master Peak ended up there? Qin Yu had not anticipated that he had inadvertently placed Li Zhengtong in such a predicament. With so many paths available, they had chosen the Maple Leaf Square. It could only be said that Li Zhengtong was exceedingly unfortunate. How did you know they were from the Beast Master Peak? Li Zhengtong failed to notice the shift in Qin Yu's tone, feeling somewhat guilty. Qin Yu glanced at the stars above and deflected the conversation, asking, "Then what happened to your injuries?" Upon this inquiry, Li Zhengtong felt even more aggrieved. "There was too much work. I simply couldn't finish it all. Today, I mustered the courage to stand in front of those spirit beasts from the Beast Master Peak and asked them to take another route. To my surprise, their leader jumped down and without a word, slapped me, telling me to get lost." As he spoke, Qin Yu scrutinized Li Zhengtong. Noticing that he seemed slightly sturdier than 10 days prior, it was unlikely that normal training could yield such noticeable results in just 10 days. Could this be the effect of the tempering feedback from relentless labor? Each time he finished cleaning, did he gain a bit of strength? Having grasped the full context of the situation, Qin Yu consoled him, "Go wash up first. I will think of a solution for you. Brother Yu, please, do not confront those from the Beastmaster Peak. They are all seasoned outer disciples of the sect. We cannot compete with them, nor can we afford to provoke them." Qin Yu nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to challenge them in strength. Quickly change your clothes. You smell quite foul." "All right, Brother Yu." Li Zhengtong wiped his tears and stepped into the room. Qin Yu sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, feeling a sense of indecision. Should he assist Li Zhengtong? Currently, Li Zhengtong was enduring hardships, yet the relentless trials were indeed enhancing his innate talent. Thus, Qin Yu was uncertain whether intervening to alleviate Li Zhengtong's plight would ultimately be beneficial or detrimental. Listening to the occasional sobs emanating from the room, Qin Yu suddenly slapped his thigh. "I am truly despicable. It is because of me that Li Zhengtong has suffered such indignities, and here I am, hesitating to take action." Qin Yu felt an urge to slap himself. Seeing Li Zhengtong in such distress, he could scarcely imagine the grievances he had endured over the past 10 days. A boy of merely 14 or 15, separated from family and friends, bearing the hopes of his entire household, had ventured alone to Xian Tian's sect. He had expected to find paradise, yet discovered he was merely a janitor, subsisting on tasteless dietary pills, performing exhausting and filthy labor, and enduring reprimands from hygiene inspectors. All while being bullied by disciples from the Beast Control Peak. Even his sole friend remained hidden within the array, oblivious to the circumstances. He had no one to confide in. "Damn it, I must ensure that those brats from the Beast Control Peak face retribution." Qin Yu pondered deeply on the stone bench. Although he had reached the first layer of chi refinement, he was still too weak. Confronting them head-on was not an option. Should he procure 2 more wooden plaques to initiate construction at Maple Leaf Square? Qin Yu considered this but quickly dismissed the notion. If construction sites were too numerous, it would be too easy to expose himself. Not only would it fail to resolve Li Zhengtong's issues, but it would also entangle him in trouble. Furthermore, mere construction would not affect those brutes from the Beast Control Peak. Qin Yu sought to see them suffer consequences. A direct confrontation was out of the question. So he had to strike from the shadows. Qin Yu's mind first wandered to the idea of laxatives. Could he possibly administer laxatives to those spirit beasts? No. That would not work. Setting aside whether laxatives would even affect spirit beasts if they proved effective, he would have a trail of waste along the way. Wasn't that already too much? Moreover, poisoning contravened the sect's regulations. This approach was untenable. Qin Yu then contemplated traps and ambushes, but they either proved ineffective or posed excessive risks. In the face of absolute strength, any scheme or trick would be futile. Frustrated, Qin Yu rubbed his head, yearning to become Emperor Qin Yu at that moment, to thrust the heads of those brutes into the excrement left by their spirit beasts. It is unfeasible. My understanding of the sect remains superficial, and I possess no knowledge of the Beast Master Peak. Such idle speculation will yield no fruitful strategies. One must understand both oneself and the adversary to ensure success in every endeavor. Thus, Qin Yu resolved to gather intelligence tomorrow before deliberating further. Should circumstances prove insurmountable, he would have no choice but to temporarily halt construction at the Mingwei Plaza. Deceiving strangers might be acceptable, yet betraying friends weighed heavily on his conscience. "Are you ready?" Qin Yu inquired, observing Li Zhengtong, who had changed into a fresh attire. "Yes." Li Zhengtong nodded eagerly and asked, "Have you devised a plan, Brother Yu?" Qin Yu was Li Zhengtong's last glimmer of hope, if even he could not find a solution. Li Zhengtong felt it prudent to apply for a withdrawal from the sect at the earliest opportunity. With a sigh, Qin Yu acknowledged the formidable nature of the ruffians at Beast Master Peak. They were indeed a tough nut to crack, and a resolution would not come swiftly. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong's eyes dimmed with despair. Not even you, Brother Yu, can resolve this? Although Qin Yu too lacked a solution, he bore no resentment towards Li Zhengtong. He understood that perhaps his friend's expectations were simply too lofty. While Qin Yu was indeed formidable, he was not omnipotent. He was merely a novice disciple, having joined the sect less than half a month prior. And how could he possibly contend with the many external disciples who had been part of the sect for years? Look at your pitiful state, Qin Yu scolded. I merely stated that the thugs of Beastmaster Peak are not easily dealt with. I never implied that your issue is unsolvable. Instantly, hope rekindled in Li Zhengtong's heart. Brother Qin, your current challenges are twofold. An excess of fallen leaves and an abundance of waste, correct? Indeed. Li Zhengtong nodded vigorously. Addressing the waste issue may prove difficult. But the fallen leaves are a matter easily rectified. Li Zhengtong's mind raced, but he could not fathom a solution for the leaves. With so many falling with the slightest breeze, how could one remedy this? Did Brother Yu possess the ability to halt the wind? Seeing the perplexity on Li Zhengtong's face, Qin Yu realized he was overthinking the matter. Foolish. Qin Yu gently tapped Li Zhengtong on the head. The trees are not tall. Cannot you simply use a long stick to knock the leaves down from the branches? If the trees are devoid of leaves, there will be no fallen leaves. A sudden epiphany struck Li Zhengtong, and he promptly praised, Brother Yu, you are truly brilliant. However, Brother Yu, would this not violate the sect's regulations? Not at all. I have memorized the sect's rules, which state that one must not recklessly damage plants. However, we are not harming the trees. We are merely assisting them in accelerating their metabolic processes. Li Zhengtong gazed at Qin Yu with admiration, though some of his words eluded his comprehension. He sensed that Brother Yu spoke truths. Tonight, rest well. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to knock down the leaves. Once we accomplish this task, it will be a permanent solution, granting you more time to cultivate in the future. Qin Yu's actions were also a form of compensation for Li Zhengtong, who had silently assisted him by clearing waste for 10 days. Although Brother Yu remained silent, he held this gratitude close to his heart. Qin Yu added, as for that group from Beast Control Peak, give me a week, and I will undoubtedly resolve the matter for you. Li Zhengtong, teary-eyed, replied, Brother Yu, you are truly kind to me. Stop with the sentimentalities. Hurry back to your cultivation. All right. Wait. Come back. What is it, Brother Yu? Nothing. Just stand still. Damn it. That cursed Beast Control Peak nearly made me forget the matter at hand. Immediately, four talents appeared before Qin Yu. Chapter 16. Tempering Level. The jade must be carved to become a gem. A person must be honed to become talented. Only through sufficient trials and tribulations can one become a true powerhouse. One frequently encounters formidable challenges and life-threatening crises, yet crises and opportunities coexist. As long as one overcomes the crisis, equivalent rewards will follow. Non-replicable. Surviving calamity, level. Those favored by the heavens can always turn danger into safety and find life in dire straits. Non-replicable. Introduction to formation, level. Possessing a certain talent for formations, one can easily grasp the fundamentals, learn quickly, and proficiently apply formations. Non-replicable. Low-grade spiritual root, level. Barely possessing the talent for cultivation, but not much. A lifetime destined to serve as a menial disciple. Replicable. It seems I can only replicate level talents. Wait, I can still replicate a low-grade spiritual root? Qin Yu's spirit lifted. What would happen if a person possessed 2 low-grade spiritual roots? Would their cultivation speed double? Without hesitation, Qin Yu chose to replicate the low-grade spiritual root once more. Replication successful. Qin Yu immediately opened the personal panel of the system. Name, Qin Yu, talent, medium-grade spiritual root, level, progress, 0, note, upon reaching 100 progress. An opportunity to replicate talent will be granted. His spiritual root had transformed into a medium-grade spiritual root. 2 low-grade spiritual roots could indeed merge into 1 medium-grade spiritual root. Qin Yu felt an overwhelming joy, as if he had unlocked a new function of the system. Could those 2 medium-grade spiritual roots also combine to form a high-grade spiritual root? This means that I merely need to gain 2 more opportunities for talent replication to possess a high-grade spiritual root. Once I have a high-grade spiritual root, acquiring 4 additional opportunities for talent replication would grant me a supreme spiritual root. From having no spiritual root to obtaining a supreme spiritual root, I only require 8 chances for replication. If each level breakthrough grants me 1 replication opportunity, then reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement would allow me to possess a supreme spiritual root. Qin Yu finally realized he had previously underestimated the system. It turns out the system is remarkably powerful. You should return to rest. I will take my leave. Qin Yu exchanged a few words with Li Zhengtong before effortlessly scaling the wall and returning to his room. He was eager to experience the essence of possessing a medium-grade spiritual root. Li Zhengtong scratched his head in confusion, vacillating between allowing Qin Yu to proceed and urging him to return. What did Brother Yu mean by this? Suddenly, realization dawned on Li Zhengtong as his eyes widened. Had Brother Yu truly just vaulted over the wall? When had he become so formidable? No, Brother Yu had always possessed such prowess. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yu activated the formation within and hastily assumed a meditative posture. Soon, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, flowing rapidly through his meridians. In no time, it completed a full cycle. The smoothness of the cultivation process enveloped Qin Yu in immense comfort, leading him to lose himself in the depths of his practice. The night was serene, occasionally interrupted by the gentle chirping of insects, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The soft moonlight filtered through the windows, casting a luminous glow upon the handsome visage of the young man, resembling a masterpiece of art. Time slipped away, second by second, until the resounding chime of the sect's bell reluctantly pulled Qin Yu from his meditative state. He sensed that the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians had substantially increased, filling him with exhilaration. My cultivation speed is at least 3 times what it was before. With anticipation, Qin Yu opened the personal panel of his system. However, upon viewing the progress bar, a wave of disappointment washed over him. After an entire night of cultivation, the progress had only reached 3%. If he had possessed a low-grade spiritual root, he would have only increased by 1% in the same time frame. The difficulty of advancing from the first to the second layer of Qi refinement had increased 5-fold. Cultivating immortality was indeed no simple feat, thankfully. I have a medium-grade spiritual root. Otherwise, the next breakthrough would seem a distant dream. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Qin Yu retrieved a nourishing pill and swallowed it. Finding his mouth parched, he smacked his lips. While the initial consumption of the nourishing pill was convenient, relying on it for sustenance for an entire week had become burdensome. He felt as though his digestive system was on the verge of atrophy. Back in the small town, he could fish, catch a few wild rabbits, or hunt mountain chickens to enhance his meals. He never expected that life at the Cultivation Sect would be less comfortable than before. I need to find a way to improve my situation. Qin Yu realized that there were numerous tasks awaiting his attention. After straightening his attire, he called for Li Zhengtong to accompany him to Maple Leaf Square. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong inquired, don't you need to clean your own square? In recent days, Li Zhengtong had been so overwhelmed with work that he had no time to seek out Qin Yu. Unaware that the sign for construction had already been posted at Mingwei Square, Qin Yu casually replied, it doesn't matter whether I clean it or not. Let's focus on getting yours done first. Brother Yu, you are truly kind. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly dedicate myself to repay you. Qin Yu, do you believe I would strike you? Upon arriving at Maple Leaf Square, Li Zhengtong handed a long wooden stick to Qin Yu. Brother Yu, you strike the leaves while I sweep the ground. In Li Zhengtong's view, sweeping was far more laborious than striking leaves. Using a stick was too cumbersome. Qin Yu discarded the stick and approached a maple tree. The tree was roughly the width of an adult's thigh, and Qin Yu wrapped his arms around the trunk, channeling his inner energy to shake it vigorously. The sound of rustling leaves echoed as the vibrant maple leaves cascaded down like a torrential rain. In a mere moment, the once lush tree was stripped of half its foliage, with only a few stubborn leaves clinging to the tips of its branches. Qin Yu had no intention of sparing these remaining leaves either. He sought a thorough eradication, leaving no trace behind. He tossed the wooden stick back to Li Zhengtong. Stop dawdling. Bring down the remaining leaves. All right. Li Zhengtong promptly began his task. Brother Yu, how do you possess such incredible strength? What is your secret? Qin Yu replied. Focus on your work. Refrain from prying. Brother Yu, please teach me how to become as strong as you. Qin Yu responded. Dedicate yourself to diligent training. Together, they rendered each maple tree bald. In just a few minutes, they transitioned from early autumn to the depths of winter. Once the trees were dealt with, they needed to clear the fallen leaves from the ground. You continue sweeping. The beast from Beast Master Peak should be arriving shortly. I will find a place to hide for a while. Understood. Li Zhengtong thought little of it and began sweeping. Meanwhile, Qin Yu wandered around, searching for wild chickens or rabbits to enhance their meal. Soon, he stumbled upon a small wild river, with no signs prohibiting fishing in sight. Where there is water, there are fish, and he could catch a few to improve their diet tonight. Rubbing his hands together, excitement bubbled within him. In his previous life, he was an avid fisherman with a wealth of experience. As long as there were fish in this river, he would not return empty-handed. Once their work was done, he planned to visit the small market to purchase a fishing hook and dig for some worms to try his luck. Within the Xintian sect, there existed a marketplace where disciples traded among themselves. Some disciples sold pills they had concocted, spiritual herbs they had harvested, and unwanted spiritual tools. Additionally, many disciples offered everyday necessities and various snacks. Currency could be in the form of contribution points from the sect, universally accepted spirit stones, or copper coins, silver, and gold from Yang Kingdom. Essentially, any valuable items could be traded in that marketplace. Chapter 17 estimating that the disciples of Beast Master Peak had departed. Qin Yu strolled back to Maple Leaf Square. As anticipated, there was an increase in the excrement of spirit beasts, and the amount this time surpassed that of previous occasions. It seemed that Li Zhongtong's actions yesterday had provoked them, inciting their retaliation. Qin Yu silently cursed under his breath and hastened to Li Zhongtong's side. Did they say anything? They merely inquired about the missing leaves from the tree and did not mention anything else. Qin Yu nodded. Very well, let us commence. After our work this evening, we shall catch a few fish to roast and enjoy. Li Zhongtong, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. For he had been subsisting on fasting pills and longed for delectable food. The two worked together, their efforts far more efficient than if one were to toil alone. In no time, they completed the task of disposing of the refuse. Qin Yu dusted off his garments and addressed Li Zhongtong. Please tidy up the remaining bits of foliage. I shall wander about for a while. All right. Qin Yu meandered along the path taken by the disciples of Beastmaster Peak. It was inconceivable that the spirit beasts confined their excretions solely to the square. They undoubtedly did not spare the trails either. However, Qin Yu observed that these creatures refrained from soiling the main thoroughfares, as there were no servant disciples assigned to clean them. This indicated that the spirit beasts possessed some degree of self-control. Their choice to defecate in the square was a deliberate act, treating it as their personal latrine, while the servant disciples were relegated to the role of their caretakers. This was precisely what made the outer disciples of Beastmaster Peak so detestable. Qin Yu surmised that the spirit beasts could not be targeting only them. Other areas tended by servant disciples must also have been transformed into toilets. As expected, he soon encountered the first unfortunate servant disciple, a young man named Xiaoji, who had recently joined the sect this year, though Qin Yu did not recognize him. Xiaoji readily identified him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaoji began lamenting about the spirit beast dilemma at Beastmaster Peak. Xiaoji had attempted to resist the issue, but was met with scorn from the disciples of Beastmaster Peak. Fortunately, he had not faced any physical punishment, suggesting that only a select few unfortunate souls bore the brunt of such violence. Qin Yu speculated that perhaps the disciples had just been irritated by Xiaoji, and upon arriving at Maple Leaf Square, they channeled their frustration onto Li Zhongtong, striking him in their vexation. Quietly noting the circumstances, Qin Yu continued onward. Within half an hour, he encountered 5 or 6 other servant disciples grappling with the same predicament. Strength lies in numbers. The more individuals who harbored grievances against Beastmaster Peak, the better. Qin Yu envisioned uniting them to collectively confront the disciples of Beastmaster Peak. However, Qin Yu found himself at a loss, unable to conceive a viable course of action, regardless of their numbers. In the presence of the outer disciples of the Beastmaster Peak, they would merely be capable of throwing a few punches. Their strength was woefully inadequate. Should they collectively approach the sect to voice their concerns? Qin Yu felt there was little hope in that direction. Not to mention that they had no idea whom to approach. Even if they did, what could they achieve? In the eyes of the sect, they were merely laborers. And whether they toiled more or less was of little consequence. It was not that the sect was heartless, but rather that those with inferior spiritual roots had scant prospects for cultivation. The sect had not only accepted them, but also provided the most advanced cultivation techniques, the ideal environment for cultivation, and ensured the safety of their persons and property. Was it not reasonable to expect them to contribute labor in return? If they were unwilling to work, why would the sect have taken them in? Thus, to resolve this issue, they could not rely on the sect. They had to depend on themselves. Yet, the few of them, as mere auxiliary disciples, were still too weak. He wondered if there were any adversaries at the Beastmaster Peak within the sect. It would be prudent to inquire about that when time permitted. After wandering, Qin Yu returned to Maple Leaf Square. The aftermath of the Beastmaster Peak's spirit beasts had left a scene of utter disarray. Qin Yu and Li Zhongtong swiftly tidied up, finishing just before the arrival of the inspection personnel. You wait for the inspectors here. I will take a stroll through the marketplace. After the inspection, you can find me there, he instructed. All right, brother Yu. Qin Yu hurriedly departed, following the map for over half an hour until he reached the sect's marketplace. In stark contrast to the desolate Maple Leaf Square, the marketplace was bustling with activity. Various shops lined the streets. Restaurants, tea houses, taverns, establishments selling spirit herbs, spirit pets, weapons, and cultivation techniques all were present in abundance. To Qin Yu's astonishment, some shops were even chains from external sections. For instance, there was a weapon shop under the auspices of the Wangtai sect, a spirit pet shop affiliated with the Huanyao Pavilion, and a spirit herb shop operated by the Wanyi Valley, among others. These 3 sects were leaders in their respective fields. The Xiantian sect boasted the weapon refining peak, the Beastmaster Peak, and the alchemy peak, with spirit weapons, elixirs, and spirit pets as the primary products and sources of income for these peaks. The introduction of such shops would undoubtedly impact local industries. Yet, these establishments not only thrived but flourished, which was a testament to the Xiantian sect's magnanimity. Such grandeur was fitting for the foremost sect of the Liang Kingdom. The marketplace essentially housed branches from all sects, and after an extensive search, Qin Yu found himself frustrated at the absence of a branch for the Hehuan sect. It seemed the Xintian sect was still too feudal, lacking in inclusivity. With regard to these luxurious shops, Qin Yu could only observe from afar. Even the simplest offerings, whether a bowl of liquor or a cup of tea, began at the cost of spirit stones or contribution points. Unless Qin Yu sells the sword gifted by the second elder upon his entry, he will not be able to trade evenly Zhengtong for a cup of tea. Currently, Qin Yu possesses only a modest sum of copper coins and a few pieces of silver. Thus, he can only peruse the roadside stalls set up by his fellow disciples. The variety of goods at these stalls surpasses that found in shops, albeit with a noticeable decline in quality. As he approached a stall run by a disciple from the Alchemy Peak, he inquired, "Might you have any elixirs to hasten cultivation?" The response was affirmative, indeed. There are Qi refining pills available for 8 contribution points or 8 low-grade spirit stones, and vitality powder for 5 contribution points or 5 spirit stones per packet. A series of options followed, all requiring either contribution points or spirit stones for purchase. Too expensive. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly and promptly moved on. After inquiring around, he found that he could not afford anything related to cultivation. His silver and copper coins, mere mortal currency, could only procure ordinary essentials or simple snacks. A skewer of candied hawthorn cost 3 copper coins, a grilled sausage also 3 coins, and a serving of fried chicken strips 5 coins. Everything here is exorbitantly priced. Qin Yu lamented internally. In his hometown, 2 copper coins could buy a fragrant meat pie and a bowl of steaming tofu pudding, yet here, he could hardly afford a skewer of candied hawthorn. Most of the brothers selling various snacks were likely disciples nearing the end of their tenure, preparing to leave the sect and return home, eager to earn a bit of silver before their departure. Consequently, prices were significantly higher than those outside. Complaining aside, he had to spend what was necessary. Qin Yu purchased 2 grilled sausages, 2 large meat buns, and 2 servings of fried pork tenderloin. He refrained from buying candied hawthorn, as he preferred flat snacks. With a hearty bite of the meat bun followed by a piece of fried pork, Qin Yu savored the flavors, reveling in the culinary delight after a week devoid of indulgence. The meat bun was juicy, the pork tender was crispy on the outside and tender within, and the grilled sausage had a delightful crunch. With each bite, tears nearly welled in his eyes, reminiscing about his previous hardships. In times of need, it was indeed fried food that came to his rescue. As he observed the bustling market, a sense of something missing lingered in his mind. How could such a lively place be devoid of stinky tofu? In his past life, no street food market was complete without its presence. Regrettably, this world lacked the culinary treasure of stinky tofu, leaving Qin Yu with an insatiable yearning for familiar flavors. When I am in need of money in the future, I shall return here to sell stinky tofu, using my ancestral recipe to conquer all within the Xintian sect. Chapter 18. After wandering the market, Qin Yu failed to locate a shop selling fishing hooks. However, he successfully rendezvoused with Li Zhengtong, handing over the grilled sausages, meat buns, and fried pork tenderloin. Li Zhengtong's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to devour the food with great enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, there is such a plethora of delicacies at the market, remarked Li Zhengtong as he munched on his food, his words somewhat muffled. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. By the way, did those 2 inspectors say anything? Li Zhengtong replied. They merely inquired curiously about the leaves on the trees, nothing more. That's good to hear. Qin Yu responded. Have you managed to procure any fishing hooks? Li Zhengtong asked. Qin Yu shook his head. They aren't sold here, but I did buy a few embroidery needles, so I can craft my own. As the 2 continued their leisurely chat and aimless wandering, they suddenly heard a commotion up ahead. Damn it, those bullies from Beastmaster Peak are back. What a stroke of misfortune. Let us go, let us go. We must avoid any conflict with them. The disciples of Zuaniangong who were setting up their stalls grumbled. Business is bound to suffer tonight. I'll just pack up. There were hardly any customers to begin with, and now with their arrival, there will be even fewer. You all should hurry and pack up too. Last time, they insisted on buying a pill worth 8 contribution points for 5, and I can't afford to provoke them. Qin Yu hastily called out to one of the disciples who was packing up. Excuse me, brother, what are you referring to? Who else could it be but those from Beastmaster Peak? You're new here, aren't you? You don't even know them. Qin Yu inquired. Are they the outer sect disciples who ride spirit beasts to attend classes at Beastmaster Peak every day? Yes, precisely them. Curiosity piqued, Qin Yu asked. Why do so many people leave when they arrive? Do they have the audacity to ride their spirit beast in the market? Not quite. We simply find their behavior distasteful. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, sensing there was a story behind this. Brother, I just arrived this year and am unaware of the background. Might you enlighten me? Certainly. Allow me to explain. The situation is quite straightforward. The disciples of Beastmaster Peak take advantage of their formidable spirit beasts and behave arrogantly in the outer sect. Moreover, due to the necessity of caring for their spirit beasts, they all reside together, fostering close bonds and unity, thus forming a significant influence in the outer sect. In contrast, disciples from other peaks are randomly assigned to their abodes. For instance, alchemy and weapon refinement disciples may live next door to one another. This arrangement by the sect aims to prevent the disciples from different peaks from banding together and disrupting the peace of the outer sect. Unfortunately, this inadvertently provides the disciples of Beastmaster Peak with the audacity they exhibit. Previously, they would often ride their spirit beasts recklessly, and no one dared to confront them. Until one day, they rode into the market, demanding others to clear the way, which incited public outrage, resulting in their arrest by the enforcement team on charges of provocation. Consequently, the sect decreed that their spirit beasts were prohibited from appearing in densely populated public areas. Ah, I see now. No wonder they only traverse through Mingwei Square or Fengye Square. Qin Yu inquired, now that they no longer ride spirit beasts, why do we still avoid them? It's not so much avoidance, explained the disciple. Firstly, the previous experiences have left a lasting impression, and seeing that group makes us feel nauseated. Secondly, their conduct is so lacking in decency that even without spirit beasts, they create disturbances everywhere. Take my pill as an example. It is priced at 8 contribution points. Yet they insist on acquiring it for merely 5. 5 points don't even cover my costs, so I cannot sell it. However, if I refuse to sell, they gather around my stall, preventing genuine buyers from making a purchase. Moreover, the enforcement team cannot do anything about it. The sect's regulations do not prohibit haggling. Many have longed to confront them, but the sect's rules restrain them, allowing this group to act with such impunity. They are nothing but bothersome nuisances. The scourge of the outer sect of Xuantiangong. Brother, I must take my leave. That group is approaching. I advise you not to linger here, lest your pleasant mood be soured by them. As the elder brother tidied up his stall, he spoke with Qin Yu. Thank you for the warning, Qin Yu said, pulling Li Zhonggong away swiftly from the marketplace. Those from the Beastmaster Peak are truly the tyrants of the sect. It's utterly despicable, Li Zhongtong complained incessantly. They are hardly deserving of such a title. It seems they have never faced the harsh realities of society. Qin Yu smirked. I already have a plan to deal with them. Really? Brother Yu, what is it? Qin Yu whispered his strategy into Li Zhongtong's ear. Li Zhongtong's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gave a thumbs up. Brother Yu, this tactic of using another's weapon against them is simply brilliant. Indeed, it takes a villain to handle a villain. Who are you calling a villain? Qin Yu responded. Brother Yu, that's not what I meant. I meant to say you are truly cunning and resourceful. Li Zhongtong clutched his head, flustered. All right, enough. Just keep your mouth shut and flaunt your bravado. There's no need to act cultured. Li Zhongtong chuckled sheepishly. Brother Yu is impressive. This plan requires more participants. I will reach out to others tomorrow, and we will execute it tomorrow night. Understood? Li Zhongtong straightened up, responding earnestly. Understood. The following morning, Qin Yu was the first to find Xiaozhi. After hearing Qin Yu's plan, Xiaozhi raised both his hands and feet in agreement. Brother Yu, what should I do? Just tell me. I have long detested those from the Beastmaster Peak. All right, you simply need to do this, Qin Yu instructed. Do you understand? Understood, Xiaozhi affirmed. Be discreet and avoid being noticed. Let us gather at the marketplace at midnight. Understood. Subsequently, Qin Yu sought out several other outer disciples who had suffered greatly at the hands of their oppressors. They received unanimous support from the group. These individuals, having been pampered in their families since childhood, had never experienced such indignities. Now, with the opportunity to exact revenge on the scoundrels from the Beast Control Peak, their spirits soared with enthusiasm. After agreeing on a time, Qin Yu patiently awaited the arrival of nightfall. The wretches from the Beast Control Peak could never fathom that the refuse they had cast today would become the very ammunition aimed at them tomorrow. At midnight, the marketplace fell silent, its shops shuttered, and the once bustling streets lay desolate. Ordinary cultivators do not lack the need for sleep. Rather, they can substitute cultivation for rest. Thus, by the late hours, most had retreated to their own caves or those of others to engage in solitary or mutual cultivation. At this moment, a few figures stealthily approached, their faces concealed, each carrying a large burlap sack on their backs. Chapter 19. Have you arrived? Qin Yu's voice suddenly resonated from behind, startling Xiaozhi and the others. Brother Yu, it's you. You nearly gave me a heart attack, exclaimed Xiaozhi, adjusting his chest as he spoke, clad in a hood. Why are you wearing those things? Qin Yu inquired, gesturing towards their hoods. We're just trying to avoid being recognized, one disciple explained. What nonsense. There is no one left in the marketplace at this hour. Even the donkeys have returned home. Besides, with your lackluster skills, if you were spotted, do you honestly believe you could escape? Qin Yu retorted. Your furtive demeanor only betrays your guilt and draws more attention. Hastily, Xiaoji and the others removed their hoods. Hand them over. I shall keep them safe. Qin Yu instructed. The group obediently surrendered their hoods, watching as Qin Yu donned one himself. Brother Yu, why are you wearing it? Xiaoji asked. You wouldn't understand. As the leader, I must shoulder the greatest risks. If you were the enforcer, and you saw a group of ordinary folk alongside one hooded figure, whom would you apprehend? Xiaoji hung his head in shame, murmuring, the one in the hood. Precisely. If they come for me, you will have the opportunity to flee. The group wore expressions of remorse. Brother Yu, we apologize, we misjudged you. You hardly know me. I bear no ill will towards you. But remember this. I, Qin, will never betray my brothers. The transgressions of the beast control peak are against you, not me. I am merely unable to tolerate their actions. Their bullying of our menial disciples, which compelled me to intervene. Even so, I shall bear the greatest risk, should I be captured. I will never divulge the identities of any one of you. At the same time, I hope that if you are unfortunately captured, you will not betray any of your brothers. Qin Yu spoke with such fervor that Xiaoji and the others were deeply moved. Truly, Brother Yu is the greatest person in the world. Rest assured, even if I am expelled from the sect, I will never reveal a single soul. I feel the same. All right, everyone, proceed according to the plan. Be sure to spread out a bit and make the scene appear more authentic. Once this area is arranged, we must also prepare the central square. I have learned that the disciples from the enforcement peak will patrol at 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. So we only have 1 hour to hasten our pace. As the group carried the sacks away, Qin Yu handed Li Jingtong a black hood. In the haste of the day's events, he had forgotten to bring one himself, but thankfully, the younger disciples were thoughtful. Li Jingtong accepted the black hood. Looking puzzled at Qin Yu, with a light slap to the back of Li Jingtong's head, Qin Yu remarked, Are you foolish? The enforcers 1T capture those wearing hoods. They will only seize the slowest runners. It's not that brothers lack loyalty, rather, there is a sequence to brotherhood. Qin Yu mused inwardly. Li Jingtong suddenly understood. Ah, I see, he exclaimed, and then returned the hood to Qin Yu. What do you mean by that? Qin Yu inquired. I am the one who runs the slowest. Li Jingtong replied. Indeed, Li Jingtong typically undertook the most labor, leaving him with the least time for cultivation. With everyone's talents being relatively equal, limited training time naturally resulted in lower cultivation levels and slower speeds. The group hurriedly traversed the bustling market with their sacks. Qin Yu remained vigilant of his surroundings while directing the others. Tongzi, don't place it there. The density is a bit too high. Xiaoxi, position that large bundle in the center of the path. Yes, right there. Aimed at the entrances of the 100 Artifacts Pavilion and the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. You over there, sprinkle some water. It's too dry on that side. Don't put too much here. We still need to place some in the central square. Let us make it look natural. Hurry, we have just half an hour left. Speed up. After a busy hour, the group hastily departed before the patrol arrived. Not long after they left, the personnel from the enforcement peak commenced their rounds. This time, 2 individuals arrived, as their patrols typically served more as a formality. After the market shops closed, protective formations would activate, and some shop owners and employees even rested within the confines of their stores. What thief would dare to steal? From another perspective, any cultivator bold enough to attempt theft would hardly be noticed by these 2 junior disciples. Yet, on this day, as the 2 patrolling disciples appeared, they suddenly emitted a sharp, piercing alarm. The spacious market street lay covered in the excrement of spirit beasts, with tufts of fur swirling in the wind. While an unbearable stench lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate, only 2 patrolling disciples occupied the deserted thoroughfare, each pinching their noses. What has transpired here? One inquired. The other responded decisively. It must be the people from Beastmaster Peak who have sneaked over with their spirit beasts again. After the last time our enforcement team apprehended them, they were quite indignant, and now they have returned to provoke us. I suspected that the disciples from Beastmaster Peak had been frequenting the market at night for reconnaissance. It was all premeditated. What shall we do now? Those rascals seem to think they can act with impunity, daring to challenge our enforcement team. They are courting disaster. One of them said ominously. Let us do nothing for now and simply maintain the current scene. When dawn breaks and the shops open, the crowd will surely address them. We will return to inform our brothers, and when the commotion begins, we shall wait to capture them after they have been thoroughly dealt with. It seems our previous punishment was too lenient. They have not learned their lesson. The other concurred. I have long harbored disdain for them. Now that they have delivered themselves right to our doorstep, we shall not hold back. The 2 patrolling disciples were adamant that this was the handiwork of the Beastmaster Peak disciples. Being seasoned disciples themselves, they could easily discern the obvious signs of fabrication, thus concluding it was a setup. Yet, this detail was of little consequence. What mattered was their long-standing disdain for the Beast Master Peak disciples. Now finally finding an opportunity to teach them a lesson. To fabricate a crime, one need not be bereft of excuses, especially with such conspicuous evidence laid bare before them. They were unaware of who had orchestrated the predicament for the Beast Master Peak disciples, but they knew that an entertaining spectacle was imminent. After completing their patrol, the two enforcement disciples returned with smiles to continue their training. That night, Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiaoji did not practice at all, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama come dawn. Chapter 20. As the first light of dawn broke, the proprietor of the 100 Artifacts Pavilion opened the shop as usual, dispelling the array. Just as he inhaled deeply the fresh morning air, an overpowering stench assaulted his senses. Ugh, what is that foul odor? What has transpired on this street? The proprietor quickly activated the array to isolate himself from the noxious smell. Upon observing the street's condition, he returned to the shop with a broad smile. Noticing their master's jovial demeanor, the staff inquired, "What delightful news has come upon you, master? Just step outside and take a look for yourselves. But be careful not to exit the array. Xiao Zhang, bring me that 1-meter-long iron rod. I've suffered significant losses in clients because of it." And now the opportunity for revenge has finally arrived. The proprietor of Baichi Pavilion gritted his teeth and declared. A similar scene unfolded across various shops. Some establishments prepared long sticks for every individual, regardless of age or gender. One shop owner commanded, "When I give the signal, strike fiercely without mercy, leave no one unscathed. However, refrain from using spiritual energy, as we are on foreign territory. Let's not cause any fatalities." These shopkeepers were merchants, and merchants valued foot traffic above all. The greater the number of people outside, the more customers would enter their shops, leading to increased profits. Yet, whenever the disciples from Beast Master Peak appeared in the market, the crowd diminished by more than half, severely impacting their businesses. They had reported this issue to their sect, but no solutions had been offered. Surely, one could not deprive someone of their freedom to roam the market simply because others found them unlikable. Moreover, the shopkeepers dared not provoke the disciples of Beast Master Peak. Previously, a pharmacy had incurred their ire, resulting in the disciples entering the shop in waves, neither scolding nor causing a ruckus, simply meandering about. With the disciples present, other customers seeking elixirs were dissuaded from entering. After all, there were numerous pharmacies, prices and quality were comparable, making it easy to switch to another. The shopkeeper had grievances but lacked the power to evict them. Consequently, within a few days, the pharmacy relocated. This left the remaining shopkeepers with no choice but to swallow their frustrations. However, depriving someone of their livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. And these shopkeepers had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the disciples of Beast Master Peak. They merely lacked the opportunity to retaliate. Finally, fortune smiled upon them. The disciples of Beast Master Peak were about to face misfortune, and their chance for vengeance had arrived. Simultaneously, the senior brothers and sisters setting up stalls in the market arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing this chaotic spectacle, their anger was palpable. At least the shops could remain open, but they had lost even their space to set up stalls. The disciples from Beast Master Peak had crossed the line. A voice in the crowd shouted, and a chorus of responses echoed from all directions. The disciples of Beast Master Peak were utterly lawless. They had even taken away their space to operate, which felt like a threat to their very existence. "We can't endure this any longer, brothers. If we let this slide, they'll come for us next time. Can we tolerate this? No, absolutely not. Let us go, those with courage. Follow me to their quarters and bring them here." Instantly, a formidable throng surged toward the residence of the disciples from Beast Master Peak, concealed within the ranks. Qin Yu and his companions were overwhelmed with joy, their excitement surpassing even Qin Yu's expectations. It was evident that the disciples of the Beast Master Peak had committed numerous transgressions. Observing the reactions of the crowd towards the Beast Master Peak disciples the previous day, Qin Yu had deduced that these disciples had become the pariahs of society, universally reviled. However, their transgressions were shielded by the sect's regulations, rendering the masses powerless. Qin Yu cleverly intended to exploit this loophole. If they sought protection under the sect's rules, then let them be the first to breach those very rules. Thus, last night, he collected the excrement of spirit beasts and strategically placed it in bustling areas, such as the marketplace and the central square, fabricating an illusion of wrongdoing by the Beast Master Peak disciples. He provided the crowd with a catalyst. No one cared whether it was genuine, as long as it ignited the flames of dissent. What the people needed was merely a justification that would evade the sect's punitive measures. Soon, a gathering of individuals arrived at the entrance of the dwelling where the disciples of the Beast Master Peak resided. As Qin Yu surveyed the scene, he noticed that the abodes of the Beast Master Sect disciples were fundamentally similar to his own, with the only distinction being that their courtyards were slightly more spacious. accommodating their spirit beasts. Kong Tianjiao, come out. Someone bellowed. Kong Tianjiao was the master of the earth-shaking dragon elephant and the leader among the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak. Hearing the commotion outside, the disciples emerged from their abodes, startled by the spectacle. What do you want? They exclaimed, quickly activating the defensive formations within their courtyards. However, upon reflection, they recalled that they had not engaged in any violations of sect rules recently, emboldening them to retort, "Are you trying to stir up trouble? You are quite audacious." Qin Yu raised his voice amidst the crowd. "Get lost. Who do you think you are?" Call Kong Tianjiao out. A senior brother stepped forward. Addressing all the disciples of the Beast Master Peak, "You openly defy the sect's regulations and disrupt the peace of the outer sect. I will count to 5. If you do not come out, we shall breach your formations and drag you out." 5. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak were indignant. "What have we done? Do not slander us. Indeed, if you claim we have violated sect rules, specify which ones." "Humph. Are you unaware of your own actions? Bold enough to act yet cowardly to admit it, a bunch of spineless fools." 4. 3. Witnessing the rising fury among the crowd, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak grew increasingly anxious. "What do you intend to do? Intruding into another's dwelling is a violation of sect regulations, and the consequences could lead to the forfeiture of cultivation and expulsion from the Shantian sect. And yet, you dare invoke sect rules? Did you not think of them while desecrating the marketplace and central square with your spirit beasts last night? You have initially violated the sect's regulations, and we are now here to uphold justice by apprehending you. Enough of this pointless chatter." Qin Yu, well aware of the adage that villains perish from excessive verbosity, boldly interrupted the dispute, exclaiming, "Stop counting. Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me." With a resounding crash, Kong Tianjiao kicked open the door, pointing at everyone and cursing, "Have you all grown bold? Let us see who dares to breach my formation." As he adjusted his attire, he strode confidently outside, followed by a charming female disciple whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the sight of so many onlookers, smoothing out the creases in her clothes. This scene ignited a fury among the crowd. Not only had they wreaked havoc on their stalls without a hint of remorse, but they also seemed to revel in the presence of a woman. It was as if they held them in utter contempt. "Charge in and seize him," they clamored, rushing forward, shattering the formation and binding Kong Tianjiao tightly. The ropes used to bind him were crafted from a spiritual treasure, capable of suppressing the spiritual energy within him. Fearful that the suppression might not suffice, some produced an array of restraining talismans, affixing them all over Kong Tianjiao's body, pulling out their most treasured artifacts without hesitation for the sake of overcoming this adversary. The earth-shaking dragon, terrified, cowered in a corner, ignoring Kong Tianjiao's calls. These humans were utterly terrifying. "I hardly know Kong Tianjiao. What in the world are you doing?" He realized that the crowd was serious and could no longer feign indifference. "I advise you to remain calm, brothers. Please help me." Silence. Someone brandished a binding talisman, slapping it onto Kong Tianjiao's mouth. The other disciples of the Beast Master Peak recoiled in fear, none daring to step forward. Yet, Kong Tianjiao's words served as a reminder. "Brothers, let not a single disciple of the Beast Master Peak escape." To those inside, they declared, "Will you come out willingly, or shall we come in and drag you out?" I hail from Shudao Mountain. 1. Brothers, storm in and retrieve them. Chapter 21. Wait, do not attack the formation. We will come out ourselves. Faced with such ferocity, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak quickly lost their nerve. The damage to the formation would require them to expend contribution points to repair. "We can come out. But if we must die, we demand clarity. What gives you the right to lay hands on us? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, we shall summon the enforcement team." The crowd responded with chilling laughter. "A stubborn duck, refusing to acknowledge its own actions, is it? They do not seek an explanation. They intend to bring them to the marketplace for a thorough elucidation." The crowd, escorting the disciples of Beast Master Peak, marched back to the marketplace in a grand procession. Along the way, they encountered several outer sect disciples, who, upon learning that those being apprehended were from Beast Master Peak, hurriedly returned to rally their friends. One word led to another, and soon countless disciples flocked to the scene, encircling the marketplace in a manner that left no room for passage. Throughout this journey, the disciples of Beast Master Peak were on the verge of tears. What grievous offense had they committed to incur such wrath? Each individual meticulously reflected upon their actions over the past few days, and upon careful consideration, they concluded that they had not engaged in any egregious behavior. If so, why were they being captured? As this realization dawned upon them, all eyes turned to Kong Tianjiao. The crowd had arrived shouting his name, clearly intent on holding him accountable. Surely he must have done something nefarious to bring this calamity upon them all. At that moment, Kong Tianjiao was nearing his breaking point, bound and hoisted above their heads. He resembled a monkey on display at a zoo. To exacerbate his humiliation, his face was plastered with talismans, a most mortifying sight. Upon reaching the marketplace, the crowd thrust the disciples of Beastmaster Peak to the forefront. Look at the havoc you wreaked last night, turning a perfectly good marketplace into this. How are we to conduct business now? Someone lamented. Another added, the central square has also been rendered impassable. Gazing upon the filthy streets, the disciples of Beastmaster Peak were bewildered. Did I do this? How could I not know? They questioned. No, this is certainly not my doing. Someone is framing us. One of them exclaimed, you fools, we've been wrongfully accused, and you can't see it. Look at this pile of excrement. The left side is from a metal-eating beast, and the right side is from a sky rat. It's obvious someone has fabricated this. Xiaoxi interjected. How dare you still argue when the evidence is right before your eyes? Li Zhengtong added. If this waste wasn't tea produced by your spirit beasts, could it have just materialized out of thin air? Qin Yu exclaimed, damn it. You've ruined our marketplace and yet dare to call us fools. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. The crowd was incensed, rolling up their sleeves, ready to expedite matters to a swift conclusion. They intended to strike first and discuss later. Wait, don't act just yet. The disciples of Beastmaster Peak retreated in haste, and one, in their panic, stumbled directly into a pile of dung. Everyone, let us remain calm. We admit that this waste is from our spirit beasts, but they could not have done so here. Li Zhengtong countered. If they didn't do it here, do you expect it walked over by itself? Qin Yu insisted. Just admit it's from your spirit beasts. And then we can deal with him. Hold on, don't strike yet. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, indeed. Kong Tianjiao has yet to utter a single word. Seemingly acquiescing to his fate, Kong Tianjiao exclaimed, how can I express myself when you bind me with this talisman? The disciples of the Beastmaster Peak hastily loosened his restraints. However, spurred on by Qin Yu, a throng of individuals surged forward. Those at the rear scrambled eagerly, fearful that they might miss the chance to strike. The front ranks charged ahead, while the brothers behind shouted, hurry up, brothers in front. We agreed on one strike each. And we are still queuing behind. Others joined in the raucous clamor. Anyone interested in scalping tickets? For merely 5 contribution points, you can have the privilege of striking a disciple of the Beastmaster Peak. I will pay. I want to strike Kong Tianjiao. The scalper retorted. Kong Tianjiao comes at a different price, 10 contribution points. The shopkeepers remained vigilant, observing the unfolding chaos. When I count to 3, you all rush out and unleash a barrage of blows, primarily targeting their legs. It would be best if they were incapacitated for months. Remember to retreat before the law enforcement team arrives. Understood, shopkeeper. The attendants brandished iron rods, eager for action. The slower disciples of the Beastmaster Peak were overwhelmed and subjected to a brutal beating. Once freed from his bonds by his loyal brothers, Kong Tianjiao sprinted desperately forward. Where's the law enforcement team? Why haven't they arrived yet? Kong Tianjiao still harbored a flicker of hope. However, given the magnitude of the disturbance, the law enforcement team should have arrived by now. The crowd recognized this as well and thus granted him an opportunity to escape. Nevertheless, escape was utterly beyond their grasp. In ancient noble hunts, hunters preferred to let their prey flee. The more fervently the prey struggled, the greater the satisfaction derived from the hunt. Although Kong Tianjiao, the foremost disciple of the Beastmaster Peak, lacked moral integrity, his prowess remained indisputable. At this moment, he channeled all his inner spiritual energy, racing like the wind across the filthy ground. The disciples pursuing him had to continually dodge the hidden traps along the way, widening the gap between them. Huh? You think you can catch me? Kong Tianjiao laughed heartily. Just then, numerous shop attendants surged forth from both sides, obstructing his path. Kong Tianjiao came to an abrupt halt. What to do? He glanced at the eager shop attendants and the fists-clenching disciples behind him, feeling at a loss. Kong Tianjiao, having committed countless misdeeds, you can no longer hope to escape. Gritting his teeth, Kong Tianjiao glared at the two groups and bellowed, none of you can touch me. With that, he shut his eyes, steeling his resolve, and plunged headlong into a heap of dung, rolling within it. The explosive scene struck deeply, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Upon witnessing this moment, Qin Yu felt as though his mind had shrunk. It was indeed excessively brutal. Even those who had been mercilessly assaulting the other disciples of the Beastmaster Peak paused, gazing in terror at the unfolding drama. The disciples who had been howling from the beating ceased their cries, each stretching their necks in disbelief at the spectacle. It was as if time had come to a standstill in the entire marketplace, with only Kong Tianjiao emerging from the filth, bellowing at the crowd, "Come at me. Strike me again. Go on if you dare." With each step he took forward, the onlookers retreated in fear. Kong Tianjiao transformed from a defenseless lamb into a fierce tiger, covered in excrement. What a true warrior he was. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Qin Yu urged the crowd, "Fear not, everyone. Use ranged spells to attack him. Chapter 22. The crowd immediately understood, conjuring various spells to unleash upon Kong Tianjiao. Ah, who said that? They deserve to die? Kong Tianjiao cried out in pain. Stop. A wave of oppressive force swept over the marketplace, and merely being brushed by it nearly caused Qin Yu to stumble. Such formidable power. Everyone looked up to see a youth clad in a white robe descending from the sky, mounted on a magnificent striped tiger. All present bowed in reverence. Greetings, senior brother. The young man in the white robe was a disciple of the inner sect of the Xiantian sect. Upon seeing him, Kong Tianjiao appeared as if he had spotted a savior, rising to his feet and shouting, Senior brother Wang Li, please save us. These outer sect disciples are bullying us. The Beast Master Peak disciples. The faces of the crowd turned grim. They had not anticipated the sudden appearance of an inner sect disciple from the Beast Master Peak. Wang Li's gaze swept across the crowd like lightning, finally resting upon the filthy Kong Tianjiao. Was he here to avenge Kong Tianjiao? Qin Yu cautiously inched away, ready to pull Li Zhengtong, Xiaozhi, and others to safety at the first sign of trouble. No matter how powerful the inner sect disciple was, it was impossible for him to control everyone at once. Wang Li leapt down from the tiger, landing before Kong Tianjiao. Initially, he instinctively waved his hand before his nose, then revealed a gentle smile, kindly asking, Esteemed junior brother, may I inquire your name? Kong Tianjiao replied, Senior brother Wang, it's me, Kong Tianjiao. Tianjiao? Wang Li was taken aback. What has brought you to such a state? Senior brother. Kong Tianjiao pointed at the crowd, tears streaming down his face as he recounted. I was beaten by them. Kong Tianjiao, cease your unfounded accusations. It is you who willingly leapt into the filth, so what concern is it of ours? Had you not pursued me, would I have plunged into that mire? Senior brother, they have conspired against us, mercilessly attacking the disciples of the Beast Master Peak without cause. You must avenge us. Wang Li turned to the gathered crowd. Are they coming? Qin Yu summoned all his spiritual energy, having retreated several hundred steps prior. If the outer sect disciples are this brazen, surely the inner sect disciples cannot be much stronger. When the conflict truly ignites, Qin Yu intends to seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Yet, Wang Li refrained from striking and instead gently inquired, May I ask why you are bullying my junior brothers? Many silently mused that it was because they deserved a beating. However, such thoughts were not to be voiced. One senior brother saluted Wang Li, gesturing towards the littered ground, explaining, Brother Wang, this marketplace is a public space for us to set up stalls and leisurely wander. The sect regulations explicitly prohibit the presence of spirit beasts, yet last night, under the cover of darkness, they rode their spirit beasts and left this place in disarray. How could we endure such an affront? Wang Li nodded, acknowledging the validity of this claim. It was indeed a fault of the Beast Master Peak. Kong Tianjiao instantly grew anxious, urging, Senior brother, do not heed their one-sided narrative. Our spirit beasts remained in the courtyard last night and never set foot here. We are being wrongfully accused. The other disciples of the Beast Master Peak echoed his sentiments. Pleading, Senior brother, we implore you to stand up for us. This is a calumny. Please investigate thoroughly. Enough. With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Li silenced them all. He spoke sternly. Even if this is indeed a false accusation, why are you the ones targeted? Why has no one taken the initiative to uncover the truth? Why does the crowd respond so readily? Ultimately, it is your habitual arrogance that has bred enmity, leading to your isolation. Consider this a lesson. Upon hearing these words, all disciples of the Beast Master Peak hung their heads in shame, reflecting on how, under Kong Tianjiao's leadership, they had indeed crossed certain lines over the years. Only Kong Tianjiao's eyes were filled with defiance. Merely a top-tier spiritual root, does he truly see himself as significant? Once my talents reach new heights, I shall surely trample you beneath my feet. Wang Li bowed to the crowd, acknowledging the fault of the Beast Master Peak, which would assume full responsibility. We shall clean this place within a day and offer 5,000 contribution points to all merchants and stall owners. Although this cannot compensate for your lost time, it represents our sincere remorse. Upon hearing the mention of 5,000 contribution points, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak displayed expressions of pain. With over 100 of them, that amounts to an average of 50 contribution points each, equivalent to 1.5 months of their stipends. However, since Senior Brother Wang has spoken, they dared not refuse. Wang Li's actions left everyone feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother Wang's fairness and impartiality are truly admirable. We acted impulsively in this incident, taking action without proper investigation, which was indeed inappropriate. Observing this harmonious scene, Qin Yu felt a sense of discomfort. Why was this fellow deviating from the expected narrative? The outer sect disciples were so arrogant, yet the inner sect disciples displayed such humility and courtesy. Is there such a stark contrast at the Beast Master Peak? It must be said that Wang Li's tactics were indeed remarkable. With just a few words, He managed to downplay a significant issue into a trivial one, while also easing the relationship between the Beast Master Peak's outer disciples and the rest of the crowd. However, Qin Yu's objective was achieved. The disciples from the Beast Master Peak had received their fair share of punishment, allowing the servant disciples to vent their frustrations. With this lesson learned, the disciples from the Beast Master Peak would likely be more restrained in the future. At the very least, they should ensure that their spirit beast's waste is properly disposed of, no longer daring to leave it in others' hands. The most arrogant of them all, Confronting, received the harshest lesson, which he brought upon himself. He could have easily avoided the beating but insisted on making such a grand sacrifice. Ironically, even so, Confronting could not escape the thrashing, a truly humiliating experience. If it were Qin Yu, he would have long retreated from the sect and returned home. As he could not afford such disgrace, it is likely that for a long time to come, Confronting will remain a subject of ridicule among others. The satisfaction of being the mastermind is truly exhilarating. Qin Yu, along with Li Zhengtong, Xiao Ji, and others, strode confidently out of the crowd. How was that? Was it exhilarating? Li Zhengtong's jowls trembled as he exclaimed, "It was absolutely delightful, especially witnessing Confronting rolling in the dung heap. I would gladly shovel manure for a month just for that. Brother you were truly formidable. Even the outer sect disciples are mere juniors in your presence." Xiao Ji and the others also praised him. Qin Yu laughed heartily, asserting that the world of cultivation is not solely about fighting. It is essential to utilize one's intellect. Knowledge is power, do you understand? We understand. Now hurry and clean up, he commanded, to celebrate my victory over the first foe in the cultivation realm. I shall treat everyone to grilled fish tonight by the riverside near Maple Leaf Square. Long live Brother Yu. While Qin Yu's group was in high spirits, the situation at the Beast Master Peak was rather grim. Confronting and his companions, armed with tools, toiled to clean the filth from the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Confronting approached a slender, round-headed cultivator whose eyes sparkled with wisdom. Li Fin, who do you think is behind our predicament? Is it Zhou Shuhai from the Alchemy Peak? Li Ming from the Body Refinement Peak? Or Yu Changming from the Law Enforcement Peak? Or perhaps these shop owners? Li Fin serves as the strategist for the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak. The recent misdeeds of the Beast Master Peak, all while deftly circumventing the sect's regulations, can be attributed to Li Fin's keen intellect. Not quite. Li Fin gently shook his head, feigning profundity as he pinched a small amount of excrement, scrutinizing it intently for a considerable time. What do you see from here? Spare us the suspense and reveal the answer directly. Confronting, vexed, waved his fist toward the sky, exclaiming in anger, for every grievance, there is a source, for every debt, a debtor. After suffering such calamity, I vow not to rest until I have exacted a double portion of revenge. Li Fin spoke slowly. This piece of excrement is still quite fresh, well preserved. It was likely produced yesterday, and the method of collection appears to have been deliberate, executed with great care to maintain its integrity. Confronting, struggling to contain his fury, retorted, I have no time for your analysis of this matter. Discussing such trivialities with someone who has just fallen into a dung heap is infuriating. Do you not comprehend? Those individuals you just mentioned could hardly procure such an intact specimen. During the cleaning process, it would have been compromised. Since our adversaries have resorted to such tactics against us, they must possess 3 characteristics. Confronting inquired, what are the 3 points? Firstly, they harbor enmity towards us. Secondly, they are weak, lacking the strength to confront us openly. Thirdly, they can easily obtain the excrement of our spirit beasts. A glimmer of insight flashed in Li Fin's eyes. Deducing from these 3 points, it became clear that the ones framing us were none other than the cleaning servant disciples. Only they possessed the motive, and only they could effortlessly acquire such a complete tool for their scheme. The servant disciples. Confronting's eyes blazed with fury. How dare they? Chapter 23. The loneliness of invincibility. Qin Yu hummed a tune, stepping lightly as he returned to his cave dwelling. He first retrieved the embroidered needle he had purchased, heating it red with a candle flame, and with a gentle press against the ground, shaped it into a number 5 barbless professional fishhook. The bending was as simple as that. Next, Qin Yu took out the fishing line he had prepared in advance. This line is spun from the silk of a spider-like spirit beast in the realm of cultivation, typically employed for mending garments. The silk is colorless and transparent. Possessing remarkable tensile strength, it is said that even a 1,000-pound dragon-headed tilapia cannot sever it, making it perfect for fishing line. Lastly, he attached a small wooden piece as a float to the line and found a bamboo rod for his fishing pole, completing his equipment. With his tools ready, Qin Yu joyfully ran to the riverside to begin a day of fishing. Stealing a moment of leisure, Qin Yu reclined on the soft grass, basking in the gentle autumn sun, watching the float bob in the water with the waves, utterly content. If only I could become Emperor Qin Yu right now. Life would be perfect. Upon reflection, Qin Yu retrieved a small notebook he always carried. striking through the title The Path to Immortality, starting from manure shoveling, and revising it to The Path to Immortality, starting from fishing. Although the former title possessed greater allure, it was deemed too vulgar and unlikely to pass scrutiny. Suddenly, the bobber plunged sharply beneath the surface. He had caught a fish. With a vigorous tug, a 2-pound fish was brought to the surface. Its body gleamed a vibrant gold and bore a resemblance to a Christian carp, living in a place teeming with spiritual energy. Even the fish appeared distinct. However, its flavor remained a mystery. Baiting the hook with a worm, Qin Yu cast his line back into the water. He had been somewhat lax these past 2 days and resolved to resume his seclusion the following day. He contemplated, if I cultivate for an entire night, I can expect a 3% progress, while a full day's cultivation might yield a 6 to 7% increase. To reach the second layer of Qi refinement, a full 16 days of dedicated practice would be required. This thought weighed heavily on him. Influenced by the tales of his previous life, Qin Yu had always believed that cultivators would often enter seclusion for years, even decades. However, upon joining the sect, he learned that those who engaged in prolonged seclusion could enter a state of deep cultivation, where 10 years would pass like a single day, rendering them oblivious to the changes of the outside world. Yet, for those in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, achieving such a profound state of cultivation was exceedingly challenging. For them, the practice was often monotonous. During his last 10-day retreat, he relied solely on willpower to sustain himself through the final days. This time, he was contemplating a half-month of uninterrupted seclusion. Would he risk losing his sanity? Concerned about his mental state, he decided to rest for a day after 10 days of cultivation. After all, the pursuit of immortality necessitated a gradual approach, balancing diligence with relaxation. Qin Yu mused, why was the system I received one that would grant me 500 years of cultivation in a single notification? Since I am already granted advantages, why not something more extraordinary? With a splash, another fish was caught. As evening approached, Qin Yu had successfully reeled in over a dozen fish. Before long, Li Zhengtong, Xiao Ji, and others arrived as promised. Tongzi, come help me gut these fish. And Xiao Ji, take them to gather some dry wood. Understood. The group dispersed, busily attending to their tasks. Qin Yu advised, you only need to remove the internal organs. There's no need to scale the fish. Be gentle with the knife. Don't rupture the gallbladder. Damn it, you've done it again. The few fish I caught aren't enough for you to butcher. Go chop wood instead. Qin Yu, well versed in the process of killing and grilling fish from his time in the town, proceeded with familiarity. After stunning the fish, he meticulously cleaned its insides, extracting a slender line from its back, and finally made decorative cuts on its body before evenly applying the seasoning. Before long, a roaring fire blazed brightly. The fire should not be too fierce, and the fish must be turned frequently. Once the surface of the fish is charred, Qin Yu gently scrapes off the scales with a small knife, revealing the succulent flesh beneath for all to see. A sprinkle of salt and chili powder transforms it into a culinary masterpiece, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. A group of miscellaneous disciples gathers around the fire, relishing the grilled fish with great delight. Brother Yu, your grilled fish is simply exquisite. It is truly a marvel. Brother Yu, I suggest you open a grilled fish shop at the market. You would surely earn a fortune. Qin Yu humbly waved his hand. This is nothing. The stinky tofu I make is the real delicacy. Stinky tofu? What is that? When I have some spare time, I shall prepare a portion for each of you. It will undoubtedly be a gastronomic experience you will never forget. I can hardly wait. Qin Yu looked at the others and said, I have yet to learn all your names. Please introduce yourselves. Brother Yu, I am Wang. Brother Yu, I am Ming. Brother Yu, I am Zhao. Qin Yu replied, these names are rather complicated. I cannot remember them all. From now on, you shall be known as Little 3. He pointed at Wang. You will be Little 4. And you will be Little 5. That will be much easier to remember. Brother Yu, I would rather not be called Little 3. That name is quite unpleasant. Then I shall give you a more appealing name. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and declared, you shall be called Little 6. Little 6, Brother Yu. May I be called Old 6 instead? I wish to sound more mature. Qin Yu immediately dismissed the suggestion. Little 6, your rank is not sufficient for that title. After everyone had eaten their fill and engaged in light chatter for a while, Qin Yu addressed them before they dispersed. I will be entering seclusion for some time. If there are any further actions from the Beast Master Peak or other significant matters arise, you may find me at Cave 666. Qin Yu left this message primarily to avoid any exposure of previous events that might attract trouble from the Beast Master Peak. However, the following morning, he was awakened by the sounds of a disturbance from the array. Upon stepping outside, he saw Xiaoji pacing anxiously. Qin Yu instantly sensed something was amiss. What is the matter? He inquired as he deactivated the array. Brother Yu, the people from the Beast Master Peak have come again. And this time they have escalated their actions. Qin Yu asked, escalated? What have they done? It's hard to explain. You should see for yourself. Qin Yu followed Xiao Ji swiftly toward Maple Leaf Square. Before they reached the square, Qin Yu caught a whiff of a foul odor. Upon arriving, he was dismayed to find the ground littered with filth, and what was most distressing was that this time it was liquid, flowing freely and proving extremely difficult to clean. Moreover, the stench was far stronger than before. Damn it, have these spirit beasts come down with diarrhea? Qin Yu gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. The Maple Leaf Square had fallen into disarray. To those aware of its former glory, it was unrecognizable, and to the unknowing, it might as well have been a cesspool. At that moment, Li Zhengtong, clad in rain boots, was laboriously shoveling debris. At the current pace, they would not finish the cleanup by nightfall. What on earth happened? Hearing Qin Yu's inquiry, Li Zhengtong set down his shovel and wiped the sweat from his brow. Recounting the sequence of events, it turned out that disciples from the Beastmaster Peak had brought their spirit beasts to this location and fed them a certain elixir. Consequently, the square had become a veritable disaster. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu remarked, "This is clearly a deliberate act of revenge. They must have deduced that we were behind that incident. How could that be? We have not exposed ourselves." Xiaoji interjected. Qin Yu sighed. Never underestimate the intelligence of others. There are indeed clever individuals among the disciples of Beastmaster Peak. However, this situation is rather troublesome. Frowning, Qin Yu began to ponder deeply. If the disciples from Beastmaster Peak had chosen to vent their frustrations by directly assaulting Li Zhengtong and others, it could have been manageable. Li Zhengtong could simply approach the law enforcement squad or seek out Zhong Wendy. Surely someone would intervene to resolve the matter. Yet, the disciples opted for this particular method of retribution, leaving Qin Yu feeling utterly helpless. Cleaning was the responsibility of the menial disciples, and regardless of how arduous the task was, it had to be completed. It was akin to workers in a previous life, enduring unreasonable demands from clients, with resignation as the only escape. It seemed there were formidable opponents at play. Qin Yu lamented internally, questioning why he was faced with adversaries who possessed cunning rather than those whose actions were dictated by whimsy. Confronted with such a daunting dilemma, Qin Yu found himself at a loss for a solution and could only join Li Zhengtong in their labor. He pinched a tissue over his nose, grimacing as he busied himself. The situation is somewhat manageable during the day, but the night presents significant challenges, Qin Yu said to Li Zhengtong. The disciples from Beastmaster Peak were expected to arrive around 5, while the inspecting senior brother would come around 6. 1 hour would be insufficient to complete the task. If the inspecting brother were to witness the scene, it would likely result in an immediate failure. After all, the state of the square transcended mere filth and disorder. It could only be described as catastrophic. Should they be deemed unqualified, their contribution points for the month would be forfeited. A substantial loss for them. Xiaoji proposed, "Brother Yu, why not return tonight? We could confront the disciples from Beastmaster Peak head-on." No. Qin Yu swiftly rejected the notion. Since the disciples dared to act in this manner, they must have prepared contingencies. Surely someone will be lurking in the marketplace tonight. If we go, we would be caught red-handed. Then perhaps we should apologize to the disciples from Beastmaster Peak? No. Li Zhengtong spoke with unwavering resolve, asserting that one must stand firm against adversity. Even if the disciples of the Xuantiangong were to abandon their post, he would never yield to the Beastmaster Peak. Moreover, given the calamity they had wrought upon them the previous day, it was inconceivable that they would let them escape unscathed. Xiaoji gritted his teeth and declared, "If it comes to that, I shall report to the Outer Elder. Should that fail, I will leave the sect without hesitation, ensuring that none are implicated." Qin Yu interjected calmly, "Do not be hasty. A solution will present itself. Xiaoji, you should return to your area to tidy up. Once Tongzi and I have finished with Fingye Square, I shall assist you." "Understood, Brother Yu." As Qin Yu diligently immersed himself in his tasks, 2 elegant ladies approached, gliding gracefully while engaging in cheerful conversation. "Sister San, the weather today is splendid, perfectly suited for admiring the vibrant red maple leaves." "Indeed, Jiumei. This is the season I most eagerly anticipate each year, with the autumn breeze caressing me as I brew a cup of hot tea beneath the maple trees. Watching the leaves dance in the air, such beauty is beyond words." The 2 ladies, clad in the robes of elders, were none other than the 3rd elder and the 9th elder of the inner sect. Chapter 24. Each year, the 2 elders would visit Fingye Square for several days, relishing the crisp autumn air and observing the maple leaves twirl with the wind, savoring the unique essence of this season. They would brew tea beneath the trees, cherishing moments of tranquility in this secluded corner of the sect. The 9th elder sniffed the air and remarked, "Sister San, do you detect an unpleasant odor?" The 3rd elder dismissed it, suggesting it was merely the result of a wild spirit beast's indiscretion, considering the remoteness of the area made such occurrences rather normal. However, as they drew nearer, the foul stench became increasingly pungent. The third elder employed the turtle breathing technique to cease her inhalation, while the ninth elder conjured a barrier to shield them from the noxious air. Both elders were seasoned individuals, unperturbed by trifling matters. Yet their leisurely demeanor vanished as they turned the final corner. "Where are the leaves?" Jiomei exclaimed. "Sister San, have we wandered astray?" The third elder gazed ahead at the barren maple trees, devoid of any foliage, and at the repulsive filth beneath them, utterly bewildered. The scene before her was a far cry from her expectations. The ninth elder pointed to a sign not far away, which prominently displayed the words Finye Square. "Sister San, could we be ensnared in an illusion?" The third elder shook her head. She was an expert in the realm of illusions. It was implausible that anyone within the Xuaniangong could ensnare her without her awareness. Yet, if this were not an illusion, then what had become of the leaves on the trees? What lay beneath them? How could such a picturesque scene have deteriorated into this? Was this still the Xuaniangong she once knew? "Look, there are 2 junior disciples over there. Let us inquire and uncover the truth." The third elder teleported directly to the scene, closely followed by the ninth elder. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, feeling somewhat fatigued, decided to take a brief respite beside the maple leaf square. In the midst of Qin Yu recounting a rather risky joke to Li Zhengtong, 2 beautiful women suddenly appeared beside them, startling Qin Yu into silence. The third elder was the first to speak, inquiring, "Might I ask you too, why are the maple trees in this square so utterly bare? Where have all the leaves gone?" Li Zhengtong, assuming a serious demeanor, concocted a tale. "Esteemed elders, this year a wave of cold air has swept through, causing the maple trees to shiver uncontrollably, resulting in all the leaves falling." This was a ruse taught to him by Qin Yu. Qin Yu, exasperated, placed his hands on his forehead, his expression one of despair. "Brother, if you are to deceive, at least choose your audience wisely." Although these 2 do not exude any palpable pressure, their sudden appearance indicates they are no ordinary individuals. To attempt to fool them is tantamount to courting disaster. Indeed, upon hearing Li Zhengtong's words, both the third and ninth elders cast them peculiar glances, as if to say, "Are you the fool, or do you believe we are the fools?" In a bid to alleviate the tension, Qin Yu quickly interjected, "Esteemed elders, have you ever encountered such youthful seniors? If I, Qin, am not mistaken, you must be intersect sisters." The corners of the ninth elder's mouth curled into a slight smile. "You, young man, possess quite the silver tongue." Both elders recognized Qin Yu, recalling him as the mischievous boy from the recruitment event, leaving a lasting impression on them. Suddenly, the 2 elders turned their heads in unison to survey the disarray strewn across Maple Leaf Square before returning their gaze to Qin Yu. "Sister 3, I believe the sect master's judgment may be flawed. This fellow, despite being merely a servant disciple, should not be underestimated. It is absurd that second brother would claim he is a promising talent, albeit lacking in innate ability," the ninth elder communicated telepathically to the third elder. "Let us refrain from hasty conclusions and first hear his explanation." The third elder responded, addressing Qin Yu with a pointed question, "What exactly has transpired with the leaves here?" Qin Yu replied candidly, "Esteemed sisters, we have knocked all the leaves from the trees with our sticks. Sister 3, he truly is a little troublemaker. He has completely ravaged the perfectly good leaves." The ninth elder immediately transmitted. The expressions of both elders darkened, particularly that of the third elder, who appeared on the verge of an outburst. However, Qin Yu remained unfazed. In fact, this was precisely the outcome he sought. The angrier they became, the easier the situation would become to navigate. Drawing upon his experience of feigning illness in front of his teacher in a previous life, Qin Yu commenced his soliloquy. "Esteemed sisters, you are unaware of our predicament. The reason we undertook such actions was not without cause." He donned a look of distress. "Observe the filth strewn across Maple Leaf Square. We are compelled to clean it twice daily, often laboring until the depths of night to complete the task. If the maple leaves continue to fall incessantly from the trees, not only will it become increasingly arduous to clean, but the ground will also become more unbearable. In a moment of desperation, we made a regrettable decision, using that cold, long stick to hasten the departure of those beautiful, lively little sprites dancing in the wind. Yet, once the deed was done, we were engulfed in remorse. Each time I witnessed the seniors who came to admire the maple leaves, only to leave in disappointment. My heart ached profoundly. How could I be so heartless as to harm those enchanting maple leaves? It would have been acceptable for us to exert ourselves a bit more, to toil for a few extra hours, but losing those magnificent leaves, what an impact it would have on the Maple Leaf Square. And what a loss it would be for the Xiantian sect. Out of my own selfish desires, I tarnished the beauty of this place. I was truly selfish." Qin Yu spoke with such heartfelt sincerity that it almost warranted a few drops of eye drops for effect. Enough of the theatrics. Observing Qin Yu's exaggerated performance and syrupy lines, the third elder was rendered speechless. However, Qin Yu's words resonated deeply with the ninth elder. particularly when he likened the maple leaves to little sprites dancing in the wind, awakening her youthful spirit. Are you suggesting that it was precisely because of the filth on the ground that you felt compelled to bring down the leaves? Upon hearing the hint of opportunity, Qin Yu quickly composed himself. Yes, esteemed sisters. Then from whence did this filth originate? Qin Yu replied, this is a long story. It all began when we first entered the sect. The third elder interjected, get to the point. All right. It was the outer disciples of the beast-taming peak who brought their spirit beasts here to relieve themselves. They not only defiled the maple leaf square but also any area where the cleaning disciples were assigned. The third elder inquired, these outer disciples are truly lawless. When did this start? It has been like this all along. Have you never intervened? Qin Yu shrugged. We tried to intervene, but I was scolded. And my brother was directly assaulted. Esteemed sisters, we are merely humble cleaning disciples. How could we dare to confront the outer disciples? The third elder's forehead throbbed with anger. Chapter 25, they treat the sect as their home, do they? Who gave them such audacity? The third elder was furious. The ninth elder quickly reassured, Sister San. There is always a root to every grievance. I believe this matter does not involve these two junior disciples at all, but is entirely the fault of the beast-taming peak. This issue must be dealt with severely, if they dare to act in the maple leaf square today. Tomorrow they will have the audacity to do so at the entrance of our caves. Indeed, the third elder produced a communication talisman and infused it with a soul message. I shall summon Elder Lu to come and see how well his disciples are behaving. Shortly after, Elder 6 hurried over in a flurry. Sister San, what is it that you require of me? Without waiting for Elder Lu to finish his greetings, Elder San directly pinched Lu's ear and pulled him to the edge of Maple Leaf Square. Sister San, what are you doing? There are still two juniors present. Have some consideration for my dignity. Elder San, filled with indignation, pointed towards Maple Leaf Square and demanded, tell me, where is this place? Elder Lu glanced around and blurted out, isn't this the sect's cesspool? I must say, after hundreds of years in the sect, this is the first time I've seen it. Sister San, this cesspool is quite amusing. It even has several trees planted around. How dare you mock me? Do you believe I would toss you in there? Elder Sen pointed at a large sign nearby. Now tell me, what does this say? Elder Lu paused for a moment before slowly reading the words aloud. Maple Leaf Square? I must admit, the name of this cesspool is rather elegant. Our Xiantian sect truly deserves its reputation as a grand sect with a millennia of cultural heritage. Elder San retorted. You, Elder Gio erupted into laughter. Qin Yu, reflecting on all the sorrowful events of his past lives, struggled to suppress a smile. Turning around, he caught sight of Li Zhengtong, who was about to burst into laughter. Quick as a flash, Qin Yu pinched Li Zhengtong's belly and twisted it forcefully until Li's features contorted in agony. Only then did Qin Yu release his grip. Elder Jiu remarked, Brother Lu, this is a square, and these trees are maple trees. In autumn, their leaves turn red, creating a beautiful sight. Huh, leaves. What leaves? Whether there are leaves is of little consequence. What truly matters is the filth on the ground, a testament to the achievements of your outer disciple from Beast Taming Peak. Just look at how capable your disciples are, treating the entire Xiantian sect as an open-air restroom, while the servant disciples are relegated to the role of cleaners. A mere complaint from them results in a scolding or even a beating. They are indeed more formidable than the sect master. Elder Lu was taken aback. Our first rule at Beast Taming Peak is to prohibit spirit beasts from relieving themselves indiscriminately. Those outer disciples usually behave quite well in the inner sect classes. After observing for a while, Elder Lu discovered that the excrement was a result of spirit beasts consuming a particular special pill. This was not merely a matter of indiscriminate elimination, it was outright bullying. Elder Lu was furious, never expecting his disciples to display such malice. You must summon the outer disciples to Maple Leaf Square immediately. Elder Lu sent a message to the teacher who was instructing the disciples. Then, Elder Lu turned to Qin Yu and his companion. The two stood straight, bowing respectfully. Disciple pays respects to the three elders. Having overheard their conversation, Qin Yu could no longer doubt their identities. It was as if he had been struck by a mule. Elder San repeatedly referred to your Beast Taming Peak, making it abundantly clear that this man was the peak master of Beast Taming Peak, one of the 12 esteemed elders of the sect, Elder Lu. Beneath the illustrious leader of the Xiantian sect are 12 esteemed elders, and beneath these elders lies a multitude of ordinary elders, each responsible for various affairs within the sect. Among those who stand on equal footing with the 6th elder are naturally 2 of the 12 esteemed elders, identifiable as the 3rd elder and the 9th elder. Given their prior titles, it is remarkable that 3 of the sect's 12 esteemed elders have gathered in this modest Maple Leaf Square. These are figures whose mere presence could send tremors throughout the cultivation world, yet here they are, addressing an issue concerning a mere servant disciple. To suggest this is mere coincidence would be implausible to Qin Yu. They did not arrive early or late. But precisely when the disciples of the beast-taming peak found themselves at an impasse, this inevitably reminded Qin Yu of Li Zhongtong's remarkable talent for surviving calamity. Survival from calamity, level A, favored one, able to turn peril into safety and find life in desperate situations. Such formidable talent indeed instills awe. Oh, why not call me senior sister anymore? The ninth elder teased Qin Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu responded with flattery. It is merely that the two elders are as beautiful as celestial beings, causing this disciple to momentarily lose his composure. The ninth elder chuckled heartily in amusement. Soon, the disciples of the beast-taming peak rushed in, and upon seeing the three elders, immediately bowed in respect. Disciples pay their respects to the peak master and the two elders. The sixth elder, with a stern expression, inquired, "Do you know why you have been summoned?" Kong Tianjiao's face turned pale as he lowered his head and meekly confessed, "This disciple acknowledges his mistake." The other disciples echoed in unison, "This disciple acknowledges his mistake." What is the first decree of our beast-taming peak? To prohibit spirit beasts from defecating indiscriminately. And what are the consequences of violating this decree? The disciples hung their heads, too fearful to speak further. The sixth elder stated flatly, "Those with serious infractions shall be directly expelled from the beast-taming peak." Do you not agree that your actions are indeed severe? The disciples hastily bowed, pleading, "Peak Master, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please grant us another chance." Qin Yu sighed. The law does not punish the masses, and had this been the wrongdoing of one or a few, they would have undoubtedly faced immediate expulsion. However, since all had participated in this misdeed, the punishment would inevitably be much lighter. Yet, while they may escape severe punishment, lesser consequences are unavoidable. It remained to be seen just how stringent the sixth elder would be. The sixth elder continued, "This behavior is exceedingly grave, yet considering your otherwise commendable conduct, I shall grant you another opportunity. You have one day to clean up all affected areas and shall be confined in your caves for 6 months. Furthermore, each of you shall compensate the servant disciples who assisted in cleaning your mess with 50 contribution points." The disciples of the beast-taming peak felt a pang of regret. Having recently suffered a considerable loss, their contribution points were dwindling, and now they faced yet another expenditure. All eyes turned in reproach towards Kong Tianjiao. If it were not for him, none of us would have faced punishment. How many of you have ever cleaned this thing? The sixth elder inquired of Qin Yu. Qin Yu candidly replied, "Elder, I am aware of 6 individuals, and those who are further away have not come into contact." "Very well, now pay 300 contribution points." The sixth elder stated with a stern expression. After much deliberation, Kong Tianjiao and the others finally transferred the 300 contribution points to Qin Yu in one go, who then distributed them among Li Zhongtong and the others. The token used to open the cave abode possesses the function of storing and expending contribution points. The servant disciples toil for an entire month to earn merely 10 contribution points. Thus, 50 points equate to 5 months of their earnings. Has fortune smiled upon them? Is this the benefit of the tempered talent? Tempered talent, level. A jade cannot be shaped without carving, and a person cannot become accomplished without refinement. Only through enduring sufficient trials can one emerge as a true powerhouse. Frequently encountering adversity and life-threatening crises, yet crises coexist with opportunities. Overcoming them yields equivalent rewards. Qin Yu has genuinely witnessed the terrifying advantages of the tempered talent combination that survives calamity. Truly, one can reap rewards even while reclining. Qin Yu also realized that the benefits do not solely accrue to Li Jingtong. Everyone involved in the incident has a chance to gain. Once this matter was resolved, the sixth elder solemnly declared, "This is the first time I have caught you, and it shall also be the last. Should there be a next time, your cultivation will be directly abolished, and you will be expelled from the Xiantian sect." The disciples dared not contemplate a second infraction. Chapter 26, Is it resolved just like that? After the elders departed, Li Zhongtong felt as though he were in a dream. It was simply surreal for him. Just when he encountered hardship, 3 formidable figures descended from the heavens, effortlessly alleviating his plight, and in the end, he received 50 contribution points. He could hardly dare to dream of such fortune. Qin Yu patted Li Zhongtong on the shoulder. Such occurrences will become frequent. It would be wise to grow accustomed to them. Now, distribute the contribution points to Xiaoxi and the others. Qin Yu had no intention of splitting the contribution points with Li Zhongtong, nor did he seize the opportunity to report additional names. He understood that the benefactor from the sect was a significant figure, and such individuals abhorred hypocrisy. Although the likelihood of this matter reaching the sixth elder's ears was almost non-existent, it was unnecessary to take such a substantial risk for a mere handful of contribution points. As he departed, Qin Yu smiled at Kong Tianjiao and said, "Xiao Kong, keep up the good work." Kong Tianjiao glared at Qin Yu, thinking him merely a servant disciple. Blessed by fleeting luck, in 6 months, he would be doomed. Ha ha ha, let us see if you can endure these 6 months. 6 months may seem brief, But in this realm of cultivation, devoid of television and mobile devices, remaining confined to the cave for training becomes exceedingly tedious. Before departing, Qin Yu did not forget to remind, we have contributed our points, but there are still many miscellaneous disciples on this journey. Do not forget to share with them. Otherwise, Elder 6 will surely be displeased. Kong Tianjiao, infuriated, snapped the shovel in his hands into 2 pieces, gritting his teeth as he retorted, I do not require your reminders. Ha ha ha. Thanks to the boss for the 50 contribution points. Qin Yu, accompanied by Li Zhengtong, left with hearty laughter, leaving behind the beleaguered disciples of Beast Taming Peak struggling to clean up the mess. After distributing contribution points to Xiao Ji and others, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong made their way directly to the marketplace. With newfound wealth, it was time to indulge in some lavish spending. Brother Yu, what do you plan to purchase? Qin Yu pondered for a moment. I intend to enter seclusion for a few days, so I will buy some medicinal pills to aid my cultivation. I shall also procure some pills to catch up. I've been too busy lately, and my cultivation has lagged behind others. By the way, Brother Yu, are you nearing the first stage of Qi refinement? Qin Yu smugly replied. By the time I emerge from this secluded retreat, I, Qin, shall have ascended to the second stage of Qi refinement. Li Zhengdong gasped, how can you progress so swiftly? Brother Yu? The duo arrived at the marketplace and casually entered a shop selling medicinal pills. Do you have any pills that promote cultivation? Qin Yu inquired upon entering. Indeed. The shopkeeper displayed several types of pills. This is the Qi refining pill, suitable for those in the Qi refinement stage, priced at 12 contribution points each. This is the Qi boosting pill, ideal for both Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, at 15 contribution points each. And this is the vitality powder for Qi refinement practitioners, costing 8 contribution points per pack. The shopkeeper elaborated on 4 or 5 varieties, but to Qin Yu, they all seemed exorbitantly priced. 50 contribution points were far too easily spent. He recalled that the pills sold at outdoor stalls were not nearly as expensive. Qin Yu inquired, do you not have any pills suitable for those in the tribulation stage? The shopkeeper replied negatively. Qin Yu, frustrated, exclaimed, if you do not even stock pills for the tribulation stage, what sort of shop is this? With that, he and Li Zhengtong exited the store. These pills are truly overpriced. Let us purchase from a roadside stall instead. Li Zhengtong voiced his concerns. Brother Yu, is the quality of roadside stalls reliable? Nonsense. Qin Yu rebuked. The roadside stall does not disdain your poverty. How can you still look down upon its quality? Before long, Qin Yu encountered a cultivator selling pills. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the same senior brother from before. Senior brother, I wish to buy some pills to enhance my cultivation. Of course. The senior brother responded warmly. Given your auras, you should be in the Qi refinement stage. The Qi refining pill and vitality powder are quite suitable for you. The Qi refining pill is 8 contribution points each, and the vitality powder is 5 contribution points per pack. Indeed, they were significantly cheaper than in the store. The efficacy of the Qi refinement pill surpasses that of the vitality powder significantly. If one possesses ample contribution points, I would recommend opting for the Qi refinement pill. Now, please provide me with 3 Qi refinement pills. Qin Yu intended to first assess their effects. Should they prove mediocre, he would prefer to utilize the remaining contribution points for a delightful meal at the dining hall. I would also like 3, please. Certainly. The elder brother grinned broadly. As this was a substantial client, swiftly he placed the pills into 2 small porcelain vials and handed them to Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong. Elder brother, do alchemists earn quite a bit? Li Zhengtong inquired. Not at all. The elder brother sighed as he sat on the bench. Those alchemists with high success rates indeed earn well, but as for me, a practitioner devoid of talent, my earnings scarcely suffice to purchase materials. Nonetheless, alchemy is my passion. Even if I invest all the contribution points from the sect's monthly allowance, I find it exceedingly worthwhile. Qin Yu assessed the elder brother's aptitude. Medium-grade spiritual root level, barely reaching the threshold of cultivation, yet unlikely to achieve remarkable accomplishments, destined to be but a green leaf complementing the red flower. Qin Yu's vision revealed only one option. Can one practice alchemy without the talent for it? Qin Yu realized he had previously fallen into a misconception. As long as one masters the essential knowledge of alchemy, any cultivator can engage in it. However, those endowed with talent advance more swiftly and possess higher success rates. Conversely, cultivators lacking such talent must exert more effort and resources to enter the field, yet with sufficient diligence, they can still become alchemists. However, talent dictates the ceiling. Without it, no amount of effort can yield high-grade elixirs. On the way back, Qin Yu asked Li Zhengtong, do you aspire to be an alchemist? Li Zhengtong nodded, explaining, a relative of mine is an alchemist. He has informed me that this profession is quite lucrative and highly esteemed. For instance, The raw materials for the Qi refinement pill cost at most 1 contribution point per portion, yet once refined into the elixir, its value rises to 8 contribution points or even higher. As long as one successful refinement occurs among 8 portions of raw materials, profit is assured. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. I find your reasoning sound, yet the path of an alchemist heavily relies on talent. I believe studying formations would suit you better. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Qin Yu activated the formation and prepared for seclusion. I wonder how effective this elixir will be? Qin Yu glanced at the progress bar. Currently at 6%. Let's see how much progress is augmented by a single elixir. Qin Yu swallowed a Qi refinement pill in one swift motion. Before long, Qin Yu felt a surge of warmth throughout his body, as if his meridians were boiling. Chapter 27. The effects of a Qi refinement pill can last for 12 hours. As the tumult within his meridians gradually subsided and the heat dissipated, Qin Yu discovered that the flow within his meridians had indeed expanded significantly. Qin Yu promptly opened his personal panel. Name, Qin Yu, talent, medium-grade spirit root, level, progress, 24, remarkably. His progress had surged from 6% to 24% in just one day. Qin Yu was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated such a potent effect from the elixir, which had tripled his cultivation speed. Without hesitation, Qin Yu consumed another pill. After 2 more days, the elixirs in his possession were nearly depleted. Yet his cultivation progress had reached an impressive 61. With the aid of the elixirs, a single day of practice equated to 3 days of ordinary effort. The rapid pace of his progress left Qin Yu in disbelief. He calculated that under optimal conditions with ample elixirs, he would require merely 6 days to ascend to the second layer of Qi refinement. It was no wonder the elixirs were so exorbitantly priced. Their efficacy was simply extraordinary. Absent the 50 contribution points generously provided by the Beastmaster Peak, Qin Yu, earning a meager 10 contribution points per month, would have been able to purchase only 1 Qi refinement pill each month. His cultivation would undoubtedly have progressed at a much slower rate. Qin Yu adjusted his mindset, preparing to continue his training. However, without the elixir's support, he found the practice rather mundane. Having experienced the swiftness of flight, who would wish to ride in a bullock cart? Determined, Qin Yu hurried to the marketplace to acquire 3 more Qi refinement pills. Consequently, he was left with only 2 contribution points. After consuming the elixir, he resumed his training. 2 days later, as the effects of the second pill began to wane, Qin Yu felt a rapid surge in his aura, with the spiritual energy within his meridians expanding continuously. Progress bar reached 100. Congratulations. The host has gained an opportunity for talent replication. Progress bar reset. Qin Yu had successfully broken through to the second layer of Qi refinement. He exhaled slowly, savoring the moment. His current cultivation speed among the outer disciples should not be considered slow. In 6 months, he would be ready to challenge any outer disciple at will and gain entry into the outer sect. The outer disciples included those with medium and high-grade spirit roots. And with his own medium-grade spirit root, coupled with the enhancement of the elixirs, defeating those with medium-grade spirit roots was entirely feasible. Qin Yu stood up, stretching his limbs. His strength had notably increased, and his physique appeared more robust. It seemed the spiritual energy within his meridians was nurturing his body. Just then, as he observed the changes within himself, he heard a series of knocks on his formation from outside. Qin Yu opened the door to find Li Zhengtong standing at his threshold. What brings you here? Qin Yu inquired, deactivating the formation. Li Zhengtong remarked, today, the inner disciples from the refining peak, the formation peak, and the alchemy peak are coming to teach us, the servant disciples. Let us go and observe. They are here to lecture us? Qin Yu asked, somewhat astonished. He had assumed that the sect regarded servant disciples merely as tools. Yet it appeared that the sect treated them quite favorably. Brother Yu, are you going? Of course, Qin Yu replied. He had grown weary from his cultivation and welcomed the opportunity to refresh his mind. Are you planning to learn alchemy? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhengtong responded, Brother Yu, did you not suggest I study formations? I believe I shall attend the formation lecture. Qin Yu was taken aback by the esteem in which he seemed to be held by Li Zhengtong. A mere casual suggestion from him had influenced Li Zhengtong's decision. Heeding advice leads to abundance. I sense you possess considerable talent in formations. Qin Yu recalled that Li Zhengtong had an innate aptitude for formations, making his entry into the field straightforward. Brother Yu, what do you wish to learn? After a brief consideration, Qin Yu realized he could pursue any of the 3 disciplines, refining, formations, or alchemy. Since Li Zhengtong was opting to study formations, Qin Yu felt no immediate need to learn it himself. He could entrust the matter of formations to Li Zhengtong for now. As for refining and alchemy, Qin Yu perceived no competition. He had just been captivated by alchemy, and how could he survive without it? I shall choose alchemy. Qin Yu conceived a notion. Given his substantial demand for elixirs, Why not learn to concoct them himself? The lecture was held in an impressively large room, reminiscent of a conference hall from his previous life. Upon arriving, the two parted ways. Qin Yu noted that the number of students learning alchemy and formations was roughly equivalent, while the refining students were fewer. This was primarily due to the nature of the weaponry industry. Though weapons were expensive, many cultivators could use a single flying sword for many years, resulting in low demand. Consequently, skilled smiths could earn a fortune, while others might struggle to survive. In contrast, alchemy and formations presented no such dilemma, as these were consumables with high market demand, allowing practitioners to earn from their skills early in their studies. The lecture was delivered by Jiao Xiaoxiao, an inner disciple from the alchemy peak. She began by elaborating on the benefits of alchemy, delivering an extensive discourse that Qin Yu could succinctly summarize in one phrase. Becoming an alchemist is profitable. Why, then, are cultivators so materialistic? The answer lies in the vast resources required throughout a cultivator's journey. While Qin Yu could not yet grasp the full extent, he would soon realize that foundational cultivation required the purchase of foundational elixirs, and the formation of the golden core necessitated further elixirs, not to mention the auxiliary elixirs needed for regular cultivation. Additionally, there were spiritual tools, talismans, detoxification pills, and spirit pets, each requiring financial resources. The scarcity of resources is undoubtedly the greatest obstacle faced by all external disciples in their pursuit of cultivation. Many auxiliary disciples fail to reach the foundation establishment stage upon leaving the sect due to insufficient contribution points, which render them unable to purchase the necessary elixirs. However, if one were to become an alchemist, all these challenges would be effortlessly surmounted. The prospect mentioned by Jiao Xiaoxiao intrigued Qin Yu. He currently grapples with financial constraints. He possesses but a single elixir, which will be depleted by tomorrow, and his account holds merely 2 contribution points, rendering him incapable of making any purchases. Qin Yu still has one opportunity to replicate a talent. He had just experimented and discovered he could only replicate a basic talent. Should he replicate an alchemical talent to learn the art of alchemy? Qin Yu pondered. If he were to replicate a low-grade spiritual root, he would then possess both medium-grade spiritual root and low-grade spiritual root talents. Whether both roots function simultaneously or solely the medium-grade spiritual root operates, it would not significantly impact Qin Yu's cultivation speed. Conversely, mastering alchemy would grant him a continuous supply of elixirs, greatly accelerating his cultivation pace, thereby allowing him to attain the next opportunity for talent replication more swiftly. It is a win-win situation. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. I find myself safely under the protection of the sect, with no enemies outside. There is no need for haste in enhancing my strength. The voice of Jiao Xiaoxiao continued to resonate in Qin Yu's ears. There is no need to worry that alchemy will hinder cultivation speed. In fact, alchemy itself is a form of cultivation. Not only does it elevate one's cultivation level, but it also enhances one's mastery over spiritual energy. Continuous cultivation can be rather monotonous. Thus, engaging in alchemy after a tiring session of cultivation is a commendable choice. Qin Yu smacked his thigh and resolved to act without further hesitation. Chapter 28. Qin Yu meticulously scanned those around him. After testing over 10 individuals, he found not a single one with an alchemical talent, nor any with talents in weapon forging or formations. Is the worth of the talent in the myriad skills of cultivation truly so high? The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. The rarity of this talent indicates that alchemists earn considerable wealth. Qin Yu continued his probing until, after examining over 30 individuals, he finally discovered one with an alchemical talent of a basic level. Fire Kindler, basic. Possesses a modicum of talent in the way of alchemy, capable of smoothly entering the field and concocting relatively simple elixirs. Secured, Qin Yu decisively replicated the talent. After discussing the benefits of alchemy, Jiao Xiaoxiao commenced a formal explanation of the foundational knowledge pertaining to the art. The first step in alchemy is to prepare an alchemical furnace, whose primary function is to transmute the spiritual energy of cultivators into the spiritual fire required for alchemy. Jiao Xiaoxiao retrieved an alchemical furnace from her cosmos bag. The furnace was a deep crimson, featuring a hole on each side. The 2 openings are referred to as furnace holes, above which a formation is arranged, through which our spiritual energy is infused into the alchemical furnace. If this is your first encounter with alchemy, I recommend using a single furnace hole, as it is more economical and easier to control. Besides the furnace, we must also prepare the alchemical formula and the necessary materials for the process. A complete alchemical formula not only records the materials required for crafting the potion but also details the sequence in which each ingredient should be added and the time required for refining each one. I possess several fundamental alchemical formulas and some personal insights into the process, which those interested can come and transcribe later. Despite the detailed instructions, alchemy remains a formidable endeavor, particularly for novices. Next, I will elucidate the specific steps and precautions for concocting the strengthening elixir. Qin Yu listened attentively to Jiao Xiaoxiao's explanation. Perhaps due to the advantage of possessing the fire spirit talent, he quickly grasped and memorized the steps she described. He also clearly remembered the precautions. Alchemy is not so difficult after all. Qin Yu brimmed with confidence. Soon, Jiao Xiaoxiao concluded her lecture and provided a live demonstration. Today's lesson ends here. And if anyone has questions afterward, they may inquire at the Danhua Hall. The Danhua Hall is where the outer disciples of the Alchemy Peak practice their craft, conveniently located near the dining hall. As soon as class ended, Qin Yu, with his absolute prowess at the second level of qi refinement, rushed out, eager to imprint the formula prepared by Jiao Xiaoxiao. Upon exiting the classroom, he found Li Jingtong waiting at the door. How did it go? Qin Yu inquired. Li Jingtong replied confidently, the formation doesn't seem difficult. I should be able to grasp the basics without issue. Qin Yu echoed, let's not dawdle. Off to the market to buy materials. The two hurried to the market. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong first procured the required spiritual brush and talisman paper, spending a total of 6 contribution points. Subsequently, they visited a shop selling alchemical furnaces. With no money on hand, Qin Yu intended to inquire about the prices first. What? The cheapest furnace costs 30 contribution points? Why don't you just go rob someone? Brother, the crafting process for our furnaces is intricate. Not only must the body be sufficiently robust and heat-resistant, but we must also inscribe formations upon it. 30 points is already at cost price. How about we pool our resources? I still have 20 contribution points left. That's still insufficient. I only have 2 contribution points remaining. Qin Yu, accompanied by Li Zhengdong, exited the shop and sought out a street vendor, a senior brother named Li Ming, whom he quickly located at their usual spot. Upon discovering Qin Yu's interest in alchemy, Li Ming was quite pleased and expressed that Qin Yu could approach him with any questions regarding the craft. However, after hearing Qin Yu's intentions, Li Ming found himself at a loss. He had sold the alchemical furnaces he previously used, and the one he currently possessed was unsuitable for novices. Naturally, Qin Yu had no intention of accepting his senior brother's furnace, so he inquired if Li Ming had any connections for affordable furnaces, even second-hand ones. Li Ming pondered seriously and replied that none of his acquaintances were planning to exchange their furnaces at the moment, but he would keep an eye out. As for economical sources for furnaces, he had none. His first furnace had cost him a month's worth of contribution points. An outer disciple earned 30 contribution points per month. Do I have to wait 3 months? That's too long. I cannot afford to wait, Qin Yu lamented. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. Not at all, replied Li Ming. As Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong departed from Li Ming's stall, Qin Yu meticulously surveyed the surrounding vendors. He was not one to retreat in the face of challenges. Once he had set his sights on a goal, nothing could deter him. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong suggested. Why not borrow 10 points from Xiaoji and the others? 30 contribution points isn't too steep. Qin Yu shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. No need. I have devised a method to earn money. 30 contribution points are but a trifle for me. He borrowed a Qiankuan bag from Zhong Wendy and took a brief trip back to the town, returning to Xiantian sect only after nightfall. That evening, Qin Yu attempted to cultivate. With plans for the following morning, he refrained from consuming the last of his qi gathering pills. His progress in the second layer of qi gathering was noticeably slower. During the first layer, he could increase his cultivation by 3% in a single night without pills. Now, however, he could only manage an increment of just over 1% in the same duration. The absence of medicinal assistance significantly hindered his advancement. As dawn broke, Qin Yu wheeled a cart to the marketplace, its sign boldly proclaiming stinky tofu. Fortunately, he had not discarded the leftover materials before ascending the mountain. Although the smell had intensified, no matter, it may smell foul, but it tastes delightful. While ordinary snacks were purchased with copper coins, Qin Yu believed his stinky tofu was far from ordinary. It was unique in this cultivation realm. This groundbreaking invention was destined to send ripples through the culinary world. Selling for merely 1 contribution point per skewer, wasn't that a bargain? Finding a vacant spot, Qin Yu set up his cart next to his senior brother selling candied hawthorn. Ugh, what is that smell? The candied hawthorn vendor exclaimed, pinching his nose as he glanced at Qin Yu. Brother, selling feces is prohibited in the marketplace. Violators will be fined. Upon witnessing someone so brazenly ridicule the fermented tofu he held in high esteem, Qin Yu retorted without hesitation, Old dang, I sell fermented tofu. Repeat after me, stinky tofu. Not knowing how to read, go learn with the children for a few more years. The candied hawthorn brother, indignant, exclaimed, what does it matter what you sell? Your stench is so overpowering that how can I possibly sell my candied hawthorn? With a spark of inspiration, Qin Yu replied, "My good fellow, you are gravely mistaken. Have you never heard of the principle of contrast?" Candied Hawthorne brother, what do you mean? Qin Yu, it is akin to standing next to an unattractive person, which makes you appear more handsome than usual, or standing beside someone with a darker complexion, which makes your skin seem fairer. Candied Hawthorne brother, upon reflection, that does seem to hold true. Qin Yu, similarly, your candied hawthorn placed alongside my fermented tofu will accentuate the sweet and sour allure of your treat. Do you understand? Candied Hawthorne brother, I see now. I misjudged you earlier. My apologies. Qin Yu graciously responded, no worries, no worries. Old ding, if you stand next to me, your candied hawthorn will surely sell a string. I commend you for that. Chapter 29, Candied Hawthorn, Sweet and Sour Delight. Fermented tofu, both pungent and aromatic. Candied hawthorn, a delectable treat. Fermented tofu, spicy and savory. Despite the fervent cries of the two vendors, there was not a single soul approaching their stalls. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded Qin Yu, deterring all from coming near. Gradually, the market became increasingly crowded, with chaos erupting around the bustling stalls. Yet a veritable vacuum formed before the stalls of fermented tofu and candied hawthorn, left entirely unattended. Candied Hawthorne brother, why is it that everyone is avoiding us? Qin Yu, could it be that your candied hawthorn is of such poor quality that no one wishes to purchase it? Just look at the bustling fried meat stall. The candied Hawthorne brother's expression remained stoic. My sales yesterday surpassed his. Qin Yu, then it must be that your candied hawthorn today is subpar. See how that piece is already blackened, clearly not fresh. The candied Hawthorne brother's forehead throbbed. Is there not a possibility that the issue lies with you? Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could my fermented tofu possibly have a flaw? Are you questioning the integrity of the Qin family's ancestral recipe? Candied Hawthorne brother, Pa, what ancestral recipe? It seems to me you are peddling spoiled food. This tofu reeks. Qin Yu countered. If this tofu does not smell, how could it be called fermented tofu? The stinkier it is, the more authentic. Candied Hawthorne brother, who would eat something that foul-smelling? Qin Yu, did you not hear my rallying cry? The scent may be foul, yet the delicacy is delightful. Would you care to sample it? The candied Hawthorne vendor exclaimed. No. Qin Yu urged. Just one skewer, it's free. Come on, give it a try. You are certain to fall in love with this flavor. The vendor retorted. Get away. Take this dark, unappealing thing away from me. Ugh. At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly heard a voice that struck a familiar chord. What an awful stench. Xiaoqing, please allow me to explain. Following the sound, Qin Yu swiftly navigated through the crowd and soon pinpointed the source. The individual was clad in a black robe, wrapping themselves tightly, as if shunning the light. At that moment, he was pursuing a woman, all the while imploring her to listen to his explanation. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Qin Yu. This voice bears an uncanny resemblance to Kong Tianjiao. Shouldn't he be confined in his cave today? How could he be present at the market? No wonder he was dressed so covered up. He must have sneaked out. Qin Yu discreetly observed as the cloaked Kong Tianjiao hurriedly approached the woman, grasping her hand. The woman turned, pulling her hand back, and they halted face to face. By sheer coincidence, they found themselves stopping just a short distance in front of Qin Yu's stall, while the rest of the market buzzed with activity. A deserted space lingered beside Qin Yu's stall. Passers-by instinctively quickened their pace, daring not to linger. Kong Tianjiao, wary of being scrutinized, naturally opted for this secluded spot. Xiaoqing, it truly isn't as you perceive. Why does it smell so terrible? The woman named Xiaoqing retorted angrily. How dare you say I smell? I did not imply that you stink. Kong Tianjiao hastily clarified. I meant the air carries an unpleasant odor. Just take a whiff. Xiaoqing shot him a glare, stating, my nasal inflammation has flared up recently. I cannot smell anything, and you ought to know that. Clearly, you have shown no concern for me. I have not forgotten. Look, I even procured medicine for your nasal condition. Kong Tianjiao quickly handed her a vial of medicine, and her expression softened somewhat. Seizing the opportunity, he continued, Xiaoqing, it is not as the rumors suggest. You are still trying to wriggle out of it. Xiaoqing turned her head away, asserting, that day, many witnessed Xiaolian emerging from your room in disarray. Who in the market has seen that? Do not heed their baseless claims. That day, Xiaolian merely brought me breakfast, and those people happened to catch her. You know how much they wish for my downfall. They will undoubtedly spread lies about me. Noticing Xiaoqing wavering slightly, Kong Tianjiao seized the moment. Qing, have you forgotten our solemn vows? Have you forgotten the promise we made beneath the maple trees to never part in this lifetime? Xiaoqing's brows furrowed. It would have been better not to mention it, as it only fueled her anger further. No wonder the maple leaves at Maple Leaf Square have all vanished. It turns out it was you, that wretched scoundrel, who has lost your heart. Kong Tianjiao couldn't help but wish to slap himself twice. Why utter such nonsense? Particularly about those accursed leaves? Why is it that not a single leaf remains? Kong Tianjiao felt as though some unseen force was conspiring against him. Ching. This is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. I want to listen. Do not come seeking me again. We are impossible together. How riveting. Qin Yu ceased his antics with stinky tofu and leaned in, alongside the candied hawthorn vendor, to keenly listen to their exchange. Ugh, Kong Tianjiao could not suppress a retch. Xiaoqi, so, you find me repulsive now, do you, you foul man? No, it's just that the stench is overwhelming. It reminds me of the other day, ugh. Xiaoqi, just leave. Do not trouble me again. We are no longer connected. With that, Xiaoqi turned to walk away. Li Qingqing. Kong Tianjiao's voice grew more forceful. Do not think I am unaware. It is my filthy body you despise. I assent it. Indeed, Xiaoqi boldly confessed. The mere thought of you, covered in filth, makes me feel nauseous. Besides, you have become a laughingstock in the outer sect. Who doesn't know you as the filthy boy? I would feel embarrassed to be your partner. Very well, Li Qingqing, do not regret this. There are plenty of women around me. I do not lack for your presence. Li Qingqing hastily departed, leaving Kong Tianjiao fuming in place. That wretched woman. Just wait. One day, I shall make you regret this. Ugh, this damned stench. Kong Tianjiao's fury was nearing its peak. He wished to shatter everything around him. How splendid, truly splendid. Who would have thought there would be such a twist in the end? Qin Yu instinctively commented. However, the acute hearing of cultivators caught this remark, and Kong Tianjiao seized upon it. Seeking death, with a face contorted in rage, Kong Tianjiao stormed forward, hastening his steps. The closer he got to the stall, the more intense the foul odor became. Gazing at the source of the stench, recalling the torment he had endured, coupled with the humiliation and exhaustion of the past few days, Kong Tianjiao's anger boiled over. Realizing his remarks had been overheard, Qin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Do you want to try some stinky tofu? It smells awful but tastes delightful. Kong Tianjiao's face twisted in fury. I shall consume your mother. With a resounding crash, Kong Tianjiao exploded in rage, delivering a punch that sent Qin Yu's cart flying a meter into the air, scattering hot oil and stinky tofu across the ground. The commotion was so tremendous that everyone nearby turned in terror to witness the scene. Kong Tianjiao regained his composure and suddenly remembered that he had stealthily slipped out. He hurriedly tightened his dark robe and glanced at the disciple at the stall, hoping that the other had not seen his face. However, upon this glance, the veins on Kong Tianjiao's forehead throbbed once more. How could it be this fellow again? It seems that whenever misfortune befalls me, this person is invariably present. Qin Yu pretended to just recognize Kong Tianjiao, his face filled with surprise as he was about to shout. Kong Tianjiao swiftly covered Qin Yu's mouth and whispered in his ear, do not shout. I will compensate you for your stall. If Elder Lu learned of his secret of departure, he would likely be expelled from Xiantian's sect without hesitation. Chapter 30, 200 Contribution Points. Qin Yu boldly demanded, can this worthless item truly be valued at 200 contribution points? Qin Yu shrugged, if you don't comply, I shall have no choice but to shout and summon the enforcement team. No. Kong Tianjiao took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him. Fine, I will give it to you. Wouldn't that have been better from the start? Qin Yu waved his hand at the onlookers who had turned their attention towards them. It's nothing. This is merely my friend S way of greeting. I call it violent aesthetics. Seeing Qin Yu's nonchalant demeanor, the crowd, ready to watch the spectacle, clicked their tongues and dispersed. Kong Tianjiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu extended his hand. 200 contribution points, please. I do not have that many contribution points on hand. He had only accumulated 30 contribution points in a month. And after completing tasks, he had managed to save a little, but recently, he had been penalized by his senior brother and the peak master, leaving his contribution points nearly depleted. Qin Yu took a deep breath, gathering his energy to shout once more. Do not shout. Kong Tianjiao hastily produced a treasured sword. This sword can be sold for 200 contribution points. Then shall we go sell it together? Qin Yu replied. Let us go. As Qin Yu and Kong Tianjiao made their way to the spiritual weapon shop, a small, furry black dog unexpectedly appeared from nowhere, swiftly running to Qin Yu's stall and devouring the scattered stinky tofu entirely. Amidst the bustling market, not a single person noticed this peculiar scene. Soon, Qin Yu returned with a beaming smile. What a bountiful day. Thanks to the generous contributions from the top supporter. Kong Tianjiao, witnessing Qin Yu's smug demeanor, gritted his teeth and asked, what is your name? I do not change my name nor my family name. I am Li Zhengtong, the young master of the Li family. Li Zhengtong, is it? I shall remember you. Kong Tianjiao said fiercely before hastily departing, enveloped in his black robe. Qin Yu watched the retreating figure of Kong Tianjiao, musing to himself that there must be quite a few treasures on him that could be exchanged for considerable contribution points. As Qin Yu prepared to tidy up the scattered stinky tofu, he discovered that it had vanished entirely. Had someone just come by to clean? Qin Yu, feeling too lazy to ponder further, wiped the oil off the ground and then pushed his cart back to his cave dwelling. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he fortuitously encountered Li Zhengtong. After the maple leaves had vanished from Maple Leaf Square, Li Zhengtong only needed to check it once daily, spending the rest of his time cultivating at home. Brother Yu, have you set up a stall at the market? Indeed. How much did you earn? Qin Yu proudly held up 2 fingers and declared, 200 contribution points. 200? Li Zhengtong exclaimed in astonishment. It takes me a whole year of work for the sect to earn that much. Brother Yu, just how much did you sell? Not much, really. The main issue was that the customers found the smell too foul and overturned the stall, resulting in a loss of 200. Li Zhengtong then said, Brother Yu, this is for you. He handed Qin Yu a golden yellow talisman. What is this? Li Zhengtong introduced it with pride. This is a talisman I drew, called the Rapid Hardening Talisman. Its purpose is to enhance surface defense and can be affixed to clothing. Talismans can be used independently or incorporated into formations as crucial nodes, significantly augmenting the power of the formations. Due to the many similarities between talismans and formations, and the relative ease of drawing talismans compared to establishing formations, beginners in formation studies typically start with talismans. Hence, in the realm of cultivation, a formation master is also a talisman master. Qin Yu complimented, impressive. Though the name of this talisman sounds a bit unrefined. Have you officially entered this field? Li Zhengtong scratched the back of his head and humbly replied. This isn't quite a formal entry. The Rapid Hardening Talisman is one of the simplest talismans and is quite easy to draw. Qin Yu understood that Li Zhengtong's assessment of simplicity stemmed from his innate talent in formations. For an ordinary person, mastering even this one talisman could take a considerable amount of time. This exemplifies the distinction between genius and the average individual. Li Zhengtong continued. The study of formations is vast and profound. I still have a ways to go before truly entering this realm. The biggest challenge at present is my insufficient cultivation. I've only drawn 2 talismans, and my internal spiritual energy has been completely depleted. However, I've discovered some good news. Drawing talismans can indeed enhance cultivation, albeit at a slower rate than regular practice. Qin Yu anticipated this, reasoning that if alchemy could elevate one's cultivation, it would be illogical for talisman crafting not to do the same. Very well, keep up the good work. My future talisman needs will depend on you. After setting down his cart, Qin Yu returned to the market to purchase an alchemy furnace and various medicinal materials. Now that he had funds, he naturally would not settle for the cheapest alchemy furnace, as that would be beneath his dignity as Emperor Qin Yu. After much deliberation, he chose a mysterious golden alchemy furnace priced at 55 contribution points. Subsequently, he visited the herbal shop to acquire materials for 30 portions of the strengthening pill. The strength pill, as meticulously explained and demonstrated by Jiao Xiaoxiao, is one of the most accessible elixirs for novice practitioners. Its effects are rather straightforward. Upon consumption, it momentarily augments the user's strength. The concoction of the strength pill requires merely 3 types of spiritual herbs, Niu Jin Hua, Ming Hu Chao, and Duan Gu Shu leaves, all of which are readily available and quite affordable. 1 contribution point suffices to procure 3 portions of the necessary materials. Qin Yu inquired about the recycling price of the strength pill, which is set at 3 contribution points per pill. As long as Qin Yu successfully refines 1 pill from 9 portions of materials, he would not incur a loss. Producing 2 would yield substantial profit. Qin Yu mused delightfully. If I manage to successfully create 10 pills from these 30 portions, I will earn 30 contribution points, netting a profit of 20 contribution points. I can then exchange these 20 points for Qi refinement pills to aid my cultivation. It is simply perfect. With excitement, Qin Yu dashed back to cave 666, eager to commence his alchemical endeavors. Upon arrival, he hung a do not disturb sign at the entrance and activated the array. Alchemy is highly sensitive to interruptions. He arranged the spiritual herbs in the courtyard and positioned the alchemical furnace in a favorable direction. After a brief period of meditation, Qin Yu adjusted his state to its optimum. Let us begin. Opening his eyes, he perused the alchemical formula, revisiting the steps and diligently reviewing the precautions. First, he raised the temperature to 500 degrees. Qin Yu directed spiritual energy into the furnace, and flames erupted within. Remarkably, the temperature felt just right. He first utilized the high heat to evaporate the moisture from 2 Niu Jin Hua. As he placed the 2 flowers into the furnace, a resounding explosion echoed, reducing them to ashes without a trace. Realizing he had erred, he noted that the temperature seemed excessively high. Qin Yu moderated the flow of spiritual energy, allowing the flames to diminish gradually, thus lowering the temperature. Once more, He placed another pair of Neo Jinhua into the furnace. This time, instead of turning to ash, the petals twisted rapidly before settling at the bottom of the furnace. Another failure. The temperature was evidently too low this time. Qin Yu began to reminisce about the temperature gauge from his previous life, which could simply indicate the degree with a single press. It was truly a divine tool for an alchemist. Alas, I cannot even create a thermometer. I have suffered the consequences of my lack of knowledge. Chapter 31. Qin Yu realized he had underestimated the intricacies of alchemy. Observing Jiao Xiaoxiao's demonstration seemed effortless, yet when he personally engaged in the practice, he recognized the considerable challenge it entailed. In this world, there exist no precise measuring instruments. Achieving the appropriate temperature relies solely on intuition and experience. Qin Yu conjectured that even the 500 degrees inscribed in the alchemical formula were merely rough estimates by the alchemist. If the temperature was insufficient, one would need to infuse more spiritual energy. Conversely, if it was excessive, one would need to reduce the input. This method necessitated repeated experimentation. Qin Yu gradually increased the infusion of spiritual energy, and when the temperature stabilized, he placed 2 more cow tendon flowers into the furnace. Yet, the temperature remained low. Controlling the input of spiritual energy proved exceedingly challenging. Although Qin Yu had cultivated rapidly and possessed a substantial amount of spiritual energy within him, he lacked the skill to utilize it effectively. In moments of need, he would deplete all his internal energy at once, exhausting it in a brief span. This approach was remarkably inefficient. Now, as he commenced alchemical practice, it starkly revealed Qin Yu's deficiencies in this regard. The art of alchemy demanded an exceptionally rigorous mastery of one's own spiritual energy. A minor miscalculation could compromise the quality of the elixir or even result in failure. The ability to control spiritual energy hinged upon the alchemist's mental fortitude. This mental power was an enigmatic force, aiding practitioners in better regulating their internal energy while also allowing them to perceive the external world with greater clarity. Some great beings could, even with their eyes closed, distinctly sense every flower and tree, every blade of grass around them through their mental acuity. Lower the temperature, just a little lower. Drops of sweat, the size of mung beans, cascaded from Qin Yu's forehead, soaking his garments. Though the weather had turned slightly cool, the furnace's relentless heat elevated the surrounding temperature to a sweltering 40 or 50 degrees. Were it not for Qin Yu's attainment of the second level of qi refinement, he might have succumbed to heat stroke by now. Even those at the second level of qi refinement would find prolonged exposure to such high temperatures uncomfortable. Yet, at this moment, Qin Yu was wholly absorbed in sensing the flames within the alchemical furnace, entirely oblivious to the searing heat against his skin. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered a profound state of concentration. He could distinctly perceive the flickering of the flames within the furnace, sensing the subtle changes in the cow tendon flowers. Qin Yu's mental power was coming into play, gradually intensifying. Lower it a bit more, just a fraction more. He exerted every ounce of his remaining spiritual energy to subtly adjust the temperature within the furnace. Now, Qin Yu swiftly cast the 2 cow tendon flowers into the furnace. This time, the flowers did not ignite instantly. Their petals did not curl, but instead unfurled naturally, as if blooming. A mist of white vapor emanated from the flowers, indicating that the moisture within was being released. Success. Qin Yu found himself utterly exhausted, unable to manipulate the alchemical furnace any longer, and sank down onto the ground. It was only then that he realized the sun had ascended in the southern sky, marking the passage of time to noon. His internal spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, leaving not a single drop remaining. A sense of dizziness enveloped him, a consequence of the significant drain on his mental faculties. Without the support of spiritual energy, the beef-tended flower within the furnace fell to the bottom, losing its value for alchemical purposes. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Qin Yu counted the materials and recognized that this was his 15th attempt. Despite possessing the talent of a fire manipulator, it took him 15 tries to achieve success. One could only imagine how many attempts those without such a gift would require. Out of the 30 portions of materials purchased, 15 beef tendon flowers had already been rendered useless. However, Qin Yu felt no regret. Every effort was worthwhile. The mere enhancement of his mental capacity was a reward that could not be measured by mere contribution points. After taking a refreshing bath and changing into clean garments, Qin Yu began to circulate his Xiantian skill to restore his internal spiritual energy. After approximately 15 minutes of cultivation, his energy was replenished to its original state, even surpassing the amount he had in the morning. It seemed that alchemy indeed contributed to the enhancement of one's cultivation level. Though he was uncertain of the pace at which it occurred, he opened his personal panel. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: medium-grade spiritual root. Fire manipulator. Progress: 2. Note: upon reaching 100, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. As the progress bar did not display decimal points, Qin Yu could not ascertain the precise increment. However, he estimated that after a night of cultivation, his progress should be around 15. This half-day of alchemical work likely yielded an increase of 0.5. If he devoted his entire day to alchemy, he could expect a growth of 1, which was approximately 0.5 slower than pure cultivation. Yet, the benefits derived from alchemy far outweighed this modest increment. Indeed, pursuing alchemy was the right choice. Although his spiritual energy was now abundant, Qin Yu still felt immensely fatigued. A period of rest was imperative. Rubbing his temples, he lay down on the bed and soon drifted into slumber. Sleep was the most effective means of restoring mental energy. After about half an hour, he awoke, feeling revitalized and full of vigor. After washing his face, Qin Yu resumed his alchemical endeavors. This time, he succeeded in refining the beef tendon flour after just 2 attempts. Next, he lowered the temperature to 300 degrees, crushed the leaves of the broken bone tree, and added them to the furnace to mix with the beef tendon flour. With prior experience to guide him, Qin Yu had developed a reasonable understanding of the internal temperature of the furnace. Yet, he encountered a new challenge: how to effectively fuse the beef tendon flour with the broken bone tree leaves. Qin Yu earnestly recalled the techniques explained by Jiao Xiaoxiao. Under the searing heat of combustion, Qin Yu meticulously compressed the cow tendon flour and the fractured bone tree leaves with his spiritual energy, intertwining them until they became one, each essence infused within the other. He envisioned his spiritual energy as a pair of great hands, relentlessly kneading the 2 varieties of spiritual herbs. Initially, Qin Yu found this dual focus quite challenging, as he had to regulate the furnace's temperature while simultaneously manipulating the herbs. Yet, as time passed, he gradually discovered the necessary techniques. Through repeated failures, his mastery over spiritual energy became increasingly refined. Following the 13th unsuccessful attempt, Qin Yu finally exhausted the cow tendon flour. Chapter 32. Alas, has it vanished so swiftly? I had only just begun to feel its potential. As Qin Yu lifted his gaze, he noticed that night had fallen. And unbeknownst to him, half a day had slipped away. His spiritual energy remained intact, not due to an increase in his reserves, but rather because his heightened mental acuity allowed him a more profound control over his energy, enabling him to allocate it with greater precision and thus avoid wastage. In essence, Qin Yu had become more enduring. Seated cross-legged, he took a moment to recuperate his energy. Prolonged concentration had left him with a sense of heaviness in his head. He decided it was time to pause his alchemical endeavors and donned a fresh set of clothes to wander leisurely within the sect, seeking to ease his weary nerves. The scenery of the Xiantian sect was quite enchanting. Although devoid of electricity, candlelight flickered everywhere. An unknown flora along the pathways emitted a gentle luminescence, creating an exquisite ambience. After meandering for a while, Qin Yu visited the market to procure more cow tendon flowers and fractured bone tree leaves. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he carefully stored the alchemical furnace and prepared for meditation. While the art of alchemy was undeniably significant, cultivating one's own prowess remained the foundation of any cultivator's journey. A revered immortal surnamed Zhou once proclaimed that all a cultivator undertakes should fundamentally aim at enhancing their cultivation. Spending an entire night merely on meditation, while consuming a spirit-enhancing pill, seemed wasteful to Qin Yu. Contemplating the last remaining pill, he pondered deeply. However, foregoing the pill would result in painfully slow progress. Squandering precious time, youth, and life itself, an utterly disgraceful prospect. The effects of the spirit-enhancing pill lasted a full day, yet with his daytime dedicated to alchemy, he would inevitably waste its efficacy. Suddenly, an ingenious solution dawned upon him. If one pill sufficed for an entire day, then half a pill would perfectly cater to a single night. Without delay, Qin Yu split the pill in 2 and swallowed 1/2. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Yu gathered his focus. Indeed, the pill's effects were just sufficient for one night's use. I am truly a genius. He opened his personal panel to check his progress bar, which had now reached 7. The consumption of elixirs for cultivation indeed yields remarkable speed. After rising and attending to his morning routine, Qin Yu ventured to the market to procure 2 substantial meat buns. Sated and refreshed, he commenced preparations for alchemy. This time, he did not rush into the process. Instead, he meticulously reviewed the essential considerations for concocting the strengthening pill, reflecting on the details from yesterday's alchemical endeavors. After a thorough self-assessment of his previous errors, feeling adequately prepared, Qin Yu finally retrieved the alchemical furnace. With the wisdom gained from yesterday's experiences, his alchemical process today unfolded with considerably more ease. After merely 3 attempts, he successfully fused the cow tendon flour with the broken bone tree leaves. The amalgamation of these 2 materials began to take the shape of a pill, a quail egg-sized entity of deep emerald green. swirling and undulating under the control of spiritual energy. Only one final ingredient remained for the successful creation of the strengthening pill, the fierce tiger grass. Following the documented steps in the alchemical formula, Qin Yu cautiously introduced the last ingredient. Drawing upon his prior experience, he astonishingly succeeded on his first attempt. What remained was the final procedure, refining the mixture over a blazing fire. This process would eliminate impurities through high temperatures, causing the pill to diminish in size until it was akin to a fingernail. Once the color transitioned from emerald green to black, it would signify the success of the alchemical process. This stage demanded immense concentration from the alchemist, as one had to vigilantly observe any changes in the pill and adjust the furnace's temperature accordingly to ensure the effective removal of impurities. During his initial attempt, the pill exhibited no color change, prompting Qin Yu to continuously raise the temperature of the alchemical furnace. Ultimately, through his relentless efforts, the pill transformed into a piece of char, disintegrating into powder upon the slightest touch. With numerous failures behind him, Qin Yu grew indifferent to the setbacks. He selected a fresh batch of materials and embarked on the process anew. The journey was fraught with obstacles. He encountered failures at the second step, the third, and even at the final stage. After 2 consecutive days of alchemical trials, he had yet to produce a single pill, having exhausted all his materials. Nevertheless, the silver lining was that Qin Yu's mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. He could now divide his spiritual energy into 3 or even 4 streams, simultaneously engaging in various tasks. Furthermore, his alchemical skills were visibly improving. Initially, he struggled with the fundamental step of refining the cow tendon flour, but now those preliminary steps were mere trifles for him, with the last stage proving to be the greatest challenge. Realizing that he could not continue to toil in isolation, he decided to consult his senior brother. Hoping to uncover the reasons behind his failures, Qin Yu set off towards the market once more, first acquiring 30 portions of materials for the strengthening pill, and then seeking out his senior brother, Li Ming, at their usual meeting spot. Li Ming, with his warm demeanor, personally visited Qin Yu's cave abode to guide him in his cultivation after the evening's activities. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's adeptness in refining the beef tendon flour and integrating the leaves of the broken bone tree, Li Ming displayed a look of envy. To reach such a level in merely 2 days, my junior brother is truly far superior to me. After observing Qin Yu's entire process of alchemy, Li Ming identified the problematic steps and demonstrated the final procedure for Qin Yu. Enlightened, Qin Yu felt as if he had received a profound revelation. The following day, after just 3 attempts, he successfully concocted his very first powerful elixir. Cradling the warm pill in his palms, Qin Yu was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. After 4 days of relentless effort, countless failures, and nearly 30 contribution points spent, he had finally earned this elixir. Not just 1, but 2. Discovering another pill, only half the size of the powerful elixir, at the bottom of the alchemical furnace, he noted its pure white hue, reminiscent of white chocolate from his past life, which looked quite appetizing. Puzzled, Qin Yu scratched his head, wondering why this batch had yielded 2 pills. Was this additional pill a result of impurities? He placed the white pill under the sun for careful observation, yet reached no conclusions. Regardless, he decided to first test the efficacy of his concocted powerful elixir. Just as he was about to put the elixir into his mouth, a sudden thought struck him. What if there had been an issue during the refining process? What if the elixir were toxic? Although the beef tendon flour, tiger grass, and broken bone tree leaves were known to be non-toxic, who could say if any peculiar chemical reactions might occur under high temperatures? Who would serve as his test subject? An idea flashed in Qin Yu's mind. Li Zhongtong. That fellow possessed an extraordinary talent for survival. He was remarkably resilient. Even if this elixir were indeed toxic, it would hardly harm him. He was the perfect candidate for a trial. Moreover, Qin Yu had already devised a rationale. Since Li Zhongtong had gifted him his first talisman, he would reciprocate with this first elixir as a token of gratitude. Reciprocity in social exchanges must be maintained. Eagerly, Qin Yu knocked on Li Zhongtong's door, which fortuitously found him at home. Brother Yu, what brings you here? Qin Yu replied with a smile. I have a gift for you, my very first elixir. Li Zhongtong hurriedly accepted the elixir, carefully placing it aside. Thank you, Brother Yu. Qin Yu rubbed his hands together, wearing a mischievous grin. Don't you want to see how effective your brother's elixir is? Huh? Li Zhongtong replied, puzzled, but there are no opponents right now. Taking the elixir would be a waste, wouldn't it? Not at all. There are plenty more where that came from. Quickly, try my craftsmanship. Very well then. Li Zhongtong took the elixir and swallowed it whole. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 33. Li Zhongtong's complexion flushed, his breath heavy. His arms began to elongate, the muscles in his limbs swelling rapidly. In an instant, he grew half a meter taller, his strength multiplying several-fold, resembling a towering mountain of flesh. Qin Yu looked up at Li Zhengtong, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. The effect was astonishing. Qin Yu was utterly astounded by the power of the strength elixir. Was it not supposed to merely enhance one's strength for a brief period? This was not just a slight improvement. It was an astronomical leap. Observing how Li Zhengtong had seemingly transformed into a muscle-bound behemoth, Qin Yu estimated that his strength had increased by at least several times, if not more. This was truly exaggerated. Li Zhengtong, admiring his well-developed biceps, grinned broadly. So impressive. This is the physique I've always dreamed of. Brother Yu, the elixir you concocted is extraordinary. I feel a surge of power coursing through me. I could knock down a bull with a single punch. I just wonder how long this will last. Qin Yu extended his hand, saying, "Come, let us test our strength in an arm wrestling match." Li Zhengtong, panting, scoffed, "Brother Yu, can those slender arms of yours hold up? Are you questioning the prowess of a first-layer Qi practitioner?" Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves and provocatively gazed at Li Zhengtong. The two took their positions at the stone table in Li Zhengtong's courtyard. The moment their hands clasped, Qin Yu felt an immense force surging forth. He dared not be careless. He immediately activated his technique, channeling his spiritual energy into his arms. With a forceful grunt, both exerted their strength, surprisingly evenly matched. This left Qin Yu even more astonished. Li Zhengtong was merely a first-layer Qi practitioner, yet after consuming the strength elixir, his power was not at all inferior to Qin Yu's second-layer capabilities. Did this mean that the elixir could indeed enable practitioners to fight above their level? One must never underestimate the difference of a single layer. After Qin Yu advanced from the first to the second layer, his strength had surged at least fivefold. This elixir's effects were utterly outrageous, and it was priced at merely 3 contribution points each, quite a bargain. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Li Zhengtong suddenly sprouted a profusion of dark fur all over his body. It spread from his arms to his neck, chest, and continued to extend downward. This sight left Qin Yu utterly stunned. In a moment of distraction, his arm was pressed firmly against the stone table. "Oh yeah," Li Zhengtong exclaimed, raising his arms in excitement. Qin Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then, with a face full of terror, pointed at Li Zhengtong's arms, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Li Zhengtong was entirely covered in dark fur, his imposing physique and elongated arms making him resemble a gorilla. Witnessing his good brother suddenly transform into a clothed gorilla was beyond comprehension. At this moment, he raised both hands, joyfully twisting his body, while emitting peculiar sounds of "oh yeah, oh yeah." Qin Yu was reminded of a circus from his past life. If there were a unicycle below and a ball above, it would be a perfect match. Seeing Qin Yu's unusual expression, Li Zhengtong thought he was upset about losing and hurriedly offered comfort. "Brother Yu, don't be angry. My victory over you relied entirely on the elixirs you crafted." Qin Yu shook his head and struggled to speak. "What on earth is happening to you?" "I'm fine." Li Zhengtong glanced at his arms and touched his face, his emotions collapsing. "Ah, Brother Yu, your elixir is poisonous. How strange. Why do I have these black hairs? The strength elixir never had this effect." Qin Yu flipped through the formula repeatedly, racking his brain to comprehend where things had gone awry. Li Zhengtong, draped in a blanket to conceal his black hairs, sat pitifully in Qin Yu's courtyard. "Brother Yu, please think of a solution. I look like a gorilla. How will I face anyone in the future?" "Don't worry. Perhaps the effects will wear off, and you will return to normal. It has already been a quarter of an hour. When will the effects subside?" Li Zhengtong was on the verge of tears. Qin Yu scratched his head, pondering why his strength elixir, which should last only 5 minutes, was so potent. Could it be because I am exceptionally enduring? No, I cannot be distracted at this moment. Could it be that alchemists possess extraordinary endurance? Qin Yu shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. Why did my strength elixir differ from others? I followed the formula precisely, and if there were any discrepancies, Senior Brother Li Ming would have surely mentioned it yesterday. Qin Yu's gaze slowly shifted to Li Zhengtong. Since there was no issue with the alchemy, it must be a matter of consumption. "Brother Yu, why are you looking at me?" "It's nothing. I believe I have identified the crux of the problem." "Really?" Li Zhengtong's face brightened with a smile. "Where did the issue arise?" "No need to panic. I need to verify this further." Qin Yu activated the alchemy furnace and began refining the elixir once more. After 3 failed attempts, he produced another strength elixir. And at the bottom of the furnace lay a small white pill, though Qin Yu did not pay much attention to it. "Brother Yu, you aren't planning to fight poison with poison, are you?" Li Zhengtong covered his mouth tightly with both hands. Until he understood the problem, he would not consume another unidentified elixir crafted by Qin Yu. He would rather be a dog. Fighting poison with poison? Have you been reading too many novels? Just wait here. Qin Yu hurriedly took the elixir and rushed out. Only by identifying the source of the issue could he prescribe the appropriate remedy. Verifying whether the problem lay with Qin Yu's elixirs or Li Zhengtong himself was quite simple. Merely find another individual to consume the strength elixir, and all shall be well. Xiaoji, it has been decided. You shall be that person. A mere quarter of an hour later, Qin Yu, accompanied by a second gorilla, pushed open the gate to his courtyard. Ah, indeed, it is quite my own folly. Li Zhengtong, gazing at the entirely black-furred Xiaoji, could not help but chuckle. Sometimes, when one is in a dire predicament, it is genuinely painful. Yet, witnessing another in a similarly unfortunate state can bring a sense of relief to the heart. Qin Yu aptly termed this phenomenon the academic failure effect. Xiaoji shot a glare at Li Zhengtong and silently took a seat beside him, his expression one of utter despair. Qin Yu stroked his chin, pondering which aspect had gone awry. Why, one might wonder, would a perfectly good strength elixir transform a person into a gorilla? Suddenly, Qin Yu recalled the white elixir from the bottom of the furnace. Was it not the presence of that white elixir that set him apart from others? Like a detective uncovering a crucial clue, the truth began to materialize before him. Within 10 paces, there must be an antidote. The emergence of that white elixir must have its purpose. It surely exists to counteract the adverse effects of the strength elixir. Swiftly, Qin Yu located the 2 white elixirs and presented them before Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. I had completely forgotten that the antidote was spawned alongside it. This is indeed the remedy. Consume it promptly, Qin Yu proclaimed confidently. The 2 exchanged glances with Qin Yu, instinctively retreating. Li Zhengtong stepped back once, while Xiaoji took 2 steps back. Qin Yu extended the white elixir towards Li Zhengtong, a broad smile adorning his face as he said, Tongzi, it's time for your medicine. Li Zhengtong shivered and timidly inquired, Brother Yu, are you certain this is truly the antidote? Of course. When have I, Qin, ever deceived a good brother? Qin Yu replied, You may question my abilities, but never my character. For my brothers, I would gladly risk my own life. Observing the unwavering determination in Qin Yu's eyes, Li Zhengtong hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to place his trust in him. He picked up a white elixir and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, his pupils dilated, and his limbs propelled him into the air. Both Qin Yu and Xiaoji were taken aback. Xiaoji exclaimed, Thank goodness I didn't consume it. As Li Zhengtong exuberantly bounced around, he exclaimed to Qin Yu, Brother Yu, this elixir tastes like bananas, utterly delectable. Delicious? Banana-flavored? Qin Yu found himself momentarily dumbfounded. It appeared that this elixir was not an antidote for the gorilla transformation, but rather a means to tame gorillas. What a calamity. Chapter 34. This defies logic. Qin Yu glanced around, bewildered, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled into such chaos. Li Zhengtong was jubilantly racing about the courtyard, having snatched and consumed the other white elixir as well. Brother Yu, is there any more of that white elixir? The banana-flavored one is simply delectable. Qin Yu expressed his profound skepticism, suspecting the white elixir had an exhilarating effect. Xiaoji gazed at Li Zhengtong with wide, curious eyes. Truth be told, he regretted not having tasted the flavor of that white elixir himself. Give me a moment of peace, Qin Yu exclaimed as he seized Li Zhengtong, delivering 2 playful punches to his densely furred head. Suddenly, the world fell silent, and Li Zhengtong pitifully settled beside Xiaoji. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Yu paced before the 2, announcing, I have both good news and bad news to share. Which would you prefer to hear first? Good news. Bad news. The 2 responded in unison, displaying a remarkable lack of coordination. Very well, I shall commence with the bad news, he declared. The unfortunate truth is, I have yet to comprehend why you have transformed in this manner. The faces of the 2 turned despondent. Do not be disheartened. I still have good news to share. Hope flickered back to the eyes of the 2. The good news is, your strength has surged over 5-fold, and the effects are remarkably enduring, so relish in that. However, their expressions darkened again. Noticing their indignation, muscles tensed, ready to retaliate against him, Qin Yu quickly interjected, Stay calm, for I have more good news. This transformation is undoubtedly a side effect of the elixir. Once its potency wanes, you will surely revert to your original forms. Upon hearing this, the 2 felt reassured, their expressions softening as they gazed at Qin Yu with hopeful anticipation. Brother Yu, how long will the effects of this elixir last? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Yu cleared his throat. Well, the effects of the ordinary strength elixir last a maximum of 15 minutes. The 2's faces fell once more. We have been gorillas for nearly half an hour, and you tell us the effects last only 15 minutes? Calm down, calm down. Qin Yu hastily endeavored to stabilize their emotions. What I meant was, the regular strength elixir lasts but a quarter of an hour. And it is evident that my elixir is far from ordinary. That makes sense. A glimmer of hope returned to their eyes as they gazed at Qin Yu with renewed expectation. Brother Yu, how long can your strength elixir sustain its effects? I am uncertain. It ultimately depends on your performance. However, fret not, for I, Qin, am not a miserly person. Given the tribulations you have endured, I shall certainly provide you with compensation. ensuring you do not suffer in vain. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, filled with anticipation, inquired, "What sort of compensation?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu replied, "I shall compensate each of you with 5 of my personally crafted strength elixirs." "Ah, I cannot bear it any longer. Qin Yu, you have gone too far. Calm down. Truly, do you think I, Qin, am afraid of you? Today, I shall demonstrate the stark contrast between the second and first levels of Qi cultivation. Bang. The dinosaur resists the wolf. Crack. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, 2 gorillas. I concede your prowess. We are all in the same circle. Let us show some respect and refrain from public humiliation. Gently, gently, do not damage my alchemy furnace. It is worth 55 contribution points." 5 minutes later, the 2 gorillas leaned against each other, panting heavily. Qin Yu, with a bruised face, gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, lamenting life. "It is all my fault. I refined the elixir too effectively." Li Zhengdong and Xiao Shi, having calmed down, were compelled to confront the present reality. "Brother Yu, what should we do? If we wait another hour and you remain in this state, then we shall have no choice but to visit the Spirit Medicine Pavilion." The Spirit Medicine Pavilion serves as the hospital of the Xintian sect, where cultivators can seek treatment for severe injuries or mishaps during their training. The two sighed, acknowledging their limited options. Thus, it must be so. Qin Yu circulated his spiritual energy, rapidly healing his injuries. Although the earlier encounter seemed intense, all 3 understood that Qin Yu had merely sustained superficial wounds and would soon recover with some practice. Once his injuries were mended, Qin Yu resumed his study of the alchemical formula. "Brother Yu," Li Zhengdong quietly approached Qin Yu. "What is it?" With an awkward smile, Li Zhengdong shyly inquired, "Do you still have any of that white elixir? Was that delicacy truly so delectable?" "Of course. That white elixir is the most exquisite thing I have ever tasted." Li Zhengtong, reminiscing, described, "It possesses a rich, fragrant, and profound banana flavor that rushes straight to the depths of the soul, melting upon contact. With an aroma so enticing, it is simply irresistible." This was the first instance Qin Yu had heard anyone describe a banana using such weighty and fragrant terms. He suspected Li Zhengtong had become somewhat daft from consuming too many medicinal pills. Surely his sense of taste had dulled. The ingredients, beef tendon flour, fierce tiger grass, and broken bone tree leaves, had no relation to bananas. How could one possibly concoct an elixir with a banana flavor? Upon hearing Li Zhengtong's delectable description, Xiao Ji also yearned to experience the taste of that white elixir. Qin Yu pondered aloud, "Have you both, in becoming gorillas, inherited some of their instincts, leading you to crave bananas?" The 2 retorted in unison, "We are not gorillas." All right, you are not," Li Zhengtong added. "Though the elixir tastes like banana, it is 1,000 times more delicious. It cannot be compared to any mere banana." After some thought, Qin Yu proposed, "How about I procure a banana for you to try? Perhaps your taste buds have altered after consuming the strength elixir." "That is indeed a possibility." As Qin Yu was about to head to the market for some purchases, Li Zhengtong interjected, "I still have some bananas from a few days ago in my room. Allow me to fetch them." Qin Yu handed the bananas to the 2. Xiao Ji took a bite and remarked, "It tastes just like usual. There's no difference." However, Li Zhengtong tasted it and promptly spat it out, exclaiming, "How can one who has savored the delicacies of the world tolerate such insipid fare?" It indeed seemed to stem from the issue of that white elixir. Was it truly as delectable as rumored? Qin Yu found himself increasingly curious. With some time still at hand, he arranged the alchemy furnace and concocted a strengthening pill. Unsurprisingly, the white elixir reappeared at the bottom of the furnace. Upon seeing it, Li Zhengtong's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Yu picked up the pill, inhaled its scent, and found it rather unremarkable. Under the eager gazes of Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, he swiftly consumed the pill. "Brother Yu, save half for me," Li Zhengtong shouted anxiously, but it was too late. Qin Yu savored the pill as if it were a candy, feeling a slight hint of banana flavor, yet it was neither profound nor particularly enjoyable. Was this elixir meant for those who had transformed into gorillas after consuming the strengthening pill? Qin Yu's dreams of wealth began to crumble. Li Zhengdong inquired, "Brother Yu, how does it taste?" Qin Yu remained silent and proceeded to conjure another white elixir. This time, he divided the pill in half and offered 1 piece to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji eagerly consumed it, soon exclaiming in delight at its exquisite flavor. It appeared that only those transformed into gorillas found such a thing palatable. Casting a sympathetic glance at Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu silently tucked away the remaining half. "I'll keep this half for you until you return to your original form." Realizing that an hour had passed without any change, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji wrapped themselves tightly in black cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. The trio made their way to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion in a brisk jog. After paying 10 contribution points, they were assigned to a physician. "Are you in need of treatment for external or internal injuries?" The The physician inquired. Neither. My two friends here are facing a bit of a predicament, Qin Yu replied, gesturing for the two to remove their black cloaks. Reluctantly, Li Zhengdong and Xiaoji shed their cloaks, revealing their well-developed muscles and copious hair. The physician was taken aback. Having initially assumed the two cloaked figures were human, only to discover they were, in fact, two gorillas. He cautioned, my friend, we only treat humans here, for spirit beasts. Please visit the veterinary pavilion. You are the spirit beast, we are merely humans, exclaimed the doctor in astonishment. Could it be that this spirit beast possesses the ability to speak? Observing its cultivation level, which was merely at the Qi refinement stage, it was astonishing that a spirit beast at such a nascent phase could articulate human speech. Surely, it must harbor the bloodline of a divine beast. Qin Yu interjected, no. Wait, do not remind me. Allow me to ponder this myself. A primate-like divine beast, could it be a descendant of a demon monkey, or perhaps the six-armed mad ape? Yet, both of these creatures are rather unsightly, which makes them unlikely ancestors. Could it be that their bloodlines are impure, resulting from hybridization? Before Qin Yu could finish his thoughts, the doctor interrupted him. My friend, I must caution you. The emergence of such self-awareness in a spirit beast is perilous. It would be prudent to send them to the beast-taming peak for proper training. Li Zhengdong and Xiaoji huffed in frustration. If not for their inability to retaliate, they would have relished the opportunity to pummel this physician. Once the doctor concluded his statements, Qin Yu hurriedly clarified the situation. Are you suggesting that my two companions transformed into this state after consuming the elixirs I concocted? Indeed, Qin Yu affirmed with a nod. Is that absolutely certain? Absolutely certain. Very well, please wait here while I fetch some medicine. Thank you, doctor. As the physician hurriedly departed, Qin Yu exhaled in relief. It appears such occurrences are quite commonplace. Merely providing a brief explanation was sufficient for the doctor to determine the appropriate remedy. Li Zhengdong and Xiaoji also felt a sense of relief. It seems it's not a grave issue. You nearly frightened me to death. As the trio continued their discussion, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. The physician, who had just left, pointed at Qin Yu and shouted, It is he, a suspected disciple of the demonic sect, who has transformed my sect's cultivators into spirit beasts. Qin Yu exclaimed, What? Chapter 35. At that moment, two imposing cultivators emerged behind the doctor, exuding an aura that rivaled that of Golden Core ancestors. Swiftly subduing Qin Yu cried out, Ah! Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji exchanged bewildered glances. It's a misunderstanding, Qin Yu implored. The doctor replied, I apologize, my friend. It was primarily your previous statements that lacked clarity. Qin Yu retorted, Did you afford me the opportunity to clarify my words? Your assertions are so outrageous that you presumed I had utilized some nefarious technique to transform beings into spirit beasts, mistaking it for a new development of the demonic sect. Have you ever seen a disciple of the demonic sect committing wrongful acts and then proudly parading before you? Is it a desire for a swift demise? Li Zhengdong interjected. Let me clarify. I am not a spirit beast. I am a pure cultivator cloaked in the guise of a spirit beast. Xiaoji added, I am likewise. The doctor apologized once more. I am sorry. It was my failure to consider the matter thoroughly. Qin Yu rubbed his sore shoulders and pointed at Li Zhengdong and Xiaoji, declaring, Heal them, and I shall forgive you. The physician shook his head repeatedly, stating that he had never encountered such a situation and was certain he could not provide a cure. What shall we do then? He lamented. In your case, I fear only the intervention of an elder could bring about a remedy, but the cost of such treatment is exorbitant, far beyond your means. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji were struck with despair, their eyes vacant, as if their lives had lost all purpose. Qin Yu was equally taken aback by the gravity of the situation, having merely concocted a small elixir. However, there exists another option. The physician said slowly after sipping some water. I have heard that the direct disciple of the master of the 100 Physicians Hall has arrived in Linglan City, near our Xiantian sect. You may seek him out. The 100 Physicians Hall is a sect composed entirely of healers who roam the land, offering their medical services to the common folk without charging a single coin. Consequently, the hall enjoys a lofty reputation among the populace, even in the small town where Qin Yu previously resided. Within the realm of cultivation, it ranks among the foremost sects, its master revered as a contemporary divine healer, capable of restoring life to the deceased and mending shattered bones. Although the hall's combat prowess is modest, its ability to summon aid is unparalleled. Throughout the cultivation world, no sect dares claim to be free of the favors owed to the 100 Physicians Hall. It is often said that to oppose the hall is to oppose the entire cultivation society, underscoring its immense influence. Now that the disciple of the so-called divine healer had arrived near the Xiantian sect, it appeared to be a twist of fate. Qin Yu and his companions promptly bid farewell to the physician and hurried towards Linglan City. Though the city is nearby, it is a considerable distance of 200 kilometers, particularly daunting for those who do not possess the ability to fly. On foot, it would take at least 2 days to reach their destination. Fortunately, the sect provided flying vessels for disciples on missions, requiring merely 1 contribution point for passage. The trio boarded this public transportation of the cultivation world. The speed of the vessel was remarkable. Within mere minutes, they had traversed the distance from the Xiantian sect to Lingon City. Upon disembarking, Qin Yu beheld the urban landscape for the first time. Lingon City, bustling with a populous and thriving economy, ranked among the top 5 in the Liang Kingdom. The 3 of them, holding the tokens of miscellaneous disciples from the Xiantian sect, passed through the city gates without issue. The streets within the city were far more spacious and tidy than Qin Yu had envisioned, and near the gates lay a vibrant marketplace. As they passed by, they were astonished to find an array of cultivation artifacts for sale. Are there truly so many practitioners of cultivation in Lianghua, with various items related to them for sale everywhere? Xiaoji explained, this city is the closest to our Xiantian sect, thus attracting numerous wandering cultivators and disciples of minor sects, which over time has given rise to these industries. I see. Brother Yu, where shall we search for the direct disciple of the 100 Medicine Hall's master? Such a person must be quite renowned. Perhaps we should inquire someone for guidance. Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings and noticed a young man offering fortune-telling by the roadside, clad in a black and white robe. He bore a large banner behind him inscribed with the words, "Witness the world, calculate the affairs of past and present." Such audacity. Let us approach him. Qin Yu led his companions over. Generally, fortune-tellers possess first-hand information about the city. Consulting him would surely yield valuable insights. As the trio approached, before they could utter a word, the fortune-teller spoke. Are you disciples of the Xiantian sect? Quite impressive. Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiao Ji were taken aback. This fortune-teller possessed remarkable abilities. Did you truly foresee this? Not quite. Your Xiantian sect identity token is visible. The fortune-teller pointed to the token at Qin Yu's waist. The identity token served not only to identify one's status, but also to store and pay contribution points. The fortune-teller introduced himself. I am Lu Yuanqing, a disciple of the Sun-Observing Celestial Sect. The Sun-Observing Celestial Sect? I haven't heard of it. Do you know anything about it? Qin Yu quietly asked Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. I am familiar with it, Li Zhengtong explained. The Sun-Observing Celestial Sect holds a status in the divination realm equivalent to that of the 100 Medicine Hall in the medical field. Both are top-tier sects of this continent. Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, encountering a person by the roadside who hails from such a prestigious sect. I am Qin Yu, a disciple of the Xiantian sect. This is Li Zhengtong, also a disciple of the Xiantian sect. And this is Xiaoji. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Lu Yuanqing clasped his hands in respect. What brings you to my humble booth? Qin Yu jested. I have long heard of the divinatory arts of the Sun-Observing Celestial Sect. Might Brother Lu be able to divine our purpose here? Lu Yuanqing smiled slightly, drew a few symbols on a turtle shell, then closed his eyes and murmured incantations. Before long, he opened his eyes and smiled, saying, the divination reveals that Brother Li and Brother Ji have encountered some troubles, coming here in search of the direct disciple of the 100 Medicine Hall's master for healing. Astonishing. You truly can divine such things. Brother Lu is indeed remarkable, worthy of being a disciple of the Sun-Observing Celestial Sect. Might you also know where the direct disciple of the 100 Medicine Hall's master resides? The esteemed master of the Baitang, known as Li Ziheo, resides in the heart of the city within the Baitang Clinic. However, those seeking Li Ziheo's medical expertise find themselves queuing as far as 3 kilometers away. It seems that Qin and his companions will have to wait quite a while. Fortunately, I share a cordial relationship with Li Ziheo, and, having no pressing matters at hand, I shall escort the 3 of you to him. It appears we have encountered a benevolent soul. Could this be the remarkable twist of fate that accompanies those fated to survive calamity? My sincere gratitude to you, Brother Lu. As the 4 of us traversed the path, Qin Yu remarked, Brother Lu, I have a question, though I wonder if it is appropriate to voice it. Please, do not hesitate, Brother Qin. Lu Yuanqing encouraged. I am aware of the term observing celestial phenomena at night, yet your sect refers to it as observing celestial phenomena during the day. Is there a deeper significance to this? Qin Yu expressed his innocent curiosity, pondering how one could observe celestial phenomena in the glaring sunlight. Lu Yuanqing let out a wry smile and explained. Our sect was originally named the Sect of Observing Celestial Phenomena at Night, and the art of divination is known as the night observation divination technique, derived from the patterns of countless stars. Approximately 3,000 years ago, a remarkably gifted youth aspired to create a divination technique that opposed the night observation method. Thus he began to observe the heavens by day. So, he invented the day observation divination technique, which replaced the night observation technique. leading to the renaming of your sect? Qin Yu inquired. Not quite. This youth, fixated on gazing at the sun daily, ultimately became blind. After losing his sight, he devoted himself to studying divination and refined the night observation technique into a premier method, becoming renowned as the celestial seer of his time. To honor the celestial seer, later generations renamed the sect to the sect of observing celestial phenomena during the day. Chapter 36. The four arrived at the city center and immediately beheld the long queue. Is it acceptable for us to cut in line? Qin Yu questioned. This is not cutting in line, Lu Yuanqing clarified. Brotherly has a principle regarding consultations. Priority is given to those with serious ailments. The individuals in this queue are merely suffering from minor ailments. If there are indeed any complex conditions, one may approach the gatekeeper at the front of the line for an assessment. If approved, they may receive expedited treatment. Brotherly is a man of principle. If your ailments are not severe, even my influence would be of no assistance. I would not waste a trip on trivial matters. Li Zhengtong then asked, how do you know we have serious ailments? The divination reveals all. Lu Yuanqing replied. Does it indicate the severity of our conditions? Li Zhengtong queried. A hint of trepidation in his tone. Lu Yuanqing hesitated for a moment before slowly stating, the divination suggests that healing you would be akin to resurrecting the dead. Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi were momentarily taken aback, nearly collapsing from the revelation. Li Zhengtong stammered, Brother Lu, might the divination also reveal if there is any hope for our recovery? This matter pertains to a higher order of power, one that I, with my current capabilities, cannot decipher. However, fret not, for Brotherly possesses remarkable medical skills and will undoubtedly restore both of you to health. Xiaozhi inquired, can Brotherly bring the dead back to life? Well, that is not within his capabilities. Li Zhengtong lamented. Then we are beyond salvation. Lu Yuanqing hastily reassured, we must not speak in such dire terms. As the saying goes, every craft has its specialization. Though Brotherly may not possess the ability to resurrect the deceased, it does not imply that he cannot heal you. Look at your cowardly demeanor. Qin Yu remarked, if you cannot revert to your former selves, I shall deceive everyone into consuming that elixir, and thus, we would all be in the same predicament. The four approached the front of the queue, where a dispute was unfolding. An elderly man was vociferously lamenting, I am gravely ill. Every breath I exhale leaves me yearning to inhale again. This back and forth is an utter waste of energy. Do you not see how serious my condition is? Is this not merely normal respiration? Is this even considered an ailment? The old man's family member clarified, my grandfather's ailment lies within his mind. That indeed is a serious affliction. Lu Yuanqing stepped forward to address the doorman. Young Master Lu, you have arrived. Please, do come in. The doorman respectfully cleared the way. Lu Yuanqing led Qin Yu and the others into the medical hall. As Qin Yu and his companion swaggered in, the waiting crowd immediately began to voice their grievances. Why do they not have to queue or explain their ailments to gain entry? Silence. The doorman chided. The patients brought by young Master Lu are often on the brink of death, while you lot merely suffer from a slight cold. What grounds do you have for comparison? Hearing this, Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi nearly collapsed in despair. Before their arrival, they merely bore a resemblance to gorillas. Yet now it felt as though they were on the verge of meeting their demise. Do not speak nonsense. These two patients merely contend with some complex ailments. Lu Yuanqing admonished the doorman. After waiting a while in the medical hall, the proprietor emerged from the inner chamber. He greeted Lu Yuanqing with a nod before inviting Qin Yu and the others to enter the inner chamber and take a seat. Due to the sensitive nature of the patient's conditions, Lu Yuanqing excused himself after addressing Qin Yu and his companions, departing the medical hall. Upon entering the inner chamber, the shopkeeper informed Qin Yu and his companions, please wait here for a moment. A patient with severe external injuries has just been admitted, and young Master Li is currently attending to him in the back room. The three nodded and settled onto a bench. The inner chamber and the main hall were separated by a wooden door, and with their cultivation levels. It was effortless for Qin Yu and the others to overhear the conversation within. Immortal physician. My son was embroiled in a brawl and was pierced through the chest by a sharp blade. Please, you must save him. Do not panic. It is merely a minor issue. Assist me and hand me the tools I require. Understood? Yes, yes. With the sounds of clanging and banging emanating from within, Qin Yu pondered whether he had unwittingly stumbled into a blacksmith's forge. Were the physicians of the immortal realm truly so formidable? His doubts surged as he considered the possibility that this doctor might resort to plucking each black hair from Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi. Surely, this could be deemed an unconventional method. Before long, the cacophony subsided, replaced by the sound of Dr. Li exhaling heavily. Immortal physician, has my son been saved? Not yet commenced with the rescue. Your son's legs were slightly askew, and witnessing the discomfort compelled me to rectify them. They are now straightened and much more comfortable. Ah? What of my son's chest? Fear not, I shall attend to that immediately. Your son's fingers are also somewhat crooked. Upon hearing this exchange, both Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji hastily scrutinized their limbs. Relieved to find their arms and legs relatively straight, they exhaled in relief. Brother Yu, I can't shake the feeling that this so-called direct disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall seems rather unreliable. The trio huddled together, whispering. Qin Yu reassured them. Those with true talent often possess peculiarities. This individual merely exhibits a touch of obsessive-compulsive behavior. As long as there are no inclinations toward bestiality, it is quite tolerable. As they conversed, a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a pig being slaughtered erupted from the inner room. Suddenly, silence fell. Startled, the three of them dared not utter a sound. My apologies, Li Ziheo's voice came, tinged with regret. I was too gentle. I hadn't anticipated he would awaken prematurely. But fret not, a swift blow will suffice. Pass me the scissors once more. Xiaoji took a deep breath. Brother Yu, perhaps we should return to the sect and seek the elders. I'm still young. I do not wish to perish. Li Zhengong nodded in agreement. I believe I am quite well as I am. There is no need for treatment. Look at you, displaying such cowardice. Qin Yu chastised them sternly. Your circumstances differ vastly from that patient inside. Dr. Li would never employ such methods on you. Li Zhengtong queried. Might he render us unconscious and then skin us? Qin Yu shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. Why? Because if your skin were to be removed, it would merely result in the loss of that outer layer of black hair. Your gorilla-like physique would remain unchanged. Unless, he grinned mischievously, unless he were to excise the excess muscle from your bodies and truncate your elongated arms, thus restoring you to your original form. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji turned pale. Instinctively, they rose to flee, convinced that remaining here would pose a grave threat to their lives. Qin Yu quickly restrained them. Where do you think you're going? I was merely jesting. At this moment, a voice emerged from the inner room once more. Immortal physician, I am profoundly grateful for saving my son's life. No need for thanks. It was merely a matter of extracting the blade and employing healing techniques. It is but a trifling matter. Immortal physician, please rest. I must take my son and depart. Rest? The voice from within suddenly rose in pitch. Only those who are of no use to the realm of cultivation would indulge in rest. With ailments lurking and the health of patients hanging by a thread, it is precisely at such a critical juncture that a medical prodigy like myself must shoulder the burden. How could I possibly rest? Then please, continue your work. We shall take our leave. The door to the inner room opened, and a father hurriedly pushed his son in a wheelchair away. Next. Chapter 37. Qin Yu dragged Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji into the inner room. Li Zihua, the direct disciple of the 100 Medic Hall-S master, was seated on a wooden chair, wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Li Zihua had a youthful visage, his age comparable to that of Qin Yu and his companions. Upon entering the room, Qin Yu immediately began assessing Li Zihua's talents. Eager to ascertain the worth of this direct disciple, exceptional spiritual root, level, a favored child of heaven and earth, an existence that is 1 in 10,000. Capable of rapid progress in cultivation and destined to become a formidable power. Innate alchemist, level. A natural-born alchemist, possessing mental acuity that far surpasses the average person. With unique insights into various spiritual herbs and medicines, destined to become a renowned master of alchemy. Reincarnated immortal physician, level, born with an innate understanding of the functions and effects of all medicinal materials, with a little study. One can effortlessly master the healing methods for all ailments, possessing the ability to resurrect the dead. By heavens, a golden legend. A reincarnated immortal physician? The worth of this talent is simply extraordinary. Qin Yu then realized that above the levels he had known, there existed a higher tier of talent. Exceptional spiritual roots were merely a level talent. Could there be spiritual roots even stronger than that? Who is the patient? Li Zihua inquired. Without waiting for Qin Yu to respond, Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji removed their dark cloaks. Li Zihua appeared momentarily taken aback before stating, I can only treat ailments. I am not well versed in the medical care of spiritual beasts. Qin Yu reiterated the explanation once more. Are you saying they transformed because they consumed your elixirs? Upon hearing this, Li Zihua visibly brightened with excitement. Drawing from previous experiences, Qin Yu swiftly clarified, let me be clear, I am not a disciple of a demonic sect. This is truly just a matter of elixirs. I certainly know you are not a disciple of a demonic sect. You are simply a genius in the realm of alchemy. Li Zihua exclaimed excitedly, pulling out paper and pen. What elixir did they consume to become like this? The strengthening elixir. The strengthening elixir? An elixir that enhances strength. Li Zihua raised his head, scrutinizing Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji closely. How much has their strength increased? At least fivefold. Fivefold? Li Zihua gasped in astonishment, springing to his feet in excitement. Are you certain that what you have concocted is a strength pill? Absolutely. I have utilized 3 ingredients. Beef tendon flour, fierce tiger grass, and the leaves of the broken bone tree. Upon hearing this, Li Zihao paced excitedly. A standard strength pill typically enhances strength by at most 1/10. Yet this one is an extraordinary genius, truly a genius in the art of alchemy. Li Zihao swiftly inscribed on paper, having produced a pill that amplifies strength fivefold with merely 3 exceedingly common materials. By the way, how long does the effect of this pill last? Qin Yu glanced at Li Zhengtong and replied, it is currently indeterminate, but I suspect it may be permanent. Permanent? Li Zihao nearly lost his composure. He hastily added to the paper, effect. Permanent. Tonggu, do you think you might be somewhat unhinged? Xiaoji whispered to Li Zhengdong. Li Zhengdong nodded affirmatively. If he were sane, I would stand on my head and urinate. Qin Yu was also bewildered by Li Zihao's eccentric demeanor. This was the first time he encountered someone more abstract than himself. After finishing his writing, Li Zihao inquired again, such a flawless pill, does it have any side effects? Qin Yu, Li Zhengdong, and Xiaoji all regarded him with peculiar expressions. If your corneas are of no use, you might as well donate them. We did not come here to witness your madness. Such talent squandered on a fool. Li Zihao, regaining his senses, wrote on the paper after consuming the pill. The arm elongates, the body is covered in black fur, and the gaze becomes vacant, seemingly resulting in diminished intelligence. Whom are you insulting? Qin Yu quickly intervened, calm down. That fellow possesses exceptional spiritual roots. None of us could possibly contend with him. Li Zihao raised his head to meet the furious gazes of Li Zhengdong and Xiaoji, silently striking through the phrase about diminished intelligence. It turned out this was not a side effect of the pill. What splendid news. Ah, how utterly insulting. I am ready to confront you. Li Zihao recognized his misstep and sincerely apologized. I beg your pardon. I am simply someone who speaks the truth. Qin Yu. Li Zihao approached Qin Yu and grasped his hand, inquiring, may I ask how you are addressed? Qin Yu. Qin Yu forcefully withdrew his hands. Brother Qin. You truly are a prodigy in alchemy, a paragon for our younger generation. Had it not been for Li Zihao's sincere gaze, Qin Yu might have thought he was being mocked. Li Zihao continued, I am a physician and also an alchemist, specializing in the creation of pills that heal and restore. Yet, I have discovered a lamentable truth. The contemporary realm of alchemy has become utterly decrepit. The alchemists merely replicate the formulas left by their predecessors, producing elixirs that are indistinguishable from those of the past, employing identical ingredients, achieving the same effects, and yielding a perpetually rising price. The current realm of alchemy resembles a stagnant pool, devoid of innovation. Why were our forebears able to conjure such astonishing potions, yet we find ourselves unable to do so? After a moment of deep reflection, I resolved to alter this stagnation. I yearned to create a superior elixir. I shared this revelation with my master and elders, expecting them to take pride in my determination, only to be met with rebuke. My master chastised me, asserting that without grasping the elixirs left by our predecessors, I should not even entertain thoughts of innovation. Yet I cannot concur with this perspective. Is it absolute that what our forebears have crafted represents the pinnacle of achievement? Am I truly incapable of devising a potion of greater potency? Nevertheless, my innate talent seems insufficient, as I have yet to succeed. Qin Yu sighed, having aspirations is commendable. Yet aiming too high could lead to futility. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort to Li Zihao, he heard Li Zihao's impassioned voice. And your emergence, Brother Qin, proves that we are not inferior to our predecessors. Qin Yu responded, me? Indeed, Brother Qin. Your improved power elixir not only surpasses the effects of those crafted by our predecessors, but also outstrips all other potions in potency and speed of effect. Aside from a rather negligible side effect, it possesses virtually no deficiencies. Li Zhengtong interjected, negligible side effect? As if this dark hair were not sprouting from your own head. Brother Qin, your innovation will surely shatter the stagnation of our alchemical community, becoming the banner for our younger generation, guiding us towards glory. Qin Yu exclaimed, what? I merely followed the formula to concoct a single elixir. Chapter 38. Brother Qin, it appears you have yet to recognize your own greatness. Do you comprehend what it signifies to create a potion that enhances strength fivefold using nothing but the most common spirit herbs, cowhide flower, tiger grass, and the leaves of the broken bone tree? It signifies that you are a genius of alchemy, Brother Qin. You have birthed a wholly new elixir, one that would evoke envy from alchemists throughout history. Li Zihao's fervor led Qin Yu to momentarily believe that he was the one who had concocted the power elixir. Sensing that the conversation was veering off course, Qin Yu hastily reminded, Li brother, before you become overly excited, could you assist in restoring my two friends to their original states? Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji nodded fervently. How difficult can it be? There is no ailment in this world that I, Li Zihao, cannot cure. Li Zihao placed his hand upon Li Zhengtong's wrist. The pulse was strong and vigorous, revealing no issues. What is your cultivation level? Li Zihao inquired. I am at the first layer of Qi refinement. Li Zihuan nodded thoughtfully, internally lamenting that the pulse had indeed reached the level of the second stage of Qi refinement. The medicinal pill was truly remarkable. As he concluded the pulse taking, Li Zihua retrieved a pack of silver needles from his bag. I believe that using acupuncture to disperse the medicinal energy within you should help restore your condition. Please remove your upper garment. With a swift motion, Li Zihua expertly inserted several silver needles into Li Zhengtong's body. Do not move, he cautioned, continuing to skillfully deploy more needles. As the number of needles increased, Qin Yu felt as if Li Zhengtong was on the verge of becoming a hedgehog. Li Zihua's expression transitioned from initial confidence to a hint of confusion, ultimately furrowing his brow. This is not as I envisioned, he pondered, stroking his chin while pacing around Li Zhengtong. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Yu inquired, what is the matter, brotherly? Clearing his throat, Li Zihua hesitantly replied. Upon reflection, I believe the side effects are not entirely negative. Not only can they enhance strength, but they can also conceal one's identity. For instance, they could be advantageous for evading enemies, dodging creditors, or blending into the primal wilderness. Such a state could be quite beneficial. One pill ensures even a mother wouldn't recognize her own child. Therefore, I think it matters little whether this condition is restored. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Qin? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, questioning, brotherly, are you unable to treat him? How could that be possible? Li Zihua proclaimed, puffing out his chest. There is no ailment in the Qi refinement stage that I, Li Zihua, cannot cure. Then continue the treatment, Qin Yu urged. Isn't it true that this condition has many advantages? There is no need to revert it, right? Silently, Qin Yu produced a great strength pill. Since you see the benefits, why don't you try one yourself? Is this the great strength pill you concocted? Li Zihua exclaimed as he eagerly accepted the pill, cradling it in his hands as if it were a treasured gem. The texture and aroma are indeed exceptional. Brotherly, don't just savor the scent. Try one to test its efficacy. Li Zihua waved his hands repeatedly. No, that won't do. I must save this singular pill for thorough study. Qin Yu produced another pill, placing it silently into Li Zihua's hand. Fear not, there are plenty of great strength pills. Li Zihua replied, still, it's not appropriate. As a physician, I would frighten my patients in such a state. Not to worry. After consuming it, you can treat yourself and revert to your original form. Li Zihua retorted. You wouldn't be incapable of treating yourself, would you? Qin Yu challenged him. How could that be possible? There is no ailment in the Qi refinement stage that I cannot cure. Li Zihua gritted his teeth. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his true skills. Is it time to showcase your real abilities? Qin Yu realized that his provocation had succeeded. How could the esteemed disciple of the illustrious head of the 100 Medical Hall be limited to mere acupuncture? Surely, there must be some hidden, formidable technique yet to be unveiled. Without a little provocation, how could one be compelled to reveal such secrets? Under the expectant gazes of Qin Yu and his companions, Li Zihao retrieved 3 incense sticks and an incense burner from his bag of wonders. Xiaoji, Li Jingtong, Qin Yu. Wait, my friend. After holding back for so long, your grand revelation is merely lighting incense and praying? Is the pinnacle of medicine steeped in mysticism? Li Zihao placed the furnace upon the wooden table, ignited the 3 sticks of incense, and, with utmost solemnity, bowed down. Master, I offer my incense to you. Qin Yu, utterly perplexed, wondered, isn't the head of the 100 Medical Hall still alive? A miraculous scene unfolded. The smoke ascended languidly, ultimately coalescing into the visage of an elderly man clad in a flowing robe. Disciple pays respects to master. The elder spoke slowly. Zihao, have you encountered some trouble? Why did you not use the communication jade pendant to contact me? Astounded by the spectral figure's words, Qin Yu felt his mind swirl in disbelief. Is this how you summon spirits in the 100 Medical Hall? How exceedingly eerie. Yet, it appeared that my provocation had indeed borne fruit. Summoning the head of the 100 Medical Hall, Li Zihao explained, I encountered a rather unique situation, and it was difficult to articulate through the jade pendant. Master, please observe. The head of the 100 Medical Hall turned his gaze upon Qin Yu and his companions. Younger generations pay respects to the head of the 100 Medical Hall. The trio hurriedly bowed. Spirit beasts? The head of the 100 Medical Hall expressed surprise. Zihao, when did you develop an interest in the medicine of spirit beasts? Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji had grown numb to the unfolding events. Li Zihao hastily clarified the situation. After consuming the power enhancement pill, they transformed into this state. The head of the 100 Medical Hall surveyed Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, subsequently checking their pulses. Ah, I see. Their enhanced strength is not due to the power enhancement pill, but rather a result of their own transformation. The elixir they consumed must have been a shape-shifting pill. Shape-shifting pill? Master, why have I never heard of such a concoction? Li Zihao inquired. Legend has it that in ancient times, There existed a pill capable of awakening the bloodlines of spirit beasts within humans, thereby transforming individuals into various spirit beasts to enhance physical prowess. However, as history progressed, this formula disappeared, and such elixirs were lost to time. Qin Yu silently acknowledged the head of the 100 Medical Hall's reliability. As he discerned the essence of the matter in mere minutes, Li Zihao asked, "Master, does this mean they are no longer considered human, but rather spirit beasts?" "Indeed," the head of the 100 Medical Hall affirmed. "No wonder my methods have proven ineffective on them. So, Master, how can we restore them to their original state?" The Master of the 100 Medical Hall stated, "It is quite simple. One merely needs to use the bloodline of a person as a catalyst to reactivate their own bloodline, thus restoring them to their original state." Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji felt a surge of joy within. It seemed they had found hope. "Master, what must I do?" inquired Li Zihai. "You cannot save them, nor can I." The Master of the 100 Medical Hall chuckled. "To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it." Qin Yu comprehended the implication of the Master's words and stepped forward. "Senior, the great strength pill was crafted by me. I humbly ask how I might restore my two brothers to their human forms?" The Master replied, "Refine another batch of pills, and this time, add a drop of human blood. Any blood will suffice." Chapter 39. The Master of the 100 Medical Hall smiled and said, "If you do not mind this old man learning from you, let us refine here. I am also eager to witness how you concoct this ancient, long-lost elixir." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming joy. He had been troubled, unsure of which step in his alchemical process had led to such results. With an expert of the Master's caliber observing, he was confident that the source of his troubles would soon be revealed. To have a senior guiding me in alchemy fills me with delight. I could not possibly mind. However, I did not bring my alchemical furnace. Li Zihai hastily retrieved a furnace from his cosmic bag. "Qin brother, if you do not mind, please use my furnace." Qin Yu glanced over and was astonished to see it was a 3-holes furnace. The more holes a furnace has, the more intricate the operation. Li brother, do you have a single-hole furnace? I am but a novice in alchemy, and find your furnace beyond my current capabilities. I shall fetch you a single-hole furnace. What materials do you require? Cow tendon flower, fierce tiger grass, and the leaves of the broken bone tree. Please bring extra, as my success rate is rather low." "Very well." After Li Zihai departed, the Master of the 100 Medical Hall turned to Qin Yu and inquired, "How long have you been studying the art of alchemy?" Qin Yu replied, "I have been learning for a week." The Master raised an eyebrow in surprise. To have refined such an extraordinary pill in merely a week, could this lad be the reincarnation of an ancient alchemist? This young man's talent in alchemy must be on par with Li Zihai's aptitude in medicine. Had Qin Yu been able to hear the Master's thoughts, he would have exclaimed, "You honor me too highly." Before long, Li Zihai returned with the furnace and materials. Qin Yu immediately set to work refining the pills. Both the Master of the 100 Medical Hall and Li Zihai observed Qin Yu's every move with utmost seriousness. The initial step of adding cow tendon flower, followed by the leaves of the broken bone tree, indeed adhered to the process for creating the great strength pill. Li Zihua enveloped Qin Yu entirely with his mental prowess, tracking every movement of Qin Yu with his spiritual awareness. He discerned a discrepancy. Li Zihua's spirit surged. He realized that Qin Yu had not completely fused the cow tendon flower with the broken bone tree leaves before hastily adding the fierce tiger grass. Could this be the reason for the difference in effects between this elixir and the strength potion? Li Zihua was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, any alteration in the minutiae of alchemical processes could potentially alter the final efficacy of the potion. Suddenly, Qin Yu opted to cease his alchemical endeavors. Li Zihua was somewhat taken aback. Why had Qin Yu stopped? Qin Yu sheepishly remarked, "I apologize, my technique is still somewhat unrefined. I added the fierce tiger grass too early, resulting in a failed elixir." Li Zihua wore a bewildered expression, mirroring that of the head of the 100 Medical Hall. Regaining his composure, Qin Yu resumed his alchemical work. This time, fortune favored him, and he successfully amalgamated the 3 materials. This step indeed posed no issues. Yet, why did the outcome differ so significantly from the strength potion? The head of the 100 Medical Hall was utterly perplexed. "Senior, may I add blood at this stage?" "Oh, certainly." Qin Yu bit into his fingertip, allowing several drops of blood to fall upon the elixir. As Qin Yu continued his refining, impurities were gradually eliminated, and the volume of the potion diminished. Finished. This resembles the strength potion too closely. The head of the 100 Medical Hall replayed the steps in his mind countless times, failing to detect any discrepancies in Qin Yu's methods. Could it be that this lad had merely concocted an ordinary strength potion? Was he deliberately concealing the ancient transformation potion's refining method from me? Just as the head of the 100 Medical Hall harbored doubts, Qin Yu retrieved a small white elixir from the bottom of the furnace. The head of the 100 Medical Hall was intrigued to discover the origin of this white potion. However, due to his status, he refrained from inquiring. Asking would imply his own ignorance, a significant loss of face before a junior. At that moment, Li Ziwa asked, "What is this?" The head of the 100 Medical Hall felt a surge of joy. "Good disciple, well asked." Qin Yu handed the white elixir to Li Ziwa, stating, "I am unsure. It seems this small potion always appears whenever I concoct a strength potion. It doesn't possess any special effects. Merely that those who transform into gorillas seem to enjoy its flavor." Li Ziwa scrutinized it for a moment, unable to discern anything remarkable. The head of the 100 Medical Hall silently chanted, "Do not ask me. I do not know. Do not ask me. I do not know. Master, why did Brotherly produce such a thing during his alchemical process? Do you have any insight into its nature?" Cough, cough. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall calmly remarked, "This should also be something. Well, you know, that kind of thing." Qin Yu questioned, "What does that even mean?" Li Zhengtong added. Xiaoji pondered, "What exactly is the elder referring to?" The master did not state it explicitly. "It seems he believes I should be aware of it, yet I am not, which has disappointed him." Li Zihao apologized. "I'm sorry, master. I will certainly strive to study ancient texts from now on." Why the sudden apology? The master of the 100 Medicine Hall mused. "I haven't said anything at all." The trio of Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiao Ji were utterly perplexed, assuming it must be a secret of the 100 Medicine Hall. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall remarked, "Why the sudden apology? I haven't said anything at all." Growing increasingly unable to fathom this young disciple, he decided to first test whether this elixir had any effect. "All right, elder." Qin Yu turned to Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, asking, "Which of you will partake first?" "I shall go first," Li Zhengtong declared, swallowing the elixir in one gulp. Soon after, black fur began to shed from his body. "It works." The three of them rejoiced exuberantly. "Does it really?" The master of the 100 Medicine Hall felt his mind teetering on the brink of overload. This does not conform to the principles of alchemy. The efficacy of this elixir suggests that the one capable of transforming a person into a spirit beast shares the same method of preparation as this one. Yet, why is it that others using this method can only concoct a strength elixir, while he can transform a person into an ape? Li Zhengtong's muscles began to contract, and his arms started to shorten. Qin Yu felt as if he were witnessing the process of human evolution manifesting within Li Zhengtong. Before long, Li Zhengtong reverted to his original form. Experiencing the lightness of his body, Li Zhengtong felt a profound sense of relief. However, he noticed that everyone in the room was still staring at him. "What is wrong?" Li Zhengtong inquired. "Isn't this a success?" Qin Yu rubbed his nose. "It's successful, but it seems not entirely so." Xiaoji pointed out, "Tonggu, your skin is quite dark." Li Zhengtong hastily looked down to discover his skin was as black as coal. Everyone turned their gaze toward the master of the 100 Medicine Hall. "Elder Master, how could the situation arise?" The master of the 100 Medicine Hall felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "What is happening today? Why does it feel as though the challenges I face today surpass those of the past year? It seems there is an unseen force targeting me." Chapter 40. No need to rush. Let me take a look first. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall floated to Li Zhengtong's side, his pupils transforming into a golden hue. "All parts of your body seem to be in order. Extend your hand." The master grasped Li Zhengtong's arm, channeling his spiritual energy into him, probing meticulously. As the spiritual energy permeated every part of Li Zhengtong's body, the head of the 100 Medicine Hall furrowed his brow in contemplation. He meticulously examined Li Zhengtong from head to toe, inside and out. Yet he could not comprehend the cause of the darkening of his skin. Regardless, he decided to proceed with treatment. With a single gesture, the hall master conjured several qi needles in the air and deftly inserted them into Li Zhengtong's acupoints, continuously stimulating the meridians with spiritual energy. This method primarily targeted the various toxins lingering within the body. "How does it feel?" the hall master inquired. "I feel a warmth enveloping my body, a lightness that allows my breath to flow more freely," Li Zhengtong replied. The hall master withdrew his energy, realizing that the issue did not lie within. If it was not an internal ailment, then it must be external. He emanated a soft, white light from his palm and gently enveloped Li Zhengtong. The latter felt as though he were submerged in warm water, as if cradled by a gentle spring breeze, experiencing utmost comfort. Yet, his skin remained astonishingly dark, appearing even darker under the white light. Seeing that this approach yielded no results, the hall master felt an increasing pressure. If he could not even cure someone in the qi refining stage, how could he maintain his reputation? Determined, he intensified his efforts, the radiance in his hands growing ever brighter, gradually encompassing Qin Yu, Xiaoji, and Li Zihao, even for cultivators in the nascent soul stage. As long as there was breath left, this light could revive them. How could I, a master, fail to treat a mere qi refining junior? With his aura fully unleashed, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. A beam of light shot skyward, creating a phenomenon above Linglong City, showering countless rays upon every inhabitant. Under this illumination, ailments, pain, and discomfort vanished entirely from those illuminated. The crowd lining the streets knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, divine doctor." The warm sunlight dispels all maladies. In the city lord's residence, the lord of Linglong City suddenly sprang to his feet, sensing that the hidden injuries within him were gradually healing. Is it true that Master Yang Jisher's domain brings rejuvenation to all things? How has Elder Yang come to my Linglong City? Someone nearby reminded him, "My lord, do you not recall that Elder Yang's direct disciple, Li Zihao, has come to our city to offer free consultations? Perhaps he encountered an ailment that was difficult to cure and sought Elder Yang's assistance. As you know, when the young cannot suffice, the old must be called upon. This is the hallmark of the 100 Medicine Hall. Haha. Elder Yang's actions are indeed those of a sage descending to the world, ensuring that the people of Linglong City will be free from ailments for an entire year. Let us go and express our gratitude to Elder Yang in person." From the inner chamber, Li Zihao shouted, "Master, please withdraw your divine powers. If this continues, I will have no patience left." With a sigh, the hall master retracted his domain. "It is too late. You have no patience left to attend to." Li Zihua, as the brilliance fades, the dark-skinned Li Zhengtong re-emerges into the gaze of the crowd. The head of the Bai Hall cast a glance at Li Zhengtong, cleared his throat, and with a hint of guilt remarked, "In truth, after some reflection, having darker skin is not necessarily a drawback. Those with darker skin appear more robust, more vigorous. And it is advantageous for concealing oneself in the night, such as evading enemies or dodging creditors. These are indeed significant benefits, wouldn't you agree?" Qin Yu silently scoffed. Truly a legacy passed down through generations. Before Qin Yu could voice his thoughts, Li Zihua leisurely interjected, "Master, are you unable to treat him?" "Impossible." The head of Bai Hall puffed out his chest. "How could my esteemed self be incapable of treating a mere Qi refinement junior?" Li Zihua, "Then continue the treatment." The head of Bai Hall responded, "But this form possesses numerous advantages. There is no need for restoration, is there?" Qin Yu, Li Zhengdong, Xiaoji, Li Zihua, "Master, I have already employed this tactic. Perhaps you should rest over there while I give it a try." "Rest?" The head of Bai Hall's voice suddenly rose. "Only those unworthy in the realm of cultivation would rest, with ailments lurking and patients' health precarious. It is a critical moment for a medical giant like myself to shoulder responsibilities. How could I possibly rest?" Qin Yu, this scene indeed feels eerily familiar. "Wait, I have another trick up my sleeve." The head of Bai Hall conjured a censer from smoke and placed 3 incense sticks within it. To the astonished gaze of Qin Yu and the others, the smoke-shaped figure of the head of Bai Hall knelt before the censer, exclaiming, "Master above, your disciple offers incense." Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. So, when faced with a challenge, it is to incense that you turn. This is truly an ancestral skill of your Bai Hall. Not long after, as the smoke billowed, an elderly man with no hair but a long beard gradually took shape. "How old are you? Yet still come to me for trivial matters." The old man's voice was gentle, exuding a warm and amiable aura. Li Zihua hastily bowed. Zihua pays respects to the Grandmaster. Qin Yu and the others quickly followed suit. The juniors pay respects to the elder. The head of Bai Hall respectfully stated, "Master, I have encountered a rather peculiar patient, and thus dared to disturb your rest." "Rest?" The old man's voice suddenly boomed. "Only those unworthy in the realm of cultivation would rest, with ailments lurking and patients' health precarious. It is a critical moment for an elder of the medical path like myself to shoulder responsibilities. How could I possibly rest?" Qin Yu silently grumbled. "This slogan too is a family heirloom. Where is the patient?" Li Zhengdong hurriedly stepped forward. "Oh, such a dark little fellow," the old man exclaimed in surprise. Li Zhengtong, the master of Ba, hastily explained the ins and outs of the matter. "Oh." The transformation elixir of ancient spiritual beasts was actually crafted by this young prodigy. Truly remarkable. "I was merely fortunate," Qin Yu humbly replied. "Fortune is a form of strength. With successors like you in the realm of cultivation, I can rest easy. By the way, do you still have that transformation elixir?" Qin Yu glanced at Li Zihao, who had already given him both of the elixirs in his possession. Li Zihao quickly retrieved one elixir and handed it to the elder. After observing it for a moment, the elder marveled. Indeed, the appearance and texture are indistinguishable from an ordinary elixir. Li Zihao, the elder returned the elixir to Li Zihao, and then floated before Li Jingtong for a meticulous inspection. "Let me see what exactly is going on here." The master of Ba explained, "I have examined every part of his body and found no issues whatsoever. I employed both internal and external treatment methods, even utilizing the rejuvenation technique, yet none were effective." The elder stroked his beard, formed a vapor, and slowly remarked, "The ineffectiveness of even the rejuvenation technique indicates that this is not an ailment. Your thinking remains too narrow." Chapter 41. Zihao, go fetch a basin of water. Yes, master. Soon, Li Zihao returned with a basin of water. The elder drew forth a stream of water from the basin and poured it directly over Li Jingtong. As the water cascaded down, it turned black, yet the areas washed by the stream astonishingly regained their original skin color. This color was merely a dye. Problem solved. The elder clapped his hands and addressed the master of Ba. When faced with an issue, think critically rather than calling for me at every turn. Yes, master. The master of Ba bowed his head. The elder transformed into a wisp of vapor and gradually dissipated. The master of Ba remained with his head bowed, feeling utterly humiliated. As the esteemed master of Ba, on the verge of transcending to the next stage, he had been reprimanded by his mentor in the presence of so many juniors. What a disgrace. Master, are you all right? Li Zihao cautiously inquired. The master of Ba, as if finding an outlet for his frustrations, scolded Li Zihao, mistaking the transformation elixir for the strength elixir. How can you still call yourself an alchemist? Hurry back to the sect and study ancient texts in the library. You are not permitted to leave the sect until you have read 30 ancient tomes. Li Zihao, yes. Master. He felt a sense of relief, realizing that having disciples indeed had its merits. As the master of Ba mentioned alchemy, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he had yet to comprehend why the strength elixir he crafted yielded such effects. Qin Yu hastily said, Elder, there is one matter I do not understand. Feel free to ask. The esteemed master of the Baitang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, keenly aware that he required the inquisitiveness of his juniors to restore his illustrious image. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. The last time he encountered such enthusiasm was with the knowledgeable Beishitong. The younger generation, unaware of his predicament, posed a question regarding the peculiar effects of the powerful elixir he had concocted. The master's expression stiffened. What did you say? Qin Yu reiterated his inquiry. The master responded, It seems I can no longer hear your voices. This incense appears to have a rather unstable connection. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Zihao immediately bowed, saying, Farewell, master. Please take care of yourself. Rest? Only those deemed useless in the realm of cultivation would consider rest. With ailments lurking and the health of patients precariously hanging in the balance, it is precisely during these critical times that a physician of my caliber must shoulder the burden. How could I possibly rest? Suddenly, the room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon the master of Baitang. Ah, master, I knew you could hear us. Li Zihao thought to himself, this will teach you not to take your frustrations out on me. Ah, that cursed catchphrase. The master of Baitang chuckled awkwardly. The connection seemed to stabilize once more. Moments ago, I truly could not hear your voices. Then, esteemed elder, Qin Yu began, but the master interjected. What? Another batch of injured has arrived? I shall attend to them immediately. Observing the master's serious demeanor, it was clear he was not merely acting. Zihao returned quickly. It appears that the demonic sect has become active again. Disciples from various sects are sustaining injuries daily, and our physicians are already in short supply. I must go attend to the injured. May we meet again. Qin Yu and the others bowed, expressing, Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. The master of Baitang's figure faded away. Noticing Li Zihao placing the incense and burner into his Qian bag, Qin Yu cautiously inquired, Li brother, given the elder's demeanor. It seems he is in a hurry. Are you planning to return to the sect immediately? Li Zihao smiled. Master was merely putting on an act. What do you mean by that? Qin Yu asked. Li Zihao explained, the strongest disciples of the sect are merely at the golden core stage, regardless of their numbers. Master could easily heal them with a mere domain technique. It is impossible for us to be short on physicians. Master likely did not know how to respond to your question. Frankly, I did not notice anything unusual in your alchemical process, and I suspect Master felt the same. However, he values his reputation and thus needed an excuse to depart. Meanwhile, far away, the master of Baitang sneezed. One sneeze means thought. Two sneezes mean cursing. Who is thinking of me? Ah, it seems there are two people simultaneously thinking of me. Upon realizing the answer, Qin Yu let out a sigh. The art of alchemy I practice is indeed peculiar. Brother Qin, I present to you this communication jade pendant. Li Zihao handed a jade pendant to Qin Yu. Should you discover any new elixirs, do not forget to inform me. In times of trouble, you may also reach me through this pendant. While our 100 medicinal hall may lack in certain areas, we excel in rallying support. Qin Yu accepted the pendant and inquired, Brotherly, are you returning to the sect? Li Zihao nodded, stating, one must heed the words of the master. Through this incident, I have realized my limited understanding of the ancient world, and I intend to rectify that upon my return. Moreover, after my master employed the domain of rejuvenation, there are no more ailments in this city. Then I wish you a safe journey, brotherly. I am truly grateful. It's a trifling matter. Li Zihao waved his hand. Brother Qin, I shall take my leave now. Do not forget to notify me of any new elixirs with unique effects. By the way, the demonic sect has indeed been quite active lately. So do exercise caution when you venture out. Qin Yu nodded. He would certainly not depart from the Xiantian sect without good reason. Watching Li Zihao leave, Qin Yu remarked, let us also depart. We might still catch the sect's spiritual vessel. Suddenly, a little monkey appeared before Qin Yu. He smacked his forehead, exclaiming, my apologies, Xiaoji. I completely forgot about you. Xiaoji plopped down onto the ground, lamenting, true sorrow does not stem from uproar. Here, take this white elixir. The little monkey perked up instantly. This elixir was concocted just moments ago while preparing an antidote for Li Jingtong. Qin Yu recalled he had half a white elixir remaining and swiftly retrieved it, offering it to the envious Li Jingtong. Li Jingtong happily accepted the elixir, promptly popping it into his mouth. Phew. Brother Yu, has this elixir expired? It tastes different from the original. Indeed, after reverting to its original form, he no longer enjoyed the flavor of the elixir. The single-chamber alchemical furnace was borrowed by Li Zihao from the apothecary, and he had not taken it with him. There were still plenty of medicinal materials in the room, so Qin Yu decided to concoct an antidote for Xiaoji. Brother Yu, I wish to consume that white elixir first, then the antidote. As you wish. Qin Yu handed both elixirs to Xiaoji. Li Zhengtong leaned closer to Qin Yu, saying, Brother Yu, I sense some changes within myself. Could there be side effects? Qin Yu inquired. What changes do you perceive? I feel as though I am more attuned to the spiritual energy around me. More attuned to spiritual energy? Qin Yu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Could it be? He utilized his talent detection on Li Zhengtong. Chapter 42. The 4 talents of Li Zhengtong were revealed. Refined through trials, level. Just as jade must be carved to become a vessel, a person must be tempered to become talented. Only through enduring sufficient trials can one emerge as a true stronghold, frequently encountering daunting challenges and life-threatening crises. Yet, crises coexist with opportunities. By navigating through these tribulations, one can reap commensurate rewards. Survival against all odds, level. Favored by the heavens, one can always turn peril into safety, finding life in the face of despair. Introductory formation, level. Possessing a certain aptitude for formations, one can easily grasp the fundamentals, swiftly learn the intricacies, and adeptly employ the techniques. Medium-grade spiritual root, level. Having barely reached the threshold of cultivation, one is unlikely to achieve significant accomplishments. Ultimately relegated to the role of a mere backdrop to the vibrant blossoms. To Qin Yu's astonishment, a low-grade spiritual root had unexpectedly transformed into a medium-grade one. He had not anticipated that an ordinary person's spiritual root could undergo such a change. It must have been the intervention of the head of the 100 Physicians Hall, who assisted Li Zhengtong in eliminating some impurities, thereby allowing his spiritual root to evolve. Indeed, as long as one overcomes adversity, benefits will follow. Qin Yu remarked with a smile, isn't a closer affinity to spiritual energy a wonderful thing? Our cultivation speed will surely accelerate. Indeed, Li Zhengtong replied joyfully. Xiaoji swallowed the antidote, his form returning to normal, though his skin remained as dark as charcoal. Tonggu, I don't feel any greater affinity to spiritual energy. Xiaoji mused, mistakenly attributing this to the effects of the elixir. Li Zhengtong scratched his head and said, perhaps it's just a psychological effect. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji ceased to dwell on the matter. As long as he could revert to his original form, he felt immensely grateful. Draped in black robes, Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji planned to cleanse their skin upon returning to the sect. As the trio passed through the city gates, they encountered Lu Yuanqing from the Sun Observing Sect. Qin Yu stepped forward to greet him. Thanks to Brother Lu's assistance, my 2 fellows have fully recovered. Lu Yuanqing waved his hand. Brother Qin, you flatter me. I hardly contributed. Are you all heading back to Xiantian sect? Indeed, in just a quarter of an hour. Our spiritual vessel will dock at the city gates, Qin Yu confirmed. Lu Yuanqing smiled. Why not spend a few days enjoying the sights of Linglan City? There are numerous delightful places to explore, and I could guide you through them. In truth, Qin Yu harbored a desire to linger in the city for a few days, simply to witness the enchanting nighttime scenery of the cultivation world, not at all to visit the extravagant branch of the Hahuan sect. Unfortunately, Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji had daily cleaning duties to attend to. Moreover, Li Zihua had cautioned them before leaving about the increased activity of demonic sects, urging them to remain vigilant. Their low strength rendered early departure from the sect perilous. Qin Yu graciously declined Lu Yuanqing's kind offer. Brother Lu, may we meet again in the future. Until we meet again. The trio boarded the spiritual vessel and returned to Xiantian sect. The following day, Qin Yu resumed his routine of refining pills by day and cultivating by night. A few days later, Qin Yu, armed with the elixirs he had concocted, set out to inquire about their pricing at the Wanyao Pavilion. The ordinary strengthening pill could enhance one's strength by a mere 10%, lasting only 15 minutes. In contrast, his own formulation could amplify strength fivefold, with a permanence that rendered it an unparalleled marvel. Bundling the strengthening pill with its antidote for a mere 10 contribution points each seemed exceedingly reasonable, especially for such a life-saving elixir in critical moments. With dreams of wealth dancing in his mind, Qin Yu eagerly entered the Wanyao Pavilion. "Good sir, do you accept elixirs?" he asked. "Indeed." The pavilion's proprietor, grinning amiably, stepped forward. "May I ask what type of elixir you wish to sell?" Qin Yu presented his concoction. "This is my strengthening pill, capable of augmenting the strength of Qi refinement stage cultivators by 5 times. 5 times? The proprietor was taken aback. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, it is indeed fivefold," Qin Yu affirmed, "though there is a slight side effect. It must be sold alongside this antidote." He elaborated on the effects of the strengthening pill, detailing the transformation into a gorilla that accompanied its use. The proprietor furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "My young friend, what you possess is not a strengthening pill, but rather an entirely new elixir. While its effects are potent, it lacks a certification of quality. Selling uncertified elixirs is against the law." "Certification?" Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. The proprietor explained, "All elixirs on the market must be certified by the Liang Kingdom Elixir Association, which verifies their safety and subsequently issues a safety certificate, allowing them to be sold. Your elixir deviates too greatly from the standard strengthening pill. Hence, it cannot be sold under its certification. Being caught could lead to financial ruin." "Such regulations?" Qin Yu scoffed. "The cultivation world need not be so stringent." "Then how might I obtain a safety certificate?" he asked. "Simply submit 10 or more of your elixirs to the Elixir Association for testing. Upon passing their examination, a safety certificate will be issued, and your elixir will be added to the list of approved products. If you require assistance, we can help deliver your elixirs. However, the review process will take quite some time, at least 6 months." 6 months? That is far too long. Qin Yu lamented, realizing his contribution points would not last until then. "Thank you for your help," he said as he left 15 batches of elixirs and provided his name and address to the proprietor. It seemed that he would need to devise ways to acquire more contribution points during this half year. With just over 100 contribution points remaining, he realized this amount was insufficient even to purchase Qi refining pills, let alone the materials for alchemy. Selling stinky tofu proved futile. Last time, there were no buyers at all. If only Kong Tianjiao could return. I longed for the first month with Kong Tianjiao. Just as Qin Yu fretted over how to earn contribution points, a tall senior brother intercepted him. "Junior, is what you said about the elixir's effects true?" Qin Yu glanced at the individual, recalling that he had seen him purchasing elixirs from the shopkeeper of the Wanyao Pavilion moments earlier. "Indeed it is. Senior, do you require anything?" "Indeed." The tall senior brother extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Su Mu, and I am quite interested in the elixirs you concoct. I wish to purchase a batch." Qin Yu's eyes sparkled at the prospect, yet he hesitated and asked, "But didn't the shopkeeper just mention that without a certification, transactions are prohibited?" "It's not that stringent. The absence of certification merely disallows large-scale sales. Transactions like ours, conducted privately, go unnoticed," Su Mu explained. "Besides, if you don't mention it, and I don't mention it, who would know?" "That is reassuring." Qin Yu inquired, "How many do you wish to procure, senior?" "Perhaps 4 or 5 dozen, but I would appreciate a slight discount." Upon hearing this figure, Qin Yu was taken aback. "Senior Su, can you consume so many?" Su Mu chuckled. "I certainly want to be consuming them myself. I intend to sell them. However, I want to be selling within the boundaries of Liang Kingdom, but rather in the chaotic De Huang Kingdom to the north, where such certifications are non-existent, and thus, it is not illegal." Qin Yu pondered for a moment, initially thinking Su Mu intended to engage in illicit black market dealings. Yet, he recalled that smuggling was also a crime. However, the world of cultivation was rather disorderly. Such regulations likely did not apply. Consequently, Qin Yu chose to remain a quiet and handsome figure. "Senior, the price I discussed with the Wanyu Pavilion was 25 contribution points. Since you wish to purchase in bulk, I will offer you a discount, 20 contribution points for each great strength pill, along with an antidote. How does that sound?" Well versed in the art of bargaining, Qin Yu knew to initially set a higher price to facilitate negotiation. 20 contribution points is rather steep. I can barely accept 10. Qin Yu felt an immense pressure. Halfway through the negotiation, it seemed he was dealing with a savvy individual. "Agreed. May our collaboration be fruitful. Alas, I have underestimated the price." Since Sumu had initiated the offer, he had no choice but to begrudgingly accept. As long as the great strength pill's efficacy was genuine, it could fetch at least 30 low-grade spirit stones in the Da Huang Kingdom. He would still profit handsomely. Senior Su, when do you require them? I currently have limited stock and must return to refine more. Sumu calculated briefly and replied, approximately a week from now. However, Junior, I need to test the efficacy of your elixirs. I trust you don't mind? Of course not. It is only natural. Qin Yu handed a power pill to Sumu, who had just heard that consuming it would result in an eruption of body hair, transforming him into a gorilla. This I am aware of. Sumu proposed, shall we converse in my cave residence? Certainly. The two proceeded to Sumu's abode. Junior brother. I am yet to learn your name. I am Qin Yu. Ah, Qin Junior brother. Please have a sip of water while I partake of the pill. Very well. Sumu swallowed the power pill in one gulp, and soon felt an incessant surge of strength blossoming within him. His muscles rapidly expanded, his arms elongated, and dark fur began to sprout across his body. In no time, a formidable gorilla stood before Qin Yu. Having mentally prepared himself, Sumu remained unperturbed, instead marveling at his burgeoning physique. How does it feel, Senior Brother Su? Qin Yu inquired. Sumu clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch into the air. Impressive. This pill is indeed remarkable. A human-like grin spread across the gorilla's face. My strength must have increased by more than threefold. I am quite pleased with this effect. By the way, I am a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Qin Yu nodded, already anticipating the diminished effects for those at the Foundation Establishment stage. The essence of this pill was not to augment strength but to transform a person into a spirit beast. The disparity between the physique of a Qi refinement cultivator and that of a spirit beast is the most pronounced, but as cultivators ascend in rank, their physical prowess continuously enhances, thereby narrowing this gap. Junior Brother Qin, I would like to procure 50 power pills and 50 antidotes. I will transfer you 100 contribution points as a deposit and return in a week to collect the goods. Very well, Senior Brother Su. Whenever you wish to reverse the effects of the pill, simply consume the antidote, and the black fur can be washed away with water. Understood. Sumu continued to throw punches, testing his newfound strength. Senior brother, I must take my leave. All right, farewell. As Qin Yu exited Sumu's cave, he could no longer suppress a triumphant smile. What a windfall. My current success rate is approximately 1 in 3, with the cost of each pill only 1 contribution point. And with the antidote totaling merely 2 contribution points, each set of pills yields an 8-point profit. With 50 sets, I stand a net 400 contribution points. As long as my alchemical skills remain sound, I need not worry about resources for cultivation in the coming months. After Qin Yu departed, Sumu too could not help but smile. What a fortune. A pill capable of tripling the strength of a Foundation Establishment cultivator could easily sell for 50 low-grade spirit stones, while the cost is merely 10. Each set of pills nets a profit of 40. As long as I can survive the great wilderness, coupled with my savings from the years, I shall have hope in breaking through to the golden core stage. Both parties believed they had struck a lucrative deal. A week later, the transaction was completed. Qin Yu possesses an impressive 500 contribution points. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu has been at the Xiantian sect for over 4 months. He has now successfully ascended to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, utilizing all 4 opportunities to replicate his innate abilities on his inferior spiritual root, ultimately merging it into a superior spiritual root. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: Superior Spiritual Root, Grade. Intermediate Spiritual Root, Grade. Fire Manipulation Child, Grade. Progress, 11. Note: once progress reaches 100, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. Qin Yu's cultivation has far surpassed that of the outer disciples, placing him among the elite. Not only does he excel in cultivation, but he has also made significant strides in alchemy. He adheres to a disciplined routine of alchemizing by day and cultivating by night. Although no one has purchased his elixirs, he remains undeterred in his alchemical pursuits. For him, alchemy not only alleviates the fatigue of cultivation but also enhances his mental acuity, aiding in the better consolidation of spiritual energy. Over the past few months, Qin Yu has mastered several types of elixirs. Qi Refinement Pill. The standard Qi Refinement Pill can triple the cultivation speed for Qi Refinement practitioners, while Qin Yu's version increases it 5-fold. However, the drawback is an unbearable itch post-consumption, rendering one unable to focus on cultivation. Qin Yu consulted Li Jihao for a remedy. By consistently stimulating specific acupoints in a designated sequence, one can achieve numbness. Fortification Pill. The ordinary fortification pill enhances the outer defenses of the practitioner. In contrast, Qin Yu's version renders the body as solid as a rock upon consumption. The downside, however, is that the skin will petrify, truly becoming like stone. The solution is to wait for the effects to wear off. Body Refinement Pill. The standard body refinement pill, when taken during cultivation, increases physical strength. Qin Yu's iteration not only enhances physical strength but also boosts the practitioner's pain tolerance. The con, the body becomes extremely sensitive, causing excruciating pain with even the slightest touch. The remedy is the same. Stimulating specific acupoints will bring overwhelming agony with each attempt. Though his concocted elixirs are not without minor flaws, Qin Yu firmly believes that true gold will always shine. His elixirs are destined to dazzle the realm of cultivation, garnering the admiration of countless practitioners. Chapter 44. As winter deepens, the sky occasionally drapes itself in a flurry of snowflakes, bestowing an enchanting aura upon the Xiantian sect. The outer disciples tasked with cleaning are once again engulfed in their duties. Li Zhengtong departs his cave abode early each day to clear snow at Maple Leaf Square. However, Li Zhengtong has now reached the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refinement, making this task effortless for him. As for the Mingyue Square of Qin Yu, it remains under repair. 2 months ago, Qin Yu took the time to visit once more and added a new line to the wooden sign. Due to the considerable difficulty of construction, it is expected to take 3 more months. We apologize for the inconvenience and kindly ask you to take a detour. After that, Qin Yu ceased to concern himself with it. By the time 3 months had elapsed, Qin Yu had already become an outer disciple. What relation did Mingyue Square hold for him? On this day, Qin Yu sat in the wooden cabin, calculating his contribution points, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Alas, his contribution points were dwindling. Spending money brings momentary joy, but without funds, even a funeral becomes unattainable. Why had senior brother Sumu not yet returned from the great wilderness kingdom? Why was the certification for the powerful pill still not processed? And where was Kong Tianjiao? Never had Qin Yu yearned for that man as he did today. Several months had passed. Surely he had accumulated quite a sum with the 30 contribution points he could not spend each month. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak were all like little gold mountains. Unfortunately, they would not emerge for a few more months. Fortunately, today the sect was hosting an event, and with his clever mind, Qin Yu believed he could secure a substantial number of contribution points. He stretched lazily, loosening his muscles. In half a month, it would be the Spring Festival of Liang Kingdom. Although the Xiantian sect is a cultivation sect, most of its disciples hail from the common folk. Thus, the Xiantian sect retains the tradition of celebrating the Spring Festival. Moreover, various activities are organized before the festival to allow the busy disciples to unwind. The sect also offers various spiritual artifacts and contribution points as rewards to encourage active participation. Today, there was a major event called the Search for Xiantian Tokens. Though the name may seem simplistic, this event is the most popular each year due to its exceptionally generous rewards. The sect hides 7 Xiantian tokens in various corners every day for the disciples to find. This event lasts a total of 15 days, distributing 105 tokens. At the end of the event, each token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. And anyone who obtains more than 10 tokens will receive a spiritual artifact as a reward. Of course, the disciples do not search blindly. After all, the Xiantian sect is vast, and searching for a needle in a haystack would be too daunting. Hence, the sect releases 7 hints each day, with each hint corresponding to the location of a token. This is a contest of intellect and luck. Qin Yu felt this event was tailored for him. Who could outsmart him in wit, and who could rival him in luck? Those contribution points and spiritual artifacts were as good as his. Brother Yu, it's time to set off. Li Zhengtong called from outside the cave, as the two had agreed to participate in the event together. Qin Yu stepped out of the cave dwelling, having finished clearing the snow. All right, let's go. With a grand gesture, he declared, this event is under my command. Your only task is to lie back and relax. The venue for the gathering was the central square adjacent to the marketplace. And by the time Qin Yu and his companion arrived, the square was already teeming with people. Qin Yu scoffed, arriving early is not as advantageous as running swiftly. And running swiftly pales in comparison to having a sharp mind. These opponents are but trifling challenges. Li Zhengtong remarked, Brother Yu, you are truly formidable. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the quest for the Xiantian token. Today marks the first day of the event, during which we shall reveal 7 clues. As there were no advertising sponsors, the host straightforwardly stated the first clue, for sides of lotus flowers, for sides of willows, for sides of mountains reflecting the heavens. Qin Yu instantly deduced the answer. Brother Yu, it must be the central heavenly pool. Li Zhengtong whispered, let us hurry there. Qin Yu shook his head. If you can guess it, surely others can too. Look at how many people are heading towards the central heavenly pool. The competition will be fierce. Let us wait a bit longer. The host continued. It seems the first clue was quite simple, as many have already guessed it. For those who haven't, do not fret. Let us proceed to the second clue. A mountain. A temple, a leaf of red, a lake, a boat, an old monk. Brother Yu, it must be the small mountain temple. Li Zhengdong urged again. As another wave of people rushed towards the small mountain temple, Li Zhengtong observed, it appears the competition is rather intense. Patience, Qin Yu replied calmly. Typically, such events begin with easier clues and grow increasingly challenging. We shall set off when the opportunity arises. Understood, Brother Yu. With the third clue, yet another batch of participants surged forth. With each clue revealed, throngs of people departed, yet the square remained densely packed, as if the crowd was endless. How can there be so many people? It seems like an unending line. As the sixth clue was presented, the difficulty suddenly escalated. This time, the clue consisted of only half a line, the quiet river, leaves falling, reflecting the red sky. The crowd began to murmur as they contemplated the clue. Brother Yu, do you have any idea where this might be? Li Zhengtong queried, having managed to guess the first 5 clues but now at a complete loss for the 6th one. Qin Yu silently contemplated the hint, the quiet river, leaves falling, reflecting the red sky. There is a river, leaves, and a red sky? For a moment, Qin Yu was at a loss. Could it be that the Xintian sect possessed a location where the sky was indeed red? Unlikely, if such a conspicuous detail existed. Others would have figured it out long ago. Qin Yu suddenly noticed an inconspicuous word, reflect. This word suggests illumination or reflection, indicating that the red sky is not actually a crimson sky, but rather a red ground. Is there a place in the Xintian sect where the ground is red? Qin Yu inquired of Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong shook his head, indicating there was none. With Li Zhengtong unable to provide any assistance, Qin Yu was left to ponder alone. There are rivers, there are leaves, there is red. Suddenly, Qin Yu thought of a place. He hurriedly pulled Li Zhengtong away from the central square and, upon reaching a secluded area, exclaimed, could it possibly be Maple Leaf Square? There is a wild river nearby, fallen leaves, and the maple leaves turn red in autumn, perfectly capable of reflecting the sky. Li Zhengtong's eyes lit up with realization. You're brilliant. You go. Let us go. The two hastily made their way toward Maple Leaf Square. Shortly after Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong departed, several others began to leave the square as well. However, this time, the crowd dispersed in all directions rather than converging toward a single point. Clearly, with the information provided, the majority were struggling to ascertain the exact location. Each person's judgment varied, leading to a multitude of destinations. Chapter 45. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong initially circled around several times, ensuring they were not being followed before they hurriedly dashed to Maple Leaf Square. This area was typically devoid of foot traffic, and now, with everyone congregated at the central square, it was particularly deserted. Based on that half-phrase, I doubt anyone would think of this place, Li Zhengtong remarked. Absolutely, Qin Yu boasted. Even with my intelligence, had you not fortuitously been here cleaning, I would have struggled to arrive at this conclusion. Moreover, this place is so remote that many may not even be aware of its existence. Let us make haste. You search the east, and I'll search the west. All right. You go. With renewed vigor, the two began their swift search. Maple Leaf Square was relatively spacious, and the only places to conceal the Xintian token would be the nearby thickets. They rummaged through the underbrush, with Qin Yu employing his mental prowess to scan the surroundings. After a while, a few more individuals arrived at the location. Upon seeing competitors, Qin Yu and Li Zhengdong redoubled their efforts. However, half an hour passed with no one discovering the Xintian token. Breathless, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong sat down on the ground. It's truly perplexing. We've searched everywhere, even the trees, yet we still cannot find it. It can't possibly be buried in the soil, can it? Qin Yu stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. Let us give up on this. We must have chosen the wrong location. Then where shall we go now? Li Zhengdong asked. Let us return to the central square and check what the last piece of the token's hint is. The two returned to the central square, which was less crowded than before, yet still abuzz with discussions. Qin Yu spotted a familiar face. Xiaoji, you're here too? Brother Yu, Brother Tong. Xiaoji hurried over. I came to join the excitement. Are you two searching for the Xintian token? Qin Yu saw no reason to conceal the truth and replied. Based on the 6th clue, we surmise the location described is Maple Leaf Square, but we found nothing. Xiaoji remarked. No one has found the 6th Xintian token yet, and the 7th and 1st tokens remain undiscovered as well. However, the other tokens have all been located. Not even the 1st token? Qin Yu inquired, surprised. The hint for the 1st token was quite clear, Central Heavenly Pool. So many people have gone there, yet it remains unfound. Indeed, Xiaoji affirmed, currently, the Central Heavenly Pool is teeming with people. Some practitioners of water-based techniques have even jumped into the water to search. Li Zhengtong speculated. What if someone has found a token but hasn't disclosed it? If they keep it secret, they can delay most people here and reduce competition for other tokens. Xiaoji explained, that is a possibility, but I just heard from the senior brothers that it's best to announce when one finds a token. The sect prohibits the theft of tokens. Once claimed, the Xiantian token cannot be taken by others. If you don't declare it, and someone steals it, you won't have a leg to stand on. Qin Yu nodded. With such a regulation in place, it was imperative to assert ownership immediately upon finding a token. Declaring it brought benefits without any drawbacks. Remaining silent posed significant risks. In a crowded and watchful environment, who could guarantee they wouldn't be discovered? Moreover, with so many capable individuals in the Xiantian sect, one could easily become a target. Is there a clear location for the 7th token? Qin Yu asked. Xiaoji shook his head. The clues for the 6th and 7th are too obscure. Only a few have managed to guess them. Which is why everyone is congregating at the central heavenly pool, hoping for luck. Qin Yu looked up at the enormous whiteboard in the central square, which displayed today's 7 clues. Moreover, beside the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th clues, it noted that they had been found. His gaze fell on the final clue, which contained only 5 characters, hidden in the belly of the world. What does this mean? Qin Yu pondered, perplexed. With just these 5 characters, he could extract no relevant keywords. Hidden in the belly of the world, could it refer to someone with an enormous appetite, suggesting the token is concealed in their residence? He glanced at Li Zhengtong, who vigorously shook his head. I don't know, brother Yu. Qin Yu glanced at Xiaoji, who similarly shook his head. Have you gathered any insights regarding others' opinions on this clue? Qin Yu was in urgent need of inspiration. Xiaoji let out a wry smile. Brother Yu, if others had insights, they certainly wouldn't share them with me. Nevertheless, I shall inquire further. With that, Xiaoji dashed into the crowd, soon mingling with the throng. He had previously been unaware of Xiaoji's remarkable information-gathering abilities. Qin Yu settled his thoughts and continued to ponder the phrase. To harbor the world within one's belly, whose belly could possibly contain the universe. Could it be the fearsome beast, Taodai? Legend has it that this beast can devour the world. Yet there is no association with Taodai in the Zuanian Gong. Could this world refer to the knowledge of the universe, with the place of learning being the academy? Might this allude to the academy? Li Zhengtong, listening nearby, was taken aback. Brother Yu, you are truly extraordinary. From just this phrase, you can derive so much. Alas, I am too dim-witted to be of any assistance. Qin Yu continued to mutter, but how do the belly and the academy relate? At this moment, Li Zhengtong had a sudden inspiration. Brother Yu, could it be referring to a learned elder of our sect? Qin Yu reprimanded, foolish. How could an elder conceal a token? Are you suggesting it's hidden on the elder or within their home? Is the elder's abode a place accessible to us junior disciples? Li Zhengtong, feeling dejected, replied with a soft "Oh, I apologize, brother Yu. I am of no help." Qin Yu reassured him. Do not say that. Your presence is irreplaceable. Li Zhengtong perked up, gazing at Qin Yu with anticipation. After all, others would not dare to consume the pills I have recently refined. However, Li Zhengtong added, your words have sparked a thought. Qin Yu responded, our Xuantiangong elders are likely to be modest. Even if they are erudite, they would not proclaim their knowledge of all things. Yet, there is one entity, neither human nor ghost, that relishes in such declarations. Li Zhengtong suddenly recalled, brother Yu, you are referring to the examiner from our entrance assessment's 2nd phase. The jack of all trades? Precisely. At that moment, Xiaoji returned. Brother Yu, I have gathered some information. These clues pertain to descriptions of the sect's premises. Descriptions of the sect's premises? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. I know where it is. Follow me. The 3 of them jogged alongside Qin Yu until they arrived at a towering structure. The scripture repository? Indeed. Qin Yu elucidated. To harbor the world within one's belly refers to the scripture repository, while the world signifies the tomes within that record the knowledge of all things. Only the scripture repository aligns closely with this description. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji were struck with sudden clarity. Qin Yu continued his analysis, stating that the Xiantian token was always placed in areas accessible to all disciples, whereas we, as miscellaneous disciples, could only borrow books from the 1st floor of the scripture pavilion. Therefore, the Xiantian token must be hidden on the 1st floor. Let us proceed. I will search the easternmost section. Xiaoxi, you search the westernmost, and Tongzi, you take the middle. Splendid, brother Yu. The 3 of them entered the scripture pavilion with great enthusiasm. As soon as Qin Yu stepped through the entrance, he was startled to see a shadowy figure rushing toward him, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Oh no, I think I just saw a ghost. And it's coming right at me. This is it. My luck has run out. What ghost? You're the real ghost, Xiao Qin Yu. A disgruntled voice came from behind him. Recognizing that unique voice, Qin Yu turned around and realized who it was. Senior Bai Shi Tong, you nearly frightened me to death. Qin Yu bowed respectfully. Haha, Bai Shi Tong was quite amused. I knew that little trick during the new disciple assessment wouldn't stump you. It was merely luck on my part. All right, look at you being modest now. Bai Shi Tong leaned closer to Qin Yu. lowering his voice. I have found evidence to prove you wrong. Oh, is that so? Qin Yu feigned disinterest. Seeing Qin Yu's indifference, Bai Tong grew displeased. I've refuted your theory. Shouldn't you be angry? Where's your frustration? Where's your indignation? So much drama, Qin Yu thought to himself. Senior Bai Tong. I have urgent matters to attend to. May we discuss this once I have completed my tasks? No way. Bai Tong's eyebrows shot up in indignation. You must hear me out first. It is essential for you to admit your error. Fine, then please speak quickly. Qin Yu urged, anxious to find the Xiantian token. Just as Bai Tong was about to speak, he noticed Li Zheng Tong and Xiaoji. Ahem. What are you two little disciples doing standing there? Qin Yu, seizing the moment, remarked. Senior, are you not renowned for knowing all things in the world? Certainly. Bai Tong puffed out his chest. Qin Yu replied. Then do you know the purpose of our visit? He aimed to test whether the Xiantian token truly resided within the scripture pavilion. Wishing to avoid the prolonged search he had experienced at Maple Leaf Square, Bai Tong narrowed his eyes slightly and replied with confidence, I am not a fortune teller. How could I possibly know what you are here for? Qin Yu smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your insight, Senior. What insight did I provide? Qin Yu explained. Traditionally, the only purpose for visiting the scripture pavilion is to consult materials. And your claim of ignorance indicates that there is now a second purpose for being here, coupled with that half-phrase hint. It suggests that a Xiantian token indeed lies within the pavilion. You are truly astute. Pepsi Tong appeared somewhat flustered, exclaiming, This is not something I told you. You deduced it yourself. Now, you two little ones, hurry inside and search. Furthermore, I must remind you, 2 other children have already entered before you. So time is of the essence. Thank you for the information, Senior. Li Zhengdong and Xiaoji hurried into the library, with no one else to disturb them. Pepsi Tong turned to Qin Yu with a grin, saying, In fact, I discovered your flaw 2 months ago. Pepsi Tong beamed with pride, his expression almost shouting, Astonish me. Praise my intelligence. Qin Yu responded with a nonchalant "Oh," internally scoffing. You took 2 months to find a flaw in that foolish question? Are you proud of that? Pepsi Tong was dissatisfied with Qin Yu's lack of expression. Can't you at least show some reaction? You've lost. Where's your astonishment? Your shock? Your defiance? Don't you wish to argue a bit more? If that's how you put it, then I do have a point of confusion. Ask away. Pepsi Tong replied, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of superiority. I wish to inquire, since you discovered the crux of the issue 2 months ago, why did you not send someone to find me, instead of waiting here like a sitting duck? Qin Yu, sensing the excitement on Pepsi Tong's face upon seeing him, surmised that he had long wished to meet him. Given his standing in the Xiantian sect, he could easily have sent someone to summon Qin Yu to pay his respects. Yet, he chose to remain silent. This was indeed a perplexity for Qin Yu. Upon hearing Qin Yu's question, Pepsi Tong's expression stiffened. Thankfully, as a mere book spirit, he did not turn beet red or break into a sweat. After a moment of thought, he finally conjured a somewhat reasonable excuse. Naturally, it was because I believed you would not pass the Xiantian sect's recruitment selection. Qin Yu mimicked Pepsi Tong's tone. But you just said that the recruitment test's little tricks wouldn't trouble you. Pepsi Tong retorted. Did you not also claim it was merely luck? Qin Yu replied, Senior, that was out of modesty. Pepsi Tong countered. Then my comment was merely a compliment, a matter of social niceties. 2 months ago, with a resounding thunderclap, maniacal laughter erupted from the depths of the library. I've attained enlightenment, ah. I have attained enlightenment. Upon hearing this voice, 2 beams of golden light shot forth from the hall of the sect leader and the law enforcement peak, swiftly arriving at the library. The library fell into sudden silence. What brings you here? Pepsi Tong regarded the 2 with a wary expression. The sect leader and the Grand Elder smiled. We have come to congratulate you on your successful enlightenment. Enlightenment? Before the inquisitive Bai Tong could pose a question, the Grand Elder seized the initiative. Might I inquire if your recent seclusion has led to enhancements in the Xiantian art or the creation of a new mystical technique? Neither. Bai Tong replied hastily, folding his hands behind his back to maintain an air of dignity. My retreat was merely to ponder a long-standing issue that has troubled me, unrelated to the cultivation of immortality. The sect master and the Grand Elder exchanged amused glances. In that case, we shall not disturb your contemplation. Wait. Bai Tong called out to the 2, on the verge of uttering the name Qin Yu, when he abruptly realized a grave concern. If these 2 were to discover that his retreat was prompted by a simple question from a junior disciple, one so elementary that it took him an extended period to derive an answer, wouldn't that undermine the lofty image of omniscience he had cultivated in their minds? Indeed, it was imperative that they remain oblivious to this matter. Senior, do you require assistance? He inquired hastily. No, you may carry on with your affairs. He waved them off, eager for their departure. Chapter 47. Observing Bai Shitong's expression resembling that of someone constipated, Qin Yu tactfully shifted the topic. Senior, there's no need to fabricate. If you prefer not to speak, you need not do so. Bai Shitong responded. Since there is nothing pressing, I shall retreat to search for the Xiantian token. Hold on. Bai Shitong quickly obstructed Qin Yu's path. I have yet to inform you of the loophole I discovered. Still not divulged? Qin Yu urged. Then do hurry. Mind your tone when addressing the venerable elders of Xiantian sect. Even the sect master would not dare speak so to me. Should you delay further, I shall proceed inside. All right, I concede. I shall speak. Bai Shitong conjured a bottle of water, placing it atop his head. You once asserted that by placing a water-filled bottle on one's head and breathing deeply, one could demonstrate that a person can breathe underwater, correct? Qin Yu nodded, recalling how he had playfully ensnared Bai Shitong with the notion. Now, I can earnestly inform you that you are mistaken. Qin Yu inwardly scoffed. Why the excessive chatter? Let us get to the point. The ocean is composed entirely of water. Bai Shitong gestured to the bottle atop his head. What you are doing is not breathing underwater. You are merely breathing beneath the bottom of the bottle. Thus, your entire theory was flawed from the outset. Qin Yu was left utterly bewildered. Wait, you spent 2 months contemplating this only to arrive at such a conclusion? He had anticipated a range of responses, but never imagined Bai Shitong would fixate on a mere water bottle. This was truly the epitome of artificial ignorance. Were it not for the fact that the spirit of the book was ageless, Qin Yu might have suspected this fellow was afflicted with senility. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's expression of astonishment, the erudite sage was elated. How about it? Are you convinced? Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly, suggesting, Senior, why don't we engage in a wager? Wager on what? Let us bet that I can still prove you wrong. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the sage declared with confidence. Let us wager. Very well. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu laid out his terms. Senior, if you lose, you must reveal to me the whereabouts of the Xiantian order token. No, absolutely not. The sage vehemently shook his head. I am a principled spirit of literature. How could I assist you in deceit? Very well then. Qin Yu sighed. Turning to leave. Wait. Do not depart just yet. The sage hurriedly interposed himself before Qin Yu once more. You have yet to explain how you intend to prove me wrong. Qin Yu shrugged. Senior, you are correct. I am in the wrong. So be it. Realizing Qin Yu had a contingency plan, the sage was reluctant to let him go. Though I am a principled spirit of literature, the pursuit of truth often necessitates certain sacrifices. Indeed, all sacrifices made in the name of truth are worthwhile, including the integrity of my noble spirit. After a brief moment of self-persuasion, the sage addressed Qin Yu. I cannot divulge the precise location of the Xiantian order token, but I can provide you with a general vicinity. That is acceptable. Very well, the sage continued. If you defeat me, I shall disclose the general location. But what if you lose? Qin Yu replied. I am amenable to anything, as long as it does not involve the betrayal of my body and soul. Splendid. The sage exclaimed with delight. I require you to inscribe upon a massive banner, the esteemed Elder Bai Shitong, the most knowledgeable person in the world, knows all, can do all, and understands all. Then, during the spring festival, you must parade with this banner in the busiest part of the Xiantian sect, continually shouting the contents of the banner. Is that agreeable? Qin Yu responded. That is rather humiliating. Senior Bai Shitong, who in the Xiantian sect is unaware of your vast knowledge. I believe further promotion is unnecessary. The sage insisted. That will not do. This has been my aspiration for over a century. Each year, I allocate 100 contribution points to publish this task. Yet no one takes it up. To expect to purchase someone's dignity for 100 contribution points is quite absurd. Carrying such a banner in public is akin to running naked, and perhaps even more shameful. If there were any hint of failure for Qin Yu, he would never partake in this wager. Very well, I accept your challenge. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. I shall demonstrate how humans breathe underwater. Qin Yu poured the water from the bottle and levitated it above his head with his mental prowess. His current mental fortitude allows him to effortlessly project his energy and lift objects weighing approximately 10 pounds. Once the water above Qin Yu's head became still, he took a deep breath of fresh air. He turned to the knowledgeable elder and declared, All right, Senior, I have proven my point. This is no longer the bottom of the bottle, but rather the bottom of the water. Senior, where are you going? Seeing the elder attempting to leave, Qin Yu hurriedly added, You must honor your wager, Senior. Are you not a principled book spirit? What about your morals? Your integrity? I do not care. You are being unscrupulous. I am now entering seclusion, and when I emerge, I shall unequivocally prove you wrong. With that, the elder vanished completely. Qin Yu sighed and murmured, Rest assured in your seclusion, Senior. By the time of the spring festival, I will undoubtedly parade with a banner in a crowded place. However, the content of the banner shall need some modification. Let me ponder what would be more fitting. Perhaps it could read, the head of the scripture repository, the knowledgeable elder, deceives the younger generation, lacking in integrity. We could also publicize the matter of underwater breathing, so that everyone knows the elder is not as omniscient as he seems. The elder reappeared before Qin Yu. Feigning surprise, he exclaimed, "Ah, senior, you have emerged from seclusion so swiftly? You think you can outsmart me? Yet you cannot even handle a mere artificial intelligence?" The elder gritted his teeth and replied, "Before entering seclusion, I suddenly recalled that I had not fulfilled our wager." Qin Yu retorted, "Senior, your memory is truly remarkable. After such a long time, you still remember." The elder shot a glance at Qin Yu and whispered, "The Xiantian token is hidden on the first floor of the scripture repository. Do not disclose that I informed you." Chapter 48. Brush. The elder vanished without a trace. Qin Yu shouted, "Do I not already know it is on the first floor? I'm asking you for its exact location." "Old dang, you are utterly shameless." After cursing for a while without receiving any response, he realized he had been careless, having been outsmarted after years of playing the game. However, this journey was not in vain. At least he had confirmed that the Xiantian token was indeed within these walls. Qin Yu entered the scripture repository, searching through the ocean of knowledge for the Xiantian token, valued at 100 contribution points. As night fell, Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiaoji finally gathered together. "Have you found it?" Qin Yu inquired. Both Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji shook their heads. "I have opened and flipped through every book, yet I have not seen a trace of it." Qin Yu rubbed his face and sighed. "It is truly perplexing. Has the Xiantian token grown legs and walked away? Never mind. Perhaps this token is simply not meant for us. Let us return to our cultivation for now, and we shall try our luck again tomorrow." All right. The three individuals returned to their cave dwelling, their spirits notably dampened. "Yuga, it's gone." All right. Qin Yu activated the formation with his identity token, only to be taken aback by the sight of 3 small black dogs in his courtyard. How peculiar. The formation is active, yet how did these 3 dogs gain entry? The trio of small black dogs bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, and Qin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that he recognized them. Aren't these the little dogs that devoured my stinky tofu during the 3rd round of the recruitment assessment? Upon seeing Qin Yu, the 3 small dogs bounded over to his feet, eagerly rubbing against him. What in the world? By the moonlight. Qin Yu discerned that the little dogs seemed to be carrying something in their mouths. He crouched down, and one of the small black dogs dropped its item into Qin Yu's hand. It felt like a piece of metal, inscribed with characters. A glance revealed it resembled a token. A token? Qin Yu's heart raced as he focused intently, and to his astonishment, he saw 4 prominent characters engraved upon it. Zuaniang Lingpai. By heavens, the Zuaniang token. Qin Yu exclaimed, hastily rubbing his eyes and looking again. Indeed, it was the Zuaniang token. He turned towards the other 2 small black dogs, each of which was also holding the token in its mouth. No wonder we couldn't find the tokens. These little creatures had snatched them away beforehand. The thought of having foolishly searched for an entire day outside made Qin Yu feel like a jester. However, it was fortunate that all 3 tokens had found their way to his courtyard. Truly, one can find treasures without the slightest effort after traversing the arduous path. A gentle smile graced Qin Yu's face. "Good dogs, let me see those tokens." Woof, woof, woof. The little dogs barked while gesturing with their front paws. "What do you mean?" Qin Yu was utterly perplexed by their intentions. The trio of dogs scampered to the side of his cart, where he had been frying stinky tofu, bouncing around it in circles. "Do you wish to eat stinky tofu?" Qin Yu recalled how the little dogs had relished his stinky tofu in the illusion. Woof, woof, woof. The 3 small dogs sat neatly in a row, each placing their tokens on the ground before him. "Are you suggesting you wish to exchange the Zuaniang tokens for stinky tofu?" The dogs nodded in unison. "Ah, splendid." Qin Yu offered a knowing smile. "You are not the first to be captivated by my ancestral stinky tofu, dear pups. However, since you have earnestly requested, I shall graciously indulge you. Wait here while I gather the ingredients. But first, you must provide me with 1, no, 2, Zuaniang tokens as a deposit." "Deposit, do you understand?" The 3 little dogs exchanged glances, as if they comprehended Qin Yu's words, and promptly presented him with a token. Roar. "I've struck gold." Qin Yu beamed as he tucked the Xiantian token away. "Esteemed guests, please hold on for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Qin Yu closed the door, activated the formation, and dashed towards the market like the wind. Although the pickled stinky tofu had already sold out, he still possessed the essence of the black brine used for marinating. He merely needed to procure some tofu and prepare it in haste. While the flavor might not be as robust, it would still be edible. I knew my ancestral stinky tofu would prove invaluable. Indeed, gold will always shine. Before long, Qin Yu returned to his dwelling with the tofu. The three little black dogs sat in a row, observing Qin Yu as he busily prepared. He sliced the tofu into chunks and submerged them in the secret black brine, taking care to pierce numerous small holes in the tofu for better absorption of flavor. To enhance the taste, we shall wait for an hour. Understood? The three little black dogs nodded in unison. What remarkable spirit beasts these are, displaying such intelligence. Their appearance during the recruitment assessment and their ability to locate 3 Xiantian tokens, along with their silent entrance into his abode, indicated that they were undoubtedly spirit beasts of the Xiantian sect, possessing considerable strength. Could they be nurtured by an inner disciple of the beast-taming peak or perhaps an esteemed elder? An hour passed swiftly, and Qin Yu, estimating that the tofu had marinated sufficiently, retrieved it. Time to heat the oil. Under the watchful eyes of the three little dogs, 3 portions of delightfully pungent stinky tofu were soon ready. The little black dogs joyfully howled in excitement. 1 Xiantian token for a generous serving of stinky tofu. Clear? Woof. Woof. Qin Yu packaged the 3 portions of stinky tofu and placed them before the little black dogs. They then presented him with the last Xiantian token. Each little black dog took a piece of stinky tofu and scampered off with the bag, swiftly disappearing into the night. Gazing at the Xiantian token in his hand, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming thrill. A total of 300 contribution points. He could allocate 50 points to Li Zhongtong, 30 points to Xiaoji, and the remaining points would suffice to secure the certification for the mighty pill. With ample contribution points, he could purchase materials and indulge in alchemy without restraint. For Qin Yu, alchemy had become both a form of cultivation and a cherished hobby. A day without alchemy left him restless, while a day spent refining pills invigorated his spirit. He thought this chapter was concluded, but unbeknownst to Qin Yu, it was merely the beginning. After bidding farewell to the little black dogs, he tidied up briefly before retreating indoors to cultivate. As dawn's light gently illuminated the sky, Qin Yu remained engrossed in his cultivation, only to feel a warm sensation delicately licking his face. What could it be? He halted his practice and opened his eyes, only to be startled by the sight of a dark canine head before him. My goodness! I have activated the formation of my cave abode. How did you manage to enter? The cacophony of barking filled the wooden cabin. Qin Yu counted, realizing that there were, astonishingly, 7 small black dogs in his room. Most remarkably, each of these little canines clutched a Xuantiang ling in their mouths. No way. The prompts have not even been issued today. Yet you all have brought them to me? Chapter 49. With a sudden burst of energy, Qin Yu sprang from his bed and hurried to the table. Seizing the regulations of the Xuantiang sect, after meticulously perusing the section concerning spirit beasts, he exhaled in relief. The regulations stated that should a spirit beast cause trouble, its master would bear the consequences. However, I am not their master, so this has nothing to do with me. Moreover, the Xuantiang ling is meant to be sought after. There are no stipulations forbidding spirit beasts from participating in the search, thus it cannot be deemed a violation. With this, Qin Yu felt a sense of justification. How did you manage to find 7 Xuantiang lings so swiftly? Qin Yu speculated that these small black dogs must possess some divinatory abilities, capable of discerning the location of the lings. Yet, he recalled hearing that these lings were inscribed with formations that interfered with divination. As Qin Yu pondered aloud, one of the little black dogs leaped onto his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared in an illusion. The sky was dim, and a bright moon hung high above. A woman, holding 7 Xuantiang lings, walked along an unfamiliar path. Suddenly, her expression became vacant, and she stood frozen in place. Several small black dogs emerged from the underbrush, darting to her feet, and with a nimble leap, they snatched the lings from her grasp. Moments later, the woman regained her senses and turned to retrace her steps, oblivious to any anomaly, as if the Xuantiang lings had never been in her possession. As the illusion faded, a new memory unfurled within Qin Yu's mind. Essentially, these small black dogs had ensnared the woman who distributed the Xuantiang lings in an illusion, compelling her to complete the distribution within that dreamlike state. Once the illusion and reality perfectly aligned, the woman believed that she had successfully hidden the Xuantiang lings. By the heavens, what a clever ruse. You have intercepted the lings right from the source. Wait a moment. Qin Yu suddenly realized a troubling thought. Would the staff involved in the operation be expelled from the sect? Yet this matter has nothing to do with me. I am but a humble seller of stinky tofu. The origin of the buyer's currency is of no concern to me. My sole responsibility is to facilitate an equitable exchange. With this thought, Qin Yu chuckled. Dear customers, please hold on. The piping hot stinky tofu will be ready shortly. Woof. 7 little dogs trailed behind Qin Yu as he emerged from his abode. Last night, he had purposefully purchased extra tofu, which now soaked in his ancestral secret brine. After a night of marination, the stinky tofu had absorbed flavors perfectly, exuding a potent aroma. Qin Yu heated oil in a pot. When it reached the optimal temperature, He pinched his nose and retrieved the stinky tofu, plunging it into the hot oil. Soon enough, 7 portions of freshly fried stinky tofu emerged. Woof, woof. One little dog barked excitedly, pointing at Qin Yu's jar of chili peppers. Are you asking for extra spice? The small black dog nodded eagerly. Very well, I shall oblige. Qin Yu seized a handful of chili and sprinkled it over the black dog's portion of stinky tofu. Now, go and enjoy. Several little black dogs nibbled on their pieces before scampering off, each clutching their share. Qin Yu surmised that they would not consume it all, but rather bring some back to share with their companions. After 3 little dogs returned home yesterday and shared their stinky tofu with 4 others, the latter had come today as well. How many of these adorable pups could there possibly be? They are so delightful, I wish to keep one. Qin Yu picked up the Xiantian tokens scattered on the ground. With the 3 from yesterday, he now possessed 10 tokens in total. Once the event concluded, he could exchange them for 1,000 contribution points and receive a reward of a magical artifact. What an incredible gain! Moreover, he felt that this was only the 2nd day of the event, and everything was just beginning. As long as these little black dogs remained unapprehended, Qin Yu would have a continuous influx of tokens. Prosperous days lay ahead. Brother Yu, shall we set off? Came the voice of Li Zhengtong from outside. Qin Yu hurriedly pulled Li Zhengtong into his wooden cabin and activated the array formation of the cave dwelling. Brother Yu, what is the matter? Li Zhengtong inquired, puzzled. I want to show you something. Prepare yourself mentally. Qin Yu cautioned. Li Zhengtong nodded, dismissively replying, Fear not, Brother Yu. I am no longer the naive child I was 6 months ago. Even if I were to encounter a ghost, I would not blink. Goodness! Xiantian tokens! Li Zhengtong exclaimed, leaping in astonishment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 tokens in total. Brother Yu! Li Zhengtong solemnly gazed at Qin Yu and, adopting a tone reminiscent of one advising a wayward soul to turn back from the brink, said, Creating counterfeit Xiantian tokens to deceive for contribution points is illegal, Brother Yu. You must think this through. With a resounding slap, Qin Yu struck Li Zhengtong on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Zhengtong, cradling his head, looked at Qin Yu with a hurt expression. Look closely, this is an authentic Xiantian token. He picked up a token and examined it closely. It felt substantial in his hand, its surface smooth and rich in texture, with clear and flowing engravings. The 4-character Xuantian token strikingly bold and powerful. It truly did not appear to be a forgery. Qin Yu replied, It is indeed genuine. However, Brother Yu, 7 tokens were distributed yesterday. How could you possibly acquire 10? Li Zhengtong murmured in a lowered voice. Even if I were to steal the tokens found by others, it would still not suffice. Qin Yu was left speechless. Is your Brother Yu the type to indulge in unlawful activities? Among these 10 tokens, 3 were those not located yesterday, while the remaining 7 were just distributed today. Li Zhengtong inquired, but haven't today has hints not been given yet? Who says the hints must be disclosed before one can find them? The Xiantian tokens were hidden throughout the sect before dawn. With a bit of luck, one could stumble upon them anywhere. Li Zhengtong nodded, realizing the truth in that. But Brother Yu, while I can understand your good fortune in finding 1 token, how could you possibly discover all the tokens from today? And what about the 3 from yesterday? Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of profundity. In an enigmatic tone, he declared, I naturally have my connections. Suddenly, Li Zhengtong felt as though the figure of his brother had magnified before him, reaching a height he could no longer aspire to. A sage exists among me. All right, shout on. Qin Yu turned back, speaking earnestly. I share this with you to discourage you from investing your energy in such meaningless pursuits, and to instead dedicate your finite life to the infinite path of cultivation. I hope that one day, you too may become one of my connections. Do you understand? Li Zhengtong's face lit up with enthusiasm. Brother Yu, I understand. I shall return to my cultivation at once. With the fervor of someone invigorated, he dashed out. Excellent. Qin Yu nodded, satisfied with his manipulation. Chapter 50 as evening approached. Qin Yu made a special trip to the central plaza to gather information. After all, the Xiantian token in his possession was technically stolen property, warranting some caution. From a distance, he spotted the whiteboard in the central plaza. It displayed today's hints alongside the 1st, 6th, and 7th hints from yesterday. The tokens in these locations had yet to be discovered. The central square was bustling with a throng of people, their loud shouts echoing from afar. What could be the cause of such uproar? Driven by curiosity, Qin Yu squeezed through the crowd, and upon discerning their shouts, he halted, lowering his head and swiftly retreating. The reactions from the crowd appeared rather intense. A conspiracy. Surely, there must be some hidden agenda. Why can't we find a single token? Did you not place them at all? Over 3,000 individuals scoured the central heavenly pool yesterday, yet not a trace of the token was discovered. Today, not a single token was found. We have every reason to doubt whether the tokens were ever placed in the designated spots. If no one can locate the tokens, what is the significance of this event? We demand that the organizers provide an explanation as to why none of us can find the tokens. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Qin Yu felt that if these individuals were to learn the truth, he might be met with dire consequences. Was it really worth such a commotion over a mere token? After muttering a few words in guilt, Qin Yu raised his arm and shouted, "Protest! I suspect you never even placed the tokens. We must infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Knowing oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle." As the number of onlookers increased, so did the volume of the protest. The word spread rapidly, and soon the crowd surged like locusts from every direction, creating a formidable presence. What is all this commotion about? A thunderous voice boomed, startling the crowd. The elder responsible for the event hovered in midair. Questioning the disciples, "Are you all intent on inciting chaos? What has become of your decorum?" The crowd fell silent, listening as the elder continued, "I can assure you, this event is entirely fair and just. To ensure this fairness, each day, a staff member is randomly chosen to hide the tokens before dawn. The clues are crafted by this staff member, and apart from them, no one else knows where the tokens are concealed, not even I." Just moments ago, the staff member responsible for distributing the tokens checked all locations, and they are indeed missing. All 7 tokens for today have already found their owners. From the crowd, a voice protested, "If someone has found a token, why haven't we heard about it?" The elder scoffed, retorting without reservation, "There is no rule in the event stipulating that those who find tokens must inform others. If someone chooses not to disclose their find, that is their prerogative and has no bearing on the event itself. If you possess the skill, you too may find a token without announcing it." The crowd fell into silence, rendered speechless. Once the elder departed, the crowd gathered to discuss among themselves. Qin Yu also joined the assembly, his expression one of indignation. It is understandable for an individual to remain silent after discovering the tokens, but it is inconceivable for all 7 to do the same. One person must take the initiative to voice the core issue. Qin Yu proactively seized the opportunity to speak. Is it possible that a single individual obtained all 7 tokens? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If a single person were to possess all 7 tokens, I would perform acrobatics while defecating. The crowd unanimously dismissed Qin Yu's absurd conjecture, with some even resorting to extreme measures to illustrate the ridiculousness of his statement. Qin Yu remarked, however, "Your words have sparked a thought in me." One person then spoke up. "While it is unlikely for one individual to acquire all 7 tokens, what if it were a prearranged group? Are you suggesting an organization?" "Precisely. If they are an organization with at least 7 members, they could simultaneously seek the 7 Xiantian tokens." The crowd found this reasoning plausible. Yet there remained a significant flaw in the explanation. Are we, with our numbers, truly inferior to that mysterious organization? The search for the Xiantian tokens is inherently a matter of probability, and each individual shares the same odds. With so many of us, the likelihood of us finding the tokens should be considerably higher. Yet now, all 7 tokens have inexplicably fallen into their hands. There must be some hidden agenda at play. Qin Yu concurred. Indeed, a tall individual began to elucidate. There could be 3 possible reasons for this phenomenon. First, the individual responsible for concealing the Xiantian tokens may have ties to this organization, leaking information about the tokens to them. Qin Yu immediately countered, stating that the risk of such an action is far too great. Should the scheme be uncovered, the individual would face expulsion from their sect. For the sake of a few tokens, it simply isn't worth it. Quite right. This reasoning resonates. The crowd rallied behind Qin Yu. The tall individual continued. Second, this organization may possess a divination expert capable of breaching the anti-divination array surrounding the tokens, thereby discerning their general location. We have yet to even see the hint. While their members already know where the tokens are hidden, how can we possibly compete with them? Qin Yu rebutted once more, asserting that this possibility remains slim. For an individual with such divination prowess would at least be of elder status. One with such abilities would not be concerned with a mere handful of tokens. Indeed, this reasoning also holds merit. The crowd once again supported Qin Yu. The tall individual concluded. Third, we must concede that some individuals are born with exceptional fortune. Their luck unparalleled, even receiving assistance from the heavens. Qin Yu inquired, "Are you referring to the children of destiny?" Precisely, the term children of destiny is exceedingly apt. If this organization is composed solely of such individuals, their chances of finding the Xiantian tokens would be significantly greater than ours. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. As a being endowed with dual identities of a time traveler and a system owner, it is indisputable that he is the child of fortune. Li Zhengtong possesses 2 extraordinary talents and has fortuitously encountered such a paragon of luck, rendering him, albeit modestly, a minor child of fortune himself. Hence, The third hypothesis stands validated. Qin Yu concurred, stating, I believe this to be the reason. Indeed, we are simply outmatched, and there is little for us to lament. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. A splendid analysis. The crowd lauded Qin Yu in unison. Qin Yu waved his hand, humbly responding, let us appreciate the applause. Clap, 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 clap. The crowd erupted into applause for Qin Yu. The tall individual interjected, please, everyone, hold your applause. He exclaimed loudly. Clap, 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 clap. Qin Yu responded, everyone. Cease the applause. The clamor abruptly faded. The tall individual, Qin Yu, cast a sidelong glance at the tall one, suppressing a chuckle within. This is the charisma of Qin. How solitary is invincibility? Chapter 51. Once the crowd fell silent, the tall senior brother inquired, what thoughts does everyone have? What more is there to ponder? Qin Yu shrugged. They neither stole nor cheated. They merely had a stroke of good fortune. What can we do? The crowd murmured in agreement. The tall individual, Qin Yu, continued. Our inability to locate the Xiantian tokens merely reflects our inadequacies, which we must acknowledge. The crowd echoed, indeed, indeed. The tall individual, Qin Yu, remarked, at times. Our failure to find the Xiantian tokens requires introspection. We must not always blame others, but consider whether we have exerted enough effort. The crowd responded, indeed, indeed. The tall individual, Qin Yu, raised a hand, signaling for silence. Wait. The tall one shouted vehemently to the crowd. If it is indeed true that their success is merely due to luck, we must resign ourselves to fate. However, what if they obtain the Xiantian tokens through deceit? The first hypothesis indeed carries significant risk, yet the rewards are equally substantial. Do not forget, 10 Xiantian tokens can be exchanged for a spiritual artifact. The second hypothesis may hold low probability, yet low probability does not equate to impossibility. What if the leader of this organization is a grandson of an elder from the divination peak? What if they possess a divination expert behind them? Should these factors be the reason we failed to find a single Xiantian token, they are indeed in violation. We must report this to the sect and demand a thorough investigation. Qin Yu shot a glare at the tall senior brother. Should the sect genuinely pursue this matter, the little black dogs are likely to be uncovered. Although this incident is not of my doing, I could still be implicated in a charge of concealment. Even if I am not punished, the Xiantian token in my possession is indeed ill-gotten and will surely be confiscated. We must prevent this from happening. Qin Yu cleared his throat and said, before we proceed, it is imperative that we conduct a thorough investigation. Making false accusations is a crime. Allowing these disciples to investigate will yield no results. There is no need for an investigation. The tall senior brother stated directly, we only need to await the outcome tomorrow. Qin Yu inquired, what do you mean by that? The tall senior brother gestured for everyone to gather closer. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone outside our circle. If those from that organization become aware, we will truly be left with no means of resolution. Qin Yu assured, rest assured, senior brother, we will remain silent. No. The tall senior brother replied sternly. For the sake of caution, we must all take an oath. Quite prudent indeed. Very well. Qin Yu was the first to press his fist to his forehead. I, Qin Yu, swear that if I disclose this matter to anyone outside our circle, I shall be struck by heavenly wrath and meet a most untimely demise. Qin Yu deliberately emphasized the word anyone, fearing that the heavenly laws might not be clear. The tall senior brother hastily interjected, Junior brother Qin, there is no need for such a grave oath. Swearing in the realm of cultivation is not a trivial matter. It will indeed come to pass. Even if one could evade heavenly punishment, a shadow would remain in the hearts of cultivators, leading to certain doom during the tribulation. Qin Yu patted his chest and declared, rest easy, senior brother. I, Qin, stand by my word. My promises are as weighty as gold. What a commendable promise. The crowd expressed their admiration. With Qin Yu leading the way, others followed suit. I, Li Si, swear that if I disclose this matter to anyone outside our circle, I shall never ascend to the tribulation stage. Everyone turned their gaze towards Li Si. Never ascend to the integration stage. The nascent soul and golden core stages are acceptable. After all, I possess a top-tier spiritual root. The tension among the crowd eased. Qin Yu cautioned. Let us not engage in clever tricks, or we shall not include you in our endeavors. As everyone completed their oaths, their attention shifted back to the tall senior brother. Brother, may we speak now? The tall senior brother glanced around and warily replied, there are too many people here. We should find a quieter place. Qin Yu reassured. Fear not, senior brother. Those individuals cannot possibly belong to the mysterious organization. The tall senior brother remained steadfast. Ever since I learned about that mysterious organization, I feel as though their members are everywhere, as if they are right beside us. Qin Yu responded, nevertheless, everyone has sworn an oath. I trust you all. So let us discuss further in that direction. The group followed the tall senior brother to a secluded spot. It is now time to enlighten everyone on how we can discern whether the individuals from that organization rely on fortune or deceit. Qin Yu perked up his ears, listening intently. In truth, the method of judgment is rather straightforward. If they are indeed relying on luck to locate the tokens, it is impossible for them to secure all of them every day. Others would surely manage to find one or two as well. Qin Yu concurred, stating, I understand. With so many of us, even if they are fortunate, it is improbable that they could maintain such a streak of luck as today. There must be some that slip through their fingers. Indeed. Well said, Brother Qin. The tall senior clapped. Qin Yu smiled and gestured, no need for applause. Let us continue to listen to our senior. The tall senior replied, perhaps it would be best if you spoke instead. Qin Yu hastily waved his hand. How could that be? If you do not speak, how shall I know what to do? Come, let us give our senior a round of applause to encourage him. The tall senior shyly smiled, pressing his hands down to silence the crowd. Hush, our senior is about to speak, came the collective whisper. The tall senior began. I sense that you are all performing for my benefit, and I possess evidence. Qin Yu responded, how could that be? We do not even know each other. Please continue. Senior. Ahem, I shall proceed. Besides the fact that they managed to secure 7 tokens daily, there is another extreme we must consider. Qin Yu eagerly replied, please, senior. I am all ears. The tall senior was pleased with Qin Yu's enthusiasm. That is, they might only find 1 or 2 tokens, or perhaps none at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly understood. I see. Since the individuals who hide the tokens are chosen at random each day, the person responsible for hiding them today may have ties to that organization, but tomorrow could be entirely different. If they find very few tokens tomorrow, it would prove their collusion with today's token hider. The crowd chimed in. Brother Qin's analysis is truly astute. He is remarkably clever. The tall senior cleared his throat. I propose we temporarily form a faction to stand against that organization. Agreed. Qin Yu affirmed. The tall senior suggested, let us name our faction the Justice League of Shantian. Shall we? The crowd fell silent. Qin Yu interjected, how about the Anti-Wealth Alliance instead? The crowd responded enthusiastically, yes. That sounds great. The tall senior continued. We must also select a leader who embodies both wisdom and beauty, a person of high virtue and great respect. All eyes turned toward Qin Yu. The tall senior exclaimed. I knew it. Thus, Qin Yu found himself unwittingly appointed as the leader of the faction. What is the purpose of our faction? The crowd responded in unison, to vanquish the mysterious organization and uphold the integrity of our sect's activities. Qin Yu. Excellent. I shall contend with myself. Everyone, please be quiet. I have a few words to share. Qin Yu clapped his hands, signaling everyone to pay attention. My rise to the position of this leader is entirely due to the support of each of you esteemed heroes. Furthermore, now that you have elevated me to this role, I shall certainly exert my utmost efforts. Let the atmosphere be lively. Clap, 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 clap. Now, on this significant occasion, we must express our gratitude to one individual. Qin Yu pulled the tall senior brother beside him. Without this senior brother to clarify our doubts, I, Qin, would have been utterly lost regarding our next steps. The appearance of this senior brother was akin to a divine intervention, rescuing me from a state of confusion. Without him, I might have plummeted into an abyss. Let us enliven the atmosphere. Clap, 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 clap. The tall senior brother smiled awkwardly. It's not that serious. I merely spoke off the cuff. No, it is indeed very serious. Senior brother, you have no idea how much assistance you have provided me. In gratitude for this senior brother's support, I have decided to appoint him as our vice leader and strategist. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd, none. The tall senior brother revealed a heartfelt smile. Although he did not become the leader, being a vice leader is also quite commendable. Qin Yu, may I ask how to address you, senior brother? The tall senior brother. Qin Yu. Never mind, given your height. We shall refer to you as tall senior brother. Tall senior brother. Titles are of little consequence. Now, we can allocate tasks regarding how to confront that mysterious organization. Qin Yu, I sense everyone is somewhat fatigued. Let us all return and rest. Under my command, you still wish to oppose me? The crowd dispersed like birds taking flight. Tall senior brother, just as he was about to speak, Qin Yu sincerely grasped his hands. Tall senior brother, no, vice leader. I wish to review our strategy with you once more. Seeing Qin Yu's earnestness in this matter brought tall senior brother great comfort. Though the others in the faction may be somewhat unreliable, the leader is undoubtedly trustworthy. Together, this vice leader and leader shall surely secure ultimate victory for our faction. Very well, let us review the strategy. Qin Yu nodded. Vice leader, please allow me to speak first. If I err in any way, you must, without fail, remind me. For this is of utmost importance. Rest assured, leader. The The tall senior brother solemnly nodded. First, if the mysterious organization manages to seize all the tokens daily, it indicates that they may be engaging in foul play, correct? Senior brother Gao, indeed, for one's fortune cannot perpetually remain favorable. Secondly, if the mysterious organization discovers too few tokens tomorrow, it signifies their deceit. Senior brother Gao, precisely, this indicates their collusion with the personnel responsible for concealing the tokens today. I understand. Thus, if tomorrow 1 or 2 individuals find and disclose the tokens, we shall have no recourse against that mysterious organization, correct? Senior brother Gao, yes. That is accurate, though it does sound somewhat peculiar. As long as it is valid. Qin Yu reiterated earnestly, should Vice Leader Gao conceive any new ideas, please ensure you inform me. I also wish to contribute my modest effort towards safeguarding the fairness of our sect. Senior brother Gao was deeply moved, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Rest assured, leader, once I have a new thought, I will certainly reach out to you promptly. Very well. Do not forget to gather here at this time tomorrow for further deliberation on our strategy. No problem. After bidding farewell to Senior brother Gao, Qin Yu walked alone on the path back to his cave dwelling. Thankfully, he ventured out today. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Tomorrow, he would send Li Zhengtong on an errand, followed by Xiaozhi the day after, and subsequently enlist the help of Xiaoxi, Xiaowu, and Xiaolu. Repeating this process should alleviate the suspicion. The crux of the matter now rested on whether those little black dogs would return to deliver the Xiantian tokens. If they failed to appear, it would spell trouble. Qin Yu felt it necessary to communicate this matter to the group of little black dogs. They were like grasshoppers bound by the same string. Should the situation come to light, all would suffer greatly. Thus, Qin Yu believed he should not bear this pressure alone. If insurmountable troubles arose, it might be essential to employ the little black dogs to alter their memories. A silent night passed. On the following morning, Qin Yu was awakened once more by the little black dog's commotion. Thank heavens, you finally arrived. Upon seeing the 7 little black dogs in neat formation, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Come over and sit down. I have something of utmost importance to share with you. The 7 little dogs scampered before Qin Yu, sitting in an orderly manner. Listen carefully, Qin Yu said solemnly. Because you all stealthily took the 7 tokens yesterday, it has now incited dissatisfaction among the masses. And some are already contemplating reporting this matter to the sect for investigation. Fortunately, my wit has temporarily placated them. I will devise a solution. But you must also exercise caution, understand? The 7 little dogs nodded in unison. Qin Yu inquired further. Where do you all usually stay? How can I locate you in case of urgent matters? Upon hearing this, the 7 little dogs huddled together, barking animatedly as if deliberating a significant matter. One of the little dogs barked fervently, embodying the spirit of a staunch radical. Qin Yu recognized that the small dog was one of the first 3 to arrive. However, he could not ascertain if it was the same one he encountered in the illusion, as so much time had passed that many details had faded from his memory. After a brief moment, the 7 puppies reached a consensus. The most audacious among them dashed to Qin Yu's feet and spat out a pale blue crystal orb. The orb was the size of a child's fist, leading Qin Yu to ponder how such a small creature could harbor such a substantial object within its diminutive head. The orb seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, dreamlike and unlike any ordinary object. What is this? Qin Yu inquired. Woof. Suddenly, Qin Yu felt a wave of dizziness and was transported back into the illusion. This time, he beheld a virtual figure cradling a pale blue crystal orb in his hands. The figure first drew a dagger across his palm, allowing drops of blood to fall upon the orb. As the blood mingled with the crystal, its luminescence began to swirl rapidly, gradually shifting from pale blue to a soft red. Finally, the figure closed his eyes and pressed the orb to his forehead. As the illusion shattered, Qin Yu returned to reality. Is this the method for utilizing the crystal orb? He pondered aloud. It requires a blood signature to claim ownership. It must be a rather precious treasure. Little black dog, are you certain you wish to bestow it upon me? The little black dog nodded resolutely. Very well. Qin Yu fetched a small knife, but as he held it in his palm, he hesitated momentarily. Cutting directly with the knife seemed rather painful. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively set the knife aside. It's merely a drop of blood. I, Qin, have my own means. With that, he inserted his finger into his nostril. Blood splattering forth. Chapter 53. Cradling the soft red crystal orb, Qin Yu gently placed it upon his forehead. He felt as though something was entering his mind, and he hastily followed it with his consciousness. Soon, he found himself in the sea of his own soul, where, to his astonishment, a small black dog had emerged. Woof! The little black dog barked joyfully. Upon hearing this sound, Qin Yu felt as though a connection had been established between them, an invisible thread binding their fates. Suddenly, An idea struck him. Could this be the legendary contract? The little black dog, panting, nodded in affirmation. Oh no, Qin Yu fretted, pacing in the sea of his soul. Does your master know about our contract? The owner of this pack of black dogs was likely an elder from the beast-taming peak. Should such a prominent figure take offense, a mere servant disciple like him could scarcely bear the consequences. Damn it, he exclaimed. If I cannot even manage a dog, how can I aspire to become Emperor Qin Yu? Qin Yu had never craved power as he did today. He did not blame the little black dog for not articulating clearly. Instead, he reproached himself for lacking strength. The little black dog barked energetically while shaking its head. What could this mean? Are you suggesting you have no master? The dog nodded in affirmation. Truly, Qin Yu was elated. The Xiantian sect was indeed remarkable. Even an ordinary stray dog possessed such formidable abilities. If the sect master were to learn that someone referred to the sect's treasured guardian beast as a mere stray dog, he might very well take off that person's head and kick it like a ball. Excellent. Qin Yu straightened his posture, regaining his confidence as a strategist. From this day forward, you shall no longer be a stray dog. Since you have acquired a new master, you ought to have a new name. Allow me to bestow upon you a name that exudes grandeur. The little black dog gazed at Qin Yu with anticipation as he pondered. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. I've made my decision. Henceforth, you shall be called Wang Kai. Are you pleased? Wang Kai. Qin Yu, what's wrong? Do you find your name lacking in majesty? Woof. It possesses quite a character. Qin Yu remarked. From now on, when I am alone, I shall call you Wang Kai. But in the presence of other dogs, you shall be known as Sang Biao. That should suffice, yes? Wang Kai barked in agreement. Splendid. Qin Yu patted Wang Kai's head and envisioned grand futures. Although you were once just an unremarkable stray, you are now a servant of the great Qin Yu. Despite your common lineage, as my contract spirit beast, you shall undoubtedly ascend to become a legendary demon immortal, commanding all creatures of the wild. Soon you shall experience the exhilaration of one attaining enlightenment, causing even the lowly to rise. Wang Kai, are you comfortable? Wang Kai confused woof. Qin Yu, from now on, there will be an abundance of stinky tofu. Wang Kai, overjoyed woof woof woof. Qin Yu sighed, indeed. No matter how enticing the vision of a grand feast, it pales in comparison to the actual bread before him. Henceforth, I shall merely enter the Sea of Souls to connect with you, correct? Wang Kai nodded. Leaving the Sea of Souls, the crystal ball in Qin Yu's hand had vanished. It must have merged within me. Wait, I shall prepare stinky tofu for you. The previous day, Qin Yu had procured a substantial amount of tofu, all marinated in black water, and it had absorbed the flavors overnight. This portion is yours. This one is for you. Distributing a serving to each little dog. When it came to Wang Kai, Qin Yu extravagantly laid down 2 generous portions, each generously sprinkled with chili, far exceeding the portions given to the other little black dogs. After signing the contract, Qin Yu could easily distinguish Wang Kai from the other pups. Sang Biao, this is yours. The eyes of the other dogs widened in astonishment. Not only had they acquired a formidable name, but they could also indulge in such an abundance of stinky tofu. The envy was palpable. Immediately, several little black dogs rushed to Qin Yu, presenting their crystal balls. In the presence of stinky tofu, what is dignity worth? What is wrong with being someone else's dog? Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, apologizing, stating that there could only be one demon fairy, and since he already had the disheveled Biao, he could not accept any of them. Although Qin Yu yearned to form a canine team, ready to bite anyone who dared to defy him in the future, he felt that such actions might hurt Wang Kai's feelings. Alas, the greatest virtue of Emperor Qin Yu is his unwavering focus, whether towards humans or dogs alike. Indeed, upon witnessing Qin Yu's rejection of the other dogs, Wang Kai seemed to stand a little taller. This is the first dog to take a leap of faith. Aren't you envious? Wang Kai voraciously devoured a hefty portion, clutching another in his mouth, striding out with an air of indifference. At that moment, Wang Kai appeared to transform into the most dazzling creature on the street. After bidding farewell to Wang Kai, Qin Yu summoned Li Zhengdong. Today, I have an exceedingly important task for you. Is Brother Yu finally going to place his trust in me? Li Zhengtong's heart brimmed with joy. Brother Yu, I am listening. Qin Yu handed Li Zhengtong a token. Take this token and go to a designated location to announce before everyone that you have found the token. It is that simple. Huh? Li Zhengtong was somewhat perplexed. Was the token already in their possession? Why seek it again? Isn't that akin to unnecessary actions? Although bewildered, Li Zhengtong accepted the token, reasoning that Brother Yu must have his own rationale. As he watched Li Zhengdong rush out, Qin Yu found himself puzzled. Oddly enough, today this fool did not ask a single question. As evening approached, Qin Yu arrived punctually at the agreed meeting spot. Greetings, leader. Greetings, leader. Qin Yu waved to everyone. Deputy Leader Gao, you are here too. Senior Brother Gao chuckled, stating that to safeguard the fairness and justice of the sect, He could not afford to be negligent. Qin Yu felt a twinge of guilt, wondering why he felt like the villain in this scenario. With most of the attendees gathered, he beckoned them closer. Just as Qin Yu was about to speak, Senior Brother Gao hastily interrupted. Leader, to err on the side of caution. I believe we should first verify the number of participants to prevent any members of that organization from infiltrating. Deputy Leader Gao indeed had a thoughtful approach. Yet with so many people present, how could they possibly verify? Though he voiced such concerns, Qin Yu mused internally. Those who needed to infiltrate had likely already done so. Rest assured, my leader, I have memorized the appearances of everyone from yesterday. I merely need to examine them once more. As I observed Senior Brother Gao meticulously verifying each individual, I could not suppress a yawn. An unexpected sense of tension akin to that of an undercover agent washed over me. Upon the completion of the verification, Senior Brother Gao spoke first. Today, only one person will be publicly announced. We have discovered a Xiantian token. Who is it? Qin Yu inquired. It appears to be someone named Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Li Zhengtong, indeed. Chapter 54. Do you know this person, my leader? Senior Brother Gao asked. Qin Yu replied with a smile. Not only do I know him, but he is also my neighbor and a dear friend. Just a couple of days ago, we were searching for the Xiantian token together. After failing to locate it, I decided to give up today. Little did I expect he would persevere and ultimately find one. His fortune is truly remarkable. If one wishes to verify such information, it is quite accessible, Qin Yu disclosed candidly. It turns out this individual is a brother of our leader. That puts my mind at ease, Senior Brother Gao remarked. Qin Yu, perplexed, questioned, what do you mean by being at ease? Senior Brother Gao elaborated, initially. I feared this person might be a plant sent by that mysterious organization. However, since he is so closely associated with our leader, that suspicion can be dismissed. Qin Yu chuckled sheepishly. He is merely a lowly servant disciple. What organization would recruit him? Indeed. Senior Brother Gao nodded, sighing, yet. This only seems to further affirm that the mysterious organization is genuinely relying on their power to seek the Xiantian tokens. We are at a loss against them. Noticing the dejection among the crowd, Qin Yu stepped forward and declared, this outcome is beyond our control, and there is no need for us to mourn over it. Today, my good buddy Li Jingtong has demonstrated something to us all. Ordinary individuals can indeed discover the Xiantian tokens. While that organization may be formidable, they cannot monopolize all the tokens. If we exert ourselves sufficiently, we can seize the tokens from their grasp. The crowd lifted their heads, gazing at Qin Yu, who spoke passionately, seemingly igniting their spirits. Why could Li Zhangdong find the Xiantian token, yet I cannot? It is because Li Zhangdong remained tenacious, even in the face of slim hope, and persisted until the end. I, on the other hand, lost my chance by giving up too early. You cannot foresee the future. How can you know that victory is not just a moment away? Failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is conceding without even attempting. If Li Zhangdong can do it, why can't you? Keep pushing forward. The outcome remains uncertain, and we are all dark horses. The crowd, stirred by his fervor, shouted in unison, the outcome remains uncertain. We are all dark horses. Qin Yu urged, show your spirit. Crowd, the universe is yet to be determined. We are all dark horses. Qin Yu, why are you unable to locate the Xiantian token? Crowd, it is because we have not exerted enough effort. We lack persistence. Qin Yu, as long as we persevere. Crowd, we shall surely succeed. Qin Yu, strive, strive, strive. Crowd, let us go, let us go, let us go. Qin Yu, all right, everyone, continue your search. Perhaps in some corner of the sect, there lies an overlooked gem that even the mysterious organization has failed to uncover. The crowd rushed out with fervor. Observing their departing figures, Qin Yu was astonished by the efficacy of his speech. These young disciples had entered the ivory tower of the sect at merely 10 years of age. Their hearts and minds were so innocent that a little persuasion yielded such results. Senior Brother Gao sensed that Qin Yu had somewhat strayed from the topic. Yet his actions undeniably invigorated the morale of the guild, leaving him with no grounds for objection. Deputy Leader Gao, onward. Qin Yu bid farewell to Senior Brother Gao and departed. The following day unfolded as usual. Only one person managed to find the Xiantian token, someone named Jiduo Duo. Qin Yu was taken aback. Jiduo Duo, indeed. Oh, Senior Brother Gao glanced at Qin Yu, a glimmer of skepticism in his eyes. Do you know this person? Could it be that he is also your neighbor? Not at all. I hardly have that many neighbors. Qin Yu clarified. We are both servant disciples. Jiduo Duo is responsible for the long corridor, adjacent to the maple leaf square overseen by Li Zhangtong. Hence we are acquainted, though not intimately. Strange. Senior Brother Gao remarked. It is quite a coincidence that the token has only been found by servant disciples these past 2 days. Qin Yu detected a hint of doubt in Senior Brother Gao's tone. It seemed this fellow was beginning to question him. In Senior Brother Gao's eyes, Qin Yu had exhibited peculiar behavior previously, and the fact that 2 consecutive days had seen familiar faces locating the Xiantian token was indeed suspicious. Certainly not mere coincidence, Qin Yu asserted decisively. Senior Brother Gao looked at Qin Yu, a look of confusion crossing his face. He had expected Qin Yu to jest and sidestep the topic, but was surprised by his direct acknowledgement. Qin Yu addressed everyone. If a servant disciple finds the token once, it may be attributed to luck. However, if it happens consecutively over 2 days, I dare say, should someone discover the token tomorrow, it is highly probable that it will also be a servant disciple. You must be curious as to why that is. The crowd nodded in unison. Qin Yu proclaimed, because we servant disciples yearn for contribution points more than anyone else. 1 Xiantian token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points, which equates to 3 months of stipends for you outer sect disciples. Sometimes, undertaking a task might yield 100 contribution points in a month. And what about a servant disciples? After toiling for an entire month, without daring to take a single day off, one is rewarded with merely 10 contribution points. Everyone who arrives at the Zuanian Gong does so with the aspiration of cultivating their immortality. Although we, the lowly disciples, may lack innate talent, our fervent desire for enlightenment rivals that of anyone else. Yet, 10 contribution points is woefully insufficient. What can one accomplish with such a meager sum? It is barely enough to purchase a single qi refining pill from the Grand Apothecary. We are deprived of adequate resources for cultivation, and we lack the time necessary to hone our skills. Our plight is indeed dire. Qin Yu vividly articulates the plight of the ordinary laboring disciples, and many in the crowd resonate with his sentiments. How truly miserable I am. What can be done? I feel like crying. The atmosphere grows heavy with despair, as silence envelopes the gathering. In this moment, silence speaks louder than words. A gentle breeze caresses Qin Yu's hair, stirring it softly. Suddenly, his impassioned voice shatters the tranquility. It is precisely because we laboring disciples endure such hardships that no one yearns for cultivation resources more than we do, nor do we crave contribution points with greater intensity. To find a Zuaniang token is akin to securing a year's worth of wages. How could we not be fervent in our pursuits? Our desperation for contribution points fuels our relentless quest for the Zuantiang token, driving us to be more dedicated and persistent, to advance further on the path of cultivation. We must seize every opportunity, no matter how slim it may appear. The 2 Zuaniang tokens thus far have been unearthed by laboring disciples, for we possess an even greater need for this chance. Though we may lack talent, we shall never yield. As emotions run deep, tears discreetly fall from the eyes of the laboring disciples. Though we may lack talent, we shall never yield. The laboring disciples stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone, unbowed. The outer disciples regard this indomitable spirit with admiration, even feeling a tinge of shame. How could I have ever doubted their resolve? I am truly remiss. Observing the captivated crowd, Qin Yu feels a sense of satisfaction. If only a fitting proclamation could accompany this moment, it would be perfect. Chapter 55, Senior Brother Gao remarks to Qin Yu, my apologies, leader. I didn't mean any offense. I simply felt that yesterday and today's exchanges were rather contrived. As if our conversation had been orchestrated by that organization, creating a deliberate trap. Qin Yu pats Senior Brother Gao on the shoulder. There is no need for concern. Deputy Leader Gao, I understand that your intentions are solely for fairness. Besides, we have all sworn an oath that our discussions shall remain confidential. Just then, someone in the group interjects, Leader, we all took an oath, but it seems one among us did not. Who? Qin Yu and Senior Brother Gao simultaneously direct their gaze towards the individual. Under the gaze of all present, the individual pointed towards Senior Brother Gao. It suddenly dawned on everyone that, while Senior Brother Gao had witnessed everyone else pledging their oaths, he himself had not done so. With a look of disbelief, Senior Brother Gao glanced at himself and exclaimed, Did I not swear at that moment? No. All eyes turned to him in skepticism. Do you suspect that I leaked information to that organization? How could you doubt me? A voice emerged from the crowd, Deputy Leader Gao, we do not doubt you. We are merely stating a fact. Everyone has sworn, yet you alone have not. It is not too late for you to take an oath now. Raising his fist above his head, Senior Brother Gao declared loudly, If I have had any contact with those from that organization during this time, may I face dire consequences. Before he could finish his statement, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Everyone looked up. The sky was clear, the full moon hanging high, with not a cloud in sight. How could there be thunder in such weather? The crowd turned their furious gazes towards Deputy Leader Gao. Thunder on a sunny day, how will you explain this? Why have you stopped speaking? Are you afraid of being struck by lightning? To their shock, they accused him of treachery, questioning why the leader's strategies had failed, suspecting his interference. Qin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. I have not betrayed the guild. Senior Brother Gao defended himself, flustered. Then prove your worth by completing your oath. Swear an oath of sincerity. I will swear. I have not betrayed the guild. My conscience is clear. Senior Brother Gao raised his fist once more. Enough, Qin Yu shouted, addressing the assembly. How could the deputy leader be a traitor? Have you forgotten the effort he has put into helping us strategize? At least half of our current strategy is conceived by him. If he were a traitor, how could he have assisted us so much? The crowd fell silent, lowering their heads. Was it merely a coincidence that we heard a clap of thunder? Can we disregard the deputy leader's diligent contributions and suspect him of being an insider? By your reasoning, I appear more like an insider than he does. Those who had just suspected Senior Brother Gao hurriedly offered their apologies. We are sorry, leader, deputy leader, we acted thoughtlessly. Qin Yu waved his hand graciously. I understand you are also concerned for our guild's well-being, but we must unite our weapons against external foes rather than engage in internal strife. Since Li Zhangtong and Jidwa Duo were able to locate the Xiantian tokens, we too can succeed. With a bit more effort tomorrow, we might even find 2 or 3. As long as we never give up and persevere, the Xiantian tokens will surely belong to us. The crowd echoed, persevere to the end, never give up. Qin Yu, strive, strive, strive. Everyone, keep going, keep going, keep going. Qin Yu. All right, everyone, now return and gather your strength. I hope that tomorrow, through your efforts, I will behold the true appearance of the Xiantian token. Today, you are honored for the guild, and tomorrow, the guild shall take pride in you. After a motivational speech, everyone departed with renewed vigor. Once they left, Senior Gao grasped Qin Yu's hands tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. Leader, how did you know I am not an undercover agent? Qin Yu, with an enigmatic smile, replied, because no one understands undercover agents better than I do. And you simply do not fit the mold. Senior Gao, profoundly moved, expressed, Leader, I even had doubts about you earlier, yet you repaid my suspicions with kindness. Standing up for me at a critical moment. In comparison to you, I truly feel inadequate. Qin Yu reassured him, do not harbor such doubts. Trust in everyone. And they shall trust in you. Senior Gao nodded solemnly. From now on, I shall dedicate myself to the guild, willing to shed blood and sacrifice for it. I am determined to uproot that mysterious organization. That is unnecessary. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly. That organization is not entirely at fault. They too compete with us on equal terms. Senior Gao scratched his head. My apologies, I forgot. I've been preoccupied with this matter, almost treating that organization as a fictitious enemy. Qin Yu remarked. Just how much do you despise me? You must be quite exhausted. Go rest. On the third morning, Qin Yu awoke punctually. There was no sound of familiar barking. How strange. Why have Wang Kai and the others not come today? A sense of unease washed over him as he hurried into the sea of souls. Once Ai's shadow lay curled up in a corner, deep in slumber. Qin Yu approached and softly called, Wang Kai, Wang Kai, Wang Kai. But Wang Kai remained unresponsive. Perhaps he had yet to log in? Qin Yu called out, sorrowful Biao. Suddenly, Wang Kai opened his eyes wide, barking, woof, woof, woof. Qin Yu quickly inquired, why didn't you come today? Wang Kai woefully barked a few times, and then Qin Yu was drawn into a vision. It was still before dawn. It was still an uncharted path. Once again, there was an individual holding 7 Xiantian tokens, but this time, it was a man. Wang Kai and the other 6 small dogs lay in ambush in the grass, waiting for the man to approach. As he neared, Wang Kai and the others suddenly launched a mental assault, attempting to pull the man into their illusion. However, the man merely paused for a second before regaining his composure with formidable mental strength. Realizing their mission had failed, Wang Kai and the other dogs prepared to flee, only to see the man lightly wave his hand. The dogs were lifted into the air by an unseen force, rendering their frantic little legs powerless against the grip. 7 little dogs all met their demise. Qin Yu discerned the visage of the man within the illusion. He was indeed the elder responsible for this event. It seemed he had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Chapter 56. I had a lingering sense that something was amiss. It turned out to be these little rascals causing chaos. The elder, grasping Wang Kai and the other dogs, interrogated them. Speak. What were your intentions in stealing the tokens? Where have you hidden them? The 7 little dogs immediately fell silent, not uttering a word. The elder threatened, if you do not speak, I shall inform your clan leader. Upon hearing this, the 7 little dogs became bolder. Wang Kai, the foolish one, barked, woof woof woof, foolish humans, go ahead and try. Naturally, the elder could not comprehend Wang Kai's barks, mistaking their antics for mere playfulness. He admonished them, considering your tender age, I shall refrain from pursuing your misdeeds. However, this matter ends here. You are not to cause any further disturbances. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report to the sect and imprison you all until after the spring festival. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai and the others instantly shrank back in fear. This opportunity to exchange stinky tofu only came once a year. If they were confined, it would all be over. The illusion thus came to a halt. After witnessing this segment of the illusion, Qin Yu was astounded. Wang Kai and the others had caused such chaos, yet the elder merely issued a verbal reprimand. What kind of spirit beast was Wang Kai to have such a significant standing? Had the elder mentioned something about reporting to Wang Kai as clan leader? Could it be that Wang Kai was not a stray dog, but belonged to a powerful lineage? Was it possible that Wang Kai was one of the legendary, immensely potent divine pets, renowned for their formidable bloodlines and capabilities? Qin Yu's mind was rife with uncertainties. Just as he was about to inquire further with Wang Kai, he plunged once more into the second segment of the illusion. In this vision, dawn was breaking. Wang Kai and the other 7 dogs traversed a swaying bridge. Arriving at a small island surrounded by lush trees, Qin Yu recognized this illusion as a continuation of the narrative. Upon entering the island, the 7 little dogs began to howl excitedly. Soon, a chorus of barks resonated from all directions. Miraculously, Qin Yu found himself able to comprehend the dogs' dialogue. Was this a translation feature bestowed upon him by Wang Kai? Incredible! Woof. It's not good. Woof. The mission has failed. Woof woof. What happened? What's wrong? A cacophony filled Qin Yu's ears, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. Before long, a sharp bark echoed from the depths of the island. The clan leader has arrived. The multitude of dogs quickly fell silent, and a large dog emerged from the depths of the island. This imposing dog was as massive as a tiger, adorned with wings. Its muscles rippling, exuding an extraordinary charisma and presence. Qin Yu gasped in astonishment and, drawing upon his lifelong knowledge, exclaimed, "Wow, what an enormous dog!" The canine chief interjected. "What is all this noise? Is the sky falling?" Wang Kai hastily replied, "Chief, the sky hasn't fallen." The dog chief retorted, "If the sky hasn't fallen, why is this dog barking?" Wang Kai responded, "Today the stinky tofu is all gone." The chief was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shouted, "Did you not just say the sky hasn't fallen?" Wang Kai explained, "Chief, who took our stinky tofu? Was it the little tigers reared on Beastmaster Peak or the little lions from Alchemy Peak? It seems that after 3 days without a beating, they think they have grown capable. A dragon has its reverse scale, and a dog has its stinky tofu. Daring to touch our stinky tofu is akin to seeking death." No. Wang Kai quickly interjected, "It's not them. It's an outer sect elder. Those 2 little rascals wouldn't dare." The dog chief furiously exclaimed, "Curse that outer sect elder. Does he not know how to procure his own stinky tofu? What audacity to steal ours." With fervor, the chief declared, "Children, arm yourselves and let us confront him." "Chief, you are mistaken again." Wang Kai urgently stopped the dog chief. "What have we done wrong? We have been wronged and must retaliate fiercely. You must live up to your name and not be a cowardly dog." The chief of the dreaming canine clan pondered for a moment and then proclaimed, "Otherwise, this name shall be bestowed upon the bravest among us." Upon hearing this, all the dogs eagerly gazed at the chief. In the chief's eyes, who truly was the bravest dreaming dog? Who would be worthy of such a mighty name? The chief continued, "Bestowed upon the illustrious leader of the dreaming canine clan. The bravest, the most powerful king of the dreaming dogs." The assembly of dogs scoffed. Wang Kai was aware that the chief had learned of his contract with Qin Yu. Initially, he vehemently opposed it, asserting, "We are noble dreaming dogs. How can a mere servant disciple be worthy of a contract with us?" Yet, upon witnessing the abundance of stinky tofu Wang Kai had brought back, the chief decisively acquiesced. "Oh my goodness, this stinky tofu is simply exquisite. I feel the ancient bloodline from our ancestors awakening, if not for the knowledge that Qin Yu had ceased to contract with other spirit beasts." The chief of the dreaming canine clan would have considered signing personally. "Wait, I seem to have signed a contract with the sect leader." Nevertheless, he thought, "No matter. First, let us deal with the sect leader, and then I shall sign the contract." The master of Beastmaster Peak, Elder Lu, who had studied spirit beasts for 200 years, once uttered a profound statement. To capture the heart of a dog, one must first win over its stomach. In a bid to preserve his formidable reputation and prove he is no coward, Wang Kai hastily clarified, "It was not that elder who seized our stinky tofu. Rather, we were caught while attempting to snatch the token, and we failed to obtain it. Chief, it's not that I lack courage. We truly have no justification here." The leader of the Dream Canine clan's expression shifted, and Qin Yu unexpectedly discerned an awkward look on the canine's face. The clan leader paced back and forth among the dogs, his brow furrowed. "That accursed outer elder. With so many Xiantian tokens available, what's the harm in giving us a few?" The clan leader merely voiced his frustrations. If they failed to procure the goods and resorted to violence, how would that reflect on the Dream Canine clan? Though we may be dogs, we are dogs of reason. It seems today's supply of stinky tofu is doomed. Upon hearing this, the dogs lamented in unison. "Oh, stinky tofu, how could I possibly survive without you?" The Dream Canine clan leader bellowed. "Retract those tongues you let hang out. Is it merely a piece of stinky tofu? Look at your pitiful selves. Subsequently, the clan leader muttered in a tone of schadenfreude. Fortunately, I saved half a piece of stinky tofu yesterday. I truly am the most foresight dog among the pack. Chief, I possess a skill to procure stinky tofu. A dream canine suddenly exclaimed. Speak quickly. All the dogs seemed to glimpse a new glimmer of hope. The dream canine declared, if we cannot seize the token, we can directly snatch the stinky tofu. The translation function abruptly faltered. Qin Yu, piecing together the context, surmised the dream canine's intent. Having failed to seize the token, their sights were now set on the stinky tofu. It appeared they were attempting to pin their hopes on him. Qin Yu recognized Wang Kai's cleverness, albeit limited. You only want to obscure that part? Chapter 57. The leader of the Dream Canine clan forcefully patted the head of the Dream Canine and chastised it sternly. Afterward, the translation function resumed. The clan leader declared, if all else fails, I shall take matters into my own paws tomorrow, and success will be guaranteed. Chief, that would be unwise. An elder Dream Canine interjected. Since we have already been discovered, your involvement would be tantamount to defying the sect. It seemed there were indeed astute dogs within the Dream Canine clan. Qin Yu mused inwardly. What shall we do then? Are we truly destined to go without that stinky tofu? The clan leader fretted in circles. Chief, acquiring the Xiantian token does not solely rely on theft. One must remember that the Xiantian tokens are hidden in various locations, meant for everyone to seek out. Since those disciples of the sect can find it, why can't our illusory dream canines? The leader of the illusory dream canine clan's eyes lit up. Indeed, we can also embark on a search. Furthermore, even if we are spotted, it matters not. We adhere to the rules. All canines, heed my command. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Depart the island to seek the token. Thousands of illusory dream canines surged forth, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. As the illusion shattered, Qin Yu returned to the Sea of Souls, finding Wang Kai squatting by his feet, wagging its tail and panting. Qin Yu feigned ignorance, asking. I suddenly couldn't comprehend their speech for a brief moment. Wang Kai, could you enlighten me on what they were saying? Wang Kai tilted its head, casting a furtive glance sideways. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Qin Yu inquired. What position does your illusory dream canine clan hold within the sect? Wang Kai gestured with its paw, indicating their formidable strength. Never mind. I shall investigate in the scriptures pavilion shortly. Are you planning to mobilize the entire clan to search for the Xiantian token? Wang Kai nodded in affirmation. Can you deduce where the Xiantian token might be concealed? Qin Yu felt a twinge of concern regarding his current understanding of the illusory dream canine clan. Wang Kai gestured for a moment before conveying, I understand. You mean to say that wherever the other disciples go, you will follow? Not entirely foolish, yet your numbers are limited. The likelihood of success seems rather bleak. Though the illusory dream canine clan boasts thousands, the participating sect disciples number over 10,000, creating a stark disparity. Wang Kai barked twice, pointing to its own nose. Are you implying that your sense of smell is keen enough to detect the scent of the Xiantian token? Woof. Wang Kai nodded emphatically. Qin Yu found this notion somewhat dubious. Some cultivators possess acute olfactory senses, and certain elixirs can temporarily enhance such abilities. Given that no one else can assist through their sense of smell in locating the Xiantian token, it seemed improbable that the illusory dream canines could achieve this. However, Qin Yu was not well acquainted with the capabilities of the illusory dream canine's sense of smell. Perhaps they could indeed surprise him. Qin Yu contemplated informing Wang Kai that they merely needed to follow the staff hiding the token and observe where it was concealed. Yet he hesitated, fearing that such an action might expose them and potentially bring adverse consequences upon the illusory dream canine clan. Well, let us first observe the outcome. Qin Yu departed the Sea of Souls, changed his attire, and made his way to the Scriptures Pavilion. He intended to research information regarding the illusory dream canines. Upon entering the pavilion, a senior sister called out to him, Fellow disciple, please come over to register. Qin Yu, puzzled, inquired, Senior sister, is registration required to enter the Scriptures Pavilion? In ordinary times, there was no need for it, but recently, the esteemed Elder Beishitong has entered seclusion, necessitating registration to access the Sutra repository. The Elder Beishitong had never secluded himself before. It is perplexing that he has already done so twice during this period. Qin Yu remarked, very well. After completing the registration form, he inquired, Sister, could you kindly direct me to the location of the books pertaining to the Dream Hound? The general introduction can be found on the second floor, West Wing. However, you currently lack the privileges to view the detailed information, junior brother. Understood. Thank you, sister. Qin Yu proceeded to the West Wing and soon discovered a plethora of books concerning the Dream Hound on the second floor. Titles included The Past and Future of the Dream Hound, The Mating and Breeding of the Dream Hound, The Care Techniques and Favorite Foods of the Dream Hound, and Dream Hound Management Strategies. Gazing at the 20 or so volumes on the Dream Hound, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. So many. Suddenly, he found himself yearning for the Elder Beishitan. Did such a trivial matter truly require such an extended period of seclusion? As he opened the past and future of the Dream Hound, he realized it was a tome exceeding 3,000 pages, far too cumbersome for one hand to manage. Surely, this volume contained a comprehensive account of the Dream Hound. Yet, the content was overwhelming. Perhaps it was best to glance at the introduction first. Upon lifting the cover, the first page bore the author's name, which Qin Yu promptly bypassed. Upon turning to the second page, he was struck with astonishment. The past of the Dream Hound. Unknown. Since the inception of the sect, the Dream Hound has existed. I do not know whence the Dream Hound originates. Those who possess knowledge may record it on this blank page. The future of the Dream Hound. I am equally unaware of the evolutionary direction the Dream Hound will take, should future scholars discern it. They may document it on this blank page. Thank you. At the bottom, a small note read, "Friendly reminder. Do not forget to leave your name in the author section on the first page." As Qin Yu leafed through the subsequent pages, he found them all blank. Is that it? Has it ended here? What do you mean? Over 3,000 pages, and you've only written 2. What kind of book is this when you know nothing? Qin Yu felt he had stumbled upon an utterly novel approach to writing. If this were the method, he could compose 100 books in a single day. Turning to the first page, he was eager to discover the identity of the genius behind this literary work. First author, Wang Day, pen name. Second author, the desire to express his frustration reached an unprecedented peak. Seriously, you simply chose a title and have the audacity to place your name after first author? What about your dignity? You could at least affix a blank sheet of paper at the back. Having traversed 2 lifetimes and encountered countless individuals, the shamelessness of this person would undoubtedly rank second to none. He is truly a pariah in the scholarly realm of the cultivation world. Wang Day is merely a pseudonym. I find it quite amusing. However, Qin Yu, after a moment's contemplation, realized that if he were to engage in such unscrupulous acts, he would certainly refrain from using his own name. The backlash would be relentless, leaving one unable to find peace even in death. Observing the edges of the book, which were only slightly yellowed, it was evident that it had been placed here within the last century. Such a book of quality deserves a place in the sutra repository, indicating that this Wang Day must be no ordinary disciple. There is a high probability that he is still alive. Clenching his fists, Qin Yu declared, "I hope I do not cross paths with you. Otherwise, I shall surely strike you with this blank book across your face." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Qin Yu retrieved a pen he always carried. He crossed out Wang Day's name and inscribed the words "Fishing Man" in its place. After completing this act, he smiled with satisfaction. In terms of shamelessness, who could rival me? Little River, today I shall impart a lesson to you. Subsequently, Qin Yu took out a small notebook he always kept on hand. He amended the title "The Path to Immortality," starting from fishing to the path to immortality, beginning with the rectification of academic scandals in the cultivation realm. There was no ulterior motive. Qin Yu merely wished to document this historic moment, setting aside the past and future of Dream Hounds. He picked up the mating and breeding of Dream Hounds. Upon glancing at the first page, recognizing Wang Day's name, he understood the caliber of this book. Indeed, the subsequent pages were entirely blank. Qin Yu repeated his earlier action, replacing Wang Day with Fishing Man. This alteration continued for more than 10 books. Just as Qin Yu thought he would return empty-handed, he finally stumbled upon a legitimate book, The Dream Hound Clan. This volume was quite thin, consisting of merely 20 pages. It provided a simple introduction to the basic information regarding Dream Hounds, precisely what Qin Yu required at this moment. Dream Hounds possess formidable spiritual power and excel at creating illusions. They are the guardian beasts of the Xintian sect. Upon reading the first line, a tempest of astonishment surged within Qin Yu. By heavens, a guardian beast? Have I truly forged a contract with the sect's guardian beast? He suddenly felt as if a humble janitor had abducted a wealthy heiress. He wondered whether the sect permitted ordinary disciples to contract with Dream Hounds. Continuing his perusal, he found Dream Hounds possess noble bloodlines, are inherently proud, and almost never enter into contracts with humans. He recalled the image of those little black dogs, wagging their tails beside him while clutching his crystal ball, and could not help but question, where is the pride in that? They are merely a bunch of sycophants. Each cultivator may possess only one Dream Hound as a companion, for the proud nature of Dream Hounds forbids their masters from serving another. Qin Yu began to doubt the authenticity of the book. Could it be that I have encountered mere counterfeit Dream Hounds? The Dream Hound clan excels in collective combat. Numerous Dream Hounds can consolidate their strength, leading to a qualitative transformation through quantitative change. Historical records indicate that the Dream Hound clan once joined forces to vanquish an invader at the tribulation stage. Qin Yu's hand trembled. Goodness. The Dreamhound clan is so formidable. Advancing beyond the tribulation stage leads to immortality. In an era devoid of immortals, those at the tribulation stage are the pinnacle of this world, beings who can traverse it with impunity. It is no wonder that the Dreamhounds have been exalted as the guardian deities of the Xiantian sect, possessing the power to slay those at the tribulation stage. Moreover, the Xiantian sect has grown increasingly powerful over the years, and the Dreamhound clan must have been expanding as well. I wonder just how formidable the Dreamhound clan has become now. After the initial astonishment, elation surged within him. It was as though a resplendent golden opportunity had materialized before his eyes. This was no longer merely a customer seeking stinky tofu. This was akin to discovering his most intimate ally. If I cultivate a good relationship with the Dreamhound clan, who would dare to provoke me in the sect? Discontent? Just look who stands behind me. Can you afford to mess with the Dreamhound? Closing the book, Qin Yu began to contemplate how to strengthen his ties with the Dreamhound clan. Wealthy, the individual hound could not represent the entire clan. At best, it could serve as a bridge. To befriend the entire Dreamhound clan, he would have to rely on stinky tofu. However, he could not offer too much. As the saying goes, what comes easy is often undervalued. It was imperative to ensure they completed tasks to earn the stinky tofu, making them aware that it was a rare resource, not easily obtained. Once they fulfilled their tasks, he merely needed to be a touch generous, and they would be filled with gratitude, allowing him to continually garner their favor. How cunning I am, he chuckled to himself. Upon returning to his cave abode and entering, Qin Yu was met with a delightful surprise. A Dreamhound was already waiting, holding a Xiantian token in its mouth. This particular Dreamhound was considerably larger than Wealthy, its prowess ranking above average within the clan. Qin Yu gently patted its head, offering words of encouragement. You are truly remarkable, little pup. The Dreamhound turned its head away in slight reluctance. A mere human, how dare you touch the magnificent Dreamhound? To me, you are nothing but a lowly cook. Qin Yu said, today, you are the first Dreamhound to deliver a token. I shall reward you with an extra portion of stinky tofu. But keep this a secret from the other pups. It shall be our little secret. Woof. The Dreamhound immediately licked its tongue and displayed a pleasing smile, nuzzling against Qin Yu's leg. You are so kind. It is no wonder you are the most handsome and generous cultivator of the Xiantian sect. Come, touch me freely. Qin Yu gently patted the dog's head, proclaiming, from now on, we shall be good friends. Do not forget our bond. The dream dog barked in response, if you ever need assistance, remember to call on me. If I don't help you, I am no dog. Qin Yu felt a sense of accomplishment as he forged a friendship with the ethereal canine. He proceeded to heat oil in a pan, preparing 2 servings of stinky tofu to offer the dream dog. The dream dog pointed toward a jar filled with chili peppers, barking excitedly, clearly a fan of bold flavors. All right, I shall indulge your taste, Qin Yu replied, sprinkling a handful of chili on top. The dream dog devoured an entire serving before swiftly departing with the second in its mouth. Having witnessed this surreal exchange, Qin Yu gained an understanding. Regardless of how much he offered, each dream dog merely required a single bag to return. If he only provided 1 bag, the dream dogs would selectively consume a few pieces, treating it as a token for their errand. Before long, 2 more dream dogs appeared, arriving together. Remarkably, 3 out of the 7 celestial tokens had already been acquired. Qin Yu chuckled. Excellent. You 2 are tied for first place. As a reward for being the first to deliver tokens, I shall prepare an extra serving for each of you. But keep this a secret. The 2 dream dogs were overjoyed, wagging their tails in delight. Qin Yu placed 4 servings of stinky tofu before them, stroking their heads as he declared, the extra serving symbolizes our friendship. Should I ever find myself in trouble, you must come to my aid. Both dream dogs scratched their chests in a solemn promise. Having tasted your stinky tofu today, we are now your loyal companions. If anyone dares to bully you, we shall be the first to stand against it. Though Qin Yu could not comprehend their words, the unwavering loyalty reflected in their bright eyes spoke volumes. Thus, he gained 2 more dream dog friends. Little by little, he anticipated that soon enough, these dream dogs would be at his service. Qin Yu felt fortunate not to be a villain. Otherwise, he might have already devised plans for nefarious deeds. Chapter 59. After bidding farewell to the 2 dream dogs, Qin Yu welcomed another pair. Thus far, he had successfully acquired 5 out of the 7 celestial tokens. As for the remaining 2, he had learned that they had already been claimed by other disciples and chose not to dwell on them. Counting on his fingers, he calculated the days remaining until the event concluded, 11 days. If 2 tokens were lost each day, that amounted to 22 tokens over the course of 11 days. The realization struck him painfully. He had unwittingly incurred a loss of 200 contribution points. The ache was profound. With a heavy heart, Qin Yu stepped outside, making his way toward the central square. He sought a method that would enable him to secure all the tokens without contravening the rules. Thus, He decided to meticulously examine the event regulations. Qin Yu firmly believed that wherever there are rules, there must also be loopholes. Upon arriving at the central square, he noticed the event rules inscribed beside a whiteboard adorned with prompts. The regulations were straightforward, consisting of only a few points. 1. Event duration, December 15th to December 30th. 2. The act of seizing tokens during the event is prohibited. 3. Forging tokens during the event is prohibited. 4. Rewards must be claimed within 3 days after the event concludes. Expired tokens will be rendered invalid. Having perused all the rules, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind. There are indeed numerous loopholes. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he saw it was his senior, Gao. Deputy leader, what a coincidence. Gao trotted over, his face aglow with excitement. Leader, I have splendid news. Guess what? What is it? Gao chuckled heartily. Today, our guild has successfully located 2 Xiantian tokens all at once, and everyone in the guild is overjoyed. Qin Yu realized that the 2 tokens missed by the illusory dream dog had been found by his own guild members. Let us go. Everyone is eagerly waiting to thank you, Gao urged, tugging at Qin Yu to leave. All right. Having already identified the loopholes, Qin Yu saw no reason to linger any longer. Upon reaching the designated spot, all the guild members had been waiting for some time. Upon spotting Qin Yu, someone shouted, "The leader has arrived. Let us applaud." The room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Qin Yu waved his hands, urging everyone to calm down. This year, you might not have another opportunity to find Xiantian tokens. Adjusting his expression, he continued, I heard that our guild located 2 Xiantian tokens today. At that moment, a male and a female member dashed forward, each holding a token in their hands, walking towards Qin Yu amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Are you two planning to exchange tokens and get married right here? Qin Yu jested. The duo stood on either side of him, simultaneously grasping his hands, and exclaimed, Leader, it is thanks to you that we found the Xiantian tokens. Qin Yu released the young man's hand and took the girl's hand instead, forcing a smile as he replied, Your ability to find the tokens is attributed to your perseverance and luck, not to me. How can that be true? The girl declared loudly. I was on the verge of giving up yesterday, and it was your encouraging words that inspired me to persevere. The young man added, I feel the same way. My dear leader, without you, I would surely have no connection to this token. The young man responded, I feel the same. Qin Yu's smile froze on his face. At this moment, he truly wished to slap himself twice. Oh, this damned mouth of mine. What possessed me to spur them on like that? This time, I have indeed shot myself in the foot. By the way, my leader, we are but humble disciples. Subsequently, the two turned to everyone with excitement and declared, Our leader is right. Although we humble disciples may lack talent, as long as we exert ourselves, we shall surely reap rewards. Are you two making a pledge here? Let us all strive harder to seize every token from the mysterious organization. The crowd cheered. Let not the mysterious organization obtain a single token. Qin Yu remarked, Humble disciples, is it? Do not let me discover which area you two are responsible for cleaning, or I shall bring Wang Kai to do his business there daily. Observing the lively atmosphere, Qin Yu smiled and addressed the crowd. You all performed admirably today, and I hope you can maintain this momentum. In the forthcoming period, I may be rather occupied. So from tomorrow onward, I shall refrain from attending the gatherings. Henceforth, this assembly will be presided over by the vice leader. Qin Yu's purpose in joining this guild was to prevent them from reporting to the sect. Now that the Dream Hound has become a law-abiding companion, there is no need for him to waste time here. Hearing this, the crowd felt a twinge of sadness. Leader, we cannot bear to part with you. Indeed. What capability does the vice leader possess to preside over the gathering? Vice leader Gao interjected. You can support someone without having to belittle another. Enough. Qin Yu responded. I am merely entering seclusion for a time. I am not dead. This guild will continue to exist, and you can always assist one another. Should you need my help, feel free to seek me out. For now, let us all return and recharge. We shall strive again tomorrow. As Qin Yu prepared to leave, someone hurriedly exclaimed, Leader, we have yet to chant our slogan today. Qin Yu encouraged, Strive, strive, strive. The crowd replied, Go, go, go. Upon returning to his cave, Qin Yu immediately entered his sea of consciousness. Wang Kai, Sangbiao, come find me. I have prepared stinky tofu for you. Wang Kai excitedly barked and quickly logged off. Qin Yu heated oil in a pot, and just as he finished preparing 4 portions of stinky tofu, Wang Kai rushed in. Wang Kai circled around Qin Yu, playfully seeking affection. Enough with the cuteness. These 2 portions of stinky tofu are for you. The remaining 2 are for you to take home. Understood? Wang Kai nodded and began to feast heartily. Qin Yu seeks to assist Wang Kai in swiftly elevating his status within the clan, while other Dream Hounds can only return with a single offering. Wang Kai possesses the unique ability to bring back 2, thereby earning the favor of the Dreamhound clan leader and the affection of his fellow Dreamhounds. Once Wang Kai unites the Dreamhound clan, he would undoubtedly have the freedom to act as he pleases. Qin Yu chuckled to himself in a rather unseemly manner before addressing Wang Kai with a serious tone. Wang Kai, you must inform your kin that when searching for the Xintian token, the first step is to envelop everyone present in a dreamscape before proceeding to seek it out. The rules of the activity do not prohibit interference with others' search for the token. Moreover, the illusions crafted by the Dreamhounds are remarkably lifelike. While the disciples may not uncover the token, the experience will mirror that of searching in the real world, thus maximizing emotional engagement and minimizing the likelihood of disturbances. Qin Yu was convinced that his scheme was nothing short of ingenious. Chapter 60. After Wang Kai finished devouring 2 portions of stinky tofu and was about to take his leave, Qin Yu called him back. Crouching down, he inquired, Wang Kai, what is your current strength in relation to the realms of cultivation? Wang Kai proceeded to draw a circle on the ground. Golden core? Qin Yu exclaimed, astonished. You have already reached the realm of a golden core ancestor? Wang Kai nodded proudly. Qin Yu had always assumed that Wang Kai was merely at the foundation establishment stage, never anticipating such formidable strength. What about your clan leader? Are you aware of their power? Wang Kai bounded about, trying to convey his meaning. I cannot comprehend you. Please translate directly for me within the dreamscape. Wang Kai tilted his head in confusion and shook it. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yu asked, wasn't it you who translated for me in the last dreamscape? Wang Kai shook his head once more, indicating he did not understand what Qin Yu was referring to. If it was not Wang Kai's doing, could it have been the clan leader's? Qin Yu probed, when you constructed the dreamscape for me. Was your clan leader aware? Wang Kai shook his head again. No, I don't know. He insisted, spinning his head like a top. I see. So you mean to say that you were also unaware if your clan leader knew about your construction of the dreamscape? Wang Kai nodded. Then it must be that he is aware. Wang Kai was right beside the leader at the time. The latter would certainly have sensed it. It seems that my ability to comprehend the conversations of Wang Kai and his kin within the dreamscape was aided in secret by the clan leader. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the one who obscured the words was not his dear Wang Kai, for which he was immensely grateful. By the way, Qin Yu looked at Wang Kai and asked, when I questioned you, why did you cast your eyes aside in apparent guilt? Wang Kai shook his head, indicating he did not. Never mind, perhaps I misjudged you. Qin Yu inquired, is there a specific purpose for your chieftain to request a translation from me? Wang Kai shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. Are you a rattle drum in your past life, only capable of shaking your head? Wang Kai, feeling unjustly treated, lowered his head. Alas, you are as foolish as Li Zhengtong. Brother Yu, did you call for me? A voice suddenly emerged from beyond the courtyard wall. Qin Yu turned to see Li Zhengtong peering over the wall. Oh, what an adorable little dog. He exclaimed. Brother Yu, is this your new pet? Li Zhengtong swiftly vaulted over the wall from his yard and, pinching his nose, exclaimed, Ugh, what is that smell? Brother Yu, has your lavatory exploded? Qin Yu's anger surged to 1. Upon noticing the bubbling hot oil in a nearby pot, Li Zhengtong's expression shifted. Brother Yu, you aren't frying excrement at home, are you? Qin Yu's anger escalated to 111. No wonder I've been detecting a faint odor at home recently. I thought someone was up to mischief, secretly tossing waste into my yard. I had no idea it was emanating from yours. Qin Yu sensed that Li Zhengtong was unusually animated today, likely due to some mischief he had indulged in. This is stinky tofu, not excrement. Stinky tofu? Is it made from excrement? Qin Yu inhaled deeply, repeatedly reminding himself not to argue with a fool. Stinky tofu has nothing to do with excrement. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll have Wang Kai bite you. Wang Kai complied, displaying his tiny milk teeth. Wang Kai? Li Zhengtong pointed at the pup, which barely reached his calf, bursting into laughter. Has this foolish dog just been weaned? It thinks it can bite me? What woof. Ouch. My behind. I was wrong, dog lord. I will never do it again. Please let go. If you don't release me soon, I shall be compelled to retaliate. Dog lord. Spare me. I was merely jesting. Moments later, Li Zhengtong, trembling and curled up in the corner by the wall, was a sight to behold. Qin Yu handed him a scrap of clothing with a sigh. Wang Kai is already at the golden core stage. Why must you provoke him? Li Zhengtong, on the verge of tears, lamented, Brother Yu, why didn't you tell me sooner? I still have important matters to discuss with Wang Kai. Please wait a moment. Brother Yu. I shall return to change my attire. Li Zhengtong climbed back over the wall. Qin Yu refocused on the matter at hand, earnestly reflecting on the conversation in the illusion. The chieftain of the dreamlike canine tribe seemed to have emphasized stinky tofu. Was he implying that I should prepare more of it? It must be more than a mere suggestion. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Yu. Does your chieftain desire your name? Upon hearing this, Wang Kai appeared alarmed, gesturing frantically while barking incessantly. Slow down with the gestures. I cannot comprehend what you were trying to convey. Brother Yu. Wang Kai wishes to express that the entire tribe desires its name, especially its chieftain. As Qin Yu turned around, he noticed Li Zhengtong, already dressed, preparing to climb over the wall. Why not use the front gate instead of scaling the wall? He inquired. Li Zhengtong chuckled. Climbing over is simply more convenient. Qin Yu then directed his attention towards Wang Kai and asked, "Does your entire clan desire your name?" Wang Kai nodded pitifully. Within the clan, he felt as though he were walking on thin ice. A minor misstep could result in his name being bestowed upon the clan leader. Doesn't your clan leader have a name? Why is there such a yearning for yours? Wang Kai nodded affirmatively, then shook his head. What does that mean? Qin Yu asked. Li Zhengtong clarified. Wang Kai means that the clan leader has a name but is quite dissatisfied with it. Qin Yu turned to Li Zhengtong. Can you comprehend this? Li Zhengtong sighed softly, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. I cannot fully understand, but I have studied a branch of ethereal beast behavior and can infer their meanings. Impressive. Wang Kai, did he guess correctly? Wang Kai nodded, casting a glance at Li Zhengtong. Woof woof, kid is perceptive, quite useful. I won't bite him for now. Li Zhengtong replied. Thank you, brother dog. Observing the exchange between Wang Kai and Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu felt utterly bewildered. Why do I feel like a deaf person here? What are you two discussing? Li Zhengtong responded. Oh, nothing much. Brother dog just remarked that I'm sensible and won't bite me anymore. But Wang Kai only barked twice. How did you derive so much meaning from that? Li Zhengtong explained. Studying ethereal beast behavior does not rely on words, but rather on interpreting their actions. I didn't see Wang Kai make any movements just now. Qin Yu pivoted back to the topic. Wang Kai, what is your clan leader's name? Woof woof. Li Zhengtong replied. Wang Kai says his clan leader is named Dogdan. Qin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a memorable name. Suddenly, he turned to Li Zhengtong. Can you also interpret the name Dogdan through the ethereal beast's actions? Speak. Can you communicate with ethereal beasts? Li Zhengtong's gaze faltered, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Qin Yu commanded. Wang Kai, bite him. Wait, let me first give him a body-refining pill, then you can bite. The side effect of Qin Yu's body-refining pill was to make the skin extremely sensitive, causing unbearable pain with the slightest touch. Li Zhengtong hastily pleaded for mercy. Brother Yu. I admit I can indeed understand Wang Kai's speech, but it's not that I can comprehend all ethereal beasts. I can only understand the language of canine ethereal beasts. Qin Yu remarked. Wouldn't it have been better to admit it earlier? Li Zhengtong whispered. This pertains to a small secret of my family. My father forbids me from speaking about it. Brother Yu, please do not spread it. Qin Yu assured him. Rest easy. I am known for my discretion in Zuaniangong. Li Zhengtong asked. What does that mean? Qin Yu. Whatever news comes to me shall perish upon my lips. It shall not escape. Hence I shall refer to it as a dead mouth. Chapter 61, since it pertains to the secrets of the Li Zhengtong family. Qin Yu chose not to inquire further. Since you can communicate with Wang Kai, why not serve as our translator for a while? Li Zhengtong, as you command. Qin Yu turned to Wang Kai. I can understand your chieftain's desire for a name change. How about this? I shall bestow upon your chieftain a new name, thus alleviating his fixation on yours. Li Zhengtong translated. Woof 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 woof. Qin Yu. Wang Kai. With a swift slap, Qin Yu exclaimed. Are you foolish? You need only translate for me. Oh, I had thought Wang Kai might not comprehend your words. Qin Yu tore a piece of paper, pondered for a moment, and inscribed the characters for Scar. Take this back to your chieftain. It is the name I gift him. Let us see if he fancies it. Should he accept this name, he shall owe me a favor. In the future, would it be proper for him not to leave the position of chieftain to Wang Kai? Qin Yu chuckled. He was not concerned that the chieftain of the Dreamhound clan would reject this name. After all, there could hardly be a more unappealing name for a dog than Dog Egg. I wonder which talent bestowed such a name upon the esteemed chieftain of the Dreamhound clan. Even a name like Fortune would sound more pleasant. In the depths of the back mountain, within a cave laden with seals, an elderly man, tattered and emaciated, with a breath nearly extinguished, suddenly opened his eyes. Ahem. One sound is thought, two sounds are curses. The elder gazed towards the cave entrance, his voice hoarse. Has it been several millennia, and who still remembers me? Ahem. Twice. Indeed. Seizing the opportunity with Li Zhengtong, the translator, nearby, Qin Yu hurriedly posed his question. Wang Kai, what is the current cultivation level of your chieftain? Woof woof. Li Zhengtong. Wang Kai states that his chieftain is the strongest in the world. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Well, that was a futile inquiry. All right, Wang Kai. You may return now. Woof woof. Li Zhengtong. He says, very well. Wang Kai, clutching 2 portions of stinky tofu and a piece of paper, wiggled away. With such a bountiful harvest, those little female dogs will undoubtedly adore me. After Wang Kai departed, Qin Yu turned to Li Zhengtong. What good fortune has befallen you today, that you appear so exuberant? Qin Yu sensed an unusual excitement emanating from Li Zhengtong today. Brother Yu, your intuition is spot on, Li Zhengtong joyfully replied. I have finally succeeded in setting up a formation today. Is that so? Qin Yu felt elated for his good brother. Li Zhengtong had been diligently practicing talismans, honing his fundamental skills. At long last, he was able to inscribe a formation. Where is your formation? Does it possess such capabilities? Inquired Qin Yu. It's in my courtyard. Li Zhengtong responded, preparing to scale the courtyard wall. With your penchant for climbing walls, wouldn't it be more convenient to simply break a hole in it? Qin Yu retorted, exasperated. Li Zhengtong replied earnestly. That won't do. Brother Yu, I cannot endure the foul odor of the explosive excrement and stinky tofu emanating from your yard. It is better to leave this wall intact. Once over the wall, Qin Yu beheld the formation that Li Zhengtong had arranged, which occupied half the courtyard. At the center of this formation lay a talisman, serving as its focal point. This formation was known as the anti-gravity array, which reduced the weight of all objects within its bounds by over 90%. As Qin Yu stepped into the array, he instantly felt a remarkable lightness. And with a gentle leap, he soared high into the air. If this formation could accompany a person, it would significantly enhance our speed, he mused. I'm not yet capable of that, Li Zhengtong admitted. No rush, take your time. Today, however, I must congratulate you. How about I prepare a special batch of stinky tofu as a gift? Li Zhengtong fervently shook his head. Brother Yu, could we perhaps exchange for a different gift? Of course, Qin Yu readily replied. I have recently concocted a new elixir. Shall I present it to you as a gift? Li Zhengtong froze momentarily. After a brief pause, he stammered, Brother Yu, how much stinky tofu are we talking about? Could it be a smaller portion? Seeing you like this, I won't tease you any longer. Go catch a few fish, and I will grill them for you tonight. Brother Yu, the river has frozen over. Have you heard of winter fishing? On the 6th day of the event, countless individuals arose early, congregating in the central square in anticipation of the prompt words. The previous day, 2 individuals had discovered the token, providing immense motivation for all. Everyone believed that if others could find it, so too could they. Everything proceeded as usual. With each prompt word announced by the host, throngs of people surged towards various directions. It was only during the final 2 prompt words that the crowd began to disperse, heading in all directions. However, regardless of their chosen path, a phantom dream dog lurked in the shadows behind them. After a day of searching, the guild members, weary and fatigued, arrived at the gathering point. Has anyone found the token today? I haven't heard anything, certainly not near the Sheman Bridge. Nothing on my end either. We nearly dismantled that square, yet the token remains unfound. Damn, surely the mysterious organization has taken them all again. I miss our guild leader. Without him, even chanting slogans lacks excitement. As the crowd found themselves devoid of vigor, their leader hummed a tune, gently polishing the 7 tokens acquired that day. My approach is indeed commendable. The realm of cultivation is not solely about combat. In critical moments, one must employ their intellect. Knowledge is power. Meanwhile, the Outer Sect Elder had summoned all personnel involved in this event. Can anyone enlighten me as to why the illusory dream hounds are so captivated by the Xiantian tokens this year? Silence enveloped the gathering as everyone bowed their heads. What are we to do now? Who authored these event rules? Why was participation of spirit beasts not prohibited? Why were there no stipulations against interference with other participants in their quest for tokens? Are these not the most fundamental regulations one should consider? The silence persisted. Lift your heads and respond to me. Who authored these rules? Are you all too timid to admit it? A voice timidly broke the silence. Elder. It seems you personally crafted the rules. The Outer Sect Elder retorted. Keep your heads down and think of a solution. Why do you look at me? Do I possess the means to resolve this on my face? What if we directly report this to the Inner Sect? Someone suggested tentatively. Absolutely not. The Outer Sect Elder's tone was resolute, dismissing the idea outright. The Inner Sect is far too occupied to concern themselves with such trivial matters. Would it not reflect poorly on all of you? The crowd internally mused. It cast a shadow upon your competence, Elder. Shall we not amend a few rules then? That is out of the question. The Elder responded. Do you think this is a mere child's play? This event involves thousands of disciples. To alter rules on a whim would lead them to claim we are capricious, untrustworthy, and thoughtless. At that time, where would our dignity reside? Once more, the crowd silently scoffed. Where would your dignity lie, Elder? What does it matter to us? This approach is futile. Let us think anew. Elder, if all else fails, perhaps you could present a gift to the 6th Elder at the Beast Master Peak, requesting his assistance in temporarily sealing the illusory dream hounds. What a ludicrous suggestion. The Elder shook his head vigorously. The illusory dream hounds are divine beasts. Do you think sealing them is a simple task? Moreover, with their current fascination for the Xiantian tokens, should you seal them away, what if they seek revenge upon their release? Do you wish to awaken one day to find your doorstep littered with droppings? The illusory dream hounds can cleverly conceal their mess within illusions, revealing it only when you inadvertently step upon it. Do you comprehend the level of frustration such a scenario would entail? The crowd responded, Elder, if I may be so bold, how do you possess such intricate knowledge of these matters? The elder's expression stiffened. Indeed, one of my friends had digressed. And now we must urgently contemplate how to address this matter. The crowd fell into a profound silence. The elder plopped down onto a chair, beginning to question the very essence of his existence. I, Wang Yingjun, have enjoyed a life of unbroken fortune from a young age. I was identified as possessing a rare spiritual root. My journey in cultivation has been replete with extraordinary encounters, akin to a great rock soaring to the heavens, ascending to unimaginable heights, ultimately becoming the youngest outer elder of the Hundred sect. However, fate has not favored me. 2 months ago, I failed in my attempt to reach the integration stage. The Grand Elder of the Outer Sect suggested I take my mind off things by participating in a spring festival event for some relaxation. I deliberately selected the simplest project, one that had never encountered any issues in previous years, essentially a mere formality. Yet, to my dismay, problems have arisen in rapid succession within mere days. Alas, why am I so unfortunate this year? I cannot shake the feeling that some unseen force is conspiring against me. Could it be that my misfortunes stem from that incident in September when I, disguised as a commoner, visited a small town at the foot of the mountain to enjoy some tofu pudding, only to be ambushed? The first taste was sweet, and since then, my fortune has faltered. How peculiar. Elder. At last, someone broke the silence. I believe we can adopt a hands-off approach at this juncture. What do you mean? It means doing nothing at all, since the rules permit spirit beasts to participate in the event and allow for interference with other participants' search for tokens. The actions of the illusory dream hound are entirely legitimate. Why should we intervene? Others retorted, it's easy for you to say. If those disciples are constantly unable to find the tokens, won't they cause an uproar? I do not agree with your perspective. Their unrest stems from their belief that their inability to locate the Xiantian token is our fault. If we simply reveal the truth to them and redirect their animosity elsewhere, they will naturally cease to seek us out. A glimmer of realization illuminated the elder's eyes. You are right. We merely need to inform them of the truth, allowing them to devise their own strategies against the illusory dream hound. If they cannot find the Xiantian token, it is a testament to their inadequacy, not ours. Elder Wang Yingjun promptly endorsed this approach. Of course, this strategy does carry its drawbacks. Foremost among them is the potential to diminish the enthusiasm of disciples participating in next year's events. However, I shall concern myself only with this year's endeavor. What transpires next year is of no consequence to me, Wang Yingjun. On the 7th day of the event, I discerned that the location indicated by the hint must be the Star Moon Avenue. 2 disciples from the Earth and Wood Pavilion walked side by side. Old Wang, what sort of madness is the sect indulging in, allowing the illusory dream hound to join such a fine event? The disciple named Lao Wang similarly expressed his grievances. Lao Wang, you are right. How can we ordinary folks compete with the guardian beast of the sect? Both were known as Lao Wang due to sharing the same surname. Lao Wang replied, I believe the sect has no intention of allowing us to locate the Xiantian token. The other Lao Wang concurred. In direct competition with the illusionary dream hound, we stand little chance, however. To assert that there is no glimmer of hope would be an exaggeration. Lao Wang, if you have a plan, please share it without reservation. Lowering his voice, Lao Wang remarked, the illusionary dream hound can indeed ensnare us within its illusions, and that presents a formidable challenge. Yet, it possesses a critical flaw. Its intellect is rather lacking. Confused, the other Lao Wang inquired, does locating the Xiantian token require intellect? Of course, without intellect, how can one deduce the hidden location of the token? The illusionary dream hounds lack the wisdom of humanity. They can only trail behind the crowd in their pursuit of the token. We, however, can exploit this weakness. We merely need to take a shortcut, timing our approach to find the token before the illusionary dream hounds arrive. Brilliant, exclaimed Lao Wang. Your strategy is quite clever. Instead of taking the main path, I know of a lesser-known route through the Minghui Square that could save us at least a quarter of an hour. Excellent. The 2 Lao Wangs hastened their pace and soon arrived at Minghui Square. Construction underway at Minghui Square. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited, and pedestrians are advised to deter. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Due to the complexities of the construction, it is expected to last 3 months. We appreciate your understanding during this time. Given the considerable challenges faced, it is anticipated that construction will require an additional 3 months. We kindly ask you to find alternate routes. Upon seeing the construction signs ahead, the 2 disciples from the Civil Engineering Pavilion were taken aback. Lao Wang inquired, Lao Wang, when did construction commence at Minghui Square? And why was I unaware of such a prolonged endeavor? Lao Wang shook his head. I have no clarity on that. I have no recollection whatsoever. Regardless, finding the token is paramount. We can investigate this matter later. Agreed. The two took a detour and hurriedly left. This delay meant that the two Lao Wangs only arrived a few minutes ahead of the main group. Ultimately, they faced a regrettable defeat under the firm control of the illusionary dream hounds. Chapter 63. Today, I have once again secured 7 tokens. What a delightful achievement. Qin Yu was organizing all the tokens in his possession within his cave dwelling. With today's 7 tokens, I now hold a total of 43 tokens. Once an individual collects over 10 tokens, the sect rewards them with a spiritual artifact. However, each person is limited to claiming only one artifact. So Qin Yu plans to allocate 10 tokens each to Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. This way, the 3 of them can each receive a spiritual artifact. Yet, the surplus tokens seem somewhat wasteful. Qin Yu aspired to harness these tokens to create greater value. Theoretically, possessing 10 tokens was the most cost-effective strategy. Acquiring an additional one would merely be superfluous. Yet, he lacked a sufficient number of companions. Although Qin Yu had friends like Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu, his bond with them did not compare to that with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. Should these 3 divulge his secrets, Qin Yu would find himself in a precarious position within the outer sect. He was unwilling to take such a risk. Alas, possessing an abundance of tokens could also be a source of vexation. Qin Yu felt a twinge of melancholy. Regrettably, spirit beasts were not included in the sect's contribution point system, rendering them unexchangeable for contribution points. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Qin Yu's mind, causing a smile to grace his lips. He had conceived a plan for handling the surplus tokens. On the 8th day of the event, Qin Yu had gathered 6 tokens. Today marked the inaugural day of formal conflict between the human cultivators and the dream hounds. The Xintian sect Evening News provided a comprehensive report on the matter. Since learning of the dream hounds' involvement in the quest for the Xintian tokens yesterday, astute human cultivators swiftly launched a counteroffensive, devising various strategies against the dream hounds. Notably, one guild achieved remarkable success. Interviews revealed that the guild's vice leader formulated a multifaceted interference combat strategy. This plan capitalized on the advantage of sheer numbers, ensuring that regardless of the directive, members would disperse in all directions, significantly diluting the dream hound's combat effectiveness. Furthermore, this guild was the first to declare itself united. Members had clearly defined roles, including those responsible for distracting the dream hounds, individuals adept at quickly charting routes, and others with keen observational skills for locating tokens. The guild members shared both trials and triumphs. The tokens discovered were converted into contribution points and evenly distributed among all members. It was precisely due to their advanced strategy and seamless cooperation that this guild secured the only token available today. As Qin Yu perused the report, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had foreseen that the individual surnamed Gao should not have been retained. With this precedent set, a multitude of guilds, both large and small, suddenly emerged within the Xintian sect's outer circle. The larger guilds boasted hundreds of members, while the smaller ones consisted of only a few. However, these guilds were rife with internal discord, as members harbored their own agendas, and intrigue was omnipresent, currently navigating through a period of adjustment. When the editor inquired about the remarkable unity within this guild, the responses were surprisingly consistent. We have an excellent guild leader. The identity of this guild leader was unknown. Yet they managed to unite such a diverse group with a singular purpose. The editor will continue to provide updates. Setting the newspaper aside, Qin Yu had anticipated the human cultivators' counterattack. However, Qin Yu remained unfazed. The dream hounds possessed an undeniable advantage over the human cultivators. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations were rendered futile. Qin Yu believed that if he, with his intellect, could not devise a countermeasure, others stood even less chance. The majority of the Xintian tokens would ultimately fall into the hands of me, Emperor Qin Yu. He chuckled to himself. With the 6 tokens acquired today, he had amassed a total of 49. Sensing that the quantity was nearly sufficient, he resolved to initiate the second phase of his plan starting tomorrow. On the 9th day of the event, before dawn, Qin Yu summoned Li Zhengtong and Xiaoxi, carrying a small wooden table to the entrance of the enforcement team. "Brother Yu, why have you called us here?" Li Zhengtong inquired. Qin Yu spoke softly. "Today, I require your assistance with a significant matter." "A significant matter?" Li Zhengtong's eyes brightened, revealing his keen interest. Qin Yu continued. "I need you both to act as my security to safeguard my personal safety." Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji stood tall, affirming, "No problem. Since there is no issue, then please consume these 2 pills," Qin Yu announced, producing 2 strength pills. Upon seeing the pills, both men's expressions shifted. "Brother Yu, you mentioned protecting your safety. Why must we consume pills? Isn't it obvious?" Qin Yu pointed at them. "Look at your frail physiques. A sixth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, require protection from a second-layer and a third-layer cultivator? Li Zhengtong chuckled awkwardly. Brother you, even if we consume the pills, our strength won't increase significantly. Li Zhengtong, having developed a wariness towards Qin Yu's pills, preferred to avoid them. If avoidance was impossible, he would seek every means to refrain from taking them. Transforming into gorillas would at least lend you a semblance of intimidation. Qin Yu reassured them, do not worry. These are merely strength pills, not some novel concoction. When have I ever deceived my brothers? Li Zhengtong hesitated. Shaji added, Now that no one is around, hurry and take them. Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward each of you with several hundred contribution points. All right. Reluctantly, Li Zhengtong picked up one pill and swallowed it. Xiao Ji, on the verge of consuming the other, suddenly heard Li Zhengtong scream in agony. Itch! I can't stand it. Li Zhengtong laughed uncontrollably while rolling on the ground, scratching himself. In the deserted street, this scene appeared rather unsettling. Xiao Ji, startled, lost track of the pill in his hand. This is bad. Qin Yu slapped his forehead, apologizing. I mistakenly gave you the Qi refinement pill instead. In a flurry, Qin Yu hurriedly stimulated Li Zhengtong's acupoints in the proper sequence, ultimately reviving him. Apologies for the oversight. I shall ensure meticulous attention this time. After a session of coercion and persuasion from Qin Yu, the two individuals finally consumed the potent strength pill, transforming into two robust chimpanzees. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, remarking, Excellent. Now there is an air of intimidation. Once someone arrives, you simply need to stand beside me and flaunt your muscles. Qin Yu propped up a wooden table, casually scattering 20 pieces of the Xiantian tokens upon its surface. Xiao Ji's eyes widened in astonishment, although he was already aware of Brother Yu's substantial collection of Xiantian tokens. Witnessing such a multitude tossed carelessly like scrap metal still delivered a considerable visual impact. Subsequently, Qin Yu retrieved a piece of black cloth, wrapping himself so thoroughly that even his sworn enemies would fail to recognize him. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of a wealthy patron. Chapter 64. As the sun gradually ascended, vitality began to permeate the streets. The market stalls opened their doors, and the disciples setting up their booths commenced their endeavors. Initially, no one noticed the inconspicuous stall that had appeared beside the law enforcement hall. It was not until the first member of the enforcement team arrived for duty that they chanced upon this curious sight. How strange, remarked the officer, intrigued. The enforcement team exuded an air of authority, akin to a teacher's office in a school, and typically, individuals would circumvent this area, resulting in scant foot traffic and no stalls ever being established here. The officer's curious gaze landed on the two chimpanzees standing behind the stall. Are they spirit beasts? Could they be disciples from the beast-taming peak? Weren't they confined for 6 months? How could they be out so soon? The officer then shifted focus to the stall's proprietor. Dressed so heavily and choosing to set up shop in such an obscure location suggested a desire to remain inconspicuous. The officer approached the stall, intent on a final confirmation. Should the individual indeed belong to the beast-taming peak, he would promptly report them. It is well known that the beast-taming peak has no allies in the outer sect, only adversaries. Upon reaching Qin Yu's stall, the officer had not even begun to inquire when his mouth, as if influenced by a certain brand of fruit milk, fell agape. Dear comrade, are you interested in purchasing Xiantian tokens? Qin Yu employed his spiritual energy to modulate his voice, rendering it remarkably coarse. Are these truly Xiantian tokens? The officer's eyes widened in disbelief as his hands fervently examined the tokens. Could you possibly be the leader of that mysterious organization? Ever since Qin Yu's gang had gained notoriety, the theories surrounding it had swiftly proliferated. However, these theories were also promptly updated, as the members of the gang had previously speculated that an organization composed entirely of individuals blessed with fortune had acquired a significant portion of the tokens. Since the emergence of the Dream Hound, the theory has transformed into a belief that a clandestine organization is manipulating the Dream Hound to locate the Xiantian tokens. Consequently, it has become a widely accepted consensus that most Xiantian tokens have fallen into the hands of this mysterious organization. Qin Yu mockingly remarked in a coarse voice, I am merely a laborer. This implied an acknowledgement of the existence of such an organization. Upon witnessing the collection of Xiantian tokens, the law enforcement officer discerned that Qin Yu was certainly not a disciple of the outer sect of Beastmaster Peak. The audacity to set up a stall to sell Xiantian tokens was unprecedented in the Xiantian sect and would undoubtedly attract countless onlookers, becoming the center of attention. The individuals from Beastmaster Peak lacked the courage to take such a risk. Are these Xiantian tokens for sale? Inquired the law enforcement officer. Qin Yu shrugged. Well, there is no rule prohibiting sales. So, how much do you sell these tokens for? The officer wished to purchase one for personal display. I do not sell them individually. It's a bulk purchase of 10. I don't have that many contribution points, the officer kindly reminded him. There aren't many passers-by here. It would be best to set up your stall at the market, he suggested. Qin Yu chuckled, as long as it's safe here. I fear no one will snatch it. Moreover, good wine needs no bush. Will I lack customers for this? The officer finally comprehended that such a sensational sale of Xiantian tokens would surely spread like wildfire. The mere appearance of members from the mysterious organization would be enough to captivate the public's attention. Then sell well, should anything arise. Feel free to call for our law enforcement team. The officer, displaying courtesy, sought to establish rapport with Qin Yu. The ability of the mysterious organization to mobilize the Dream Hound was not something the law enforcement team could contend with. Thank you, my friend. After the officer departed, 3 individuals happened to pass by. Upon noticing Qin Yu selling Xiantian tokens, they gasped and hurriedly fled. Shortly thereafter, a throng of people surged toward him. Wow, these are indeed Xiantian tokens. So many, how many could this be? Unbelievable. The tokens that were lost are actually here. Amidst their astonishment, some individuals pointed at Qin Yu and shouted, Bastard, what is the name of your organization? Hiding in the shadows is no skill. Come out and face us. Just our leader alone could annihilate you. Qin Yu recognized that voice. Damn, isn't that senior brother Gao? It seemed that this Gao harbored a deep-seated hatred for the mysterious organization. Stop wasting time with him. Let us tear off the black cloth on him and see what the adversary looks like. Someone shouted, advancing with intent to act. At this moment, Li Zhengtong and Shaoji simultaneously exhaled forcefully through their nostrils and took a step forward. Despite their modest abilities, transformed into gorillas. They stood impressively at 2.5 meters tall. Their robust musculature, coupled with fierce expressions, emanated an undeniable aura of intimidation, discouraging any potential challengers. With a simultaneous glare, Li Zhengtong and Shaoji instilled fear in a nearby individual, who hastily raised his hand and scratched his head. My scalp itches a bit. Qin Yu stepped forward and addressed the crowd, stating, the Xiantian tokens belong to whoever finds them. That is the rule. The absence of intervention from the sect sufficiently indicates that we have not breached any regulations. If you cannot locate the tokens, it is merely a testament to your inferior skills. Why then, do you have the audacity to create such a ruckus here? Practice more if you lack skill. And if you cannot play, then do not partake. Do you understand? You are shameless for seeking help from the illusionary Dream Hound. Someone in the crowd shouted. Qin Yu retorted with a cold laugh. The illusionary Dream Hound is a guardian beast of our sect, right there in plain sight. If you possess the capability, you too may enlist its assistance in locating the tokens. All resources are equally accessible. Just because you cannot utilize them, does that mean others must refrain? Should those who cultivate faster than you halt their progress to wait for you? The man's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Senior brother Gao in the crowd gnashed his teeth in frustration. What a sharp-tongued individual. It seems only by having the leader personally intervene might there be a chance of success. Having persuaded the crowd, Qin Yu casually picked up a token and tossed it onto the table, where it clinked melodiously upon contact with another token. If anyone has objections, they are welcome to report me. I have not come here to argue but to sell these Xiantian tokens. How much are you selling the tokens for? Someone immediately inquired. 10 tokens constitute a set, priced at 2,000 contribution points. A rotund man in the crowd burst into laughter. Have you lost your mind? 10 tokens can only be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. Selling them for 2,000 points? If you manage to sell them, I'll twist my head off and kick it like a ball. I'll buy? A loud and assertive voice resonated from the crowd. The rotund man glared angrily. Who dares oppose me, fat lord? Are you seeking death? The crowd parted to make way for a man clad in a fiery red robe, his feet adorned with golden boots of mysterious flames. Upon seeing him, the rotund man immediately lowered his head. Zhou, I did not recognize it was you. Whispers rippled through the crowd. It was none other than Zhou Shuhai from the Pill Refining Peak, who had seemingly lost his mind by willing to spend 2,000 contribution points on 10 Xiantian tokens. A fool with too much money. What do you know? Do you understand the significance of collecting 10 Xiantian tokens? Do not speak so recklessly. What purpose does it serve? The crowd inquired with palpable curiosity. After a brief pause to heighten their intrigue, the man replied slowly, it is, of course, to win the affection of one's partner. Have you not heard the phrase that suddenly gained popularity yesterday? To love her is to gift her 10 celestial tokens in the winter. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that his efforts from the previous day were not in vain. Feeling a bit fatigued today, Iowa chapter, which will be supplemented tomorrow. Chapter 65. Listening to the increasingly absurd claims of the crowd, senior brother Gao could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, have you all forgotten? If one possesses 10 celestial tokens, the sect rewards an additional magical artifact. As these words echoed, understanding dawned upon the crowd. Although the sect had established this incentive, seasoned disciples were aware that no one had ever actually claimed it. This event only distributed a little over 100 tokens, while each year, at least 10,000 disciples participate. Statistically, the odds of any individual finding one token stand at a mere 1%, let alone acquiring 10 tokens. Even enlisting a group to assist in the search would scarcely yield success, for this task is nearly impossible to accomplish. Over time, the reward had faded from memory. It was only when Senior Brother Gao reminded them that the crowd comprehended why Qin Yu dared to sell the 10 tokens for the exorbitant price of 2,000 contribution points. The additional 1,000 contribution points equate to purchasing a magical artifact. Zhou Shuhai approached Qin Yu's stall, promptly producing his identity token and decisively stating, "I will purchase one." Qin Yu pondered, are alchemists truly this affluent? Initially, he feared that the price of 2,000 contribution points might be too steep for anyone to afford. To his surprise, he had underestimated the financial resources of the crowd. Perhaps in future sales, he could increase his prices further. Qin Yu retrieved his own identity token, which was similarly shrouded in black cloth. As their tokens lightly touched, 2,000 contribution points were added to Qin Yu's token. The transaction was complete. Zhou Shuhai seized the 10 tokens and departed without a backward glance. Following his exit, the crowd began to engage in animated discussions. What caliber of magical artifact would the sect reward? Is 1,000 contribution points worth it? Magical artifacts are categorized into 4 tiers: Earth, Heaven, Profound, and Yellow, each of which is further divided into inferior, medium, and superior grades. Zhou Shuhai was taking a significant gamble. With 1,000 contribution points, one could procure a superior grade yellow tier artifact. If the sect rewarded a medium or inferior grade yellow artifact, he would incur a substantial loss. Someone analyzed, "I believe the artifact awarded by the sect will not be of inferior quality. At the very least, it will be a superior grade yellow artifact. And there is a high probability it will be a profound grade artifact. Hence, I feel that investing 2,000 contribution points for 10 celestial tokens is a surefire profit. Hurry and make your purchase." "Just kidding. Where could I possibly obtain 2,000 contribution points? We can lend you some. In that case, I shall refrain from buying. What if I incur a loss?" The crowd, merely enjoying the spectacle, observed as Senior Brother Gao furrowed his brow in contemplation. As the previous speaker had stated, the rewards bestowed by the sect were unlikely to be meager. Furthermore, the task of acquiring 10 Xiantian tokens per individual was exceedingly challenging. Typically, the more arduous the task, the more substantial the reward. Senior Brother Gao calculated that the sect would likely bestow a treasure of the Xian rank. Even the least valuable of such artifacts would command a price of around 2,000 contribution points. With nearly 100 members in the guild, if each contributed just 20 points, they could procure the 10 Xiantian tokens. Should the sect reward them with a low-grade Xian artifact, it would fetch at least 2,000 contribution points, yielding a profit of 1,000 points, a remarkable return of 50. Although there was a degree of risk involved, the potential gains were well worth the endeavor. Senior Brother Gao resolved to act decisively. After all, acquiring tokens was far less profitable than selling them. He hurried to the front of the line. "How many tokens are left?" Qin Yu replied, "There are only 10 remaining." Senior Brother Gao asked, "Could you reserve them for me while I gather the funds?" Qin Yu gently declined. "I cannot. However, you may place a reservation, granting you priority should more tokens become available. Since we are all acquaintances." Qin Yu felt compelled to accommodate. "Certainly." Senior Brother Gao exclaimed with joy, "How do I reserve them?" "A deposit of 10 contribution points is required. If we decide not to sell Xiantian tokens in the future, your deposit will be fully refunded. However, if we continue selling and you choose not to purchase, the deposit will not be returned. Don't pay, be cautious of scams," someone urgently warned. "Indeed, look at how tightly he is wrapped up. If he decides not to sell, you won't be able to find him." Senior Brother Gao scoffed at their concerns. "Would an organization that casually sells 20 Xiantian tokens care about your 10 contribution points?" Without hesitation, he made the payment. "The next sale will occur 5 days from now at dawn, in the same location." Senior Brother Gao nodded, acknowledging the information. He hurriedly departed, seemingly to gather the necessary funds. If he succeeded before Qin Yu sold the 10 tokens, there would be no need to wait another 5 days. Unfortunately, scarcely had Senior Brother Gao left when 2 individuals rushed in. One purchased the Xiantian tokens outright, while the other paid the deposit of 10 contribution points. Within an hour of Qin Yu setting up his stall, all goods were sold out. Time to pack up. Qin Yu swiftly departed with Li Zhongdong and Xiaoji. It was midday. Elder Wang Yingjun, responsible for the event, slumped in his chair, furrowing his brows, embodying a visage of existential doubt. "Why must misfortune befall me so? For centuries, no one has engaged in the trade of the tokens, and yet, here I am, ensnared in this predicament this very year." It feels as though an unseen force is conspiring against me. Chapter 66. The others silently observed Elder Wang Yingjun, refraining from uttering a word. They too felt that the elder was exceedingly unfortunate. Historically, the event's rules remained largely unchanged, and chaos had never ensued. Who could have anticipated that on the second day of this year's event, protests would erupt among the disciples, followed by the inexplicable involvement of the illusory dream hound, culminating in the emergence of transactions concerning the Xintian tokens? Truly, what a lamentable situation. Let us take a moment to express our sympathy for Elder Wang Yingjun. Speak up. Everyone, let us devise a solution to this matter, he implored the assembly. One individual hesitantly responded, Elder, this issue is insurmountable. Our event regulations strictly prohibit theft. Yet they do not forbid trade. The disciples are engaging in voluntary transactions. We cannot intervene. Do you think I am unaware of this? Do you believe I have not considered this possibility? Elder Wang Yingjun retorted, his frustration mounting with each successive blow to his morale. In recent days, he had refrained from cultivation, apprehensive that after failing to break through to the next realm, these troubling circumstances might lead him to veer into madness. In truth, resolving this conundrum was rather straightforward. A resounding and confident voice rang out, drawing the attention of all present. It was the individual who had previously offered pivotal insights. Elder Wang Yingjun's eyes lit up with anticipation as he exclaimed, in this crucial moment, we rely on you. Please, share your thoughts. The individual responded with calm assurance. It is quite simple. Since the disciples are engaging willingly, we need not interfere. The only issue to address is the matter of the spiritual tools, given the current trajectory. We should prepare at least 10 pieces to ensure stability. Elder Wang Yingjun replied, of course, I am aware of this. The crux of the matter lies in how to procure these spiritual tools, as our event budget is insufficient. The budget allocated by the sect allows for the purchase of only 2 spiritual artifacts, which is far from adequate. The individual smiled nonchalantly. This can be easily resolved. Elder Wang Yingjun, captivated by the individual's serene demeanor and confident assertions, felt as if he had found a savior. Quickly, enlighten us on how to overcome this challenge. The response came with a casual tone. Elder, simply supplement the budget from your own pocket. In that instant, Elder Wang Yingjun's vision darkened, and he collapsed. All his savings had been exhausted in his pursuit of the integration realm, and he had even accrued a debt. In the past few months, all the contribution points allocated to him by the sect had been spent on repaying debts. He did not even dare to accept his friend's invitation to dine at the canteen, his mouth nearly parched from lack of sustenance. With no funds available to procure any treasures. Elder, are you all right? Quickly, does anyone possess healing elixirs? I have some, but they are rather expensive. Reserved for my own survival. Do not fret. After all, you are wealthy, Elder. Once you regain consciousness, you can reimburse us. Perhaps, in a moment of generosity, you might even reward us further. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yingjun immediately opened his eyes, feeling an invigorating surge of energy throughout his body. The first thing he proclaimed upon waking was, quickly, please secure that precious elixir of yours. Elder, are you truly all right? Should I go out and find someone to provide you with treatment? Wang Yingjun hastily waved his hand. Absolutely not. I am fine. I sustained some internal injuries while breaking through to the fusion stage, but after a period of rest, I shall recover. When you all attempt to break through to the fusion stage in the future, you will understand the sensation I am currently experiencing. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Most of them might never even reach the nascent soul stage in their lifetime, let alone aspire to break through to the fusion stage. Observing the sorrow in their expressions, Wang Yingjun felt a sense of relief, supported by his companions. Elder Wang Yingjun seated himself once more. Now, where were we? We were discussing your personal expenditure on spirit artifacts, Elder. Are you all right? Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Elder Wang Yingjun gradually circulated his internal energy to calm his emotions. Perhaps the recent activities have stirred up some unrest, causing my energy to be somewhat unstable. A sip of water and a brief respite will suffice. Quickly, someone presented him with a cup of hot tea. Wang Yingjun took a deep breath and inquired slowly. Aside from personally funding the acquisition of spirit artifacts, are there any alternative methods? The crowd fell silent until a previously loud voice spoke up. Of course there is. Wang Yingjun felt a surge of vitality. Why did you not mention this sooner? You startled me. Speak. Elder, you could deftly pilfer a few weapons from the armory. Wang Yingjun retorted, if you wish to be expelled from the sect, just say so. There is no need for such circumlocution. Elder, I was merely jesting. I have another plan. Let us prepare only 2 artifacts. Whoever possesses the most Xintian tokens shall be rewarded. Wang Yingjun questioned. Would that not contravene the rules of the event? What of it? At worst, we shall endure scorn for a few years. At worst. We will cease our roles as event coordinators. At worst, your tenure as an inner sect elder may be delayed, but I, for one, am indifferent. The crowd murmured as Elder Wang Yingjun remarked, "Your suggestion is commendable. Which weapon shop do you believe I should pilfer?" Chapter 67. Elder, this is unthinkable. What do you mean by unthinkable? The loud-voiced senior brother produced a detailed blueprint, brimming with excitement. Elder, in my humble opinion, the Baki Pavilion established by the Wang Iron Sect is the most opportune target for theft. Here is the floor plan I have meticulously drawn. You can enter through this passage. The valuable weapons are located on the second floor. However, be mindful not to use the staircase, as there are guards stationed there. Simply leap up directly. Once you acquire the weapons, the Baki Pavilion will trigger an alarm, and all defensive formations will activate, sealing the thief within. Nevertheless, given the level of those formations, I am confident they cannot contain one of your caliber. After all, who would suspect a perfected transformation stage cultivator would attempt to steal mere Xian-grade weapons? You can easily break through that formation with sheer force. Subsequently, exit through the back door of the Baki Pavilion and soar northwest on your sword. After 3 minutes of traveling eastward upon reaching Maple Leaf Square, you will find yourself in the depths of the mountains where you can conceal yourself safely. The detailed route is clearly marked here, rest assured. This is undoubtedly the optimal path. One more thing. The treasures you steal will bear the emblem of the Baki Pavilion, and you must remove these insignias before they can be considered rewards. I know a friend who specializes in this. I can recommend him to you. Additionally, when you embark on this endeavor, it is prudent to disguise yourself entirely, as there are 5 surveillance orbs within the Baki Pavilion, all marked on this map. For safety's sake, I suggest you shatter the orbs upon entry. The gathered individuals stared in astonishment at the speaker, at a loss for words to convey their current sentiments. What is your name? Elder Wang Yingjun inquired. I am Wang Shuai. There is no need for praise. Elder, this is merely my duty. Wang Shuai is it? You seem to possess quite an extensive understanding. Which peak do you hail from? The Qin Yu Peak. It is renowned for its focus on footwork. Where disciples are as light as swallows, their movements ghostly, and their speed unparalleled. That aligns perfectly. Elder Wang Yingjun nodded. You run swiftly and are so familiar with the Baki Pavilion. You must have stolen frequently. Not at all. Wang Shuai hastily waved his hands. Elder, while my lifelong dream is to become a master thief, robbing the rich to aid the poor and uphold justice, I assure you, I have not yet begun my thieving pursuits. With such thorough preparations, you have yet to take action? Certainly not. That defensive formation is beyond my capability to breach, and I cannot afford the expensive formation-breaking talismans. A true master thief never acts without complete preparation. Elder Wang Yingjun nodded. After the meeting, you should first leave a record with the law enforcement team and get a head start on spending some time in prison, to avoid the situation where you become untraceable later. Elder, I am merely assisting you. You cannot betray me. Follow my prescribed steps and success is assured. Putting an end to your troubles. Excuse me, I have a question, someone among the onlookers interjected. As far as I understand, our sect's own weapon shop seems to have a lower defensive capability. It should be easier to target, right? Wang Shuai, with a hint of arrogance, replied. I am a thief of principles, and I would never, under any circumstances, target my own people. Of course, there is another trivial reason. What reason is that? Stealing from our own sect's possessions would certainly draw the law enforcement team's ire. The crowd responded, all right, let us not stray from the topic. Elder Wang Yingjun spoke with a commanding presence. Wang Shuai, even if the 100 Weapons Pavilion is not our sect's own enterprise, you must not steal. The mere thought of it is erroneous. I will confiscate this blueprint. If you truly aspire to be a great thief, you should direct your focus towards those demonic cultivators who wreak havoc upon the world and contribute your strength towards global peace. The elder's words ring true, but unfortunately, after all this preparation, the 100 Weapons Pavilion has escaped unscathed. Wang Yingjun continued. Now, back to the main point. What grade of spiritual weapon should we prepare as a reward? I need to calculate how many contribution points we should borrow and how much it would cost. Wang Shuai remarked, previous records indicate that the prize should be a profound-grade spiritual weapon. Given the elder's financial capacity, I suggest we prepare only the finest. All high-grade profound spiritual weapons, which would reflect the grandeur of our event and mitigate any negative impacts arising from various incidents during the occasion. High-grade profound, cough, cough, cough. Someone hurriedly inquired, Elder, are you all right? Wang Yingjun replied, I'm fine. I just choked on some water. Elder, it seems you didn't drink any water just now. Wang Yingjun explained, I choked on my saliva, huh? Oh, I thought you found the spiritual weapons too expensive. What a joke, Wang Shuai stated. The Elder is a fully realized cultivator in the transformation stage. Not only are profound-grade treasures within reach, Even Earth-grade treasures would be easily manageable. Isn't that right, Elder? Wang Yingjun smiled awkwardly. I still have a few contribution points. And it's not that I cannot afford high-grade profound weapons. It simply seems unnecessary. These outer disciples have yet to reach the golden core stage. No matter how excellent the spiritual weapons, they cannot unleash their potential. Wang Shui interjected. Even if they cannot demonstrate their effectiveness, we should still prepare the best, as it showcases the grandeur of our organizing group. So it's not your money being spent, is it? Elder Wang Yingjun gritted his teeth, his expression contorted. He suspected that Wang Shui bore a grudge against him, yet he had no evidence to prove it. Chapter 68. All right. I shall decide what grade of spiritual artifact to purchase. Everyone, please disperse. Yes, Elder. Once the crowd departed, Elder Wang Yingjun slumped into his chair, his gaze vacant and unfocused, lingering in a state of despair. How did matters escalate to such a degree? In truth, Elder Wang had his own ulterior motives for taking on this role, as this event had never seen anyone collect 10 tokens. The contribution points originally designated for purchasing spiritual artifacts would invariably remain, ultimately to be distributed among the event staff. As the overall coordinator, Elder Wang would naturally receive the lioness share. While these contribution points were not substantial for an elder, they could alleviate his financial predicament to some extent. Who could have anticipated that within just a few days, circumstances would shift so drastically? Not only had the contribution points eluded him, but he was also left to bear the costs himself. Truly, he had lost both the lady and the army. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Yingjun. Although I am the chief coordinator of this event, I am not solely responsible for it. Why am I the only one expected to cover the expenses when the contribution points fall short? Moreover, why did it take me so long to realize this? By the heavens, I have been misled by that scoundrel Wang Shui. The more Wang Yingjun pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss. If there were surplus contribution points, surely everyone would share in them. When the contribution points were insufficient, the cost should also be distributed among all, with me merely bearing a larger portion. Yet, it should not fall solely upon my shoulders. Just as he was about to call everyone back, hesitation crept in. I am the youngest elder in the outer sect, destined to advance into the integration stage and eventually ascend to the ranks of the inner sect elders. It is not out of the realm of possibility for me to become a generation as peak master. Yet, if I summon them back now, I risk exposing my dire financial situation or being mischaracterized as a miserly individual. Elder Wang Yingjun could almost envision how others would gossip about him in the future. Though he appears so resplendent now, in reality, he is an exceedingly stingy person. Oh, how so? At that time, Wang Yingjun was the chief coordinator of an event, and due to his mismanagement, the budget allocated by the sect proved insufficient, necessitating his own contribution points to bridge the gap. It was merely an outer sect event, surely. He would not need to compensate excessively. Indeed, it was not a large sum, and by then, he had already attained the status of an outer sect elder. For him, this amount was but a drop in the ocean. But guess what? What? That scoundrel Wang Yingjun had the audacity to demand that all the event staff contribute points as well. Here was an elder, compelling the disciples who worked alongside him to cover the shortfall in contribution points. Truly a miser, unwilling to part with even a penny. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be such a person. Sigh, perhaps it is best to maintain a distance from him in the future. With this thought, Wang Yingjun shivered in fear, vigorously shaking his head to dispel the images in his mind. He forcefully swallowed his words. Alas, for the sake of his future reputation, I might as well contribute these points myself. A multitude of lice does not itch, and a plethora of debts does not cause worry. I may as well borrow more. Elder Wang Yingjun retrieved the map confiscated from Wang Shui, conjured a flame in his hand, and reduced the map to ashes. Such dubious methods are certainly inadvisable. Wang Yingjun reclined in his chair, eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he conceived an idea. Hiss. Since the Xiantian tokens can be bought and sold, why not seek someone to acquire them? Moreover, the rewards consist of at least Xian-level spiritual artifacts. Even if I spend 2,000 contribution points, it is a guaranteed profit. At the very least, this could mitigate some losses. Wang Yingjun promptly rose and dashed out. Although he was the event's organizer and could not directly participate, he had disciples. Simply allowing his disciples to procure tokens would not constitute a violation. That very evening, Qin Yu secured 7 Xiantian tokens. On the 10th day of the event, Qin Yu acquired 5 more tokens. On the 11th day, he obtained 6 tokens. Thus, the sect distributed a total of 77 Xiantian tokens. Of these, Qin Yu possessed 67, while the other disciples collectively held merely 10. Ever since Qin Yu commenced trading Xiantian tokens, stimulating the others, numerous organizations and individuals emerged within the sect, eager to purchase tokens at high prices. With Li Zhengtong and Xiaoxi each finding a token under Qin Yu's guidance, a throng now gathered daily at their cave entrance, hoping to buy the tokens they held. The prices offered escalated with each bid. A single Xiantian token had skyrocketed in value from 100 points to 200 contribution points, matching the unit price of the 10 tokens Qin Yu sold simultaneously. Moreover, this price had yet to reach its zenith. While Qin Yu currently possessed ample funds, he chose not to partake in this frenzy. It was not that he dismissed these scattered tokens. Rather, he had other plans. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Soon, I, Qin, shall make it known what it means to be the man is stalking the cicada, with the oriole lurking behind. In Chapter 69, on the 12th and 13th days, Qin Yu amassed a total of 14 Xiantian tokens. Consequently, he had acquired 81 tokens, and after selling 20, he retained 61. On the 14th day of the event, today being the designated day for setting up stalls, Qin Yu brought along 30 tokens. Wrapping himself in a black cloth, he brought the transformed Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi to their previous location. The stall had yet to be set up, but the area was already crowded with people. I will buy 10 tokens for 2,000 contribution points immediately. One shouted, "Hey, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? I arrived first. If anyone should buy, it should be me." As Qin Yu arrived, the crowd erupted into a squabble. The Xiantian sect was never short of clever individuals. Many had already sensed the potential for profit and were gathering funds, preparing to make a fortune. Please, everyone, remain calm. Are the two who made reservations 5 days ago present? Qin Yu inquired loudly. I am here, I am here. Senior brother Gao hurriedly squeezed to the front. The other reserve participant also arrived on time and took away a token. Upon witnessing that only one token remained from the 3 sets, those who had painstakingly gathered their funds grew frantic. Please, brother, sell me a set. I borrowed at high interest. If I cannot purchase a token, I will go bankrupt. Brother, do not sell to him. My situation is far worse. Someone lamented, I don't know who that fool is who spread love to someone, offering her 10 Xiantian tokens in the winter. Now my partner asks for a token daily, claiming she will leave me if I cannot obtain one. Brother, better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt one marriage. Everyone, please do not panic. Qin Yu interjected to soothe the crowd. I currently have only 1 token left, and there are at least 20 people wishing to purchase. Therefore, I cannot guarantee that all of you will be able to buy a token. At this, the already anxious crowd grew even more agitated. I arrived the earliest. I should be allowed to buy first. You're talking nonsense. When I arrived, it was still dark, and there wasn't a soul here, so I was the earliest. Stop boasting. I was here waiting since last night. Who could have arrived earlier than me? If that's the case, let us compete. Only the victor will have the right to purchase the Xiantian token. Let us do it. I'm not afraid of you. As the crowd appeared ready to brawl, Qin Yu quickly shouted, Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. The crowd fell silent, clearing his throat. Qin Yu spoke in a robust voice. Before selling the tokens, I would like to impart a fundamental principle. The market is governed by an invisible hand. When supply exceeds demand, prices begin to fall, and when demand exceeds supply, prices rise. The crowd listened, bewildered. What exactly do you mean? It's quite simple. According to market rules, the price of the Xiantian tokens is about to increase. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd changed dramatically. 2,000 contribution points and it's going to increase? You are truly greedy. Go ahead and raise it. I want to buy it. That is for sure. The resistance to the price increase was palpable among the crowd. Everyone, please do not rush. Qin Yu spoke slowly, although according to the cold, hard rules, a price increase is warranted. Our esteemed leader is a remarkably kind, strikingly handsome, and exceptionally understanding individual. He truly empathizes with everyone's feelings. Hence, our leader has specifically instructed me that since we are not merely colleagues, but family, we ought not to be excessively demanding. Therefore, today, our leader has decided to bestow a generous benefit upon our family. The final set of Xiantian tokens, originally priced at 2,000, will not only remain at the same price, but will actually be reduced. A reduction of 100? Insufficient. A reduction of 500? Still inadequate. A reduction of 1,000? Not enough. Today, it is not 1999, nor 1888, but merely 888 for 10 tokens to take home. Everyone was left dumbfounded. 10 Xiantian tokens could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. And now they were available for just 888? Was the leader of that mysterious organization out of his mind, or had he experienced a moment of conscience, leading him to sell at a loss? The atmosphere became electric. Many who had merely come to observe the spectacle began to surge forward. Purchasing 10 Xiantian tokens for 888 contribution points was akin to receiving them for free, and one would also receive a spirit artifact. Securing 10 tokens would undeniably be a transformation of fortune for many. Numerous individuals silently resolved that even if it meant risking their lives, they would acquire these 10 tokens. Everyone, please quiet down, Qin Yu exclaimed. While this benefit is indeed spectacular, regrettably, we only have one final set of tokens remaining. Should I give this set to anyone present, I am certain there would be discontent among others. Thus, after much deliberation, I have devised an absolutely fair and just solution that will surely satisfy everyone. Let us bring out the props, Qin Yu shouted. Li Zhengdong hurriedly brought forth a particularly large box. Qin Yu patted the box and said, "Inside this box are numerous small balls, divided into white and yellow colors. Those who draw a yellow ball will qualify for purchase. Each individual has one free chance to draw a ball after that. Any subsequent attempts will require a payment of 10 contribution points. Introducing 5 new individuals to participate in the event will grant an additional free drawing opportunity. During the drawing period, the use of mental detection is strictly prohibited, and any violations will result in immediate disqualification. Now, those who wish to participate, please form an orderly line to register." The crowd eagerly formed a long queue. Observing the enthusiasm of the participants, Qin Yu wore a satisfied smile. Direct sales yield only modest profits. To earn substantial sums, one must engage in a lottery. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi were left astounded by Qin Yu's tactics. They had witnessed him pour a staggering 100,000 white balls into the box. For those in line today, their prospects seemed grim indeed. Chapter 70. Please refrain from hastily reaching for the balls. We shall proceed once all have announced their names. Those who have registered may invite their friends and family to join. For every 5 newcomers introduced, an additional opportunity to draw from the ball will be granted. Our event is limited to 2,000 participants, and time waits for no one. The atmosphere was electric, with registered individuals rushing out to find their friends, while those yet to register grew increasingly anxious, urging those ahead to hasten. With 2,000 names submitted, only a single winner would emerge. Everyone was acutely aware that the odds of winning were slimmer than discovering the elusive Xiantian token. However, the allure of the prize was simply too tempting. Qin Yu, drawing from his past life experiences, understood a fundamental truth. Regardless of how minuscule the odds, if the reward is sufficiently grand, many would still clamor to partake. People are inherently drawn by a flicker of hope. What if they were the fortunate one? Moreover, the prospect of a complimentary chance at the lottery was an opportunity not to be missed. Soon, friends and companions congregated, swelling the crowd to 3,000 or 4,000. Since the Xiantian token was unattainable, why not take a gamble? After expending a full hour, Qin Yu finally compiled the basic information of the 2,000 participants. All right, we have reached capacity. Those who have not registered may leave for the time being. A chorus of lamentations arose from the unregistered. Please, allow me to register. I am also your family. Indeed, you mentioned this was a benefit for family. We are family too. Qin Yu clasped his hands in apology. I regret to inform you. This opportunity is finite. However, we shall continue to provide benefits in the future, and I hope to see such enthusiasm next time. I'll contribute 10 points. Would you permit me to draw just once? Qin Yu gently shook his head. Rules are rules. One cannot compromise them for a trivial gain. He patted the large box and addressed the crowd. Let me reiterate the rules. Drawing a yellow ball grants you the qualification to purchase the Xiantian token. Participants must rely solely on luck. The use of mental power or other methods to cheat is strictly forbidden. Those who have not registered may oversee the process. Should anyone witness cheating, they may take the place of the offender and receive 3 additional chances to draw. Upon hearing this, the unregistered family members transformed into ravenous wolves. Their eyes fixated on those in line. Now, everyone, please queue in the order of registration and begin drawing. This is unfair, complained a participant at the back. If those in front draw a yellow ball immediately, what was the point of our registration? This assertion was misguided. Qin Yu clarified. The white balls that have already been drawn will not be returned to the box, while those in front may have an initial advantage. The likelihood of drawing a yellow ball increases the further back one is positioned. One can only say that there are pros and cons to everything. So it is. The subsequent individuals, upon hearing this, felt an inner thrill of joy. The yellow ball would undoubtedly not be easily drawn. My chances of obtaining it would significantly increase as I was positioned at the back. Let those unfortunate souls in front take the lead. Meanwhile, those in the front were secretly mocking the situation. What good is a greater probability? By the time I grasp the yellow ball, the others will have no chance to participate in the lottery at all. Watch closely, you pitiful souls at the back. The first participant, Wang Kaming, had invited 10 newcomers, granting him 3 opportunities to draw from the box. Wang Kaming rubbed his hands in anticipation, adrenaline surging through him. Having never engaged in a lottery before, he found himself relishing the thrill of this tense experience. It was about to begin. He reached inside, feeling a multitude of small balls. Which three should he choose? His mind was a flurry of thoughts as his fingers lightly brushed over the balls. The yellow ball, as the prized possession, would surely be at the bottom. So he aimed to reach for the deepest ones. With one hand reaching down, Wang Kaming grasped three small balls and withdrew his hand. Would he be fortunate enough to have drawn the right ones? All eyes were fixated on Wang Kaming's hand, eagerly awaiting the revelation. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "I've got it." As he opened his fist, three white balls lay quietly in his palm. In order to accommodate more balls within the box, Qin Yu had opted for the smallest size available, each ball only slightly larger than a mung bean. Not a winner. Wonderful, we still have a chance. That startled me for a moment. Given the intensity, I thought he might actually win. Ha ha, turns out it was a clown. Aside from Wang Kaming's disappointment, the others were filled with joy. I'll spend 10 contribution points for another draw. Wang Kaming declared earnestly, I feel that the yellow ball is drawing near to me. It is a matter of fate. Qin Yu replied, those who purchase lottery tickets for the first time often believe they will win the grand prize. The paid lottery would not commence until everyone had had their chance to draw. If one wished to participate in the paid lottery, they were to queue at the back. The individuals behind were urging, hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Fatus arrangement, you say? That yellow ball is destined for me, and you shall not claim it. Wang Kaming, in a huff, proclaimed to the crowd, that yellow ball is meant to be mine. And the Xiantian Ling plate is also my destiny. Your existence merely serves to increase my odds. Step aside and witness as I draw the yellow ball before your very eyes. The second participant approached the wooden box, stretching forth his hand. Qin Yu announced, he howled. You have invited 5 people, granting you 2 opportunities to draw. I perceive the yellow sphere drawing closer to me, almost within reach. He how chuckled mischievously, his expression exceedingly lewd, as one hand rummaged through the box. It drew nearer, ever closer, just about to wait. I must report him. He is cheating. A figure surged from the crowd, seizing He Hao's arm and pulling it away. What are you doing? Do not attempt to slander me. The individual directly removed the ring from his finger and proclaimed to the onlookers, this ring, when worn, allows one to sense the changes in the surroundings. Just now, his hand was incessantly fidgeting, attempting to cheat through the use of this ring. Those who wear a ring will soon find out. He Hao snatched back the ring, flustered, and exclaimed, my ring is so discreet. How could you possibly know its purpose? The man grinned slyly, as luck would have it. I am the one who crafted that very ring. I am but a humble craftsman from the refinery pavilion, and the task you posted is the one I accepted. What a stroke of misfortune. He Hao donned the ring and addressed the crowd. There are at least tens of thousands of white spheres in the box. Don't even think about randomly picking one. Even if they were scattered on the ground for you to find, you might not succeed. Stop this foolish queuing. Qin Yu's eyes widened, ready to speak, when someone in the crowd interjected, oh ho, someone has sour grapes because they can't reach the fruit. Ha! What truth can a cheat like you utter? You can only envy our luck. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu silently closed his mouth. Have the chives evolved to such a degree? They can now conjure excuses to overcome difficulties? Chapter 71. Dear participant, since you have successfully caught a cheater, his spot is now yours, and you shall receive 3 additional chances to draw, totaling 4. Furthermore, a new rule is added. No jewelry is to be worn while selecting the spheres. The crowd expressed no dissent. This measure is understood as a means of ensuring fairness. The participant drew 4 white spheres but regrettably faced defeat. Nevertheless, he did not abandon hope and prepared to queue for a paid opportunity. He believed that after the free individuals had their turn, the chances of selecting the yellow sphere would significantly increase. This is destiny. I arrived late, yet by fate's design, I still have the opportunity to stand here. If the yellow sphere does not belong to me, to whom else could it belong? Next, you have only one chance to select a sphere. This time, it was a familiar face to Qin Yu, none other than the comrade who wished to avoid being the 3rd wheel and instead aspired to be the 6th wheel. However, Little Six certainly did not recognize that the individual before him was the very brother who had shared a rather unsavory evening with him. Their bond was forged in the depths of adversity. Xiaolu casually reached out and touched one of the balls. What a pity, yet again it was a white ball. If one wishes to pay for the opportunity to touch the balls, they may queue at the back. Xiaolu shook his head in regret, deciding against it. He simply did not have that many contribution points. A wise choice. Now one could go to the side and catch cheaters, if successful. There would still be 3 chances to touch the balls for free. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's decision to forego, Qin Yu felt a sense of joy. Truly, my friend Xiao Lu is more astute than others, immediately discerning this as a scheme. Soon, Xiao Lu's murmurs reached Qin Yu's ears. Alas, what a pity. Had I known, I wouldn't have squandered my contribution points. Otherwise, I might have struck it rich this time. Qin Yu mused. Well, it's better to withdraw. Qin Yu, Feel a pang of guilt for deceiving my own kind. Next, please. The people at the back need to hasten their pace. Otherwise, we shall not finish today as proceedings. The line surged forward rapidly, and none emerged with anything other than white balls. Qin Yu had placed 100,000 white balls in the mix, making the odds of drawing a yellow ball 1 in 100,001. If it were that easy, Qin Yu would have long since retired from the fray. Although no one succeeded, disappointment did not cloud their spirits. Instead, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Nearly half of those present had returned to the end of the line, quietly calculating how many contribution points they should spend. As the number of white balls dwindled in the box, the odds of drawing a yellow ball increased. Greater odds breed greater hope, and with greater hope, the motivation of the crowd surged. The greater their motivation, the more wealth would flow into Qin Yu's coffers. It was a splendidly virtuous cycle. At least, it was remarkably perfect from Qin Yu's perspective. These disciples of cultivation were encountering, for the first time, a dimension-shattering tactic from the new age of commerce. And many were utterly dazzled by the allure of such immense profit. In the face of this situation, many had lost their analytical faculties, preoccupied only with thoughts of how much they could gain from drawing a yellow ball. Today, Qin Yu intended to impart a lesson to the disciples of his sect, to make them understand that fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. If indeed they did, it would be to crush you rather than to nourish you. Observing the long queue, Qin Yu gently shook his head. Each one of them was too naive. Once they ventured beyond the sect into the world, they would surely be swindled by con artists, left without even their undergarments. Compared to those tricksters, I, Qin Yu, am far more benevolent. At the very least, I shall not part with my own undergarments. The first round of the lottery concluded swiftly. Wang Kaming returned to the front of the line. Qin Yu enthusiastically inquired, "Dear friend, how many times would you like to draw?" "I shall draw 3 times first." "Very well, however, I must remind you that should you fail to win after these 3 attempts, you will need to return to the end of the queue if you wish to continue. Additionally, let me remind everyone to spend wisely. There is but a single yellow ball within the box. Even if you do not win, your contribution points will not be refunded." "I understand this. I shall proceed with my 3 draws." Wang Kaming paid 30 contribution points, exhaled a puff of ethereal breath, and then plunged his hand into the dark abyss. The white balls had significantly diminished, thereby enhancing the odds considerably. "Ancestors, bestow your blessings upon me. This yellow ball ought to be mine. I seize it." Wang Kaming withdrew 3 small balls. "Please let me win." He opened his palm to reveal 3 white balls resting quietly within. Alas, not this time again. The individuals behind him began to urge him on. "Hurry up. Those behind are waiting. Indeed, my contribution points are beginning to feel rather insatiable." Wang Kaming clenched the white balls tightly in his hand and quietly returned to the end of the line. "This must be a test of fate. It is all my fault for lacking determination. Had I drawn a few more times, the yellow ball would already be in my possession. I cannot surrender. Having already expended 30 contribution points, to give up now would be a grievous loss." The queue advanced once more. "I shall draw 5 times. I will go all in and draw 10 times. Alas, my contribution points have dwindled to merely 30. I shall draw them all." Observing those who regrettably relinquished their attempts due to insufficient contribution points filled Qin Yu with immense sorrow. "It is all my fault. My strength is too feeble. If only I were stronger, I could establish a bank and provide loans on-site, thus rescuing these disappointed souls." Watching as Qin Yu's contribution points soared into the dozens and hundreds, the 2 gorillas behind him were left utterly dumbfounded. Is this the same individual who earned merely 10 points after a month of toil? Robbery could not occur this swiftly. As time stretched on, Qin Yu casually found a chair to sit upon, leisurely collecting everyone as contribution points. In his heart, Qin Yu mused, "Let these contribution points serve as your tuition. Encountering someone like me will surely enhance your awareness against deception. You may take pleasure in your misfortune. Furthermore, this is not a scam. There truly exists a yellow ball within that box. If luck eludes you, blame no one but yourselves. A lesson learned is a wisdom gained." Qin Yu believed that. Following this incident, these disciples would be unlikely to fall prey to deceit again in the near future, as they would soon find themselves devoid of surplus contribution points. Chapter 72. The second round of the lottery swiftly concluded. The number of white balls in the box continues to dwindle, as does the line of participants. This lottery commenced with a total of 2,000 individuals, yet after the first round, nearly 1,000 remained to partake in the second round of paid draws. Among this group of nearly 1,000, only about 300 chose to stand in line once more for the third round of paid draws. Of course, it is not that the remaining 700 have all triumphed over their inner desires. Rather, the majority have succumbed to bankruptcy, rendered incapable of continuing the contest. Some have wept as they withdrew, while others dashed away to seek contributions from friends. Qin Yu had placed a total of 100,000 white balls in the box. In the first round, over 3,000 white balls were drawn, followed by approximately 5,000 in the second round, with each participant averaging a consumption of 50 contribution points. Many of those who participated in the draws were mere servant disciples, possessing scant contribution points, and found themselves declaring bankruptcy after only 1 or 2 attempts. Observing the dwindling queue of merely 300 individuals, Qin Yu regretted imposing a limit of 2,000 participants for the event. He had somewhat overestimated the wealth of these disciples. Even the outer disciples were not particularly affluent. With such a small turnout, it seemed unlikely that anyone would secure a yellow ball today. Qin Yu sighed. The box still contained nearly 90,000 white balls, thus the odds of drawing a winning ball remained exceedingly slim. Furthermore, the atmosphere on-site felt somewhat amiss. As the saying goes, those embroiled in the matter are often oblivious, while the spectators see clearly. Those deeply ensnared in the lottery may not sense the emerging doubts. Yet the onlookers have begun to question. So many white balls have already been drawn. How can there still be so many remaining? How many white balls are truly in that box? I wonder if there are 10,000 balls. I suspect it could be even more. Perhaps there are 20,000. A 1 in 20,000 chance is rather dismal. It would take a truly unscrupulous individual to orchestrate such a scenario. Surely, there cannot be that many, probably around 10,000. Yet, even a 1 in 10,000 chance feels rather low. Damn, I said that mysterious organization could not possibly have a sudden change of heart, claiming they were providing benefits for families. It turns out this is merely a trap. I shall never again believe their deceitful words. The number of white balls left in the box must be dwindling. The yellow ball should soon make its appearance. I wonder whose hands the final yellow ball will fall into. Although this may be a trap. Anyone fortunate enough to draw that yellow ball would indeed experience a surge of wealth. If only we could join in now. How delightful your thoughts are. If you were to join now, wouldn't the ones who drew before go mad on the spot? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the 300 participants in line felt invigorated. The battle has now entered its final phase, and the ultimate victor shall emerge from among us. Old Wang, how many contribution points do you have left? An onlooker inquired of a person standing in line. The man known as Old Wang chuckled. You can still draw 3 more times, if you don't succeed. So be it. 3 attempts are rather scant. Here is what I propose. I shall contribute an additional 30 points, allowing you to draw 6 times. If you procure a profit, we shall share it. If not, I shall consider it my misfortune. What say you? Agreed. Qin Yu glanced at him, thinking to himself, how progressive. Have they in the realm of cultivation already embraced investment? This is fortuitous, as I have been pondering how to acquire your contribution points. You are generously offering them to me, and I shan't be modest in accepting. With a cackle, he set a precedent, and soon others began to follow suit. Old Zhao, do you need contribution points? Shall we collaborate? You must be Little Wang. May I partner with you? A new round commenced. Qin Yu addressed the crowd, esteemed participants. I shall add a perk for our family members. Should no one procure the yellow ball by the end of this event, the 10 Xiantian tokens will be directly awarded to the family member who has drawn the most. With this maneuver, Qin Yu could potentially deplete their resources. It resembled an auction. However, in an auction, bids are called first, and only the highest bidder pays at the end. Here, it was similar in that the highest bid wins, yet each bid requires a payment, which is non-refundable regardless of whether one obtains a token or not. Nevertheless, with Qin Yu, each bid holds the possibility of immediate reward, albeit with a lower probability. Let the competition commence, dear family members. How many white balls are truly in that box? Someone inquired. I cannot say, Qin Yu replied. This box was given to me by the leader. I am merely a worker. The implication was clear. If you lose everything, do not come after me. All right, let us begin. Wang Kaming stood resolutely before Qin Yu. This time, I shall draw 10 times. Wang Kaming declared with confidence. Qin Yu, scratching his ear, thought to himself, why shout so loudly? One might think you intend to fight 10. Pay the contribution points and proceed. Wang Kaming thrust his hand into the wooden box, stirring clockwise 3 times. Then counterclockwise 3 times, mumbling incantations. This display was indeed somewhat intimidating. What are you doing, my friend? A bystander queried with curiosity. This is a spell to enhance my family's fortune, invoking the blessing of our ancestors. Watch as I extract the yellow ball. Qin Yu scoffed internally, musing. If you draw it that swiftly, I shall personally twist my head off and kick it to you. Qin Yu paused momentarily, observing Wang Kaming reveal his open palm, where 10 white balls lay quietly. Qin Yu continued to think with ease. If you draw it that quickly, I shall indeed take my head off and kick it. No. Gazing at the 10 white balls, Wang Kaming spread his arms wide, kneeling upon the ground, and cried out to the heavens, no. In the end, I am left with nothing. The melody of a familiar tune echoed in Qin Yu's mind, snowflakes drifting down, the north wind howling. He gently helped Wang Kaming to his feet, offering words of solace. My friend, you possess more than you realize. After years as an outer disciple, you must have acquired your own weapons and amassed a fair number of elixirs, far surpassing those fledgling servants who have only been here for half a year. Understanding dawned upon Wang Kaming, restoring his vigor. I shall sell my weapons and elixirs right away. Haha. The yellow ball shall surely be mine. Ah, that is not what I meant. Qin Yu lamented, observing Wang Kaming hastily vanish into the crowd. He swallowed the words he wished to express. I truly did not mean it that way. I only intended to convey that he is far stronger than the majority of the servant disciples and has no reason to feel sorrowful. Who could have anticipated this? Qin Yu sighed softly, his mind replaying the sorrowful recollection of his own 30 consecutive defeats, attempting to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Chapter 73. After Wang Kaming's departure, the others resumed the lottery. Participants began placing hefty bets, drawing 10 or even 8 times in a single go. Yet, regardless of how many times they tried, all they drew were white balls. Heavens! How many white balls are hidden within? Qin Yu innocently shook his head. I truly do not know. He spoke no falsehood. The estimate of 100,000 white balls was merely conjectural. Who would have the leisure to count them one by one? Thus, Qin Yu genuinely had no idea how many were actually contained within. Could it be that there are truly 20,000? That is utterly unscrupulous, Qin Yu asserted. While I may not know the precise quantity, I can assure you it is certainly not 20,000. Not 20,000? Then I can relax. One replied. I knew your organization, despite its flaws, would not stoop to such unscrupulousness. But why have we not drawn anything yet? Qin Yu shrugged. I have no idea. Surely your leader has not forgotten to include the yellow balls. Qin Yu responded resolutely. That is absolutely impossible. If there are no yellow balls inside, I will personally sever the heads of these 2 gorillas behind me and use them as balls to kick. Li Zhangdong and Xiaoxi, upon witnessing Qin Yu's serious demeanor, chose to trust him for the time being. Then let us continue drawing. I shall keep track of the counts for you. As the first round of the lottery concluded, only 30 remained from the original 300 participants. This is exasperating. Why is that wretched yellow ball so difficult to draw? No more draws. I'm done. There is absolutely no contribution left. This is a pit. I've lost all my savings over 5 years. If I play again, I might as well be a fool. Qin Yu glanced at the record book and addressed the man. Brother, your name is Li, isn't it? You currently rank second in the lottery draws. Just 3 draws away from the first place. Give me 4 more draws. Qin Yu chuckled. Well, at least there is still a bit of contribution left. You may now go to the back of the line. If it weren't for being right at the entrance of the law enforcement team, I would have confronted you right now. The man, gritting his teeth, obediently moved to the back, continuing to wait in line. Though his words were defiant, his actions betrayed his honesty. I do appreciate your slightly proud demeanor. As a new round was about to commence, just as someone was about to reach for the balls, Wang Kaming came back after raising funds. Make way, I want to draw 23 times. The crowd hurriedly parted for Wang Kaming, as if welcoming a returning hero. Qin Yu also stood up, offering his utmost respect to this robust contender. Are you certain you want to draw? If you don't succeed, you'll lose everything. Think carefully. Qin Yu merely intended to teach everyone a lesson, not to reduce anyone to ruin. Wang Kaming, with unwavering resolve, replied, I've made up my mind. Are you sure? Qin Yu inquired seriously. We don't know how many white balls are in this box. There could be just 1 left, or perhaps thousands. It's not too late to back out now. I've already made my decision. Wang Kaming transferred 230 contribution points to Qin Yu's card. Very well. I respect your choice. Wang Kaming plunged his hand into the wooden box and swiftly drew out 3 small balls. Upon inspection, he found them to be 3 white balls, which he tossed aside with an expressionless face, reaching back into the box. Let us get the small ones out of the way. I'm going all in for the rest. Wang Kaming grabbed 20 balls, and the onlookers fixed their gazes upon his palm. Drawing 20 balls at once was indeed a bold move, quite rare in recent rounds. Wang Kaming did not immediately reveal his hand, but raised it above his head, muttering incantations. Qin Yu thought he might be about to invoke some ancestral luck-enhancing secret, but upon closer listening, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and despair. I am willing to trade the cost of my good brother never finding a partner in life to draw a yellow ball. I am willing to trade the cost of my good brother never breaking through to the golden core stage to draw a yellow ball. Qin Yu thought, it's over. This child is truly obsessed. After finishing his chant, Wang Kaming opened his hands. Among the white balls, a particularly conspicuous brownish-yellow ball stood out. Wang Kaming was momentarily stunned, then erupted in ecstatic shouts. I've hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich. He had spent over 400 contribution points on the ball, and with an additional 888 points needed for his purchase, The total was just over 1,300 points, a veritable windfall. The onlookers exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some were envious, others resentful, some unwilling to accept their fate, while a few were in utter despair, writhing on the ground. Qin Yu was quite taken aback. How could you possibly draw that with such low odds? Observing the throng of dozens still eagerly waiting in line, he felt a pang of regret. This could have cost me several thousand contribution points. A man burst forth from the crowd, embracing Wang Kaming with exuberance. Old Wang, your luck is simply incredible. Wang Kaming replied, ha ha ha, indeed. Qin Yu turned to the man and inquired, may I ask who you are? I am Old Wang's best friend. Qin Yu retorted, so you are the culprit behind my lost contribution points. Wang Kaming borrowed 888 contribution points, settled the payment, and Qin Yu handed him 10 Xiantian tokens. Afterward, Qin Yu, accompanied by Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, closed up shop and headed home. Once he confirmed that no one was trailing them, he returned to his cave and checked his earnings. Upon channeling spiritual energy into his identification token, a long string of numbers appeared. 103,120. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji's eyes widened in astonishment, their mouths agape, exuding an air of bewilderment. What is this, brother Yu? 100,000. Although it's not as high as I'd hoped, it's still decent, he replied. Unfortunately, this event can only be conducted once. I initially thought I could earn several 100,000, but it turns out these outer disciples are rather impoverished, and drawing the yellow ball so early was a bit unfortunate. Brother Yu, why can't this event be conducted again? If we gather 10 more tokens, can't we proceed once more? Li Zhengtong asked innocently. Are you foolish? So many people lost everything today. Who would dare participate in this event again? Do you think everyone is as naive as you? Li Zhengtong said, Xiao Ji, go find out who is currently purchasing Xiantian tokens. We need to formulate our next step. Chapter 74. Brother Yu, I've already gathered that information. Xiao Ji began to elaborate. Currently, the primary purchasers of Xiantian tokens are a particular organization and an individual. The organization is the guild that recently gained notoriety. They have already secured 3 tokens and subsequently purchased 2 more at a high price, giving them a total of 5 tokens. The other token buyer is named Zhao Liming. An inner disciple. An inner disciple? Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Although this event was intended for all disciples of the Xiantian sect, the inner disciples, preoccupied with their own affairs, often dismissed the modest reward of a few hundred contribution points, resulting in their scarce participation. Among them is indeed a disciple of the inner circle, rumored to have reached the late stage of the golden core. I have also come across a whisper of information. Xiaoji lowered his voice and remarked, this Zhao Liming's master is none other than Elder Wang Yingjuan's most esteemed disciple, who oversees this event. Is that truly the case? I inquired. Xiaoji shook his head. It is difficult to ascertain. This is merely a rumor. How many Xiantian tokens does Zhao Liming possess? 5 as well. Zhao Liming has made a high bid, having already reached 200 contribution points per token yesterday, and there is potential for further increases today, to my knowledge. Zhao Liming plans to negotiate with the guild today, intending to purchase their tokens at a premium. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded inwardly. The price of 200 contribution points is indeed substantial. Qin Yu sold 10 tokens for 2,000 points, due to the additional reward of a spiritual artifact for the complete set. If Zhao Liming acquires them at such a high price and fails to gather 10 tokens, he stands to incur significant losses. It appears that the quality of the rewarded spiritual artifact will be quite commendable, at least. A token priced at 200 contribution points would surely not be a loss. After contemplating this, Qin Yu generously tossed 10 Xiantian tokens to each of the 2 individuals. This is your reward. You have worked hard these past few days. The 2 were taken aback. Brother Yu, is this truly for us? This is worth 2,000 contribution points. Qin Yu scoffed. Do you think I am concerned about a paltry 2,000 contribution points? One of them exclaimed, Brother Yu, no, my adoptive father. Please allow me to pay my respects. Scram, hurry back and restore your human form. Do not waste my time here. After sending them off, Qin Yu addressed the empty courtyard. Come out. I can smell that stinky tofu scent on you all. With a chorus of barks, 7 dream hounds materialized before him. Today, most people were lured by Qin Yu's generous offerings, leaving few to search for tokens. The dream hounds effortlessly collected all the tokens. Qin Yu exclaimed, You all are simply marvelous. Today, all 7 of you are tied for first place, and shall each receive 2 portions of stinky tofu. The 7 dream hounds howled in excitement. After sending the hounds away, Qin Yu donned his black robe once more and proceeded to the guild's daily gathering spot. By this hour, the guild members had assembled. The deputy leader stood at the forefront, addressing the crowd. Today, we have successfully purchased 10 tokens. We are sure to make a considerable profit. However, we currently possess 15 tokens and must devise a plan to acquire 5 more. Does anyone have any suggestions? It has been said that both Li Zhengtong and Ji Duo each possess a token, while the remaining tokens have been seized by that scoundrel Zhao Liming. Damn Zhao Liming. Maliciously inflating prices and disturbing the market. Without him, we would have long gathered all 10 tokens. The deputy leader Gao signaled for silence among the crowd, urging them to devise a plan to acquire the Xiantian tokens from Li Zhengtong and Ji Duo. There's simply no way. Someone lamented. Li Zhengtong and Ji Duo rarely emerge from their abodes. When they do, they disregard us and walk away. Their demeanor suggests they do not even possess the tokens. Why don't we consult the leader? Isn't he acquainted with Li Zhengtong and Ji Duo? Another suggested. Indeed, the leader can surely resolve this matter. Can't you all think of a solution yourselves? Gao reprimanded. Every day it's leader this and leader that. Can our organization not function without him? Someone muttered under their breath. Without the leader, we haven't even chanted our organization's motto in ages. It feels as though our society has lost its soul. It's merely a chant. Let us do it now, shouted senior brother Gao. Strive, strive, strive. The crowd fell silent, the chant devoid of spirit. It felt like a hollow recitation. If it were merely for the sake of chanting, it would be better not to chant at all. Agreed. I long for the leader's passionate chants. Gao, the deputy leader, retorted. You lot are truly difficult to please. The leader is currently in seclusion. Let us refrain from disturbing him and instead seek our own solutions. If we do not gather the 10 tokens, our high-priced buyback will result in losses. Brothers, why not sell the tokens you possess to me? I assure you a fair price. A dashing young man approached with a smile. Upon seeing him, the crowd's anger flared. Zhao Liming, what brings you here? They exclaimed, recognizing their primary competitor. I have come to assist my fellow brothers. Zhao Liming replied with a grin. Since you cannot gather the 10 tokens, why not sell the ones you have for 200 each? Not only will you avoid losses, but you will also make a considerable profit. This arrangement benefits us all. The deputy leader Gao countered. What if we purchase the tokens from Zhao with the same 200 per token offer? Our sincerity is equally strong, which would also be beneficial for everyone. Regrettably, I cannot comply, Zhao Liming replied apologetically. I have received a task and must collect the tokens. I hope my brothers understand. Zhao Liming, abandon this hope. We will not sell them to you. Someone retorted. We shall indeed incur losses, yet your losses will be even greater. Zhao Liming replied with an air of tranquility. The meager contribution points I forfeit are of little consequence to me, but for my fellow disciples, they must hold some significance, do they not? I harbor no animosity toward my fellow disciples. Why must we be at odds over contribution points? Presently, within the entire Xintian sect, I am the sole individual willing to purchase your tokens. Do you possess any alternative options? Who claims they have no alternatives? A hoarse voice interjected. The crowd turned, their pupils constricting in surprise. You belong to the mysterious organization? Chapter 75. Qin Yu, shrouded in a black cloak, approached with measured steps. Who I am is of little import. What matters is that you may sell the Xiantian tokens to me. Zhao Liming, displeased, confronted Qin Yu. Do you not comprehend the order of precedence? Qin Yu chuckled. In commerce, one may sell to whomever they choose. If they are unwilling to sell to you, why must you persist in this entanglement? Zhao Liming snorted derisively. Do you truly believe they would sell to you? I have heard that their very intent in forming a guild was to oppose your organization. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Qin Yu turned his gaze towards senior brother Gao. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Senior brother Gao, to whom do you wish to sell the tokens? Both Zhao Liming and Qin Yu fixed their attention on senior brother Gao, who felt an immense weight of pressure. The mysterious organization, along with Zhao Liming and their guild, were not on amicable terms. Their formation of the guild was a direct response to combat the mysterious organization, which they regarded as their imagined adversary. They found the organization's use of illusionary dream hounds to acquire Xiantian tokens quite disgraceful, deeming it an unfair tactic. If their grievances with the mysterious organization were clandestine, then Zhao Liming represented their overt conflict. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are often foes. When their members sought to procure tokens, they frequently encountered Zhao Liming as a rival. After a fierce price war, they suffered a bitter defeat, leading to a pervasive resentment toward Zhao Liming. Having wealth makes you remarkable, does it not? Thus, when both parties expressed their desire to purchase the Xiantian tokens, senior brother Gao found himself in a quandary. At that moment, someone spoke up. I have something to say. Senior brother Gao quickly turned his attention. Since I cannot decide, I would like to hear everyone's thoughts. Speak, he urged. The individual addressed Qin Yu earnestly. To clarify, this gentleman is our vice leader, not the leader. Senior brother Gao interjected. Qin Yu suggested. If you are indecisive and you are merely the vice leader, why not consult your leader for their decision? Zhao Liming nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be wise to consult your leader. Very well. Senior Brother Gao nodded in acknowledgement. I shall inquire with the leader shortly. Tomorrow marks the final day of the event. Let us reconvene at this time and place to deliberate further, shall we? Farewell. Qin Yu wrapped his black robe tighter around himself and turned to leave, swiftly returning to his cave dwelling. Once inside the wooden house, he quickly shed the robe and concealed it. Just as he took a sip of water, he heard Senior Brother Gao's voice from outside. Is the leader present? Qin Yu intentionally wrinkled his clothes, appearing as though he had been in seclusion for an extended period. After a moment, he leisurely pushed open the wooden door, dispelling the formation to allow Senior Brother Gao entry. Deputy Leader Gao, have you encountered any issues? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, a matter has arisen, and I hope the leader can assist in making a decision. Very well, speak on. Senior Brother Gao elaborated on the recent events and the challenges he faced. After listening, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. In truth, neither the mysterious organization nor Zhao Liming is at fault. The organization's utilization of the Dream Hound to gather tokens, without intervention from the sect, indicates that their actions are lawful. Moreover, the Dream Hound is a sacred beast of the sect, a shared resource available for everyone's use. Their ability to employ it reflects their skill, while our inability to do so simply indicates our own shortcomings. Senior Brother Gao wished to counter this argument, but found himself at a loss, merely nodding in agreement. He felt an uncanny familiarity with these words, as though he had heard them before. Upon deep reflection, a realization struck him. Leader, your words echo those of the black-robed figure who sold tokens to the mysterious organization a few days ago. Could it be? Senior Brother Gao squinted, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Qin Yu. A sudden freeze seized Qin Yu's expression, cold sweat trickling down his back, panic rising within him. Oh no, I have been careless. Did the black-robed figure sell the tokens while the leader was present? Qin Yu stammered. Yes, I was indeed there. Observing the knowing look on Senior Brother Gao's face, Qin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. I had stepped out to clear my mind and happened upon that scene. I found some merit in the black-robed figure's words. Senior Brother Gao then inquired. So the leader is aware that our guild is pooling resources to purchase 10 tokens? Qin Yu nodded. I am aware, and your decision is commendable. It is not merely 2,000 contribution points for 10 Xiantian tokens. Even at 2,500 contribution points, it is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Should another opportunity arise, we must seize it without hesitation. Pleased by Qin Yu's affirmation, Senior Brother Gao beamed. Qin Yu continued, as for Zhao Liming, he engages in fair competition with us. Employing no underhanded tactics, he is not in the wrong either. Gao Shixiong nodded thoughtfully. Then, Master, to whom should we sell the 5 tokens in our possession? Qin Yu replied decisively, of course, to the mysterious organization. Is that even a question? Why? Gao Shixiong was taken aback by Qin Yu's response. Hadn't it been established that neither side was at fault? Why suddenly choose the mysterious organization? In truth, Gao Shixiong was more inclined to conduct business with Zhao Liming. He harbored a lingering suspicion that the mysterious organization was not to be trusted, especially since its leader had yet to reveal themselves. And their emissaries cloaked in black robes seemed shrouded in secrecy. Qin Yu explained, the reason we must engage with the mysterious organization is twofold. First, we owe them an apology. Gao Shixiong exclaimed. We owe them? What have we done to deserve that? Confusion clouded his face, as he struggled to follow Qin Yu's line of reasoning. Qin Yu continued, have you forgotten why we formed our guild in the first place? It was because we suspected the mysterious organization of cheating, employing underhanded tactics to acquire the Xiantian tokens. Yet, in reality, they have acted fairly and lawfully. We misjudged them. Do you not feel any remorse? Should we not extend our apologies to the mysterious organization? Gao Shixiong, still perplexed, nodded slowly, as if beginning to grasp the rationale. So, to express our regret, we should proactively reduce the price by 20, selling each token to the mysterious organization for 180 contribution points. What do you think? Gao Shixiong responded. Me? But aren't our Xiantian tokens highly sought after? Don't people desire them? Why lower the price now instead of raising it? Qin Yu laughed heartily. If you remain silent, I shall take it as agreement. Vice Leader Gao, I knew you were a discerning individual. After all, those ignorant and short-sighted folks could never comprehend my intent. Only we, the astute, can appreciate the deeper meaning. Gao Shixiong's expression turned resolute. I understand your perspective, Master. You are absolutely correct. But you mentioned 2 reasons. What is the other? Qin Yu cleared his throat and replied with gravity. The other reason is that we simply cannot afford to offend the mysterious organization. Not only must we avoid conflict, but we should also strive to win their favor. We can't afford to cross them. Gao Shixiong's anger flared. Even if they are the direct disciples of the sect master, if they were to strike me, It would be a violation of the sect's rules and would incur severe punishment. What do we have to fear from them? Qin Yu patted Gao Shixiang on the shoulder. Oh, how misguided you are, Vice Leader Gao. They seek to confront you, yet you remain utterly oblivious. Senior Brother Gao, with his neck stretched defiantly, declared, I refuse to believe it, Leader. What could they possibly do to me? Allow me to offer you a modest illustration. Qin Yu, with hands clasped behind his back, ambled before Senior Brother Gao, stating, the secret organization can summon the dream hounds. Should they wish to use these creatures against you? They might have them relieve themselves at your doorstep, concealing the excrement with illusions. Unfazed, Senior Brother Gao retorted, is it merely stepping in dog waste? I fear nothing. Qin Yu, taken aback by Gao's audacity, continued, the dream hounds could sneak into your abode, devour the elixirs you use for cultivation, and then return the waste in a compact form. They would then hide in the corners of your wooden dwelling, awaiting your return. When you retrieve your elixirs, the illusions would cloud your perception, and you, unsuspecting, would ingest the tainted concoction, only to discover an unsettling taste. Enough. Senior Brother Gao rose, resolutely addressing Qin Yu Leader. I have long held disdain for that Zhao Liming. How shameless for an inner disciple to encroach upon our business. If he dares to profit from us, we shall ensure his downfall. Thus, we should sell the tokens to the secret organization. Qin Yu replied, I had thought you would say, what a little excrement. I'm not afraid. Leader, I am not intimidated by the secret organization. I simply disdain that Zhao Liming. I assure you, I speak the truth. Qin Yu responded, indeed. I believe that by reducing the contribution points by another 20, we might garner the favor of the secret organization. You are absolutely correct. Senior Brother Gao grasped Qin Yu's hands, his excitement akin to that of a newly enlightened disciple. However, I feel that a reduction of 20 contribution points is insufficient. Our average acquisition price for the Xiantian tokens hovers around 130. Selling to the secret organization for 150 would yield a substantial profit. There is no need to price them so high. Qin Yu exclaimed, impressive. A teachable spirit indeed. On the 15th day of the event, before noon, all 7 Xiantian tokens were effortlessly secured. Thus, the search for the Xiantian tokens officially concluded. A total of 105 tokens were distributed, with Qin Yu acquiring 95 of them. After deducting the 50 tokens he sold and the 20 gifted to Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji, Qin Yu retained 25 tokens. When the appointed hour arrived in the afternoon, Qin Yu donned a black cloak and made his way to the assembly point of the gang. Before long, Zhao Liming arrived at the same location. Curiosity piqued. He inquired with a smile, I wonder who is behind your organization? Is it an inner disciple, or perhaps an elder of the sect? With a ghostly smile, Qin Yu remarked, you are not yet qualified to know, but I can share a trivial matter with you. Zhao Liming replied, I have no interest in trivial matters. You need not continue. Qin Yu insisted, since you have earnestly inquired, I must inform you. Our leader possesses the ability to summon the power capable of slaying those in the tribulation stage. Zhao Liming furrowed his brow. This just was far from amusing. Qin Yu pointed towards the heavens, declaring, if I deceive you, may the heavens strike me down. Zhao Liming glanced upward, noticing no gathering storm clouds in the sky. Was he speaking the truth? His expression grew grave. The power to slay those in the tribulation stage, could it belong to the sect leader or the Grand Elder? That seemed implausible. The sect leader and Grand Elder would find no purpose in forming such an organization. Wait a moment. While the sect leader creating a new organization might indeed seem futile, what if the Grand Elder were behind it? Suddenly, an image of the young-looking Grand Elder draped in a black robe, seated upon the throne representing the highest authority of the Xiantian sect, loomed in Zhao Liming's mind. Gazing down upon all, was the Grand Elder contemplating rebellion? The very thought startled Zhao Liming, yet the more he pondered, the more plausible it became. The Grand Elder was secretly amassing power, preparing to seize control of the sect, positioning himself as the true master of the Xiantian sect. And now, the Grand Elder had already dispatched individuals to infiltrate the outer sect. As the head of the law enforcement peak, the Grand Elder wielded the power of enforcement within the sect. If this mysterious organization were indeed backed by the Grand Elder, no matter how unruly their actions, no one would dare intervene. A sudden realization struck Zhao Liming. He gasped as if he had uncovered crucial evidence. That figure in the black robe selling the Xiantian tokens was not in a bustling marketplace, but rather at the entrance of the law enforcement team. Was this not a clear indication that the law enforcement team served as their shield? The mysterious organization must have summoned the illusionary dream hounds due to the allegiance of the beast-taming peak's 6th elder to the Grand Elder. Moreover, it was said that 6 months prior, the 3rd elder and 9th elder had summoned the 6th elder to a remote area of the outer sect, after which all disciples of the beast-taming peak were confined for half a year. At the time, it seemed inconsequential, but now, upon reflection, One must engage in quite egregious acts to warrant collective confinement for half a year. This was undoubtedly a ruse orchestrated by the Sixth Elder in collusion with the Third and Ninth Elders, intended to divert attention. Furthermore, since the sect leader was unaware of these events, it suggested that the Third and Ninth Elders had already defected, coupled with the Fifth and 12th Elders, who were on friendly terms with the Grand Elder. It was evident they too belonged to his faction. Alas, it appeared that among the 12 Elders, the Grand Elder's influence encompassed at least half, and with the illusionary dream hounds now aligned with him, the sect leader was surely in grave peril. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhao Liming glanced at Qin Yu. Why had he chosen to reveal all of this to him? Could it be that my talents have garnered their recognition, prompting them to seek my allegiance? Am I truly so significant? Chapter 77. No, what am I? A mere pawn. How could the Grand Elder's organization possibly wish to court me? Zhao Liming shook his head, deeming his thoughts somewhat absurd. He surely shared this information with me to relay to my master. They intend for my master to take a side. Although my master is currently only an outer sect elder, his talents are not vastly inferior to mine. He is the youngest outer sect elder in the history of the Xiantian sect, and it is almost a certainty that he will ascend to the inner sect, potentially even becoming one of the 12 elders. A person of my master's caliber undoubtedly qualifies for the Grand Elder's attention. Upon this realization, Zhao Liming suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, my would allow me to foresee this. Otherwise, my master might remain oblivious to the impending danger. Yet, why is it that my master, whose abilities are not superior to mine, received an invitation while I did not? Alas, it seems the Grand Elder's secret organization lacks foresight. Clearly, I am the future of the cultivation realm. Wait, could it be that they wish to invite both me and my master? Such greed. Nonetheless, their vision is commendable. Should I consider joining their organization? Zhao Liming began to weigh the pros and cons. At present, the Grand Elder's influence appears significantly stronger, but should matters escalate, the Supreme Elder and the Supreme Sect Leader would undoubtedly intervene on behalf of the Xiantian sect. They would vehemently oppose the Grand Elder's treacherous actions, aligning themselves with the sect leader. Furthermore, the stance of the Dreamhound tribe remains uncertain, although they have closer ties to the Sixth Elder. The tribe's leader has consistently upheld a contract with the sect leader. Is it possible there are factions within the Dreamhound tribe aspiring to revolt? Might the seemingly tranquil tribe be concealing undercurrents of discontent? This situation is perplexing, as the dynamics of the Dreamhound tribe are rather intricate, warranting further observation. Currently, it appears that if the Supreme Elder and the Supreme Sect Leader take action, the Sect Leader would hold the upper hand. If they refrain, then the Grand Elder would gain the advantage. Having analyzed the internal power dynamics, Zhao Liming turned his attention to external forces. The Sect Leader has always maintained a wide network of relationships, whether among the Liang Kingdom or the Great Wilderness. Within sects or courts, he has allies aplenty. In times of crisis, his call would surely rally many. In contrast, the Grand Elder seems to squander his time mingling among young cultivators, emerging only when danger arises. His connections consist of minor cultivators, few of whom recognize my potential as the future of the cultivation realm. In this regard, he is utterly eclipsed by the sect leader. Oh no, this analysis leads me to conclude that the Grand Elder's position is precarious. Yet, if I can conceive of such matters, the Grand Elder is surely capable of recognizing them as well. Aware of the imminent crisis, one cannot help but wonder if the mysterious organization's emergence at this juncture signifies a hidden agenda. Yet, this notion does not seem entirely accurate. My esteemed mentor has praised my resourcefulness and exceptional talents. What I conceive may not even cross the mind of the Grand Elder. This is quite vexing. Perhaps I should inform my mentor and allow them to make the final decision. If necessary, my mentor and I could align ourselves with opposing factions, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, one of us could find an ally to safeguard the other's life. Zhao Liming, are you all right? Qin Yu inquired tentatively. After boasting to Zhao Liming, he noticed the latter initially appeared alarmed, drenched in sweat, before furrowing his brows in contemplation. A myriad of emotions flickered across his face: joy, bewilderment, confusion, resulting in an exceptionally intricate expression. This spectacle left Qin Yu utterly perplexed. Could it be that Zhao Liming is gravely unwell? Zhao Liming regained his composure. It seems he is urging me to make a decision. I must not fall prey to panic, especially in moments of great significance. Thus, Zhao Liming solemnly addressed Qin Yu. I shall inform my mentor of this matter. Tomorrow, at this same time and place, I will return with an answer. With that, Zhao Liming turned and departed. It is imperative that I relay this information to my mentor at the earliest opportunity, affording them ample time to weigh the pros and cons. Qin Yu exclaimed, "Wait, my friend, are you truly resorting to seeking assistance from your mentor in such a childish manner? Isn't that a tad shameful?" The rules do not prohibit the sale of the Xiantian tokens. What purpose does informing your mentor serve? Zhao Liming, though he heard Qin Yu's words, chose not to respond. Concealment is essential, I understand. Hey, why did Brother Zhao Liming leave? Brother Gao approached with a question. Qin Yu shook his head. I'm not sure. He chose to leave on his own accord, and it has nothing to do with me. Since he has departed, let us commence our business endeavors. Very well, Brother Gao replied. After all, he had no intentions of trading with Zhao Liming, and his departure spared him the trouble. Esteemed representative of the mysterious organization, our guild has deliberated and ultimately decided to trade 5 Xiantian tokens with you, Brother Gao stated courteously, to express our goodwill and celebrate our inaugural collaboration. We propose a friendly price of 150 contribution points per token. What do you think? Let us make it 170. I wish for you to profit a bit as well. I cannot allow your efforts these past days to go unrewarded, the cloaked figure replied with a smile, holding a significant sum of wealth. Qin Yu was indifferent to the slight difference in contribution points. His acquisition of these 5 tokens was merely to complete his set. Amassing 10 tokens would allow him to sell them at a premium. Brother Gao was instantly elated. He suddenly perceived that the mysterious organization might not be so malevolent after all. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to express to the cloaked figure, Brother, you are a good person. With the 5 tokens in hand, Qin Yu turned to leave. Who would have thought that Senior Brother Gao suddenly spoke up? Wait a moment. Are the tokens in your hand still for sale? Are you looking to purchase? I currently have 20 tokens available for sale, priced at 10 tokens for 2,000 contribution points. Are you certain you can manage that? Chapter 78. Please hold on for a moment while we discuss. All right. Senior Brother Gao hastily gathered everyone together. An exceptional opportunity had presented itself. With a mere expenditure of 4,000 contribution points, we could acquire 20 Xiantian tokens. What does everyone think? The contribution points for the guild need to be raised through collective effort, and Senior Brother Gao could only confer with the group. The vice leader interjected. Are you suggesting we sell them to others at 170 contribution points each, and then buy them back for 200 contribution points? Isn't that a rather foolish approach? I'm truly astonished. You managed to negotiate the price down to 170 from 200, and now you wish to repurchase them at 200? Are you with us or with them? If the guild leader were present, with his capabilities, he would surely be able to buy them back at 170 contribution points each, and then sell them at 200. Upon hearing these discussions, Qin Yu began to wonder whether Li Jingtong was somehow mingling among the crowd, given the astuteness of the questions being posed. Before the vice leader could explain, a group of individuals began to counter. The price for a single token cannot be the same as that for a set of 10. The primary value of 10 tokens lies in their ability to be exchanged for a magical artifact, hence the price is significantly higher. I believe that 2,000 is truly not exorbitant. Vice leader, we support you. However, there remains some discontent within the guild. Having just sold the tokens for 170 contribution points, now we're purchasing them at 200 contribution points each left me feeling uneasy. Qin Yu sensed that some individuals within the guild were rather dim-witted. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If they were astute, how could they possibly have elected him as their leader? Senior Brother Gao remarked, however, the tokens we buy back for 200 contribution points will, upon redemption tomorrow, be worth at least 300 contribution points, a fantastic bargain. An equation unconsciously formed in Qin Yu's mind. Xiaoming purchased an item for 130 yuan, sold it for 170 yuan, then repurchased it for 200 yuan, and sold it again for 300 yuan. Question: how much profit did Xiaoming make? Was this not akin to a split personality, a deranged trader engaged in incessant buying and selling? In the end, the vice leader directly invoked Qin Yu's name. I discussed this with the guild leader yesterday, and he mentioned that we could profit even at 2,500 contribution points, let alone at 2,000. Instantly, the crowd perked up. The guild leader said we could profit at 2,500 contribution points for 10 tokens? Then we must buy them immediately. I will gather my contribution points right away. Although the leader is no longer present in the guild, he continues to provide invaluable advice and strategies, which is truly heartwarming. The guild's development owes much to the leader's guidance from behind the scenes. Senior Brother Gao remarked, Hey, Deputy Leader, we must gather funds quickly, since the leader has spoken. We are bound to gain. Indeed, let us discuss how much each person should contribute. If it's insufficient, I will borrow more. Observing the changed expressions of the crowd, Senior Brother Gao helplessly gazed skyward. After all these days, am I truly inferior to that man? Master, something is amiss. Zhao Liming rushed in, breathless, before Elder Wang Yingjun. Elder Wang, with an impassive demeanor, sipped his tea, and, accustomed to such interruptions, replied, What have you deduced this time? Master, this is indeed a grave matter. Zhao Liming exclaimed as he seized Elder Wang's teapot and drained it in one gulp. With a look of astonishment, he remarked, "Master, you've pilfered the treasured sword Immortality from Master's wife again. Are you not aware that it is her cherished possession?" Noticing the sudden change in his Master's expression, Zhao Liming promptly fell silent. "Speak. What significant issue has arisen now?" Elder Wang stated with irritation. Zhao Liming hastily responded, "Master, thankfully I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, we, as master and disciple, might have fallen into an irretrievable predicament. Without my intervention, you would not even know how you perished." Elder Wang, resigned, lifted his teacup and savored the remnants of the tea. He had long grown accustomed to his disciples' mannerisms. "Master, the Xiantian sect is on the verge of a transformation." "Oh?" Elder Wang raised his eyebrows in curiosity. Noticing his master's lack of concern, Zhao Liming lowered his voice. "The Grand Elder is plotting a rebellion. He is allied with the 3rd Elder, 5th Elder, 6th Elder, 9th Elder, 12th Elder, and a faction of the Dreamhound clan to overthrow the sect leader and seize control of the Xiantian sect. I am currently unaware of other elders' involvement." Elder Wang inquired, "Are you certain you refer to that naive Grand Elder whose mind is filled with deceptive strategies? Also, why only a portion of the Dreamhound clan?" "Because I suspect certain members of the Dreamhound clan are contemplating rebellion as well." Elder Wang continued, "The mysterious organization within the outer sect is indeed the one established by the Grand Elder, who is now ready to take action and wishes to invite us, Master and disciple, to join. Master, do you believe we should accept this invitation?" Zhao Liming elaborated on his analysis of the situation. Based on the current dynamics, the sect leader still holds a slight advantage, but since the Grand Elder dares to act, he surely possesses hidden cards. We must deliberate carefully, for aligning with the wrong side could plunge us into an irretrievable abyss. Elder Wang rubbed his temples and queried, "What is this organization currently engaged in?" Zhao Liming remarked, "Everywhere, individuals are in search of the Xuantiang Ling card, engaging in its trade. Hence, one must wonder why the Grand Elder is so intent on acquiring the Xuantiang Ling card. Do you truly believe the Grand Elder is concerned about such trivial contributions?" Zhao Liming paused momentarily, contemplating before responding, "I suspect the Grand Elder aims to exert control over the outer sect through this endeavor." Elder Wang Yingjun, perplexed, countered, "What purpose would it serve for the Grand Elder to dominate the outer sect? Can these disciples even withstand a mere slap from the sect master? Furthermore, have you witnessed anyone attempting to consolidate influence in such a manner? If it weren't for the sect's regulations, that mysterious organization would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon its emergence. This action merely propels the outer sect into the arms of others." Zhao Liming scratched the back of his head, realization dawning upon him. Indeed. But what could be the Grand Elder's objective in allowing this mysterious organization to operate within the outer sect? Wang Yingjun postulated. Is it possible that this mysterious organization has no connection to the Grand Elder at all? If this organization were indeed established by the Grand Elder, he would never part with the collected cards. Why is that? Zhao Liming inquired. Given the Grand Elder's nature, he would undoubtedly showcase all the cards before the outer sect disciples on the day of redemption, revealing his divine presence. Zhao Liming gasped, his countenance shifting dramatically. "Master, that complicates matters further. If this organization is not affiliated with the Grand Elder, it must be an external force. We are doomed. Someone intends to strike at our sect and entice us to betray our loyalties. Their disruptive activities within the outer sect are clearly aimed at unsettling the order of Xuantiang's sect, seeking to undermine us from within." Elder Wang Yingjun, exasperated, supported his forehead with his hand. How could I have been so blind? Among all the capable disciples, why did they select him? Wait, hold on, he interjected, preemptively dismissing his own thoughts before Wang Yingjun could speak. Upon witnessing his disciple grasp the gravity of the situation, Wang Yingjun's expression softened slightly. Although his disciple often indulged in fanciful thoughts, he was not entirely devoid of intelligence. Subsequently, Wang Yingjun listened as Zhao Liming continued. An external force would never dare to act so overtly within our sect. This organization must still be comprised of our own people. I understand now. This must be the scheme of the Supreme Sect Master and the High Elder. Their aim is to incite chaos within Xuantiang's sect, thereby highlighting the Sect Master and Elder's inept governance, paving the way for the Sect Master to abdicate and for them to return to power. That makes much more sense, Zhao Liming remarked. The Supreme Sect Master and the High Elder are truly malevolent. So it turns out they are plotting a rebellion. Elder Wang Yingjun exclaimed. Have you lost your senses? If the Supreme Sect Master and the High Elder wish to seize control of Xuantiang's sect, all they would need to do is emerge from their secluded chambers. Why would they go to such lengths? Oh, I see. Zhao Liming nodded in understanding. This leaves us with only one remaining possibility. Zhao Liming spoke earnestly. After considering all previous conjectures, I have ultimately arrived at the most reasonable conclusion. The mysterious organization is a collaboration between external forces and the Grand Elder. With the Grand Elder's protection, they are able to act with impunity within the outer sect. Their ultimate aim is to weaken the strength of the Xintian sect through internal strife, ultimately seizing control of it. I have always suspected that the Grand Elder is not a benevolent figure. His malevolence is indeed profound. Master, how do you propose we align ourselves? Perhaps you should ally with the sect leader, while I join forces with the Grand Elder. Although the Grand Elder remains enigmatic, I sense that the sect leader possesses a greater chance of success. Should I be captured, your esteemed position would certainly enable you to secure my release. Of course, if the Grand Elder were to prevail, I would exert every effort to rescue both you and my master's wife. However, I must concede that despite my exceptional talent, my strength remains somewhat lacking, and my words may carry little weight. Nevertheless, rest assured, I would risk my life to ensure the safety of my master's wife. As for your exalted status, fear not. Once my strength has increased, I shall avenge you. Alas, why must my fate be so arduous? Elder Wang Yingjun wore a pensive expression, contemplating whether to take on another disciple. It was apparent to any discerning observer that this one had already reached a dead end. Elder Wang circulated his spiritual energy to calm his tumultuous thoughts. He feared that if this topic continued, he might be compelled to sever ties. Remain composed. I must remain composed. Although Liming's thoughts may be somewhat erratic, his capability in action is commendable. Without him, I would have no one to rely on. After a moment, Elder Zhao Liming exhaled slowly. Enough of these idle thoughts. The Grand Elder cannot possibly betray the Xintian sect. How many tokens have you managed to collect? Zhao Liming offered an awkward smile, retrieving 5 tokens from his spatial pouch and placing them one by one before Elder Wang Yingjun. Elder Wang glanced at the tokens, then back at Zhao Liming. Is this it? Just 5? Indeed, just 5. Are you not aware that 10 tokens are required to exchange for a magical artifact? I am aware. Then why do you only have 5? Because I deemed the Grand Elder's potential betrayal to be of greater urgency. I rushed over without the opportunity to procure the remaining 5 tokens. However, it is now too late. Those 5 tokens have surely been acquired by the mysterious organization. You must resign yourself to this reality, Master. Elder Wang Yingjun felt a slight dizziness and, summoning his courage, inquired, how many contribution points did you spend to acquire these 5 tokens? Zhao Liming extended his hand and meticulously calculated. It seemed to be a modest amount. With a sigh of relief, Elder Wang Yingjun remarked, it should be around 800 or 900 contribution points, right? Suddenly, with a thud, Master, how did you faint? Are you all right? Zhao Liming, witnessing his master collapse before him, shouted in a panic, Mistress, Master has secretly drunk your potion. Silence, you rascal. Elder Wang Yingjun interjected, covering Zhao Liming's mouth and lowering his voice. Zhao Liming wriggled free and explained, Master, I was merely trying to wake you up sooner. Why did you faint so suddenly? This is a side effect of my failed attempt to reach the fusion stage. It is nothing to worry about. Elder Wang Yingjun gritted his teeth while gazing mournfully at the 5 tokens. Why must it be 5 tokens? If only there were one more. I could have saved on preparing a magical artifact. Instead, I ended up spending an additional 300 or 400 contribution points. And this is borrowed money. How will I repay the interest? Zhao Liming inquired softly. Master, you don't blame me for making you waste those 300 or 400 contribution points, do you? Of course not. Elder Wang Yingjun feigned strength. 300 or 400 contribution points are of no concern to me. By the way, which foot did you step in with first when you entered? Chapter 80. Zhao Liming replied, I believe it was my left foot. Elder Wang Yingjun's expression remained stoic as he stated, I despise those who step in with their left foot first. You are expelled from my tutelage. Zhao Liming chuckled. Master, I was only joking with you. Having been your disciple for so many years, I know you better than I know myself. How could I not realize your disdain for those who enter with their left foot first? I actually stepped in with my right foot. Elder Wang Yingjun replied, in fact, I was just jesting with you as well. Wonderful. Master, I knew you could not bear to send me away. Elder Wang Yingjun continued. What I truly detest are those who enter with their right foot first. Hence, you are expelled from my tutelage. Zhao Liming lamented, Mistress, Master has secretly drunk. Good disciple. I was merely jesting. Elder Wang Yingjun replied with a smile. How could I bear to send my beloved disciple away? Zhao Liming mirrored the smile. Master, being men. I understand you and assure you I will not reveal this matter to Mistress. That is good to hear. The atmosphere was harmonious, filled with the warmth of a master and disciple bond. Master, if you are well, I shall take my leave. After a moment of silence, Elder Wang Yingjun still refrained from mentioning the borrowed money. Ah, let us be on our way. Master, the tea gifted by the esteemed lady is exceptionally delightful. Zhao Liming departed with a cheerful smile, leaving behind the furious Elder Wang Yingjun. Gazing at the 5 tokens on the table, Elder Wang's heart began to wrestle with inner turmoil. To act or not to act? At present, I possess no contribution points and am burdened with considerable debt. If I aim to gather 10 magical artifacts, I must resort to further borrowing. The interest alone would be enough to give me a headache. Should this venture succeed, not only could I repay my current debt, but I could also erase the debts accrued during my breakthrough, leaving me with a handsome sum to call my own. The prospect of sudden wealth ignited a resolve within Elder Wang Yingjun. I shall proceed. If I fail, I shall merely endure a beating. Nothing is more terrifying than poverty. On the first day following the event, today marks the official redemption of the Xiantian tokens, as one of the most anticipated events of the year. This year's search for the Xiantian tokens, despite its ups and downs, continues to captivate countless individuals on this day of redemption. Everyone is eager to discover who will ultimately possess the 105 Xiantian tokens and what grade of spiritual artifacts will be awarded for the 10 tokens. Early in the morning, the central plaza was already thronged with people. The redemption of the Xiantian tokens commenced at the hour of Qin. As the time approached, Elder Wang Yingjun, the event's chief coordinator, took to the stage to address the crowd. Greetings, disciples. Why does Elder Wang Yingjun have bruises all over his face? Qin Yu inquired curiously. He, along with Li Zhengdong and Xiaoxi, donned in black robes, had arrived at the site quite early. Upon noticing this, the surrounding crowd parted to grant them passage. The holders of the Xiantian tokens were allowed to move to the front, facilitating the redemption process once Elder Wang concluded his speech. Thus, Qin Yu positioned himself at the forefront, able to clearly observe Elder Wang Yingjun's grim visage. Despite numerous wounds being concealed, the brutality of the recent battle was unmistakable. Qin Yu merely spoke out of curiosity, yet he was met with Zhao Liming's explanatory voice nearby. Master had an odd notion yesterday. He attempted to sneak out with the lady's weapon in the dead of night to sell for money, only to be discovered by her. Hence, he ended up in this state. Alas, it is wise to avoid seeking a partner in the future. As Elder Wang Yingjun was passionately delivering his discourse, his expression suddenly stiffened as he cast a glare in their direction. Although only indirectly affected, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Such a potent aura of menace. Curiously, Qin Yu asked, why doesn't Elder Wang Yingjun heal his facial injuries? Given Qin Yu's current abilities, even minor scrapes could be effortlessly mended, let alone those of an elder's caliber. Zhao Liming elucidated that the artifact his master sought to steal was known as the Blood Qi Tiger Finger. When worn, it significantly augments one's attack power, and it possesses a particular trait that can delay the healing of wounds, rendering it exceedingly formidable. Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Elder Wang Yingjun's scarred visage, imagining the ferocity of the beating he must have endured. Zhao Liming proposed to Qin Yu, if you answer me a question, I shall reveal a secret regarding the Blood Qi Tiger Finger. What say you? What question? Qin Yu inquired. Zhao Liming furtively scanned the surroundings before leaning close to Qin Yu and whispering, is it true that the Grand Elder harbors intentions of rebellion? What? Qin Yu was taken aback. Observing Qin Yu's bewilderment, Zhao Liming realized he had misjudged the situation. If not the Grand Elder, could it be that the Supreme Sect Master and the Supreme Elder desire to seize power once more? No need to feign ignorance. I am already aware. What are you talking about? What do you know? Qin Yu was encountering someone utterly incomprehensible for the first time. He had been unable to decipher Zhao Liming's intentions since the previous day. My friend, why do you pose such questions? Qin Yu asked with curiosity. Did you not claim that your leader could summon the power to slay those in the tribulation stage? Indeed. But how does that relate to the Grand Elder or the Supreme Elder? Qin Yu was utterly perplexed, having merely spoken boastfully. Zhao Liming clarified. In sects capable of slaying those in the tribulation stage, only the Sect Master, Grand Elder, Supreme Elder, and Supreme Sect Master possess such authority. Are you truly an infiltrator from outside? What are you on about? Qin Yu sighed in frustration. The power I refer to is from the illusory Dream Canine clan. Surely, you are aware that they have slain beings in the tribulation stage. Zhao Liming responded, your statement makes me seem rather foolish. Very well. You may now share the secrets of the Blood Qi Tiger Finger. Qin Yu was indeed eager, for this was the first high-tier artifact he had the fortune to learn about. Zhao Liming whispered, in truth, the Blood Qi Tiger Finger was a gift from my master's old acquaintance. As soon as Qin Yu perked up his ears, he felt an intense chill emanating from Elder Wang Yingjun's direction. Do not utter another word. Qin Yu urgently covered Zhao Liming's mouth, fearing that if he continued to listen, his life might be in jeopardy. Zhao Liming, sensing the murderous aura directed at him, refrained from speaking further. Just as Zhao Liming contemplated surrendering, Qin Yu unexpectedly handed him a piece of paper. It read, Do not speak. Write it down in detail. Chapter 81. Subsequently, we embark on the prize redemption segment. According to the event rules, each Xiantian token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Collecting 10 Xiantian tokens will entitle one to a low-grade artifact of the Xian tier. It is indeed a low-grade Xian tier artifact. My heavens. The total value of these 10 Xiantian tokens must certainly exceed 3,000 contribution points. Upon hearing that the treasure is a low-grade Xian tier item, the members of the guild erupted in jubilation. How delightful. With our 30 tokens, we can effortlessly reap a profit of 3,000 contribution points, allowing each of us to receive over 30 points. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Senior Brother Gao tousled his hair and slowly curled the corner of his mouth in a smirk. This triumph is entirely attributed to my astute intellect and keen business acumen. With this success, surely, I will garner even greater admiration from everyone, and my popularity will soon surpass that of the guild leader. This victory is also, of course, thanks to the guild leader's strategic foresight. Without the guild leader's sharp mind and perceptive business sense, how could we have so easily amassed such substantial contribution points? Hail to the guild leader, Senior Brother Gao. It was clearly my strategy, my fundraising, and my purchase of the tokens. What does this have to do with the guild leader? Could it be? Are they referring to me as the guild leader? Indeed. I was the one exerting effort throughout the entire process. Who else could they possibly mean? Senior Brother Gao turned around, confidently addressing the crowd. Do you not think I should be the guild leader? The crowd responded. Deputy leader, what do you mean? Have you finally shown your true ambitions? Dream on if you think you can replace the guild leader. It was the guild leader who informed you about the profitable purchase of tokens. You merely organize the effort and seek to claim the guild leader as credit? In our hearts, the guild leader will forever be that remarkable man. With a sigh, Senior Brother Gao, accustomed to this situation, remarked, I knew it would come to this. But what exactly did the guild leader contribute in this matter? Clearly, it was I who put in the effort. Wrapped in a black cloak, Qin Yu shared a similarly bewildered expression. What is happening? What have I done? Now, may the holders of the Xiantian tokens come forth to receive their awards. Elder Wang Yingjun called out, and Qin Yu and the others lined up to take the stage. Master, 5 Xiantian tokens. Elder Wang Yingjun gritted his teeth as he credited Zhao Liming with 500 contribution points, saying, just wait until we return. I will deal with you then. Next, Qin Yu adjusted his black cloak and swiftly approached the stage. Who would dare take the stage before the members of my secret organization? As for Zhao Liming Esmir 5 tokens, they held no interest for Qin Yu. Elder, 10 tokens. Qin Yu respectfully presented 10 tokens into Elder Wang Yingjun's hands. Elder Wang Yingjun retrieved a spiritual artifact, veins bulging on his forehead, and slowly placed it into Qin Yu's hands. Meanwhile, Elder Wang Yingjun pondered quietly. This magical artifact cost me 238 contribution points. If I repay the loan in 1 month, I will need to pay 22 contribution points in interest. If I take 2 months, the cost will be. Qin Yu interjected, thank you for your generous gift. Elder Wang Yingjun, visibly irate, retorted, if it weren't for the sect's regulations, I would certainly seek to understand the origins of your organization. Qin Yu chuckled, Elder, you jest. Our organization is merely a small and inconsequential group. Should you wish to know more, feel free to ask me directly. Oh, then tell me how many members your organization currently has and the identity and realm of your strongest member. Qin Yu replied, would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Elder Wang Yingjun insisted, of course, the truth. At your command. Qin Yu replied earnestly, our organization consists of just the 3 of us, all humble servant disciples. With our strongest member at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Elder Wang Yingjun scoffed, do you take me for a fool? Qin Yu hesitated, would you prefer the truth or a fabrication regarding that question? Get lost. When I have the time, I shall thoroughly investigate your organization. You best adhere to the law. Otherwise, I shall report you, and 10% of your organization's total income will belong to me. Elder Wang Yingjun mused inwardly. Rest assured, Elder. We will not violate any regulations, Qin Yu reassured. If you wish to investigate, you may do so at any time. Let us discuss this later. Elder Wang Yingjun thought to himself, unwilling to reveal that he currently refrained from investigating due to his inability to contend with the illusory dream canines, fearing retaliation. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu activated his system's talent detection on Elder Wang Yingjun. Exceptional spiritual root, level, a favored child of heaven and earth, a 1 in a million existence. Capable of rapid cultivation and becoming a formidable figure. Fortune in disguise, level, life comprises various stages. And a seemingly trivial event or encounter with a certain individual may lead to a profound shift in one's fate. However, as the saying goes, the old man lost his horse, how could one know it is not a blessing? Fate is capricious and ever-changing, ultimately bending toward favorable outcomes, accompanied by the inability to divine or predict the future. Wow, that's quite impressive, Qin Yu exclaimed, somewhat astonished, although he found the fortune in disguise talent perplexing. The lengthy description clearly indicated its significance. Gazing at the artifact in his hand, Qin Yu respectfully bowed and inquired, Elder, may I ask what effects this magical artifact possesses? Elder Wang Yingjun chuckled softly, responding leisurely, this artifact is a universe bag. A universe bag? Qin Yu furrowed his brow and asked. Isn't that something you can purchase for a mere few contribution points? Elder Wang replied, you speak of an ordinary universe bag. But this one is embedded with red and green agate, making it a low-grade mystical universe bag. Qin Yu asked, is there a difference? Elder Wang Yingjun, there is indeed a distinction. Yours is quite exquisite. Qin Yu, Elder, I wish to inquire about a matter. Elder Wang Yingjun, go ahead. Qin Yu, what is the procedure for reporting within the sect? Elder Wang Yingjun, well, to be frank, this Qiankuan bag is not merely aesthetically pleasing. It possesses a robust exterior that is not easily damaged. It undoubtedly reaches the level of an Qian tier magical artifact. However, it is merely a storage bag. Is its beauty merely to entice theft? What is its storage capacity? Qin Yu asked with a glimmer of hope. Elder Wang Yingjun responded innocently, of course. It has the same storage capacity as an ordinary storage bag. Qin Yu, slightly dismayed, said, Elder, I believe this artifact is not suited for me. May I exchange it for another? Elder Wang Yingjun resolutely shook his head. Absolutely not. Magical artifacts are distributed at random. What you receive is what you must accept. Qin Yu thought to himself in silence. This old man has certainly crafted this artifact to vex me. Yet, the rules do not explicitly state that exchanges are prohibited. Qin Yu decided to give the elder another chance. Elder Wang Yingjun, the rules do not state that exchanges are permissible if it is not mentioned. Then it is not allowed. Qin Yu sighed. Cursed old man, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Witnessing Qin Yu's predicament, Elder Wang Yingjun felt a surge of joy. This was delightful. He had finally turned the tables. Just as Elder Wang Yingjun reveled in his successful revenge, a slip of paper flickered before him. Soon after, a whisper reached his ear. Elder, you wouldn't want this matter to be known by everyone, would you? Chapter 82. Seeing the expression on Elder Wang Yingjun's face, akin to one suffering from constipation, Qin Yu felt an unusual boldness. Fortunately, the Xiantian sect is the foremost sect in the Liang Kingdom. With a well-established system and a harmonious internal environment, the elders are all benevolent individuals. Even if Elder Wang Yingjun wished to silence him, it would not be feasible in such a public setting. Moreover, Qin Yu believed that the elder, being magnanimous, would not harbor a grudge over such trivial matters. After all, it was not a significant issue, merely a melodramatic love story involving two men and a woman. With perhaps a mere 2 inches of dignity at stake, nothing to be overly concerned about, even if Elder Wang Yingjun were to act. His primary target would undoubtedly be Zhao Liming. After all, as long as Zhao Liming remained, Qin Yu would continuously resurface. As long as Zhao Liming was alive, Qin Yu felt secure. Once he shed the black robe, he would have no ties to this incident. Dream phantom canines, do not fail me. Otherwise, the future Emperor Qin Yu may have to confront foes of the transformation stage while still in the Qi refinement stage. Before donning the black robe, Qin Yu had arranged for the dream phantom canines to obscure his visage for the price of 5 servings of stinky tofu. The chieftain of the Dream Dog clan resolutely declared that even if a celestial being were to arrive, they would be unable to see through Qin Yu's disguise. If he failed to do so, he would be deemed a dog. Qin Yu chose to place his trust in the chieftain. Elder, I feel this magical artifact does not suit me. May I exchange it for another? Qin Yu inquired tentatively. Elder Wang Yingjun gritted his teeth and forced a smile, replying, of course, the rules do not state that exchanges are prohibited. Since there is no mention of it, it is certainly permissible. Such magnanimity, Elder. With a wave of his hand, Elder Wang presented the remaining 9 magical artifacts before Qin Yu. Choose one for yourself, he instructed. As Qin Yu sifted through the artifacts, his gaze ultimately fell upon a sword that exuded an extraordinary aura. Elder, may I inquire about this sword? Elder Wang's eyes lit up. Your discerning eye is commendable. You have chosen the finest artifact among them all. This sword is known as the Purple Lightning Mystic Thunder Sword, and let me tell you, it is truly remarkable. He boasted. According to the proprietor of the weapon shop, this sword was forged as a high-grade mystical artifact. However, on the day it was born, it encountered a powerful being undergoing a lightning tribulation, and fortuitously, the residual energy of the tribulation affected this sword. Logically, this mystical artifact should have been damaged on the spot, yet unexpectedly, not only did it remain intact, but it also absorbed a fragment of the tribulation's energy, thereby manifesting a faint consciousness. A spirit of the weapon? Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Not quite a spirit, but rather the earliest semblance of one. Nonetheless, it is true that this sword possesses awareness. That is still quite formidable, Qin Yu exclaimed as he grasped the hilt, feeling a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his body. His hair standing on end. Elder Wang explained, since this sword absorbed a modicum of the tribulation's power, it now harbors the essence of lightning and will continuously emit electricity. How exhilarating! Qin Yu responded enthusiastically. This amount of electricity is bearable, it's no trouble at all. I can simply wear rubber gloves in the future. Moreover, possessing the power of lightning only adds to its allure. Qin Yu envisioned himself on the arena, drawing the purple lightning mystic thunder sword. With flashes of electricity illuminating the air, creating a spectacular effect and elevating his status. Indeed, aesthetics are vital for a magical artifact. Elder, such an extraordinary artifact. How could you part with it? Your conscience is commendable. As he spoke, Qin Yu prepared to draw the sword from its sheath. Do not draw it, Elder Wang Yingjun exclaimed, but before he could intervene, Qin Yu had already pulled the sword out by a fraction. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Qin Yu. Following the crack of thunder, he became charred all over, slowly exhaling a plume of black smoke, weakly muttering, Elder, you have betrayed me. Bang! Qin Yu, rendered rigid, collapsed to the ground. Elder Wang Yingjun's heart brimmed with joy. You little rascal, you have finally received your just deserts. Elder Wang Yingjun infused spiritual energy into Qin Yu's body, healing his wounds. After a brief moment, Qin Yu regained consciousness and hurriedly tightened his tattered black robe. Although it bore several significant tears, it still concealed his identity adequately. Rest assured, since the law enforcement team did not apprehend you after their investigation, it indicates that you have not violated any rules, and I certainly will not intentionally expose your identity. However, in the future, it would be wise to refrain from engaging in unscrupulous deeds, as they may invite misfortune. Qin Yu rubbed his temples and inquired, Elder, what just transpired? Elder Wang Yingjun explained, this sword, despite having developed consciousness, possesses a rather timid spirit. It strikes anyone who draws it. The more it is drawn, the greater the power of the lightning it summons. I am astounded. This sword seems to have social anxiety. Qin Yu exclaimed in disbelief, no matter how powerful it is. What good is it if it cannot be drawn? It pales in comparison to the previous Qian Kuan bag. Elder, why do your prepared magical artifacts possess such peculiar characteristics? Elder Wang Yingjun chuckled. In his quest to procure these bizarre artifacts as a means of retaliation against a mysterious organization, he had exerted considerable effort, visiting numerous weapon shops, ultimately finding 2 magical items at the Baki Pavilion after much difficulty. The shopkeeper had nearly wept with joy upon the sale. Elder Wang Yingjun vividly recalled how the shopkeeper had grasped his hand tightly, sincerely stating, these 2 weapons have been for sale since the time of my great-grandfather. Yet no one has ever been willing to purchase them. Today, we have encountered a kindred spirit. To express gratitude for the patronage, he offered a 12 discount on the 2 weapons. A 12 discount? How is that still overpriced? Elder Wang Yingjun questioned. These weapons have been with me for so long. I have grown attached to them. Despite the peculiarities, Elder Wang Yingjun resolutely decided to purchase the 2 weapons to vex the mysterious organization. Forget it. I will take this sword, Qin Yu declared. Although he could not wield it himself, the lightning it summoned was potent and might prove effective in critical moments. This is your choice. Should you regret it, you must not disclose the matter on that little slip of paper. Elder, rest assured. I am known for my discretion within the Xiandian sect. Elder Wang Yingjun replied, what do you mean by that? It means that any information that ought not to be spoken will perish on my lips. If word gets out, it will undoubtedly be that Zhao Liming who leaked it. And I will bear no responsibility whatsoever. Mentioning Zhao Liming made Elder Wang Yingjun irate. That wretched disciple. You seem rather astute. May I pose a question to test your wit? Qin Yu replied, please do, Elder. A friend of mine inadvertently took on a disciple, but afterwards realized that being a master is exceedingly exhausting. It is far lighter to be without a disciple. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and responded, I mean your friend does not wish to teach the disciple, correct? Elder Wang Yingjun. Indeed, is there a gentle approach to resolve this matter? One that would not offend anyone? Qin Yu, that is quite simple. Your friend merely needs to acknowledge his disciple as his master, thus relieving himself of the obligation to instruct the apprentice. Elder Wang Yingjun, Chapter 83. Are you speaking in earnest? My friend wishes to sever all ties with his disciple. Completely and utterly. Qin Yu. Then, if your friend were to honor his disciple as a master and subsequently withdraw from the mentorship, wouldn't he that effectively terminate their relationship? How can the ethics of master and disciple be so casually reversed? Do you have any other solutions? After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu added, in fact, there is another way. We simply need to convince the disciple of his own prowess, and he will likely venture out to establish his own path. Elder Wang Yingjuan's eyes lit up. This method is splendid, particularly given that young man's character. Implementing this strategy should pose little challenge. My apprentice has been at a loss for ideas daily, yet it seems a mere trick from the members of a mysterious organization can resolve the issue effortlessly. As the old adage goes, there is always a villain to contend with a villain. Very well, you may leave now. Wait, I must showcase this to everyone. Qin Yu seized the sword and raised it high towards the crowd. Previously, whenever he achieved first place in school, he would proudly display his certificate for a photograph. While there may be no cameras now, the ritual must not change. All right, hurry off. Next, still holding the purple lightning and thunder sword, Qin Yu turned back abruptly and inquired, by the way, Elder, what is the name of this sword? The purple lightning and thunder sword. Ah, I see. The purple lightning and thunder sword. What a mouthful. Since this sword can produce electricity, let us simply call it the Ziji sword. Doesn't the discharge sound like a Zizi? Addressing the sword, Qin Yu declared, that purple lightning whatever, from now on, you shall be known as the Ziji sword. Ziji, the electric current surged dramatically along the sword's sheath, causing Qin Yu to feel a tingling sensation. It appears you quite fancy this name. You were fortunate indeed to encounter someone as adept at naming as I am. Had you met the individual who named the leader of the illusory dream canine clan Dogegg, you might have ended up with a far less flattering title. This is easy. After finishing his tasks, Qin Yu suddenly felt a pang of alarm as a thought struck him. Oh no, Li Zhengtong. Just as Qin Yu intended to caution Li Zhengtong against taking that garbage cosmic bag embedded with shards of beer bottles, he saw Li Zhengtong descending with the very bag in hand. Brother Yu, do you think my cosmic bag looks splendid? Qin Yu placed a hand on his forehead. Sigh. It seems this is simply the course of fate. Brother Yu, what was that lightning just now? Everyone says the heavens have opened their eyes, and you've received your retribution. Fortunately, I haven't done many bad deeds. Otherwise, I would have been struck too. Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning struck Li Zhengtong. With a bewildered expression, Li spewed out a cloud of black smoke and collapsed with a thud. Qin Yu exclaimed, Elder, what just happened? He didn't even touch the Zizi sword. Elder Wang Yingjun replied, Zizi sword? You mean that purple, something lightning sword? Why would he get struck if he didn't even touch it? Elder Wang explained that sword indeed has a slight probability of summoning lightning randomly. But the chances are minuscule. It might not even happen once a year. Moreover, the likelihood of it striking a person is almost zero. Which is why I forgot to mention this aspect. However, the power of that lightning was quite weak. Your companion must be too weak. If it had struck you, you would have been completely unharmed. You should use your spiritual energy to nurture your companion, and he will awaken. Qin Yu nodded, letting out a sigh. Such an unlikely misfortune seemed to find its way to Tongzi. He wondered what effect this tempering of talent would yield. Before long, Li Zhengtong groggily regained consciousness. Brother Yu, I feel as though I was struck by lightning. Qin Yu replied, remove the as though. Li Zhengtong protested, but I haven't done anything wrong. Qin Yu sighed. Such is fate. Get up and check if there's anything different about your body. Li Zhengtong inspected himself and shook his head. There's no change. My strength hasn't increased? Qin Yu inquired. Nope. Did you discover any new abilities, like the power to control lightning? None at all. Qin Yu was puzzled. Where did the ability feedback go? Brother Yu, why do you ask such questions? Qin Yu picked up the Qiankuan bag from the ground and handed it to Li Zhengtong. Nothing. Why did you choose this artifact? Qin Yu countered. I didn't choose it. The elder handed it to me, and I just came down with it. Qin Yu remarked, this Qiankuan bag is no different from an ordinary one. It merely became a profound grade artifact because it has this gem, resembling beer bottle shards, embedded in it. Wasting this opportunity to exchange for a better Qiankuan bag. Are you foolish? Li Zhengtong finally realized, wearing a distressed expression. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Let us sell it later. Exchanging it for contribution points is better than keeping this useless trinket. Before long, Shaoji descended, holding a piece of inner armor. While everyone is distracted, let's make our exit. Qin Yu led the two companions to the marketplace. The majority of people congregated in the central square, rendering the market desolate, which suited Qin Yu's intentions perfectly. Clad in black robes, the trio entered the 100 Art Pavilion. Shopkeeper, do you accept magical artifacts? Qin Yu inquired. The shopkeeper greeted them warmly. Esteemed guests, we certainly do. May I ask what kind of artifact you wish to sell? Without hesitation, Qin Yu tossed the Qiankuan bag onto the counter. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow. Had he not just encountered a disgruntled seller of a Qiankuan bag that morning? How much do you want for it? Qin Yu asked. The shopkeeper cleared his throat. This is a Qiankuan bag. The standard buyback price is 50 contribution points. However, given the exquisite craftsmanship and minimal usage of your bag, I can offer you a generous price of 100 contribution points. What do you think? Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Shopkeeper, are you mistaken? This is a profound-grade artifact. Just look at this beautiful red-green agate embedded upon it. And the exterior is remarkably sturdy. How can you treat it as an ordinary Qin bag? 100 contribution points is utterly unacceptable. It should be at least 1,500. The shopkeeper chuckled. Dear guest, while the exterior of the Qin bag is indeed sturdy, its strength serves no purpose here. It is not a weapon. And as for its aesthetics, that only makes it a target for thieves. The capacity of your Qin bag is the same as an ordinary one. Hence it must be valued at the standard rate. How about this? I'll add 50 more points to my offer. Qin Yu retorted, you are a cunning merchant. Even more unscrupulous than I. Chapter 84, we won't sell it. Let's go. With the Qin bag in hand, Qin Yu tightened his black robe and turned to leave. Li Zhengdong and Xiaoxi hurried to catch up. Brother Yu, how about I just keep this Qin bag? Qin Yu shot Li Zhengdong a glance and replied authoritatively. I have purchased this Qin bag. He then transferred 2,000 contribution points to Li Zhengdong. As Qin Yu grasped the Qin bag, which felt as hard as stone, he mused to himself, there are no worthless magical artifacts, only cultivators who do not know how to utilize them. One day, I shall unlock the true value of this Qin bag. Brother Yu. Li Zhengdong was nearly moved to tears. Qin Yu replied, no need for thanks. I have recently developed a new elixir. You simply need to help me test it. Li Zhengdong's voice faltered. Recalling the previous ordeal of pain, itchiness, and turning to stone, he shivered in fear. Brother Yu, perhaps I should just use the Qin bag. It seems quite valuable now. Qin Yu responded, my elixir is not poison. Is your aversion truly necessary? Li Zhengdong replied, I would rather take a bit of poison than endure that elixir again. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. Qin Yu embraced the shoulders of two individuals and earnestly declared, rest assured, this time the elixir is concocted meticulously by me, step by step, according to the formula. There will be no issues whatsoever. Li Zhengdong interjected, Brother Yu, you said the same last time. Qin Yu replied, but did you not survive the last time? Have faith. You will certainly emerge unscathed this time as well. Xiaoxi's expression shifted suddenly. Brother Yu, I just remembered that I left soup simmering at home. I must take my leave. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoxi dashed out in haste. Li Zhengdong, in a state of panic, shouted, Xiaoxi, you ungrateful wretch. We agreed that you would cover for me to flee first. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. If Xiaoxi is left, so be it. I fear the potency of the elixir may be too overwhelming and could cause him serious harm. Tongzi, your presence is sufficient. I have not neglected you in our past tribulations. Li Zhengdong's complexion turned ashen. Qin Yu patted him reassuringly. Do not worry. Your thick layers of fat grant you formidable resistance to toxins. You will be perfectly fine. Come with me. Under Qin Yu's coercive persuasion, Li Zhengdong found himself reluctantly brought to Qin Yu's abode. After rummaging through various items, Qin Yu produced a black elixir. Tongzi, it's time to take your medicine. Li Zhengdong swallowed nervously. Brother Yu, before consuming the elixir, could you enlighten me on its effects? I wish to prepare myself mentally. Qin Yu responded, of course. After all, one ought to die with clarity. This elixir is my latest creation, the Swift Elixir. Upon ingestion, it will enhance speed and agility for a duration of 15 minutes. The formula does not indicate any side effects, so you can consume it without trepidation. Li Zhengdong, alarmed by this revelation, said, Brother Yu, you've only heightened my anxiety. How about you try it first? Qin Yu quickly waved his hands. That is out of the question. It is far too perilous. Li Zhengdong insisted. You can eat it without fear. I am here to safeguard you. Though there have been minor mishaps previously, have I not effortlessly resolved them all? With a resolute heart, Li Zhengdong closed his eyes and swallowed the elixir in one swift motion. As the elixir settled within him, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy converge towards his legs, propelling him into a run. Wow, such incredible speed! Li Zhengdong exclaimed as he burst forth from the cave, racing along the expansive path. The wind whipped past him, and he laughed heartily. This is exhilarating. It's so fast. He touched his face and examined his limbs, sensing no abnormalities throughout his body. At last, Brother Yu has successfully refined a proper elixir. Li Zhengdong rejoiced, grateful for having narrowly escaped calamity. He hurried to share this splendid news with Qin Yu. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Qin Yu gauged Li Zhengdong's velocity and was inwardly astonished. This speed is nearly on par with mine. Just days ago, Li Zhengdong had only recently broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Having ascended one level, Qin Yu had already grown accustomed to it. However, upon reaching the 2nd level, he found himself somewhat astonished. Before long, he spotted Li Zhengdong rushing towards him from another direction. In such a brief span of time, Li Zhengdong had circled a row of cave dwellings. Radiating joy, he exclaimed loudly to Qin Yu, Brother Yu, you've truly outdone yourself this time. With that, Li Zhongtong dashed past Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded to himself. Indeed, this batch of elixirs was remarkable. Not only had their efficacy significantly increased, but they also exhibited minimal side effects. At last, I have successfully concocted a proper elixir, he thought, laughing heartily to himself. A genius in alchemy is about to rise. However, as Li Zhongtong sprinted away, his smile gradually faltered. Oh no, why can't I stop? At that moment, he realized that his legs seemed beyond his control. They acted like water pumps, drawing all of his spiritual energy away, rendering any guidance futile. This is bad. At this rate, will I exhaust myself to death? As he spun around again, he shouted to Qin Yu, who stood at the entrance of the cave, Brother Yu. Whoosh. Li Zhongtong zipped past Qin Yu once more. I know you run fast, no need to show off. Qin Yu called out. Moments later, Li Zhongtong completed another lap. I whoosh. Qin Yu found it puzzling. Was it merely running a bit faster that warranted such ostentation? This is troubling. There can't be any issues, can there? Qin Yu hastily pursued Li Zhongtong, asking, What is going on? Brother Yu, I can't stop. Li Zhongtong replied, his voice tinged with desperation. You keep running. I'll find out how to resolve this situation. Qin Yu hurried back to the cave, retrieving the jade pendant to contact Li Zihao. Are you there? The pendant instantly received the message. Brother Qin, have you finally developed a new elixir? I have been eagerly awaiting this new concoction for 48 days. Pray tell, what astonishing effects does it possess? This time, it's the speed elixir. After consumption at the Qi refinement 4th layer, 1's speed can rival that of the Qi refinement 6th layer. However, its effects will undoubtedly diminish as levels increase, Qin Yu explained. Li Zihao's voice brimmed with excitement, a direct leap of 2 tiers in speed. Brother Qin, your alchemical skills continue to impress. Were it not for my obligation to heal the world and save the people, I would abandon this archaic 100 Physicians Hall and join your innovative Xuaniangong, living alongside you daily to study elixirs. Well, not everyone in Xuaniangong is innovative, Qin Yu replied. Brother Yu, do you have a solution? Li Zhongtong interjected. Whoosh. Qin Yu quickly responded, Li brother, I am in dire need of assistance. The efficacy of this elixir is remarkable. However, once consumed, one finds it nearly impossible to cease its effects. Impossible to cease? Li Zihao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Does that mean one can maintain such speed indefinitely? Qin Yu responded, but if one cannot stop, it could lead to exhaustion. What if one runs out of stamina and still cannot halt? Li Zihao, momentarily forgetting about stamina, quickly devised a solution. I have it. If you detach your companion's legs, surely you will be able to stop. Qin Yu retorted, are you speaking sensibly? Detaching legs would render one disabled. Li Zihao clarified, Brother Qin, you've misunderstood. Cultivators can regenerate limbs. Your sect must possess the means to do so. Qin Yu replied, but think of the resources required for such a feat. We are merely humble disciples of the Xiantian sect, the poorest of all. We lack the funds for limb regeneration. Li Zihao insisted, once one reaches the tribulation stage, one can regenerate limbs without the need for rare materials. Qin Yu countered, Brother, do you comprehend what being a humble disciple entails? Li Zhongtong interjected, Brother Yu, please think of a solution quickly. Qin Yu urged, hurry, we need a reasonable plan. This individual is on the brink. Li Zihao lamented. I have never encountered such a predicament. I cannot conjure a solution immediately. Qin Yu urged, then quickly pay respects to your master. At once. I beseech you, my master. I have made a mistake in my offerings. Moments later, Li Zihao relayed news. My master, in his younger days, traveled the world and acquired a formula for a toxic elixir from a demonic cultivator. This potion, known as the delaying elixir, can slow down a cultivator's speed. You might try it to see if it counteracts the effects. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The head of the 100 Medicines Hall was indeed reliable. Li Zhongtong panted, Brother Yu, listen closely. Prepare 3 red walk grass, a small piece of snake skin from the steppe snake, and a pair of mouse ears. Qin Yu quickly committed the recipe to memory, rushed out of the cave, and set off to procure the materials, only to see Li Zhongtong sprinting towards him, breathless. Brother Yu. Thud. Li Zhongtong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Qin Yu hurried over to assist him. What has happened? After a significant pause, Li Zhongtong replied. I am fine. Once the spiritual energy within me was exhausted, I naturally came to a stop. Once again, Qin Yu's communication talisman buzzed with Li Zihao's voice. Brother Qin, try this method first. If it fails, we shall consult the elder. Qin Yu responded, it is resolved. How was it resolved? Once my spiritual energy was depleted, I naturally stopped. Brotherly, I am grateful for your assistance. I shall not impose further. You should rest now. Rest? In the transmission of the jade pendant, 2 voices, one old and one young, resonated. Only those who were of no use to the realm of cultivation would dare to rest. In this perilous time, With illness lurking and the health of patients hanging by a thread, it is precisely the moment when a medical prodigy like myself must shoulder the heavy burden. How could I possibly take a break? Qin Yu, feeling relieved, put away the jade pendant and assisted Li Zhongtong into the cave dwelling. You should rest for a while. I will step out to procure some supplies. Suddenly, Li Zhongtong's expression changed dramatically. Oh no, brother Yu, I must run again. He dashed out, coming to an abrupt halt at the entrance of the cave, resembling a dog in a less than graceful position before finally pausing. Qin Yu hurried over. What happened? He lifted Li Zhongtong once more. Gasping for breath, Li Zhongtong exclaimed, Brother Yu, as long as there is even a trace of spiritual energy in my meridians, I will uncontrollably take off running. Then do not absorb any more spiritual energy. I shall prepare an antidote for you. I can't help it, brother Yu, Li Zhongtong lamented. The spiritual energy in the air is so dense that even if I don't actively absorb it, I can feel the urge rising again. Li Zhongtong's legs twitched again, and he collapsed to the ground. Brother Yu, the spiritual energy in the air will uncontrollably seep into my meridians. Even a tiny bit is too much for me to bear. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu said, I have a solution. Wait here while I fetch a tool. Before long, Qin Yu emerged holding a rope. If I hang you from a tree, you won't be able to run away. Shortly thereafter, Li Zhongtong was suspended from a tree in Qin Yu's courtyard, his legs kicking intermittently. Qin Yu quickly procured the necessary medicinal materials and prepared to refine a pill. As Li Zhongtong flailed his legs, he pleaded, Hurry up, brother Yu. My arms feel so sore. Make smaller movements. The dirt from your shoes is falling onto my face. Qin Yu retorted, I can't control it. To move faster, I have to take longer strides. With little time for further discussion, Qin Yu tossed various herbs into the alchemical furnace. As his spiritual power grew, his ability to control the herbs became increasingly refined, significantly improving the success rate of his elixirs. Despite having never encountered the slowdown pill before, Qin Yu successfully refined one after only 5 attempts. Here, try this antidote. Qin Yu lifted the slowdown pill with his spiritual energy. Li Zhongtong opened his mouth to take it in, but his expression contorted immediately, and he spat it out. Qin Yu was taken aback. What happened? Li Zhongtong exclaimed, It's burning hot. Qin Yu quickly retrieved the pill, rinsed it with water, and offered it to Li Zhongtong again. After swallowing, Li Zhongtong's previously restless legs instantly fell still. The medicine worked remarkably well, yielding immediate results. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Tongzi, how are you feeling? He asked Li Zhongtong. Why are you not speaking? Are you all right, Tongzi? Qin Yu hurriedly untied the ropes and lowered Li Zhongtong, only to find him completely stiff and motionless. This is bad. The drug's effect is too strong. You have misled me, master of the 100 physicians. Chapter 86. Qin Yu quickly retrieved 2 speed pills, having previously concocted 3 in total. The speed pill and the slowing pill should counteract each other. With the slowing pill's effects being too potent, consuming a speed pill should alleviate it. He dissolved 1 speed pill into liquid and poured it into Li Zhongtong's mouth. Moments later, Li Zhongtong's rigid body stirred slightly. Seeing him move, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. He felt no particular concern regarding this incident, as he had encountered far more perilous situations before. The 2 speed pills were a perfect counterbalance to 1 slowing pill, creating a peculiar combination. Qin Yu speculated that the slowing pill was akin to the strengthening pill. While the latter could turn one to stone, the former acted directly in a different manner. Though both had overwhelming effects, such potent elixirs could not maintain their influence indefinitely, and once the effects wore off, recovery would be natural. Qin Yu inquired, Do you feel any unusual sensations in your body now? Li Zhongtong, having absorbed some spiritual energy, checked himself once more and replied with relief, Brother Yu, I am fine now. Qin Yu scrutinized Li Zhongtong and asked, Do you feel any areas of comfort? For instance, do you feel lighter? Try running a couple of steps to see if your speed has improved. Li Zhongtong moved his body slightly, shaking his head in confusion. No, it feels no different from before. Qin Yu found this somewhat strange. Could it be that the effects of his hard-earned talents had diminished? Was it merely a case of losing without any gain? Unable to comprehend the situation, he waved his hand dismissively. You should return to rest for now. I will transfer 500 contribution points to you so you can purchase some good items to recuperate. Li Zhongtong hurriedly waved his hand. No need, brother Yu. You've already given me plenty of contribution points. Qin Yu clarified, You misunderstand. This 500 contribution points is to ensure you recover swiftly and can proceed with the next pill experiment sooner. As Li Zhongtong exited the cave, he gazed at the considerable amount of contribution points within his identity token, feeling a sense of melancholy. Why did it always seem like these contribution points were earned through the sale of his own well-being? After Li Zhongtong departed, Qin Yu produced a large quantity of spiritual herbs and began his fervent alchemical work. After a night's labor, He arranged 13 speed pills and 13 slowing pills upon the table. He then retrieved an ample supply of strengthening pills, chi pills, and body refining pills from his bag, totaling over 100 elixirs. This quantity was barely sufficient. After collecting all the elixirs into the Qin Yu bag, Qin Yu once again sought out the two guardians. Heng and Ha. The trio soon found a secluded corner, where Qin Yu donned a black cloak and allowed the illusionary dream hound to obscure his face with a digital mosaic. Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji consumed a strength-enhancing pill, transforming into formidable gorillas. The three of them then swaggered back to their previous vending spot. Their appearance instantly captivated a multitude of onlookers. After all, the mysterious organization had become the most discussed topic outside the Xintian sect, and as the only representatives of this enigmatic group, Qin Yu and his companions had undeniably become the talk of the town, akin to the most notable figures and charismatic apes. Indeed, even a dark reputation holds its allure. Every gesture they made drew the gaze of countless spectators. Qin Yu felt fortunate that the realm of cultivation did not employ techniques of lethal gazes, for otherwise he would have perished innumerable times. However, the malicious stares predominantly emanated from those who had previously lost everything in the last lottery. Yet, there were many in the crowd genuinely intrigued by the mysterious organization. After all, those who had spent 2,000 contribution points to acquire 10 Xintian tokens had reaped substantial rewards. This was, in essence, a form of benefit bestowed by the organization upon the masses, though the majority had failed to recognize it at the time. Now, many regretted not borrowing or pooling resources to purchase those tokens, pondering why they had not seized the opportunity. With such a high return rate, even high-interest loans would have proven profitable. Consequently, the reputation of the mysterious organization within the sect was met with mixed reviews. The current surge of interest in Qin Yu stemmed from a desire to discover if another opportunity for wealth awaited them. Upon reaching their former position, Qin Yu displayed hundreds of small vials at the stall and then produced a small circle woven from willow branches. "What are you planning to do?" someone inquired. Stepping forward, Qin Yu smiled and announced, "Dear friends, our organization has returned to offer you all some benefits. Today is New Year's Eve, and our leader has specially purchased a substantial quantity of elixirs at a high price to gift to all of you. Inside these small vials is a note indicating the type of elixir contained within, whether it enhances strength, accelerates cultivation speed, boosts physical resilience, or increases mobility. You may use this circle I hold to toss at the vials from outside this line. Once you land a vial, we will provide you with the corresponding elixir noted within. However, due to the large quantity of elixirs, they will only be available for collection tomorrow evening. You may hold on to the vial and return here at sunset to claim your elixir." A murmur of skepticism rippled through the crowd. Upon hearing that the elixirs would not be available until the following evening, they were quick to suspect foul play. They believed that after spending their money to toss at these ceramic vials, they would undoubtedly find no one there to exchange for the elixirs the next day. "Do you think we are fools, falling for such a crude trick?" "Only a fool would hesitate." Someone inquired, "How much does it cost to join the circle?" Qin Yu replied, "Since this is a benefit for everyone, it will certainly be free, but each individual is allowed only one opportunity." "Free? How delightful." The crowd erupted in excitement. Potions that enhance strength, speed of cultivation, physical fortitude, and agility, aren't those the strength potion, chi refinement potion, body refinement potion, and speed potion? The least expensive of these requires at least 5 contribution points to acquire. This time, the mysterious organization is genuinely offering benefits. If it required 1 contribution point, I might consider it, but since it's free, why hesitate, my friends? Ha ha ha, such a wonderful benefit. Only a fool would not seize the opportunity. Quickly, quickly. Grant me a chance to join the circle. I wish to try it. Qin Yu raised his hand to signal for silence, for the potions were limited. And our organization is committed to ensuring that every family member receives their benefit. Therefore, those who participated in the last event are temporarily excluded from this activity. As everyone has already received benefits last time, we hope you will leave this opportunity for those who have never enjoyed such rewards. We appreciate your understanding. Upon hearing this, many began to complain. Why can't we participate? Last time was hardly a benefit. I spent all my contribution points and didn't win anything. Qin Yu silently thought to himself, "It is precisely because you have been drained that you are excluded from participation. Furthermore, it seems the previous lesson was insufficient. Do they not understand that something free can be the most valuable? Clearly, I, Qin, must provide another lesson." Those who had participated in the previous event voiced their grievances, while those who had not were staunchly supportive. "It should be this way. The mysterious organization is truly considerate. You all participated last time. Now it is our turn." Indeed, it cannot be that all the benefits are monopolized by you. One should not be so selfish. While the crowd was embroiled in argument, Senior Brother Gao had already approached Qin Yu. The foolish continued to bicker while the wise had begun to register. Hello, I wish to sign up. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting chaotically in a rush. Chapter 87. So many people. What is happening here? A voice, both familiar and somewhat strange, yet tinged with warmth and nostalgia, echoed. Its volume drew the attention of many. As they turned to locate the source of the sound, astonishment spread across their faces, and they began to calculate in their minds. The previously chaotic scene of frenzied queuing suddenly became silent. In October, November, December, and January, a mere span of 4 months had passed. Ha ha ha, Kong Tianjiao, you still have 2 months before you can emerge. I shall report you at once. A voice cried out. Sprinting toward the entrance of the enforcement team, the others surged toward the disciples of the Beast Master Peak, surrounding them completely. Brothers, do not let this group from the Beast Master Peak escape. You audacious individuals have openly defied Elder Lu's orders, emerging 2 months prematurely from your chambers, brazenly challenging the sect's regulations. You must all be expelled from the sect. Ha ha ha, you have delivered yourselves right into our hands. Everyone was exhilarated, finally seizing the opportunity. Observing the emptiness before his stall, with even the usually rational senior brother Gao rushing over, Qin Yu realized he had underestimated the influence of those from the Beast Master Peak. In their quest for revenge, they had even forsaken free benefits. Such influence truly left Qin Yu in awe. Nevertheless, Qin Yu's excitement was no less than that of the others. In his eyes, these were not merely disciples of the Beast Master Peak. They were akin to bulging little purses. After 4 months of confinement, each had accumulated at least 120 contribution points. If he did not seize this opportunity, Qin Yu would be unable to find peace. Crucially, he felt no guilt in exploiting the Beast Master Peak's members. Moreover, he could garner the friendship of others from the outer sect. There could be no more fitting target. In a brief moment, the enforcement team burst forth, brandishing their implements with the fervor of high school students fearing they might miss a meal. As they passed Qin Yu's stall, he faintly overheard someone directing the weaker members to the front, ensuring no one struck too hard, lest they knock them unconscious and grant them an undue advantage. Understood, understood. I am the weakest. I shall stand at the front. Get aside, you are the strongest. Surrounded, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak remained unperturbed. Kong Tianjiao even crossed his arms, defiantly gazing at the crowd, exuding an air of arrogance as if daring them to act. Only when the enforcement team charged forward with great fervor did Kong Tianjiao leisurely produce a token, smiling at the gathered crowd as he proclaimed, "Today is a festive day. Our Peak Master has granted us 2 days off. Do any of you have objections?" Then, with further arrogance, he added, "I relish seeing you all unable to stand me yet powerless to act. Alas, what a futile effort." The crowd gritted their teeth in frustration, and the enforcement team could only retreat in embarrassment. I thought the heavens had finally opened their eyes, but it turns out the elders were blind. One must not speak carelessly. Initially, I had hoped to enjoy a pleasant year, yet encountering them here has indeed been an omen. Fortunately, a mysterious organization has come to my aid, soothing my wounded heart. But where are the members of this enigmatic group? Upon witnessing the collective sighs and shakes of the head from the crowd, Qin Yu understood it was time for him to take action. What is this mysterious organization? I shall oversee matters within the jurisdiction of the enforcement team, and even those beyond its reach. This is the essence of the most righteous mysterious organization. Greetings. Kong Tianjiao of Beastmaster Peak. Qin Yu approached and spoke. Kong Tianjiao, gazing at the figure clad in black robes, furrowed his brow. Why does he seem rather dubious? Do we know each other? Qin Yu replied with a smile, "We are not acquainted, but I am familiar with several inner disciples of your Beastmaster Peak. And I have even met your Peak Master. At that time, your Peak Master visited my territory to discuss matters." Kong Tianjiao scoffed. "Do you think I would believe such a thing from a cloaked figure?" Qin Yu, unfazed, responded, "You have been in seclusion for the past few months. It is only natural that you have not heard of our organization as Reputation. You may inquire about it later." After saying this, Qin Yu turned and returned to his stall. To lure the big fish, one must master the art of feigned disinterest. Just as Qin Yu sat down, a long queue formed in front of him, and some even quarreled for prime positions. The members of Beastmaster Peak approached out of curiosity. "What are you doing?" Qin Yu explained the game and its rules to them. "Free of charge. Take what you can get. Such a good fortune exists." Qin Yu chuckled. Who would dare deceive anyone in front of the enforcement team? After a moment of silence, Kong Tianjiao set aside his arrogant demeanor and revealed a friendly smile. "I just heard you mention knowing our inner disciples. The fish is about to be hooked." The corners of Qin Yu's mouth lifted as he replied, "I know a few. 2 of them are quite skilled." Kong Tianjiao's eyes brightened, and he seized the opportunity. "Since you were so well connected with our Beastmaster Peak, why not give all these slots to us? We have over 100 people. And since it is a gift, who better to receive it than us?" Qin Yu lowered his head, feigning contemplation. "Hey, Kong Tianjiao, do not go too far. Someone in the queue called out loudly. Kong Tianjia retorted, "What is excessive about this? This brother can give to whomever he pleases, if he can gift you. Why not us?" In truth, Kong Tianju did not care much for a single pill. His motives were primarily for the sake of his younger brothers. Following several previous incidents, many within Beastmaster Peak had begun to harbor dissatisfaction toward Kong Tianjiao. Although they dared not express it openly, many were discussing it privately. Thus, Kong Tianjiao took the initiative to bestow benefits upon the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak in order to maintain his superior's absolute authority. To whom he bestows such favors is entirely his prerogative. Why do you all raise such an uproar? The crowd from the Beastmaster Peak unanimously echoed this sentiment. Enough of the noise. Qin Yu stood up and, after a moment's hesitation, declared, "I still have some collaborations with the Beastmaster Peak in the coming year. Consider this a token of our meeting. Although this may be somewhat irregular, I trust my superior will not hold it against me." Qin Yu bowed to the gathered assembly. "Today, this place is entirely reserved for the Beastmaster Peak. Family members, please take your leave." How despicable. I have long asserted that this mysterious organization is no force for good, yet you all refuse to believe me. Now you see the truth. Mysterious organization. Having chosen the Beastmaster Peak, we shall remain eternal adversaries. Let us depart. Under the mocking gazes of the outer disciples of the Beastmaster Peak, the crowd left. Grumbling and cursing, Qin Yu sighed softly, thinking to himself, "Soon, you will all realize the magnitude of my greatness. Disciples of the Beastmaster Peak. This year shall undoubtedly be one you remember for a lifetime." Chapter 88. Come. Everyone, line up. Qin Yu urged the members of the Beastmaster Peak to commence. Naturally, Kong Tianju led the way. Standing outside the designated line, one could begin tossing the rings. Qin Yu handed the ring to Kong Tianjiao. It was large and round, positioned closely to the small porcelain vase, seemingly to ensure that no one would fail to ring it. Kong Tianjiao stepped outside the line, casually tossed the ring without even glancing, and it perfectly landed on the porcelain vase furthest from him. Success. The disciples of the Beastmaster Peak erupted in applause. Qin Yu also congratulated him. "Congratulations, Little Kong." Qin Yu referred to Kong Tianjiao as Little Kong, and rather than feeling offended, Kong Tianjiao felt a sense of pride. This figure in the black cloak had conversed with their peak master, and was personally sought out by him, indicating that this person was indeed extraordinary. A person of such capability could call me anything, and I would gladly accept. Initially, Kong Tianjiao worried that his lack of decorum might offend this individual. But upon hearing such a familiar address, he grew somewhat bolder. "This game is quite simple," Kong Tianjiao said with a proud smile. "A casual toss will surely hit." Qin Yu chuckled. "Of course, if one were to miss, how could it still be considered a benefit? Cultivators possess control over their power that far surpasses ordinary individuals. Engaging in such a game is akin to a university student performing elementary arithmetic, an impossibility to fail." Qin Yu picked up the porcelain vase that Kong Tianjiao had just successfully ringed, extracting a slip of paper from within. The note read, "A pill for enhancing strength. Congratulations. You have obtained one strength-enhancing pill. Please bring this note here tomorrow at sunset to redeem your pill." Qin Yu handed over the note and stored the porcelain vase in his cosmic bag. Originally, he intended to hand over the small porcelain bottle and the note to whoever was ensnared. However, the other party hailed from the Beastmaster Peak, and Qin Yu was not about to grant them any opportunity to gain an advantage. Kong Tianjiao took the note, sighing that it was merely a strengthening pill. If only it were a qi refinement pill. "This elixir is not just a strengthening pill," Qin Yu interjected, asserting that the strengthening pill pales in comparison to this particular concoction. Kong Tianjiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be a mutagen pill worth 30 contribution points? Or perhaps a frenzy pill valued at 50 contribution points? Qin Yu waved dismissively, deeming those pills utterly inferior. "The elixir I am offering you can augment your strength by at least threefold." Threefold? Such potency? The crowd from the Beastmaster Peak exclaimed in unison. It is crucial to note that this enhancement is permanent, and that is of utmost importance. Permanent effects? Is there truly such a formidable elixir? Kong Tianjiao inquired. Unable to fathom it, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, countering, "Do you believe I would deceive you? Or do you presume that our vast organization would resort to trifling strengthening pills to dupe you?" A chill ran through Kong Tianjiao's heart, and he quickly bowed his head, acknowledging his error. "Senior brother, I did not mean it that way. It is merely that my experience is limited, and I have not encountered such a powerful elixir before. I do not blame your lack of experience, as you are indeed quite weak. Come tomorrow, once I present you with the elixir. You shall have the opportunity to ascertain its efficacy." Yes. Kong Tianjiao eagerly nodded in agreement. Qin Yu remarked, "I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor." Kong Tianjiao forced himself to lift his chin. Qin Yu addressed the assembly from the Beastmaster Peak, stating, "The batch of elixirs we possess is the latest creation of an extraordinary alchemist, and it has yet to be named, hence the note's wording. Were it not for our leader's close relationship with this remarkable alchemist, it would be impossible for our organization to procure such a substantial quantity of elixirs. The reason we cannot provide you with the elixirs immediately today is that this alchemist is currently working overtime to produce them. Upon hearing Qin Yu's explanation, Kong Tianjiao grasped the intent of the mysterious organization. They intended to market these new elixirs, and this event, wherein they offered the elixirs for trial, was designed to bolster their recognition and facilitate future market entry. With this understanding, Kong Tianjiao's doubts vanished entirely. Previously, he had harbored concerns regarding the elixir's authenticity, contemplating whether to administer one to the earth-shaking dragon elephant. After all, such potent elixirs given without apparent motive were not something to be consumed casually. With numerous enemies, caution was imperative. However, now that he comprehended the intentions of the figure in the black robe, Kong Tianjiao felt reassured. Given the high potency of these elixirs, their production would certainly be limited, and once released, they would be subject to frenzied demand, rendering them invaluable in the marketplace. Such a remarkable elixir. He could scarcely bear to offer it to the earth-shattering dragon elephant. Well then, next, after the passage of an hour, all the individuals from the Beast Master Peak received their slips of paper. Congratulations to everyone. Do remember to return here to claim your rewards at sunset tomorrow. For tardiness will not be tolerated. Understood. Rest assured, senior brother, we would never dare forget your admonitions. Kong Tianjiao, with the most rebellious expression, uttered the most obedient words. Farewell, and may everyone enjoy a splendid new year. Qin Yu waved his hand and vanished into the crowd alongside Li Zhengtong and Xiaoxi. Upon returning to Qin Yu's abode, Li Zhengtong leapt up with exuberance. Ha ha ha, look at those people from the Beast Master Peak, so delighted. Completely unaware they have been duped by Brother Yu, thinking they VE gained a significant advantage. Once they consume the elixir, their fortunes shall turn dire. Just one of those peculiar concoctions Brother Yu has crafted can spell trouble for them. Li Zhengtong's voice grew increasingly subdued as he suddenly realized a grim truth. No matter how unfortunate those from the Beastmaster Peak may be, they are merely consuming one type of elixir. Yet he has ingested all the elixirs, experiencing a myriad of side effects. It turns out I am the truly unfortunate one. Qin Yu hastened to offer solace. At last, you have come to this realization. Li Zhengtong replied, It's New Year's Day, let us be a bit more cheerful. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong on the shoulder, reminding him that those from the Beastmaster Peak must pay to alleviate their side effects, while he not only incurs no expenses but actually stands to profit. Compared to them, you are far more fortunate. It's merely a bit of physical strain. What is so dreadful about being poor? The image of being hung from a tree, struggling with his legs, flashed in Li Zhengtong's mind, and he thought that sometimes being a little impoverished can be rather good. All right, let us hurry back, take a bath, and change our clothes. It seems there's a talent show today. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves. Today, I, Qin, shall cover all your expenses. All right, Brother Yu. Upon hearing this, both Li Zhengtong and Xiaoxi perked up. Soon, the trio arrived at the bustling central square. What performances are taking place today? Qin Yu inquired of the keenly observant Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi glanced at the time and responded, The eastern stage should feature the dance troupe from the Guanghan sect. In half an hour, the Wangtai sect and Wanya Valley will showcase their artistic blacksmithing and alchemy in the western and southern squares respectively. An hour later, the Yihuan sect will present their singing and dancing arts in the northern square. Yihuan sect? Qin Yu frowned and remarked, in broad daylight. What sort of spectacle is this? It is utterly absurd. Brother Yu, why are you heading north? Qin Yu replied, I must critique such indecent performances. But they don't start until an hour later. Qin Yu asserted, let us secure a front row seat. I, Qin, must be in the first row to deliver a thorough critique. Chapter 89. Huh? Is that all? Qin Yu gazed at the performance on stage, resting his chin on his hand, utterly bored. Nurtured by spiritual energy, cultivators often possess strikingly handsome features, with the female disciples of the Huan sect shining as the most exceptional among them. However, having experienced the era of the internet in his previous life, Qin Yu had long since grown weary of such commonplace performances. Although the stage was filled with beautiful women, the display was entirely different from what he had envisioned. No wonder they could perform publicly in front of a large audience. How could this even be called the Huan sect? Suppressing his urge to voice his thoughts, Qin Yu turned to Li Zhengtong and Xiaoxi, saying, You two stay here and watch. I'm off to explore elsewhere. Xiaoxi, puzzled, exclaimed, Brother Yu, don't go. This performance is so captivating. Waving his hand dismissively, Qin Yu replied, As a gentleman, I find no interest in such displays. I just heard that a senior sister from the inner sect is teaching about alchemy over there. I should go learn a thing or two and strive to concoct more potent elixirs soon. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong, who was engrossed in the Huan sect's splendid performance, suddenly shivered. Brother Yu, He urged anxiously, "You work so hard all the time. During the new year, you should take a break." Qin Yu waved his hand, declaring earnestly, "Rest? Only those who are of no use in the cultivation world need to rest." Ugh, the rhetoric from the 100 Medical Hall is truly enchanting. After composing himself, he continued gravely, "When a senior sister from the inner sect is available to teach, such an opportunity is rare and must be cherished. Moreover, this lesson is specifically tailored for newcomers like me, who have entered the door but are unsure how to advance. After attending this class, my alchemical skills will surely improve significantly." With newfound confidence, Qin Yu prepared to leave, seeing that his attempts to dissuade him were futile. Li Zhengdong wisely fell silent and resumed enjoying the visually pleasing performance on stage. Rather than worrying about future hardships, he chose to savor the beauty of the present moment. Xiaoji was inspired by Qin Yu's diligent spirit. "No wonder, brother Yu, you've already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, while I've just barely broken through to the 3rd layer. It seems I haven't been working hard enough. I won't watch this program any longer. I'm going back to cultivate right now," Xiaoji declared. Qin Yu commended him. "Your awareness is quite commendable." With renewed determination, Xiaoji proclaimed, "In the new year, I will certainly strive to improve. Tongge, why don't you join us? After all, this dance is nearing its end. What remains are merely tedious demonstrations and detailed introductions of the Hundred sect's dual cultivation techniques. After each sect performs, they typically showcase their own techniques and highlight their advantages. This serves to enhance their sect's prominence and to entice exceptional disciples from the Xiantian sect to join them. The Xiantian sect does not oppose such actions, after all. Each person has their own aspirations. If someone discovers that another sect suits them better, their sect will offer support, as long as the inner disciples are not disturbed. Everything is negotiable. Seeing that his two companions were about to leave, Li Zhengtong had no choice but to rise. "Very well. Brother Yu, let us depart." "Brother Yu?" Xiaoji glanced around but could not locate Qin Yu. Turning back, he discovered Qin Yu sitting upright in his original spot, eagerly watching the performance on stage. "Brother Yu, we should be on our way." Qin Yu responded, "Leave? Where to? Were you not intending to listen to the inner sect sister's lecture on alchemy?" Qin Yu elaborated. "Alchemy can be learned at any time. Though such opportunities are rare, they will present themselves again. It is the new year, a time for relaxation. There is no need for such fervor. A balance of work and rest is the true path of cultivation." Simultaneously, Qin Yu mused inwardly in these declining times. "With the erosion of human integrity, I must take a stand against such debauchery." Xiaoji exclaimed, "Huh? That is not what you just said." Feeling disoriented, he hurriedly glanced at Li Zhengtong, seeking some sense of reality. However, he found Li Zhengtong had, unbeknownst to him, already settled down, thoroughly engrossed in the performance on the platform. A chill ran through Xiaoji as he began to question his existence. "Oh no, I must be trapped in an illusion. Am I witnessing a mirage or reality? If it is an illusion, what should I do now? If it is reality, who was influencing me moments ago? Have I crossed someone recently? But I have not committed any wrongdoings. The only mischief I engaged in was following Brother Yu around. Yet, I am merely a follower. If there were retaliation, it would surely target Brother Yu first. Wait a moment." Xiaoji's eyes widened in terror, a cold sweat enveloping his back. "Perhaps they have already targeted Brother Yu, and all that I see is merely what they wish for me to perceive. What to do? I should have advised Brother Yu to refrain from engaging in such mischief." Xiaoji stared vacantly at the splendid dance on stage, devoid of any appreciation for its beauty. Soon, as the music ceased, the female disciples of the Hundred sect gracefully retreated behind the silver screen. The host stepped forward with a smile. "Did you find the lady's performance captivating?" "Indeed, splendid." The host continued. "Would you like to see more?" "Yes." The host added, "If you wish to see more, join us at the Hundred sect, and you may enjoy it every day." Qin Yu interjected, "Goodness, they've even come to recruit from within." The host chuckled. Easing the tension, "Next, our ladies will provide a detailed introduction to the dual cultivation techniques of the Hundred sect. We hope you will enjoy it." Qin Yu's spirit was stirred, and his eyes widened. Soon, two stunningly beautiful women glided out from behind the silver curtain, stepping gracefully. The two ladies began their dual cultivation. Sitting face to face at the center of the stage, their palms aligned as they initiated their techniques. Meanwhile, the host elaborated on the dual cultivation method of our Hundred sect, explaining how it allows spiritual energy to flow continuously between the two practitioners, thus accelerating the refinement of energy and enhancing the cultivation speed, achieving an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yu was left in a daze. So, dual cultivation truly involves two individuals practicing together? Indeed. Li Zhengtong nodded in affirmation. Isn't it supposed to involve the absorption of yin and yang? Qin Yu inquired. Brother Yu, what you refer to pertains to demonic cultivation. Our Hundred sect is a legitimate and righteous sect. How could it possibly possess such techniques? Qin Yu conceded that he would need to visit the scripture repository in a few days to brush up on his knowledge of cultivation, lest he find himself in such embarrassing situations again. Once the explanation concluded, everyone began to make their way to the next performance venue. Let us go. Qin Yu stood up, only to suddenly notice Xiao Ji sitting rigidly, motionless. What's wrong? Are you all right? Did brother Yu just speak to me? That person controlling the illusion is using brother Yu's voice to communicate with me. Xiao Ji mustered the courage to say, You'd best let me go. Do not force me to beg. Qin Yu responded with confusion. Chapter 90. After patient explanations from Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, Xiao Ji finally grasped that what he was witnessing was indeed reality. What is the next program? Qin Yu inquired. It seems the next event is a free clinic hosted by the physicians of the 100 Doctors Hall, inviting those who are ill or believe themselves to be unwell to seek treatment. Is there anything else? Qin Yu asked. No, after this, there will be an evening fireworks display and performances by our senior brothers and sisters. Glancing at the time, Qin Yu suggested, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. Now that we have some funds, we should indulge in the culinary delights there. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Qin Yu, in a display of extravagance, chose a private room. Opening the menu, he directed the waiter, I would like the Golden Mountain black chicken stewed with Snow Mountain white mushrooms. I'm afraid that dish can only be ordered by those at the mid-foundation stage or higher. Otherwise, the energy contained in the ingredients could cause irreversible damage to one's meridians. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and retorted, Do you truly believe we have not reached the mid-foundation stage? Not at all. The waiter hastily replied, It is merely a regulation of the sect that I must remind patrons when ordering. If there are no issues, shall I proceed with this dish? Wait a moment. Qin Yu waved his hand. Are ordinary foods that can be handled by those at the mid-foundation stage truly worthy of my status? The waiter responded, Please take your time selecting. If the esteemed guests do not require reminders, I will refrain from further commentary. That simply won't do. If you do not remind us, it could lead to dire consequences. Qin Yu cleared his throat and stated with utmost conviction, Since this is a rule of the sect, we cannot easily contravene it. We do not wish to place you in a difficult position, so please continue to offer your reminders. Tongzi, please take a look at the menu and choose some dishes worthy of our status. Li Zhengtong, hailing from a family of cultivators, surely possesses some understanding of the spiritual beasts of the cultivation world, knowing which dishes are suitable and which are not. As he held the menu, which felt as burdensome as a hot potato, Li Zhengtong was overwhelmed. He needed to select a dish that was appropriate for the Qi refinement stage. Should he err in his choice, he would be ridiculed by the staff. Furrowing his brow, Li Zhengtong flipped through the menu repeatedly. What is the purple spirit snake? And what about the thundercloud tiger king? What on earth is the heaven-devouring inkcloud ginseng? He was unfamiliar with all the ingredients listed. Given their exorbitant prices, they were certainly not suitable for someone at the Qi refinement stage. After flipping through several more pages, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is it. Gradually closing the menu, Li Zhengtong leaned back in his chair, exuding an aura of confidence. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. Had he finally found something? Li Zhengtong confidently declared, Let us order 3 portions of rice and 1 serving of caramelized sweet potatoes. Qin Yu, server, these 2 dishes are accessible to everyone. There is no need for your reminders. Qin Yu took the menu and placed it before the server. Please recommend a few dishes for us. The server inquired, What quality of food would you prefer? Do not misunderstand. We of the Qi refinement stage have grown weary of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. We have come specifically to reminisce about the taste of ordinary ingredients. This is a meal of nostalgia. The server stifled a laugh and flipped to the last page of the menu. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised potatoes with pork are common dishes for cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. The 3 of them frowned. Are you mocking us? If we are to eat such fare, we might as well dine downstairs for free. Why waste money here? You misunderstand. The server hurriedly explained, the paid dishes of scrambled eggs with tomatoes contain real eggs, while the braised potatoes with pork feature actual braised meat, which are distinct from the complimentary offerings. Furthermore, the eggs are not ordinary ones, but rather spirit eggs laid by sect-raised spirit hens. And the pork is not from regular pigs, but from spirit pigs cultivated by the sect. Qin Yu asked, Are the free dishes and the paid dishes prepared together, with the tomatoes and potatoes being the free items, and the remaining ingredients constituting the paid dishes? Server, indeed. Then we shall have 1 portion of each of these 2 dishes. As Qin Yu gazed at the menu, he said, Please bring us a fragrant beggar's chicken leg, spicy stir-fried chicken gizzards, charcoal grilled chicken hearts, and braised chicken necks. Certainly, please wait a moment. Your dishes will be served shortly, replied the waiter as he exited the room. Muttering under his breath, Isn't that just Qin Yu, the one who embarrassed the Prime Minister's son? We're all in this together. Why the pretense? Although his voice was low, The keen hearing of cultivators ensured that Qin Yu caught every word. He stiffened in his seat, realizing he had been recognized by an acquaintance while trying to maintain his facade. Before long, a feast of colorful and aromatic dishes graced the table. The three of them indulged heartily, their mouths glistening with grease. What a delight! It has been ages since I've savored such delectable food, Li Zhengdong mumbled, his mouth overflowing. Qin Yu swallowed the morsel of chicken and could not help but think that there is indeed a distinction between complimentary and paid meals. Once they had their fill and quenched their thirst, the sky outside had darkened. Firecrackers erupted and fireworks bloomed in the night. A group of cultivators soared through the skies on their swords, attempting to evade the dazzling displays. Clad in flammable paper, they risked incineration from stray sparks. The one who could endure the longest amidst the fireworks would emerge victorious, a customary event of the spring festival. This led to sporadic bursts of flame illuminating the sky, accompanied by screams as they plummeted, resembling meteors heralding the apocalypse, even more captivating than the fireworks themselves, creating a unique spectacle for the New Year's Eve. Below, a rowdy crowd engaged in mischief, launching fireworks at the airborne cultivators, reveling in their amusement. In the midst of this jubilant celebration, Elder Wang Ingjun stealthily approached a cliffside, casting his gaze into the depths of the canyon before leaping down. Upon reaching the valley floor, he pushed aside the verdant foliage on the rock face and gently placed his hand upon it. The rock surface rippled, and a formation dissipated, revealing a dark cavern. A smile crept upon Elder Wang Ingjun's lips as he hastened inside. Once he entered the cave, the walls twisted, reverting the entrance to its original rocky appearance. The initial passage was narrow, barely allowing a single person to traverse. Clear signs of human excavation adorned the rock walls, and the absence of moss indicated that this cavern was relatively new. After walking for over 100 paces, a vast grotto emerged. The interior was dim and damp, droplets of water cascading from above, pooling into a large puddle below. Elder Wang Ingjun conjured a flame in his hand, igniting a row of torches along the walls, illuminating the shadowy cavern. As the light penetrated the darkness, an unknown creature in the water opened its shadowy eyes. Elder Wang Ingjun retrieved a still warm heart from his storage bag, blood trickling from his fingertips into the water. Splash! The surface of the water stirred, and an enormous creature emerged. Hee, my little darling, you must grow quickly. My bright future depends on you. Elder Wang Ingjun's voice echoed through the cavern, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Chapter 91. New Year's Eve, a scene of extraordinary revelry. On this day, ordinary people must keep vigil, not to mention the spirited cultivators among them. Throughout the night, fireworks illuminated the sky, shouts of joy filled the air, and no one engaged in cultivation. This is also the reason why Qin Yu chose to wait until tomorrow to present the elixirs to the disciples of the beast-taming peak. If he were to hand them out today, although most would refrain from consuming them tonight, there was always the risk that a few curious souls might partake, inadvertently exposing the elixir's issues and jeopardizing Qin Yu's plans. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Xiantian sect grants its disciples a few days of leisure. They may venture into the mortal towns for some enjoyment or take the opportunity to visit their families. However, none of the disciples from the beast-taming peak chose to leave. They all remained dutifully within the sect, knowing they would soon enter confinement again. In the evening, Qin Yu, draped in a black cloak, arrived at the entrance of the law enforcement team, accompanied by 2 large gorillas. The disciples of the beast-taming peak had long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing him, Kong Tianjiao hurriedly approached. "Senior brother, you are here." Qin Yu nodded and retorted, "Is that even a question? Are you blind?" Kong Tianjiao replied, "Did you bring the little notes?" "Yes," he replied, forcing a smile. "Then line up properly and come to receive your elixirs." All right. The disciples of the beast-taming peak cheered as they rushed over. Before distributing the elixirs, Qin Yu emphasized a few points. He held up 3 fingers. "First, these elixirs are a gift for you. You do not need to spend a single contribution point. Do you understand?" They chorused, "Understood." Since Qin Yu's elixirs lacked certification, they could not be sold or traded. Thus, he felt it necessary to clarify this point. Giving you these elixirs is not illegal. This is also why he refrained from labeling them as strengthening elixirs on the notes, instead opting for a more general term. Every detail must be meticulously managed. Success lies in the subtleties. Second, these elixirs are part of an important collaboration with your peak. After you receive them, you must test their effects tonight and share your experiences with me tomorrow morning. I need to provide feedback to the higher-ups. For those who report positively, I will apply to reward them with a full set of elixirs. Senior brother, we must stay in our caves tomorrow and cannot come out. That is fine. Just write down your experiences, and I will collect them from your caves tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you, senior brother. Thirdly, the efficacy of these elixirs is most potent when consumed during the early hours of dawn. I encourage everyone to give it a try upon returning. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. You may choose to ingest the elixirs immediately after acquiring them, but be forewarned that the effects may be halved or accompanied by peculiar side effects, for which I shall not be held accountable. Rest assured, senior brother. Since you have advised us thus, we shall certainly await the break of dawn before partaking in the elixirs. The members of Beastmaster Peak responded obediently. Such meticulous reminders reveal the kindness of this senior brother. Although the notion of an optimal time for consuming the elixirs puzzled the inhabitants of Beastmaster Peak, they rationalized that given the elixirs are of the latest formulation with remarkable potency, some peculiar rules are to be expected. Observing the compliance of the crowd, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Thus, all was in order. Moreover, there is one final point. Qin Yu extended his hand, pausing momentarily before declaring, I have yet to finalize the last point. Let us distribute the elixirs first. Kong Tianjiao naturally took the lead. The elixir that enhances strength. Qin Yu produced a great strength pill and handed it to Kong Tianjiao. Kong Tianjiao cradled it in his palms, examining it with great care. Its appearance resembles that of the great strength pill, and the scent bears no discernible difference. Seemingly perceiving Kong Tianjiao's thoughts, Qin Yu clarified, although this elixir appears identical to the great strength pill and bears the same aroma, its effects are undeniably distinct. You shall experience its efficacy at dawn. Should the enhancement in strength fail to reach threefold, feel free to report me to the enforcement team for false advertising. Upon hearing Qin Yu's assurance, Kong Tianjiao felt reassured. How could a senior brother who treats us so well be met with suspicion from his junior? Qin Yu nodded, signaling the next individual. Kong Tianjiao stepped aside, carefully placing the elixir into his spatial pouch, proudly observing as his companions joyfully claimed their own elixirs. Occasionally, passers-by would glance enviously, then scoff dismissively before departing with muttered curses. Witnessing their envious expressions filled Kong Tianjiao with pride. Those fellows constantly proclaim that wrongdoing begets retribution. Yet here I am, Kong Tianjiao, engaging in numerous misdeeds with the Beastmaster Peak. And where is the retribution? Not only do we escape unscathed, but an array of fortunate events also seem to seek us out. Nearly 2 days of vacation, and I encounter such fortuitous circumstances. I am indeed a natural-born harbinger of luck. Anyone who dares oppose me, Kong Tianjiao, shall meet their demise. Ha ha ha. After distributing the elixirs, Qin Yu returned to his cave dwelling and extended his consciousness into the Sea of Souls. Wang Kai, Sang Biao, Wang Kai, woof. Qin Yu, come to me. I have something to discuss with you. Woof. Wang Kai nodded and promptly logged off. After a brief moment, Wang Kai dashed to Qin Yu's dwelling. Qin Yu affectionately patted the dog's head and said, Go find a few dogs and return tonight to protect me. They must possess strength above the golden core stage. I shall compensate each illusory dream dog with 2 portions of stinky tofu. Wang Kai, panting with excitement, nodded in agreement, but just as it was about to leave, Qin Yu called out again, Wait, no more than 10 illusory dream dogs. Concerned that without a limit, the entire clan of illusory dream dogs might come pouring out tonight. He added, This portion of stinky tofu is for you. Eat it and leave on your own. Placing a portion of stinky tofu before Wang Kai, Qin Yu donned a black robe and headed towards the law enforcement team. Tonight, let the Beastmaster Peak understand the consequences of offending me, Qin. With a sinister chuckle, Qin Yu wrapped himself in the black robe and entered the law enforcement team's gates. What brings you here? The officer on duty spoke brusquely, recognizing the tone. Qin Yu inferred that this fellow bore a significant grudge against the Beastmaster Peak. In a low voice, Qin Yu replied, I have brought you a grand gift tonight. You would do well to call in more people and prepare in advance. What do you mean? Kong Tianjiao, having circled around outside a few times, reluctantly returned to his dwelling. There are still 2 months left of confinement. Upon seeing the bothersome dwelling, Kong Tianjiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, That damned Li Zhengtong, I will settle the score with you once I am free. Suddenly, he felt the family excommunication jade pendant vibrate. In a hurry, Kong Tianjiao took it out and infused it with spiritual energy, hearing a middle-aged man's voice emanate from within. My son, your father has made preparations. Return swiftly. Upon hearing this, Kong Tianjiao's expression turned ecstatic, his face flushed with excitement. Has the day finally arrived? But soon, he remembered that he was still under confinement and could not leave Xintian's sect. A surge of frustration welled up within him. Father, I am grounded and cannot leave Xintian's sect for the time being. Why are you confined? Kong Tianjiao briefly explained the situation, and the middle-aged man's voice echoed again. Your peak master is truly looking for trouble. Such a trivial matter could simply be resolved by having the servant disciples clean up a few more times. After all, aren't those servant disciples meant for work? I will speak to your peak master and request a leave for you. You may return at once. Kong Tianjiao was overjoyed. Thank you, father. Chapter 92. Woof woof, chief, there's a situation. Wang Kai raced at full speed, barking as it arrived at the residence of the illusory Dream Dog clan leader, followed closely by a throng of illusory dream dogs. Woof. It seems that this rascal smells faintly of stinky tofu. The nostalgic aroma of stinky tofu lingers in my mind. It has been an excruciating 3 days and 36 hours since I last savored its unique flavor. Life without stinky tofu has been an arduous trial. I could endure a world devoid of stinky tofu had I never tasted it. Hurry, follow along, sang Biao. Perhaps it will lead us to stinky tofu. The dreaming dogs trailed behind Wang Kai, arriving at the dwelling of the clan leader. Wang Kai barked, "Leader, I bear significant news." The dreaming dog leader exhaled a deep breath through his nostrils and responded with a low growl, "From now on, call me Scar Boss." A scar manifested on the leader's visage, crafted from the illusions of the dreamscape. Dog Egg inquired, "Sang Biao, what news do you bring this time?" Wang Kai replied, "Scar Boss, my master commanded me to find 10 dreaming dogs to protect him tonight. He may encounter peril." The dreaming dog leader dismissed the concern with a growl. "Sang Biao, what danger could possibly arise at the Xintian sect? Just select a few clan members to accompany you." Wang Kai affirmed, "As you command, Scar Boss." My master mentioned that those who join will receive 2 portions of stinky tofu as compensation. At this proclamation, all the dogs gasped in astonishment. 2 portions of stinky tofu. Such a bounty was beyond their wildest dreams. How many days could they feast on that? Even if consumed at 1 piece per day, it might spoil before they could finish. If I had 2 whole portions, I would dare to bite the sect leader if he were to arrive, not with any ill intent, merely to see if it would sting. Sang Biao's master is exceedingly generous. Should he seek more dogs, do let me know. Sang Biao, choose me. Choose me. I once cradled you in my arms as a pup. A cacophony of barks erupted from below, an overwhelming clamor. Above, the Scar Boss lost his composure. "Silence," he commanded. "The stinky tofu sage is in danger. We must treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Ideally, we would mobilize our entire clan to ensure the safety of the stinky tofu sage. However, as he has stipulated a limit of 10, we must deploy our strongest warriors to maximize his protection." As this was declared, over 20 dreaming dogs, only slightly smaller than the clan leader, emerged from the throng. They radiated a formidable aura, causing the very island to tremble. I may not rank among the top 3 in strength, yet I am certainly within the top 5. I must be included among the 10. If you can rank in the top 5, then surely I must be at least in the top 3. I too deserve a place. Can you defeat me? Shall we find out? Let us embark upon this endeavor. Hee, you two should engage swiftly. Once you've exhausted each other, it will be my turn. Do you truly believe that we shall not incapacitate you first? Suddenly, the rock sealing the cave nearby erupted, and a spectral hound, slightly smaller than the clan leader, emerged with measured steps. "Little pup, such a fortunate event must be arranged for me." The spectral hound leader respectfully barked. "Grand Elder, I am now known as Scar. Have you not been in seclusion? Why have you emerged so suddenly? The stench of stinky tofu permeates the air daily. How could I possibly remain secluded?" The Grand Elder then cast a sharp glance at the young spectral hounds clamoring for a place, admonishing them, "You little pups, having barely tasted the scraps, dare to boast here? Withdraw. This time, I desire no stinky tofu. I merely wish for the stinky tofu immortal to bestow upon me a name. I have endured enough of this cursed Laifu." As Laifu barked, an unkempt old man appeared in the sky, mischievously declaring, "Little Laifu, you have finally emerged from seclusion. I have missed you dearly during this long absence. Come, let us frolic together." Laifu's eyes widened in terror as he emitted a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "You youngsters, quickly join forces to stop this old monster." Little pup swiftly mounted a fence. Under the watchful gaze of the other hounds, Laifu was dragged away by the disheveled old man, barking frantically as he departed. "Act now. Why do you all remain motionless?" The young hounds murmured. "Old fool, do you think we are foolish? With you gone, there is one less competitor." Scar retorted, "You persist in calling me little pup despite my declaration of Scar. It is no wonder no one comes to your aid." After Laifu's abduction, the hounds collectively exclaimed, "Do not worry, Grand Elder. We shall certainly come to your rescue." With the brief interruption involving the Grand Elder concluded, the spectral hounds, feeling their strength, resumed their competition. Enough. The leader of the spectral hounds, the formidable Lord Scar, stood forth with commanding presence. "This time, there are only 10 slots available, thus I have decided to dispatch." All the spectral hounds gazed fervently at their leader, hoping to hear their names from his lips. "I have resolved to send forth the most powerful spectral hound, the illustrious leader of the spectral hound clan, Lord Scar." The expressions of the hounds remained unchanged, still eagerly awaiting their leader's words. They understood that among the 10 slots, the leader was certain to secure a position, as such a burdensome role would not be without its rewards. Yet, after an extended period of anticipation, the leader remained silent. "Lord Scar, who are the other 9 hounds?" The leader of the spectral hounds puffed out his chest and declared, "With me, Scar, 1 is worth 10. Rest assured, when the time comes, I shall conjure 9 dream hounds from the realm of illusions, thus enabling the acquisition of 20 portions of stinky tofu. According to the customs of the Dream Hound clan, regardless of the quantity obtained externally, one merely needs to bring back a single portion to the tribe. Dog Egg has astutely exploited this loophole." The other canines were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into joyous barks. Each time, Sangbiao brings tidings of stinky tofu. I propose we elect him as our chieftain. He who secures the stinky tofu shall conquer the world. Let us rally in support of Sangbiao's ascension. Sangbiao, I stand beside you. Once you attain the position of chieftain, do not forget to bestow upon me the name Scarface. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. In the early hours, many disciples took leave from the sect, rendering the Xintian sect unusually desolate. Clad in a black robe, Qin Yu strolled along the deserted streets. Following him were 11 dream hounds, boldly trailing behind yet invisible to all. As Qin Yu passed by the law enforcement team's entrance, he cast a knowing glance at the brightly lit hall. The stage is set for a splendid performance. Chapter 93. Qin Yu returned to his habitual spot for setting up stall, retrieving a large banner from his bag of holding. The front of the banner proclaimed a remedy for all manner of ailments, while the reverse indicated a modest fee of only 120 contribution points. Planting the banner firmly into the earth beside him, Qin Yu settled down on the curb, patiently awaiting customers. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had neglected to inform them that they could approach him with any issues they encountered. No matter, those individuals are not foolish. They will surely understand to come here. And even if they arrive to report a matter, they will still see me. Gazing at the moon in the sky, Qin Yu calculated the time. It was already 1:15 midnight. By his reckoning, they should be arriving soon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a flurry of sounds, akin to many rushing forward. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. They have arrived. What if they cannot stop? There is a problem with that elixir. Look. That figure in the black robe remains at the original spot. We must hurry over. A dozen individuals sped down the empty street, stirring up clouds of dust. Witnessing their hurried approach, Qin Yu shouted a warning, and with a swift movement, darted forward. He watched as the group swiftly vanished into the darkness. Marveling at the efficacy of the elixirs he had concocted, their speed is indeed remarkable. After this rapid assembly departed, the next act to grace the scene was the Howling Brigade. Those who consumed Qin Yu's chi-refining elixir would experience unbearable itching, while those who ingested his body-refining elixir would find their skin exceedingly sensitive, causing excruciating pain with the slightest touch. Amid the cacophony of laughter intertwined with sobs, over 50 individuals stumbled down the street like a horde of disturbed specters. Ha ha ha, it itches unbearably. My entire body feels as though it has been mercilessly scratched. Yet the itch persists. Ha ha ha, it's as if countless ants are crawling all over me. I can't endure this anymore. Hee, it hurts dreadfully. Please, don't touch me. The slightest contact sends waves of agony through me. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore, my friend. I'm so itchy that I lack the strength to stand. Might you lend me your support? Damn it, even walking hurts. Do you expect me to assist you? You wish to inflict pain upon me. As their banter distracted them, the one lamenting carelessly collided with a companion ahead. Instantly, both bodies quivered, unleashing sharp cries of anguish. Ah, I am in excruciating pain, unable to withstand it. They rolled on the ground in agony. As they writhed, the pain only intensified, compelling them to roll more. Gurgle, gurgle. Wherever this group passed, homes illuminated. What madness is this? How can they make such a ruckus at this hour without practicing? Are those from Beastmaster Peak? Have they been possessed? Let us follow them. The crowd hastily exited their dwellings, encircling the members of Beastmaster Peak. What has happened to you? Hee, step aside. Don't obstruct my path. Even in this state, you still dare to be arrogant. Look at this. It's so amusing. A mere poke elicits such hissing. One individual discerned this. And with a poke to a disciple of Beastmaster Peak who was consuming a body refinement pill, the disciple gasped sharply. I poke. Hiss. Silly. I poke. Hiss. Look. Isn't it delightful? Hey, why are your eyes rolling back? Brother, don't feign injury. I merely poked you a few dozen times. It's not that severe. The disciples of Beastmaster Peak felt the journey had been exceedingly arduous. This crowd seemed intent on tormenting them. At that moment, a disciple who had consumed a swift pill dashed back to convey news. Brothers. Hiss. Hee, I must admit, it's quite entertaining. A few pokes in the front. But we have many more waiting behind. Hurry to the law enforcement team's entrance. Seek the figure in the black robe. The wailing throng trudged forward, hastily making their way to the entrance of the law enforcement team. There, Qin Yu was still engaged with the swift team. Observing the rapid procession of over a dozen individuals, Qin Yu raised his flag high. Wait, do you require assistance? As the group swiftly vanished from Qin Yu's sight. Despite their exhaustion, their legs continued to move with remarkable speed. The price had yet to be negotiated, slowed down a bit. Alas, I must await their return for another round. Soon, the disciples of Beast Master Peak passed by Qin Yu once again. He hastily exclaimed, a consultation costs 120 contribution points, and I guarantee a cure with my medicine. Damn you. Hey, how dare you curse at me? Unable to discern who had uttered the words, Qin Yu resolved to raise the price of his delaying pill to 150 contribution points. As adults, one must be accountable for their words. Bored. He watched the group circle around twice more until someone finally collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Finally, they had ceased their relentless pace. Rushing over, Qin Yu inquired, Friend, do you have an ailment in need of treatment? One pill guarantees a cure. You're the one who is sick. I'm already fine. Your pill must be defective. Just wait until I recover, and you'll be in trouble. Qin Yu shrugged. Very well, I shall await your recovery. Just as he turned to leave, the man suddenly stood up, uncontrollably taking 2 steps forward before collapsing once again. With a perplexed expression, the man questioned, What is happening? Qin Yu smirked. Didn't I tell you? The effects of the medicine last quite a while. If you want to seek treatment, I shall take my leave. Wait, I'll treat. All right. First, please pay 150 contribution points. Wasn't it 120? It has just been raised. With tears in his eyes, the man begrudgingly paid the 150 contribution points. Hurry up and treat me. Qin Yu replied, You must say, Divine Doctor, please treat me. After administering a delaying pill, the man stiffened, providing an opportunity to test how long the pill's effects would last. As the rapid response team concluded their treatment, the Wailing Wolves team arrived, their commotion audible from afar. Divine Doctor, specializing in all manner of difficult ailments. No cure, no fee. A figure stumbled out of the crowd, rushing to Qin Yu's side. Your damn pill is truly cursed. Hurry, treat me. Please pay 120 contribution points first. Huh? You still want money? This individual doubled over with laughter, trembling as if he might burst. Fine, 120 it is. Just treat me quickly. Qin Yu employed his spiritual energy to stimulate the man's acupoints in sequence, and soon the man recovered. Finally, the itching has ceased. Damn it, I will make you pay for this. The individual bore a grotesque visage, suddenly turning hostile. And just as he intended to charge at Qin Yu, he was unexpectedly restrained by a pair of handcuffs. Bewildered, he questioned the situation. What is happening? You dare to emerge during confinement? Seize them. The enforcement team members, standing nearby, were brimming with excitement. At last, we have caught you. Chapter 94. You are all in cahoots. The apprehended individuals then came to a startling realization. This was an elaborate trap laid against them by the Beast Master Peak. The gathered onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. No wonder the mysterious organization chose to bestow all those elixirs upon the Beast Master Peak. They were merely waiting for this moment. With glee, one exclaimed, seeing the Beast Master Peak in such distress, I knew the mysterious organization was a responsible entity. We misjudged them before. How could such a commendable organization possibly maintain a good relationship with the Beast Master Peak? From now on, I shall transition from skepticism to admiration for the mysterious organization. The leader of the mysterious organization is indeed a genius. Crafting such a cunning trap specifically for the Beast Master Peak, they must harbor deep-seated grievances against them. Moreover, their ability to concoct such an array of peculiar elixirs and deceive the members of the Beast Master Peak into consuming them at dawn is remarkable. Once the members ingested the elixirs, they would inevitably seek assistance, violating the sect's regulations. Such a beautifully intricate scheme. Truly, a moment of collective joy. Who would have thought that the mysterious organization, having just celebrated the new year, would orchestrate such a grand spectacle for us? You cannot merely apprehend us. The enforcement team must also take him into custody, protested the captured disciple of the Beast Master Peak, pointing at Qin Yu. With his hands restrained by the handcuffs, he could only raise both arms to accuse Qin Yu, demanding, Do you possess a certificate for your elixirs? Qin Yu shrugged. No, I do not. It is illegal to sell elixirs without certification. Quickly, apprehend him as well. Qin Yu innocently replied, When did I sell elixirs? Those elixirs were given to you as a gift. I did not receive anything of value in return. How can that be classified as a sale? You are also suspected of deception. The circumstances you described when you provided us with the elixirs do not align with our current predicament. Where is the discrepancy? Qin Yu pointed towards the still stiff members of the rapid response team and asked, Did the elixirs not enhance speed? Yet, they are unable to cease their movement. Just affirm whether it increased speed. The accuser fell silent. And what of the strength elixir? Qin Yu scanned the crowd but found no sign of a single gorilla. Instead, he noticed many figures wrapped tightly in blankets, reluctant to reveal themselves. If you are too shy to step forward, allow me to assist you. Qin Yu approached the nearest individual, exclaiming, "You have all transformed into gorillas, yet you stand so close to the spectacle." Qin Yu abruptly yanked the blanket off the man, only to be met with a furious shout. "What are you doing, you pervert?" Startled, Qin Yu quickly released his grip and apologized. "I'm sorry, my mistake." The man tightened the blanket around him and glared at the onlookers, grumbling, "What are you staring at?" When I heard the commotion, I was in the midst of my bath. With all this ruckus outside, I had no time to dress. Qin Yu, his expression darkened, announced, "Those who have consumed the strength-enhancing pill, come forward. If you don't, I will cease my treatment. The effects of this pill are indeed permanent." At his words, numerous individuals wrapped in blankets rushed to the front. Qin Yu did not compel them to shed their coverings but addressed the earlier skeptic, saying, "Why not ask them if their strength has increased severalfold and whether the effects are indeed lasting?" The man attempted to retort, only to be silenced by a punch from one of his companions. "Hey, stop talking. I can't take it anymore." He stumbled over to Qin Yu, pleading, "Divine Doctor, please save me." With deft hands, Qin Yu swiftly healed the howling group, restoring tranquility to the scene. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals, the law enforcement team had been unprepared, resulting in a shortage of their handcuffs. Consequently, the remaining individuals were bound with ropes. Though the ropes were easily escapable, who among them would dare to flee? Evading justice would only exacerbate their predicament. Unless one wished to sever ties with the Xiantian sect, they remained obediently lined up. Subsequently, Qin Yu administered the antidote to the gorillas. As they watched their distressing black fur fall away, the beast master peak disciples exhaled in relief and removed their blankets. Wow! Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. So dark. What was happening? The individuals hastily wrapped themselves up once more. Qin Yu reassured them, "Do not worry. A bath will resolve everything." However, the law enforcement team would not afford them such luxury. Bind them all. Qin Yu could scarcely imagine the expression on Elder Lu's face upon witnessing the darkened skin the next day. As he surveyed the area, Qin Yu suddenly noticed something amiss. Where has Kong Tianjiao gone? Having exited the gates of the Xiantian sect, Kong Tianjiao boarded the family's airship that awaited him. After 2 hours of travel, he arrived home. Jiao has returned. His parents greeted him with beaming smiles at the door. "Father, mother." Kong Tianjiao bowed respectfully. "You've lost weight, Jiao. Has life at the Xiantian sect not been good?" His mother, caressing his face with concern, remarked, "I heard from your father that you were punished with confinement by your peak master. How could he do that? This time at home, you must rest well. Let me prepare some delicious food to nourish you." "Mother, do not call me Jiao anymore. It sounds too feminine," exclaimed Kong Tianjiao. "What is wrong with being a girl? You were dressed as one every day in your childhood." Kong Tianjiao's face flushed with embarrassment as the surrounding servants turned away, closing their eyes and covering their ears, signaling that they had heard nothing. "Enough, hurry inside," boomed the voice of Kong's father. "Son, take this day to rest well. Once you are in optimal condition, we shall unlock the ancestral grounds. May you ascend to possess a supreme spiritual root." "Yes, thank you, father." Kong Tianjia returned to his chamber, suddenly recalling that he had yet to consume his elixir. This potion could permanently enhance his strength, and if it could amplify his power 2 to 3-fold, his chances of attaining a supreme spiritual root would significantly increase. Kong Tianjiao promptly resolved to ingest the elixir that very night. "How long until midnight?" he inquired of the maid at the door. "Young master, there are still 15 minutes until midnight." "Excellent." Kong Tianjiao sat cross-legged, swiftly adjusting his physical state. As the clock struck midnight, he retrieved the elixir and swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, he felt his muscles rapidly swell, and his strength surged. The effect was astonishingly pronounced. His heart raced with excitement. Truly, this was a stroke of fortune, divine assistance indeed. Soon, Kong Tianjiao's physique had doubled in size, a testament to his newfound power. Gazing at his brawn and feeling the unparalleled strength coursing through him, Kong Tianjiao was utterly satisfied. Though his arms appeared somewhat elongated and his appearance peculiar, he paid no mind to such trivial details. Stepping out of his room to display his bulging muscles, he turned to the maid and asked, "What do you think of my current state?" "Young master, you look," the maid began. But her words were abruptly cut short as she beheld the dense black hair sprouting on Kong Tianjiao's face. In no time, hair covered his entire body, transforming him into a veritable gorilla. The maid screamed, shouting with all her might, "Oh no! The young master has been devoured by a beast." Instantly, armed guards rushed in. Chapter 95. What is happening? Kong Tianjiao noticed the dark fur enveloping his body and felt the furry visage of his face, quickly realizing that the elixir was flawed. "This is bad. I've been deceived." At that moment, the guards stormed in, and upon seeing Kong Tianjiao's gorilla form, they shouted, "A beast! Anyone daring to harm others shall pay with their life. Quickly, protect the young master." The maid, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. Trembling as she pointed at Kong Tianjiao, stammering, "The young master has been slain by this beast." In her mind, the maid believed that Kong Tianjiao had been killed, and the beast had taken on his form to usurp the identity of the young master of the Kong family. However, due to the ancestral protection of the Kong family, or perhaps the inadequacy of the demon beast in mastering its craft, its true form was revealed, exposing the reality. A few days ago, she had overheard a storyteller at the tea house on the main street narrating a novel in which a skin-changer demon murdered and disguised itself as a handsome young master from a wealthy household, indulging in a romantic entanglement with his maid. Reflecting on this, the maid suddenly felt a pang of regret and cried out, but upon seeing Kong Tianjiao's furry black visage, she unabashedly screamed for help, "Save me." The guards swiftly drew their swords and rushed forward, shouting, "Avenge the young master." Kong Tianjiao, taken aback, hastily leaped onto the roof, exclaiming as she ran, "Stop! I am your young master." She thought to herself, "Have you even looked in the mirror? You have already revealed your true form and still dare to be obstinate. Do not allow this demon beast to escape." The guards jumped onto the roof, blocking Kong Tianjiao's path of retreat. Desperate to prove herself, she called out, "No heir, I truly am your young master. Do you remember when I was 13 and you had to take the blame for me after I was caught peeking at the maid while she bathed?" "Silence!" shouted the guard named Nyo Air, his anger rising. "What a vile demon beast. Even in your last moments, you fabricate lies to tarnish my innocence. Just wait until I sever your monkey brain and offer it to the young master." With eyes blazing, Nyo Air swung his blade, but Kong Tianjiao deftly stepped back, evading the strike, and countered with a palm strike that sent him crashing down from the rooftop. Before consuming the strength-enhancing pill, Kong Tianjiao had already been stronger than Nyo Air, and after taking it, Nyo Air was utterly no match, being sent flying several meters away with a single blow. The other guards swiftly joined the fray, encircling her. As Kong Tianji retreated, she clumsily dodged their attacks. She needed to prove her identity quickly, for the sounds of their battle would soon attract more guards, making her situation even more precarious. Realizing that her evidence must not harm others' interests, else they would surely refuse to acknowledge her claims, she decided to reveal a secret advantageous to them. "Dechun," she called to another guard. "Do you remember when I was 10 and you took the blame for me after I was caught spying on the maid during her bath? That led to your loss of cultivation resources, preventing you from progressing further. You vile demon beast. You think you can impersonate the young master by stealing his memories? You are courting death." Dechun's swordplay had evidently intensified, filled with lethal intent. Kong Tianjiao knew she could not continue fighting. Prolonging the confrontation would lead to her certain demise. Seizing an opportunity, she struck Dechun down with a punch and seized the large blade from his grasp. Her Qin pouch lay on the table in her room. Otherwise, she would not be in such a dire predicament. Wielding the long blade, she fought and retreated. However, soon a new wave of guards arrived, among them a golden core expert who dashed towards her with unassailable speed. Before Kong Tianjiao could react, she felt a searing pain in her chest as a tremendous force propelled her away. Kong Tianjiao felt as though his internal organs were misaligned. Had it not been for the potency of the mighty pill he had consumed, which had significantly augmented his muscular structure and provided him with a buffer, he feared he would have been rendered unconscious by that singular blow. At present, although his consciousness remained intact, he could taste a metallic sweetness in his throat, and blood erupted from his mouth, staining the dark fur on his chest. With a resounding thud, Kong Tianjiao crashed to the ground, causing the stone slabs beneath him to fracture. He inwardly lamented, "These ruffians are truly ruthless. Why do they not display such ferocity against external foes?" Just as despair began to envelop Kong Tianjiao, the voice of his mother pierced through the chaos. "What is happening here?" Her words startled both Kong Tianjiao's parents. Feeling as though he had found a beacon of hope, Kong Tianjiao summoned all his strength to rise and stagger toward his mother. "Mother, save me. Madam, be cautious." The guards urgently cautioned, though they made no move to intervene, recognizing that Kong Mother possessed far superior prowess. "Is that you, Jiawa?" Kong Mother gently inquired. A mother could never fail to recognize her own child. Despite Kong Tianjiao's altered appearance, the essence in his eyes revealed him to be her unaccomplished son. "Mother." "It is I," he exclaimed. "You are but a beast. How could you be my son?" Kong Tianjiao anxiously explained. "Mother, I truly am Tianjiao. I was schemed against by a petty individual and mistakenly consumed a pill that transformed me into this form." His urgency was palpable. A blow from the guards might leave him merely spitting blood, but a strike from his mother would likely afford him no such opportunity. With a slight smirk, Kong Mother declared, "Your words alone are insufficient. I shall pose a few questions, and only if you answer correctly will you prove to be my son. Mother, please ask away, Kong Tianjiao implored, filled with a desperate will to survive, addressing her as mother with every breath. First, tell me, does your father hide money? Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, he does. The countenance of Kong father darkened immediately. What audacious beast dares to impersonate my son and spread such deceit? Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 96. Silence. Kong mother narrowed her eyes and coolly stated, step aside. My dear, I merely wish to explain, Kong father began, only to be met by the icy glare of Kong mother. He trembled slightly, murmuring, I am from the Shootout Mountain, casting a resentful glance at Kong Tianjiao. He silently retreated to a corner. He then turned to the onlookers, guards and maidservants, who were watching with rapt attention, and berated them. Is it truly so entertaining? Keep staring, and I shall pluck your eyes out and feed them to the dogs. The crowd promptly dispersed, internally repeating, quickly, look, he is agitated. Son, continue. Kong mother shifted her demeanor and addressed Kong Tianjiao, while Kong father desperately attempted to communicate with him through thought. Son, just say a few casual words to get by. Do not reveal everything. Above all, do not mention the hidden compartment beneath the bed, for my savings are concealed within. And certainly do not disclose the secret space behind the 3 books on the 3rd shelf of the study, where I have hidden the exquisite jade I bought for Xiao Chui. If your mother finds out, I shall be undone. Gazing at my mother and then at my father. Kong Tianjiao swallowed hard, realizing that he must now make a harrowing choice. His mother had attended to his every need since childhood, feeding him, dressing him, accompanying him to school and the apothecary, silently expressing her maternal love in the gentlest of ways. Meanwhile, his father, as the family's pillar, diligently managed their ancestral business to sustain their household. Though paternal love lacked the softness and intricacy of maternal affection, his father had stood by him through punishment, endured the same hardships, knelt beside him during times of standing in disgrace, and shared the floor with him, whether on the wooden planks or even the maid's bed, sending her away when necessary. His father would secretly use his personal savings to buy him the sweets his mother forbade, candied hawthorn, sugar figures, confections. The love of his father was the strongest support and source of confidence for Kong Tianjiao. Yet, this cursed elixir compelled him, at such a tender age, to make an excruciating choice, to choose his mother and betray his father, leading to his father's demise, or to choose his father and betray his mother, leading to his own end. What a formidable decision to face. I shall share but 1% of the hidden funds. The enticing voice of his mother echoed in his ears. Kong Tianjiao's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he declared, the hidden compartment beneath the bed contains my father's savings. And in the stable, within the horseshoe of the prized steed, lie a few coins. Mother, your personal maid's room harbors secrets too. What choice is there, really? In the entire city, who does not know that the head of the Kong family fears his wife? Only a fool would side with his father. Kong Tianjiao recalled his childhood, when his fondness for sweets led to cavities. Fearing his mother's wrath, his father had disregarded his pain, extracting each decayed tooth, which left him with a lingering sensitivity to anything sugary. A rift had long been forged. In his heart, Kong Tianjiao silently lamented, Father, do not blame me. After all, siding with you means not only my ruin but yours as well. It is better to sacrifice one than for all to perish. Since mother poses such inquiries, she must harbor suspicions. There is no escaping this. Dead friends are better than a dead Taoist. Father, I must impose upon you this burden for the time being. At least there will still be someone to honor your grave. However, out of a flicker of paternal affection, he decided not to divulge the jade he had purchased for Xiao Chui. After all, his father's continued existence could help him bear much of the anger directed at him. The death of his father would yield him no benefit. Ungrateful wretch. Cease your nonsense. Your father has treated you well. Kung Fu attempted to struggle further, hoping to awaken the precious bond of father and son. Kong Tianjiao retorted, Father, if you had merely bestowed upon me a fraction of your private funds, I would not have been compelled to damage another's stall, resorting to pawning my own treasured sword to make amends. Do you have any inkling of how I have endured these years? Upon hearing this, Kong Tianjiao's mother inquired with curiosity, what was sold at that stall that necessitated such a hefty compensation? Reflecting on the matter, Kong Tianjiao recalled, it seemed they were peddling some foul-smelling tofu, a product I had never encountered before. However, that scoundrel was truly unscrupulous, demanding 200 contribution points from me. 200 contribution points? Is that not equivalent to 200 inferior spirit stones? Indeed, Kong Tianjiao nodded. Yet, that is hardly a substantial sum. I had merely intended to, let us set aside these trivial matters for now. Kong's father interjected, rushing over and exclaiming loudly, Son, what has become of you? Can you not revert to your former self? Like Kong's mother, Kong's father instantly recognized that this black creature was indeed his son, after all. No matter how much one changes, their essence remains intact. My son's disposition is unparalleled. Casting a glance at the unusually agitated Kong father, Kong mother coldly declared, "Return to the corner and reflect upon your misdeeds. Wife, I do not wish to repeat myself." Kong father turned away silently, his countenance ashen, letting out a deep sigh within. Alas, every gift from fate bears a hidden price, and this day has inevitably arrived. If only I can navigate through this calamity, I shall ensure to bequeath another. Mother, what were you about to say? Kong mother continued, fearing you would be short of funds, I have been sending your father 1,000 spirit stone vouchers each month, instructing him to dispatch them to you. Kong Qin responded, "What spirit stone vouchers? Ever since I entered the Shantian sect, I have not received a single spirit stone from home." His father claimed it was to toughen him, to prevent him from growing dependent on the family. Realization dawned upon Kong Tianjiao, and he directed his ire towards the head of the Kong family, exclaiming, "You wretched Kong Laodang. Even a mere 100 spirit stones would have sufficed, yet you have hoarded them all for yourself. Mother, I suddenly recollect that father has concealed the agate he procured for Xiao Cui in the hidden compartment behind the third book on the third shelf of his study." Bang! A hush fell over the surroundings, and an aura of menace thickened. Kong mother, with a smile that was neither here nor there, queried, "Who is the Xiao Cui?" Her voice resonated like a chilling whisper from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine, as though one had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 97. Thud. Kong father knelt down with practiced ease, his face earnest and his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "Wife, do not heed his baseless accusations. I am innocent. How could I possibly know who the Xiao Cui is? You know well that in this lifetime, I have loved only you." Kong mother scrutinized Kong father with a frigid gaze, demanding, "So you imply that you have had enough of me, and in the next life, you shall not love me anymore?" A sudden pang struck Kong's heart, and he quickly shook his head. "My dear wife, if I were to be reborn in the next life, I would surely love only you. However, I fear that having married you in this life has exhausted all the virtues I accumulated over 10 lifetimes. In my next life, I am likely to be reborn as a mere pig or sheep, unworthy of being human. Yet, if heaven is moved by our unwavering love and grants me another chance to be human, I would traverse mountains and valleys to find you." Upon hearing this, Kong's mother softened her expression slightly. Kong Tianjiao silently noted his father's words, thinking to himself, "Father's will to survive is truly remarkable. When it comes to charming women, I am still leagues behind him." Curiosity piqued, he inquired about the identity of Xiao Cui. "Father," Kong Tianjiao prompted, hoping to observe how his father would respond. Learning how to deal with Xiao Yan, Xiao Li, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Ming upon returning home, ensuring he would not be retaliated against over the matter of the spirit stone. His brothers all knew that Kong Tianjiao was a magnanimous person. Kong's father shot Kong Tianjiao a glare. "You rascal, do you wish for my demise? What Xiao Cui? I have never heard of her. Do not speak such nonsense. Sow discord, or slander my love for your mother." He began to feign ignorance. "You do not know who Xiao Cui is?" Kong's mother asked. "Of course not." Kong's father firmly shook his head and declared, "In my heart, women are divided into two categories. One is you, my wife, and the other is a stranger with whom I have no connection in this lifetime. How could I possibly know who Xiao Cui is?" Kong's mother raised her brows. "If you do not know who Xiao Cui is, then allow me to jog your memory. Xiao Cui is the widow who sells tofu at the market, isn't she? No wonder we have been having tofu every day in our meals lately. It seems you have been involved with that widow." Kong's father broke into a cold sweat, feeling as though he were being pierced by 1,000 needles. "This is an injustice, my dear wife. I wanted that shop solely for the tofu. There were no other intentions. Furthermore, I did not even know that widow's name was Xiao Cui, nor did I realize she was a widow. My dear, it is all a misunderstanding. By the way, wasn't that lad saying something about me hiding agate somewhere? Son, where did you say that was?" Kong's father turned to inquire of Kong Tianjiao. Observing his father's impressive performance, Kong Tianjiao felt a deep admiration. His father remained calm and collected, displaying the demeanor of a true gentleman. Reflecting on his own inability to manage even 2 backup options, he felt utterly inadequate. Kong Tianjiao candidly replied, "In the study. In the hidden compartment behind the third book on the third shelf." "Yes, that hidden compartment," Kong's father exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Let us go and see if there is indeed any jade or agate inside." Upon hearing his father's words, Kong Tianjiao suddenly realized something. "Oh no, I've been deceived." Kong Moon nodded and commanded, "Take me to see it. Let death come with clarity." "All right, this way, my dear." Kong Fu smiled as he stood, brushing off the dirt from his knees before leading the way. Fortunately, I had already relocated that agate. Everything is under control." Kong Fu had long suspected the unreliability of his son and had thus prepared for any eventuality. The trio arrived at the study, retrieving the third book, from which they sensed a faint ripple of the formation. Open it. Certainly. Kung Fu nodded eagerly, his fingers gently caressing the array, which responded to his touch. The hidden compartment revealed itself, and Kung Fu extracted an object wrapped in black cloth. What is it? Kong Mu furrowed her brow, snatching the item from him. Unwrapping the black cloth, she discovered a pale purple jade pendant that shimmered within her radiance. One side bore the exquisite carving of a rose, while the reverse inscribed the words, Shear, I love you. Shear was Kong Mu's pet name. Kung Fu, slightly embarrassed, explained, My dear, with your birthday approaching, I prepared this piece of purple jade for you, intending to present it on your special day. This jade, known as Nourishing Purple Spirit Jade, promotes vitality and enhances one's grace, ensuring you grow ever younger and more beautiful. Allow me to adorn you with it. Such a heartfelt gesture would leave any woman enchanted. The sudden surprise melted away the anger on Kong Mu's face, transforming her from a ruthless figure into a delicate and somewhat bashful maiden. Darling, this jade must be quite expensive. Not at all. With my savings and a loan of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones from the merchant, I acquired it. Kung Fu spoke with great finesse, first indicating that his personal funds were limited and entirely spent on the jade. Furthermore, he emphasized that this nourishing purple spirit jade was not a trifle, valuing at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, a testament to his regard for her. What a substantial sum. Kong Mu marveled at the jade, unable to part with it. Sheesh, even if it cost my entire fortune, I would procure it for you, provided you cherish it. My dear, you are truly wonderful to me. It is but my duty, my wife. It is regrettable that you did not speak sooner, leading to misunderstandings. It was my fault. I merely wished to surprise you, Kong Mu murmured softly as she leaned into Kung Fu's embrace, whispering, I apologize, my love. I should not have doubted you. It is quite all right. You are not to blame, for it was the wicked words of others that led to this confusion. Kong Tianju was utterly astonished to witness his father's remarkable maneuver that completely turned the tide of the situation. Upon hearing his father's suggestion to take a look around, Kong Tianjiao realized that his father had discreetly relocated the incriminating evidence. He had anticipated that this excursion would yield nothing, thereby exonerating his father. However, he was taken aback to discover that this was a scheme orchestrated by his father. Unbeknownst to him, he had been unwittingly used by his father, becoming the unwitting instigator of discord. He had thought that he was merely on the second tier of the plan, while his father operated on the first, only to find that he was indeed on the second tier, while his father was soaring in the stratosphere. How astoundingly high! Seeing his mother's joyful smile, Kong Tianjiao internally resolved, I cannot bear this blame, and I must claim my share of the credit. Thus, he said, Mother, Father specifically sent me a message to bring you here, stating he has a surprise for you. Kong Father shot a glare at Kong Tianjiao and conveyed through thought, Unworthy son, what does the gift I purchased for your mother have to do with you? Don't forget, a portion of that money comes from me. Kong Tianjiao lacked the ability to communicate through thought, so he could only silently scoff. Well then, let us be off, Kong Father said cautiously. Wait, Kong Mother said. Her brow furrowed slightly. Surely there is more than one hidden compartment in this room? Kong Father's expression stiffened, and Kong Tianjiao felt a surge of delight. Chapter 98. Kong Mother leisurely approached the left bookshelf and pulled out 2 books. A concealed compartment sealed by an array was revealed. Kong Father hurriedly explained. There is nothing of significance in that compartment. Kong Mother replied, Shall you open it yourself, or shall I use force? I'll do it. I'll do it. Kong Father rushed over to unlock the array. Kong Mother extended her hand to retrieve a tattered small cloth bag, the lower right corner adorned with a red embroidered flower. Upon seeing this worn cloth bag, Kong Mother instantly froze, a wave of cherished memories flooding her mind. Shear, do you remember what this is? Kong Father said gently. Kong Mother's cheeks flushed, as delicate as a whisper. This was the first gift I ever gave you. I thought you had lost it. Shear, how could I ever part with the gift you bestowed upon me? It is a testament to our love. This cloth bag had always been used to conceal the spirit stone vouchers for their son. Regrettably, all the spirit stones had been spent on purchasing the nourishing purple spirit jade. If only I had a bit more wealth, rather than being in such dire straits. This hidden compartment would surely contain a second gift. My dear, this cloth bag is indeed the finest gift you have ever given me. Kong Father's lips curled into a smile. With this incident, he should not face suspicion for some time. He raised an eyebrow at Kong Tianjiao. Take note. With these 2 skills, what woman could possibly resist? Oh my, the blooms of love are blossoming anew. Kong Tianjiao diligently pursued his studies, marveling at the meticulous arrangements before him. It was no wonder that his father had managed to survive until now. He still possessed considerable skills. My dear husband, I should not have doubted the love between us. I was in the wrong, Kong's mother declared. Kong's father, with a tender embrace, reassured her, My precious, you have made no mistake. The error lies with those scoundrels who spread malicious rumors. Indeed, Kong's mother turned to Kong Tianjiao, her expression earnest. Son, I have reflected on your father's words and believe he is correct. A young man must learn to be self-reliant. While at Xiantian sect, you must cultivate an independent mindset and refrain from developing a dependency on our family. Henceforth, there will be no more spirit stone vouchers for you. Kong Tianjiao felt as if struck by lightning. Wait, I have only just learned about the existence of spirit stone vouchers, and I have yet to enjoy a single one. And now you wish to revoke them? Kong's father was equally aghast. This is catastrophic. Our largest source of private income each month has vanished. The father and son exchanged glances, united in their shared misfortune. By the way, son, when do you think you will return to your former self? Kong's mother inquired with a furrowed brow. After all, the rather ambiguous atmosphere was somewhat spoiled by the presence of a gorilla, its eyes nearly bulging out. You still remember you have a son, don't you? Kong Tianjiao sighed and shook his head. I have no idea. Perhaps I will return to normal once the effects of the medicine wear off. That elixir likely only lasts for about 2/4 of an hour. Its terrifying potency can amplify a cultivator's strength severfold, but such an effect surely cannot endure for long. Settling down, Kong Tianjiao consumed a healing pill and commenced circulating his energy for recovery. In his previous distraction, he had entirely forgotten that he was still injured. 2/4 of an hour later, Kong's mother, growing anxious, interrupted him. Son, why are there still no signs of recovery? Kong Tianjiao assessed his condition. His injuries had healed considerably, but he glanced at his own hair, now in disarray, and felt a wave of panic. Oh no, what if I can't revert back? It must be the work of that accursed figure in the black robe. I always suspected he was up to no good. Surely, the black-robed man possesses an antidote. Once the brothers in the sect transform like this, they will likely seek him out. However, my family boasts the most skilled physician in the city, whom we have employed at great expense from the 100 Physicians' Hall. Such minor tricks are hardly concerning. The millennia of familial heritage instilled a profound confidence in Kong Tianjiao. Son, should we seek out the physician for assistance? Kong's mother suggested with concern. Kong's father, unperturbed, responded, My dear wife, fear not. If worst comes to worst, we can always have another child. Cultivators enjoy lifespans far exceeding those of ordinary mortals, and we are still in our prime. Mind your words. Kong's mother shot him a disapproving glare, seizing Kong Tianjiao's hand and hastening towards the physician's residence. The reason for not summoning the physician was due to the abundance of medicines at the pharmacy where he practiced. If the physician arrived only to find himself without the necessary remedies, it would only result in a waste of time. The three hurriedly made their way to the physician's residence. Dr. Li. Mrs. Kong knocked on the door. Upon opening, a middle-aged man clad in a dark long robe, faintly scented with medicinal herbs, emerged. Master, madam, what brings you to seek me at this late hour? Dr. Li inquired. Dr. Li, my son has suddenly transformed in this manner. Please, advise us on how he may be restored. Kong Tianjiao stepped forward. Dr. Li was taken aback, inwardly reflecting upon the extravagances of the wealthy. He had heard of individuals treating pets as their offspring, but never imagined someone would consider a gorilla as their child, and to choose such an unappealing creature. However, as he was in receipt of their financial support, Dr. Li chose his words with care. Master, madam, one must understand that the anatomical differences between spirit beasts and humans are vast. I am not a veterinarian. Old fool, you're the spirit beast. Kong Tianjiao retorted with irritation, for he held a long-standing grudge against Dr. Li due to the bitter concoctions and uncomfortable medicinal baths he had endured in his youth. He even recalled sneaking dried sheep dung into Dr. Li's tea. Ah, it is indeed young Master Kong, Dr. Li exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the young master had mastered a technique typically reserved for the highly skilled. Truly, a prodigy. While he praised the young man, Dr. Li mused to himself, why choose to possess a gorilla? Did he harbor some peculiar preference? Alas, the moral fabric of society is frayed, and the youth of the cultivation world are becoming increasingly extravagant. Sensing the peculiar gaze of Dr. Li, Mr. Kong hastily clarified, it is not possession. My son has fallen victim to a nefarious scheme, consuming a pill that has led to this transformation. It turned out to be the result of a pill, indicating that young Master Kong was afflicted by pill toxicity. Dr. Li stroked his beard, delighting inwardly, for the heavens had indeed bestowed justice upon this little rascal. Can this pill toxicity be resolved? Dr. Li replied with a smile. It is merely the result of an ordinary pill. Should I fail to remedy it, I would be too ashamed to remain in the Kong residence. Upon hearing Dr. Li's confidence, the three breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Li hailed from the renowned 100 Physicians' Hall, and such low-grade pills meant for refining qi and establishing a foundation could certainly be resolved with ease. Young Master Kong, please take a seat. I shall first take your pulse. An hour later, Dr. Li, with his bag slung over his shoulder, watched as the gates of the Kong residence slowly closed against the howling cold wind. I have already stated that it is not that I cannot treat this, but rather that I believe there are numerous advantages to becoming a gorilla. Not only does one's strength and constitution improve, but one need not even wear clothing when going out. This is quite good. Do you not comprehend my earnest intentions? Leave. Chapter 99. Father. Take me back to the clan immediately. That figure in the black robe who provided me with the elixir must possess the means to restore me. If we delay my return, I fear we may exceed the optimal window for recovery, and I may never revert to my former self. Very well. I shall escort you back. Although Kong's mother felt a pang of reluctance, she understood the gravity of the situation. Quickly allow your father to take you back. Once you have regained your strength, you may return to the ancestral grounds to enhance your spiritual roots. Wait. Kong's mother's words sparked a realization in Kong Tianjiao. Father, despite my current unseemly appearance, my strength has intensified, my physique has improved, and my power has surged. Given my present condition, would it not be easier for me to pass the ancestral trials and attain the strength of the Kong family's bloodline? Kong's father, too, was struck by enlightenment. Indeed. From the ancestor's perspective, true strength holds paramount importance, while appearance is of little consequence. How do you feel now? Perhaps you should seize this formidable state and directly enter the ancestral grounds. It won't take long and should not impede your recovery. Kong Tianjiao replied. I feel remarkably strong, stronger than I have ever been. Although Dr. Li did not restore Kong Tianjiao, he did heal his wounds. In that case, let us proceed to the ancestral grounds at once. Under the cover of night, the trio made their way to the artificial hill in the backyard. Kong's father sliced his palm, allowing blood to drip through his fingers onto the hill. The surroundings seemed shrouded in mist, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Let us go. Kong's father stepped forward, with Kong Tianjiao closely following. Kong's mother remained behind, contemplating the beauty-enhancing purple jade at her waist. Can this truly make one appear younger? Why did he give me this? Kong's mother raised her brows. Does he think I am aging? Just as she was about to confront them, she realized that the father and son had vanished into the hill. The ancestral grounds of the Kong family are inaccessible to those without the Kong bloodline. Drip, drop. The man-made stone steps were slick with moss as Kong Tianjiao descended alongside his father. After approximately the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, a pungent scent of blood wafted toward Kong Tianjiao, signaling their arrival at their destination. The father and son entered an underground cavern. In the center of the cave lay a small pond, from which a current seemed to flow, surrounded by clear signs of human excavation. Though these remnants were ancient and covered in thick moss, Kong's father ignited a torch on the rocky wall, illuminating the entirety of the subterranean chamber. The fluid within the pond was not water, but rather a fetid stream of blood, its overwhelming scent emanating from the depths of the pool. Moreover, this blood is not ordinary. It is infused with spiritual energy, known as spirit blood, which can only be found on cultivators and spiritual beasts. In a daze, Kong Tianjiao seemed to hear the wailing of countless souls, affecting his mental state. Even in death, they remained restless. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Kong's father unleashed his spiritual energy, and Kong Tianjiao suddenly felt a clarity wash over him, the mournful cries vanishing without a trace. In the center of the pond lay a 20-square-meter artificial island. Grabbing Kong Tianjiao by the collar, Kong's father leapt into the air and landed upon the island. The two approached a stone tablet intricately engraved with dense patterns and knelt in reverence. The 108th generation of the Kong family, the unworthy descendant Kong Lin, accompanied by the 109th generation unworthy descendant Kong Tianjiao, has come to pay homage to our ancestors. We beseech our forebears to bless the Kong family with prosperity for millennia. Having spoken, Kong's father rose, his inner spiritual energy radiating outward as he chanted incantations. The thick blood in the pond began to bubble. Streams of blood drawn by the spiritual energy forming columns that surged into the stone tablet, all absorbed by it. The pungent scent of blood enveloped the surrounding air in a crimson haze, illuminated by flickering torches, creating a terrifying spectacle akin to a grand blood sacrifice. As a torrent of blood flowed into the tablet, the pool gradually emptied, revealing a blood-red bottom. It was not until the final drop of blood was absorbed by the tablet that Kong's father withdrew his spiritual force. Why is there no response? Kong Tianjiao asked in confusion. Could it be that our ancestor has secretly reincarnated? After all that spirit blood has been poured in, not even a bubble has surfaced. What nonsense! Kong's father retorted. I forgot to offer incense. He retrieved 3 sticks of incense from his bag and lit them, the delicate smoke seemingly bridging to another realm. The stone tablet began to emit a faint glow, the complex characters twisting and rotating around its center. Go in, my son. Perform well. As long as you can deceive our ancestors' essence blood, you will successfully advance to a supreme spiritual root. No problem. Kong Tianjiao flexed his muscles, exuding confidence. I am certain I will succeed. With that, Kong Tianjiao dove into the stone tablet. In an instant, he felt as though he had entered another world. The air was rich with spiritual energy, filled with profound mysteries and intricate laws. Savoring this familiar place, Kong Tianjiao took a deep breath. Ready to pay his respects to the ancestors when a commanding voice resonated in his ear. Who dares, wretched imp, to trespass in the ancestral grounds of the Kong family? Before Kong Tianjiao could respond, a powerful force surged forth, sending him crashing back out. Kong's father watched in astonishment as Kong Tianjiao emerged almost instantaneously. How could this be faster than my own entrance? Kong Tianjiao was left utterly bewildered. What is happening? I have only just entered, and yet I am being expelled. This is disastrous. Kong Tianjiao was startled, abruptly rising to gaze at the stone tablet. The symbols on the tablet had returned to their original positions, and the passage to the ancestral land had vanished. Each time the ancestral land opens, there exists but a single opportunity for entry. What could have transpired? Kung Fu hurriedly assisted Kong Tianjiao to his feet. With a sudden cough, blood spewed forth, and Kong Tianjiao's vitality swiftly diminished. It's poisoned. Kung Fu urgently infused spiritual energy into Kong Tianjiao's body. This was a unique poison of the Kong family, and had Kong Tianjiao truly been a beast, he would not have survived for more than a quarter of an hour. He needed to expel the venom from Kong Tianjiao's body. Kung Fu placed a healing pill into Kong Tianjiao's mouth, and his complexion improved slightly. The ancestor mistook me for a beast and thus cast me out with a single strike. Kong Tianjiao explained. Did you not attempt to clarify with the ancestor? Kong Tianjiao lamented, tears welling up. There was simply no opportunity to speak. Alas, this is fate. I am truly unfortunate. Since September of last year, he had been beset by misfortunes, as if some unseen force was targeting him. Now, having missed the long-anticipated exquisite spiritual root, Kong Tianjiao could no longer contain his anguish and wept bitterly. I have awaited this moment for 3 years, only for it to be ruined by a single pill. Cursed black-robed figure, I shall not rest until I have my revenge. Kung Fu hastily offered comfort. Do not despair, my son. Your father will find a way to gather another pool of spiritual blood to create another opportunity for you. Moreover, even had you not been expelled, there is no guarantee you would have ascended to an exquisite spiritual root. Kong Tianjiao. Kung Fu patted his shoulder, emanating a potent aura of blood and malice. Starting tomorrow, I shall take matters into my own hands, even if it risks the destruction of our family. Within a year and a half, I will gather another pool of spiritual blood for you. Chapter 100. The urgent matter at hand is to return you to Xiantian sect and restore your human form. Kung Fu stated. He had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. Why did the ancestor not recognize the bloodline? Only the visage. However, given the current circumstances, lingering here serves no purpose. After all, Kong Tianjiao is still young and will have ample opportunities in the future. In comparison, shedding this layer of darkness and regaining his human form is of utmost importance. He does not wish for his beloved son to be mistaken for a great black gorilla. Kong Tianjiao's eyes reddened. Indeed, I must return to Xiantian sect, where I shall seek my vengeance. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, a flying vessel gracefully descended near Xiantian sect. Wrapped in his black robe, Kong Tianjiao rushed towards the sect with fervor. Son, if you find yourself unable to prevail, refrain from engaging in combat. Kung Fu advised, a gentleman's vengeance is not to be hastened, even after 3 centuries. As he observed the silhouette of Kong Tianjiao vanish into the depths of the forest, Kung Fu suddenly realized he had forgotten something. What was it? Never mind. It slipped my mind. Homeward bound, Kong Tianjiao surged towards the Xiantian sect, his demeanor fierce as he made a beeline for the enforcement team. Uncertain of the whereabouts of the man in the black robe, he intended to report the dubious nature of the black-robed individual elixirs directly to the enforcement team and enlist their aid in apprehending him. With determined strides, he entered the enforcement team's precinct, but before he could utter a word, several members approached him, handcuffs in hand. You must be Kong Tianjiao, here to surrender? One inquired. How do you know my name? He retorted. In the entire sect, you are the only one with dark fur on your ankles. Kong Tianjiao glanced down and noticed the black robe had been shortened, revealing his ankles. Did you make me wear this, or shall we put it on together? The enforcement officer extended the handcuffs toward him. Unfazed, Kong Tianjiao declared, What grounds do you have to apprehend me? I have taken a leave of absence. Leave of absence? The officers exchanged puzzled glances. We are unaware of your leave. You ought to discuss that with Elder Lu. A chill ran down Kong Tianjiao's spine. Had his father truly informed the sect leader of his leave, or was it merely a verbal acknowledgement? Surely not. His father was quite reliable and would not lead him astray. Then summon the black-robed man. I cannot possibly meet Elder Lu in this state. The enforcement officers chuckled. The black-robed man mentioned last night that if you wish to see him, you must wait until the next time he manifests. Oh, and he left you a note. Kong Tianjiao opened the note, which read, "Rest assured, the elixir's effects are everlasting. How does it feel to possess such tremendous strength?" The corner bore a sketch of an ape, seemingly mocking him in silence. Kong Tianjiao crumpled the note in frustration and roared to the heavens, "Cursed black-robed man. I shall not rest until you are brought to justice." The skies were overcast, yet his spirits soared. Early that morning, Qin Yu, in high spirits, set about cleansing the remnants of the foul oil from last night's deep-fried stinky tofu, subsequently relocating the alchemical furnace to this auspicious location, eager to master a new elixir. The previous night, he had successfully accrued 10,000 contribution points. While it paled in comparison to his lottery winnings, it remained a substantial sum. Now, Qin Yu boasted a total of 110,000 contribution points. What does this signify? Perhaps some external elders, on the cusp of merging their forms, might not possess such an abundance of points. Were it not for the stringent regulations of the Xintian sect, Qin Yu would have already carved a path to immortality. At this moment, he simply wished to shout to the heavens, "Endless, endless, an eternity of abundance, ha ha ha. Knock, knock, knock." Who could that be so early in the morning? Qin Yu opened the door to find Senior Brother Gao and several members of the guild. "Greetings, guild leader," they said with admiration. "Hello. Is there something you need?" Qin Yu inquired. Senior Brother Gao elucidated. "Our guild has profited from the sale of 3 magical artifacts acquired through the purchase of the Zuanianding talisman. Yesterday, I sold these artifacts and, after deducting costs, we earned over 3,300 contribution points. Including various other income, our net gain amounts to 3,600. Impressive," Qin Yu exclaimed sincerely. Although Senior Brother Gao's intellect and business acumen were but a fraction of his own, he nonetheless stood out among the crowd. After all, to invest decisively without knowing the quality of the artifacts was a bold move, especially since the funds were raised collectively. If they succeeded, everyone would benefit. But if they failed, the responsibility would rest solely on Senior Brother Gao's shoulders. Such audacity in purchasing the Zuantianding talisman was not something an ordinary person could muster. Senior Brother Gao continued, "The brothers have discussed and decided to allocate 600 contribution points as guild funds, while the remaining points will be distributed as dividends among us. So you will receive your share as well." "Me too?" Qin Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I haven't contributed financially or physically. I cannot accept these contribution points." "That cannot be." The guild members behind Senior Brother Gao quickly interjected. "Guild leader, without your strategic guidance, how could we have earned so much?" "Indeed, guild leader. If our guild were likened to a grand ship, you are the captain at the helm. While it may seem that the sailors do all the work, you are the most crucial person on board." Qin Yu was puzzled. "What have I done? I feel as though I haven't really contributed at all." Senior Brother Gao was equally perplexed. "What have I done? Clearly, I have handled everything." He transitioned from confusion to numbness, now evolving into an unperturbed state. Qin Yu certainly could not accept the contribution points they had worked hard to earn, and even this modest sum was beneath Li Zhengtong's notice. "How about this? I shall regard my share of contribution points as guild funds. May our guild continue to flourish." "You are truly magnificent, guild leader," they exclaimed. "Guild leader? Did you not say that it is challenging for our auxiliary disciples to earn contribution points? Why refuse to accept them?" Qin Yu smiled lightly, gesturing toward the alchemy furnace behind him. "While it is indeed difficult for us to earn contribution points, I possess the skill of alchemy, which ultimately affords me greater ease than many of you. Let these contribution points be reserved for those who need them more." Senior Brother Gao marveled. "Such nobility from our guild leader. Deputy leader, it is due to your tall stature that we have long referred to you as the tall deputy leader. May I inquire about your esteemed surname?" "Brother Gao, my surname is Gao." Qin Yu, after bidding farewell to the members of the guild, Qin Yu thought to himself that he could finally commence his alchemical endeavors. This time, he intended to concoct a healing elixir. Healing elixirs, and those that restore spiritual energy, are both of a significantly higher grade compared to lower-tier potions like the Strength Potion and Qi Potion, making their production considerably more challenging, as well as their market value substantially elevated. Thus, Qin Yu waited until he had thoroughly mastered the art of alchemy before attempting this. Just as he was about to begin, a knock echoed at the door once more. Qin Yu furrowed his brow in annoyance. Who could it be? Interrupting his alchemical pursuits in broad daylight? Upon opening the door, he was met by 2 individuals clad in the uniforms of the enforcement team. "Junior brother, your affairs have been exposed. Come with us for a moment." Chapter 101. Qin Yu's heart sank in surprise as he cautiously inquired, "Which matter do you refer to?" He quickly pondered the possibilities. Could it be the incident involving the elixirs that ensnared the Beastmaster Peak? That seemed implausible, for there was nothing amiss. My elixirs were effective, and I had given them freely, which was not against any regulations. Qin Yu was well aware that the enforcement peak had certainly identified the figure in the black robe as himself. Elder Wang Ingjun had explicitly stated that the enforcement team had investigated him and, upon confirming his compliance with the rules, had refrained from intervening. Thus, Qin Yu surmised that there must be some infraction related to his impersonation of the figure in the black robe. He continued to contemplate. Could it be the issue of utilizing the Dreaming Hound to locate the Xiantian token? That too seemed incorrect, as the event organizers had permitted the use of the Dreaming Hound to seek the token. Wait, Qin Yu suddenly recalled. There was an occasion when the staff had yet to conceal the token, and the Dreaming Hound had intercepted it. That instance indeed constituted a violation. However, what relevance did the Dreaming Hound's misconduct have to me? I merely engaged in a fair exchange with them. Surely they would not hold me responsible for allegedly inducing the hound to err. Heaven help me, I did not instruct them at all. They acted out of their own accord. Yet, the sect would certainly not penalize the Dreaming Hound. Could I potentially become the scapegoat in this scenario? In an instant. Qin Yu had considered numerous possibilities and devised countermeasures. He resolutely vowed not to acknowledge any connection to this matter. What Dreaming Hound? I am not familiar with it. There are countless beings who purchase my stinky tofu. How could I possibly remember them? You are not aware of the misdeeds you committed at Minghui Square? One of the enforcement team members retorted with irritation. It has all come to light. You still feign ignorance. Upon hearing Minghui Square, Qin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Why did you not mention that earlier? So it is this matter. You nearly frightened me to death. Seeing Qin Yu's expression of relief, the enforcement team members squinted their eyes. Brother, it appears you have not been innocent in your dealings. How could this be? I am a law-abiding citizen, and I have not committed a single act contrary to the regulations inscribed in the sect's rules. Qin Yu declared with unwavering conviction. You need not explain yourself to us. Instead, accompany us to Minghui Square, where the elder awaits your arrival. With that, Qin Yu followed the two members of the enforcement team to Minghui Square. Upon arrival, they were greeted by two figures. One donned the elder's formal robe, undoubtedly the elder responsible for this matter from the outer sect, while the other wore soiled garments, appearing as if they had just emerged from the earth. Without the need for speculation, Qin Yu surmised that this individual must belong to the earth and wood pavilion. Though they hailed from different realms, the resemblance was striking. Upon seeing Qin Yu approach, the elder inquired, Are you the disciple assigned to clean Minghui Square? Qin Yu nodded in affirmation. Did you also create that wooden sign? The elder gestured towards the board that read construction ahead. With sincerity, Qin Yu replied, A man of integrity must take responsibility for his actions. I fully acknowledge my involvement. No one shall cast aspersions upon me for something I did not do. The elder retorted, Is this not your doing? Qin Yu affirmed, Indeed, it is. The elder continued, You have committed an offense. Are you aware of this? Confused, Qin Yu asked, What offense have I committed? The elder, though aware that such actions were inappropriate, found it difficult to articulate the specific legal infraction. He was not an elder from the law enforcement peak. After all, who has the leisure to delve into the sect's regulations? Moreover, for an ordinary disciple, merely stating that they have broken the law would typically suffice to instill fear, leaving no room for such a retort. After all, wouldn't one face punishment regardless? Noticing the elder momentarily at a loss for words, Qin Yu compassionately presented him with a tattered copy of the sect's regulations. Please, do not rush. Take your time to find it. The elder, visibly agitated, began to leaf through the sect regulations. It wasn't long before he located a specific rule, the fabrication and dissemination of false information. Before the elder could finish, Qin Yu recited verbatim. You are referring to Article 28, correct? It states that impersonating the elder pavilion to fabricate and propagate false information, which significantly impacts the sect and causes severe losses, shall be adjudicated by the law enforcement peak, leading to expulsion from the sect or personal accountability. This rule primarily exists to prevent individuals from misrepresenting orders and disrupting the normal order of Xiantian's sect. Firstly, I have not impersonated the elder pavilion. Secondly, my sign has not caused any detriment to the sect, and its influence is negligible. Therefore, this regulation does not apply in this context. The elder silently closed his mouth, continuing to search through the pages. Elder, please do not continue searching. I have memorized these regulations and can assure you that there is no provision addressing this situation. To Qin Yu's mind, the regulations of Xiantian's sect were far from comprehensive. This set of regulations primarily addresses significant incidents involving betrayal of the sect, disruption of its peace, interference with normal operations, and ensuring the safety of its members. Minor grievances in daily life are scarcely mentioned. Qin Yu speculated that this may stem from the inherent differences between cultivators and mortals. The former possess robust physiques and tend to focus their attention on cultivation and survival, thus neglecting trivial matters. For instance, issues such as weight discrepancies at markets or food hygiene are hardly referenced in the sect's regulations. As long as the food consumed does not cause discomfort, Any resulting issues fall under the purview of market management or are resolved privately among disciples, never escalating to the level of formal regulations. However, it is not the case that all minor matters are unrecorded. The sect's regulations explicitly forbid fishing in designated rivers and ponds marked with signs against such activities, prohibiting any form of angling, netting, or electrofishing. Additionally, the breeding facilities for spiritual chickens, ducks, and geese are off limits to non-staff for any reason, a clear response to previous incidents of theft. Furthermore, there is a stipulation that any individual discovering a spiritual chicken, duck, or goose within the sect's territory, regardless of its wild status, must report it to the sect for handling. Qin Yu conjectured that perhaps an individual, unable to steal the poultry, had resorted to sabotaging the protective array that contained these spiritual creatures, resulting in a chaotic scene of flying fowl throughout the sect, a spectacle that must have been quite grand and exhilarating. Qin Yu discerned that each of these meticulously targeted regulations surely had an underlying story. Clearly, he was not the sole individual attempting to exploit loopholes in the regulations. The sect's rules are typically appended in response to events that elude legal repercussions, with the initial violator reaping the benefits of such oversights. As it stands, no one has yet emulated Qin Yu's audacious act of erecting a wooden sign in the name of the earth and wood pavilion to block a road. Had he chosen a bustling thoroughfare, he could have been charged with disrupting the sect's operations. But the truth is that Mingyue Square is exceedingly remote, barely affecting anyone. Indeed, most are unaware of its existence. This renders it impossible to establish culpability. The elder furrowed his brow, perusing the regulations repeatedly. Although he found a few similar stipulations, none truly aligned with Qin Yu's actions. To force such a comparison would likely lead to Qin Yu's refusal to accept it. The sect's regulations are still woefully inadequate. Qin Yu mused that if he were to augment the regulations, they would need to be at least 3 times as comprehensive. Chapter 102. Noticing the elder's silence. Qin Yu seamlessly transitioned into his element. Elder. It is clearly recorded in the regulations of the sect, civil engineering, that if any hazardous conditions arise due to the dilapidation of the sect's infrastructure, they should be sealed off and reported to the civil engineering pavilion for repairs, correct? How would the elder know whether such a provision exists? This tome of regulations is quite voluminous. Who has the leisure to peruse such a document? Wouldn't it be better to spend that time honing one's skills? However, upon hearing Qin Yu's assertion, the elder felt inclined to believe there must indeed be such a regulation and thus inquired, "What danger do you perceive at the Mingyue Square?" Qin Yu pointed to a small pit on the ground and stated earnestly, "I believe that pit poses a considerable danger." The elder followed Qin Yu's gaze and observed merely a fist-sized hole. How can that possibly be dangerous? Qin Yu elucidated. The danger referenced in the regulations likely pertains to subjective judgment, lacking a detailed assessment standard. Hence, I deem anything I perceive as dangerous to indeed be dangerous. Moreover, elder, do not underestimate such a trivial pit. Are you familiar with the concept of the butterfly effect? The butterfly effect? The elder appeared perplexed. This disciple was indeed peculiar. He could comprehend each word yet struggled to grasp their collective meaning. Qin Yu chuckled and explained. The butterfly effect refers to a seemingly insignificant event triggering a series of reactions that ultimately lead to catastrophic consequences. The elder and the civil engineering pavilion staff gazed at Qin Yu in confusion. I have read little. Please do not deceive me. Noticing their bewilderment, Qin Yu decided to provide a straightforward and relatable example. For instance, suppose a grand sect, with only a moderate connection to ours, sends its esteemed leader accompanied by his cherished daughter to visit our sect. Having heard tales of a remarkably handsome servant disciple tasked with maintaining the Mingyue Square, the leader's daughter is drawn to the square to catch a glimpse of this charming figure. However, engrossed in her admiration, she fails to notice the small pit beneath her feet. She steps into it, landing unceremoniously. Coincidentally, our own sect leader witnesses this scene and jovially remarks, "It seems your sect lacks handsome men. Even our mere servant disciple has captivated your daughter." Naturally, the opposing sect leader is incensed. Yet upon observing the handsome servant disciple, he realizes his own sect does not possess such allure. Enraged and humiliated, he escalates the conflict, leading to a declaration of war against our sect. Our sect, being formidable, remains unafraid, rallying numerous allies with a mere gesture. The opposing sect, not to be underestimated, gathers hundreds of sects into 2 factions, igniting the First World War in the realm of cultivation. The heavens shatter, the populace suffers, and cultivators face ruin. Do you now comprehend the peril posed by that pit? Upon hearing this, the elders instinctively thought, so this pit is truly perilous? However, they quickly regained their composure. What nonsense is this? Do you take us for fools? Such absurdity is unfathomable. Qin Yu remarked calmly. Sometimes, a significant event is merely the culmination of countless trivial coincidences. But it cannot be that coincidental. Moreover, where are the handsome men in Mingwe Square? Coughing lightly, Qin Yu adopted a tone he believed to be melodious, stating, "Without this sign, wouldn't I be sweeping the floor in Mingwe Square? You?" The crowd displayed expressions of disdain. "What are you looking at? You may question my character, but you cannot question my appearance. Enough. Let us return to the matter at hand." The elder suddenly awoke to the realization that they could no longer indulge in these bizarre topics. He needed to take control and discuss subjects he could comprehend. "May I inquire?" he began. Qin Yu obediently nodded. "Please do. You mentioned earlier that when encountering dangerous areas, the sect's regulations dictate sealing them off and subsequently notifying the Earth and Wood Pavilion for repairs, correct?" "Indeed." The elder's gaze sharpened. "Yet the Earth and Wood Pavilion has not received your message?" Qin Yu addressed the disciple from the Earth and Wood Pavilion standing behind the elder, saying, "Brother, do not forget to inform the others to come and repair this pit when you return, lest it incite the First World War in the cultivation realm." Then, turning to the elder with a smile, he added, "Elder, I am notifying you now. After all, the sect regulations do not specify when the notification must be given." "Do they?" The elder, exasperated, threw the sect regulations to the ground, exclaiming, "Who on earth drafted these regulations? They are riddled with flaws, if you cannot compose them properly." "Then do not." Nearby, the grand elder sneezed twice, rubbed his nose, and muttered, "Who the hell is cursing me?" Qin Yu's expression shifted in alarm as he pointed at the sect regulations that had been deliberately tossed to the ground, admonishing, "Elder, maliciously discarding and damaging the sect regulations constitutes a violation of the rules. Moreover, the sect regulations were composed by the Elder Pavilion. Malicious slander or questioning the disciples of the Elder Pavilion incurs a penalty of 3 months' salary, while the elder will be suspended from duty. The sect regulations tend to be exceedingly detailed in areas where specificity is unwarranted." The elder's beard trembled in fury. "Well, there is no recording stone here. I can simply claim that this regulation fell from my hands by accident, and I never uttered any disparaging remarks about the Elder Pavilion." The elder looked triumphantly at Qin Yu. "Is that all you can do? Exploit loopholes in the regulations?" Qin Yu turned to the Earth and would disciple behind the elder. "Brother, be a witness. Once the elder steps down, perhaps the newly appointed elder will be from your Earth and Wood Pavilion. Then you will possess more influence. And obtaining funding will be much easier, wouldn't it?" The elder chuckled softly, suggesting the possibility that he himself might hail from the esteemed Earth and Wood Pavilion. Qin Yu paused momentarily before addressing his companion from the Earth and Wood sect, urging, "Senior brother, do not hesitate. Once the elder steps down, you may very well be the next in line." The eyes of the Earth and Wood disciple sparkled with realization as he felt a surge of ambition. "Very well." The elder casually inhaled, retrieving the sect regulations and handing it to Qin Yu. "You are indeed a clever disciple. Fortunate for you, you are merely a junior disciple. Were your strength greater, you might have caused considerable unrest within the outer sect. I lack the time to deliberate with you here. Since you are so well versed in the regulations, why don't you propose a solution for this matter?" With a mischievous grin, Qin Yu accepted the plaque. Acknowledging the fault lay with the disciples. The disciples of the Mingwe Plaza would continue their cleaning duties, and he assured that such a situation would not arise again. After all, in a few days, Qin Yu would be promoted to an outer sect disciple, and with his newfound wealth, he could easily hire someone to assist with the cleaning. "Very well," the elder nodded, inquiring, "What additional rules should be instituted in the regulations to prevent such incidents from recurring?" "I am uncertain," Qin Yu replied. He was a man of integrity, unwilling to obstruct others' paths while enjoying his own privileges. After ensuring the Mingwe Plaza was spotless, Qin Yu returned to his cave dwelling. Gazing at the alchemical furnace, he retrieved the alchemical recipe, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "At last, I can begin refining elixirs." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Who could it be? "It's only the second day of the new year. Can I not refine my elixirs in peace?" Frustrated, Qin Yu stepped outside, only to be confronted by 2 members of the law enforcement team. "Are you Qin Yu? We have received a report regarding your unauthorized practice of medicine. Please accompany us." Qin Yu exclaimed. "What? The sect regulations do not stipulate that one requires a medical license to practice." He raised the sect regulations in his defense. While the regulations indeed lacked such a clause, the laws of the Liang Kingdom included it, and as the Xiantian sect resided within the Liang Kingdom, it was obliged to adhere to its legal statutes. Is it possible for such a thing to exist? Qin Yu reflected on the vastness of his legal studies, realizing he had merely skimmed the surface. How careless. Sandwiched between the 2 law enforcement seniors, Qin Yu was enveloped in regret, sorrow, and frustration. Upon discovering that alchemical pills required a certification, I should have surmised that practicing medicine also necessitated a physician's license. Having successfully avoided all other infractions, he had unexpectedly stumbled at the final hurdle. Where are you taking me? He inquired of the two seniors. To the law enforcement peak, to meet the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder? Qin Yu shivered at the thought. Is it truly necessary for such a trivial matter to be addressed by the Grand Elder himself? Although the Grand Elder typically lacks the time to attend to trivial matters, today is the second day of the Lunar New Year. A day when he finds himself unoccupied and thus decides to review the infractions committed by you. It is rather peculiar, this affinity of his. Qin Yu chuckled lightly and cautiously inquired, is there a distinction between the Grand Elder's review and a regular one? Oh, indeed there is. The gravity in the enforcer's voice sent a shiver down Qin Yu's spine. Under normal circumstances, if your actions haven't caused significant repercussions, we would simply inform you of the fine to be paid, and that would be the end of it. However, when it comes to the Grand Elder's scrutiny, what about the Grand Elder's review? Qin Yu pressed on. Should the matter be entrusted to the Grand Elder, it is he who shall determine the penalty, came the reply. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. And this is the great distinction you speak of? Is our difference from the Grand Elder not substantial enough? You find yourself amusing, do you? The enforcer continued. By the way, don't you have two accomplices who have transformed into gorillas? Call them along, if the Grand Elder deems the company insufficient. We may have to make another trip. Qin Yu sensed that the latter part of the statement was of greater significance. He feigned ignorance. What accomplices? I acted alone. Do not play coy. We are referring to Li Zhengtong and Ji Duo. Goodness, you know about them too. There are no secrets within the Xiantian sect. Qin Yu realized that the enforcement peak was indeed formidable, making him feel as though he were operating under their watchful eyes. Surely, they did not have undercover agents lurking everywhere. Nonetheless, it was precisely due to the prowess of the enforcement peak that the sect's regulations were enforced, instilling a sense of caution in all members, even the elders, who dared not bully their junior disciples. Even the once arrogant beast tamer peak confined their audacity within the bounds of regulation. Their rule against allowing spirit beasts to relieve themselves indiscriminately was not under the jurisdiction of the enforcement team. Otherwise, those individuals would have long since faced consequences. Another enforcer chuckled. Rest assured, summoning them will not incur any excessive penalties, just a modest fine for you to settle later. Opportunities to meet the Grand Elder are rare. Bring your friends along to broaden their horizons. Perhaps due to the recent festivities, both enforcers appeared to be in good spirits. Qin Yu found merit in this reasoning. The Grand Elder, being exceedingly busy, would likely only appear before those who were truly nefarious in nature. Having been in the sect for 6 months, they had yet to glimpse the visage of the Grand Elder, the pinnacle of Xiantian sect's might. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Yu decided to invite his companions to witness this momentous occasion. He first called upon Li Zhengtong, only to discover that Ji Duo had already packed his belongings and returned home. That fellow certainly knew how to make a swift exit. However, Ash's presence was merely to make up the numbers. His absence would have made no difference. Li Zhengtong cast a sidelong glance at the two law enforcement team members. As a weak, pitiable, and helpless disciple, he instinctively feared the imposing attire of the enforcement team, akin to how students fear their homeroom teachers, a natural bloodline suppression. Leaning closer to Qin Yu, he whispered, Brother Yu, where are we headed? With an air of nonchalance, Qin Yu replied, The Grand Elder, having heard of my remarkable deeds, has sent for me to partake in a cup of tea. I brought you along to broaden your horizons. The law enforcement team member chimed in, Well, my friend hasn't he forgotten you in his good fortune. Brother Yu, your loyalty is commendable. Li Zhengtong exclaimed, his eyes trembling with excitement. Your connections are impressive. Even the Grand Elder is willing to meet with you. Indeed, Li Zhengtong continued, I thought our clandestine activities had been discovered, and the Grand Elder was to personally interrogate us. That nearly terrified me. Qin Yu responded, Brother Yu, have you prepared what to discuss with the Grand Elder? After all, he is the Grand Elder. Shouldn't you inquire about the issues surrounding your alchemy? Qin Yu sensed that Li Zhengtong was more invested in the matter of his alchemy than he himself was. Qin Yu replied, We'll merely converse about the fine I.O. You just listen and refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you. Ah, how splendid. Li Zhengtong marveled. Truly remarkable. The logic is impeccable. The balance is perfect. Exhibiting both courage and strategy, guiding others step by step into the traps one has set. The variety of peculiar elixirs is astounding, possessing wisdom and skill. Such individuals are indeed rare. What a pity, though, that one's spiritual root aptitude is too poor, destined to limit their potential. The Grand Elder observed the detailed proceedings of Qin Yu's actions, expressing admiration. Grand Elder, I have brought the individual you requested. A disciple from the enforcement peak announced as he entered. The Grand Elder sprang to his feet, leaping behind the screen, clearing his throat before commanding, Let them enter. Very well. The disciple called out to those outside, "You may come in," as Qin Yu and Li Jingtong stepped into the grand hall. Their eyes widened at the opulent architecture. Suddenly, a solemn low murmur resonated from both sides of the hall. Majestic. Qin Yu nearly twisted his waist from surprise. "Am I entering a court of law?" An accompanying law enforcement member explained. The Grand Elder believes that such sounds induce psychological pressure on the culprits, facilitating their confession. Qin Yu surveyed the hall but did not spot the Grand Elder. Just as he was about to inquire, a commanding voice echoed from all directions, "Disciple Qin Yu, do you acknowledge your transgressions?" The grandeur of the moment was nearly overwhelming. Truly, the Grand Elder was deserving of his reputation. Hastily, Qin Yu responded, "This disciple acknowledges his transgressions. According to the sect's regulations, your illicit earnings of 10,400 contribution points have been confiscated, along with a fine of 3,000 contribution points, totaling a sum of 10,340 contribution points." Qin Yu felt a pang of regret. He silently vowed that once he had the opportunity, he would certainly obtain a medical qualification certificate. With patience, he could charge for his services. Without patience, he would create them and then collect fees for treatment. Over 10,000 contribution points? The eyes of the two law enforcement officers widened in astonishment. Has the medical profession become this lucrative? They glanced at their meager monthly earnings of a few hundred contribution points, suddenly realizing that they were living worse than mere servant disciples. This law enforcement position was hardly worth the trouble. They only knew that Qin Yu was practicing medicine without a license and were responsible for bringing him in, unaware of the detailed process of his alleged crimes. Chapter 104. Sensing the envious gazes of the two, Qin Yu quietly produced his identity badge, infusing it with spiritual energy, revealing a string of numbers. If not now, when should he show off? The disciples of the law enforcement peak stared in disbelief, reflecting on the hardships they endured. After submitting the fine, the Grand Elder's authoritative voice resonated again. "The 12th Elder asked me to inquire whether your body-refining pills are effective for cultivators in the integration stage. The 12th Elder oversees the prisoner peak, a place for detaining offenders. Body-refining pills are typically used for coercive interrogation." The disciple was uncertain about the efficacy of these pills on integration stage cultivators, but it was highly probable they would not be effective. Qin Yu was self-aware of his alchemical skills. The pills he concocted were merely entry-level. They likely held no value even for golden core cultivators, let alone mighty beings in the integration stage. "Do not draw conclusions without experimentation. Do you still possess body-refining pills?" the Grand Elder inquired. "Yes." Qin Yu hastily produced one, left over from a previous ring toss event. However, Qin Yu shifted the narrative and added, "The materials required for crafting this pill are quite expensive and intricate, and the difficulty of refinement is considerable. Do not expect it for free. Simply state the price." Qin Yu chuckled. They thought they could ensnare me. Qin Yu, did they truly believe I was foolish? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized the Grand Elder was attempting to set a trap for him. This body-refining pill lacked a certification. Once the Grand Elder paid, he would be committing an offense. Thus, Qin Yu respectfully stated, "Although this pill embodies countless hours of my dedication and effort, the sect has graciously nurtured, protected, and assisted me. In comparison to the sect's contributions, this pill is utterly trivial. I wish to present this pill as a gift to the Grand Elder, hoping he will accept it." Qin Yu felt that his eloquent words might leave a favorable impression on the Grand Elder. A favor is far more valuable than contribution points. Although this diminutive elixir may not capture the attention of the Grand Elder, who might very well forget this matter entirely by tomorrow, it is said that small accumulations lead to significant results. If forgotten this time, perhaps it will be remembered next. After all, this elixir holds little value. The Grand Elder's voice seemed tinged with bemusement. "This elixir is requested by the 12th Elder. If you wish to seek a favor, you should approach him, for it bears no relevance to me." The Grand Elder, "You jest. It is merely a humble elixir. So where is the question of favor?" The elixir detached itself from Qin Yu's grasp and soared behind the screen. At that moment, a disciple from the law enforcement peak entered. "Peak Master, Elderly Ling from the Civil Engineering Pavilion has submitted an application stating that a servant disciple has written construction ahead on a sign, thereby blocking off a square under the pretense of their Civil Engineering Pavilion to lessen their workload. However, there are no provisions in the sect's regulations to address such a situation." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder chuckled. "How amusing. The ingenuity of this generation of disciples is truly remarkable. Young Qin Yu, it appears there are individuals among the outer sect who are your equal. Do you know this person?" Qin Yu replied, "I do not know him. I have never heard of this matter. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Very well, you may go." Qin Yu, accompanied by Li Jingtong, quickly departed. After their exit, the Grand Elder slowly emerged from behind the screen. He appeared handsome, with a tall stature, seemingly only in his early 20s. Peak Master, why did you hide behind the screen this time? Inquired a puzzled disciple. The Grand Elder smiled and said, these two young men are clearly not ordinary. They may well intersect with my path in the future. If they were to see me now, how could I later reveal my true prowess before them? Do these two possess some special qualities? How did you discern that? The Grand Elder replied, two servant disciples, having only entered the sect for half a year, already qualify to meet with me. Such individuals cannot possibly be commonplace. Did you not summon them? Moreover, he continued, the disciple named Qin Yu left a profound impression on all 12 elders and the sect leader during the entrance examination. They may not recall his name, but they certainly recognize him. The law enforcement peak disciples were astonished. Having undergone the entrance examination themselves, they understood its daunting difficulty. Just how flawlessly had this disciple named Qin Yu performed to leave such a lasting impression on all the elders and the sect leader? By the way, what is the name of the disciple who erected the sign? The Grand Elder inquired. The disciple hurriedly glanced at the records and replied, Qin Yu, brother Yu. Have we not incurred a loss this time? Qin Yu lamented, feeling as though his heart were being torn asunder, not merely a loss, but a catastrophic one indeed. Not only have the initial investments not been recouped, but I also find myself pouring in additional funds. Don't be too disheartened, Yu Gu, Li Zhonggong consoled. Although you've suffered some losses, your contribution points still exceed 90,000, perhaps surpassing those of certain outer sect elders. Qin Yu waved his hand with a carefree gesture. Enough. Life is unpredictable. This time, I, Qin, did not exercise due diligence. I accept my fate. Yu Gu, will you return home in the coming days? Li Zhongtong inquired. Home? Qin Yu mused, his thoughts seemingly drifting far away. To be candid, he found himself yearning for home, though his thoughts were of his residence on Blue Star. His parents must be quite anxious since discovering his disappearance. I wonder how they are faring now? Fortunately, he had an older brother. Otherwise, he could only imagine how his parents would cope. How he longed for his mother's stir-fried chicken and garlic scrambled eggs. His boss would surely be heartbroken over his absence. Lamenting that he might never find another worker as competent and affordable as him, he hesitated to take sick leave for a hospital visit, fearing it might disrupt work. Had he sought timely medical attention, perhaps after 30 consecutive kneelings, he might not have succumbed to a surge of blood and energy that led to his transmigration. And then there was his recently initiated 31st game. He had intended to take a break after securing a victory. Yet, with the unpredictability of life, how could he win without his presence? Feeling a twinge of melancholy, Qin Yu, being an optimistic soul, quickly adjusted his mindset. Perhaps the flow of time differs between the two worlds. As the protagonist, after my transmigration, time on Blue Star ceased to necessitate progression. Even if the time flow were identical, once I ascend to immortality, I could certainly reverse the tides of time and return to that fateful night of my crossing. The thought of becoming an unparalleled immortal emperor in the city was exhilarating. Yu Gu, what are you pondering? Oh, nothing much. I want to be going home. Instead, I should dedicate some time to study new elixirs. The home Qin Yu referred to was in this world. In the original owner's memories, recollections of home were rather vague. He only knew that it was far from here, and the original owner had left due to a strained relationship with his family, seeking apprenticeship at Xiantian sect. Upon hearing Qin Yu's intention to research a new elixir, Li Zhongtong felt a chill run down his spine. No. I must find a way to keep Yu Gu here. Chapter 105. Yu Gu, this afternoon I need to pack and return home. Li Zhongtong suddenly declared. All right. Qin Yu nodded, a flicker of envy in his eyes. I wish you a happy new year and hope you enjoy yourself. Yu Gu, Li Zhongtong tentatively suggested. Why not come and spend a few days at my home? It's quite enjoyable there. Besides, during the new year, the sect has granted us a break, allowing us to unwind for a few days instead of being immersed solely in cultivation. Cultivation requires a harmonious balance of work and rest. For the time being, it would be prudent to indulge in some leisure rather than delving into the complexities of elixirs. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at the bumbling Li Zhongtong and thought to himself that he ought to refrain from openly revealing his intentions in future conversations. Just as Li Zhongtong was about to retort, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated across the sky, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck him with uncanny precision. At that moment, the two were traversing the steep path from the law enforcement peak to the outer sect, with a perilous cliff looming nearby. Caught off guard, Li Zhongtong immediately lost consciousness, and Qin Yu felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, rendering him somewhat unsteady. The acrid scent of charred feathers wafted from Li Zhongtong, whose clothes were singed black as he trembled and then collapsed. The steepness of the mountain path turned Li Zhongtong, rigid and unyielding, into a rolling barrel, tumbling downwards under the pull of gravity. Instinctively, Qin Yu reached out to catch him, only to be met with the lingering electric current still coursing through Li Zhongtong's body. In his youth, Qin Yu had often pondered why those who were electrocuted did not simply let go of the wires, surely releasing their grip would spare them from the shock. However, he had come to understand that when a person is electrocuted, their muscles involuntarily contract, causing them to grip even tighter. At that moment, he found himself in a similar predicament. Upon grasping Li Zhengtong, the current surged through him, compelling him to hold on with increasing strength. Yet, under the stimulation of the electricity, Qin Yu felt a pervasive numbness throughout his body, leaving him weak and unsteady. In a moment of instability, both of them plummeted down the mountain. In that instant, one thought consumed Qin Yu's mind. Damn that Wang Yingjun for leading me into this predicament. Though the day was somewhat overcast, there were no signs of winter thunder, making the sudden appearance of lightning evidently conjured by the zizi sword wielded by Elder Wang Yingjun. However, the Elder had previously mentioned that the frequency of lightning summoned by the zizi sword was quite low, and during its last summoning, the power had been minimal, posing no threat to Qin Yu. Subconsciously, Qin Yu had believed that as long as he did not provoke the zizi sword, it would remain harmless. After acquiring the Qinkoan bag, he had carelessly tossed the sword inside, intending to study it further upon returning to his cave dwelling. Yet, due to the busyness of recent days, that intention had slipped his mind. Little did he expect that merely a few days later, on this treacherous mountain path, the zizi sword would once again summon a bolt of lightning, this time with significantly greater force, plunging them into dire straits. Qin Yu surmised that this predicament was largely Li Zhengtong's fault. After all, any minuscule probability seemed to amplify exponentially when it involved him. Nevertheless, the brunt of the blame could only be directed at Elder Wang Yingjun. It was akin to a team playing a game, regardless of how inept their own player may be. The one who bears the brunt of the blame is always the innocent bystander. In a moment of clarity, Qin Yu suddenly realized something significant. Could the persistent issues with my elixir be attributed to the fact that the first person to test it was Li Zhengtong? An unforeseen accident caused both of them to tumble down a slope, plummeting off a cliff. Qin Yu felt the rush of wind roaring past his ears, and in the next instant, consciousness slipped away from him. When he awoke once more, he found himself clinging to Li Zhengtong's leg, suspended precariously from a gnarled pine tree. The tree grew atop the cliff, and below lay a sheer drop of several hundred meters. A glance down sent a shiver down Qin Yu's spine. He hastily gripped the tree with all his might. Should he fall, it would likely result in a gruesome demise. Qin Yu poked Li Zhengtong. Tongzi, wake up. Li Zhengtong groggily opened his eyes, instinctively attempting to turn over. Suddenly sensing the void beneath him, adrenaline surged through him, and he jolted awake. Where are we? Li Zhengtong exclaimed as he sprang upright, clutching the trunk of the tree tightly. Take it slow, Qin Yu cautioned, as the entire tree trembled with Li Zhengtong's movements. You were struck by lightning and lost consciousness, falling off the cliff. I jumped down to save you. Brother Yu, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. Li Zhengtong lamented, looking woeful. Another lightning strike. Why am I so unfortunate? Do you think the Xuanyangong has it out for me? Ever since I arrived, I felt particularly cursed. Such is fate. Qin Yu sighed inwardly and replied, for now, let's focus on how to ascend rather than dwell on useless chatter. He looked up at the bare rock face, which towered several hundred meters above them, rendering the prospect of climbing up almost impossible. 3 courses of action lay before them. Firstly, they could patiently wait here, hoping that when their situation became dire, Li Zhengtong's innate talent would activate, and someone would come to their rescue. Secondly, he still possessed a jade pendant for messaging Li Zihao, which could be used to inform his master, who would then contact the sect leader of Xuanyangong to send help. Thirdly, they could combine both methods. It was obvious which option to choose. Qin Yu promptly retrieved the jade pendant. Brotherly, I'm in a dire situation. I accidentally fell off a cliff and am now stuck in a pine tree. Please light an incense for your esteemed master and ask him to inform my sect leader or an elder to come to my aid. I'm currently trapped in a pine tree on the cliff of the law enforcement peak. Normally, when Qin Yu sent a message, he would receive an immediate response from Li Zihao. However, this time, after sending the message, the jade pendant remained eerily silent. What the? Qin Yu exclaimed, slapping the pendant. Surely this thing isn't out of signal here. Qin Yu spoke casually, aware that the jade pendant could be utilized as long as there were no formations or secret realms interfering. Yet, why was there no response? He called out a series of keywords to the pendant. Rest, rest, rest. Chapter 106. The jade pendant remained utterly silent. At this point, Qin Yu was convinced that the other party was not merely ignoring him. It seemed they genuinely had not seen his message. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed from the pine tree above, causing both Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong to feel a chill run down their spines. The tree appeared unable to withstand the weight of the two of them, as if misfortune had struck. Qin Yu hastily grasped a protruding rock on the cliff's edge to alleviate some of his weight. Endless trials, why must they also burden me? Qin Yu lamented internally. Abruptly, He sensed that the rock he was gripping felt somewhat unstable. Tapping it with his middle finger, he discovered it emitted a hollow sound. Without hesitation, Qin Yu summoned the spiritual energy within him and struck the rock wall with all his might. Instantly, the wall shattered, revealing an opening before them. Qin Yu's breath quickened, and a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Cliffs, caves, ancient texts, an old man, and a golden opportunity. Could this be the true reason for his fall? Was the protagonist's fortune about to unfold? Joy surged within Qin Yu as he began to understand why Li Zhengtong had encountered a series of misfortunes over the past few days without any apparent results. Initially, he had thought his talent for relentless trials had diminished to mere persistence, but it turned out that he had been amassing a significant opportunity here. Although this fortune was likely meant for Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu felt justified in sharing the benefits, as he too had endured the trials. With the rock wall now fractured, the stability of the pine tree diminished further. Quickly, into the cave, Qin Yu urged Li Zhengtong, who promptly followed suit. Brother Yu, why is there a cave behind the rock? Li Zhengtong inquired, puzzled by the peculiar terrain. Qin Yu, equally unsure, speculated, perhaps this is the will of heaven. In the realm of cultivation, odd terrains are not surprising. This cave might have been left by a powerful being skilled in earth evasion, or perhaps a master adept at remote attacks, simply toying with the cliff for amusement. Cultivators possess immense power, and their myriad extraordinary abilities can easily alter landscapes. Thus, even if Qin Yu were to encounter a heart-shaped mountain in the cultivation world, he would not find it odd in the slightest. Then, Brother Yu, shall we wait here or venture deeper? Li Zhengtong gazed curiously at the deep cave. It was certainly in his nature to venture inside rather than wait idly. Qin Yu rubbed his hands together, silently urging himself, hurry and climb in, for fortune awaits within. All right. Li Zhengtong responded and began to creep cautiously into the cave. Wait a moment. Qin Yu called out, realizing the darkness within was overwhelming. We need a source of illumination. Indeed, it is pitch black in here, and we must light it up to avoid any dangers, Li Zhengtong concurred. Qin Yu retrieved a piece of fabric from his bag, followed by a branch from a nearby pine tree. He wrapped the cloth around the branch, fashioning a rudimentary torch. However, relying solely on the fabric would cause the torch to extinguish within minutes. To prolong its burn time, a flammable substance was essential. Recalling a survival show from his previous life, Qin Yu remembered how the participants used pine resin to enhance the burning duration of their torches. Yet, upon inspecting the pine tree, he found no resin. Do you have any oil? Any kind will do, Qin Yu inquired of Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong shook his head. No. Who would carry such a thing around? Then, with a hint of mischief, he added, but I haven't washed my hair in days. Would head oil suffice? Get out of here, Qin Yu retorted, then murmured, it seems we'll have to make do with this. He pulled out a small box from his bag, and instantly, the pungent aroma of stinky tofu filled the cave. Whoa, Brother Yu, what do you intend to do with that? Li Zhengtong exclaimed, pinching his nose in discomfort. You know nothing. Qin Yu explained, this is deep-fried and contains ample oil, making it an excellent accelerant. The stinky tofu was originally placed in the spatial ring to test if it would impart its odor to other items. Fortunately, it appeared that the other contents remained unaffected, far surpassing the performance of refrigerators from his previous life. Qin Yu wrapped the stinky tofu in the fabric. Fire, Qin Yu called out, and Li Zhengtong promptly produced a talisman. This talisman, known as the fire talisman, would ignite upon infusing it with spiritual energy. Soon, the torch was ablaze, and the stinky tofu's fragrance intensified in the heat, presenting an oddly appealing aroma. Li Zhengtong, still holding his nose, suddenly found that the cave's darkness had its own charm, and perhaps lighting it was unnecessary. Qin Yu observed the flame. It remained steady, indicating that the cave was likely sealed off with no airflow. This suggested that deeper within, oxygen might be scarce. However, as cultivators, they could circulate spiritual energy within their bodies, allowing them to survive for over 15 minutes without breathing. Moreover, in dealing with such caves, practitioners of cultivation possess their own methods. Hand me a wind talisman. Qin Yu extended his hand and requested. What do you need a wind talisman for? How am I supposed to procure a second-tier talisman? Li Zhengtong instinctively reached for his Qin Kuan pouch, sensing an ominous premonition. Talismans are categorized into 9 levels, the lowest being the first-tier talismans, which are entry-level, akin to the fire talisman recently employed. The second-tier talismans surpass the first tier by a significant margin and are considerably more expensive. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Li Zhengtong and stated nonchalantly, stop hiding it. I know you bought 2 wind talismans for practice. Hurry and produce them. I have urgent use for them. Very well. The wind talisman, as its name suggests, is capable of generating wind. Qin Yu aimed the talisman at the cave entrance and infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind surged forth into the cave. Simultaneously, the oxygen in the air was drawn in, flooding the cave. Li Zhengtong's face turned ashen. For along with the oxygen came the overwhelming stench of burnt stinky tofu. He regretted not swallowing the talisman back then. As the wind subsided, Qin Yu handed him a torch. Will you hold it, or shall I? Li Zhengtong vigorously shook his head. Brother Yu, you should hold it while I follow behind. All right. Let us proceed. Qin Yu indicated towards the cave's interior. Li Zhengtong timidly suggested, shouldn't we wait for the smell to dissipate? Dissipate? This cave is enclosed. It'll take ages. Qin Yu retorted. Hurry and crawl. Don't make me kick you in. The cave was too narrow for standing. They could only crawl on their bellies. Under Qin Yu's imposing presence, Li Zhengtong pinched his nose, gagging as he slowly crawled deeper into the cave. Qin Yu sighed, contemplating that once they emerged, he must make Li Zhengtong fall in love with stinky tofu. How could anyone dislike such a versatile delicacy? Ugh. Qin Yu couldn't help but retch as well. Chapter 107. The cave's rocky walls were uneven yet surprisingly smooth, resembling the effects of erosion from years of wind and rain rather than being artificially carved. Qin Yu was indifferent to the cave's formation. In another world, one simply plunges into a chasm and discovers a cave, proceeding without hesitation. Years of reading had taught him this was invariably correct. The cave did not extend horizontally but descended at an angle. Li Zhengtong led the way, with Qin Yu following closely behind. Li Zhengtong quickened his pace, realizing the odor of stinky tofu behind him had intensified. Hey, slow down, Qin Yu cautioned. Neither Qin Yu nor Li Zhengtong could ascertain how many meters they had descended. With a sudden cry, Li Zhengtong vanished from sight. Startled, Qin Yu quickly extended his torch forward. Before him lay a cave that abruptly plunged 90 degrees downward, where Li Zhengtong was precariously positioned, headfirst with his posterior elevated, struggling helplessly. If only you had been more cautious and attentive. Qin Yu scolded as he exerted effort to pull Li Zhengtong back up. Rubbing his head, Li Zhengtong exclaimed, Brother Yu, there's no path ahead. Curiosity piqued. Qin Yu gazed into the vertical abyss, realizing it was a sealed pit. Indeed, there was no way forward. This defies logic. Such occurrences are not depicted in novels. He lamented. Where is my cultivation? Where are my treasures? Reluctantly, he leaped into the chasm, his feet landing with an echoing thud. Something felt amiss. The space below was hollow. Qin Yu scrambled back up, retrieved the sword gifted by the second elder from his Qin Kuan pouch, and infused it with spiritual energy, striking downwards into the cavity. The rock shattered under his assault. After a few slashes, the rock wall collapsed, revealing an opening. Cautiously, Qin Yu extended the torch into the aperture, discovering a small chamber below. Brother Yu, could there be treasures inside? Li Zhengtong exclaimed, eager to leap down and investigate. Wait, Qin Yu urgently restrained him. Let us first ascertain whether there are any dangers within. Picking up a few stones, he cast them into the darkness, where they landed with a dull thud. After a moment's silence, Qin Yu concluded that there were likely no living creatures or traps lurking within. All right, let us descend. Li Zhengtong could hardly contain his excitement. Since childhood, he had heard tales from tavern storytellers about individuals from neighboring cities who, upon encountering mysterious caves, emerged as powerful golden core cultivators. This fortune is surely destined for me, he proclaimed as he jumped down. Qin Yu handed him the torch and followed suit. The chamber measured approximately 30 square feet, furnished with a stone table, a stone stool, a stone bed, and a chest. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yu's heart raced. Could this be the hideaway of a fallen master from our sect, who left behind all their wealth for the fortunate ones of the future, namely us? Indeed. It seemed they had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Brother Yu, look, a treasure chest. Li Zhengtong exclaimed excitedly. There must be riches within. The two hurried to the chest. But as Li Zhengtong prepared to eagerly open it, Qin Yu halted him once more. Hold on. What if there are deadly traps inside? Cautiously, Qin Yu instructed Li Zhengtong to step back, using the tip of the torch to pry open the chest little by little. The two individuals gazed with eager anticipation. However, they soon discovered that the chest contained neither the anticipated martial arts manuals nor any extraordinary treasures, but merely a handful of inferior spirit stones, totaling a mere 89 pieces. This paltry sum, equivalent to a mere 89 contribution points, hardly warranted the effort of digging a cavern in the cliff to conceal. Qin Yu scoffed, casting his gaze elsewhere, unwilling to believe that such a meager stash was all there was to find. Who would go to such great lengths to excavate a cave merely to hide a few worthless stones? Surely, these spirit stones were merely a ruse, and the true treasures must be hidden elsewhere. Li Zhengtong collected all the spirit stones into his spatial bag, while Qin Yu, possessing nearly 100,000 contribution points, dismissed the stones as insignificant, hardly worth occupying space. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong remarked after gathering the stones, could this be a test laid out by a senior? If one were to take the few stones at face value and leave satisfied, they might miss out on a genuine opportunity. This is akin to grasping at sesame seeds while letting go of watermelons. Impossible, Qin Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. How could this be called sesame? A mere handful of spirit stones as a test for cultivators? What cultivator could falter before such a challenge? With a torch in hand, Qin Yu began examining the tables and chairs within the cave. The stone bed was particularly suspicious if this was a treasure trove. Why include such seemingly useless objects that only consume space? The only plausible explanation was that the stone bed itself might be a treasure. Li Zhengtong hurried over to the stone bed, scrutinizing it closely. It was solid, merely an ordinary stone devoid of any inscriptions. Testing it, he found it somewhat salty and surprisingly comfortable to lie upon. Climbing off the bed, Li Zhengtong expressed his confusion. Brother Yu, there is nothing unusual about this, is there? Superficial. Qin Yu approached with the torch, a confident smile gracing his lips. If I am not mistaken, the inscriptions upon it were crafted from a special material that reveals itself only when exposed to fire. After holding the torch to the stone bed for a while, Qin Yu found no change. Must it be water? Did you bring any? He inquired. Li Zhengtong shook his head. The space within my spatial ring is limited. Who would keep water in there for no reason? Then it seems we must apologize to the senior, Qin Yu said, loosening his garments as he faced the stone bed. When he relieved himself, the stone bed remained as steadfast as ever, showing no signs of change. How strange. Could it be that this is an artifact so concealed that it requires blood to recognize its master? After a moment, both Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong silently averted their gaze from the stone bed. Curse this wretched stone for wasting our feelings. Qin Yu's eyes then shifted to the stone table. Could the true treasure be this stone table? Li Zhengtong echoed. I have long felt that this stone table is somewhat out of place. Let me take a leak. Moments later, the stone bed, stone table, and stone chair were thoroughly examined. The treasures hidden by the predecessors are indeed profound. Brother Yu, I find this protruding stone rather suspicious. Could it be the key to activating a mechanism? Subsequently, Li Zhengtong muttered, damn it, it's just an ordinary stone. Seriously, couldn't they have smoothed it out while digging the cave? After thoroughly exploring the stone cave, neither Qin Yu nor Li Zhengtong found anything of value. Brother Yu, do you think it's possible that the predecessor who built this cave was simply too impoverished? Qin Yu shook his head. The likelihood was slim. I suspect that perhaps the opportunities here were taken by someone before our arrival. Qin Yu casually scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed a box placed in the corner. It seemed that within the entire stone cave, only this box symbolized treasure. Could it be? Qin Yu approached the box, lifted it, and beneath it revealed a narrow passageway that could accommodate a person. Thus, the true opportunity lay here. Chapter 108. Qin Yu lowered the torch, and under its glow, a vast cavern emerged in his sight. Water droplets incessantly dripped from above, converging below into a grand pool. Qin Yu first tossed the torch down, and upon confirming that there was nothing amiss below, he said to Li Zhengtong, you go first, if you get stuck at the entrance. I can give you a push from above. Never mind. I'll find something to widen the entrance. No need. Li Zhengtong confidently replied, with such a large opening. How could I possibly get stuck? He leaped and perfectly wedged himself at the entrance. Brother Yu, hurry up and give me a push. Harder. With all his strength. Qin Yu finally managed to shove Li Zhengtong down. Ah. Li Zhengtong emitted a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. What happened? Qin Yu quickly inquired. And nothing. Just sat on the torch. It burned me. Get out of the way. I'm coming down. Qin Yu picked up the torch, surveyed the surroundings, and at first glance, did not see any obvious opportunities. This cave, left by some predecessor, seems to revel in concealing its fortunes. Qin Yu silently complained. Suddenly, he noticed several torches on the rock wall. He approached and ignited each one, and the entire cave gradually brightened. Strange, why are these torches so new? Qin Yu pondered, as if they had only recently been placed there. Upon Qin Yu's reminder, Li Zhengtong remarked, Brother Yu, it seems the furniture in that small cave was quite new, devoid of any significant dust. His eyes widened with excitement as he continued. Could it be that we have stumbled upon a hidden realm? I've heard my father mention that in certain secret places, the flow of time differs from the outside world. A single day spent within may equate to a year passing beyond. Qin Yu interjected, I sense this place does not resemble a hidden realm. If it were truly such, the powerful figures of the Xiantian sect would have discovered it long ago. How could it possibly be that only the two of us encountered it? An inexplicable feeling lingered within him, yet he could not articulate its source. Never mind, let's search for any treasures. If we find none, we shall return promptly. Suddenly, Li Zhengtong exclaimed, Brother Yu, it seems there is some movement in the water. Qin Yu glanced toward the surface, spotting a shadow over a meter long beneath the water. What is that? A fish? Indeed. Li Zhengtong crouched down to observe closely, pointing with enthusiasm. I saw a fish like this at an auction near my home. I believe it's called the ink eyebrow black fish, an exceedingly rare and valuable edible spirit beast. The one at the auction measured 1.5 meters and was at the early foundation establishment stage. This one appears to be at the 8th to 9th layer of Qi refinement. Really? Qin Yu inquired, what purpose does this fish serve? Li Zhengtong pondered briefly before responding. It should aid in enhancing one's cultivation, improving bones, and stabilizing one's realm. Consuming it would surely be advantageous for our bodies, perhaps even elevating us by a minor realm. Brother Yu, let us devise a way to catch this fish and savor it, Li Zhengtong declared eagerly. Having long craved the delicacy ever since hearing tales of its exquisite flavor at the auction, Qin Yu contemplated. Could this fish be the opportunity left behind by the predecessor who discovered this place? Although it deviates from my initial expectations of fortune, it is certainly preferable to having none. Initially, he found it curious how this fish had survived for so long, as the pond appeared devoid of sustenance. However, he soon reasoned that even ordinary fish could endure for several months without food, let alone the spirit fish of the cultivation world. Perhaps the flow of time here truly differed from the outside, meaning only a few months had passed for this fish. Resolving to be grateful for nature's bounty, Qin Yu declared, then let us fish this creature out. He retrieved a fishing rod from his chinkoan bag. As a competent angler, one must always carry fishing gear. Regardless of how compact the chinkoan bag space may be, a fishing rod must find its place therein. Yet, while he possessed the rod, he lacked bait. As Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings, he found himself enveloped by rocks, devoid of even a single fly, leaving him without any viable bait. Just as despair began to set in, Li Zhengtong extracted a half-eaten fried chicken leg from his bag of holding. Brother Yu, what do you think of this? Qin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Indeed, how do you have such a thing in your bag? Li Zhengtong chuckled. This was leftover from breakfast. I had planned to finish it at lunch. Ever since Li Zhengtong had savored the delectable dishes from the cafeteria, he had forsaken the bland fasting pills. After all, he had contributed enough to sustain himself with varied meals thrice daily. Qin Yu cast a glance at Li Zhengtong, pondering, eating fried chicken so early in the morning. Considering this fellow's physique, there seems to be ample room for growth. Qin Yu tore off a piece of chicken and hooked it onto the fishing line. He then produced 2 strength-enhancing pills. Here, take one. Li Zhengtong, puzzled, inquired, Brother Yu, what purpose does this serve? Qin Yu elaborated. That fish possesses at least the strength of an 8th-tier Qi refiner. Its might is considerable. If we don't transform, it's uncertain who would catch whom. Although Qin Yu had never caught particularly large fish in his past life, as a seasoned angler, he possessed some fundamental knowledge. Fish in water wield significant strength. Even a regular 20-pound fish could pull a fisherman into the depths, let alone the formidable Mo black fish of the cultivation realm, which could reach even greater heights. Cautiousness was prudent. Once both men had transformed into black gorillas, Qin Yu cast the hook into the water. The pool was shallow, and as soon as the hook submerged, he could discern the Mo black fish swiftly approaching. The allure of spiritual chicken was undeniably potent for such carnivorous creatures. The water was remarkably clear, allowing for an unobstructed view of the hook's status beneath the surface. As the Mo black fish swam closer, it exhibited no caution and voraciously consumed the chicken along with the hook. Seems like the spiritual fish in this realm aren't particularly bright. Qin Yu rejoiced, then shouted. The fish is hooked. Pull. Both exerted their strength, yet the fishing rod offered no resistance in return. Consequently, both Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong were unceremoniously thrown to the ground. What just happened? Qin Yu grimaced, rubbing his rear as he reeled in the hook, only to find the chicken gone and half the hook missing. This fish had actually bitten through the hook. Gazing into the water, Qin Yu watched as the Mo black fish smacked its lips twice, then disdainfully spat the broken hook towards him. Following that, the fish deliberately poked its head out of the water and splashed Qin Yu with a spray. Qin Yu felt his temper rising to the brink of explosion. This fish was mocking him. Curse it. If you have the guts, come up and face me, Qin Yu shouted in exasperation. I shall make you acutely aware of the dire consequences of provoking a seasoned angler. The black fish, unperturbed, spat out water, flicked its tail, and leisurely swam away. Enraged, Qin Yu jumped in frustration, cursing the audacious little creature for daring to mock him. Just wait. If I do not turn you into grilled fish today, I, Qin Yu, will not be a man. Chapter 109, Brother Yu, what shall we do? Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. There was no fish he could not catch, since he refused to take the bait. Do not blame me for employing unconventional methods. He retrieved the ZZ sword from his storage bag, the pale blue arcs of electricity crackling, clearly brimming with energy. The pool of water was recessed, making drainage impossible. Thus, Qin Yu resorted to alternative energy sources. He first tied the fishing line to the sword sheath, then secured a piece of chicken to the hilt. Upon completing these preparations, he cast the zizi sword into the water. The black fish, catching the enticing aroma of fried chicken, assumed that the two foolish humans above were providing it with a feast once more. Without hesitation, it swam over and seized the chicken. However, beneath the chicken lay the sword hilt. No matter how formidable the fish's bite, it could not sever the hilt of a profound-grade magical weapon. Reluctant to relinquish the fried chicken, the fish dragged the sword hilt toward the deeper waters. At that moment, Qin Yu forcefully tugged on the fishing line attached to the sheath. The zizi sword was drawn forth. As the sword emerged, it unleashed a surge of electricity, electrifying its wielder, and the fish was no exception. In an instant, the entire space was filled with dense, charged ions of lightning. A mass of thunderclouds swiftly gathered above the cave. The black fish sensed impending doom, yet had no time to react before a lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, struck it directly. The immense energy dispersed, causing the entire cave to tremble, and debris tumbled down like rain. Both Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong felt their hair stand on end, the surrounding chaotic energy causing their skin to tingle. The ferocity of the attack was palpable. With a tremendous roar, the pool erupted into towering waves, the lightning transforming into searing heat, sending countless vapor clouds into the air, enveloping the cave in a shroud of white mist. The black fish met its demise. Yet the assault did not cease. Bolt after bolt of lightning rained down, relentlessly striking the fish's lifeless body. The zizi sword seemed intent on dismembering this audacious creature that dared to defile it. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu's heart raced with trepidation. Good heavens! He had been carrying such a perilous object with him all along. The more the zizi sword is drawn from its sheath, the greater the summoned power of lightning becomes. Last time, Qin Yu had merely unsheathed it by half an inch and was nearly rendered unconscious by the electrical shock. This time, however, the reckless Mo black fish had fully drawn the zizi sword. Even a single bolt of lightning from it would be something that even a nascent soul cultivator would hesitate to endure. This was an ominous energy imbued with the essence of the thunder tribulation. Even the slightest trace of it would possess formidable power. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of trepidation, contemplating the dire consequences had the sword inadvertently been unsheathed within his Qianquan bag. He would not have known how he met his demise. As 5 bolts of lightning struck down, the zizi sword seemed to have exhausted its energy, and the thunderclouds gradually dissipated. The duo, Qin and Li, who had been crouching on the ground with their heads clasped in their hands, slowly lifted their gazes. Was it over? As the dense fog cleared, they observed that the water in the pool had diminished significantly, and the lifeless body of the Mo black fish floated motionlessly on the surface. If Qin Yu's conjecture was correct, it had been thoroughly cooked. He marveled at the resilience of the Mo black fish. Under such ferocious lightning, it had merely been cooked rather than reduced to charred remains. This was ample proof that the Mo black fish was no ordinary spirit beast. Qin Yu exhaled through his nostrils, reflecting on the fate that awaited those who dared to provoke him. You retrieve the fish, and I shall search for the zizi sword, he instructed Li Zhengtong. All right. The two jumped into the pool, one after the other. After a brief search, Qin Yu soon discovered the zizi sword lying on the ground not far from the Mo black fish. He returned the zizi sword to its sheath, noting that it bore no trace of electricity. It would likely require a considerable amount of time to restore its energy. Law enforcement peak. The Grand Elder raised his head slightly. Lightning? And a hint of thunder tribulation energy? Could it be that the sect master had encountered a mishap while channeling his powers, causing the lightning to overflow? Once he finished the current task of reinforcing the sect's regulations, he must pay a visit to Makim, Sect Master's Hall. The sect master slightly lifted his head. Lightning? And a trace of thunder tribulation energy? It seems that the Seventh Brother's lightning technique has finally manifested a hint of the thunder tribulation's essence, though it is rather feeble. It could at best contend with a nascent soul practitioner. Why has it become increasingly ineffective? The next time we meet, I shall demonstrate what true lightning techniques entail. Body refinement peak. The Seventh Elder raised his head, muttering in frustration, it must be that damned sect master showing off again. What is so impressive about merely having a stroke of luck to infuse his lightning technique with the essence of thunder tribulation? Bah! Outer Sect Elder's Cave. Elder Wang Ingjun lifted his head slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Dear husband, have my clothes finished washing yet? Soon, soon. Hurry. My garments are woven from superior heavenly silkworm's sacred threads. They are extremely delicate, so be cautious not to tear them. Understood. Elder Wang Ingjun was drenched in sweat, responding while bowing his head, skillfully mending the torn fabric with needle and thread. It will be done shortly. Qin Yu sheathed his sword, while Li Zhengtong had already dragged the ink-browed black fish onto the shore. Qin Yu observed the lifeless fish closely, Its body was robust and its flesh plump, resembling the black fish from his previous life, albeit with some differences in the head. The fish scales were charred. As Qin Yu plucked a scale, he discovered its remarkable hardness. Evidently, the ink-browed black fish could withstand numerous lightning strikes without turning to ash, with the scales playing a crucial role in its resilience. Peeling back the scales, he beheld the snow-white, tender flesh with a hint of rosy hue, instantly igniting his appetite. The fish meat appeared to be about 7/10 cooked, and with a bit more roasting, it would be ready to savor. After consuming the antidote for the strength pill, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, having returned to their human forms, proceeded to disembowel the ink-browed black fish, dividing it into portions. Go up and bring down that treasure chest, Qin Yu instructed Li Zhengtong. It's the only wooden one here. All right. Li Zhengtong, filled with enthusiasm, was exceptionally excited at the prospect of enjoying the rare ink-browed black fish. It was something his father had never purchased for him, yet here he was, able to partake after merely following Qin Yu for half a year. Indeed, only by staying with Qin Yu could one indulge in such delights. As Li Zhengtong said about dismantling the treasure chest, Qin Yu was not idle either. He retrieved the sizzling sword, relieved not to hear the crackling of electricity, indicating it was safe to draw. It seemed the sword would take some time to recover. Qin Yu pierced the fish meat onto the sword and fashioned a stand from stone. Now, they awaited Li Zhengtong's wooden planks. Chapter 110. Before long, Li Zhengtong had brought down the disassembled wooden planks. Qin Yu placed the planks beneath the fish meat and ignited them, continuously rotating the sizzling sword to evenly roast the flesh. Brother Yu, I have seasonings too. Li Zhengtong transformed into a veritable treasure chest, extracting various seasonings from his Qin Kuan bag: salt, cumin, and chili. Qin Yu was stunned. Did you fill your Qin Kuan bag entirely with food? Not at all. There are still talismans in there. Those don't take up much space. Qin Yu chuckled, relieved that the talismans were compact. Otherwise, he might have had to resort to primitive fire-starting methods today. With the addition of spices, the tender, white fish meat became even more delectable. A rich aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the two and even overpowering the scent of stinky tofu. The ink-browed black fish truly lived up to its reputation as a spiritual beast, its meat remarkably firm and challenging to cook. Although struck by lightning to the extent of sustaining severe damage, Qin Yu continued to roast the fish over a blazing fire for an extended period. It was nearly done. Observing that the fish meat had become tender, Qin Yu turned to Li Zhengtong and earnestly inquired, "Let me confirm once more. This fish is indeed the black fish known as MOME, correct? It is safe to consume?" Li Zhengtong confidently thumped his chest and assured, "Rest easy, brother Yu. When it comes to food, I am never mistaken." The auctioneer proclaimed that this fish possesses an exquisite flavor. I have been craving it ever since, having dreamed of it countless times. Even if it were to turn to ash, I would still recognize it. Furthermore, the energy of the MOME black fish is remarkably gentle, akin to the nourishing spring rain that blesses the earth. Many children from affluent families, who have yet to embark on their cultivation journeys, can consume it to lay a solid foundation. Excellent. With Li Zhengtong's unwavering confidence, Qin Yu decided to offer him a piece of fish. After all, they were both cultivators and could withstand the heat. Li Zhengtong received the fish as if it were a precious treasure. He delicately peeled away the skin, blew gently on the steaming meat, and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. Qin Yu refrained from eating, intending for Li Zhengtong to test the waters first. Li Zhengtong possessed a remarkable resilience to calamity, a trait that Qin Yu lacked. He could not afford to follow Li Zhengtong into potential peril. If Li Zhengtong misidentified the fish, it could spell disaster for him. In the realm of cultivation, one must always exercise caution. With a blissful expression, Li Zhengtong savored the delectable fish flesh, exclaiming, "It is exquisite. However, I believe this fish would be even more delightful when stewed into a soup, perhaps enhanced with vinegar and a few eggs." Qin Yu sighed, contemplating that if the black fish were not prepared as sour fish, it would be a grievous waste. Sour fish? What is that? Li Zhengtong inquired. But Qin Yu urged him to concentrate on his meal. Oh. With a gulp, Li Zhengtong suddenly changed his demeanor, clutching his throat and coughing painfully. "What's wrong?" Qin Yu exclaimed in alarm, fearing the fish might be toxic. Coughing, Li Zhengtong expelled a fishbone from his mouth, reassuring, "No worries, brother Yu. I merely got a bone lodged in my throat." Qin Yu retorted, "If you exaggerate like that again, I shall give you a good knock on the head." "Brother Yu." Li Zhengtong, in his usual carefree manner, continued to stuff his mouth with fish, chewing as he spoke. "Fear not, this fish is surely non-toxic. How could the MOME black fish possibly be poisonous? It is a treasure that countless individuals would pay a fortune for but cannot obtain. It is a restorative delicacy. So eat without hesitation." Before long, a substantial portion of fish had vanished into Li Zhengtong's stomach. "Brother Yu, may I have another piece? I feel a warm sensation coursing through me, Perhaps if I consume a few more pieces, I might achieve a breakthrough. Seeing that everything was well, Qin Yu felt reassured. He retrieved another piece of fish for Li Zhengtong and took one for himself. Just as Qin Yu was about to indulge, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Ah! How could I have forgotten about Wang Kai? As I pondered why I did not think to seek assistance from Wang Kai in the Sea of Souls when I fell upon the pine tree, Qin Yu lifted his gaze to the vast cave and then glanced at the ink-browed black fish in his hand, a multitude of thoughts converging in his mind. The usually prompt Li Zihua had not responded this time, and yet I had inexplicably forgotten about the ever-reliable Wang Kai. The pine tree could not sustain the weight of both of us for long, compelling me to clutch the protruding rock face for support, which would undoubtedly lead to the discovery of this cave. Furthermore, the sudden and powerful lightning that had struck us off the cliff, landing us atop the pine tree, felt remarkably fortuitous, almost as if it were meticulously orchestrated to guide us into this cave to partake in the ink-browed black fish. No, it was intended for Li Zhengtong to consume this delicacy. After he had finished, the influence on our powers dissipated, prompting my recollection of Wang Kai. Qin Yu sensed the terrifying potency of his forged talents. If one wished to bestow benefits, one could not simply refuse. I was merely here to seize opportunities. Perhaps my presence was influenced by a fortuitous escape from calamity, serving as a means to rescue Li Zhengtong. How could I, a proud traveler, a system possessor, and the protagonist of this realm, be outmatched by the paltry effects of Li Zhengtong's mere two-tiered talent? It was also possible that this event held benefits for me as well, leading the system to tacitly endorse it. Regarding the unseen arrangements, Qin Yu could only speculate. Nevertheless, armed with this knowledge, he could indulge in the fish without hesitation, for it was an opportunity that had required much effort to present to Li Zhengtong. One must seize the chance when it arises. Before feasting, however, Qin Yu decided to first greet Wang Kai. He entered his Sea of Souls. Wang Kai, Wang Kai. Qin Yu prodded the little black sphere curled in the corner, asleep. You slumbering fool. Wang Kai, woof. Ah, so you pretend not to hear unless called by name. Wang Kai tilted its head, feigning ignorance. Forget it. I cannot be bothered with you right now. You must go to the law enforcement peak and inform the Grand Elder that I have fallen beneath the cliff of the law enforcement peak and am trapped in a cave. Kindly request his assistance in sending someone to rescue me. Qin Yu felt the Grand Elder would be more reliable than the illusionary dream canine clan. Woof. Wang Kai nodded and slipped back into slumber. Exiting the Sea of Souls, Qin Yu began to savor the delectable roasted fish. As the fish meat touched his palate, an exquisite burst of flavor surged through his senses. In 2 lifetimes, Qin Yu had never encountered such a delightful dish. The sweetness of the fish required only a hint of seasoning to reach its zenith. It was a longing that resonated from the depths of his soul, a taste that made his very essence tremble with delight. Qin Yu retracted his earlier remarks about the fish and sour fish soup. Such exquisite fish flesh, if overwhelmed with excessive ingredients, would only tarnish its inherent flavor. Perhaps simplicity and authenticity constitute the finest method of preparation for this fish. In just a few bites, Qin Yu devoured an entire piece of fish. Once the fish on the skewer was consumed, he deftly speared 3 more pieces and placed them over the flames to grill. This time, let us refrain from adding any seasonings, just a sprinkle of salt to test the waters. I believe this will enhance the flavor, he suggested. All right, brother Yu. I trust your judgment. What seems to be the matter? Qin Yu noticed something was amiss with Li Zhengtong. As the flickering firelight illuminated his face, he observed a troubling crimson hue, reminiscent of a boiled shrimp. Initially, Qin Yu attributed it to the reflection of the flames, but upon seeing Li Zhengtong's expression, he sensed the seriousness of the situation. Tongzi, are you all right? Brother Yu, I feel like I'm about to explode. Chapter 111. A jolt of alarm surged through Qin Yu's heart, and he shouted urgently, quick, induce vomiting to expel the fish. There was something terribly wrong with that fish. What a cursed ordeal. This is truly a brutal trial. Qin Yu immediately pressed his fingers against his throat, attempting to force out the fish flesh he had just consumed. After a bout of dry heaving, he found himself unable to expel anything. It was as if the fish had vanished into his belly, transforming into energy that dissipated into nothingness. At that moment, Li Zhengtong was curled up on the ground, his skin a fiery red, akin to a cooked shrimp. His face contorted in agony, his body temperature rising, the sweat evaporating into mist. This cannot continue. He may well be scalded alive. Qin Yu thought frantically. Returning to the Sea of Souls, he called out urgently to Wang Kai, quickly, come to my aid. Hurry. Wang Kai? As Wang Kai made his way to the law enforcement peak, upon hearing Qin Yu's words, a look of terror crossed his face, and he bolted back in the opposite direction. Oh no, my master is in danger. I must find the clan leader for help. In Wang Sai's view, seeking the elder was far less reliable than approaching the clan leader, for the elder lacked the prowess of their leader. After alerting Wang Kai, Qin Yu hastily lifted Li Zhengtong onto his back and raced towards the pool. He intended to utilize the water to cool down Li Zhongtong. In that instant, Qin Yu felt his heart pound violently, as if a surge of energy had flooded into his meridians, violently expanding them like a raging torrent. He sensed his inner organs roiling, the immense energy coursing through him like a wild stallion, battering every part of his body. Such ferocious energy, akin to the nourishing spring rain upon the earth. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and pressed forward, fortunate that he had consumed less, still possessing the capacity for movement. Upon reaching the edge of the pond, he plunged in alongside Li Zhongtong. A wave of coolness surged into his heart, extinguishing the scorching heat enveloping his body. Qin Yu's consciousness sharpened slightly as he hastily activated his Xiantian skill to refine the overwhelming energy within him. However, the energy was far too immense, with a continuous influx coursing through his meridians, leaving him no opportunity for refinement. His meridians swelled like a balloon, expanding ever larger. If he did not expel this energy promptly, he would surely meet a catastrophic end. At this moment, the Dream Island was in an uproar. Wang Kai raced about, barking frantically. Oh no, my master is in danger. What? The stinky tofu immortal is in trouble? What? The stinky tofu immortal is dying? What? The stinky tofu immortal has perished? The sky is falling. If the stinky tofu immortal dies, what meaning does my life hold? Wife, the stinky tofu immortal has passed away. And with him, the rarest stinky tofu. Quickly hide the piece we received today. Don't let anyone steal it. Rest assured, dear. Where are you going? I'm off to steal some other dog's stinky tofu. The island was in utter chaos, with every dog lamenting. No canine could accept that the stinky tofu immortal, who had just treated them to stinky tofu, had fallen within mere hours. Stinky tofu had instantly transformed into the most coveted treasure, without exception. Listening to the increasingly absurd cries from the surrounding dream dogs, Wang Kai could not help but bark angrily. What are you all barking about? My master is not dead yet. At this moment, the leader of the Dream Dog clan reclined comfortably in his lavish doghouse, gazing longingly at a whole piece of stinky tofu, occasionally inhaling deeply and revealing an expression of pure ecstasy. Goodness, this is simply divine. Earlier that morning, Qin Yu had bestowed upon each dog 2 portions of stinky tofu. Upon seeing the mountainous pile of stinky tofu, the leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Truth be told, he acknowledged that he had never felt such happiness, even when he ascended to the tribulation stage. This was the first time he had encountered such an abundance of stinky tofu, savoring the aroma that could make a dog's soul tremble. The leader could no longer contain himself and opened his mouth wide to take a bite of the stinky tofu. Before he could even process it, the piece before him vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the residue of his saliva left behind, he would have thought the stinky tofu had never existed at all. It turns out that consuming such a quantity of stinky tofu in one go is utterly exhilarating. Reflecting on the meager days of yore when a piece of stinky tofu was divided into 3 portions, the leader of the Dreaming Dog clan lamented. What kind of bitter life did I truly lead? The leader, licking its nose, found itself lingering in nostalgia. Regret washed over it for having consumed its meal so hastily, for neglecting its mother's advice to savor each bite, and for failing to cherish the days abundant with stinky tofu. Some treasures are only appreciated upon their loss. The leader's gaze involuntarily drifted toward another piece of stinky tofu, yet it gritted its teeth, ultimately averting its eyes. This piece of tofu must be returned to the clan. It was a rule it had established, and one it must adhere to. After all, it was a dog of principles. Although 11 pieces of stinky tofu had been brought back, the sheer number of dogs in the Dreaming Dog clan rendered the portions negligible, necessitating the division of a single piece among them all. Yet Scar, being the mightiest dog of the clan, leveraged his position as leader to acquire an entire piece of stinky tofu for himself, a substantial block measuring a full 3 centimeters in length and width. This time, the leader resolved to treasure this hard-won delicacy. It placed the tofu delicately upon its nose, guarding it with the tenderness one might reserve for a first love. How delightful it would be to bear little stinky tofu offspring. At that moment, the leader was startled by a commotion outside, faintly catching whispers of stinky tofu immortal and stinky tofu. Instantly, its ears perked up. Could it be that the stinky tofu immortal had come to bestow more tofu? The leader dashed outside, only to collide with the frantically approaching Wealthy. Scar, it's terrible, Wealthy exclaimed in distress. Calm down, my friend, the leader retorted. As the only 2 with splendid names in our clan, we must maintain our composure. Realization dawned on Wealthy, who licked at its tousled fur before continuing. Scar, my master is in danger and is about to perish. What? The leader's fur bristled at the news. The stinky tofu immortal was on the brink of death? How could they survive without tofu? Wealthy, why didn't you relay such critical news sooner? Having previously assisted Wealthy in creating illusions and served as a translator for Qin Yu, the leader knew Wealthy's true name was, in fact, Wealthy. It had refrained from mentioning this before, understanding the potential harm an unflattering name could inflict on a dog. In the heat of the moment, however, it had inadvertently let it slip. Upon hearing this, Wealthy became agitated. Now that you've called me Wealthy, don't blame me for being impolite. Wasn't it you who advised me to maintain my composure, dog-egg leader? Wang Kai, one must discern the occasion. Such a significant matter should not be overshadowed by concerns of decorum. If Qin Yu were to learn that these two had the audacity to squabble at such a critical juncture, he might very well be infuriated. Chapter 113. Fortunately, Wang Kai possessed a modicum of intelligence and promptly steered the conversation back on track. Elder, let us hasten to rescue my master. Yes, yes. We must swiftly save the immortal. Do you know where the immortal is now? Wang Kai responded, I can sense it. All right. Let us proceed to rescue the stinky tofu immortal. The leader of the Illusion Dream Canine clan spread his wings and bellowed to all the Illusion Dream Canines. All Illusion Dream Canines, heed my command. Follow me into battle to rescue the stinky tofu immortal. The response from below was a chorus of barks. Sang Biao. Come up on my back. The leader instructed. Wang Kai, still unable to fly, would be far too slow on foot. Just as he was about to leap up, he witnessed the leader dart back to the den, retrieving the stinky tofu before returning with haste. With a muffled bark, the Illusion Dream Canine leaders signaled their departure. Countless Illusion Dream Canines, wings unfurled, surged into the sky with great momentum. The last time the entire clan mobilized was during the calamity faced by the Xuantiangong several millennia ago. Wang Kai could sense Qin Yu's approximate location, and under his guidance, the vast assembly of Illusion Dream Canines surged towards the precipice of the law enforcement peak. Is it within? The leader quickly discerned a cave within the rock face, recognizing the concealment array as nothing but a fade to his keen eyes. Indeed, Wang Kai nodded affirmatively. Let us proceed. The leader boldly entered the cave, as the array upon the rock was merely an illusion, serving only to obscure the entrance. Upon entering the cave, the leader immediately detected the unmistakable odor of stinky tofu in the air. Although this scent was somewhat masked by the fragrance of grilled fish, it could not evade the acute senses of the Illusion Dream Canines. Wang Kai hurried inside and swiftly located Qin Yu and another individual, both submerged in a pool and devoid of consciousness. Their condition was due to an energy intake far exceeding the limits of their meridians. However, it was not grave. The leader of the Illusion Dream Canines gently waved his paw, drawing the energy from Qin Yu's meridians into the surrounding air. The Illusion Dream Canines felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated a fierce battle against adversaries threatening the stinky tofu immortal. They had prepared to showcase their prowess, only to find this instead. With a sigh, the discomfort dissipated, and Qin Yu gradually began to awaken. Am I saved? He opened his eyes to find Wang Kai resting upon his face, nuzzling against him. Wang Kai, did you save me? Wang Kai stood there, momentarily frozen in place. Qin Yu sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze, only to find the cave teeming with illusion hounds. Goodness, Wang Kai managed to summon his entire clan. How impressive. Qin Yu swiftly amended his words. Sorrowful Biao, your arrival is exceptionally timely. I owe you my gratitude. Wang Kai's expression softened as he playfully barked twice. Setting Wang Kai aside, Qin Yu greeted the multitude of hounds before sitting cross-legged on the ground to assess whether his meridians had sustained any damage. With a mixture of trepidation and hope, Qin Yu commenced the operation of his Xiantian technique. To his astonishment, he discovered that his meridians were not only unscathed but had expanded severalfold. A torrent of spiritual energy surged within, indicating the nearing completion of the Qi refinement stage. Have I truly attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement? Hastily, Qin Yu accessed his system panel. Name, Qin Yu. Talent, superior spiritual root, level, medium spiritual root, level. Firestarter, level. Progress, 999. Note, upon reaching 100, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. Remaining talent replication chances, 3. At the sight of his personal system panel, Qin Yu finally grasped the incredible truth. He had remarkably advanced through 3 levels in succession. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Glancing at the large black fish sprawled on the ground, he mused about its extraordinary prowess. He was now confident that Li Zhengtong had misidentified the fish entirely. This was certainly not the black fish with inked brows that Li Zhengtong described, though Qin Yu lacked insight into Li Zhengtong's background. He was aware that the latter hailed from a small town where such exceptional fish could hardly be found at local auctions, even if his fish possessed formidable side effects. The mere consumption of its flesh could elevate one from the 6th layer of Qi refinement to the pinnacle of the stage, a value beyond compare. Many individuals, particularly those from nefarious sects, were unconcerned about side effects. With this thought, Qin Yu angrily pointed at Li Zhengtong, exclaiming, "Is this truly the black fish with inked brows you mentioned? Energy that nourishes the earth like spring rain? Suitable for consumption by children who have yet to cultivate?" Any child who dares to take a bite of this would likely transform into a human balloon and explode on the spot. Li Zhengong weakly replied. Who could have known that the auctioneer would deceive us? Deceive? This was clearly a case of misidentification on your part. Li Zhengtong approached the carcass of the black fish and studied it for a considerable time before finally concluding, it does seem somewhat different. Goodness! Qin Yu exclaimed as he struck Li Zhengtong on the head. I've asked you repeatedly for clarity, and this is the outcome you present me. Qin Yu's anger was justified. In the realm of cultivation, it was imperative not to consume unfamiliar spiritual beasts indiscriminately, much like in a dining hall, where one must be informed about the dietary restrictions associated with certain foods. The same principle applied here. If ingested by mistake, it could indeed result in a fatal outcome. Had it not been for Wang Cai's timely arrival, the fate of the two would have been dire. In truth, there is a detail that Qin Yu remains unaware of. Had the assailant not been the patriarch of the illusionary dream canine clan, but rather another individual or canine, the meridians of both Qin Yu and his companion would have sustained grave damage. While Qin Yu and his companion were embroiled in a dispute, one of the illusionary dream canines approached Wang Cai and whispered, Brother Songbiao, why did the stinky tofu immortal refer to you as Wang Cai? Wang Cai, with a stoic expression, replied. He must have mistaken me for another dog. After venting his frustrations, Qin Yu reminded Li Jingtong. Although there were risks involved, the overall gains were substantial. Qin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction, reflecting on how he had achieved the pinnacle of qi cultivation within just half a year of practicing. Wasn't he that impressive? Li Zhengtong's cultivation would undoubtedly also see an increase, yet he likely would not reach the pinnacle level. When Li Zhengtong boasts about his achievements, Qin Yu would simply respond, I have already attained the pinnacle, which would undoubtedly be delightful. With strength at hand, there was no need to feign superiority. That would be a waste. Then, Qin Yu heard Li Zhengtong's jubilant shout, Haha, brother Yu, I have reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Qin Yu replied, Ah? So this is the true value of reaching the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Chapter 114. After confirming that he was unharmed, Qin Yu rose and gazed at the largest illusionary dream canine in the clan. He had previously encountered this canine in the illusion crafted by Wang Cai. Recognizing it as the clan leader, in the early hours, the patriarch had disguised himself as an ordinary illusionary dream canine to protect Qin Yu, thus making this their first official meeting. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving me, Qin Yu said respectfully. The patriarch of the illusionary dream canine clan lifted his head with regal pride, barking once like a domineering CEO. Even in the presence of the stinky tofu immortal, maintaining an air of dignity was essential. Li Zhengtong promptly translated, Brother Yu, the patriarch means to say that gratitude is unnecessary. You may simply provide them with 100 portions of stinky tofu as a reward. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Li Zhengtong, thinking to himself how succinct the language of the illusionary dream canines truly was. 100 portions is rather excessive. I currently have materials sufficient to produce only 60. During the festive season, the tofu vendors have all closed their shops. Wolf Li Zhengtong translated, I have saved your lives. Surely your lives are worth at least 50 portions of stinky tofu. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu thoughtfully analyzed, given your argument, 60 portions of stinky tofu would indeed suffice. Li Zhengtong exclaimed, What? Brother Yu, our lives are worth only 30 portions of stinky tofu? Qin Yu clarified, you misunderstand. I am worth 50 portions of stinky tofu. Oh wait, no, I am worth just 10 portions of stinky tofu, aren't I? Qin Yu, it seems that even 10 portions of stinky tofu are excessive. Li Zhengtong, the leader of the Dreamhound clan, shot a glare at Li Zhengtong, thinking to himself, how could this fellow be so unworthy of stinky tofu? Had I known, I would not have saved him. Qin Yu proposed to the leader of the Dreamhound clan, I shall prepare 30 portions of stinky tofu for you, while the remaining 70 will be considered a debt. You may retrieve them whenever you desire. How does that sound? Of course, I shall not accrue this debt for free. For every 10 days, an additional portion of stinky tofu will be added as interest. An increase of 1 portion every 10 days. Just imagine how many portions that would amount to over a millennium. The leader of the Dreamhound clan began to count on its claws, but soon remembered that it was merely a dog and not proficient in arithmetic. Nonetheless, the prospect of profit was undeniable, and without a second thought, the leader agreed. Let us depart then. Qin Yu intended to leave when he suddenly noticed the large fish on the ground. By the way, what shall we do with this fish? Consuming it is certainly out of the question. While the flavor is exquisite, I have no desire to endure that harrowing experience again. The energy within this fish is far too volatile. Although it can swiftly enhance one's cultivation, it would undoubtedly destabilize one's foundation. In the long run, it would be a loss rather than a gain. Although Qin Yu achieved the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage directly, He would require a considerable amount of time to solidify his foundation. However, this fish is certainly not an ordinary specimen. How should we best handle it? Perhaps we could sell it to the cafeteria, though I wonder if they would accept it. The leader of the Dream Hound clan disdainfully glanced at the dead fish on the ground, determining its worth to be a mere fraction of stinky tofu. An idea sparked in Qin Yu's mind. The leader, being powerful and knowledgeable, would surely know the best course of action regarding this fish. Senior, do you have any wise suggestions concerning this fish? Wang Li Zhengtong, brother Yu, the senior said that if you add a portion of stinky tofu, he will share his insight. Of course, Wang, brother Yu, the senior indicated that the energy within this fish is immense, and consuming it directly could harm your meridians. Disposing of it carelessly would lead to decay and foul odors. Rather, it is better to bury it in the earth, allowing the soil to absorb its spiritual energy and transform into spiritual soil. The leader of the Dream Hound clan withheld part of the statement, pondering what the difference in flavor would be between stinky tofu made from soybeans grown in spiritual soil versus those from ordinary soil. In a few days, the ink-bone snake fish would be ready to break through. Elder Wang Ingjun, beaming with joy, leaped off the cliff. The ink-bone snake fish and the ink-brow black fish may resemble each other in appearance, yet their value and efficacy are vastly different. The ink-bone snake fish possesses immense and volatile energy, typically residing in the deep pools of the Tianshan Mountains, making it exceedingly rare and costly, yet available only at a premium. The ink-bone serpent fish is an extraordinary spirit beast, capable of rapidly enhancing its cultivation merely by consuming spiritually infused sustenance. Transitioning from chi refinement to foundation establishment may take as little as a month. However, the creator is just. Although the ink-bone serpent fish can easily advance in cultivation, once it reaches the golden core stage, the energy within becomes too chaotic to control, inevitably leading to its explosive demise. This volatile energy renders it unsuitable for consumption. Yet certain high-quality elixirs require this very energy for proper concoction. Consequently, the ink-bone serpent fish is often nurtured to the foundation establishment stage before being employed in alchemical processes. In contrast, the similar blackfin fish, while also rare, pales in comparison. A mere piece of ink-bone serpent fish can purchase several blackfin fish. Elder Wang Ingjun wore a delighted expression, musing to himself that once the ink-bone serpent fish met the necessary conditions, he could commission the crafting of a tin-turn restoration pill, allowing him to reclaim his former glory. The spirited Elder Wang envisioned his triumphant return, poised to conquer the integration stage with unmatched prowess. He fantasized about a promising future, where achieving the integration stage would allow him to serve as an inter-sect elder, doubling his monthly stipend, increasing his influence, and attracting more benefactors. In time, he could leverage his position to settle debts and revel in a life of freedom. The path ahead gleamed with potential, a future ripe with promise. Elder Wang firmly believed that setbacks and misfortunes were but temporary. Perseverance would surely see him rise again to prominence. Upon entering the cave, a delicious aroma of grilled fish enveloped him. What is this scent? Could it be that my prolonged abstinence from meat has led me to hallucinate? Elder Wang felt a twinge of confusion, contemplating a clandestine visit to the breeding grounds for a spirited chicken. One must not deprive oneself of culinary delights. Suddenly, he noticed faint red glimmers in the darkness ahead, reminiscent of wood nearing the end of its burn, still radiating a dim glow. An unsettling feeling surged within him. Elder Wang immediately expanded his spiritual awareness to envelop the entire cave but sensed no signs of life near the water pool. This is bad. A sense of dread gripped him as he swiftly approached the dying embers of the fire. He formed hand seals, conjuring a small fireball that illuminated the cave. Crouching down, he picked up a fishbone and several scales from the ground. The scent of the ink-bone serpent fish flooded his senses, leaving his mind in a haze. My fish has been consumed. Who did this? Elder Wang seethed with fury, his hair standing on end as if driven to madness. He had not anticipated that merely missing one day would result in the demise of his cherished fish. This was a creature for which he had expended all his private savings and navigated numerous connections to procure, with hopes of it turning his fortunes around. Yet, inexplicably, it had perished. Elder Wang Ingjun felt a surge of energy within him, prompting him to quickly sit down and channel his Xiantian technique to calm his turbulent emotions. He was already nursing an injury, and his intense feelings had exacerbated his condition, causing a relapse of his hidden wounds. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood before his breath stabilized. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a charred wooden plank, emblazoned with a familiar emblem. Wait, my personal savings. A realization struck him, and his eyes widened as he extended his consciousness into the small room above. The treasure chest that had once been there had vanished without a trace. The intricately carved stone bed and chair were now stained with an unknown liquid and blood. Overcome with rage, Elder Wang Ingjun spat another mouthful of blood. Those wretched thieves had even taken my 89 low-grade spirit stones. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. The disappearance of his savings seemed to shatter the last vestige of his composure, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. This time, he truly lost consciousness. Wang Yingjun? Wang Yingjun. In his stupor, he seemed to hear someone softly calling his name. Upon awakening, he found a youthful face before him. Elder? He exclaimed. What brings you here? The elder helped him to sit up. The illusionary dream canines have inexplicably mobilized their entire clan to this location. So I came to investigate the situation and fortuitously found you unconscious. What transpired? Wang Yingjun quickly shook his head. No, it's nothing. I merely suffered a sudden flare-up of internal injuries following a failed attempt at merging. Elder, what could have prompted the illusionary dream canines to come here? I do not know. I merely sought to uncover the matter. Although uncertain of their intentions, Wang Yingjun was convinced they were linked to the disappearance of his fish. Seizing the opportunity with the elder present, he lamented, Elder, you must advocate for me. My prized Emo goose snake fish has gone missing. It must have been captured by the illusionary dream canines. I am currently investigating this matter. The elder surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Did you excavate this cave? Indeed. Excellent. I was just lamenting my inability to locate the culprits. Excavating without permission, disrupting the natural environment of the Xiantian sect, damaging the ecology, geology, and topography. Do not forget to pay a fine at the law enforcement hall. What? Wang Yingjun was bewildered. I am the victim here. I fainted. And yet you still demand a fine from me. How can your lips utter such frigid words? In a moment of inspiration, Elder Wang decided to feign unconsciousness once more. Upon awakening, he would claim that he was merely passing through this cave and that it had nothing to do with him. However, before he could lay back down, the Grand Elder spoke again. By the way, upon witnessing your fainting, I administered an expensive healing elixir to you. Please include that amount when settling your fine. Just as he was about to collapse, Wang Yingjun sprang to his feet. Is everything all right? The Grand Elder was taken aback by Wang's sudden resurgence of vigor. With a forced smile, Elder Wang replied, These are merely hidden injuries, nothing serious. Next time you see me fainting, please, I implore you, do not administer any medicine. Well, I was merely concerned for your well-being, remarked the Grand Elder. And what of my fish? Wang Yingjun accepted the fine, but his primary concern was recovering his fish. I cannot assist you with that. Why not? The Grand Elder patiently explained, the cave you illegally excavated is considered public property, and your fish, raised in a public pond, also belongs to the public. There are no signs prohibiting fishing here, but those are my fish. I purchased the fry and nurtured them myself, Elder Wang protested. The Grand Elder sighed. Our enforcement team requires evidence. You cannot merely toss a few fry into public waters and expect them to be yours. That constitutes a serious infringement on public resources, warranting a fine. Elder Wang promptly fell silent. However, your situation is not without resolution. Elder Wang's eyes brightened as he eagerly inquired, What must I do? If you can prove that those fish are indeed yours, merely taking a stroll here, then if someone else catches your fish, it would be a civil dispute. Elder Wang was left perplexed. What do you mean? It means you can go reclaim your fish yourself. Elder Wang lamented, confronting the illusory dream hound for my fish is not a matter of courage. It is simply that. Even if I raise the fish, I lack the funds to have a potion master concoct elixirs. Whether I have fish or not, it makes no difference. When one encounters insurmountable problems, they often resort to self-encouragement. Little Wang, do not forget to pay the fine. Elder Wang slumped to the ground in despair. Observing his disheartened state, the Grand Elder sighed deeply. Very well, I shall seek assistance from your partner. It appears you are not in a position to pay the fine. Elder Wang suddenly lifted his head. Grand Elder, when you ask for money, be sure to request a bit more. What do you mean? Wang Yingjun leaned closer to the Grand Elder, smiling. Give me the surplus. The Grand Elder immediately displayed an understanding expression, inquiring about the amount desired. 10,000 contribution points. Wang Yingjun boldly proclaimed. So much. The Grand Elder frowned slightly, contemplating the consequences should his secret be revealed. What if your wife and the Third Elder came to seek retribution? I cannot withstand the temperament of the Third Elder. Wang Yingjun's wife and the Third Elder are sisters. Among the trio, one is married while the other two remain in the Xiantian sect. With a playful elbow to the Grand Elder, Wang Yingjun smirked and whispered, I shall give you 20%. The Grand Elder furrowed his brows and replied solemnly, Young Wang, do you take me for someone easily swayed? As a symbol of the Xiantian sect's regulations and its most upright exemplar, you dare to attempt to bribe me. Let us split it 70-30. You take 3, I take 7. Wang Yingjun countered. What about asking for an additional 20,000 contribution points? Is that sufficient? Chapter 116, the headquarters of the Outer Sect Law Enforcement Team. The Sixth Elder, upon receiving news, arrived in a fit of rage. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak stood in a row, dejected. You possess quite the audacity to disregard my orders, do you? I had thought you were behaving well lately, hence I granted you 2 days of leave, yet you have overstepped. Peak Master, please allow us to explain. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak desperately attempted to justify themselves, but the Sixth Elder paid no heed. Every time there is an excuse. Does that mean you can defy my commands? The period of confinement is extended by another 6 months. A collective wail arose from the disciples. Yet they dared not express any dissatisfaction openly. Suddenly, the Sixth Elder questioned with suspicion, "Why do you all appear so dark, like pieces of charcoal? Have you secretly gone out to play and gotten sunburned?" "Innocent. Peak Master, we have been framed. How could we possibly become this dark from sun exposure?" "Indeed." The Sixth Elder continued onward. Upon noticing the approach of the Sixth Elder, Kong Tianjiao hurriedly called out, "Peak Master, my father has requested leave from you." "This does not constitute a violation." "What leave? No one has sought leave from me." The Sixth Elder turned in the direction of the voice, only to be met by the sight of an unsightly, weak gorilla. "Whose spirit beast is this? It is both ugly and frail. Release it at once. It tarnishes the image of our Xiantian sect." The gorilla spoke up, "Peak Master, it is I, Kong Tianjiao." The Sixth Elder was taken aback. Despite his extensive experience in the realm of cultivation, he could not help but be astonished by the scene before him. "You are Kong Tianjiao? How did you manage this transformation?" The Sixth Elder hastily approached Kong Tianjiao, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he scrutinized him intently. Kong Tianjiao smiled with satisfaction. Confident in his connections, believing his treatment would undoubtedly be different. Soon after, he heard Elder Lu excitedly exclaim, "I never imagined that the realm I have pursued for years, once so distant, has been achieved by you. Upon seeing you, I feel reassured. It seems my long-standing pursuit was indeed justified." Kong Tianjiao's heart swelled with joy. Could it be that by sheer chance, he had mastered an extraordinary skill? "Truly, I am a genius." He eagerly inquired, "Peak Master, what realm is it?" In his heart, he smugly thought, "I could teach you. That is the pinnacle of beast mastery." Elder Lu solemnly replied, "To refine oneself into a spirit beast. I am my own master." As Qin Yu departed from the cliff, he felt a tremor from the jade pendant. Upon inspection, he heard the familiar voices of an elder and a youth resonate in his ears. "Rest? Only those of no use in the world of cultivation would rest." The voice sounded slightly inebriated, as if the speaker had indulged in drink. "Ah, everyone is reuniting." Qin Yu pocketed the jade pendant, choosing not to intrude upon the teacher-student pair any longer. Returning to his cave, Qin Yu set up a large pot and began frying stinky tofu. After a busy afternoon, he finally sent the dream dog away. Li Zhangdong, pinching his nose, assisted Qin Yu in the courtyard. As the dog's translator, he knew he could not leave while the dream dog remained. Finally, their tasks were completed. Li Zhangdong stretched and asked, "Brother Yu, what shall we do next?" Qin Yu tossed him a shovel. "Dig a hole and bury the fish." The two of them dug a pit beneath Qin Yu's residence and buried the fish therein. When they advanced to outer disciples and changed caves, they could simply take the soil from this spot with them. "Brother Yu, what are your plans next?" Qin Yu pointed to the alchemy furnace and replied, "Of course, I will refine pills." He had intended to concoct elixirs that morning, but was interrupted by various matters. Finally settling down now. Nonetheless, it had been a fruitful day, as Qin Yu had acquired 3 opportunities to replicate his talents. He planned to utilize 2 of these chances to replicate a low-grade spiritual root, thus allowing his spiritual root to coalesce into a premium grade. For the remaining opportunity, he intended to replicate an alchemy talent, elevating it to a higher tier. He was just about to study second-grade pills. And while an entry-level first-grade talent sufficed for basic concoctions, crafting second-grade pills would prove somewhat challenging. Enhancing his alchemy talent to a higher level would certainly ease the process. Upon hearing that Brother Yu was about to refine pills again, Li Zhangtong shuddered. He dreaded the thought of returning home only to find Qin Yu had already prepared the elixirs upon his return. "Brother Yu, why not come visit my home? It's not far from here. A half-day's journey by flying boat will suffice." Li Zhangtong sought to delay Qin Yu's progress by immersing him in entertainment. Moreover, gaining insight into the world of ordinary people would be advantageous for us. After all, we cannot remain within the confines of Xuantiangong for our entire lives. Qin Yu felt a flicker of interest. The last time he accompanied Li Zhangtong and Xiao Ji to the city in search of Li Zihong's treatment, he yearned to experience the charm of mortal cities within the cultivation realm. However, they had to hurry back to Qin. And the rampant activities of the demonic sect made it perilous, as they lacked any acquaintances in the city to ensure their safety. Fearing danger, Qin Yu chose not to linger. If he were to visit Li Zhangtong's home, he would have the protection of the Li family's elders, thus minimizing risk. Perhaps he should seize this opportunity to venture out and explore? Li Zhangtong was correct. He could not remain in the sect indefinitely, as he would eventually need to descend the mountain. Qin Yu was on the cusp of advancing to an outer disciple. a role that required leaving the sect annually to fulfill tasks assigned by it. It would be remiss not to possess even a modicum of understanding of the world beyond the sect. Currently, Qin Yu's knowledge of the outside world was based solely on fragmented memories left by his previous incarnation. During his year in the small town, he had not ventured far. Instead, he gleaned information about the outside world from others, resulting in a rather nebulous perception of it. Noticing that Qin Yu did not outright reject the idea, but appeared contemplative, Li Zhengtong sensed potential. Brother Yu, my home is full of delights. The flavors at the Fat God Bun shop on the front street are simply unparalleled. The delicacies from Fengmenla are soft and delectable. And the stir-fried chicken from the Xiao Lao Heiress Eatery is fragrant and enticing. Sister Qin Xiao's tofu paired with a secret spicy sauce and chai flowers is simply heavenly. Qin Yu felt that Li Zhengtong's choice of adjectives had suddenly become abundant. And the tofu pudding next to the Hehuan massage parlor is unrivaled, while the dishes at Zhao's restaurant are equally captivating. Stop. What are you saying? Qin Yu interjected. The dishes at Zhao's restaurant are equally captivating? Li Zhengdong repeated. The previous statement, Qin Yu urged. The tofu pudding next to the Hehuan massage parlor is unrivaled? Hehuan massage parlor? Qin Yu inquired with a smile. Is this Hehuan massage parlor affiliated with the Hehuan sect? Is it reputable? Chapter 117. Although the Hehuan sect had previously deceived Qin Yu emotionally, leaving him greatly disheartened, upon reflection, he found their actions somewhat understandable. After all, Xuantiangong was a major righteous sect, and its disciples adhered to their principles. Furthermore, the Hehuan sect's intentions were to promote their own sect and poach talent. Thus, their previous performance must have been measured. If it were excessively provocative, it would likely induce shame and discomfort among the younger disciples, achieving a counterproductive effect. Therefore, Qin Yu concluded that to truly understand the Hehuan sect, one must immerse oneself in the bustling life of the city. I am uncertain whether that shop has any affiliation with the Hehuan sect. Li Zhengdong has never been particularly concerned with such matters. After a moment of contemplation, he added, however, my father has always prohibited me from entering there. I do see individuals emerging, clutching their waists, on a daily basis. Qin Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. He had not anticipated that such a small town would host a branch of the Hehuan sect. Their business reach is indeed extensive. Prohibiting children while people exit in discomfort. What a curious situation. What does this mean? Why are you so elated, brother Yu? Li Zhengdong inquired, puzzled. You, being a child, may not comprehend. Let us set off early tomorrow. I am quite intrigued by the tofu pudding adjacent to the Hehuan massage parlor. Splendid. Brother Yu, you shall absolutely adore that tofu pudding. Enough chatter, let us return and prepare. We must catch the earliest flying boat in the morning. After sending Li Zhengdong on his way, Qin Yu stepped outside, seeking individuals from whom he could replicate talents. Since Li Zhengtong's spiritual root had been upgraded to a medium grade 1, replication was no longer possible. Although Qin Yu found the system quite useful, it only allowed for the replication of talents at the same level, significantly limiting his potential. To acquire a high-tier talent, he first needed to locate the corresponding lower-tier talent. For instance, if Qin Yu desired to attain a supreme spiritual root, he must continuously replicate inferior spiritual roots to synthesize and elevate them. However, the challenge arose when he wished to replicate Li Zhengtong's extraordinary resilience talent. He was utterly unaware of what lower-tier talent it corresponded to. Qin Yu pondered whether the system's functionality would improve after he established his foundation. As he was lost in thought, he successfully completed the replication of a talent. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: Supreme Spiritual Root, level. Alchemy Apprentice, level. Supreme Spiritual Root, level. A favored child of heaven and earth, an existence rare among thousands. Capable of rapid cultivation and destined to become a formidable figure. Alchemy Apprentice, level, possesses a certain aptitude for alchemy, with the potential to become a true alchemist. Yet throughout his life may only concoct low-grade elixirs, struggling to attain prominence. Progress: 999. Note: upon reaching 100, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. Splendid. At last, I possess a level talent. Qin Yu felt as though he finally resembled a true protagonist of Grand Tales. He gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, exhaling slowly, and proclaimed with an air of sophistication, give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the entire realm of cultivation. Tremble, realm of cultivation. I, Emperor Qin Yu, am poised to rise, ha ha ha. With a flourish of his sleeve, he departed at a leisurely pace, under the bewildered gazes of passers-by. Alas, it seems I misspoke. It is not a lever, but rather a fulcrum. The following morning, Qin Yu shouted across the courtyard, I'm off. I can hardly wait to visit the dumpling shop next to the Hehuan sect. Li Zhengtong sensed that Qin Yu was even more excited than he was. After all, whose home were they returning to? Brother Yu, it's not the Hehuan sect, but the Hehuan massage parlor, and next to it is the tofu pudding shop. The dumpling shop is on the main street. Li Zhengdong corrected him. However, how could this underage boy comprehend the subtle thoughts of adults? Oh dear, let us hurry. Qin Yu and Li Zhengdong boarded a flying vessel and, after 2 hours of flight, arrived at a grand city known as Huashan City. Subsequently, they took a carriage pulled by a horse-like spirit beast from Huashan City, bouncing and jolting for an hour before finally reaching a smaller city called Wishing City. This was Li Zhengtong's home. Legend has it that long ago, a spirit beast crow transcended to sainthood here, hence the name Wishing City. Qin Yu was uncertain about the veracity of this legend, but he felt that every city in this world possessed one or more tales. It seemed as though a city without a legend was unworthy of appearing on the map. Either someone attained immortality here, or another person achieved enlightenment. It was as if the entire world was filled with immortals. Eventually, the Liang Kingdom enacted laws prohibiting the fabrication of rumors, which curtailed such occurrences. However, some rumors evolved into the legends of today, passed down through generations. Qin Yu hurriedly entered the city. The city was not large, resembling a quaint town. Houses with blue bricks and tiles stood in neat rows, exuding an air of ancient charm. Qin Yu thought that if it were to drizzle lightly at that moment, and he held an oiled paper umbrella with a maiden by his side, the ambience would be enchanting, until he spotted the plump Li family youth, digging his nose. And instantly, the aesthetic vanished. There was neither rain nor maiden. How peculiar. ISNT at the new year. Today is the 3rd day of the new year. And yet the shops are open for business? Qin Yu inquired curiously. Li Zhengtong replied, the new year is only celebrated for 1 day. The rest of the time remains unaffected. Qin Yu contemplated that it must be a local custom. So, where's that tofu pudding? Qin Yu asked. Brother Yu, you seem quite eager. It appears you were quite famished. Li Zhengdong smacked his lips. It was indeed noon, and he felt a bit hungry as well. Come with me. Let me show you how delicious my long-treasured tofu pudding shop is. The two made their way directly to the tofu pudding shop. Hee, here I come, Huan sect. Qin Yu jogged along and soon spotted the entrance of the Huan massage parlor. The establishment appeared exceedingly shabby, with even the sign missing a character, clearly indicating it was not a reputable place. How utterly dismal. Qin Yu was not well versed in the laws of the Liang Kingdom and was unsure whether the pleasure establishments were legal there. If they were indeed illegal, it was quite reasonable for the Huan sect to masquerade as a ragpicker while concealing their true nature within. Qin Yu reassured himself. Chapter 118. It was noon, and there were no customers in the establishment. Qin Yu understood this well. After all, who would frequent such a place during the day? Brother Yu, the tofu pudding vendor is over there. Why are you fixated on the Huan massage parlor? Li Zhengdong inquired, puzzled. You wouldn't understand, my young friend. Qin Yu replied with a light cough. I'm merely taking a casual stroll to familiarize myself with the area. If you desire tofu pudding, feel free to go ahead. Li Zhengdong paused for a moment, thinking to himself, Brother Yu is truly remarkable. The long-awaited tofu pudding is right before him, yet he remains unmoved. Indeed, cultivating immortality requires one to endure solitude and resist temptation. I must learn from Brother Yu and resist temptation from this moment onward. Resolutely. Li Zhengtong vowed to withstand the allure of tofu pudding for a quarter of an hour. He turned to Qin Yu and declared, Brother Yu, I will first go buy a few meat buns, then head to West Street for 2 meat pastries, followed by East Market for 2 roasted pig trotters and a serving of fried sweet rice cakes. Upon calculating, Li Zhengtong realized that purchasing all these items in a quarter of an hour was impossible. So, he decided to extend his resistance to tofu pudding for half an hour, an improvement indeed. Overjoyed, he acknowledged the benefits of cultivating immortality. Previously, he could hardly consume this much food. Qin Yu speculated. Could it be that Li Zhengtong's lack of intelligence stemmed from excessive consumption of junk food? Go on now. Qin Yu urged Li Zhengtong, straightening his clothes and taking a deep breath before entering the establishment. As he stepped inside, a plump middle-aged woman with a beaming smile hurried over. Young sir, what may I call you? Qin Yu mused. Could this be the fabled matron? Li. My surname is Li. Young Master Li, please, come right in. The woman said warmly. What services would you like to experience at our establishment? We specialize in powerful grappling techniques in the hellish devil push. Ah, the world of immortals is indeed extraordinary. Such techniques were unfamiliar to him. With a grand wave of his hand, Qin Yu declared, I wish to experience them all. He had exchanged a considerable amount of spirit stones and silver the previous day. Indeed, he was not short of funds. The woman appraised Qin Yu with a flash of disdain in her eyes, thinking, with such a slight build? Humph. She then tactfully advised, Young Master Li, I worry that your body may not be able to handle such an extensive experience all at once. Qin Yu scoffed, his anger flaring. Who do you look down upon? I demand to experience 5, no, 10 projects at once. As he spoke, Qin Yu casually produced a piece of silver and tossed it to the woman. "This is a deposit. Please hurry." The plump woman exclaimed joyfully, "Young Master Li, please come in." She led Qin Yu into a modest room, which caused him to furrow his brow slightly. "Do you not pay attention to your surroundings in this line of work? With such a setup, will you even have customers? Our environment may be lacking, but our techniques are exceptional. Just sit back and relax, young master." Qin Yu, harboring a skeptical attitude yet thinking he might as well give it a try since he was already there, sat on the bed. Shortly thereafter, he heard the plump woman shout outside, "Strong men, no resting now. Work has finally arrived." Strong men? Qin Yu sprang up in alarm, glancing back to suddenly find 5 or 6 muscular men staring at him. "What the? A black shop?" Chapter 119. Qin Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why are they all men? This establishment is utterly unprofessional." The plump woman paused, pondering that it was quite normal for a massage parlor to have male therapists. After all, massage is a labor-intensive task, and who but these strong men could effectively alleviate the pressure on a protruding lumbar disc? Smiling, she reassured him, "Fear not, young master. Our skills are top-notch. Just lie down and wait. As per your request, I have arranged for 10 strong men to provide you with simultaneous experiences of 10 different treatments, ensuring you feel as if you're soaring." The plump woman valued this high-paying customer greatly, knowing that pleasing him might keep their shop afloat for a while. These words sent shivers down Qin Yu's spine. This was not a branch of the Hundred sect. It was a black shop disguised in its guise. He jumped up abruptly, awkwardly chuckling. "My apologies, I've made a mistake. I thought this was a place selling tofu pudding. My friend is still waiting for me. I must take my leave." Seeing a rare customer about to leave, the plump woman panicked. "Quick, give this young master a massage. Just a little will ensure we don't have to refund the deposit." The muscular men immediately lunged at him. Bang, bang. A short while later, several of the men sat huddled in the corner of the room, bruised and trembling. Clenching his fists, Qin Yu gazed at the stunned plump woman and asked, "In broad daylight, do you still intend to engage in coercive practices? Tell me, what exactly does this black shop do?" The plump woman replied, No, dear guest. This is not a black shop. We are simply an ordinary massage establishment." "An ordinary massage establishment? Why are there so many strong men here?" "Men have strength. Their power makes the massage more comfortable. Then why name it the Hehuan massage parlor? Are you attempting to exploit the Hehuan sect's reputation to lure lascivious individuals, then rob them through deceit? Do not misunderstand. I am quite different from those lecherous individuals. My primary intention is to ascertain the legitimacy of your establishment." The plump woman, wearing a bewildered expression, inquired, "What is the Hehuan sect?" "The reason this establishment bears the name Hehuan Massage Parlor is that my name is Li Hehuan," Qin Yu retorted. "Then why did you stop me when I attempted to leave?" The plump woman, with a forced smile, replied, "According to the laws of the Liang Kingdom, in businesses such as ours, once a customer has received our services, we are entitled to collect a fee. Regrettably, this establishment is struggling, teetering on the brink of closure. I was merely tempted by the silver you previously offered, which is why I wish for them to provide you with a massage. As long as we have rendered a service, we have justification to accept that silver." After lengthy questioning, Qin Yu realized he had indeed misjudged the situation. This was, without a doubt, a legitimate massage parlor. It was not my error, but rather that scoundrel Li Zhengtong who misled me. He spoke of people emerging while clutching their waists and forbidding children from entering. What connection does that have with a reputable massage establishment? Which legitimate massage parlor would allow someone to exit while holding their waist? Cursed be Li Zhengtong. Once I am out of here, he shall pay dearly. Esteemed guest, your silver. The plump woman, her face filled with regret, returned the money to Qin Yu. "Forget it. Let this silver serve to ease their injuries. After all, I had wronged them and even assaulted them in error." Qin Yu stormed out, only to encounter Li Zhengtong, who was merrily passing by with 2 bags of craft paper, headed to the East Market to purchase roasted pig trotters. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong expressed surprise. You emerged so swiftly?" He had observed Qin Yu stealthily enter the massage parlor. In a fit of anger, Qin Yu demanded, "Why did you tell me that many people emerge from this establishment clutching their waists?" Li Zhengtong lowered his voice. The techniques here are quite poor. Many individuals with back pain come for a massage, only to leave in greater discomfort, clutching their waists. Haven't you noticed they are on the verge of closing? Then why did you say your father forbade you from entering?" Qin Yu inquired. "This parlor primarily focuses on the back. Children do not possess such issues. Besides, the prices here are rather steep. With that money, one could buy meat buns, meat pastries, tofu pudding, roasted pig trotters, fried pork tenderloin, or candied hawthorn." Qin Yu was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that, at the core, the fault lies within my own perceptions? How could I possibly be in the wrong? It is evident that Li Zhengtong failed to communicate clearly. Qin Yu slapped the back of Li Zhengtong's head in frustration. You knew this establishment had poor techniques, yet did not deter me from entering. What is your ulterior motive? Li Zhengtong rubbed the back of his head. I assumed you were merely browsing. You go? Don't be angry. Why don't we go have some tofu pudding instead? Although Li Zhengtong was unaware of the reasons behind Qin Yu's anger, he firmly believed that tofu pudding would surely soothe his brother's temper. After all, ever since Qin Yu had heard about tofu pudding yesterday, he had become inexplicably excited, clearly a devoted enthusiast of the dish. Let us go and indulge now. Qin Yu exclaimed through gritted teeth. Despite the absurdity of the situation, his frustration remained palpable. Upon arriving at the small tofu pudding shop, Li Zhengtong took a deep breath. Savoring the familiar aroma, shopkeeper, 2 servings of tofu pudding, 1 without cilantro. He turned to Qin Yu. Do you eat cilantro? Yes. Then add it to the other serving. Ah, when did young Master Li return? The shopkeeper, recognizing Li Zhengtong, greeted him warmly. I just got back. I hadn't even set foot in my house before coming here for tofu pudding. There was also a tofu pudding shop at the Hundred Sect, yet absurdly. Their version was sweet. I was astounded after tasting it. After a brief perusal, he concluded, your tofu pudding is indeed the best. The shopkeeper laughed heartily. What an honor. Today, these 2 bowls of tofu pudding are on the house, a gesture to welcome young Master Li. As a member of the Li family, Li Zhengtong was already a prominent figure in Wuxing City, and with his recent admission into the Hundred Sect, the most formidable cultivation sect in Liang Kingdom, he had quickly become a celebrated figure in the small town, with many eager to curry favor with him. You are too kind, dear shopkeeper. Li Zhengtong was not overly surprised, as he had not paid for meat buns and meat pastries during his previous visits either. They were simply given to him without charge. He and Qin Yu found a seat, and Li Zhengtong unwrapped the oiled paper in his hands, revealing several steaming meat buns and crispy meat pastries. You don't eat cilantro? Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. He could not fathom why someone would forego such a delicious herb. No, Li Zhengtong replied, it has a taste reminiscent of bugs. He too could not comprehend the appeal of cilantro, likening its consumption to eating something foul. Wait here. I'll check if the tofu pudding is ready, he said. All right. Li Zhengtong, oblivious to what awaited him, proceeded without a second thought. Chapter 1:20 As Qin Yu entered the kitchen, he discovered that the shopkeeper had already prepared 1 bowl of tofu pudding, while another was being garnished with broth. Hold on. Qin Yu interjected just in time. What is it, Immortal Master? The shopkeeper asked, taken aback. Qin Yu produced his identity token from the Hundred Sect and introduced himself. I am Li Zhengtong's senior brother. I have come specifically to inform you of a matter. Inform me? The shopkeeper was astonished, suspecting he had misheard. After all, he was merely immortal. Why would an immortal master from the Hundred Sect come to share something with him, let alone make a special trip? However, Qin Yu immediately affirmed, indeed. This matter is related to you. The shopkeeper hastily set down the bowl in his hand and cautiously approached Qin Yu, feeling a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Master, could it be that my aptitude for cultivation is extraordinary and has been discovered by a notable figure from the Hundred Sect? Are you here to guide me back to the sect? Qin Yu replied, what are you thinking? At your age, still harboring dreams of cultivation. I am here to inform you that Junior Brother Li possesses exceptional talent and an extraordinarily unique and robust physique. He has been personally taken as a disciple by an elder of the sect and is heralded as the hope of the cultivation world. However, this physique has a fatal flaw. He cannot consume the broth in the tofu pudding. Once he drinks that broth, his entire cultivation will dissipate in an instant. Yet, Junior Brother Li remains unaware of this, as his master has consistently instilled in him the notion of invincibility, leading him to believe that his physique is flawless, devoid of any defects. This belief is essential for him to overcome obstacles in his future cultivation with an invincible stance. If he were to discover that his physique is not without imperfections, it would undoubtedly shatter his resolve. Do you understand? The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned. His first reaction was to realize how impressive the young master of the Li family was. His second reaction was to ponder the remarkable nature of his tofu pudding. He had never heard a storyteller mention such a physique that could lose its cultivation due to a bowl of tofu pudding. However, the cultivation world is replete with mysteries, and there could certainly be strange physiques that defy comprehension, far beyond the questioning of a mere mortal. The shopkeeper inquired, then, Master, should we refrain from serving tofu pudding to young Master Li? No. Qin Yu replied earnestly, Junior Brother Li has expressed a desire to enjoy your tofu pudding multiple times. We must fulfill that wish. He simply cannot drink the broth, but he can certainly have the tofu pudding. The shopkeeper was bewildered. Tofu pudding without broth, could it still be called tofu pudding? Suddenly, he recalled what Li Zhengtong had mentioned about sweet tofu pudding and cautiously suggested, how about adding a little sugar? Not necessary. Just serve him the original flavor. Original flavor? The term seemed almost an affront to the very essence of tofu pudding. The shopkeeper muttered under his breath. Nevertheless, since it was the master who had requested it, he had no choice but to comply. Soon, a steaming bowl of tofu pudding was brought to the table. Beneath the brownish broth lay the tender white tofu pudding, adorned with a drizzle of chili oil and a few vibrant green cilantro leaves that gently swayed like little boats in the bowl. Upon seeing this visually appealing tofu pudding, Li Zhengtong's appetite surged. A bite of the fragrant and savory tofu pudding, followed by a mouthful of the crispy yet tender meat pastry, was an experience of unparalleled delight. Another bowl of tofu pudding was served, and Li Zhengtong hurriedly exclaimed, "Over here, over here." Upon seeing the glistening white tofu pudding, he was momentarily stunned. "Wait, uncle. Is this tofu pudding not fully prepared?" The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly. "Apologies, young masterly. We have run out of broth today." He could not divulge the fact that Li Zhengtong was unable to drink the broth, so he resorted to a benign fib instead. "Out of broth." Li Zhengtong's expression became exaggerated, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Do you not realize that the broth is the soul of the tofu pudding? Without it, the dish is akin to a wife's cake devoid of a wife." Qin Yu could not help but chuckle. "But a wife's cake never contained a wife," Li Zhengtong retorted. "And a couple's lung slices like a couple." Qin Yu replied, "Couple's lung slices never contained a couple either." Li Zhengtong exclaimed, "Stinky tofu is mixed with excrement." Qin Yu shot back, "Are you saying that the stinky tofu is floating, perhaps?" "Brother Yu, I apologize for my slip of the tongue," Li Zhengtong declared, grabbing a bowl and heading towards the kitchen. It was still mealtime. How could the establishment possibly be out of the meat broth for tofu pudding? Li Zhengtong immediately discerned that this was a prank orchestrated by Qin Yu and the shopkeeper. Thus, he decided to counterattack with a clever retort. Li Zhengtong was merely naive, not foolish. When it came to matters of food, his intelligence rivaled that of Qin Yu. Qin Yu chuckled lightly, unconcerned about Li Zhengtong's realization. With ease, Li Zhengtong entered the kitchen, having memorized the layout of this establishment he had frequented since childhood. Upon entering, he quickly spotted a large pot, with a small flame flickering beneath it, causing the lid to bounce up and down in a peculiar manner. As the lid rose and fell, fragrant steam wafted upward, infused with the essence of the meat broth. Li Zhengtong inhaled deeply. "Ah, this is the flavor. There is indeed a large pot," he exclaimed to the owner. "I will serve myself." Elated, he lifted the pot's lid, only to be struck dumb, frozen in place. For upon the surface of the broth lay a thick layer of cilantro. "Young masterly, the meat broth without cilantro is truly gone," sighed the shopkeeper behind him, inwardly lamenting, "Please do not hold this against me, young masterly. I do this for your own good. You are the hope of our Wuxing City. The rise of Wuxing City depends upon you." Qin Yu took a gentle sip of the tofu pudding, feeling satisfied, having avenged himself. It does not taste as good as Aunt Pang's." Chapter 121. Li Zhengtong bit into a large meat bun, glanced at Qin Yu's tofu pudding, and then pitiably sipped hot water. The expression of grievance on his face was enough to make even Qin Yu feel a tinge of embarrassment. "Are there several cultivation families in Wuxing City? Is your Li family the dominant one here?" Qin Yu shifted the topic, intending to first understand the distribution of power within this small city. Li Zhengtong swallowed the meat bun in his mouth and remarked, "This city is home to 3 prominent cultivation families: our Li family, the Ming family to the east, and the Wu family to the north. The combined strength of our 3 families is relatively equal. Aside from us, there is also the city lord's mansion. I wonder, who does the city lord belong to? Or has he been overshadowed by our 3 families?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. "Isn't it often depicted in novels that the local aristocracy undermines the city lord's authority, turning him into a mere tool for oppressing the common folk?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong was taken aback. "Brother Yu, please refrain from such talk. The city lord is appointed by the court. He is the true authority in the city. The local snakes are firmly suppressed by the strong dragon. Are there any individuals here with whom you have conflicts? Perhaps peers from the Ming or Wu families, or even cousins from your Li family?" Li Zhengtong pondered for a moment and shook his head. "No, we are all classmates and get along quite well." Qin Yu felt somewhat speechless. "You have friends all around. How am I supposed to show off and make a name for myself?" In other stories, the protagonist encounters nothing but adversaries, with mindless bystanders mocking them, only to outsmart everyone and revel in their triumphs. Why is it so harmonious here, as if everyone is playing house together? As a mere servant disciple at the Shantian sect, Qin Yu had never dared to act recklessly. Having finally arrived at this remote little city, he had hoped to leverage his identity as a disciple to make a grand impression, only to find that Li Zhengtong had no enemies at all. Alas, what use is my cultivation prowess? Qin Yu suddenly found himself reminiscing about the foolish son of the Chancellor and the proud Kong Tianjiu from the Beast Master Peak. Villains, it seems, hold significant importance. After having their fill, the two made their way to the Li family residence, situated in the southern part of the city and not far from the marketplace. It took them a quarter of an hour on foot to arrive at the Li family's entrance. The gate was not grandiose, rather, it exuded an antique charm, indicative of a family with deep historical roots and cultural significance. Above the entrance hung a plaque, covered in moss and seemingly centuries old, inscribed with the characters Li family, which conveyed a profound sense of artistry. The first impression this gate imparted was not that of a cultivation family, but rather that of a cultured scholarly lineage. It appeared that the Li family possessed a commendable taste, truly deserving of their status as a cultivation family. Just as Qin Yu concluded this thought, he heard Li Zhengtong say, "My father insisted on altering this gate. The previous one was quite impressive. I don't understand his reasoning for making it look so shabby. He claims it reflects our family history and cultural depth, concealing our Li family's lack of scholarly tradition." Qin Yu responded, "I thought it was a scholarly family, but it turns out to be a pig's nose and a green onion, merely posing as something grand." Nevertheless, the modifications to the gate did hold some merit. In the past, when the grand entrance was quite impressive, many merchants from distant lands would come to our home for business, often taking advantage of our naivety, attempting to deceive us. Qin Yu pondered this notion. A door that is overly ostentatious might convey an impression of foolishness and affluence, attracting shrewd merchants eager to seize a lucrative opportunity. Conversely, a more understated design would exude depth, restraint, and wisdom. Those merchants, upon encountering such an aura, would likely temper their ulterior motives, wary of jeopardizing the transaction. It seemed that Uncle possessed great wisdom. Would the modification of the entrance truly deter anyone from scheming against them? To validate his hypothesis, Qin Yu inquired. "Indeed," Li Zhengtong replied, "ever since we renovated the door, no one has come to our home for business." Qin Yu remarked, "Those merchants are indeed superficial." Li Zhengtong stepped forward and knocked on the door. It opened to reveal a small head, likely belonging to a girl of around 7 or 8 years. "Li Xiaojiao," Li Zhengtong exclaimed joyfully. But before he could utter more than those 3 syllables, the door slammed shut. Moments later, a delighted voice echoed from the courtyard. "Father, mother, my elder brother has come back to life." Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu sighed, reflecting on how, in just half a year away, rumors of your demise had circulated through the martial world. The door, previously secured, was now unlatched, allowing Li Zhengtong to push it open with ease. "Li Xiaojiao, what nonsense are you spouting?" At that moment, Li Zhengtong's parents emerged, responding to the commotion. His father, a robust figure with short hair, exuded an air of authority and dignity. It was evident he had been handsome in his youth, a striking man in the vicinity. His mother appeared slightly younger, perhaps in her 30s, exuding elegance and beauty. Qin Yu then glanced at Li Xiaojiao. Despite her tender age, she already bore the promise of exquisite beauty. With a father, mother, and sister all possessing remarkable looks, Qin Yu wondered about Li Zhengtong's own appearance. He opted for silence, deeming it prudent not to disclose this observation to Li Zhengtong. Li mother cast a reproachful glance at Li Xiaojiao before turning her affectionate gaze toward Li Zhengtong. "Xiaodong, you have finally returned. Why did you come back so late?" "Father, mother, there was a sudden matter at the sect that delayed me." Li father clapped Li Zhengtong on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "You've grown quite a bit. But why have you lost so much weight?" "The food at Xiantian sect is costly. Without money, I had to subsist on fasting pills. How could I not lose weight?" Li mother immediately displayed a look of concern. "When we return, I will have your father prepare more spirit stones for you." "How can you endure such hardships at such a grand sect?" "Boys must endure some hardships, if we do everything for him. How can we trust the Li family to him in the future?" Li Zhengtong's family epitomizes the archetype of a nurturing mother and a stern father. "No need for that." Li Zhengtong waved his hand with a flourish, proudly declaring, "I have achieved freedom with my contribution points, surpassing 99% of the outer sect disciples. My son has been intelligent since childhood. I knew such trivial matters would pose no challenge for him." Li's mother said with a radiant smile, her affection nearly overflowing. Li's father nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed, he is a true scion of the Li family. Even in a place as illustrious as the Xiantian sect, he stands out." It was evident that entering the Xiantian sect made Li Zhengtong akin to a child who had gained admission to Tsinghua University in a previous life. Truly the darling of the family. The 3 members of the Li family gathered around Li Zhengtong, completely oblivious to the presence of Qin Yu standing behind them. "Tell your father how you earned those contribution points." Li's father, eager to hear how his precious son was making waves in the Xiantian sect, could hardly contain his excitement. Li Zhengtong chuckled, speaking with pride. "Earning contribution points is quite simple. One merely needs to recognize an older brother and then follow him in schemes and tricks." The expressions of Li Zhengtong's parents darkened instantaneously. "Is this the extent of our Li family's offspring?" Qin Yu's countenance also soured. "What schemes and tricks?" I was imparting knowledge to them, teaching them about fraud prevention, and what I collected was tuition, you see. Chapter 122. By the way, Mom and Dad, allow me to introduce someone. Li Zhengtong pulled Qin Yu forward, causing Li's father, mother, and sister to be momentarily startled, wondering who this additional person was. Qin Yu felt an urge to chastise them. Isn't it clear that Li Zhengtong is the brightest among you four? This is my older brother at the Xiantian sect, as well as my neighbor and best friend, Qin Yu. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Hello. Greetings, brother. I hear from Xiaodong that you've helped him earn some money. Li's father, displaying a modicum of emotional intelligence, conveniently overlooked the mention of schemes. Qin Yu waved his hand modestly, stating, it's merely a small sum, nothing significant. Li's father pressed further, what does not significant amount to? About 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li's father smiled indifferently. Only 100,000 spirit stones? That's merely a fraction of what my son earns. 100,000 spirit stones? The expression on Li's father's face transformed at an observable rate into one of exaggerated astonishment. He had initially thought Qin Yu had earned only a few thousand spirit stones, perhaps sharing a few hundred with Li Zhengtong. To think that a mere few hundred spirit stones could persuade the most illustrious descendant of the Li family, the future head of the Li clan, to consider becoming your subordinate? Such a notion is utterly fanciful. Thus, Li's father intended to use this opportunity to subtly admonish Qin Yu while simultaneously reminding Li Zhengtong, as the future head of the Li family, to be discerning about whom he recognizes as an older brother and to remain mindful of his status. However, upon hearing the figure of 100,000 spirit stones, Li's father's mind was thrown into disarray. That amounts to 100,000 spirit stones, equivalent to an entire year's income for the Li family. For a cultivation family, what holds paramount importance? Resources unequivocally occupy the top position. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot progress without spirit stones. Their absence renders advancement nearly impossible. The decline of the Li family can be attributed to a lack of resources, a concern that has plagued them for generations. As one of the wisest members of the Li family, Father Li recognized this predicament early on. Although the Li family cannot be deemed impoverished, the distribution of resources among its members is far from abundant. Without sufficient resources to nurture the younger generation, the Li family is destined to continue its downward trajectory. Acknowledging this issue, Father Li commenced the search for solutions. The reconstruction of the family gate was one such endeavor, however. He failed to grasp that the previously ostentatious gate had attracted partnerships, albeit with those of dubious intent. Yet, with careful consideration, it could still yield some benefit for the family. Why, then, after the new gate's construction, had no merchants come forth? Although puzzled by this conundrum, Father Li was acutely aware of one truth. The members of the Li family were not particularly adept at generating wealth. In contrast, Qin Yu, despite his youth, effortlessly amassed a sum of 100,000 spirit stones, demonstrating a profound acumen for commerce. Should he master even a fraction of Qin Yu's methods, it would undoubtedly benefit Li Zhengtong for a lifetime. In the past, Father Li had invited merchants to instruct Li Zhengtong on the art of making money. However, the merchants spoke of deceitful practices that Father Li found beneath the dignity of their esteemed lineage. Though Li Zhengtong claimed that Qin Yu's methods were equally unscrupulous, Father Li perceived a distinction. Those merchants could only defraud a few hundred or thousand spirit stones, which felt trivial and unworthy of their family's stature. In stark contrast, Qin Yu's ventures yielded a staggering 100,000 spirit stones, aligning perfectly with the Li family's aspirations. Furthermore, if Qin Yu could deceive even the Xiantian sect without consequence, then he could likely maneuver around the laws of Liang Kingdom as well. Such expertise was indeed worthy of study. Thus, it was imperative for Li Zhengtong to closely observe Qin Yu's every action. Even acquiring a modicum of knowledge could alleviate the family's impoverished state. This represented a pivotal moment for the family's prosperity. The elder brother had made a wise choice. Father Li resolved to earnestly advise his son to learn diligently from his elder counterpart. Clearing his throat, Father Li inquired, I wonder how many subordinates you have at the Xiantian sect? Qin Yu was taken aback, uncertain of the reason behind Father Li's sudden question. Could it be that he was displeased upon hearing that his cherished son was serving as a subordinate to another? Qin Yu felt somewhat wronged in his heart. Li Zhengtong was not merely a so-called subordinate, but rather a good friend, a brother, a reliable ally, and a willing experimental subject. Uncle, do not heed his nonsensical claims. We are friends, and none of us plays the role of a subordinate. I understand, but tell me, how many friends like Li Zhengtong do you truly have? Qin Yu could not fathom what kind of scheme Li's father was concocting. He did not appear as simple as he seemed. The last person who left him utterly perplexed was Elder Wang Ingjuan's disciple. Since pondering over it did not yield clarity, he decided to let it go. The only other friend besides Tongzi is someone named Xiaoji, but it is Tongzi with whom I share a deeper bond. Is that the only one? Li's father inquired. Qin Yu nodded. Indeed. Excellent. Li's father exclaimed, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. To stand out among the many prodigies of the Xiantian sect and become your subordinate. He truly embodies the spirit of my Li family. Li Xiaojiao chimed in. Ha ha ha. Truly, my brother surpasses everyone in the Xiantian sect. Qin Yu was taken aback. Li Zhonggong added. Huh? Qin Yu suddenly began to question whether being a subordinate was truly such an honor. Moreover, are you both blind and deaf? I have already mentioned Xiaoji. How is it that only your son remains in your mind? Qin Yu suddenly realized that Li Zhongtong was quite clever. What is your name? Li's mother asked, pulling Li's father aside with a smile. Auntie, my name is Qin Yu. You may call me Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. What a lovely name. Li's mother replied with a smile. Interestingly, the nephew of your uncle's aunt is named Xiao Bingbao. You two seem quite fated. Auntie, I am you as in universe. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Cough, mother. Li Zhongtong interjected to dispel the tension. Why did Xiao Jiao just say that I was resurrected? This child speaks nonsense. Li's mother playfully scolded Li Xiaojiu before explaining. Did you not say you would return on the second day of the new year? Your sister waited all day yesterday, but did not see you, so she thought you had met with an accident on the road. Li Xiaojiao chimed in with a tender voice. If you hadn't returned, I would have already dug your grave. Go away. Li Zhonggong shot her a glare. But Li Xiaojiao stood her ground fearlessly. By the way, father, Li Zhongtong asked again. It is already midday. Why was our front door just now locked from the inside? Is something amiss at home? For a family like the Li clan, known for their cultivation, the front door was usually wide open, projecting an air of grandeur. A sudden closure would indeed be unusual. Upon hearing this, Li's father's expression grew serious. Chapter 123. It is coming. It is coming. Qin Yu perked up his ears. Instantly alert. Am I, as the protagonist, destined to encounter calamities wherever I go? In this particular matter, it seems, only I can resolve. In an instant, Qin Yu, after putting on airs, had already envisioned every detail. At that moment, I shall don a cloak, stride boldly through the city gates, gaze ahead with nonchalance, and with a casual wave of my hand, disappear into the distance amidst the adoration of countless onlookers. Though I may depart, my legend will linger throughout this city. No, I must hasten to procure a cloak. While Qin Yu was lost in such fanciful thoughts, he heard Mr. Li bellowing towards a small room beside the entrance. Old Wang, master of the house, what do you require of me? An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s, emerged from the tiny abode. You have forgotten to open the door again today. Huh, master, what did you say? I can't hear. Mr. Li replied, it's nothing. All right then, master. Next time, please refrain from calling me unnecessarily. The elderly gatekeeper, Old Wang, was hard of hearing and often forgetful, frequently neglecting to open the main door. Mrs. Li explained. Qin Yu muttered under his breath, what a waste of sentiment. Xiao Tong, quickly take Xiao Yu inside to rest. You must be famished. I shall personally prepare some delicious dishes for you. What would you like to eat? Upon hearing that Mrs. Li would cook herself, the Li family members were immediately on high alert. Aunt, we just had a meal outside. Li Zhongtong nodded vigorously. Mother, please do not trouble yourself. Let the kitchen handle it. Having eaten already? What a pity. Mrs. Li sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Mr. Li sighed in relief. If you've eaten, then let us retreat to the house for a while. I need to discuss something with Xiao Yu. Very well. I shall arrange for someone to prepare a guest room for Xiao Yu. Xiao Tong, please show Xiao Yu around our Li residence. Enjoy your stay in Wuxing City for the next few days. Thank you. And after Mrs. Li departed, Mr. Li led Qin Yu and the others into their main hall. The Li family's estate was quite expansive. Upon entering the gate, one could see several ancient structures, such as the Li Ancestral Hall and School, all of which belonged to the Li family and served as communal buildings. Beyond these, the remaining areas were divided into numerous sections allocated to different family members, forming new households. Much like the many Li family villages of yore, a great clan coexisted. Yet each had its own small home, living their lives independently unless significant matters arose, thus avoiding disturbance. As the patriarch, Mr. Li's courtyard was situated at the forefront, closest to the Li family gate. Upon entering the main hall, Qin Yu found a place to sit, while Li Zhongtong brewed a pot of tea and served it to Mr. Li and Qin Yu. Xiao Yu, there is something I've never quite understood, Mr. Li said, taking a sip of tea. Uncle, you mentioned. Xiao Yu, you have just seen the grand entrance of the Li family, have you not? Qin Yu nodded. Offering an objective evaluation, this entrance is built with subtlety and restraint, exuding a profound historical essence. Tongzi had spoken to him about the entrance, and he felt that uncle possessed great wisdom. Upon hearing this, Li father's expression brightened. Ever since the completion of this entrance, Those around him had complained that it seemed to be deteriorating, tarnishing the Li family's reputation. He had been troubled by this for years, ensnared in deep self-doubt. At last, someone seemed to comprehend his heartfelt concerns. Since you are aware, may I inquire why, ever since the entrance was repaired, not a single businessman has come to discuss business? Li father voiced a perplexity that had long plagued him. Uncle, first and foremost, you must understand that you have done nothing wrong. This is certainly not your fault. Li father smiled and nodded, finding Qin Yu's words quite agreeable. Li Zhengtong, rubbing his head in curiosity, asked, why is it not my father's issue? He felt it was clearly a matter of his father's misjudgment. Qin Yu, with utmost seriousness, replied, because the head of the family cannot be in error. What Qin Yu truly meant was that he shared Li father's perspective. Since he himself could not be mistaken, this matter was certainly not Li father's fault. However, he felt that articulating it this way might come off as impolite. Although it was indeed the truth, stating it outright could seem rather arrogant. It was better to be more tactful. Qin Yu now understood why protagonists in novels often conceal their abilities. It was not merely to feign humility, but rather a deep-seated modesty that compelled them. Li Zhengtong, taken aback, uttered a sound of confusion. Meanwhile, Li father excitedly slapped the table, raising his thumb in approval, exclaiming, what you said is simply splendid. Look at you all doubting me. Where is the dignity of this family head? Li Xiaojiao interjected, what does doubt mean? Li Zhengtong glanced at the reinvigorated Li father, feeling an ominous foreboding. To be honest, at that moment, he regretted bringing Qin Yu home, fearing that his brother would engage in further conversation with his father. Knowing his father's character, he worried they might end up swearing brotherhood. The thought of everyone having their own opinions in the future made Li Zhengtong uneasy. Should he warn his father in advance? After all, he was the head of the Li family and should maintain his status, avoiding casual brotherhood with just anyone, especially not competing with his son for brothers. After Li father finished laughing, he turned to Qin Yu and asked, Xiaoyu, if you assert that this is not my issue, then whose problem is it? Since it is not your problem, uncle, it must certainly be someone else's. Li father inquired, Xiaoyu, could you specify who this someone else might be? Qin Yu shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid that may not be possible. Father Li quickly inquired, why? Because I do not know either, replied the father. However, rest assured, uncle, this is certainly not your fault. One must possess confidence. As long as you do not acknowledge a problem, it is as if it does not exist. Chapter 124. In truth, I have a hypothesis regarding this matter. Speak, urged Father Li anxiously. Firstly, I believe this issue lies with those merchants. Uncle, have you ever pondered why those merchants approached the Li family to conduct business? Father Li scoffed. Of course, it is because they wish to profit from my family. Indeed, the sole aim of merchants is to generate revenue. And if my conjecture holds true, most of those merchants hail from outside the region, correct? Father Li nodded. The area of Wuxing City is quite small, with a population of merely around 100,000. Such a diminutive town possesses a modest consumer level, and the shops on the streets suffice to cater to 90% of its residents. In this context, those who seek business with the Li family are primarily external merchants. They aim to export goods from Wuxing City or import products from outside for sale, necessitating the assistance of local families. Qin Yu continued his analysis. Upon arriving in Wuxing City, the first task for those merchants is to seek collaboration with local influential entities, and the foremost criterion for partnership is wealth. Whether they intend to sell the goods they have brought from afar or acquire local products, substantial financial backing is indispensable. For these merchants, if they invest significant resources and finally secure a partnership, only to find their partner lacking adequate capital, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, in their relative ignorance of the city's dynamics, they will undoubtedly opt to collaborate with a family that appears affluent. Conversely, those entities that seem financially strained will be overlooked entirely. They would not even bother to inquire, wasting precious time and effort. Previously, the grand entrance of the Li family exuded an air of wealth, naturally attracting merchants to seek partnership here. However, after the renovation of the Li family gate, it became a symbol of poverty in the eyes of those merchants, and thus they lost interest. Who would seek to conduct business with a destitute individual? Father Li asked in confusion, Little Yu, did you not say that the gate's design was subtle and restrained? Qin Yu raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and sighed. Uncle, subtlety and restraint resonate with individuals of taste, refinement, and culture like ourselves, yet not all possess such discernment. Most of those merchants are rugged individuals who have recently entered the trade. They cannot comprehend such nuances. Their first impression of the gate is, alas, how dilapidated. The plaque is nearly falling apart, and they are unwilling to replace it. They must be impoverished. Let us proceed to the next establishment. Thus, the fundamental cause of this situation lies in your refined taste, dear uncle. Unless one possesses the exceptional qualities akin to mine, the profound essence remains elusive. Ah, now it all makes sense. Father Li experienced an epiphany, as if struck by a bolt of enlightenment. No wonder I have been oblivious to the issues with this grand entrance. It was merely a reflection of my elevated perspective. Father Li was immensely pleased with this revelation, his fondness for Qin Yu growing by the moment. Had it not been for Li Zhongtong's presence, he would have eagerly embraced Qin Yu as a sworn brother. Previously, those merchants visiting the Li family harbored various ulterior motives, seeking to exploit our family. I had assumed that the ostentatious nature of the entrance was the cause of their deceitful intentions, prompting my decision to renovate it in frustration. Father Li sighed, regretting his prior judgment. Uncle, you are mistaken. Those merchants would not be swayed by a mere entrance, Qin Yu interjected. Their motives likely arose after inquiries made within the city. Impossible, Father Li retorted. Who in Wusheng City is unaware of the intelligence and wisdom of the Li family? A casual inquiry would reveal that we are not easily deceived. There must be another explanation. Qin Yu sensed that Father Li's understanding of him required enhancement. Little Yu, do you think someone is spreading rumors about our family? That I cannot ascertain, Qin Yu replied. It seems I must investigate further. Father Li had gleaned the answers he sought from Qin Yu, allowing the matter to reach a temporary conclusion. Just as Qin Yu immersed himself in savoring his tea, Li Xiaojiao scampered over to her father, cautiously saying, Father, my brother has returned today. May I skip the academy this afternoon? Absolutely not. You must not fall behind. I have missed my brother for half a year, and now he is home for only a few days, Li Xiaojiao pleaded, clinging to her father's leg and shaking it with charm. Just for half a day, I beg you. What man could withstand the allure of his daughter's coaxing? Father Li found himself wavering. However, before he could respond, Li Zhongdong interjected, Father, I shall accompany my little sister to the academy this afternoon. It has been a while, and I miss our teacher. This arrangement is perfect. It neither hinders your sister's studies nor your time together. Li Xiaojiao glared at Li Zhongtong, then, clutching her stomach, furrowed her brow and said, But, Father, I will surely have a stomachache later. Father Li inquired sternly, Isn't your teacher going to check homework this afternoon? Li Xiaojiao paused, pondering how her father knew this without her informing him. Father Li sighed inwardly, realizing that such occurrences were routine. Did she believe everyone shared her naivety? Hurry and review your lessons. Should your teacher inform me of your lack of diligence, I shall have your mother discipline you tonight. Very well. Li Xiaojiao returned to her room, dejected. Uncle, let us go out for a stroll. After addressing the matter at hand, Qin Yu felt a bit awkward remaining there. Very well, let Xiaong take you around. Should anything arise, do inform your uncle. Thank you, uncle. As Qin Yu and Li Zhongtong exited the house, Qin Yu curiously inquired, Is there no holiday for your school? It is only the third day of the new year, and the children are already required to attend classes? Li Zhongtong explained, The school is indeed on holiday. However, our family does not excel in studies. So my father hired a tutor to give us extra lessons during the break. Even after regular classes, we must attend supplementary lessons at home. My father insists that this is what one calls a dull bird flies early. Qin Yu suddenly felt that Li's father was quite a competent head of the family, genuinely considering the welfare of the clan. Chapter 125. After a brief exploration of the Li household, Qin Yu noticed children with backpacks, walking in small groups towards the school. The afternoon class was about to commence. Come on, brother Yu, let us go and listen to a lesson. Li Zhongdong exclaimed excitedly. I have been waiting for this day for quite some time. I am the only one from the Li family to enter the Zuaniangang. Once I step into the classroom, I shall surely garner the admiration of all the students. The tutor will also allow me to share my experiences from the Zuaniangang assessment. Brother Yu, do you have any reflections on that assessment? I still cannot comprehend how I passed. Qin Yu shook his head. I too was bewildered by the assessment at that time. Just tell them how hard you worked. Indeed. Li Zhongdong slightly lifted his chin, his expression somewhat smug, akin to those mysterious upperclassmen who flaunt their achievements after gaining admission to prestigious universities. The joy of returning home in splendid attire was palpable. Qin Yu could scarcely imagine the delight Li Zhongtong would feel while boasting before his juniors. The two lingered until the class commenced, then strode in with heads held high. For true luminaries always make a grand entrance. This afternoon's lessons would encompass assessments and outdoor reflection activities. Thus the students were not in the classroom but rather lined up outside, awaiting the tutor's evaluation. I have previously alerted you. I trust you have diligently reviewed your previous lessons in these past days. Li Xiaojiao, cease your wandering gaze. It has been 3 days since the new year. Yet some remain unfocused. Having entered a new year, you are now a year older and should conduct yourselves like mature children. Look at your demeanor, Li Xiaojiao. If you do not pay attention, I shall summon your parents. Li Xiaojiao promptly withdrew her head, her gaze vacantly fixed ahead. Where's my brother? All right. We shall now begin the questioning. Upon the utterance of these words, all the students immediately lowered their heads, fearful of locking eyes with the instructor. A mere 3 seconds of eye contact with the opposite sex might lead to infatuation, yet 3 seconds with the instructor could very well be fatal. The first inquiry pertains to the idiom to mend the pin after losing the sheep. I have reiterated this idiom countless times. Come now. Is there anyone willing to respond proactively? Each of you will be assessed, so do not harbor any false hopes. Since no one is chosen to answer voluntarily, I shall select someone at random. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and the students dared not even breathe. The instructor scanned the room and discovered that, apart from Li Xiaojiao, who held her head high, the rest of the students resembled quails, all with their heads bowed. It appeared that Li Xiaoji was quite confident. Come, Li Xiaojiao. Please elucidate this question. Huh? Li Xiaojiao snapped back to attention, glancing at the instructor, and timidly replied, Sir, I choose option A. The instructor nearly lost his temper, his frustration mounting. What do you mean by choosing A? This is not a multiple choice question. I ask you, what does the idiom to mend the pen after losing the sheep signify? To mend the pen after losing the sheep. Li Xiaojiao exhaled in relief, for she knew the answer. The idiom means that a certain cultivator had mastered a mysterious secret technique, capable of manipulating the corpses of various creatures. One day, he controlled a dead sheep to repair the pen. Li Xiaojiao's voice grew increasingly faint as she observed the instructor's expression darkening. Dear heavens, I have finally managed to send your brother away, only for you to enroll and wreak havoc upon me. Are you two siblings intent on shortening my life? Before the instructor could unleash his wrath, a hearty laugh suddenly erupted. Ha ha ha, controlling a dead sheep, Li Xiaojiao, you were going to make me die of laughter. Who? The instructor, filled with fury, turned to see Li Zhengtong, his expression growing even more grim as unwelcome memories flooded back. What are you doing back here? The instructor stood abruptly from his wooden chair, appearing exceedingly agitated. Sir, it has been several months since our last meeting, and I have missed you greatly. Upon my return, I wish to revisit your class. The instructor wore a look of terror. At my age, one of you nearly took half my life. And now both of you together, surely you aim to end my days. Li Zhengdong, unfazed, smiled casually. Sir, I have spent half a year at the Xintian sect, and I have undergone a complete transformation. You cannot continue to view me through the lens of the past. Then enlighten me about the meaning of the idiom to mend the pen after losing the sheep. Li Zhengtong chuckled. Sir, to pose such a simple question. You truly underestimate me as a disciple of the Xintian sect. Qin Yu thought to himself, how could Li Zhengtong, being 15 years of age, possibly be unaware of such a simple idiom as fixing the pen after the sheep have escaped? This was rather disrespectful. The teacher said, enough with the nonsense. Simply tell me the meaning of fixing the pen after the sheep have escaped. Li Zhengtong confidently replied, once, a large pen had a hole, and when the time came to repair it, they found no suitable stones. So, they killed a sheep and stuffed its carcass into the hole to mend it. Li Zhengtong's voice grew fainter as he noticed the teacher's increasingly grim expression. Was this not correct? In that moment, Qin Yu felt a tinge of sympathy for the teacher. Remarkably, the teacher had not yet met his demise from frustration. His patience was truly commendable. The teacher sat in stunned silence for a moment, then slowly sank into his wooden chair, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. What sins have I committed in my past life to be fortunate enough to teach you two siblings in this one? Li Zhengtong awkwardly scratched his head. Teacher, please do not be too upset. Although I may not understand the meanings of those idioms, I have become a disciple of the Xintian sect. This is the realm of cultivation, and the pursuit of immortality is far more important. Those idioms should be left for those without spiritual roots to learn. Li Zhengtong seemed to be hinting to the teacher whether he might share some insights with his junior disciples. The teacher cast a glance at Li Zhengtong, thinking that the Xintian sect was rather unfortunate to have admitted such a character. Students, upon seeing Li Zhengtong today, I am reminded of an idiom that I shall now impart to you, hoping you will remember it. Upon hearing it was not an assessment, the students eagerly lifted their heads. Li Zhengtong felt a surge of delight. An idiom related to him? Perhaps it was gifted with exceptional talent. For I am the only one from the Li family to enter the Xintian sect, which is indeed a matter of great pride. Or perhaps it would be hanging oneself in the beam and stabbing one's thigh, symbolizing diligence and a thirst for knowledge. As I had pulled out a significant amount of my hair in preparation for the Xintian sect's assessment, though I was puzzled as to why the second round was suddenly cancelled, my efforts must have moved the heavens, allowing me to enter the Xintian sect. At that moment, the teacher slowly began to speak. This idiom is, a fool has his own blessings. Li Zhengtong, Chapter 126. Do you all understand? After the teacher finished, he cheerfully inquired. Understood. Li Xiaojiao was the first to respond. The meaning of a fool has his own blessings is that even a fool like my brother can enter the Xintian sect. Li Zhengtong, how can you insult me like that? Li Xiaojiao, brother, I am praising you for your good fortune. All right, Let us continue with the questions. The teacher signaled for silence. Who knows the meaning of to neglect sleep and food? I know this one. Li Zhengtong was the first to raise his hand. It's a waste of effort. The teacher promptly interrupted, sighing, enough, enough. This afternoon, let us refrain from questioning until tomorrow. Oh, joy. All the students cheered exuberantly. Now, we shall proceed to an outdoor thinking activity. Everyone, please line up and follow me. The so-called outdoor thinking activity involves presenting students with a real-life conundrum, encouraging them to ponder and devise solutions, thereby honing their cognitive and practical skills. The teacher led the group to the edge of Li Family Lake, where a wooden boat bobbed gently upon the rippling waters. On the shore lay a scale for measuring weight, alongside a pile of stones and a young elephant-like creature known as the lamenting dragon elephant. This creature was significantly smaller than the one raised by Kong Tianjiao, suggesting it was still a juvenile. Have you all spotted this mystical beast? Yes. Good. Now I pose a question. Without causing harm to this creature, how might we accurately measure its weight? Observe the tools available in our surroundings and contemplate carefully. The students exchanged puzzled glances. The lamenting dragon elephant was far too large to stand on the scale, and they could not inflict harm upon it. Thus, measuring its weight seemed an insurmountable challenge. For a moment, the problem stumped the entire class. As they pondered earnestly, Li Xiaojiu cleared her throat and stepped forward from the line. Teacher, this question is quite simple. The instructor was taken aback that Li Xiaojiu was the first to speak, yet he held little hope for her response and casually encouraged her. Xiaojiao, please share your thoughts with the class. Sir, we could start by removing some non-essential parts of the lamenting dragon elephant, such as its ears, trunk, and legs. These body parts are not vital for its survival. Once these sections are removed, the creature will be significantly smaller and lighter, allowing us to weigh it directly. Finally, we would simply add the weight of the removed parts back in, ears, trunk, legs, and tusks, to ascertain the true weight of the lamenting dragon elephant. After the measurements, we could seek out a powerful cultivator to restore the severed parts, thus enabling us to determine the creature's weight without causing it any harm. The lamenting dragon elephant, is it truly necessary to measure my weight? Qin Yu was utterly astonished. This Li family truly harbored exceptional talents. He leaned toward Li Zhengtong and whispered, your sister possesses the qualities of a saint from a dark sect. She is undoubtedly underappreciated here. At this moment, who could discern who the real tormentor was? The teacher had not anticipated Li Xiaojiu providing the correct answer, but he was nonetheless astonished by her audacious suggestion. What sort of nonsensical thoughts occupy your mind? Is that your idea of not harming the lamenting dragon elephant? You nearly suggested killing it. Think it over again. Sir, I have another method. Li Xiaojiao interjected. Considering Li Xiaojiao's previous response, the instructor initially intended for her to contemplate further. However, recognizing that this might dampen the student's enthusiasm for answering questions, he nodded, signaling her to proceed. Surely, she could not propose something more absurd than before. Sir, we merely need to place the elephant of regret onto the boat, draw a line at the intersection of the boat and the water's surface, then disembark the elephant. Load stones onto the vessel, and once it descends to the same depth as before, we can remove the stones for weighing. This revelation left the instructor astounded. He had braced himself for more nonsensical ramblings from Li Xiaojiao, yet she had articulated the correct answer with remarkable clarity. How did you arrive at this conclusion? He inquired hastily, sensing that Li Xiaojiao might be a hidden prodigy yet to be discovered. Imitating the instructor's gesture of stroking his beard, Li Xiaojiao thoughtfully rubbed her chin and replied earnestly, my father told me that the instructor only recycles the same few thought processes, lacking any true innovation. As long as one remembers the answer, others will admire them. The instructor responded with a commanding, bring your father here tomorrow. At this moment, Qin Yu sensed the opportune moment had arrived and whispered a few words into Li Zhengtong's ear, who instantly grasped the situation. Aha! Li Zhengtong erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of all. There is no need for such complexity. I possess a simpler method. With that, he strode directly to the elephant of regret. And to the astonishment of all the students, he embraced one of its massive legs and lifted it effortlessly above his head. Moo! The elephant of regret let out a startled bellow. Being still youthful, its size was not overly large, and with Li Zhengtong having attained a perfect mastery of qi refinement, lifting the elephant was not a challenge at all. He bore the creature as if it were a small hill, advancing step by step toward the scale. The elephant of regret could not be weighed directly due to its considerable size. The scale was too small for it to stand upon. Yet, as long as Li Zhengtong carried it, all issues would be resolved. Stop! The instructor called out to Li Zhengtong, his demeanor brimming with pride. This scale can only weigh up to half a ton. You are exceeding the limit. He had anticipated potential disruptions from cultivators and had prepared accordingly. Li Zhongnong froze, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat, and turned to Qin Yu for assistance. Fool. The formation. Qin Yu's single reminder enlightened Li Jingtong. The instructor still underestimated the mobility of cultivators. Chapter 127. Li Zhongtong turned towards the teacher of the academy and smiled mischievously. Such a simple problem. I can solve it at any time. With that, he casually tossed aside the reluctant dragon elephant and began to arrange a formation around him. The dragon elephant, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. It quickly scrambled to its feet, glancing around to find all eyes were fixed on Li Jingtong, and stealthily made its way towards the exit. This place was one it wished to leave without delay. Previously, it had been assured that merely standing on the ship would suffice, yet now discussions revolved around dismembering it and carrying it about. Ever since its birth, the dragon elephant had only ever been tasked with carrying others. When had it ever been treated this way? Did the dragon elephant clan not deserve dignity? Did they truly believe it was so easily bullied? Just for a single spiritual herb, they expected it to sacrifice so much. Now the price had changed. After a few hurried steps, it was suddenly blocked by Qin Yu. Where do you think you're going? Qin Yu inquired with a grin. The dragon elephant remained silent, twitching its large ears, and turned to flee. I see you are looking for a hearty meal, one that will last you 3 days. The dragon elephant paused momentarily. Having only heard of a hearty meal and meals every day, what did a 3-day meal mean? Observing the flicker of confusion in the dragon elephant's eyes, Qin Yu generously explained. It means before we kill you, we'll give you a hearty meal, and after we've finished, your flesh will sustain us for 3 days. The dragon elephant hesitated, then silently turned back to its original spot. If I must endure a bit of carrying, what harm could it do? It's not as if I'll lose a piece of flesh. Li Zhongtong continued to draw peculiar symbols on the ground, with faint waves of spiritual energy shimmering above them. The onlooking students gazed in curiosity and admiration, dreaming of becoming cultivators like Li Zhongtong. Soon, a simple formation took shape. Li Zhongtong affixed a talisman at the formation's core, and immediately, spiritual energy surged, causing everyone within to feel a sudden lightness. The formation Li Zhongtong set up was the first he had mastered, known as the anti-gravity formation. Within this formation, all objects could experience a reduction in weight of over 90%. Now, the scale would suffice. Under the astonished gaze of the academy teacher, Li Zhongtong effortlessly hoisted the docile dragon elephant and leapt lightly onto the scale. The final weight registered was 163 pounds. The academy teacher swiftly seized upon the inconsistency, declaring, "What I require is the dragon elephant's true weight, not the weight after employing the formation. Your cultivation techniques are impractical here." Such a statement was erroneous. Qin Yu stepped forward, ready to engage in the discourse. Li Jingtong had completed his preparations, and now it was Qin Yu's turn to take the stage. "Sir, a mere mathematical conversion will reveal the true weight of the Han Di Long Xiang, which is indeed a regrettable matter." Qin Yu instructed Li Jingtong to set aside the Han Di Long Xiang and weigh himself, which came to 12 jin on the scale. Subsequently, the formation was dispelled, revealing Li Jingtong's true weight to be 145 jin. This was quite a straightforward arithmetic problem. Qin Yu casually picked up a stick and began to inscribe on the ground. The teacher and students gathered around. "Now, let us first organize the known information. It is established that Li Zhongtong's weight within the formation is 12 jin. His actual weight is 145 jin, and the combined weight of Li Zhongtong and the Han Di Long Xiang within the formation is 163 jin. The question arises, what is the true weight of the Han Di Long Xiang? Before we tackle this problem, we must accomplish a crucial first step. It is imperative to note that if this step is overlooked, the problem may remain unsolvable. The first step is to inscribe a character for solution in the upper left corner. Let us denote the combined true weight of Li Zhongtong and the Han Di Long Xiang as x. Therefore, Li Zhongtong's true weight of 145 divided by the weight within the formation of 12 equals x divided by 163. Ultimately, this leads us to conclude that x equals 1967 jin. Subtracting Li Zhongtong's true weight reveals that the true weight of the Han Di Long Xiang is 1822 jin. We can also deduce that the formation can reduce an object's weight by 91.7. Do you understand? A hush fell over the crowd, broken only by Li Xiaojiao's sorrowful admission. "I understand." Qin Yu inquired, "What do you understand?" "I realize that even after cultivating immortality, one must still engage in arithmetic." The lofty image of the cultivation world crumbled in Li Xiaojiao's tender heart. Qin Yu noted the teacher's furrowed brow. He recognized that the formula employed by Qin Yu was akin to the principles of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and thus, he knew it to be correct. Should this problem be approached through multiplication and division, it would not only require multiple steps, but also prove somewhat cumbersome. A disciple like Li Xiaojiao would need at least a year of instruction to ascertain that the concept eluded her. However, employing this ingenious arithmetic method, one could arrive at the answer straightforwardly with a single equation. With a bit more diligence, it is conceivable that Li Xiaojiao could master this approach. What a marvel! Why had I not thought of this simplistic method before? Sir, is this method correct? A student inquired. The teacher cleared his throat, pondering how to proceed with the lesson amidst such disruption. Does the correctness pertain to you? That is a technique of cultivators. Are you a cultivator? Could you even lift such a massive Handi Long Xiang? As ordinary individuals, we must utilize the methods of ordinary people to attain the answers we seek. Come, let us follow Li Xiaojiao's method and personally measure the weight of the harrowing dragon elephant. This activity serves to enhance the student's practical skills. So the instructor is determined to return the event to its original course, allowing the students to engage in hands-on practice. The harrowing dragon elephant let out a disgruntled grunt. What is this nonsense? In the end, I still have to stand on the boat. All right, sir, Li Xiaojiao exclaimed as she dashed away. Where are you going? Li Xiaoji replied, I'm off to fetch a large cleaver. Aren't we supposed to chop off the useless parts of the harrowing dragon elephant first? The harrowing dragon elephant exclaimed. What? Come back. I meant the second method, the instructor said angrily. Oh, Li Xiaoji responded, somewhat disappointed. The harrowing dragon elephant retorted, what s with your disappointment? It's not you who is getting chopped, is it? Suddenly, the harrowing dragon elephant felt that standing on the boat wasn't so bad after all. With the cooperation of everyone and the elephant's utmost compliance, it finally stood on the wooden boat. However, before they could draw the line on the boat, it cracked and split in two due to years of neglect, causing the harrowing dragon elephant to plummet into the water with a splash. I despise humans, it grumbled. Chapter 128. Fortunately, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong were present. Otherwise, the harrowing dragon elephant would have truly provided enough food for 3 days. After they worked together to rescue the harrowing dragon elephant, it flapped its large ears and swayed its trunk, sobbing as it ran towards the beast control room. Wah, mama, they're all bullying me. The instructor sighed. He had long declared that this time of year was entirely unsuitable for teaching. Were it not for the generous payment from Li's father, he wouldn't have come even if beaten. Truly, nothing was going well. Never mind, never mind. Let us dismiss class early today. You all go home and review what you have learned before resuming questions tomorrow. Goodbye, sir. The students bowed, struggling to suppress their rising smiles. Just as the instructor turned away, he suddenly turned back to Li Zhengtong and said, One more thing, Li Zhengtong, don't come tomorrow. A review for one afternoon will suffice. Sir, Li Zhengtong began to protest, but the instructor hastily turned and ran off. After taking only a few steps, the instructor turned back again and addressed Li Xiaojiao. One more thing, Li Xiaojiao, don't forget to call your father over tomorrow. Oh, Li Xiaojiao pouted and nonchalantly nodded. After all, during Li Zhengtong's time, Li's father came to the school every day, so she was already accustomed to it. Class is over, and I still haven't shared my experiences. Li Zhengtong sulked. Can't anyone respect me, the sole successor of the Xiantian sect from the Li family? After much anticipation, returning home in splendid attire, Li Zhengtong found himself utterly ignored. His heart ached with despair. Did no one wish to join the Zuaniangong? I am here to impart my knowledge. Brother, it seems the elders have deemed you a fool blessed with fortune. What wisdom could you possibly share? Li Xiaojiao exclaimed with a skip in her step. Li Zhengtong shot her a glare. I have earned my place in Zuaniangong through sheer strength. The notion of a fool being blessed is nonsense. Li Xiaojiao scoffed. Very well, then enlighten me about the third trial of Zuaniangong and your method of passing it. She had heard her mother read Li Zhengtong's letter before the family elders, knowing well that he had stumbled through the third trial in a daze. It was precisely for this reason that no one from the family sought his counsel. Ultimately, it was indeed a case of a fool's fortune. Upon hearing her question, Li Zhengtong's gaze became elusive. Xiaojiao, where do you think we should go to have fun? Li Xiaojiao cheerfully suggested. Let us buy candied hawthorn and then head to the theater in the west. Today's performance is titled Return in Splendor, telling the tale of a young clan leader's son who unexpectedly enters the most powerful sect in the region, only to return home, becoming the center of attention and ultimately marrying the most beautiful maiden, leading his family to prosperity. It truly is a splendid show. Li Zhengtong felt that Li Xiaojiao was teasing him, yet he knew she lacked the wit for such jests. Very well, let us go see it. But first, I must escort you home. Home? Li Xiaojiao exclaimed in surprise. Aren't we going together? Certainly not, Li Zhengtong asserted, adopting the authority of an elder brother. Tomorrow, our teacher will be questioning us, and should our father learn that I have taken you out to play at this hour, he would be furious. Li Xiaojiao dismissed his concern. It matters not, as long as father is not angry with me. Li Zhengtong retorted. You ought to focus on your studies. If father discovers you do not comprehend the meaning of mending the fold after the sheep are lost, you will see just how angry he can be. Li Xiaojiao shot back. Oh please, you're much older, yet you don't grasp the meaning either. Li Zhengdong defended himself, but I have entered Zuantiangong. Yet you wet your pants at 8. Nevertheless, I am in Zuantiangong. You've struggled with arithmetic for 2 years and still haven't mastered it. Yet I stand within Zuantiangong. Watching Li Zhengtong's smug expression, Li Xiaojiao felt tears of frustration welling up. What was so remarkable about entering Zuantiangong? Hey, it is indeed remarkable. Enough, you two. Stop bickering. Qin Yu interjected helplessly. If this continues, night will soon fall. Let us all venture out together. Little Jiao is still young, and there is no need to be overly stringent in her studies. Some things should not be forced. If a child lacks the inherent talent for something, providing them with a complete childhood is of utmost importance. Yay, thank you, brother Qin Yu, exclaimed Li Xiaojiao, joyfully bouncing around. In Qin Yu's heart, he mused, given the current circumstances, whether Li Xiaojiao studies or not seems to bear little consequence. Moreover, even if Li's father were to find out, it would not be me who would face the reprimand. The trio strode confidently out of the Li family's front gate. They had not taken the time to explore this small town when they arrived at noon, and now presented with an opportunity. Qin Yu intended to thoroughly experience the charm of the cultivation world's cities. As they passed a mobile stall selling candied hawthorn, they purchased a skewer. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong were not particularly fond of this treat. It was Li Xiaojiao who relished it. Brother, I want the flat one. Hurry and make it flat for me, Li Xiaojiao urged, handing the candied hawthorn to Li Zhengtong. How troublesome. Don't round and flat taste the same. Though he feigned impatience, Li Zhengtong dutifully accepted the candied hawthorn. The usual arrangement. You wait here while I transform it into a flat one. No peeking, all right. Okay, brother. Hurry back. With the candied hawthorn in hand, Li Zhengtong swiftly departed from their sight. Curious, Qin Yu inquired, what is your brother up to? This is my brother's unique skill. Li Xiaojiao gestured for Qin Yu to lean in closer and spoke in a hushed tone. He doesn't let me tell anyone, but since you are a good person, I'll let you in on it. With an air of mystery, Li Xiaojiao continued, my brother possesses an incredibly profound technique for transforming round candied hawthorn into flat ones. He fears others will learn his secret, so he goes to a secluded place to perform it. Qin Yu was at a loss for words. What kind of secret technique is that? Can't you just smash it with a stone? However, Li Xiaojiao shook her head earnestly. No, brother Qin Yu, it's not like that. I once tried smashing it with a stone, but the shape was completely different from what my brother produces. His flat candied hawthorn is uniformly flattened, as if crafted in one seamless motion, and the outer paper shows no signs of damage, unlike the one smashed with a stone. The taste is even slightly different. Is it really that remarkable? Qin Yu asked. Indeed. Li Xiaojiao nodded earnestly. Brother Qin Yu, you'll see for yourself soon. Before long, Li Zhengdong returned with the candied hawthorn. Li Xiaojiao eagerly took it, unwrapping the paper bag. As Qin Yu looked closely, he was astonished to discover that one of the candied hawthorns in the middle was, in fact, still round. Chapter 129. Li Xiaojiao glanced at the candied hawthorn and muttered, Brother, why is this one not as flat as before? Qin Yu pondered to himself. Perhaps it was his brother who had grown thin from hunger at the Xiantian sect. Little Jiao, do exercise a bit of caution. Have you never wondered why the candied hawthorn in the middle is round? Qin Yu silently mocked. Brother Qin Yu, would you like to try one? Li Xiaojiao raised the candied hawthorn, its height perfectly aligning with Qin Yu's mouth. He promptly shook his head. You may enjoy it yourself. Subsequently, Li Xiaojiao turned her gaze towards Li Zhengtong, and after a moment of inner conflict, she extended the candied hawthorn towards him. Brother, would you care for one? Li Zhengtong likewise hastily declined. I never eat flattened candied hawthorns. Some things, once you have made them yourself, you truly dare not consume. How splendid. All the candied hawthorns are mine now. Li Xiaojiao exclaimed joyfully, relishing a bite of the sugary coating on the hawthorn. Qin Yu thought to himself, if Li Xiaojiao were to discover how these candied hawthorns were made in the future, would she not confront Li Zhengtong fiercely? With that thought, Qin Yu activated his talent detection on Li Xiaojiao. Exceptional spiritual root, grade. A favored child of heaven and earth, a 1 in a million existence. Capable of rapid cultivation and destined to become a formidable figure. Handsome features, grade. Possessing strikingly handsome looks, it must be acknowledged. Good looks can indeed be a means of sustenance. Formation apprentice, grade. Possesses a rudimentary understanding of formations and can arrange commonly used ones. To his astonishment, this girl possessed an exceptional spiritual root. Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback, for an exceptional spiritual root in the Xiantian sect could grant direct entry into the inner sect, allowing one to become a senior brother or sister. The recruitment of the Xiantian sect had nearly attracted all the prodigies of the Liang kingdom. Yet among those who ultimately passed the assessments, only 5 or 6 disciples possessed exceptional spiritual roots. This illustrates the rarity of such a talent. And it is no exaggeration to say that one appears in a million. Who would have thought that Li Zhengtong's sister would be endowed with an exceptional spiritual root? A genius among geniuses? With Li Zhengtong holding a double-grade talent, his future achievements are incalculable, while Li Xiaojiao, possessing an exceptional spiritual root, would be a focal point for development in any sect. It seems the ancestral grave of the Li family must be aflame with these two individuals. How could the Li family not flourish? For some inexplicable reason. Qin Yu felt that Li Xiaojiao's exceptional spiritual root was a result of Li Zhengtong's relentless honing of his own talents. When the day comes that Li Xiaojiao's cultivation surpasses Li Zhengtong's, and she learns of the candied hawthorn incident, it would surely ignite a fierce battle. Blood would be shed by Li Zhengtong, while Li Xiaojiao would fiercely contend. Perhaps there were other grievances Li Zhengtong had inflicted upon Li Xiaojiao. When the time comes for reckoning, Li Zhengtong might find himself facing a dire calamity. The relentless honing indeed appears to be frighteningly formidable. However, this was merely Qin Yu's idle speculation. Both relentless honing and exceptional spiritual roots are great talents, existing on the same level. And there should be no influence one has over the other. Nonetheless, through this incident, Qin Yu is certain of one thing. Indeed, the innate talent for cultivation and intelligence seem to bear no correlation. If there is any, it is undoubtedly inversely proportional. The trio meandered aimlessly along the street, during which Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong each purchased a roasted chicken leg. The meat was somewhat dry, lacking the exquisite flavor of the spirit chickens raised by the Xiantian sect. It scarcely feels like the new year here. Look at these shopkeepers. They aren't even taking a break. Qin Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. In my previous life, by the 3rd day of the new year, nearly all shops would be closed. Here, aside from the occasional sound of firecrackers set off by children, there was little to distinguish this day from any other. Everyone remained as busy as usual, working tirelessly throughout the year. As they continued walking, Li Xiaojiao suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, we have entered the territory of the Meng family." "Oh." Li Zhengtong responded absent-mindedly, continuing to gnaw on his chicken leg. "Brother." Li Xiaojiao's voice carried a tone of exasperation. "I heard that the eldest daughter of the Meng family, Meng Ruyan, has also returned home. Don't you want to do something about it?" "Do what?" Li Zhengtong retorted, spitting out a piece of chicken bone. "The eldest daughter of the Meng family? Now that sounds intriguing." Qin Yu interjected, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Is it true that your brother harbors a secret affection for the Meng family's eldest daughter?" "Absolutely not," Li Xiaoji replied indignantly. "The Meng family has been on friendly terms with our Li family for generations, and my brother shares the same birthday as Meng Ruyan. The elders arranged a betrothal between them. However, last year, Meng Ruyan insisted on annulling the engagement. At the mention of annulment, a surge of thoughts exploded within Qin Yu's mind. A small city, 3 prominent families, an annulment, and the favored son of destiny with dual-level talents. This is undeniably the archetype of a protagonist. Qin Yu inquired, "Is it true that you reached the peak of qi refinement at the age of 10, only to experience a sudden regression in your cultivation, thus becoming a so-called waste in the eyes of others?" Li Zhengtong shook his head, darkened by displeasure. "Isn't it merely an annulment? How did it lead to being labeled as a waste? Then why did she insist on annulling the engagement?" Li Zhengtong sighed, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, speaking solemnly, for reasons too difficult to articulate. Li Xiaojiao interjected, "Because she finds my brother unattractive." "Qin Yu." Li Zhengtong shot Li Xiaojiao a glare. "You're the only one who understands. What a pity. I was under the impression that you harbored an ancient soul within you." Qin Yu quipped casually, yet upon hearing this, a barely perceptible panic flickered across Li Zhengtong's face. "Brother, you truly have a penchant for jest. How could a person possibly contain another within them? Not a person, but a soul." Qin Yu suddenly frowned, scrutinizing Li Zhengtong with suspicion. "Something feels amiss. Do you have a secret?" "Brother, you." "I have no secrets at all." Li Zhengtong forced a laugh. Qin Yu shook his head and remarked, "Typically, when an ordinary person hears my casual remarks, they either scoff dismissively, choosing not to engage, or they inquire as to why I would say such a thing, which would be a more typical response. Yet, your immediate rebuttal does not align with the behavior expected of a rational individual. Pray tell, is there truly a person concealed within you?" "Absolutely not. If you doubt me, I can swear." Li Zhengtong suddenly raised one hand above his head. "I swear to the heavens, there is indeed no one else residing within me." Stop. Qin Yu waved his hand. "I was merely jesting. Why the sudden oath? Have you been struck by lightning and lost your senses?" "Haha, brother you. I too was just joking with you." Come, let us visit the Ming family. Qin Yu began to stride eastward. Chapter 130. The Shame of Yesteryear. Today we shall reclaim it. We must ensure that the young lady of the Ming family regrets her decision from years ago. Li Xiaojiao excitedly waved her small fists. Cackling, dare to provoke the Li family, and today, the Ming family shall be reduced to ashes. Xiaojiao, from whom did you learn such a peculiar laugh? The storytellers in the tea house laugh like this. Qin Yu felt compelled to investigate that storyteller. From now on, refrain from such laughter. It makes us sound like villains. I understand, but aren't we, in fact, the villains now? We are not villains. We are enacting righteous vengeance. Do you comprehend? Li Xiaojiao exclaimed. That. Li Zhengdong interjected. We may engage in a friendly spar, but let us not go overboard. When Ming Ruyin came to annul the engagement, she did so discreetly. Merely addressing my family of four, and to this day, there has been no external commotion. It has not caused us any substantial harm. Moreover, I believe Ming Ruyin acted rightly. In this day and age, where free love is advocated, one cannot be bound for a lifetime due to the whims of the elders. Were I in her position, I would have acted similarly. Brother, why are you siding with her? Li Xiaojiao retorted indignantly, though the young lady of the Ming family did not broadcast her intentions. Her lofty demeanor at the time of the annulment clearly indicated her disregard for us. I understand that arranged marriages are outdated, but among those elders are her Ming family members. It is not solely our Li family's fault. Why should she storm into our home with such an accusatory air? Furthermore, the original engagement was merely a jest shared by our elders. Now that the court endorses free love, both families have responded accordingly, choosing not to dwell on the matter. If she does not seek us out, we can consider the incident as if it never occurred. But what did Ming Ruyin do? She boldly came to our home and declared that you were too ugly to be worthy of him. We are all aware of your appearance, but no one has ever been so blunt as to voice it. Could she not be a tad more tactful? If nothing else, she could simply state that you are unattractive, rather than employing the harsh term ugly. She has clearly disregarded the feelings of our Li family, holding us in contempt. Li Jingtong observed that Qin Yu found Li Xiaojiao's thoughts to be coherent and her speech eloquent, a stark contrast to her demeanor in class. Indeed, students in the classroom and those outside it seemed to belong to entirely different realms. Li Xiaojiao fixed her gaze on Li Jingtong and questioned. Have you forgotten the immense pain inflicted upon our family by Ming Ruyin's cold, callous remark? Pardon my interruption, Qin Yu interjected, curiosity piqued. What repercussions did that incident entail? My parents quarreled for an entire month over it. Li Xiaojiao replied. Ah? Qin Yu was perplexed. Why did it lead to an argument between uncle and aunt? Shouldn't their anger have been directed towards the Ming family? Oh, I see. Qin Yu exclaimed. Was one person inclined to confront the Ming family while the other opposed it, resulting in the quarrel? Allow me to guess. Your mother, being a doting parent, must have advocated for seeking retribution from the Ming family, while your father, considering the broader implications and fearing the escalation of conflict could tarnish Li Jingtong's reputation, disagreed. Am I correct? Incorrect, Li Xiaojiao retorted sharply. My father claimed that my brother resembles my mother, while my mother insisted that my brother is clearly like my father. Consequently, they argued for a month over who my brother truly resembles. Qin Yu responded, is everyone in your Li family so abstract? What was the final outcome of the argument? Ultimately, my parents reached a consensus. My brother resembles my fourth uncle. Is your fourth uncle unattractive? Qin Yu inquired. Not at all, Li Xiaojiao clarified. My fourth uncle resides in the wilderness and seldom returns to the family. Wary that Qin Yu might not grasp her point, Li Xiaojiao elaborated. If my brother were to resemble anyone else in the family, that person would surely confront us, but my fourth uncle is far removed and likely unaware of this matter. Qin Yu added, and there is also a trivial reason. Our families have a feud. Qin Yu exclaimed, goodness, what a significant grudge that must be, to provoke such retaliation from Li father. In truth, while Li Jingtong's appearance may not be conventionally handsome, it is certainly neither alarming nor unattractive. However, cultivators generally possess looks that surpass the average, and given that the members of the Li family are typically quite attractive, Li Jingtong's appearance became accentuated by comparison. Noticing Li Jingtong's somewhat despondent expression, Qin Yu quickly offered words of comfort. Fear not. Though your appearance may be rather ordinary, it comes with many advantages. For instance, there are numerous tasks that we cannot undertake, yet only you are capable of completing. A glimmer of hope flickered in Li Jingtong's eyes as he inquired, Brother Yu, what tasks are those? For instance, we have discovered a cave inhabited by demonic cultivators, and we are preparing to capture them all. However, to avoid alarming them, we must send someone to infiltrate their ranks, ensuring internal and external cooperation, all while maintaining the utmost discretion. At this juncture, there is no one more suitable than you. Why am I the only one suitable? Qin Yu inquired. Because someone of my striking appearance and extraordinary demeanor unmistakably resembles a cultivator. As long as those demonic beings are not blind, I would surely fail to blend in. However, my dear friend, you are quite different. The moment you stand among the mundane supply team for the demonic cultivators, you will effortlessly merge with them. Even if the demonic entities were to suspect a dog within the ranks, they would never suspect you of being a cultivator. Li Zhengtong replied, Brother Yu, I implore you to say fewer words. This is merely to bolster your spirits. Li Xiaojiao urged, Let us hasten, brother. Last time, Ming Ruyin showed no regard for our Li family's dignity. Now that you have returned from your training, you must seize the opportunity to redeem our honor and exact vengeance. We, the Li family, may not vie for mere bread, but we must uphold our pride. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong felt a surge of anger. Having finally entered the Xintian sect, was it not essential to reclaim his face? The very thought ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. It seemed far more gratifying than merely sharing experiences with those youngsters. Although he had not experienced oppression, humiliation, or disgrace before, today must bring closure. For reasons unknown, a phrase suddenly surfaced in Li Zhengtong's mind. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. He felt this saying resonated perfectly with the day's events. Chapter 131. What cultivation level does that Miss Meng possess? Qin Yu inquired. Although the likelihood of her being stronger than Li Zhengtong was nearly non-existent, what if she were blessed with extraordinary talent? Qin Yu sensed that this possibility was quite substantial, as one would not encounter such ease without rigorous trials. Yet Li Xiaojiao merely scoffed dismissively, I have inquired. And that woman is merely a disciple of a minor sect, having started her cultivation at the same time as my brother. Her current level is only at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Qin Yu chuckled. So she is nothing but a mediocre individual. Although Li Zhengtong had only been at the 4th layer of qi refinement the previous morning, he had since ascended to the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, reaching great perfection. Though his foundation was unstable, he remained formidable. Qin Yu felt utterly unburdened by the thought of dealing with someone at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. How do you know this? Li Zhengtong asked curiously, sensing that his sister was quite well informed. Li Xiaojiao laughed haughtily. Meng Ruyan's brother is one of my many suitors. He divulges everything to me. Li Zhengtong replied, How old are you? And already you have suitors? No wonder the academic performance is so poor. I must inform our parents. Brother, how can you repay kindness with enmity? Li Xiaoji seemed to feel betrayed. This matter is not my fault. He pursued me. What does that have to do with me? Besides, at that time, you had no suitors, and your grades were even worse than mine. Nonsense, my grades are clearly better than yours. Li Xiaojiao sneered and retorted. The teacher has said that you have not grasped mathematics even after a year of study, ultimately leading to the teacher giving up on you. You haven't even begun learning arithmetic. How can you be so certain that a year of study will yield results? Li Zhengtong expressed his discontent. Although I have not yet started, at least I still have hope, unlike someone who has none left. Seeing that he could not compete with Li Xiaojiao in this regard, Li Zhengtong decisively changed his approach. So what if I can't learn arithmetic? I have entered the Xintian sect. Li Xiaojiao replied. All you ever talk about is the Xintian sect. Enough, you two, stop this pointless bickering. Qin Yu interrupted. When we return home, you can seek the teacher's evaluation. And that will suffice. A splendid idea. The siblings readily accepted. The trio soon arrived at the Ming residence. The front gate of the Ming family was far more opulent than that of the Li family. The entrance soared 5 meters high, crafted from an unknown stone, adorned with delicate crimson patterns, quite exquisite. At this moment, the gate stood wide open, exuding an impressive aura. Qin Yu finally understood why those merchants did not approach the Li family for collaboration. Just by examining these 2 gates, Qin Yu's initial impression was that one belonged to a wealthy and influential family, while the other belonged to a cultured and scholarly lineage. The merchants were there to make money, not to study, hence they instinctively dismissed the Li family based on first impressions. This facade of the Ming family is quite commendable. If your Li family wishes to renovate your entrance, you might consider this as a reference. Qin Yu remarked casually. Li Zhengong lamented. That gate was replaced by our Li family and sold to the Ming family. Qin Yu replied, Let's go in and pay a visit. Wait a moment. Li Xiaojiu said to Li Zhengtong, Brother, once you defeat Meng Ruyan, you must disdainfully gaze at her with icy eyes and scornfully declare, Woman, you are unworthy. Li Zhengdong glared. Li Xiaojiao, have you been watching some ridiculous things lately? I have not. Enough. If we don't go in soon, it will be dark. Qin Yu was the first to step into the Meng residence, followed by Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao. As soon as they entered, they were halted by a middle-aged man at the door. This man appeared to be in his 40s, with keen hearing and clear sight. Qin Yu sensed a faint aura emanating from him. He seemed to be a practitioner at the 2nd level of qi refinement. When the middle-aged man noticed Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiu behind Qin Yu, he immediately greeted them with a smile. It is young Master Li and Miss Li. Please. Do come in. No need. I've heard that Meng Ruoyan has returned as well. I came here to exchange insights on cultivation with her. You have arrived at the perfect time. The young lady is currently at the training ground engaging in sparring. You can go and observe. Excellent. The Li family and the Meng family have enjoyed a long-standing friendship, and Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao often accompanied their elders to visit the Meng family. Thus they were familiar with the location of the training ground. The trio traversed a narrow path, soon hearing the sounds of shouts and the clash of fists and feet ahead. At the training ground, a boy and a girl were sparring. The girl appeared to be about 14 or 15 years old, resembling a flower just beginning to bloom. Her youthful face bore a hint of determination and coldness, reminiscent of tranquil mountains and flowing waters, pure and unyielding. A sleek ponytail danced in the wind, and her light blue combat attire accentuated her slender figure. The swirling aura around her caused her garments to rustle, portraying her as a valiant heroine of the martial world. As for the boy, he also seemed to be around the same age. Strangely, he wielded a wooden stick while the girl was unarmed. Even more peculiar was the fact that the boy, despite holding a weapon, bore bruises and injuries, while the girl remained completely unscathed. Taking a deep breath, the boy resolved to inflict at least some harm upon her. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating. He silently roared within, channeling all his remaining energy, raising the stick high, and bringing it crashing down towards the girl. In response to the boy's full-force strike, the girl exhibited no signs of concern. With an almost imperceptible shake of her head, she slightly tilted her body and effortlessly evaded his attack. Though his strike seemed formidable, it was riddled with flaws. Meng Lutong, your combat experience is woefully inadequate. While we are both at the third level of Qi refinement, your foundation is unsteady. You should not only pursue the speed of cultivation. Cultivation does not equate to true strength. Amidst the sparring, the girl took the liberty of offering her critique, indicating that Meng Lutong posed no threat to her whatsoever. Having dodged Meng Lutong's full-force blow, the girl summoned her energy and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Meng Lutong soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing outside the training ground. The battle concluded. Bravo! The decisive and efficient clash elicited applause from the onlookers. Only Meng Lutong, lying on the ground, lamented in humiliation. Although both were at the third level of Qi refinement, he, a young man armed with a weapon, had been thoroughly dominated, not even managing to graze his opponent's attire. The embarrassment was unbearable. He decided to scratch his rear and then lay on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, waiting for this awkward moment to pass before pretending to awaken. However, before Meng Lutong could even scratch himself, a voice rang out. Haha, what an exhilarating battle, Tongzi. After half a year, you've become so weak. Li Zhengtong made a grand entrance, with Qin Yu and Li Xiaojiao following closely behind, akin to a powerful leader accompanied by his subordinates. Chapter 132. Li Zhengtong's flamboyant arrival instantaneously captivated everyone's attention. Upon hearing this voice, Meng Lutong abandoned his pretense and lay flat, feigning death. It was not disgraceful to be beaten, but to be seen by a close friend after being bested was truly humiliating. Tongzi, stop pretending. I just saw you attempting to scratch your rear, Li Zhengtong remarked directly. Realizing he had been exposed, Meng Lutong ceased his charade, quickly scratched his rear, and then sprang up, addressing Li Zhengtong. Tongzi, when did you return? Since both of their names contained the character Tong, they referred to each other as Tongzi, much like two individuals with the surname Wang would call each other Lao Wang. To distinguish between the two, their peers referred to Li Zhengtong as Dai Tongzi and Meng Lutong as Zia Tongzi. Dai Tongzi stated, I just got back today and thought I'd come find you to have some fun and spar a bit, only to arrive and see you getting knocked around. Zia Tongzi explained, come on, I was just letting Yin Zi win. You don't actually think I can't handle her, do you? The girl he was sparring with was none other than Meng Ruoyan. Dai Tongzi contemptuously retorted, if your strength were even half as formidable as your bravado, you wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Come on, Tongzi. After all these years as brothers, you still don't believe me. Zia Tongzi exclaimed, indignant. Dai Tongzi patted Zia Tongzi on the shoulder, sighing, it's fine to fool a good brother, just don't deceive yourself. All right, I admit I can't beat Yin Zi. But don't think I'm weak. You might not be able to defeat her either. Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao burst into laughter in unison. Li Zhengtong said, are you suggesting that I, a distinguished disciple of Zuaniangong, wouldn't be a match for Meng Ruoyan? Li Xiaojiao added, are you saying my brother, a prominent disciple of Zuaniangong, wouldn't be able to contend with Meng Ruoyan? Within the Meng family, the Li siblings finally united their stance. Zia Tongzi countered, not all disciples admitted to Zuaniangong are prodigies. Don't they also recruit some mundane laborers? Just tell me what your current cultivation level is. If it were the former Li Zhengtong, who was at the fourth level of Qi refinement, he might have evaded this question. But now, standing before them was Li Zhengtong, who had reached the great perfection of qi refinement, eagerly anticipating this inquiry. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Zhengtong let out a sigh. I possess only average talent and tend to indulge in playfulness, and given the fierce competition within the Xiantian sect, Meng Lutong felt invigorated upon hearing Li Zhengtong's words. Having already faced embarrassment, he thought it unreasonable to bear the shame alone. A true brother ought to share in the humiliation. He dismissed any futile excuses and insisted that they discuss their current cultivation levels. Unfazed by the potential for criticism, he proudly declared that after 6 months of diligent effort, he had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement and was not far from the 4th. However, he reassured his friend that there was no need for envy. Being less advanced was inconsequential since only half a year had passed and ample time remained ahead. Nonetheless, he cautioned that one must not grow complacent on the path of cultivation, even with the abundant resources of the Xiantian sect, without hard work. They would be of no value. Now, please reveal your current cultivation level. I swear, I promise not to mock you. Li Zhengtong, compelled by his friend's repeated requests, reluctantly confessed, I am merely at the peak of qi refinement. Establishing the foundation seems a distant prospect. Peak qi refinement? Is that all? You've reached that already? Meng Lutong's voice twisted with disbelief. Have you been feasting on spirit stones? Li Zhengtong fought to suppress a smile that threatened to escape, shaking his head in resignation. It's been over 6 months, and I am still at the peak of qi refinement. I can no longer afford to be so carefree. You are right. Diligence is essential on the path of cultivation. Enough of that. Meng Lutong's expression nearly crumbled into tears. It was not the realization of his own weakness that stung the most, but rather the painful awareness that his dear friend was a genius while he remained a mere novice. Day and night, Meng Lutong immersed himself in rigorous training, dedicating nearly all his free moments to cultivation. He had initially anticipated that upon returning home, he could flaunt his exceptional skills and formidable prowess. Instead, he was first mercilessly defeated by Meng Ruyan and then completely overwhelmed by Li Zhengtong. In that moment, Meng Lutong grasped the truth. He was indeed the weaker one. Seeing his friend so distressed, Li Zhengtong quickly racked his brain for ways to console him, recalling how Yu Gu had comforted him during his own moments of despair. Mimicking Qin Yu's tone, he patted Meng Lutong on the shoulder. Lutong, do not be too disheartened. Having lower cultivation can have its advantages. What advantages? Meng Lutong retorted. After a brief silence, Li Zhengtong replied, I'm sorry. I truly cannot think of any benefits to having a lower cultivation level. You might as well continue feeling down. With his head bowed, Meng Lutong silently squatted beside a tree, drawing circles in the dirt. Observing his friend in such a state, Li Zhengtong hesitated to introduce him to Qin Yu. What if Meng Lutong, in his unguarded state, mistakenly assumed that everyone in the Xiantian sect had attained peak qi refinement and subsequently suffered a shattered heart? Yu Gu, the one crouched on the ground drawing circles, is my closest friend from the city academy, Meng Lutong. Qin Yu nodded. Just as Li Zhengtong and Meng Lutong were conversing, another individual entered the martial arts arena and began to spar with Meng Ruyan. During this time, Qin Yu assessed the innate talents of both Meng Ruyan and Meng Lutong. Meng Ruyan possessed 2 talents, medium-grade spiritual root, level, struggling to reach the threshold of cultivation, yet unlikely to achieve significant accomplishments, destined to remain a mere backdrop to the vibrant red blossoms. Alchemical novice, level, exhibiting a modicum of alchemical talent, with the potential to become a true alchemist. Yet throughout her life, she would only be capable of concocting low-grade elixirs, scarcely able to ascend to the grand stage of mastery. Meng Lutong, on the other hand, possessed solely the medium-grade spiritual root. Their talents enabled them to attain the 3rd level of qi refinement at this juncture, indicative of considerable effort. As Meng Lutong stated, the path of cultivation does not permit complacency. He devoted nearly all of his time to rigorous training, which accounted for his advancement to the 3rd level of qi refinement. In contrast, Li Zhengtong, who shared a similar talent, did not exert himself as diligently. He spent time maintaining cleanliness and studying formations. Yet he reached the 4th level of qi refinement at an earlier stage. This disparity arose from the fact that Xiantian sect possessed the most exquisite cultivation techniques across the continent. Even the quarters of the mundane disciples were suffused with spiritual energy far exceeding that of smaller sections. Consequently, disciples of Xiantian sect experienced a cultivation pace far superior to their counterparts in lesser sects, and this gap in cultivation would only widen with progression. This phenomenon elucidates why many aspire to join major sects. Even the mundane disciples of a large sect are more formidable than ordinary disciples of smaller sections. According to Meng Lutong, he seemingly invested all his time in cultivation. Although he managed to catch up to others in terms of cultivation level, his foundation remained unstable. and his spiritual energy lacked sufficient solidity. If he continued to pursue the speed of cultivation without regard for his foundational stability, he might find it challenging even to establish his foundation. Many cultivators might contend that their cultivation does not solely rely on elixirs, but rather is achieved through gradual self-cultivation. Hence, why would they suffer from an unstable foundation? The principle of elixirs does not generate spiritual energy, but rather enhances the efficiency of a cultivator's practice. The amount of spiritual energy absorbed, whether with or without elixirs, remains the same. It is merely that, with the aid of elixirs, absorption occurs at a swifter pace. With no other distinctions, the spiritual energy absorbed into the body necessitates a process of adaptation, mastery, and sedimentation. Much like acquiring knowledge in studies, one must not solely rely on lectures, but also engage with problem sets and extensive practice to achieve true mastery. The same principle applies to cultivation. The first step in cultivation is to learn how to utilize spiritual energy. This explains why Xiantian sect encourages its disciples to study the myriad arts of cultivation, and why none of the 12 inner sect peaks emphasize only rigorous training. For solely engaging in meditation, seclusion, and contemplation will never forge a true powerhouse. Alchemy, array formation, beast taming, body refinement, and weapon crafting, along with the study of celestial arts, serve as profound exercises for one's spiritual energy and mental fortitude, effectively solidifying one's foundation. In comparison to Meng Lutong, Meng Rian possesses a significantly more robust foundation. Observing her agile movements, it is evident that she has acquired a certain mastery of footwork, and her grasp of spiritual energy is notably exceptional, reflecting a well-rounded development. Her cultivation level does not appear inferior to that of Meng Lutong, leading Qin Yu to speculate that it may stem from family support or perhaps a fortunate encounter. Xiaotong, come over here. A woman, of similar stature to Li Mu, waved at Li Zhengtong as he concluded his conversation with Meng Lutong. As he approached the stand, Li Zhengtong quietly introduced, "This is Meng Rian's mother." And seated beside her is her father, the current head of the Ming family. Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the stand, Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao first performed a respectful greeting to the head of the Ming family. "Uncle, Aunt, greetings. Uncle, Aunt." "Allow me to introduce this esteemed friend from the Xiantian sect." Li Zhengtong gestured towards Qin Yu. "He is visiting our home this time." Qin Yu responded courteously, "Uncle, Aunt, it is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Xiaoyu, as in the universe." "Xiaoyu, greetings. Please come and take a seat." Li Zhengtong retrieved 2 packages of Xiantian sect specialties from his bag and presented them to the head of the Meng family. These were items Qin Yu had advised him to purchase before returning home, affordably priced at merely 10 contribution points each. Within were some mementos and local delicacies from the Xiantian sect. "Uncle, Aunt, I wish you a belated New Year. You are truly too polite, Xiaotong. You need not bring gifts when visiting," the head of the Ming family replied, a hint of embarrassment evident. He became aware of the incident regarding Meng Ruyan's withdrawal from the engagement only afterwards and, upon learning of it, they promptly visited to apologize. Yet a sense of guilt lingered. Fortunately, only their 2 families were privy to the matter, preventing it from escalating. Otherwise, their century-long friendship could have been irrevocably tarnished. Meng Mu smiled warmly. "It is clear that disciples of the Xiantian sect possess an extraordinary demeanor." "Not at all. Aunt, you flatter me." "Xiaotong, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Is the food at the Xiantian sect inadequate?" Li Zhengtong waved his hand dismissively. The cuisine at the Xiantian sect was indeed commendable. However, the pursuit of ascension leaves little room for meals, and he often subsisted on fasting pills. Qin Yu observed Li Zhengtong's pretentiousness in silence. "It is not a lack of time for cultivation, it is a lack of funds for food." "Xiaotong, this is not acceptable. Cultivation is a long and arduous journey. One must not solely focus on practice, but also balance work with rest." "Rest assured, uncle. Besides my cultivation, I am also studying array formation." "That is good to hear. Do not follow in Xiao Lutong's footsteps, solely fixated on cultivation." After exchanging pleasantries, a moment of silence ensued. In truth, there exists little to discuss between elders and juniors. Logically, after exchanging a few simple pleasantries, the children should be allowed to play on their own. However, fortunate circumstances prevailed at the martial arts arena, as Meng Ruyan was still engaged in a sparring match with a guard, thus preventing any awkward silences from permeating the atmosphere. Yet, the silence began to weigh heavily on Li Zhengtong. His previous hints had been exceedingly apparent. He had diligently devoted himself to cultivation, and yet no one inquired about his current level of mastery. Do relatives these days not ask about a child's academic performance? After a brief pause, Li Zhengtong resolved to take the initiative, recognizing that if an opportunity did not present itself, he would have to create one. If he did not make an effort to showcase his abilities, he would find it difficult to rest easy. What level of cultivation has Yinzi attained now? Li Zhongtong inquired. Being more advanced in his practice than Meng Ruyan, he was well aware of her current prowess, and his question was designed to spark conversation. Yinzi has reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, quite commendable, proclaimed the head of the Ming family. Reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement is indeed impressive. Some disciples of the Xiantian sect are only at that level. Li Zhongtong commented with an air of authority. Xiaotong, what level have you attained in qi refinement? Meng's mother asked. Li Zhongtong rubbed his face and coughed lightly. I have barely managed to achieve the great perfection of qi refinement. It is merely a stroke of luck. The great perfection of qi refinement? The spectators in the stands were taken aback. To attain such a level within merely 6 months of cultivation suggested either prodigious talent or substantial resources. Given the strength of the Li family, it would not have been difficult for them to elevate Li Zhongtong to the great perfection of qi refinement swiftly. However, Meng's father understood that Li's father was not so short-sighted as to lavish excessive resources upon him. Thus, it appeared that Li Zhongtong belonged to the former category. Meng's father sighed inwardly, pondering whether little Yin would regret her decision upon learning of Xiaotong's formidable strength. Meng's mother remarked, while out for a stroll today. I overheard vendors speaking of Xiaotong as possessing the saint body that cannot tolerate bean curd and meat soup. Such a physique is incredibly formidable, allowing rapid advancement in cultivation. Yet one must avoid the salty soup, lest they suffer immediate repercussions. Initially, I thought this was merely the fanciful tales of petty merchants. Yet it seems Xiaotong truly possesses such prowess. Li Zhongdong cast a wistful glance at Qin Yu. Realizing why that elderly man had been so adamant about preventing him from consuming meat soup at noon, Qin Yu felt betrayed. Recalling how that elder had confidently declared backstage that he would divulge this information to no one, only for the fabricated tale to spread throughout the city by afternoon. Are you all intelligence operatives? How did the news travel so swiftly? Chapter 134. At this moment, a victor was declared in the martial arts arena. Meng Ruyan's opponent was forced back several steps and ultimately conceded defeat. Hey, Li Zhongtong, how's the Xiantian sect faring? Meng Ruyan inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow as she approached to retrieve her water jug. It is nothing extraordinary, merely average, he replied. Li Zhongtong casually remarked, believing that such an attitude would elevate his status. The Zuanian Gong is the most exquisite technique of the Liang Kingdom. It is likely that you have only mastered a portion of it, yet your cultivation speed is astonishing. Meng Ruyan took a sip of water and glanced at Li Zhongtong, saying, shall we spar? I would like to witness the caliber of a disciple from the Zuanian Gong. Why would I hesitate? Before Li Zhongtong could respond, Li Xiaojiao readily agreed on his behalf, exclaiming, brother, let her experience just how great the disparity is between you. Xiaoyan, you have just fought twice. Perhaps you should sit down, take a sip of water, and rest for a moment, advised the head of the Meng family, concerned for his daughter's well-being. Father, it is precisely because Li Zhongtong has come all this way that I must seize this opportunity to spar. Otherwise, where else can I find a disciple of the Zuanian Gong to engage with? She continued, moreover, though I have just fought twice, I barely exerted myself against Meng Lutong. It hardly counts. Li Zhongtong cast a glance at Meng Lutong, who was squatting nearby, drawing circles. He thought to himself, fortunate that the other did not overhear. Otherwise, he would be drawing circles with both hands simultaneously. No wonder he had the audacity to come to Li Zhongtong's home and call off the engagement. From these few simple words, Qin Yu could distinctly sense that Meng Ruyan was forthright and candid, expressing her thoughts without concern for others' feelings. Her declaration that she ended the engagement due to Li Zhongtong's looks might indeed be the sole reason, devoid of any ulterior motives. This trait has both merits and drawbacks. For the capable, it is called candor, while for the less capable, it is a lack of emotional intelligence. Before the head of the Ming family could speak further, Meng Ruyan had already leaped onto the training ground, beckoning Li Zhongtong with a gesture. Li Xiaojiao encouraged, go for it, brother. And don't forget to say what I taught you once you win. Li Zhongtong glanced at Li Xiaojiao and then followed her onto the training ground. Brother, good luck. Li Xiaojiao shouted enthusiastically, pumping her fists in the air. Meng Lutong, no longer drawing circles, raised his head to observe the impending sparring match with earnestness. The difference in cultivation levels was stark, an accomplished practitioner against one merely at the 3rd level of qi refining, making the outcome nearly predetermined. Yet, Meng Lutong still harbored a flicker of hope. Perhaps a miracle might occur. Meng's father and mother watched the training ground with serious expressions. The Li family has produced a prodigy. It appears their future is indeed bright, remarked Meng's father. Meng's mother concurred. They say you can judge a child's future by the age of 3. How true that is. This child, Li Zhongtong, once appeared rather foolish. Yet he possesses such formidable talent for cultivation. It seems our parents had good foresight in arranging the marriage between him and Xiao Yin early on. Alas, let bygones be bygones. Although Xiao Yin may not compare to Li Jingtong, she is by no means lacking. Meng's father gazed at his daughter with an abundance of affection. Meng's mother looked at Li Jingtong with a hint of regret, increasingly reminded of her beloved son-in-law. Feeling the collective gaze of everyone upon him, Li Jingtong felt a twinge of anxiety. He silently vowed to himself, I must seize victory decisively, dazzling all with my prowess. Meng Ruyan, I shall not hold back. Do not restrain yourself. Unleash your utmost strength. Meng Ruyan declared, her eyes alight with the spirit of battle. As she stepped into the training arena, her demeanor transformed, as if she had become a different person entirely. Friendship first, sparring second, and let it be controlled. A skilled practitioner from the Meng family served as referee, ensuring that the duel did not escalate into serious injury. Now you may commence. With the referee's command, Li Jingtong summoned all his energy and charged towards Meng Ruyan. He intended to overpower her with sheer force. What incredible speed! Meng Ruyan's pupils constricted. This velocity was at least that of a 9th-level qi refinement. Although she managed to react, Li Jingtong's swiftness left her with no time to evade. A wave of urgency flooded her mind. Should this blow connect? She feared she would be rendered incapable of resistance. Witnessing Li Jingtong's astonishing speed, both Meng's father and mother felt a jolt of shock. They had anticipated that he would hold back, but he unleashed his full strength from the outset. With a thunderous crash, the audience was left in disbelief. Meng Lutong, crouched on the ground drawing circles, was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. Li Zhongong unleashed his energy in full force, darting past Meng Ruyan at an extraordinary pace, only to collide violently with the training arena's wall behind her. With a resounding thud, Li Zhongong fell to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, everyone was left in utter shock. What is happening? Questioned the head of the Meng family. Meng Lutong, enraged, felt his teeth nearly grind to dust. Damn it. Is he really flaunting his speed and defense? Meng Ruyan mused. Is he attempting to instill guilt in me through this act of self-destruction? Planting a seed of remorse in my heart to affect my future tribulations? What a despicable tactic. Meng's mother remarked. It seems that little Yin has foresight. She wisely called off the engagement early. As the saying goes, a child's character can be seen at 3 years old, and indeed, our ancestors do not deceive. Everyone was left bewildered, except for Qin Yu, who covered his face in exasperation. Li Zhongtong, having experienced a tremendous surge in power, remained oblivious to his own prowess. He had not anticipated his speed would be so formidable, and before he could react, he had collided with the wall. This predicament mirrored Meng Lutong's, both stemming from an unstable foundation. However, Li Zhongtong's situation was far more severe. Brother, Li Xiaojiao let out a piercing scream and rushed forward. The others hurried over as well, and after a thorough examination, they discovered that Li Jingtong had merely been knocked unconscious due to the excessive rebound force of the wall. At most, he would experience a mild concussion or a slight impairment of intellect. Otherwise, there were no significant repercussions. Meng Lutong gallantly dashed over. Not for any other reason than to scratch an itch for Li Jingtong. Only Xiaodong understood how unbearable it was to feel an itch while feigning unconsciousness. However, if Qin Yu's conjecture was accurate, Li Jingtong was indeed truly dazed this time. After the head of the Ming family administered a simple treatment, Qin Yu lifted Li Jingtong and, accompanied by Li Xiaojiao, hastily departed from the Ming residence. The head of the Ming family wished to have Meng Ruyan and Meng Lutong escort them home, but Qin Yu graciously declined. He simply could not afford to lose face. Their entrance had been hurried, and their exit was equally swift. Just before leaving, the gatekeeper of the Ming family cheerfully greeted, Miss Li, are you leaving so soon? Li Xiaojiao shot him a disdainful glance and quickly made her exit. Qin Yu felt that Li Jingtong, resting on his back, seemed a tad lighter. It turned out his dignity had been lost. Chapter 135, A Night of Silence. The following morning, Qin Yu was awakened by the sound of wailing from outside. How utterly embarrassing. He truly felt he could not face anyone. With a sigh, he emerged from his meditative state. Li Jingtong's predicament was entirely of his own making. Given Qin Yu's cultivation level, even if his foundation were somewhat unstable, dealing with a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement should have been effortless. At that moment, Qin Yu had been confident of their victory, for the two were on entirely different tiers. It was akin to a 300-pound heavyweight wrestling with a 70-pound lightweight. Even if the heavyweight knew nothing of the sport, merely standing still would render the lightweight powerless. Yet, astonishingly, this assured victory was squandered by Li Jingtong. Knowing full well his foundation was unstable, he still charged in recklessly with all his might, resulting in an uncontrolled collision with the wall. Had he utilized only a fraction of his spiritual energy, such an incident would surely have been avoided. That night, Qin Yu pondered how it was that surpassing one's rank in combat was not solely a privilege of the protagonists, yet here he was, outmatched by another. Was the true antagonist himself? The more he contemplated, the more regret he felt. Had he known, he would have purchased a recording orb to immortalize the splendid moment from the previous night. Pushing the door open, he inhaled the crisp morning air deeply. Brother Yu. I was utterly humiliated yesterday. Upon seeing Qin Yu emerge, Li Jingtong rushed over seeking solace. But suddenly recalling how Qin Yu had previously consoled him, he hurriedly retreated. Enough of this whining. It's time to reflect on this incident properly. You should devote more time to your cultivation in the coming days and solidify your foundation at the earliest. As he spoke, Qin Yu took out the alchemy furnace from his universe bag, seeking a location of auspicious geomantic energies to commence his potion brewing. Li Jingtong never anticipated that despite his efforts to lead Yu Ji away from the sect, he would ultimately be unable to halt Qin Yu's progress in alchemy. For Qin Yu, the practice of alchemy demanded a high level of control over spiritual energy, serving as a perfect means to solidify his foundation. However, he opted not to explore new elixirs just yet. Instead, he began with those he was already proficient in, intending to master the control of spiritual energy before delving into the study of novel concoctions. Seeing that Qin Yu had ceased to engage with him, Li Zhengdong found a spot of his own and began diligently practicing his talismans. Yet, as he practiced, he couldn't help but reminisce about the humiliating scene from the previous day, conjuring the imagined sounds of Ming Ruyan, Ming Lutong, and others mocking him in secret. Ah, how utterly embarrassing. Once I have trained for a few days, I must reclaim my honor. The morning sun cast its gentle rays upon the two youths, dispelling a hint of winter's chill. Before long, the Li family chef had prepared breakfast, which was promptly delivered by a designated servant. Xiao Tong, Xiao Yu, come for breakfast. All right. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong gathered their spiritual energy, washed up briefly, and entered the inner hall. In the inner hall, Li father occupied the main seat. Li mother was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, while Li Xiaojiao lay motionless at the dining table, clutching her stomach. What is the matter with Xiaojiao? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Li father also appeared puzzled. Didn't your teacher check your homework yesterday? Why are you pretending to have a stomachache this morning? Li Xiaojiao groaned. Father, I'm not pretending. It must be the candied hawthorn my brother bought for me yesterday. It tasted strange when I ate it. Nonsense. I saw you enjoying it quite a bit yesterday. I didn't want to waste it. Enough of the bickering. Li mother interjected, bringing the dishes from the kitchen to the table. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, go about your business. Mother, my stomach hurts. Don't listen to her. Mother, yesterday, the teacher asked a question, and he will continue questioning us today. Oh, I see. Li father exclaimed, realizing. No wonder your little sister has been feigning a stomachache since this morning. She doesn't want to go to school. Li Xiaojiao, in a fit of anger, picked up her chopsticks and shot a fierce glare at Li Zhengdong. Brother, you're so annoying. Xiao Tong, Xiao Yu, are you both going to school with Xiaojiao today? Li mother asked. Not going. Li Zhengtong replied after sipping his porridge. But my father is going to school for a bit. What for? Li father raised his head in curiosity. Because during yesterday's outdoor thinking class, the teacher asked everyone how to measure the weight of the elephant of regret. And my sister immediately provided the correct answer. Isn't that splendid? My daughter, coming up with the correct answer right away. What's wrong with that? Li father said with delight, imagining that his daughter must have made quite an impression yesterday. The situation is quite significant. At that moment, Mr. Shui was rather astonished and inquired how the younger sister had come to such a conclusion. She candidly replied that it was you who informed her, even mentioning that you criticized Mr. Shui's class for lacking innovation, repetitively covering the same few topics. Mr. Shui likely felt that you had preemptively disclosed the answers to Xiao Jiao, thereby disrupting the outdoor thinking class, prompting him to seek a conversation with you. Upon hearing Li Zhengtong's words, Li's father stood frozen, his expression faltering as his composure slipped. He never anticipated being betrayed by his daughter so early in the day. Li Xiaojiao, on the other hand, desperately lowered her head, wishing she could disappear beneath the table. Did I not tell you not to reveal to Mr. Shui that I was the one who informed you? Li's father questioned in anger. Li Xiaojiao meekly replied, I forgot. Suddenly, Li's father let out a grunt, rubbing his stomach, feeling an unexpected discomfort. Was it possible he had eaten something unsuitable the previous night? My dear, perhaps you should visit Mr. Shui on my behalf. I am feeling rather unwell today and may not be able to go out. Though he was the head of the Li family, he was still a father, deeply concerned about being summoned by the teacher. Witnessing Li's father's lackluster performance, which was even inferior to that of Li Xiaojiao, Qin Yu struggled to suppress his laughter. You are already at the nascent soul stage, yet you feign a stomachache? Li's mother exclaimed, raising an eyebrow as she firmly pinched Li's father's ear. I wondered why Xiao Jiao pretended to be ill at the slightest inconvenience. It seems she has learned it from you. Look at how you've influenced the child. Li's father protested innocently. This is unjust. I assure you, I had no part in this. I merely learned from Li Xiaojiao. I wouldn't have done this otherwise. The dining table of the Li family was filled with joy, consistently bringing Qin Yu a unique sense of happiness. After observing for some time, he ultimately ranked the 4 members of the Li family. Li's mother undoubtedly claimed the top spot as the only rational person among them. Her normalcy accentuated by the eccentricities of the others. Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao shared the second position, each possessing their own distinct traits. Akin to the legendary dragon and phoenix, equally matched. Naturally, Li's father occupied the lowest rank, having amalgamated the quirks of both Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao. Qin Yu was now quite curious as to how Li's father became the head of the family. Was it due to his formidable strength? Or was it simply a reflection of the family's peculiarities? Your cousin is returning tomorrow, Li's father announced to Li Zhengtong at the dinner table. Is he really coming back from such a distance? Li Zhengtong expressed surprise. Yes, I heard he plans to arrive by the first day of the new year. Although he initially had no intention of returning, it is said he has procured a particularly potent elixir at a high price to bring back for your second uncle's study. We should all go and observe, Li's father continued. Great. Li Zhengtong nodded. I will go to the city gate to welcome my cousin. After the meal, Father Li and Li Xiaojia left with expressions of utter despair, while Mother Li stealthily trailed behind them. What is Annie up to? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. My mother is quietly monitoring my father and little sister to prevent them from sneaking away and skipping school, replied Li Zhengtong. The school is merely a 5-minute walk from your home. Can your father really find mischief in such a short distance? Qin Yu asked further. My cousin isn't in Liang Kingdom. He is currently in a sect in the Great Wilderness Kingdom and has been away for a year and a half. His father is my second uncle and a skilled alchemist capable of refining 5th-grade elixirs. You remember I mentioned my aspiration to practice alchemy? It is influenced by him. I see. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong exited the house to resume their respective training. A quarter of an hour later, Father Li returned with an impassive expression and entered the study, busy with unknown tasks. Mother Li was similarly occupied, frequently entering and exiting throughout the morning, occasionally producing clattering sounds, leaving them curious about her activities. As noon approached, Li Zhengtong exhausted all the talisman papers in his possession. You go, let us take a break. It's time for lunch. Yes, you both should rest a while, wash your hands, and prepare for a meal, Mother Li cheerfully remarked. Suddenly, Li Zhengtong sensed something peculiar about Mother Li today. Upon closer inspection, he noticed she was wearing an apron. It was only when she cooked that she donned that attire. A shiver ran down his spine. No wonder his father returned home expressionless and secluded himself in the study. Mother. I'll head to school to pick up my sister. Li Zhengtong attempted to find an excuse to make a hasty exit. However, he heard Mother Li respond from a distance. No need. Xiaojiao has made plans with friends and wants to be back for lunch today. But she will miss out on a feast, as I am personally preparing a sumptuous banquet for you. Just sit tight and wait. A loud bang echoed from the kitchen, startling Li's father and son, as well as Qin Yu. Mother, why don't you cook in the dining hall? Li Zhengtong gently suggested, his mind racing with thoughts of potential disaster. What if the house were to explode? Where would they sleep tonight? I cannot cook in the dining hall. The mediocre flavors of their dishes would taint my culinary creations, Mother Li proclaimed, though inwardly she pondered, what if the dining hall were to explode? The entire family would be without food, and I cannot bear that responsibility. It's strange, with my superior culinary skills, why do I always end up with explosions? Could it be that my cooking is simply too delicious? Mother, I forgot to mention yesterday. Li Zhengtong quickly improvised. I made plans with some friends to go out and thought to introduce them to you, Go, so I want to be home for lunch today. Upon hearing this, Mother Li halted her actions, expressing her disappointment but reassuringly stated, it's a pity, but never mind. I shall refrain from cooking at noon and prepare the meal for the evening instead, as Xiaojiao will be home for dinner. In the study, Father Li felt a surge of joy. After all, living half a day longer is still a blessing. Moreover, with more guests, each person's portion would be diminished. He chuckled to himself, thinking that he could take his time in the evening to prepare several dishes, including the candied sweet potatoes he had recently mastered, which he was eager for them to taste. Mother, you aren't implying that you won't be home for dinner tonight as well, are you? Mother Li's tone turned icy. Li Zhengtong immediately shrank back, exclaiming, no, of course not. I will definitely return home for dinner. That's good to hear. Mother Li's voice softened once more. Now hurry along and find your friends. Don't keep them waiting. After school, Li Xiaojiao went to her friend's house. Greetings, uncle and aunt. She chimed. Is your mother cooking again? Li Xiaojiao nodded obediently, beaming with pride as she declared, This time, neither my father, my brother, nor brother Qin Yu could evade it. Only I, being the cleverest, managed to escape. A little while later, another boy entered. "Hello, uncle and aunt," he greeted sweetly. "Jihua is here too. Is your mother cooking for lunch today?" Li Jihua nodded. Li Jihua's father is the third brother in the family, making him a cousin to Li Xiaojiao and Li Zhengtong. Li Xiaojiao's mother and Li Jihua's mother are close friends, and it was Li Jihua's mother who taught Motherly how to cook, leading to frequent culinary exchanges between the two. Li Jihua glanced at Li Xiaojiao, contemplating a friendly greeting, believing that they shared a mutual understanding of their circumstances. However, Li Xiaojiao approached him and delivered a punch to his face. "Li Xiaojiao, why did you hit me?" Li Jihua exclaimed in confusion, clutching his face. Li Xiaojiao retorted angrily. "It's all your mother's fault for teaching my mother how to cook, making it so I can't bear to go home. From now on, whenever my mother cooks, I shall hit you once." Li Jihua burst into tears. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong wandered aimlessly outside the Li residence. "Is your mother's cooking truly that dreadful?" Li Zhengtong nodded vigorously. "It is a taste beyond words. Brother Yu, you must concoct a potion that induces loss of taste. I would gladly volunteer to test it in support of your endeavors." "Enough nonsense. Who would waste time researching such a useless potion? Let's go have lunch instead. How about yesterday's tofu pudding?" "Sounds good." Li Zhengtong smacked his lips. Not having had the tofu pudding yesterday was indeed a regret. This time, he intended to beat Brother Yu to it, ensuring that the vendor wouldn't add cilantro to the meat soup again. He couldn't believe that the vendor would dare to include cilantro without seeing him first. Surely they wouldn't abandon their other customers who detested cilantro just to accommodate him. The two individuals returned to that quaint little shop, now bustling with patrons enjoying their midday meals. The aroma of steaming tofu pudding filled the air, while the enticing scent of large meat buns and pastries wafted temptingly. "Ah, young Masterly, you are here again?" The shopkeeper, somewhat bewildered, wondered if young Masterly had developed a fondness for his signature tofu pudding. Without uttering a word, Li Zhengtong made his way directly to the kitchen. He intended to salvage a bowl of delectable broth that had not been tainted by cilantro before anyone could react. However, upon lifting the lid of the pot containing the broth, he was taken aback. Goodness, how ruthless! In the rich, savory soup floated numerous green flecks, evenly distributed throughout the brown liquid, rising and falling with the gentle bubbling of the broth. It was the overcooked cilantro. The shopkeeper cast a reassuring glance at Qin Yu. To deter Li Zhengtong from pilfering the broth, he had generously added a copious amount of cilantro during the cooking process, ensuring its flavor permeated the soup thoroughly. After all, a formidable cultivator could alter the fate of an entire city. To ensure that Wuxing City gained renown in the Liang Kingdom, even a humble tofu pudding vendor must contribute his efforts. "Why?" Li Zhengtong exclaimed. "Uncle, to prevent me from drinking the tofu pudding, you have sacrificed all your customers who dislike cilantro? Is that truly necessary?" "Of course it is," the uncle retorted, filled with righteous indignation. "Young Masterly, do not blame me. This is all for your own good. Besides, you are the only one who matters in this regard." Li Zhengtong inquired. "What do you mean?" The shopkeeper replied. "You are the only person in the entire city who does not consume cilantro." Li Zhengtong was left speechless. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. A person who detests cilantro born in a city that delights in it. Perhaps their talent began to manifest the moment the first cell was formed. "Brother Yu, you must clarify that this is all a jest. I can drink the broth." Li Zhengtong was on the verge of despair. Qin Yu stepped forward, questioning, "Uncle, did you not adamantly declare yesterday that you would not disclose this matter to anyone? How is it that now half the city is aware?" The shopkeeper hesitated. "Impossible. I only mentioned it to the butcher next door, who swore he would keep it confidential." Qin Yu replied, "Enough. In truth, I was merely jesting about yesterday's incident. There is no cause for concern. You may continue preparing the broth as you always have, without the need to add cilantro in advance." The shopkeeper chuckled. "Ah, so it was a joke. I wondered how such an odd constitution could exist. However, it seems there will be no more cilantro-free broth in the future. Why? I have discovered that adding cilantro beforehand enhances the flavor of the meat broth, and everyone agrees that it tastes much better. Master, I must also express my gratitude for your improved recipe." Qin Yu remarked. "Tongzi, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. It is simply that you are rather unfortunate." Li Zhengtong replied, "Enough of that. I wish to be alone. Master, allow me to treat you to this meal. Please find a place to sit." "No need. I prefer to try something different today." Qin Yu graciously declined the shopkeeper's enthusiastic invitation. It would be quite unkind to have Tongzi continuously consume plain tofu pudding, given his current misfortunes. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong made their way directly to the most extravagant restaurant in town, casually ordering several dishes. As Li Zhengtong put it, before facing punishment tonight, one must enjoy a fine meal. "Brother Yu, you are quite clever," Quickly think of an excuse for us to dine out tonight, Li Jingtong urged. Tongzi, you are dining here too? An unexpected voice exclaimed from behind Li Jingtong. Turning around, he instantly smiled. Xiaozhe, you are here for a meal as well. Come. Sit with us. Li Jingtong pulled out a chair as a young man named Xiaozhe approached with a grin. Xiaozhe, allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Yu, a dear brother from my Zanian Gong. Brother Yu, this is Wang Zhe, the son of the city lord and a good friend from my academy. Together with Meng Lutong, we are known as the three swordsmen of the academy. Greetings. Qin Yu stood up amicably to shake Wang Zhe's hand. Since you are a friend of Tongzi, you are my friend as well. Do not stand on ceremony. Just call me Brother Yu. Wang Zhe responded, Hello, Brother Yu. Please, take a seat. This meal is on me, to welcome you both. Waiter, bring out all your specialty dishes. Certainly, esteemed guests, coming right up. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu subtly assessed Wang Zhe's talents. Superior spiritual root, grade, exceptional talent, cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. With the potential to carve out a place in the realm of cultivation. Talent for governance, grade. Possesses commendable management skills, capable of effectively utilizing subordinates' talents. Just an ordinary second-generation official, nothing more. Tongzi, when did you return? Wang Zhe inquired. I just got back yesterday, intending to visit you tomorrow. But I didn't expect to run into you today, Li Jingtong replied. Lowering his voice, Wang Zhe remarked. I have heard that you possess extraordinary talent and have been taken as a disciple by an elder of Zhuanian Gong. And that you have an exceptionally peculiar constitution that prevents you from consuming tofu pudding with meat broth. Is this true? Li Jingtong's expression darkened. It seemed the entire city was aware of his affairs. Of course, it's false. What kind of bizarre constitution exists in this world? It's merely a joke. The dishes arrived swiftly, and within moments, an array of visually appealing and aromatic delicacies graced the table. After all, this table was reserved for the son of the city lord and the esteemed young master of the Li family, renowned for his extraordinary gifts. Thus they received priority in service, with portions that were exceptionally generous. Come, let us eat. Qin Yu called out as he picked up a slice of meat and savored it slowly. Compared to the rustic charm of the tofu pudding, the exquisite dishes in the luxurious restaurant offered a different flavor altogether. However, they still paled in comparison to the cuisine of the Shantian sect. After the third round of tea and the fifth course of dishes, the group leaned back in their seats, engaging in lively conversation. Let me tell you, I was quite formidable in the Shantian sect. When I first joined, those from the Beast Master Peak bullied us, thinking their numbers gave them the upper hand. Guess what happened in the end? Wang Zhe inquired, what happened next? In the end, the leader of the Beast Master Peak was thrown into a pit of filth, completely covered in it, and to this day he remains confined in his cave abode, not even allowed to return home for the new year. Furthermore, along with Brother Yu and a rather useless scoundrel named Xiaozhe, we managed to outsmart the disciples of the Shantian sect. Brother, I'm not exaggerating. In just one day, we earned this amount. Li Zhongong held up a finger. 1,000? No, that's not it. 10,000? Still incorrect. In just one day, we amassed 100,000, completely draining them of their resources. That's incredible, Wang Zhe said, filled with envy. Tongzi, how did Brother Yu collaborate with you to earn such a fortune in spirit stones? Li Zhongtong glanced at Qin Yu with a hint of embarrassment and replied, Actually, it was I who assisted Brother Yu. Wang Zhe responded, That is still quite impressive. How did you manage to support Brother Yu? Li Jingtong waved his hand dismissively. That's not important. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. It's rather profound. Chapter 138 I truly envy you all. Wang Zhe sighed heavily as he gazed out the window at the hurried passers-by on the street. You all can cultivate in the sect, while I am trapped in this city, dealing with these exasperating cases daily. At this rate, I'll lose my hair at a young age. Are you already presiding over cases? Li Jingtong inquired. They're merely trivial matters, like whose cow grazed on whose grass, or whose chicken wandered into another's yard. That sounds quite amusing. Qin Yu mused, stroking his chin. If the policies permit, how about we assist you with the cases this afternoon? That would be splendid. Wang Zhe exclaimed joyfully. Brother Yu, those tedious and intricate cases are driving me to madness. Your help would be immensely appreciated. However, we cannot assist for free. Qin Yu replied with a smile. Dinner will be on you tonight. Not a problem. It's a must. Qin Yu winked at Li Jingtong, who promptly gave him a thumbs up. This way, if Li's mother inquired, they could explain that Wang Zhe encountered some difficulties and they had gone to lend a hand. They had initially intended to return home for dinner, but Wang Zhe insisted they stay, leaving them no choice but to dine there. Moreover, since Wang Zhe was the son of the city lord, Li Jingtong's assistance in building rapport with him would also benefit the Li family, making it an agreeable arrangement for Li's mother as well. It is indeed a flawless excuse. Without further ado, let us proceed forthwith. Wang Zhe paid for the meal, and the trio made their way directly to the Lord's manor. The yamen stood adjacent to the manor, flanked by two imposing stone lions that symbolized the sternness of the law and its inviolability. At this moment, several groups were already waiting outside, while two constables maintained order. Wang Zhe addressed Qin Yu and Li Zhongtong, stating, "Currently, I am only handling trivial matters. Any significant issues must be resolved by my father personally. I am merely alleviating some of his burdens." As they entered the grand hall, Wang Zhe took his seat at the main table, with Qin Yu and Li Zhongtong flanking him like loyal sentinels. "How many cases have been brought forth this afternoon?" A clerk, who had been waiting nearby, promptly stepped forward to respond. "There are already 5 cases at hand. Let us commence then. Call in all relevant parties," Wang Zhe instructed. Qin Yu observed that the proceedings were rather casual, unlike the dramatic portrayals and dramas from his previous life, where the county magistrate would bang the table and shout for the court to be in session, flanked by constables brandishing clubs, exuding an aura of authority. This informality could likely be attributed to Wuxing City being a relatively inconspicuous small town, with the cases at hand being minor in nature, thus eschewing elaborate protocols. In a larger city, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be more imposing. Before long, 2 commoners approached. They appeared to be in their 40s or 50s. The individual on the left donned simple attire, while the one on the right was clad in a long robe, indicating a slightly better family background. "What are your names?" Wang Zhe inquired. The man in simple dress replied, "Your Excellency, my name is Wang Ming, and I am a worker at the lumber mill in the western part of the city." Wang Zhe then turned to the other man and asked, "And you?" "Your Excellency, my name is Su Tian, and I run a watch shop," he replied. The realm of cultivation was not akin to ancient society. It had already embraced a degree of mechanization. Wang Zhe nodded and continued, "What grievance do you both bring forth, and against whom?" The man named Wang Ming pointed an accusatory finger at Su Tian, stating, "Your Excellency, I wish to sue him for causing me to lose my job." Su Tian retorted, "Your Excellency, how is my shopkeeping related to his employment? I am not the owner of the lumber mill. How could I possibly affect his livelihood?" Wang Ming exclaimed, "If it were not for you, would I have angered my superiors and subsequently lost this position?" The two began to bicker, leaving the trio on the dais in a state of confusion. Wang Zhe struck the table, and instantly, silence enveloped the room. "Wang Ming, elucidate the sequence of events clearly, without digressing into irrelevant matters." "Yes," Wang Ming replied, trembling. "The manager of the lumber mill, Li Ming, recently celebrated his birthday, and we were all compelled to present him with a gift, lest we face dire consequences in the future. In a moment of indecision regarding an inexpensive yet aesthetically pleasing gift, I decided to wander around the market. To my surprise, I encountered Su Tian, who, noticing my aimless strolling, inquired about my predicament. I shared my concerns with him, and he suggested that I present a watch to Li Ming, which I impulsively purchased and gifted to him on his birthday. However, Li Ming erupted in fury and dismissed me. It was only later that I realized offering a timepiece was akin to bestowing a harbinger of death. How duplicitous of him to lead me into such a blunder, causing me to lose my position." Su Tian retorted angrily, asserting that it was I who sought his advice. "As a watch seller, should I not recommend a watch? Should I instead suggest flowers? Furthermore, just because I offered a suggestion does not obligate you to heed it. I might as well have suggested you partake in something distasteful. Why didn't you follow that? You chose to buy the watch of your own volition. I did not coerce you. What gives you the right to accuse me of deceit?" Wang Ming exclaimed, "You tricked me into gifting a clock to Li Ming. How vile of you, you scoundrel." Su Tian responded, "And what of it? Is being unscrupulous a crime? I have committed no offense, so on what grounds do you threaten to accuse me?" Wang Ming retorted, "I am entirely within my rights to report you. Why should it concern you?" Chapter 139. Qin Yu listened, utterly bewildered. The world of officialdom is indeed not as I had envisioned. Those familiar with such matters recognize it as a courthouse, while the uninformed might mistake it for a bustling marketplace. Observing the casual demeanor of these two, one would think they were at home. Were Qin Yu to handle this affair, he would not hesitate to drag anyone making a ruckus outside and administer a severe punishment. A courthouse ought to maintain its decorum. One must ponder whether Wang Zhe is simply idling or perhaps indulging in trivialities. He had anticipated presiding over a case involving notorious bandits or heroic figures. Yet here he was, dealing with a dispute over a watch. As for someone like Li Ming, this issue transcends mere timepieces. It is fundamentally about monetary value. Were one to present him with gold, crafted into a coffin, he would likely accept it with glee, only to question why the coffin is too small for his comfort. Wang Zhe struck the table, calling for silence between the two. "Enough. You both must cease your bickering." Su Tian was merely engaging in legitimate commerce, and the quality of his product was beyond reproach. While he did guide another towards a purchase, he had violated no legal statutes. Therefore, I declare Su Tian not guilty. Su Tian cast a triumphant glance at Wang Ming, who, in despair, fell to his knees, weeping. Your Honor, I beseech you. I have dependents. A family of 6 relying on my earnings to survive. If I lose this job, how will my family endure? Do not weep, for this matter shall indeed be resolved. Asserted Li Zhengdong. If memory serves, that timber mill is part of my family's enterprise. Li Ming has abused his power for personal gain and has openly accepted bribes. I shall have someone investigate this, and should the allegations prove true, I will ensure Li Ming faces imprisonment. Rest assured, your position will be reinstated. Qin Yu felt a tinge of amusement. Su Tian and Wang Ming were embroiled in legal disputes, yet Li Ming was the one facing consequences. Li Zhengdong. The eldest scion of the esteemed Li family in Wuxing City, was a figure of significant influence, adept at managing such trivial matters with ease. Thank you, thank you. My lord. Wang Zhe gestured for the two to depart. This is the advantage of having assistants. Were it not for Li Zhengtong's presence, Wang Zhe would have either comforted Wang Ming and urged him to seek alternative employment or simply had him removed. After all, Li Ming was affiliated with the Li family's timber mill, and his corrupt dealings were not within the jurisdiction of the Lord's office. With Li Zhengdong here, however, the situation became considerably more manageable. Shall we proceed with an examination of the case, Tongzi? Yugo? Wang Zhe inquired, rubbing his temples. Certainly, replied Li Zhengtong. Buoyed by his recent success and feeling quite powerful, had the cases handled by the court been of a more intricate nature, he would have likely refrained from taking on this task. However, given the simplicity of this matter, he felt quite capable of addressing it. Li Zhengtong exchanged positions with Wang Zhe, and soon, under the direction of a clerk, a second group entered. It consisted of a youth accompanied by a small vendor, the latter cradling a straw rack adorned with candied hawthorn skewers. Upon spotting Li Zhengtong and his companions, the vendor exclaimed, My lord, this person has consumed food without paying. The young man swiftly countered, My lord, this individual claimed it was a buy one get one free offer. The skewer I consumed was complimentary and thus required no payment. This skewer is indeed part of a buy one get one deal. How could I give it to you without a purchase? Only upon buying can you receive the second skewer for free. Are you not deceiving me? Retorted the vendor. Deceiving? Paying for food is a matter of course. Silence. Li Zhengtong quickly grasped the situation and addressed the youth. You shall pay him the due amount. He then turned to the vendor and commanded, Provide him with an additional skewer. This matter is resolved. For such straightforward issues, Li Zhengtong favored a rational approach. The two complied without hesitation. The vendor received his payment, while the youth obtained his skewer. Just as Li Zhengtong believed the case concluded, the youth pointed at the skewer and inquired, This skewer I purchased is worth 20 coins, and the one I consumed was part of the buy one get one offer. Valued at 0 coins, correct? The vendor nodded, acknowledging the accuracy of the youth's statement. Since that is the case, this should be easily resolved. The young man returned the candied hawthorn to the vendor, simultaneously taking the 20 coins from the vendor's other hand. With a cheerful smile, he declared, I wish to return this, refund my money, and we shall be even. The vendor looked perplexed. Li Zhengdong interjected, If you wish to return it, you must also give back the string I gifted you. The young man retorted, Wasn't that string free of charge? I paid you nothing for it. So there is no need for a return. The vendor, infuriated, exclaimed, This was a buy one get one free offer. If you don't purchase, there is nothing to give away. You must return everything. The young man protested, I've already eaten the one you gave me. How can I return it? Silence. Li Zhengdong slammed the table in frustration, fixing the young man with a cold glare. You are even more unscrupulous than you go. Is it easy for the elderly vendor to make candied hawthorn? You are attempting to take advantage of a mere string of sweets. Guards, take him away and execute him. Qin Yu interjected, Huh? Wang Zhe gasped, What? The mention of execution rendered the young man utterly speechless. Was it truly worthy of death over a mere string of candied hawthorn? He promptly fell to the ground, his voice trembling with desperation as he pleaded, My lord, I recognize my mistake. I shall never dare again. I will pay the money now. And I shall not take the candied hawthorn. Li Zhengdong maintained a stern visage, stating, Considering this is your first offense, I shall let you go this time. However, should you exhibit such malicious intent again, I shall personally take your life. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The young man kowtowed in gratitude, obediently handing the vendor the 20 coins. The vendor smirked with satisfaction. That will suffice. You may leave. Li Zhengdong waved them off. At that moment, a voice rang out unexpectedly. Wait. As Li Zhengdong reveled in the satisfaction of having swiftly resolved the matter with his exceptional intellect. And just as the young man and the vendor were about to depart, Qin Yu's voice halted them, tightening the atmosphere in the hall. Li Zhengtong glanced at Qin Yu in confusion, pondering what he intended. Wang Zhe cast an astonished look at Qin Yu. The vendor turned cautiously, inquiring, My lord, what is your command? Are you unaware of what you should do? Qin Yu smiled at the vendor, addressing everyone present. I am here today for one purpose, to ensure fairness. I shall not wrong an innocent, nor allow a villain to escape. Then, Qin Yu's tone grew icy. Old man. Confess willingly, or face severe consequences. Do you understand? Realizing the gravity of his situation upon seeing Qin Yu's frigid gaze, the vendor collapsed to his knees. My lord. I shall never dare again. I have my own hardships. My only son went missing while hunting in the mountains a few days ago. My wife and I are left with no support, relying solely on this meager business to survive. Qin Yu. In times of hardship, one must uphold integrity in business. For only then can one inspire confidence in customers to purchase your candied hawthorn, rather than resorting to deceitful tactics for a fleeting gain. The petty man, recognizing his wrongdoing, no longer dares to defy. The vendor returned the coins to the youth. Li Zhangtong, perplexed, wondered how such an astonishing turn of events could transpire in mere seconds. Unable to comprehend the situation, he sat at the head of the table, wielding the utmost authority, and decisively slammed his palm onto the surface, proclaiming, Since you have confessed, recount your transgressions in full detail. Leave no stone unturned, for should I fail to grasp your tail, I shall take your head. Wangzhe quietly interjected, Tongzi, be cautious. Heads are not taken so lightly. Li Jingtong turned to him and whispered back, Fear not, I merely intend to intimidate. Wangzhe refrained from further comment, knowing that the threat of execution was meant to instill fear in those truly deserving of reevaluation. Overuse would diminish its efficacy. Nevertheless, Li Zhengtong's display of intimidation yielded immediate results, as the candied hawthorn vendor recounted his misdeeds in meticulous detail. Prior to selling the candied hawthorn, the vendor would scour the streets for young individuals who appeared decently dressed yet not overly ostentatious, easily distinguishable as outsiders lacking local connections. These individuals possessed a modicum of coin, yet were not excessively affluent. Upon selecting a target, he would offer a buy one, get one free deal, allowing them to sample a skewer. Once they tasted the candied hawthorn, they were compelled to purchase a skewer, at which point he would reveal the price of 20 coins for one. Li Zhengtong's realization dawned upon him. The old man had engaged in coercive sales. He slammed the table again, fuming, You are indeed audacious to flout the law and dare to approach the court, believing your petty ruse could evade my discerning gaze. The vendor, pointing at the youth, lamented, I merely sought to intimidate. Who could have foreseen encountering such a stubborn individual who insisted on coming to the court? Li Zhengtong then turned to the youth. Why did you not clarify the situation from the outset? The youth hesitated for a moment before stammering. Seeing that this old man dared to come to the court with such confidence, I thought that this was the norm in Wuxing City. Wangzhe sensed a discrepancy and inquired, Wuxing City is part of the Liang Kingdom, with regulations akin to those of other cities. Are you not a citizen of the Liang Kingdom? Do you possess an entry permit? I am a citizen of the Liang Kingdom. The youth hastily replied. However, I have dwelled in seclusion in the mountains with my master since childhood, and this is my first foray into the city, hence my lack of familiarity. Wangzhe nodded in understanding. In the realm of cultivation, such hermits were numerous, posing a significant governance challenge for the Liang Kingdom. These hermits have been away from the cities for far too long. Many of them are entirely unaware of the current laws promulgated by the Liang Kingdom, and some, even if they are aware, have no intention of adhering to them, despite the formidable power of the Liang court. The vastness of its territory and the strength of certain hermits render effective restraint impossible. Fortunately, most of these hermits reside deep within the mountains and forests, exerting minimal influence on the public order of the Liang Kingdom, resulting in a state of mutual non-interference. Wangzhe, perceiving the young man to be of honest and upright character, refrained from further remarks. You may leave now. Should you encounter any injustices in Wuxing City, do not hesitate to seek the assistance of the patrolling soldiers. Thank you, my lord. Wangzhe then turned to the small vendor, stating, Although your circumstances are dire, deceit and trickery are unequivocally illegal. Your food sales permit shall be confiscated for 7 days as a form of punishment. Not only your son, but recently, over 10 individuals have mysteriously vanished. The city lord has dispatched a substantial number of personnel to search the mountains, and reports have been made to the court. Rest assured, assistance will soon arrive to address this matter. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this punishment, the small vendor sighed in relief. For a permit could only be seized if it existed, and he possessed none. After exiting the yamen, the young man wandered around the city before silently departing Wuxing City. Before long, he found himself at a dilapidated temple deep in the forest. Young master, you have arrived? Several figures in black robes appeared before him silently. The young man nodded and instructed, This city will not foster much resentment. Hence, there is no need to station too many personnel here. Young master, how did you know? The voice of the black-robed figure trailed off as the young man fixed him with a frigid gaze. The speaker immediately knelt. Young master, I acknowledge my mistake. The other black-robed figures hastily bowed. "Young master, please do not be angered." The young man's expression was icy, a stark contrast to the demeanor he had displayed in the yamen, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. "You need only adhere to my words without questioning them. Do you comprehend?" We understand. However, it is worth informing you." The young man turned his back to the black-robed figures. To gauge the level of resentment in a city, one need only ascertain whether its judge is an arrogant fool. I recently visited the yamen in Wuxing City, and the rotund man in charge is indeed a fool. Yet those behind him are not lacking in intellect and can provide the fairness the people desire. With such individuals present, this city will not experience significant exacerbation of conflicts, and thus we shall not attain what we seek. Let us proceed. There is no need to squander time here. Our next destination is Mo City. I hope it does not disappoint. Chapter 141. What? You do not possess a food sales permit? No, I do not. What exactly is a food sales permit? Wang Zhe rubbed his temples and led the merchant outside. At that moment, Li Zhengtong turned to ask, "Brother Yu, how did you uncover the scheme set by this merchant? Isn't it obvious?" You replied, "Have you ever seen anyone sell candied hawthorn for 20 coins? Such exorbitance must conceal some trickery. Moreover, have you ever encountered a merchant who offers a buy one get one free deal before payment? It's evident that allowing the customer to consume the complimentary item prior to payment is clearly a trap." Li Zhengtong nodded, realizing the multitude of flaws in the situation. No wonder this candied hawthorn is so overpriced. Qin Yu shot a glance at Li Zhengtong, saying, "After mingling with me in the Xintian sect for so long, how can you still not grasp the principle that what is free is often the most costly?" After a short while, Wang Zhe returned. Li Zhengtong inquired, "How was that person dealt with?" "Quite simply," Wang Zhe replied, "since he lacked proper documentation. We first issued him a temporary permit and then confiscated his goods for 7 days. Although selling food without a permit incurs a fine, the man's son has gone missing without explanation, so we decided to defer the fine until he is able to pay." "Has there been a recent surge in missing persons in the city? What's going on?" Qin Yu asked. "The specific reasons are still under investigation. Currently, 13 individuals have gone missing, and they share no common traits. All vanished after leaving the city, with no effective leads uncovered thus far. Should we ask the Li family for assistance in searching?" Li Zhengtong offered boldly. "Thank you, but for now, it's unnecessary. My father has already reported this matter, and there will be officials assigned to investigate. We merely need to focus on our own duties." By the way, Li Zhengtong turned to Wang Zhe. "Did you notice the old man's aggressive selling tactics? The flaws in that situation were quite apparent. I certainly sensed something amiss." I was about to speak when Brother Yu preempted me. Li Zhengtong fell silent for a moment, then stood up quietly. "It seems I am not particularly adept at adjudicating cases. Brother Yu, it's best if you take the lead." Qin Yu took the main seat and said, "Let the next group come in. I wish to see what peculiarities await us this time." In walked 2 men, one elderly and one middle-aged. The atmosphere in the previous 2 groups had been tense, filled with accusations. However, the dynamic between these 2 was somewhat delicate. The elderly man strode in angrily while the middle-aged man followed closely behind, wearing a smile and attempting to placate him, continuously murmuring words of reassurance. "What brings you 2 here?" Given the oddities of the previous cases, Qin Yu was disinclined to speculate and directly urged them to present their situation. The elder glared at the middle-aged man and exclaimed in frustration, "You tell the magistrate what you have done." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically and addressed Qin Yu, "Your Honor, this is all a misunderstanding. I am Fengshen, and I operate a poultry farm outside the city, specializing in raising spirit chickens. By a stroke of serendipity, I came to learn of Master Lu's exceptional prowess in raising spirit chickens. He had devoted 3 decades at the Mo sect to this noble practice, amassing a wealth of experience in the art of poultry husbandry. Now, having returned from the sect, he had chosen to seclude himself within the embrace of the mountains. Upon hearing this news, I felt a surge of admiration, contemplating the potential of inviting Master Lu out of his retreat. Together, we could forge a formidable partnership, amplifying the scale of my farm and establishing it as a renowned breeding ground in the surrounding villages. However, it seemed that Master Lu was somewhat reluctant to leave his sanctuary. To demonstrate my sincerity, I made 3 visits to him over the course of a month. After these persistent endeavors, he chose to bring my case before the authorities. Qin Yu pondered, "Is 3 visits over a month truly excessive? It hardly seems a cause for such ire." Master Lu's temper certainly appeared to be quite formidable, reacting so vehemently to what seemed a trifling matter. Emerging in a huff, his mustache quivered with indignation. "Was that truly a heartfelt visit? On your first attempt, you claimed to showcase your culinary skills, and my first thatched cottage was incinerated. On your second visit, you professed to exhibit the legendary aromatic dragon candle, leading to the destruction of my second cottage. For your third visit, You insisted on bringing a fire-breathing chicken, resulting in the loss of my final cottage. Now I find myself without shelter. Is this what you call a heartfelt visit? Even a fool could hear the folly in your calculations. But Master Lu, these were mere accidents. Fengshen interjected apologetically. Perhaps it is fate's design. Qin Yu couldn't help but scoff internally, bemused by the peculiar logic of the people in Wushang City. Was there not a single rational individual among them? Furthermore, Master Lu's patience was remarkable. He only sought recourse after his last cottage was consumed by flames, though Fengshen was indeed eccentric. The severity of this incident warranted serious consideration. Thus, Qin Yu turned to Wang Zhe, inquiring, how should we proceed with this matter? Lacking familiarity with the laws of the Liang Kingdom, he was unsure how to handle the situation effectively. Wang Zhe responded, inquire whether the two parties might reach an amicable resolution. What is Master Lu's intention in bringing this case to the authorities? Is he seeking compensation? Or does he wish to see Fengshen imprisoned? The gravity of Fengshen's actions could be classified as arson, albeit without severe consequences. Yet it is sufficient grounds for imprisonment. However, should Master Lu choose to overlook the incident, it could be deemed an accidental fire, allowing for a less severe resolution. The key lies in the victim's disposition. Qin Yu mused that if Master Lu genuinely sought to imprison Fengshen, he need not have come to the authorities. He could have simply reported the matter directly to have the guards apprehend him. Since he was present, it was evident he harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 142. How do you wish to resolve this matter? Qin Yu inquired of Master Lu. My lord, I merely request that Fengshen compensates me for my losses. After which I wish to be left in peace. At my age, having labored throughout my life, I have finally returned from the sect and wish to quietly enjoy my twilight years. Qin Yu nodded solemnly, declaring, Fengshen, you are hereby given 1 month to construct 3 thatched cottages for old Lu, and you must not disturb him without his consent. My lord, old Lu interjected bashfully. I would prefer a brick house, just one will suffice. Qin Yu exclaimed, no wonder you waited until the last thatched cottage was burned before coming to the court. It appears you sought to gain a brick house for free. Nevertheless, as old Lu is the victim, it is only fair that he receives additional compensation for his losses. The trio remained occupied until the sun dipped below the horizon, adjudicating over 20 cases in total. As Qin Yu listened intently, he discovered that none of the cases were ordinary. Some were so peculiar that they left him astonished. How could these individuals conceive such bizarre ideas? Ultimately, Qin Yu concluded that the residents of Wushang City are, on average, quite eccentric. After a laborious afternoon, dinner time finally arrived. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, at the invitation of Wang Zhe, indulged in a delectable feast at the Lord's residence. At this moment, in the Li family estate, Li Xiaojiao, after finishing school, merrily bounded home with her small backpack. For a child, this time is undoubtedly the most joyous. However, upon reaching her doorstep, she was startled by a loud explosion emanating from the kitchen, accompanied by plumes of black smoke escaping through the window. A chill ran down her spine as an ominous premonition enveloped her heart. Had her mother not mentioned preparing lunch herself today? Why was she still in the kitchen? Could she have been cooking since morning? How much food had she prepared? Cold sweat beaded on Li Xiaojiao's forehead, and her instinct for survival kicked in, prompting her to flee without a second thought. In that critical moment, her father shouted from the study, Xiaojiao, where are you going? Hearing this, her mother peered out and said, Xiaojiao is back. Quickly, go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon. Li Xiaojiao froze in place, her mind racing as she exclaimed, Mother, I just remembered that I left my homework at school. I need to go retrieve it. Her father rushed out, smiling, it's dark. I wouldn't want you to encounter any unsavory characters. I will accompany you. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as a spatula, glowing with a chilling light, flew past her father, casting a fierce glimmer across his face that raised the hairs on his neck. Leave whatever it is until after dinner, or else the food will become cold and unpalatable, her mother gently advised. Li Xiaojiao cast a resentful glance at her father, her soul crying out with a profound question. Father, am I truly your biological child? What nonsensical chatter. Of course, you are my flesh and blood. Yet your intellect seems to have taken after your mother. Even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. Enough of this frivolity. It is already late. And little Tong, and little you will undoubtedly not return for dinner. Your mother has prepared an abundance of dishes today, far too much for me to consume alone. I require your assistance to share the burden. Please, step inside, lest your mother becomes irate and decides to prepare even more dishes. Tongzi, Yuga, do indulge in the specialty roasted leg of lamb prepared by my household chef. We have selected a 2-year-old premium black goat, the meat tender and succulent, bursting with exquisite flavor. Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Wang Zhe sat at the dining table, where a beautifully aromatic roasted leg of lamb was presented alongside a bubbling hot pot, its fragrance filling the air. The flickering lights cast a soft glow, while the luminous pearl on the wall sparkled brightly. Amidst the cheerful laughter and clinking of glasses, the atmosphere was undeniably warm and inviting. Here comes the chicken soup. Lee's mother brought forth the final serving of soup, her eyes alight with excitement as she surveyed the table laden with an array of mysterious dark dishes. Smiling as she inquired, "Why aren't you all eating? Why the hesitation with your chopsticks?" This time, Lee's mother had prepared 5 dishes and a bowl of soup. All 5 dishes were dark in color, while the soup was a vibrant green, and in the light of the flames, one could vaguely see dark vapors swirling upwards, creating an eerie spectacle. "Mother, I wish to wait for my brothers to return before we eat together," Li Xiaojia said, attempting to prolong the meal. "Those 2 little rascals have no idea where they've gone, so there's no need to wait for them. Such unpunctual individuals do not deserve to savor my culinary creations," replied Li's mother. Li Xiaojiao countered, "Mother, in truth, I am often tardy as well. I arrive late to school every day, and thus do not deserve to partake in your meals either. I shall go stand in the corner as punishment." Fearing that Li's mother might become genuinely upset and deny her beloved daughter a meal, Li's father hurriedly interjected, "No, dear Xiaojiao, though you are frequently late, you possess a rare quality, honesty. You willingly admit your faults, and thus you are absolutely deserving of enjoying your mother's dishes. Then why aren't you eating, father? What are you waiting for?" Li's father rubbed his belly, recalling, "Oh, I forgot. My stomach has been unsettled since this morning. I must have eaten something amiss. I have had little appetite these past few days." Li Xiaojiao's eyes brightened, and she immediately clasped her belly, exclaiming, "I, too, have an upset stomach. I have hardly been able to eat anything lately." With a gentle smile, Li's mother served each of them a piece of the mysterious dark dish. "If your stomach is unwell, then you must eat more of this sweet potato, which is good for the stomach. Moreover, this is a new recipe I've learned." As they gazed at the seemingly smoky dark culinary creation, Li's father and Li Xiaojiao exchanged glances. "Father, you go ahead and eat." Li Xiaojiao signaled to her father. Li's father blinked, shook his head, and stuck out his tongue, going through a series of gestures before recalling that he could communicate telepathically. "This is a new dish. Who knows if it is safe to eat? If I were to perish, you would be left without a father," Li's father conveyed telepathically. "Listen to your father. You should try it first." Li Xiaojiao rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, implying that if she were to die, he would be without a daughter. Li's father replied telepathically, "It's all right. You still have your brother. As long as one of you survives, I shall not worry about having no one to care for me in my old age. Even if both of you were to perish, I am still youthful enough to father another child." Xiaojiao, after raising a daughter for 1,000 days, it is time for her to fulfill her purpose. Li Xiaojiao rolled her eyes once more, unperturbed. "Does he truly believe I am foolish?" Li father urged, "Do not worry, even if you were to be poisoned. Given my strength, I would easily save you. But if I were to be poisoned, could you effortlessly rescue me? I could just as easily dig a grave for you." Li Xiaoji retorted bluntly. Chapter 143 Li mother immediately turned her gaze toward them. "What are you two whispering about? Hurry and taste it before it gets cold." Li father and Li Xiaojiao exchanged a glance, reaching an unspoken agreement. Li Xiaojiao, in a high-pitched voice, asked, "Mother, why aren't you eating?" Li mother replied, "I already had some when I was cooking. I am not hungry. You two go ahead." "Then I am not hungry either. Xiaojiao, you should eat first." Li father added smoothly. Bang! Li mother placed her chopsticks heavily on the table, smiling at Li father. "My dear husband, I believe you must be hungry." Li father, "Huh? Should I be hungry?" Li Xiaojiao nodded in agreement. "Yes. Father, you indeed should be hungry." Li father swallowed hard and took a deep breath. "This soup looks good. I shall have a sip first." The agreement reached between Li father and Li Xiaojiao was that she would first persuade Li mother to eat, and if that failed, Li father would take the first bite. However, he had a backup plan. He chose to sip the soup first, as it appeared to be the only edible item on the table. At the very least, it was not burnt. Li father glanced at the soup, but could not identify it as chicken soup. He could only discern that some kind of green plant had been added, as the heat was either too high or it had been boiled for too long, causing the leaves to disintegrate. The speckled green bits were evenly mixed throughout, giving the entire pot a green hue, and for some reason, it also appeared somewhat viscous, looking rather peculiar. If Qin Yu were to see the soup bubbling away, he might exclaim in astonishment. So, the poisons from childhood cartoons can indeed be concocted. Although the soup seemed odd, it was still the best offering compared to the array of dishes on the table. Li father scooped a spoonful from the bottom of the bowl, discovering not a single piece of chicken, nor even shreds of overcooked meat. "Is this truly chicken soup?" Li father questioned his very soul. Li's mother nodded solemnly. "I have sacrificed the 30-year-old hen from our family, which has been simmering gently since yesterday, for a total of 62 hours, allowing its essence to meld into the broth, creating a truly nourishing delicacy. Upon hearing this, Li's father inwardly sighed. It seems this meal was premeditated. After simmering for 12 hours, can it still be palatable? Li Xiaojiao. Upon hearing this, mused to herself, the old hen has been transformed in such a manner. What a waste of life. Hurry. Let me taste and see how it turned out. From this distance, I can already smell the fragrant aroma of chicken soup, Li's mother said expectantly. Li's father harbored serious doubts about whether his wife's sense of smell had been compromised while cooking. Even the faintest scent now seemed delightful. My dear, why don't you take the first sip of soup? After all, you have toiled all day to prepare this lavish feast for us. Today, you are the true hero of the household. Thus, the first sip must go to you. Li's mother felt immensely gratified. My dear, your words are more than enough. Although cooking is arduous, the greatest joy comes from allowing the person I cherish most to savor the first sip. Without that, I would lack the motivation to cook. Upon hearing this, Li's father and Li Xiaojiao's eyes brightened instantly. Li Xiaojiu boldly declared, I shall drink the first sip. If merely tasting the soup could spare Li's mother from cooking a few more meals, she deemed it an absolute bargain. Li's father, equally quick-witted, promptly filled a bowl to the brim for Li Xiaojiao. Li Xiaojiao cast a reproachful glance at her father, exclaiming, why serve me so much for just a single sip? Li's father instantly grasped the meaning behind her gaze. This was the bond they had formed over the years as comrades at the same dining table. He whispered, do not concern yourself with these trivial gains and losses. Perhaps if you finish all the soup without leaving me any, your mother might become so upset that she refuses to cook again. Li Xiaojiao replied, I fear that if my mother gets angry, she might prepare another pot of chicken soup. Li Xiaojiao picked up a small spoon, scooping a half-spoonful towards her mouth. Just then, Li's mother suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, wait, Xiaojiao, don't drink. As she spoke, Li's mother reached out to snatch the spoon from her hand. Li's father, filled with excitement, shouted urgently, Xiaojiao, quick, drink it all in one go. He discreetly intervened to delay Li's mother's attempt. Seeing Li's mother's reaction, Li Xiaojiao's eyes widened. She tossed the spoon aside and pressed her mouth to the bowl, disregarding the heat, and took a hefty gulp. What she consumed was not merely soup but the fervor of my mother-esque cooking. Ha. The corners of Li Xiaojiao's mouth involuntarily curled up, resembling a mischievous little villain after a prank. Her exhilarated state made her momentarily forget the flavor of the soup. Perhaps if mother were to become truly angry, she would forbid me from ever tasting her culinary creations again. What a double-edged sword that would be. Oh, what are you doing? Li mother exclaimed, her voice tinged with both irritation and concern. I just recalled that this dish should not have been simmered for such an extended period. It was originally meant to be ready by noon. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, it was left to cook for several additional hours. I'm uncertain if it might be poisonous. Your father possesses considerable cultivation, so he is generally unharmed. But you, my child, have yet to cultivate. Li Xiaojiao's smile faltered, replaced by an expression of distress. As she hastily began to gag, her face contorted into one of near tears, prompting Li father to hurriedly reassure his beloved daughter. Xiaojiao, it's not as serious as you think. You need not worry too much. Li Xiaojiu lifted her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she inquired, is the likelihood of poison in the soup quite low? Not at all, even if you were to be poisoned. Your mother and I are still young enough to have another child. Li Xiaojiu burst into tears. Father, if I die and brother is not at home, you will have to eat mother-esque cooking all alone. Li father's expression stiffened as he rummaged through the Qin Yu pouch, searching for a detoxification pill. Li mother, somewhat exasperated, slapped Li father's arm. Enough. You are already the father of 2 children. Stop teasing. Quickly check on Xiaojiao, lest she truly has ingested poison. Li father chuckled. I am merely helping Xiaoji build some resilience. I have just inspected the soup. There is no poison present. As the head of the Li family and a formidable cultivator in the nascent soul stage, Li father had faced countless adversities over the years, amassing a wealth of life experience. He could discern whether the soup was tainted with poison at a glance. Moreover, how could it possibly be poisonous after merely being simmered for an extended duration? Li father was merely jesting with Li Xiaojiao. If she had indeed been poisoned, he, as her father, would have been far more anxious than she. No poison, thank goodness. Li Xiaojiao exhaled in relief, wiping away her tears. For some reason, she felt a peculiar dizziness, as though her surroundings were becoming hazy. Faintly, she perceived her parents rushing towards her, her father shouting, Xiaojiao, Xiaojiao. Why are there white froths coming from your mouth? Suddenly, blackness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed. Chapter 144. It's nothing to worry about. It is likely that Xiaoji was merely startled and overly tense, not poisoned, so there is no cause for alarm. Li father cast a brief glance at Li Xiaojiu before arriving at his conclusion. Upon hearing her husband's words, a hint of color returned to Li mother's pale face. I will take Xiaojiao to the inner room to rest. There is no need for excessive concern. She will feel better after a good sleep. Very well. Li Mother nodded numbly. Once the father and daughter had departed, Li Mother sank onto the bench, wiping away the tears that had fallen unbeknownst to her. Upon witnessing Li Xiaojiao frothing at the mouth, Li's mother felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind a blank slate, instantly stripped of all capacity for thought. In that moment, it seemed as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. Even now, she remains ensnared in a profound state of worry, heartache, guilt, and self-reproach. The sight of the bountiful spread on the dining table fills her with sorrow. She is acutely aware that her culinary creations lack both visual appeal and flavor. Yet, she yearns to prepare a sumptuous feast for her family with her own hands. Observing her loved ones savoring her home-cooked meal, their faces illuminated by joyous smiles. She feels as though she has discovered the very essence of life. Thus, in pursuit of this aspiration, she diligently hones her cooking skills, humbly seeking guidance from her sister-in-law, learning each intricate step of the craft. However, no matter how hard Li's mother strives, she can only replicate the form of her sister-in-law's dishes, never capturing their soul. Perhaps culinary prowess indeed requires an innate talent. Regardless of her efforts, she cannot conjure meals that delight her family. Past failures haunt her, present inadequacies persist. And the future appears bleak. Li's mother resolves that this shall be her final meal as a chef. She is not naive. She recognizes that her family does not relish her cooking. Her desire for them to experience her culinary creation stems from a longing to hear the insincere praise of mother's skills have improved, and to witness their faces light up with excitement and relief after finishing the meal, as if they have been reborn in joy. Yet, if her family does not appreciate her efforts, why should she impose her passion upon them? Though Li Xiaojiao's sudden frothing and unconsciousness may not be directly linked to the meal, there exists an underlying causal relationship. Li's mother does not wish for her hobby to inadvertently harm her family. Thus, starting today, she resolves to cultivate a new passion. She has heard that her sister-in-law's tea art is also exceptional. Perhaps she could acquire a set of tea utensils tomorrow and refine her sensibilities under her sister-in-law's tutelage. Feeling her emotions stabilize and her strength return, she hastily rises and makes her way toward Li Xiaojiao's room. Li's father and Li Xiaojia remain oblivious to the fact that, through a twist of fate, the greatest obstacle in their lives has simply vanished. If Li Xiaojiao were to learn of this occurrence, she would likely leap with joy. Yet, can this truly be deemed mere coincidence? Under extreme stress, one may indeed experience dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and even fainting. However, frothing at the mouth is not a symptom that arises solely from anxiety. Li's father gently lays his precious daughter upon the bed, tucking her in with care, silently reflecting, "My dear daughter, in order to endure this meal, I must resort to this desperate measure. It is for the benefit of both you and me. Sacrificing you brings happiness to us both." Indeed, it was after Li Xiaojiao finished her chicken soup that her father, in secret, struck a specific acupoint on the back of her head. This explains the earlier heart-stopping scene. At this moment, the orchestrator of the event, Li's father, wore a sly smile. With such a turn of events, who could possibly focus on their meal? Everything was under his control. One could say that he spared no effort to avoid having to eat that one bite. Just as he intended to return, he noticed Li's mother hastily approaching. "Is Xiaojiao all right?" she inquired softly. Li's father embraced her and gently reassured, "There is nothing to worry about. I have just carefully examined her with my spiritual energy, and she is fine. After a good night's sleep, she will be as lively as ever by tomorrow." "Darling." Li's mother suddenly began to sob softly. "It's all my fault. The dishes I prepared were so unpalatable, and yet you both had to eat them. It is entirely my mistake." "Not at all. Who says my wife's cooking is bad? It is quite delicious," Li's father replied, lowering his voice, speaking against his conscience. He feared that speaking too loudly might attract the attention of the heavens, bringing down thunder to strike him. After all, it is only human to feel uneasy when telling a lie, especially one of such grand deceit. "Do not deceive me." Li's mother feigned to glare at him. "If it's truly good, why do you not eat? You always find ways to trick me. However, even if you wish to eat, you will not be able to anymore. I shall never cook again," she declared. "Really?" Li's father nearly leapt with excitement. Even the unconscious Li Xiaojiao seemed to stir slightly, suggesting she would have pleasant dreams tonight. Li's father began to doubt his own ears. Was this a slice of heaven falling into his lap? Such a casual action of his had yielded such splendid results. The fainting of Li Xiaojiao was truly worth it. He felt that even if he had inadvertently struck her too hard, rendering her a fool, he would still come out ahead. Indeed, it was a substantial profit. "You appear quite pleased," Li's mother remarked, her tone somewhat somber. Li's father quickly masked his expression, lest his joy turn to sorrow. "Pleased? How could I be? I merely think it is a waste of life for someone as beautiful, capable and hardworking as my wife to spend so much time on cooking, something anyone can do. Therefore, I wholeheartedly support your decision." Upon hearing this, Li's mother felt a bit of relief in her heart. Li's father had initially intended to express that cooking was her hobby, a significant sacrifice she made for them, but he swallowed the words. He feared that saying such a thing might cause her to change her mind. "Then, dear husband, how about I learn the art of tea?" Li's father thought to himself that brewing tea should pose no problem, and he readily replied, "Of course. Whatever you wish to learn, I will support you." Upon returning home, Qin Yu and Li Jingtong were greeted by a table laden with an array of dishes. As Qin Yu leaned in for a closer inspection, he noticed an assortment of dark-hued delicacies encircling a large bowl of a mysterious green liquid. His aunt's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. He could not discern the ingredients of the dishes at all. With a sheepish smile, he thought to himself how fortunate he and Li Jingtong had dined out earlier that evening. Unfazed, Li Jingtong chimed in, "Brother Yu, would you like to sample my mother's cooking?" Qin Yu, feeling quite full, politely declined, saying, "Perhaps not. I've had enough to eat." "Oh, come on, Brother Yu. My mother prepared this just for you. Normally, she only makes a few dishes, but today she has outdone herself." Casting a glance at Li Jingtong, Qin Yu mused internally. "Young man, you are playing with fire. Do you not realize that?" Chapter 145. Hearing the commotion, Li's parents emerged. "Xiaoyu, I suggest you skip the food. My cooking isn't exactly the finest," Li's mother remarked with a self-deprecating laugh. It seemed that the moment she had given up on her culinary ambitions, she had ceased to care about the outcome. In simpler terms, she had come to terms with it. "Since it was specially made for me, I must at least give it a try, even if I end up overindulging." After all, Li Zhengdong had just made a compelling case, and as a guest, it would be rather impolite not to sample what the host had prepared. With chopsticks in hand, Qin Yu surveyed the array of dark dishes, finding it quite difficult to muster the courage to take a bite. What on earth were these made from? What kind of heat is required to char them so thoroughly? In the end, he arrived at the same conclusion as Li's father. "Haha, Andy, this soup looks quite appealing. I shall start with that." At least the soup still fell within the realm of edible. "Once you're full, you needn't eat anymore, Xiaoyu," Li's mother cautioned, wanting to prevent any further culinary mishaps in light of Li Xiaojiao's previous experience. However, Li Jingtong had already procured an empty bowl and ladled some soup for Qin Yu. "Brother Yu, your taste is impeccable. This is my mother's signature dish. Something like pearl and jade soup. The name isn't important. Just try it. The flavor is absolutely delightful." Qin Yu shot Li Jingtong a glare, thinking, "You'll be the one crying later." Accepting the bowl, he gazed into its contents, green, viscous, resembling an unappetizing concoction. What kind of scientific marvel must have gone into making this? Deciding to close his eyes and block out the sight, Qin Yu gently scooped a small taste from the rim of the bowl and savored it. It was sticky, slippery, and overwhelmingly sweet, akin to sipping honeyed mucus. "How is it?" Li's mother asked, her tone tinged with anxiety. Qin Yu smacked his lips, took another sip, and remarked, "It's not bad. At least it's better than the complimentary dishes from the Xiantian sect." A glimmer of hope sparkled in Li's mother's eyes. "However, it seems that the dish did not reach its full potential. It appears that, dear aunt, your culinary skills are still in need of refinement. My assessment is that you possess a certain innate talent for cooking, and with more practice, the flavors will undoubtedly improve. Additionally, Tongzi has an exceptional palate for discerning flavors. After you have perfected the dish, you might allow him to sample it and provide you with feedback, which would undoubtedly benefit your culinary journey immensely." Li Mu's heart blossomed with joy as the flickering flame of hope within her reignited with renewed vigor. In stark contrast, Li Fu was engulfed in despair. His eyes filled with anguish, as if he had plunged once more into the abyss of sorrow. He harbored a fervent desire to silence Qin Yu's words. "Please, I implore you to cease." Li Zhengtong stood frozen, taken aback by the unexpected backlash. Qin Yu cast a triumphant glance at Li Zhengtong as if to say, "You want me to drink soup? I shall ensure that you must drink it every time you return home henceforth." Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, his words inflicted deep pain upon Li Fu, as he was unaware that Li Mu had already resolved to abandon her culinary endeavors. This was merely a personal affront aimed at Li Zhengtong, with others caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, Qin Yu inadvertently offered a glimmer of hope to the others, suggesting that Li Mu's skills would improve with practice. If Li Fu can grasp this point and leverage it wisely, it may result in Li Mu only cooking when Li Zhengtong is home. The crux lies in whether Li Fu can recognize this potential. "Quickly, Xiaotong, you must taste the soup your mother has made and see if it is palatable." Li Zhengtong, caught off guard by the rapid turn of events, realized that perhaps it was indeed wiser to remain humble. He braved the moment, scooping a small spoonful of soup and cautiously sipping it. only to contort his face in distaste. He would rather consume 10 bowls of plain tofu pudding than endure another sip of this soup. How is it? Li Mu asked with eager anticipation. Li Zhengtong furrowed his brow, delicately responding, everything else is acceptable, but it is a bit too sweet. Mother. How much sugar did you add? Sugar? Li Mu replied, astonished. I did not add any sugar. This is chicken soup. Why would I put sugar in it? She took a small spoonful herself, grimacing as she tasted it, then picked up a piece of dark, candied sweet potato to sample. Once she swallowed the food, her embarrassment surfaced as she sheepishly admitted, I apologize. I must have confused the salt with the sugar. She then muttered to herself. No wonder I couldn't achieve the proper caramelization while preparing the sweet potatoes. Despite my efforts, it wouldn't pull into strands. It turns out I used salt instead of sugar. The room fell silent, everyone at a loss for words. Qin Yu internally lamented that given the soup's sweetness, had it been salt, it would have been utterly unbearable. In comparison, the sweetness from sugar was far less offensive. Qin Yu felt profoundly fortunate. Shortly thereafter, Mother Li retrieved a small notebook from her spatial ring and diligently inscribed, Entry 1388, Be cautious not to confuse salt with sugar. Qin Yu cast his gaze upon the notebook and was astonished to discover that its cover bore the title, Culinary Precautions. Dear wife, did we not agree that we would refrain from cooking henceforth? Mother Li shot a glance at Father Li. Did you not hear shall you proclaim my culinary talent? If I do not cook, would that not be a waste? But do you not wish to learn the art of tea as well? Father Li attempted to negotiate further. It matters not. I can simultaneously learn to cook and study tea. If Sinmei can manage it, so can I. Just imagine. One day I shall prepare a grand feast for you, while brewing tea on the side. How blissful it will be for you. Father Li sensed that this was an unfavorable beginning. In despair, he cast a glance at Li Xiaozhao's room, reflecting that perhaps he had been too lenient this time. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Li Xiaozhao awoke with exuberance, bounding to Father Li's side. Father, I had a dream last night. Guess what I dreamed about? Father Li lifted his eyelids to glance at Li Xiaozhao, then sighed, You dreamed that your mother decided never to cook again. Li Xiaozhao gasped in astonishment. Father, how did you know? Because it was merely a dream. At the dining table, Father Li addressed Li Zhengtong. Your cousin is likely to arrive in Wusheng City by noon. When he does, you should go greet him. Afterwards, you both will proceed to the family assembly hall, where I and your uncles will be waiting. For days, I have listened to your third uncle extolling the virtues of that elixir. My ears are nearly calloused from it. This time, when your cousin returns, we shall witness it for ourselves. Understood, Father. Chapter 146. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong practiced diligently until noon. Estimating that the time had come, they set off together towards the city gate. The two ordered a pot of premium Wu Dao tea at a small tea house on the east side of the gate, sipping tea while awaiting the arrival of Li Zhengtong's cousin. Yet, their waiting extended into an hour. Why has he not arrived yet? Was it not said he would be here by noon? Li Zhengtong expressed his impatience. Having consumed a considerable amount of tea, he now felt a pressing need to relieve himself, yet no restroom was in sight. Why not go behind a tree? Isn't that how others manage? Qin Yu suggested. That is unacceptable. Li Zhengtong shook his head resolutely. I am the eldest son of the Li family. Everyone in Wusheng City knows who I am. If I were to be discovered relieving myself in public, it would be an immense disgrace. Qin Yu realized that Li Zhengtong still harbored a concern for his image in Wusheng City. Then you could simply go home. It is not far from here. That too is not an option. You do not know my cousin. What if I miss him? The flesh on Li Zhengtong's face quivered slightly in distress. Those who frequently experience an urgent need to urinate are well aware that when the sensation reaches a certain threshold, uncontrollable shivers may ensue. If he misses it, so be it. Your cousin is not unfamiliar with the path home. Is he not capable of returning on his own? Yet that simply will not do. Should he arrive in the city only to find that no members of the Li family have come to greet him, he would miss out on the warmth of familial affection, which could undermine the unity of our clan. Qin Yu remarked, though the Li family is peculiar, they do uphold a number of traditions. Therefore, I have a suggestion. He lowered his voice and continued. You could channel your spiritual energy to redirect your urine back into your bloodstream, allowing it to evaporate as sweat. This might temporarily alleviate your discomfort. Really? Is that feasible? Is it documented in any texts? Li Zhengtong inquired, his surprise evident. It seems that brother Yu has a wealth of ideas. Qin Yu shook his head. No. I just made that up, but theoretically, it should work. You could give it a try. Upon realizing it was merely Qin Yu's fabrication, Li Zhengtong hesitated to attempt it. He tightly crossed his legs and said, No worries, brother Yu. I can hold on a little longer. Qin Yu poured himself another cup of tea from the teapot. Brother Yu, please stop pouring. The sound of rushing water is making me uneasy. Qin Yu retorted, Serves you right. Who told you to drink so much water? After a brief silence, Li Zhengtong spoke up, Brother you mentioned that the great wilderness kingdom is quite chaotic. Do you think my cousin will return safely? What are you implying? Qin Yu sipped his tea. I mean to say that in our relatively secure Liang kingdom, venturing far can be perilous, let alone in a place like the great wilderness, which is nearly devoid of order. When we traveled to the great wilderness, it was with my second uncle and cousin. This time, he is alone on his return journey, which is fraught with danger. It is possible that after sending his letter, he might fall victim to robbery. Qin Yu nodded, for he was most qualified to speak on such matters. His previous incarnation had met with his demise at the hands of bandits while en route to the Hundred Sect. The Liang kingdom enjoys a reasonable level of security, yet it cannot eradicate the bandits and mountain thieves, especially in the notoriously chaotic Great Wilderness Kingdom. Li's father had calculated that Li Zhengtong's cousin would return around noon based on the time of his departure, but this was not necessarily accurate. Although Li Zhengtong's cousin is a cultivator and likely travels via a safer flying vessel or accompanies a trading caravan, traversing two nations remains an inherently hazardous endeavor. Li Zhengtong continued, thus, I was pondering whether my cousin might have been delayed by some circumstance and may not return today. Perhaps we should head back for now. Of course, robbery would be a mild fate in such a tumultuous place. Anything could occur in the great wilderness. Are you suggesting that your cousin might already be dead? Li Zhengtong nodded. Brother you, while that is indeed the implication, your wording is rather blunt. Qin Yu replied, I did not speak. That remark was not mine. Li Zhengtong exclaimed in surprise, lifting his head to behold a young man clad in a dusty white robe, intently staring at him beside the tea table. Cousin, you have finally returned. Li Zhengtong rejoiced, for he could now return home to relieve himself. His cousin cast a mournful glance at him, remarking, had I not returned, you might very well have begun to dig my grave, wouldn't you? Li Zhengtong chuckled awkwardly, a hint of guilt in his tone as he responded, how could that be? Others may be unaware of your prowess, but I certainly am not. Who would dare to rob you? Even those petty bandits on the road. His cousin poured a cup of tea and drank it down with satisfaction. The taste of our tea is indeed delightful. With a generous spirit, he forgave Li Zhengtong, patting his shoulder with his dusty hands and laughing heartily. I heard from your second uncle that you have joined the Hundred Sect. You truly bring honor to our Li family. Li Zhengtong humbly replied, I am merely a lowly servant disciple, not worthy of such praise. Such a statement is erroneous. His cousin said with a smile, the Hundred Sect is a revered place that all cultivators aspire to. You must seize this opportunity, even if your talent may not elevate you to the ranks of the elite. Forming a good rapport with any elder within the sect could allow our Li family to thrive in Wishing City. Having spent a year and a half navigating the treacherous landscape of the Great Wilderness Kingdom, his cousin understood the significance of connections. The Hundred Sect, after all, represented the pinnacle of networking. By the way, you have been in the Hundred Sect for half a year now. Have you encountered any outer sect elders? He inquired. His cousin assumed that as a mere servant disciple, Li Zhengtong would have little access to the esteemed inner sect elders, hoping instead that he might have met an outer sect elder. Li Zhengtong pondered for a moment. I believe I have only met one outer sect elder, Elder Wang Yingjun, who organized activities. However, I have encountered several inner sect elders, the first elder, the second elder, the third elder, the sixth elder, and the ninth elder, 5 in total. You have met 5 of the 12 great elders of the Hundred Sect? His cousin was taken aback. The 12 grand elders were renowned figures in the realm of cultivation, and for Li Zhengtong to have met 5 of them in merely 6 months was astonishing. His cousin couldn't help but silently scoff. Are the 12 grand elders merely cabbages by the roadside, so easy to encounter? Come, cousin, let us converse as we walk. Li Zhengtong urged, unable to contain himself any longer, feeling that he might burst. How did you come to meet those 5 elders? Was it due to some activities organized by the sect? His cousin inquired. As Li Zhengtong walked, he remarked, I encountered the second elder during the sect selection, while I met the third, sixth, and ninth elders while performing cleaning duties. The grand elder, however, was someone I crossed paths with a few days ago when I, along with Brother Yu, got into trouble and was apprehended by the enforcement team. Chapter 147. At this point, Li Zhengtong suddenly remembered that he had yet to introduce his cousin. Cousin, allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Yu, a friend of mine from the Zuanyangong. Brother Yu, this is my cousin, Li Tian. Greetings. Ah, so you were Tongzi's friend. I initially thought you were the doorman arranged for him by the family. Qin Yu retorted, doorman? How dare you? Have you ever seen such a dapper doorman as I? Qin Yu sensed that Li Tian was treading a perilous path. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation returned to the topic of the elders. Li Zhengtong shrugged and said, encountering these lofty elders is of little use. We know them, yet they do not know us. Such a notion is misguided. Li Tian interjected. In the realm of cultivation, fate and karma are paramount. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to share a boat and 100 years to share a bed. For the vast majority of menial disciples, they may never set eyes upon these inner sect elders in their lifetime. Yet, in merely half a year, you have met 5 of them. This undeniably signifies a certain fortune. Moreover, time is on your side. After a mere acquaintance, you will have the opportunity to serve them, and through that service, the chance to gain their favor will arise. Patience is key. There is no need to rush. Tongzi, do not be hasty. Even if you are anxious, there is no need to sprint so quickly. If I do not hurry, I may very well soil my trousers. The mere thought of Li's young master embarrassing himself on the street spurred Li Zhengtong to quicken his pace. Cousin, let Tongzi go ahead. He is in dire need. Qin Yu chuckled. Very well then, Tongzi, you may return first. Li Tian slowed his pace, walking alongside Qin Yu. Your name is Qin Yu, correct? Since you were Tongzi's friend, may I call you Yuzi? Qin Yu replied, Cousin, please just call me Xiao Yu. Haha, very well. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tian suddenly said, Xiao Yu, do you think I am overly eager for Tongzi to find a supporter, which might appear rather cowardly? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu remained silent. He indeed sensed that Li Tian's perspective might be somewhat one-dimensional. Li Tian reminded him of those elders from his previous life who had navigated through the world with much experience, dispensing advice on how to thrive in adulthood. Their rhetoric was impressive, yet upon inquiry, one would discover they earned a meager salary of 3,000 a month. This cousin immediately spoke of currying favor with the elders and seeking their support. Yet, as mere menial disciples, they had to exert themselves to leave even a slight impression on the elders, let alone aspire to gain their favor. To put it plainly, why would anyone allow you to cling to their leg? What extra appendage do you possess? Listening to Li Tian continue, he remarked, When I first arrived in the Great Wasteland, I believed that relying on others was an act of cowardice. A cultivator should stand on their own, and once one becomes powerful, respect from others will naturally follow. However, I later realized that this perspective was profoundly misguided. Human talent is inherently limited. No one can ascend to greatness in a single bound. In times of weakness, one must seek the support of stronger forces to thrive. My sect holds a respectable position within the Great Wasteland Nation. While not omnipotent, it is certainly a first-rate power. Within my sect, those who align themselves with a certain elder or have the backing of a powerful faction are treated with utmost courtesy by all disciples. They are first to select resources and choose their quotas for secret realms. At this point, Li Tian clenched his fist slightly, saying, As for someone like me, devoid of power and influence, even with decent talent, I can only scrape by with the leftovers, perpetually lagging behind others. This underscores the significance of having a strong backing. Just from a few words, Qin Yu could sense the brutality of the Great Wasteland Nation. Clearly, Li Tian's circumstances there were far from favorable, and he had come to understand these truths only after enduring numerous hardships. In Xintian sect, or in Liang Nation, there are established systems in place. Even outer sect elders cannot casually bully lowly servant disciples. The institutional framework of the sect serves as the greatest support for all. In contrast, the Great Wasteland is a primal world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong reign supreme, highlighting the importance of having a solid foundation. Qin Yu mused that once he became formidable, perhaps he could also venture into the Great Wasteland to relish its offerings. After all, in the Great Wasteland Nation, strength is paramount. The survival of the fittest is a calamity for the weak, yet a playground for the strong. However, the Great Wasteland isn't entirely lawless. Otherwise, Li Tian would not have survived to this day. With a hint of contradiction, Qin Yu said, Cousin, the Great Wasteland and Liang Nation differ in many ways. Wherever one is, one must adapt to the local rules. If in the Great Wasteland one needs to find a backing, then why don't you seek one, cousin? Li Tian tightened his grip, responding, I wish I could, but as a citizen of Liang Nation, I possess no power or influence there. How could I find a backing? Qin Yu replied, in a calm tone, If I were a strong ally, my first principle in seeking subordinates would not be their place of origin, but rather their utility to me. If they are of no use, why would I bother? If they are beneficial, does their origin truly matter? The crux lies in whether they can provide value. Li Tian suddenly halted, lost in contemplation. A cultivator must indeed establish themselves as the foundation. To seek a backing, one must possess the qualifications to do so, mustn't they? Qin Yu's musings were perhaps mere theoretical discourse. He was uncertain of their validity. Perhaps, placed in the environment of the Great Wasteland, he would fare no better than Li Tian. However, he was merely expressing his innermost thoughts. In the realm of cultivation, one must be grounded in oneself. When faced with peril, the only reliable support is oneself. Others remain perpetually others. Li Tian contemplated the notion of gaining strength through forming alliances, which is not without merit. Yet, he has somewhat inverted the essence of the matter. Forming alliances is merely a means to an end, while the ultimate objective remains personal growth. The paths of alliance and self-strengthening are distinct, and traversing both is the rule of the great wilderness. After a brief moment, Li Tian unclenched his tightly held fist and suddenly smiled, saying, "Let us not dwell on this. I perceive that Tongzi's fortune is rather promising. What is his current cultivation level?" "He has attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement." "The pinnacle of Qi refinement?" Li Tian exclaimed in astonishment. "Is Tongzi truly so formidable?" After a year and a half of cultivation, he had only managed to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. "Xiaoyu, what about your cultivation?" Li Tian mused that someone of Li Zhengtong's caliber must be exceedingly rare, surely. The Xiantian sect could not be so extraordinary that a mere half-year disciple would surpass him, a formal disciple who had diligently practiced for 2.5 years. Then, he heard Qin Yu calmly state, "I too have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement." Chapter 148. Li Tian was instantly dumbfounded, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle. He had always believed that a sect holds a certain influence over cultivators, though not overwhelmingly so. The true determinants of a cultivator's prowess are innate talent and relentless effort. Thus, he steadfastly adhered to the philosophy of preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. Consider a disciple with inferior spiritual roots. Within the Xiantian sect, they could only serve as a menial worker, performing various tasks, while in lesser sects, they might be regarded as formal disciples. Free from labor and receiving guidance and cultivation, potentially even obtaining more resources than menial workers of the Xiantian sect. In such scenarios, their cultivation level in the Xiantian sect might even be inferior to that in smaller sections. This realization was why he had immediately advised Li Zhengtong to forge connections and seek alliances, as he perceived this to be Li Zhengtong's only advantage within the Xiantian sect. Yet, it was only at this moment that Li Tian comprehended the magnitude of his error. The tail of a phoenix is still a phoenix. While the head of a chicken remains merely a chicken, there exists an insurmountable chasm between the two. If one's origins are lacking, does effort truly bear fruit? Li Tian fell into deep contemplation. Speaking of which, if I exceed the age limit, will the Xiantian sect still accept me? I would even be willing to clean the latrines. Qin Yu, aware that Li Tian might have misunderstood something, chose not to clarify. If someone dares to label me Qin as a mere gatekeeper, I shall demonstrate my resolve today. Qin Yu's philosophy in life, to repay enmity immediately. If that is not feasible, then a gentleman's revenge is a debt best settled after 10 years. Cousin, you have been cultivating for nearly 2 years now. Are you not on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage? Qin Yu inquired deliberately. Li Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. Cultivation requires a solid foundation. It emphasizes the principle of accumulating strength before unleashing it. Do you understand the significance of this? Allow me to impart a lesson. The bamboo takes 4 years to grow a mere few inches, yet in its 5th year, it can soar over 10 meters in a single day. Why is this so? It is because, during those 4 years, it fervently develops its roots, establishing a solid foundation. The same principle applies to cultivation. I shall explain. A rapid pace of cultivation is not necessarily advantageous. Laying a firm foundation is paramount. Do you comprehend? Qin Yu, I understand. So, this explains why you, cousin, have been cultivating for 2.5 years yet have not surpassed our 6 months of training. Li Tian, with a furrowed brow, emphasized, I have only practiced for 1.5 years. Qin Yu, my apologies for the misstatement. When do you plan to establish your foundation? Cousin? Qin Yu sensed that Li Tian remained in the Qi refinement stage, and he appeared somewhat weaker. Upon hearing Qin Yu's inquiry, Li Tian, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, replied, I shall prepare to establish my foundation after I break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Reaching the 8th layer of Qi refinement is commendable. Qin Yu nodded earnestly, devoid of any mockery. His and Li Zhengtong's current cultivation levels were entirely reliant on the bountiful fish bestowed by nature. Had it not been for that fish, Qin Yu was confident he would have achieved the consummate level of Qi refinement in 1.5 years. Yet it was likely that Li Zhengtong would not surpass Li Tian's prowess. In truth, for the vast majority of cultivators, being able to establish a foundation after 2.5 years of cultivation is already impressive. Some may never attain this stage in their lifetime. Take Xiaoxi, for instance. Despite practicing in the highly resource-rich Xiantian sect and utilizing the most elite techniques, he barely reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement after 6 months. The further one progresses in the Qi refinement stage, the greater the difficulty of breakthroughs and the longer the required cultivation time. Without the aid of elixirs, Xiaoxi would likely belong to the category of those who could not establish a foundation even after 2.5 years. As Qin Yu assessed Li Tian's talent, he was unexpectedly surprised to discover that Li Tian possessed a superior spiritual root. With such an aptitude, attaining the 8th layer of Qi refinement in 1.5 years is noteworthy. It appears that his circumstances in the great wilderness country are even more challenging than Qin Yu had imagined. Upon reaching the entrance of the Li residence, they spotted Li Jingtong, who awaited them with a beaming countenance. "Cousin Yugu, you are quite slow. Let us proceed to the family assembly hall. The elders are waiting there, eager to witness the effects of the elixirs you brought back from the great wilderness country." "Very well, let us head directly there." Li Tian responded with a smile. "I exerted considerable effort and utilized all my connections to procure this elixir, nearly exhausting my resources to obtain it. However, in comparison to the elixir's effects, it is undoubtedly worth the investment." Li Tian's confidence returned to his visage. "So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? Once I consume this elixir, I shall certainly hold my own against you. Is it truly that remarkable?" Li Jingtong inquired with curiosity. "Cousin, what effects does this elixir possess?" "Do not be in haste. Once we arrive at the assembly hall, all shall be revealed. However, I advise you to prepare yourselves mentally in advance, lest you be taken aback." Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Qin Yu, as an alchemist, felt an overwhelming curiosity. What could this elixir be? That it might surpass even his own creations? Before long, the trio arrived at the assembly hall, where all the powerful figures of the Li family had gathered. They had been waiting here for over an hour, neglecting even their midday meal. Yet, for them, they had transcended the mundane need for sustenance. Cultivators at the Golden Core stage no longer required nourishment to sustain life. They dined merely to satisfy their appetites or to relish the warmth of family gathered around the dining table. Much like some solitary elders from various sects, they would only indulge in a meal when the craving struck. Li Tian approached the center of the assembly hall and bowed respectfully to the elders. "I, Li Tian, pay my respects to my great-uncle, second uncle, third uncle, the family head, and my father." The entire Li family had assembled to witness the famed elixir. After completing his salutations, Li Tian's father, also an alchemist of the Li family, smiled and said, "Little Tian, do not be overly formal. It is good to have you back. Show us the elixir you mentioned." Chapter 149. Qin Yu observed that Li's father did not dismiss him, indicating that he was regarded as one of their own. Perhaps they believed he posed no threat to the Li family's plans, and it would be harmless for him to see the elixir. Qin Yu was no fool. He discerned that the Li family aimed to replicate this elixir for sale. This elixir was tantamount to a closely guarded secret for the Li family. Nevertheless, since they had not asked him to leave, Qin Yu stood alongside Li Jingtong, genuinely intrigued by this mysterious elixir. With great care, Li Tian extracted a wooden brocade box from his cosmos bag. In an instant, all eyes in the hall were drawn to this wooden box. Qin Yu and Li Jingtong, standing closest to Li Tian, felt their hearts quicken, stirred by an exhilarating sense of anticipation, as if a rare treasure were about to be unveiled. Li Tian deliberately slowed his movements, gradually opening the box to reveal an iron container within. Astonishingly, there was yet another layer inside. Everyone experienced a sensation akin to having their trousers undone, only to be presented with this. Li Tian did not intend to wrap the elixir in so many layers. It was simply due to the elixir's immense value that he felt compelled to take such precautions. Throughout the journey, Li Tian had been injecting his consciousness into the cosmos bag every few seconds, unable to shake off the unease that gripped him. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," Li's father urged. "Am I not creating a fitting atmosphere for the emergence of such a miraculous elixir?" Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Qin Yu's anticipation grew even more intense. How remarkable must this elixir be? "It's coming," Li Tian exclaimed, swiftly opening the iron box to reveal a porcelain vial nestled within. Without further ado, he uncorked the vial and poured a dark, glossy pill into his palm. All present leaned forward slightly, eager to scrutinize the pill more closely. Qin Yu and Li Jingtong exchanged glances, each pondering why this pill seemed so familiar, although it bore a resemblance to something he had seen before. Qin Yu refrained from voicing his thoughts, wary of the potential embarrassment should he be mistaken. Curiosity compelled him to draw nearer, to sense the essence of the pill. Whether it was genuine or not would soon be evident. However, considering the profound significance of this elixir to the Li family, he hesitated, conscious that an impulsive approach might be misconstrued. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently. In due time, the effects of the elixir would be revealed, and the truth would soon unfold. Li Tian's father examined the pill closely, cradling it in his palm. It appeared rather unremarkable. Could it truly possess such extraordinary effects? His unspoken concern was palpable. "Son, are you certain you haven't been deceived into purchasing a counterfeit?" Yet, Li Tian remained unwavering in his confidence. "Fear not, father. This elixir may look ordinary, but only by consuming it will you grasp its true potency. I have leveraged numerous connections and paid a handsome sum to acquire it. Rest assured, it is authentic." Li Tian's implication was clear. Patriarch and esteemed elders of the family, Do not forget to reimburse me for the cost of this elixir later. It was quite expensive. Li's father nodded in agreement, conceding, if this elixir indeed possesses the effects as claimed, then the expenditure is justified. His thoughts were straightforward. There was no hidden meaning. Meanwhile, Qin Yu stood anxiously, exasperated by the prolonged deliberation. Could you please reveal the effects of this elixir already? Suddenly, he heard his own thoughts echoed by an elderly member of the Li family who posed the exact question. Currently, only Li's father, Li Tian, and Li Tian's father were privy to the elixir's effects. The rest were only aware of its reputed potency, without understanding the specifics of its power. Xiao Tian, please elaborate on the effects of this elixir. Certainly. Li Tian gently cleared his throat and spoke slowly. This pill is known as the Celestial Grade Divine Power Pill. Upon consumption, it can enhance one's strength by nearly 5-fold during the Qi refinement stage and approximately 3-fold during the foundation establishment stage. As one's cultivation progresses, the effects will gradually diminish, ultimately vanishing by the golden core stage. Upon hearing this, all present exhibited expressions of astonishment. It was not that the effects of the pill were overly impressive, but rather that it fell short of their expectations. While an increase of 3-fold or 5-fold in strength is undeniably formidable, it is merely strong, and there exist other pills that can serve as substitutes. After all the commotion, was this all that was offered? Li Tian had anticipated this reaction. To craft a compelling narrative, one must master the technique of initial suppression followed by elevation. Esteemed elders, what I have just described is merely the most inconspicuous effect of this pill. The true potency of the Celestial Grade Divine Power Pill lies in the fact that the enhancement it provides is permanent, with absolutely no side effects. A profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 150. No side effects? Initially, Qin Yu was convinced that the Celestial Grade Divine Power Pill, which Li Tian had traveled great distances and incurred considerable expense to procure from the Great Wilderness Kingdom, was indeed the same strength-enhancing pill he had previously sold to Senior Su Mu. After all, the effects were identical. However, the strength pill was notorious for its obvious side effects. The assertion that this new pill bore no side effects left Qin Yu momentarily uncertain. Could it be that his pill had been improved by an alchemist from the Great Wilderness, eliminating the transformation into a gorilla that accompanied its use? If such a feat was achieved, something even the head of the 100 Medical Hall had failed to accomplish, Qin Yu felt compelled to visit that alchemist in the Great Wilderness Kingdom once his own strength had grown. Perhaps the troublesome issues surrounding his own alchemy could finally be resolved. Joy filled Qin Yu's heart. There truly are remarkable individuals in the Great Wilderness Kingdom. Is it genuinely devoid of any side effects, and the effects are indeed permanent? Questioned an incredulous elder from the Li family. Absolutely, Li Tian replied with confidence. Despite this, many remained skeptical. They found it difficult to believe that a pill capable of quintuple strength enhancement, with permanent effects and no side effects, could exist. Such a concept surpassed their understanding of reality. Li Tian's father interjected with a smile, Little Tian, why not demonstrate the effects to our esteemed elders now? Reproducing a pill without knowledge of its formula requires substantial human, material, and financial resources, along with a series of analytical experiments and a touch of luck for success. Moreover, Li Tian's father was a 5th-tier alchemist, and since the Celestial Grade Divine Power Pill was a low-tier pill, there remained hope for its replication. However, all of this depended on the family's financial backing. Li Tian's father, with this action, sought to showcase the potency of the elixir to all the power holders of the Li family, emphasizing its paramount significance to their clan, thereby garnering greater support in terms of manpower and financial resources. As for the fact that Li Tian brought back only a single Celestial Grade Divine Power Pill, which would be consumed upon use, it was merely a matter of procuring more should the funds be sufficient. After all, spending a bit more money was a trivial concern. The essence lay in persuading everyone with tangible results. Father, that is certainly not an issue. Li Tian responded with a smile as he glanced at Li Zhengtong and Qin Yu. However, mere observation might not suffice to convey the effects clearly. It would be more illustrative if I were to engage in a spar with Xiao Tong or Xiao Yu, wouldn't it? Very well. Li Tian's father replied, Xiao Tong. Xiao Yu, who among you is willing to spar with Xiao Tian? Li Zhengtong promptly whispered to Qin Yu, Brother Yu, why don't you take this one? My foundation is unstable, and I can only muster the strength of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. If cousin consumes the elixir, I would undoubtedly be no match for him. Nonsense. Qin Yu shot him a glare. Just because your foundation is shaky, does that mean mine is solid? You are merely slightly stronger than I am. What is there to fear? He has an elixir, but we have plenty more? Qin Yu retrieved 3 silk pouches from his spatial bag, stating, This is a foolproof strategy one prepared for you in advance, ensuring your victory. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong said. His face clouded with worry. If I consume that strength pill, my image within the Li family will be tarnished. Do not fret, Qin Yu reassured him. You never had an image to begin with. Besides, what do cultivators value most? It is their strength. People will only remember the defeated's disheveled appearance. As long as you emerge victorious, no one will care about your looks. How many times have I told you to discern what is truly significant? Li Zhongtong inquired. Is that really the case? Qin Yu affirmed with conviction. When have I, Qin, ever deceived you? Li Zhongtong was nearly convinced, yet upon witnessing Qin Yu's fervent expression, he felt a flicker of doubt. After a moment of silence, he weakly countered. Brother Yu, then why don't you participate? Nonsense. Transforming into a gorilla? I wouldn't he find it embarrassing? Does the esteemed Qin Yu not care for his image? Although he thought this, Qin Yu felt compelled to encourage Li Jingtong. I could participate if necessary, it matters little to me. However, this is a splendid opportunity to make an impression before the elders of the Li family. If I were to defeat cousin, it would merely be a matter of showing my face. Yet, if you seize this chance, it could significantly enhance your standing in their eyes. They would realize that even with the elixir, Li Tian is no match for you, the prodigy of the Xiantian sect, which would greatly benefit your prospects of becoming the head of the Li family. Alas, I, Qin, relinquish such a golden opportunity, yet some fail to appreciate it. Ah. The world declines, and sincere hearts are hard to come by. Li Zhongtong was moved to tears. At this juncture, Yugo continues to consider my well-being. His kindness towards me is truly remarkable. I feel utterly wretched for doubting that he might be embarrassed, which prompted him to allow me to participate. Li Zhongtong curses himself for not adequately appreciating Yuji's generosity. Moments later, a throng of people arrived at the Li family's martial arts arena. After ushering out all the clan members, Li Tian confidently stepped onto the stage. Do not fear, remember the 3 strategies I provided you. Open them in sequence and victory is assured, Qin Yu advised. Understood, you go. Li Zhongtong diligently committed every word of Qin Yu to memory. Go forth. Do not bring shame to the Zuaniangong. Yes, Li Zhongtong shouted as he charged forward. Li's father and the other elders of the Li family were seated in an orderly fashion in the audience. Meanwhile, Qin Yu assumed the role of commentator for the match. Commencing the report, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the match between Li Zhongtong, the sole scion of the Li family to join the Zhantiangong in a century, and Li Tian. Both contestants are to adhere to the principle of prioritizing the contest over life itself, showcasing their skills without restraint. I hereby declare the match officially commenced. Ah! Li Zhongtong exclaimed as he rushed towards Li Tian. Unfazed, Li Tian summoned his spiritual energy, opting for a direct confrontation with Li Zhongtong. Since the purpose was to test the efficacy of the medicinal pill, it was essential to first demonstrate their pre-consumption strength. The two collided shoulder to shoulder, each taking half a step back. Their initial clash was evenly matched. Li Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Was he truly at the peak of Qi refinement? Is that all? Qin Yu, under the guise of commentary, elucidated for the elders of the Li family. In their first exchange, neither participant gained the upper hand. Although Li Zhongtong possesses slightly superior cultivation, his unstable foundation and agitated aura hinder him from fully exhibiting his potential, rendering him evenly matched with Li Tian. It appears this is destined to be a fiercely contested duel. Let us keep our eyes peeled for the visual spectacle that these two competitors will deliver. The elders of the Li family observed quietly as Li Zhongtong and Li Tian engaged in their lackluster skirmish. Now, our contestant Li Tian is preparing to unleash his strength. He has consumed the medicinal pill. Will this match soon reveal a victor? The muscles of contestant Li Tian quickly swelled, his arms began to elongate, and tufts of dark hair sprouted on his face. Didn't Yu claim this pill had no side effects? Qin Yu, momentarily abandoning his commentary, directly questioned. After finally seeing a glimmer of hope, he was dismayed to witness his opponent transform into a gorilla. Li Tian scratched at the dark hair on his face. Perplexed as he inquired, this has no side effects? You've transformed into this, and you still assert it has no side effects? Astonished, Li Tian remarked that what you described is not merely a side effect, but rather an additional benefit accompanying this elixir. Personally, I perceive this supplementary effect as more practical than merely enhancing strength. Transforming into a gorilla not only eliminates the need for clothing, but also provides an opportunity to evade enemies at crucial moments, conceal one's identity, evade debts, and immerse oneself in the primal wilderness, blending seamlessly with the gorilla kin. This transformation represents the ultimate form of self-preservation. Most importantly, this form allows one to indulge in misdeeds without fear of retribution from adversaries. Qin Yu replied, if that is your perspective, I find myself at a loss for words. In Chapter 151, Qin Yu never anticipated that the singular flaw of his strength elixir would be flawlessly mitigated by the unique geographical characteristics of the Great Wilderness Kingdom. While in Liang Kingdom, one might still be concerned with appearances. In the great wilderness, where the law of the jungle prevails, strength signifies everything. As long as one can augment their power, transforming into a dog would attract little attention. This also elucidates why Qin Yu's strength elixir enjoys such immense popularity in the great wilderness. The elders of the Li family were momentarily taken aback. Even Li Tian's father appeared somewhat dazed. Previously, Li Tian had merely conveyed in his letter that this elixir could enhance strength with permanent effects, and hinted at a small surprise. However, this revelation was no surprise, it was indeed a shock. How could the beloved son they had nurtured transform instantaneously into a black gorilla? The thought of his paternal affection being directed towards a gorilla, a love that transcends species, was a notion that Li Tian's father found difficult to accept. Upon witnessing Li Tian's transformation into a gorilla, Li Zhengong no longer cared for appearances and promptly unwrapped the first pouch handed to him by Qin Yu. Inside was a strength elixir. He swallowed it whole, and his physique underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. In an instant, the pinnacle confrontation between Li Zhengtong and Li Tian evolved into a desperate struggle between two gorillas. The onlookers gasped once more upon seeing Li Zhengtong undergo the same transformation. Li Tian was astonished to discover that he too possessed a strength elixir. The elders of the Li family, having focused their attention entirely on Li Tian moments prior, had failed to notice that Li Zhengtong had also consumed an elixir. Thus, their astonishment stemmed from the revelation that this divine-grade strength elixir could not only transform oneself into a gorilla but also turn an opponent into one. Not only could it elevate one's own prowess, but it also exerted tremendous psychological pressure on adversaries, a truly wondrous elixir. Only when Li Zhengtong and Li Tian were locked in a fiercely matched struggle did the crowd realize that Li Zhengtong had, at some point, also ingested a divine-grade strength elixir. However, if Li Tian had only brought back one such elixir, from whence had Li Zhengtong acquired his? The voice of Qin Yu resounded once more. Both competitors have completed the first round of enhancements. Now, we can observe Li Zhengtong charging ahead, launching a frenzied assault on Li Tian. Li Tian evades Li Zhengtong's strikes. Wait, Li Tian's right hand is gathering power. Is he about to cast a spell? Should this spell strike Li Zhengtong, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow. Goodness, what is Li Zhengtong doing? He has seized a tuft of hair from Li Tian's face and is pulling it with force. Li Zhengtong is plucking Li Tian's hair? Although this maneuver may tarnish his image, its effectiveness is indeed remarkable. Li Tian winces in pain, his spell preparation abruptly interrupted, and in a fit of anger, he grasps at the hair atop Li Zhengtong's head. The two begin to tug at each other's hair with vigor, employing a most primitive method of combat. Remarkably, Li Zhengtong gains the upper hand, tearing a clump of hair from Li Tian's head, while Li Tian retaliates without hesitation, similarly yanking a tuft from Li Zhengtong. One wonders how their hair will fare once they revert to their original forms. In the audience, the elders of the Li family observe, dismayed, as their promising descendants resemble two gorillas engaged in a scuffle, fiercely pulling at one another's hair, their faces betraying a profound sense of helplessness. They are beginning to worry about the future of the Li family. Can they truly entrust such a vast legacy to these two? Moreover, was this competition not meant to showcase the efficacy of the elixirs? Yet, at this moment, aside from devolving into a display of primal instincts, the elders see no discernible benefits. What should have been a grand battle of cultivators has devolved into this unforeseen scenario, a situation that has evidently become unavoidable. Having only practiced cultivation for half a year, Li Zhengtong has yet to master a single spell. Faced with this predicament, were Li Tian to unleash his magic, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, Li Zhengtong charged forward, attempting to force Li Tian into a direct confrontation, leaving no opportunity for him to cast a spell. However, Li Tian's combat experience and agility far surpassed those of Li Zhengtong, who could not land a blow. As Li Tian prepared to unleash his spell, in a moment of desperation, Li Zhengtong seized a handful of hair from his opponent's face, leading to a revelation akin to discovering a new world. The battle naturally evolved into this unpredictable state, chaotic and primal. Both competitors stepped back in pain, and seeing that neither had the upper hand, Li Zhengtong swiftly retrieved the second pouch provided by Qin Yu. Within it lay a speed elixir. He flaunted it to Li Tian, declaring, "You possess but one elixir, whereas I hold two." With that, he swallowed the potion and took off running, empowered by the elixir. Li Zhengtong's speed surpassed all previous records, transforming him into a streak of black lightning upon the training grounds. This speed surely approaches the standards of foundational cultivation. The audience gasped in astonishment. In the training arena, Li Tian felt an overwhelming pressure. He was unable to grasp even a single hair on Li Zhengtong. Yet Li Zhengtong deftly circled around him, effortlessly plucking tufts of hair each time he drew near. The pain made Li Tian cry out in agony. It was a one-sided domination. Li Tian had never endured such a humiliating confrontation. Faced with this spectacle, Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. The peculiar logic of Li Zhengtong was baffling. With such speed, why not simply strike the opponent with a punch instead of tugging at their hair? A mere hair loss wouldn't be fatal. Confronted by the menacing Li Zhengtong, Li Tian could only curl up as much as possible, attempting to minimize his exposed hair. However, each time Li Zhengtong passed by, a tuft of black hair would flutter away in the wind. Soon, the skin that was exposed on Li Tian became completely bare, devoid of any hair. Ha ha ha, no hair left, not a single one. Li Zhengtong mocked as he continued to circle around. Li Tian could only grit his teeth and endure, utterly powerless against Li Zhengtong. At that moment, Li Zhengtong produced a third pouch, containing yet another pill. However, in a moment of carelessness, he dropped it, and it rolled right next to Li Tian. Li Tian's eyes brightened as he swiftly picked up the pill. Li Zhengtong, in a panic, rushed towards him, shouting, "Give me back my pill." Upon seeing the urgency on Li Zhengtong's face, Li Tian was certain that this pill was indeed something extraordinary. Just moments ago, Li Zhengtong had effortlessly beaten him while under the influence of a similar pill. Perhaps this one was the key to his turnaround. Without hesitation, Li Tian shoved the pill into his mouth. Ha ha ha, Tongzi, your hair? Li Tian's voice gradually slowed until, upon opening his mouth, it never closed again. Li Tian stood upright. Chapter 152, The Three Pouches. Qin Yu had devised a strategy based on the pills he currently possessed. The first two pouches contained a strength pill and a speed pill, enhancing the user's power and agility, thereby exerting immense pressure on the opponent. Under such duress, when the third pouch was revealed, the opponent would surely assume it contained yet another enhancement pill. At that moment, the pill fortuitously landed at the opponent's feet. Given sufficient time for contemplation, no one would dare consume a pill of uncertain origin and effects. Yet, within the heat of battle, there was no time for reflection. Particularly as Li Zhengtong lunged toward him, heaped with even more pressure, most individuals would instinctively consume the pill they had just picked up, seeking a semblance of security. The third elixir is none other than the slowing pill. Its effects are straightforward and rather brutal. Whoever consumes it becomes utterly immobilized. In light of these three elixirs, Qin Yu devised two distinct strategies. The current plan targets individuals of lesser intellect, while a secondary strategy is reserved for those of exceptional cleverness. Yes, victory, Li Zhengtong exclaimed, jubilantly circling the motionless Li Tian. Occasionally, he playfully tugged at a tuft of fur in celebration. Meanwhile, Qin Yu promptly announced the results of the contest. Li Tian had lost his combat abilities, and Li Zhengtong emerged victorious. Is it truly over? Just like that? The elders of the Li family exchanged bewildered glances from the stands, utterly perplexed by the rapid turn of events. Just moments ago, chaos reigned. Yet now a victor had been declared? The younger generation seemed to be engaging in an entirely novel form of combat. Has the nature of battle evolved to such an extent? Who among them could recall the original purpose of this competition? And what about Li Zhengtong's exuberance? Was it not merely a friendly spar? Why the incessant running about? Li Tian's father interjected with concern. What has happened to my son? And what exactly transpired here? His mind was a flurry of questions. Qin Yu clarified. Uncle, Li Tian mistakenly ingested a potion known as the slowing pill, which renders the body rigid and immobile. However, rest assured, there is no threat to his life. When will my son recover? Li Tian's father inquired, his concern palpable. Despite the transformation of his son into a different state, a father's love remains unchanged. Uncle, there is no need for concern. He will return to normal once the effects wear off, Qin Yu assured him. And when will that be? Li Tian's father pressed. Once he is able to move again. The effects will dissipate, Qin Yu responded. Let us discuss these trivial matters later. Li Tian's father regained the floor, continuing, why did Li Zhengtong also transform into a gorilla? What is the explanation for this? Qin Yu replied, in truth, the elixir that Li Tian brought back at great cost was a celestial-grade strength potion, which was procured from a senior named Su Mu of our Xiantian sect. This potion can indeed amplify one's strength up to 5-fold. But the drawback is that it transforms the user into a black gorilla. This celestial-grade strength potion was crafted by your Xiantian sect? One could say so, Qin Yu acknowledged. The Li family members found this explanation satisfactory. It was reasonable that only a sect of Xuantian's caliber could concoct such a powerful elixir. Though the potion may mar one's appearance, it could prove invaluable in life-threatening situations. Particularly, the sudden transformation into a gorilla might momentarily stun pursuers, providing a crucial opportunity to escape. If only there were a small grove to sneak into, shedding one's clothes. Who could discern whether you are a genuine orangutan or a mere pretender? Li Tian's father lamented. The Xiantian sect truly deserves its reputation as the foremost sect of the Liang Kingdom, having developed such an extraordinary elixir. Xiaoyu, do you know which esteemed individual crafted it? Since you have inquired with such earnestness, I shall reluctantly play along. Qin Yu said with a gentle cough and a bashful smile. Uncle, you have indeed posed your question to the right person. I, lacking in talent, am the very creator of this celestial-grade divine power elixir. You? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the case? Nearly by chance. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating his tacit agreement. Xiaoyu, why not collaborate? You provide the recipe, and the Li family shall handle the refinement and promotion, splitting the profits 80-20? Qin Yu graciously replied, there is no need to share the profits with me. If you desire the recipe, I will gladly divulge it. Xiaoyu, you may not yet comprehend the significance of this elixir. Rest assured, the wealth we accrue from this potion will certainly include your share, Li's father assured, thumping his chest for emphasis. Li Tian's father, fearful that Qin Yu might retract his offer, hastily inquired, what is the recipe? Qin Yu responded, the recipe is quite simple. It's me. In truth, he was unaware of the reason. But the elixirs he concocted always bore a unique quality compared to those of others. This divine power elixir was merely an enhanced version of the strength elixir. For reasons unknown, it had unexpectedly manifested this remarkable effect. This is the strength elixir? Li Tian's father exclaimed, astonished. To transform the strength elixir into such an effect, are you perhaps of a rare alchemical constitution? Qin Yu shook his head, indicating his ignorance. If it were indeed a special constitution, the system would have revealed it. Furthermore, the head of the 100 Medicine Hall had met him. If there were any abnormalities, he would have surely informed him. This matter can be discussed later. I am now keen to know if they can revert to their original forms. Li's father remained concerned about the issue of lineage. If Li Zhengtong transformed into an orangutan, could the offspring still be considered descendants of the Li family? Uncle, rest assured, there is certainly an antidote. Will this elixir affect intelligence? Li's father inquired further. What do you mean by that? Qin Yu pondered. Thinking to himself that Li Zhengtong's lack of intellect was inherent, he should not blame his elixir for that. Unexpectedly, Li's father continued, then why does Xiaodong keep running in circles at the martial arts arena, nearly exhausting himself without pausing for rest, appearing quite foolish? Qin Yu's heart sank. At the martial arts arena, Li Zhengtong, panting heavily, repeatedly called out, Brother Yu, the antidote, please give me the antidote. Chapter 153. Qin Yu then recalled that Li Zhengtong had yet to consume the antidote. A single slow pill requires the neutralization of 2 swift pills. Thus, Qin Yu retrieved another slow pill and a swift pill from his Qin Kuan bag, followed by an antidote for the strength pill. He cast the 3 pills into the training ground simultaneously. Li Zhengtong swiftly approached, opening his mouth wide to swallow all 3 pills. Soon after, the effects of the pills took hold. Li Zhengtong abruptly halted, sinking to the ground as he gasped for breath. He had returned to life. Almost immediately, the excess hair on his body shed rapidly, revealing his dark skin beneath. The black fur atop his head transformed into normal human hair. Notably, however, the tuft of hair that had been plucked by Li Tian during their altercation had not regrown. Li Zhengtong was bald in that spot, yet he had not grown stronger. Fortunately, the bald area was relatively small and not overly conspicuous. He could easily conceal it with hair from other regions. Nonetheless, Qin Yu cast a worried glance at Li Tian, who remained in a rigid state, completely devoid of hair on the back of his head. One couldn't help but wonder if Li Tian would resort to violence upon returning to his original form. Qin Yu felt compelled to remind Li Tian that intentional homicide was a crime in Liang Kingdom. Why is my son's skin so dark? Li's father inquired immediately. Uncle, this darkness is merely superficial. A rinse with water will suffice, Li Zhengtong reassured him. Hearing this, Li's father finally exhaled in relief. After resting for a while, Li Zhengtong made his way to the audience stands. As the victor, he was filled with pride, oblivious to the reality of his bald patch. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong exclaimed as he approached Qin Yu, admiration evident in his voice. Your strategy is truly remarkable. Cousin was indeed fooled. Of course. But this trick is only effective against your cousin. I shall teach you another method specifically designed to deceive the clever. Li Tian's father interjected, by the way. You should dissolve these 2 swift pills in water and administer them to Li Tian to alleviate his negative state first. Understood. Li Zhengtong accepted the pills and departed from the audience area. At that moment, Li Tian's father suddenly spoke up. Xiaoyu, why not refine a strength pill on site? As you know, I am a 5th-tier alchemist. If I could observe your refining process, perhaps I could identify the issue. Li Tian's father's demeanor and tone exuded confidence. As one of the most powerful alchemists in Wuxing City, he was skeptical of the notion that pills might vary in effectiveness from person to person. Qin Yu's ability to produce a strength pill with such unique properties must have resulted from a misstep in the process. If he could pinpoint that particular step and replicate it, he would undoubtedly succeed in deciphering the secret to the celestial grade strength pill. Finding no room for doubt, Li Tian's father believed there was no possibility that he, a fifth-tier alchemist, could not guide a mere child. Although the Xintian sect boasts many high-ranking alchemists, Li Tian's father believes that with Qin Yu's standing, he could never gain access to those esteemed masters of alchemy. Thus, this opportunity is destined for him. Once I decipher the secrets of the celestial grade divine power pill, my family will be able to mass-produce it and sell it in the vast wilderness, successfully elevating ourselves to the status of a cross-national family. Ha ha ha, Li Tian's father rejoiced inwardly, unaware that the last person to exhibit such confidence before Qin Yu was the head of the 100 Medicinal Hall. All right, then I shall thank you, uncle. Qin Yu readily accepted. Although the head of the 100 Medicinal Hall had previously failed to comprehend the reasons behind Qin Yu's abilities, this did not imply that others would be equally perplexed. Observing Li Tian's father's unwavering confidence, Qin Yu contemplated that perhaps the man possessed genuine skills. With a mindset of cautious experimentation, Qin Yu set up an alchemical furnace on the training grounds and began to skillfully concoct pills. For the low-tier strength pill, Qin Yu had long since mastered the craft, rendering the possibility of failure nearly non-existent. He methodically placed the spiritual herbs into the furnace in a specific order, continuously merging and condensing them. As the expression on Li Tian's father's face shifted from calm to serious, then to anxious and flustered, he broke into a cold sweat, ultimately regretting his earlier display of confidence. Even as the alchemy session concluded, he could not pinpoint the critical elements involved. Soon, two pills emerged, one a dark strength pill and the other a pure white small pill. What is this white pill? Li Tian's father seemed to have finally found an opportunity for redemption and hastily inquired, eager to salvage his dignity. Just as Qin Yu was about to explain the white pill, he noticed Li Tian and Li Zhengtong approaching. At this moment, Li Tian appeared quite disheveled, his clothes tattered, with patches of black hair missing from one arm, revealing dark skin beneath. His scalp bore the marks of localized hair loss, forming several pockmarks, with the back of his head being the most affected, devoid of any hair. Qin Yu inwardly sighed at Li Zhengtong's ruthless actions. This was far more damaging than a mere slap or punch, as the repercussions were lasting. This white pill has rather peculiar effects. Perhaps it would be best for Li Tian to demonstrate it, Qin Yu declared, directly handing the white pill to Li Tian. Consider it a compensation for your baldness. He thought to himself. Having just fallen for a trick, Li Tian now displayed notable hesitation and anxiety. Cousin, this is a remarkable item. You must try it, he urged, casting a wary glance at Li Zhengtong as he carefully placed the white pill in his mouth. The rich aroma, the smooth texture, and the sensation of soaring through the air instantly captivated Li Tian's palate. He felt as if he had plunged into an ocean of bananas, surrounded by delectable fruit. With an exuberant roar emanating from the depths of his very being, Li Tian leapt and bounded across the martial arts arena, overwhelmed by the exquisite taste of the white elixir. This is utterly delectable. I cannot believe such a delightful substance exists in this world. Li's father, suddenly enlightened, interjected. I have discerned the effects of this white pill. It can transform an ape into a true gorilla. I shall name it the Ancestral Restoration Pill, Qin Yu remarked. Chapter 154. This diminutive white pill possesses a subtle hint of banana flavor. For ordinary individuals, it may not evoke much sensation. Yet those transformed into gorillas find it utterly irresistible. In essence, it is akin to candy, devoid of any significant practical use. Is that truly its sole function? Li Tian's father inquired for confirmation. With a nod, Qin Yu countered, Uncle, are you aware of the flaws inherent in this elixir? Li Tian's father felt his face stiffen, wishing he could strike himself for his verbosity. Why did he have to speak so much? Nevertheless, since the younger generation had posed a question, and he had previously insisted on the live alchemical demonstration, asserting his prowess, he felt compelled to respond. To remain silent now would be too embarrassing. Thus, he stammered, well, the art of alchemy is indeed profound, encompassing many intricate matters. The situation is as such, and the issues are, well, just that. Uncle, there's no need for such rambling. If you cannot discern the issue, it is perfectly acceptable to admit it, Li Zhengtong remarked, exasperated. Li Tian's father's face flushed crimson. This was disastrous. If even Li Zhengtong could see through a charade, surely everyone else could too. What a monumental embarrassment. He cast a furtive glance around. Noting those who stifled their laughter, faces turned away. Next time he concocted pills, he vowed to deliver something truly potent. Soon, having consumed the white elixir, Li Tian rushed over, pleading, hurry, Xiao Yu, grant me another one, please. Witnessing his son's antics, Li Tian's father was incensed and swiftly delivered a couple of smacks to his son, hoping to instill some composure while simultaneously venting his own frustrations. The effect was indeed remarkable. After the reprimand, his spirits lifted considerably. Qin Yu, amused, wondered why Li Tian's reaction seemed even more pronounced than that of Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji. However, he certainly would not dispense another white elixir, as he harbored uncertainties about the consequences of excessive consumption. Cousin, you ought to consume an antidote to revert to your original form. That way, you shall no longer crave the white elixir. An antidote? Li Tian responded, perplexed. After finally acquiring this pill, why would I wish to take an antidote? Li Zhongtong inquired with confusion. Are you really planning to remain a gorilla for the rest of your life without taking the antidote? Of course, it's not for eternity. Once I ascend to the golden core stage, the benefits of this form will diminish significantly. At that point, I can simply purchase a pill to revert to my original form. Besides, isn't the purpose of acquiring this pill to gain power? Taking the antidote would render the celestial grade strength pill utterly pointless. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt he had underestimated the liberal attitudes prevalent in the great wilderness. It appeared that they truly cared little for appearances. However, upon reflection, Qin Yu began to understand. For both him and Li Zhongtong, the strength pill was not particularly valuable. They could consume it freely. Yet, for the inhabitants of the great wilderness, such a rare elixir was indeed priceless, and naturally, they would cherish this hard-earned power immensely. Older cousin, you should take the antidote first. It pains me to see you like this. When you return to the great wilderness, I will provide you with another pill. By the way, how did you come by the celestial grade strength pills? Li Tian suddenly remembered to ask. I concocted this pill myself. What you refer to as a celestial grade strength pill is merely equivalent to a strength pill in my eyes, and holds no substantial value. Really? Li Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, little you, we could collaborate in the future. We can split the profits, 70-30, with you receiving the larger share. What do you say? That sounds agreeable. I'll send you a few bottles of strength pills soon. By the way, could you also provide me with a few more of those small white pills? Li Tian chuckled. I can. But let me clarify that I still don't know the precise effects of the small white pills. If taken in excess, I cannot predict the outcome. Don't worry. I won't consume them. I'll simply sell them. Li Tian beamed, already envisioning the commotion he would cause upon returning to the great wilderness with several large vials of celestial grade strength pills, especially considering the allure of the small white pills to the gorillas. In the future, should anyone dare to provoke him, he could merely offer a small white pill as a bounty, and countless gorillas would flock to confront the offender. It was nothing short of a divine artifact for ruling the gorillas. Li Tian chuckled. Could you spare me an antidote for the strength pill? Did you not acquire an antidote when you purchased the strength pill? Li Zhongtong asked in astonishment. The antidote comes at a separate price, one I cannot afford. By the way, older cousin, Qin Yu inquired, how many spirit stones did you spend on the strength pill? 300 low-grade spirit stones. And that was a discounted price due to a connection. The antidote is even more expensive, currently being auctioned with only 2 available. And the lowest transaction price is 500 low-grade spirit stones. 300? 500? Qin Yu felt a sharp pang in his heart, nearly crying out in despair. What a loss. What a tremendous loss. He recalled that he had sold both the strength pill and the antidote to Su Mu for merely 10 low-grade spirit stones, believing he had made a significant profit at the time. As a result, that fellow quickly resold it for 800 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, in the realm of commerce, one must be as ruthless as ant fat. Compassion must be cast aside when necessary. Li's father spoke up. Xiaoyu, we could collaborate. The Li family can assist you in selling in Liang Kingdom. Your acceleration elixirs can be sold alongside. Uncle, I currently lack the necessary licenses for selling these elixirs. Selling them in Liang Kingdom would be illegal, Qin Yu delicately declined, finding a reason. It wasn't that he was unwilling to partner with the Li family, but rather that his energy was limited, preventing him from producing a substantial quantity of elixirs. Furthermore, the unique cultural environment of the Great Wilderness assured that the Great Force elixir would fetch a much higher price, leading Qin Yu to temporarily forego the market in Liang Kingdom. Very well, sighed Li's father. If you ever wish to sell in Liang Kingdom, feel free to seek me out. Certainly, Qin Yu replied. Additionally, there is another matter. On the 15th day of the first month, the City Lord's Mansion of Wuxing City will host a competition for young individuals under 20, featuring events such as alchemy, weapon forging, and array formation. The ultimate victor of each event will be rewarded with a mysterious grade magical artifact. If you, along with Xiao Tong and Xiao Tian, are interested, you can start preparing in advance. Chapter 155. Every year on the 15th day of the first month, the City Lord's Mansion of Wuxing City organizes various cultivation competitions. The purpose is to ignite the aspirations of the youth for cultivation, while also providing a platform for the younger generation of cultivators to engage and exchange knowledge, along with certain resource rewards to foster a deeper connection to their homeland. In this world, the quantity and quality of cultivators within a city fundamentally determine its prosperity. Each year, the City Lord's Mansion conducts spirit root assessments for children who have reached the appropriate age but lack the means to attempt entry into major cultivation sections. If they possess spirit roots, they receive financial support to attend selection trials at various sects or can directly join the City Lord's Mansion, practicing the governmental techniques of Liang Kingdom. Whichever path they choose serves as a shortcut for those from ordinary families to rise above their circumstances. Qin Yu was not particularly interested in the mysterious grade magical artifacts. With 100,000 contribution points in his possession, acquiring such artifacts would be a mere formality. What piqued his interest was the platform for exchange and competition. Having practiced alone for 6 months, he had yet to spar with his peers. This was the perfect opportunity to gauge his own strength. Before Qin Yu could voice his thoughts, Li Zhengtong interjected, "Father, please sign me up for the array formation competition and the arena battles." "All right." Li's father nodded. The array formation competition has no levels, while the arena battles are divided into Qi refinement and foundation establishment groups. "I understand." Qin Yu inquired, "How do the arena battles work? Is it an assault and defense format?" "Not quite. The arena battles simply take place on a platform, with opponents randomly matched before the competition. The victor advances, while the defeated are eliminated, ultimately determining the final champion." "Am I not guaranteed to win?" Qin Yu inwardly rejoiced. After all, with the enhancement of the strength pill and the speed pill, who in the Qi refinement group could possibly rival him? Even if he encountered Li Zhengtong, he felt no fear, for he would not provide Li Zhengtong with any pills. The Li Zhengtong who could not transform into a gorilla posed no threat whatsoever. Seemingly perceiving Qin Yu's thoughts, Li's father cautioned, "The arena battles are determined solely by pure strength. The use of pills, weapons, formations, or spirit beasts is strictly prohibited." "Is that so?" Qin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. The competition's rules against the use of pills placed him at a disadvantage, as he had only practiced for half a year and did not possess any spells. Although Qin Yu cared deeply about winning, he would utter, "It's the participation that counts." When the odds of victory seemed slim, humans are adaptable beings, and one must learn to be flexible. "Uncle, please sign me up for both alchemy and the arena battle." "All right." Li Tian chimed in, "I will also register for alchemy and the arena battle." Qin Yu cast a surprised glance at Li Tian, not realizing he was also an alchemist. He had not previously observed any talent for alchemy in Li Tian. Given that Li Tian's father was an alchemist, it was not entirely surprising that Li Tian followed in his father's footsteps. However, before Li's father could respond, Li Tian's father exclaimed angrily, "What nonsense is this about registering for alchemy? With your skills, you wouldn't even make it past the preliminaries. You'd only bring disgrace upon us. Just sign up for the arena battle." "Fine," Li Tian replied nonchalantly, as he had little interest in alchemy anyway. "Then I shall only register you for the arena battle." Li's father reminded, "Before the competition, you must return to your original form. Otherwise, you will be deemed to have relied on pills." "All right, I will take the antidote now." Li Tian consumed an antidote, and as he watched the patches of black hair fall away from his body, he sighed, realizing that being human was indeed more comfortable. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong turned to see the latter's bald, shiny black scalp. "Hey, I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave," Li Zhengtong said with a quick farewell before hastily departing. "What is up with him? Why is he running so fast?" Li Tian chuckled. Then, he felt the eyes of everyone upon him, gazing strangely. "Is it just because I turned a bit darker? I can wash it off later. Is it really necessary for them to stare at me like that?" Li Tian mumbled in confusion. Qin Yu kindly advised, "Cousin, don't forget to wear a hat when you go out in the future." "Huh?" Li Tian quickly reached for his bald head and let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah." "Li Zhengtong, don't run away. I'm going to get you." Li Tian charged out frantically. Qin Yu chose not to follow. He had several more questions he wished to ask. "Uncle, how is the alchemy competition generally conducted, and how should I prepare? Compared to the arena battles?" Qin Yu felt that his chances of success in the alchemy competition would be greater. The competition consists of preliminary rounds and the official match. Both formats are identical, though the official contest is significantly more challenging. During the competition, the City Lord's office randomly selects an alchemical formula and provides each participant with 10 sets of medicinal materials, requiring them to concoct elixirs within a specified time frame. In the preliminary round, as long as one successfully produces a single elixir, regardless of its efficacy, they advance. Conversely, in the official match, participants are ranked according to the potency of their elixirs, if the effects are identical. The number of elixirs produced from the 10 sets of materials is compared. Qin Yu inquired, "What if I encounter a formula I have never seen before?" Laughing, Li Tian's father replied, "This is precisely the greatest challenge of the competition. For most participants, The elixirs they attempt to create are often new formulas they have never encountered before. Therefore, if you can successfully concoct an elixir, you will have already surpassed over 90% of the competitors. Typically, the preliminary round involves first-grade elixirs, while the official match features second-grade ones. Qin Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. Given that all formulas are new, it truly reflects an alchemist's skill. Consequently, he need not make any special preparations. He merely needed to solidify his foundation and practice alchemy. After clarifying his doubts, Qin Yu took his leave from the elders and returned to Li Zhengtong's residence. After searching around, he found no trace of Li Zhengtong. He wondered where he and Li Tian had gone to have fun. Qin Yu then retrieved the alchemy furnace. With the competition looming, he was determined to enhance his abilities as quickly as possible. His desire for victory was quite strong. Otherwise, he would not have resolutely sought another match after suffering 29 consecutive defeats in pursuit of that elusive triumph. Just as he was about to begin his alchemical endeavors, Qin Yu suddenly felt a tremor within his sea of consciousness. It was Wang Kai calling for him. Qin Yu was momentarily struck with the impression that Wang Kai was requesting a conversation. "What is it?" he asked, entering his sea of consciousness. He saw Wang Kai barking excitedly at his feet. "Is something wrong, Wang Kai?" Qin Yu gently patted the dog's head, soothing its agitation. "Stinky tofu immortal. Why aren't you at the sect?" "What? Wang Kai, you can speak now," Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "No, this is the translation by the greatest, most handsome, and most powerful leader of the illusory Dream Dog clan, the Great Scarface." Qin Yu replied, "I see, so there's a dog translator. Also, can you make your translations a bit more precise?" Wang Kai merely barked once, and you translated it into so many words. "Stinky tofu immortal, primarily." Sang Biao's description of me was not sufficiently accurate, so I made a few slight modifications. As the voice spoke, a large dog materialized directly within Qin Yu's sea of consciousness. The forthcoming narrative promises to be far less tedious. Chapter 156. How could you appear in my sea of souls? Upon beholding the imposing figure of the Dream Hound clan leader, resplendent with great wings, Qin Yu was taken aback. This revelation led him to perceive his sea of souls as an open expanse, accessible at will. "Oh, Tofu Sage. I have materialized this soul entity utilizing the imprint left by Sang Biao. Our Dream Hound clan excels in combined techniques, thus allowing me to communicate with you through Sang Biao's mark," the leader explained. Wang Kai, the loyal companion, nodded in agreement and eagerly licked Qin Yu's feet as a gesture of affection. "I see. Do you have matters to discuss?" Qin Yu inquired. The Dream Hound clan leader cast a glance at Wang Kai and replied, "It is Sang Biao who seeks you. I am merely a translator." Wang Kai, perplexed, gazed at the clan leader and barked, "Wang, didn't you say you were looking for my master to get tofu? How did this become my issue?" The clan leader hastily translated, "Sang Biao mentioned it sought you at your residence but could not find you. It is currently yearning for tofu and wishes to inquire about your whereabouts." Wang Kai barked in distress, "Wang, Wang, Wang. Leader, I didn't say that. Why are you misinterpreting?" Qin Yu, observing Wang Kai's frantic barking, queried, "What is the matter with Sang Biao? Why does it appear so anxious?" The Dream Hound clan leader chuckled. "It claims that its magnificent, handsome, and powerful leader, which is me, has translated accurately and is currently expressing gratitude." Wang Kai retorted, "Wang, Wang, Wang, Wang." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that Wang Kai's remarks were rather disparaging. This rascal, he thought, let Wang Kai bark freely while translating whatever he pleased. It dawned on Qin Yu why both parties in negotiations often required a translator. Unfortunately, Li Zhengtong could not enter his sea of souls. Otherwise, he would have certainly brought him along. However, the matter was trivial, merely concerning tofu. So Qin Yu proceeded with the conversation. "I am currently at Li Zhengtong's residence and will return to the sect in a few days." The Dream Hound clan leader contemplated. That despicable Li Zhengtong, daring to abduct the Tofu Sage. I must arrange for him to step in some dog waste. Sang Biao inquired, "Where are you now?" "In Wuxing City." The Dream Hound clan leader mused for a moment and declared, "That's not far at all. I shall lead the entire clan to find you." "Stop right there," Qin Yu exclaimed, startled. "What do you intend to come find me for?" "To eat tofu," as Sang Biao said. Wang Kai interjected. Qin Yu retorted, "Just a moment ago, Wang Kai was silent, and I currently lack the ingredients to make tofu. Even if you come, there will be no tofu to enjoy." Qin Yu hurriedly urged the Dream Hound clan leader to abandon this idea. If the entire Dream Hound clan proceeded to seek him out, it would surely cause an uproar among the higher-ups of the Xiantian sect. The guardian beast of the sect has been abducted. Furthermore, my stinky tofu is not complimentary. Previously, you provided me with the Xiantian token in exchange for my stinky tofu, which constituted a transaction. Of course, if you wish to withdraw all the stinky tofu you have stored to consume, I have no objections. But do bear in mind that there will be no further interest on stinky tofu in the future. A flicker of conflict flashed in the eyes of the Dreamhound clan leader. He has been yearning for the stinky tofu day and night. Yet the thought of consuming it all at once leaves him reluctant. He is akin to a miser, truly unable to part with the stinky tofu. At that moment, Wangcai's canine mind sparked. Woof woof. Leader, quickly inquire what the master requires. We can prepare in advance to exchange for stinky tofu. The Dreamhound clan leader's eyes brightened. Stinky tofu immortal, do you have any needs at present? I shall procure them for you. What I presently require, Qin Yu pondered briefly, is not particularly pressing. Wait, there is indeed something I need. I seek an offensive spell with high attack power, exceptional effects, and ease of learning, ideally tailored to align with my inherent advantages. If available, I would be willing to exchange a full portion of stinky tofu. The Dreamhound clan leader's expression turned troubled. Offensive spells are easy to find. Yet your numerous requirements render it quite a challenge for me. I must insist on additional stinky tofu. How much more? At least one more portion. Deal. Very well. I shall go in search and contact you once I find it. With that, the Dreamhound clan leader's form dissipated, and Wangcai logged off to slumber. Qin Yu felt elated. Acquiring a spell in exchange for 2 portions of stinky tofu was a tremendous profit. The Dreamhound clan leader reveled in his good fortune, exclaiming, "Haha, I am indeed a genius at negotiation. With a mere sentence, I compelled that man to pay double the stinky tofu. Sang Biao, you performed admirably this time. We shall each take 1 portion of the stinky tofu." Wangcai was overjoyed. Although as the sole dog of the master, he could simply request stinky tofu and would generally be satisfied. No dog would ever complain about an excess of stinky tofu. More is always better. I shall venture out to see if I can find the spell desired by the stinky tofu immortal. Wangcai woof woof. Leader, you can now speak the language of dogs. How does one articulate dog language? Where has that lad Qin Yu wandered off to? It's been ages since he last visited the scripture pavilion. Today's disciples are terribly unmotivated. Bei Shitong lay languidly on the table at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, idly humming to himself. A few days prior, he had discovered the critical flaw in Qin Yu's approach and emerged from seclusion. This time, he was determined to decisively defeat Qin Yu, compelling him to acknowledge his errors. Suddenly, Bei Shitong spotted a shadow approaching and immediately felt as if faced with a formidable foe. "You, how did you return again?" The chieftain of the Dreamhound clan strode forward with confidence, exclaiming, "What's all the fuss about? It's merely a matter of fetching a few books. What's so extraordinary about that? Didn't you sample it last time? Books aren't edible, so why bother with them? While they may not be consumable, they can be exchanged for food. Don't be stingy. Last time someone deceived you into thinking those books were delectable, and I wager you've fallen for it again." The chieftain scoffed. "This time it's undoubtedly authentic. Do you presume I am as foolish as you to be so easily tricked? Hey, who are you calling foolish? I am the most astute book spirit in existence. How dare you compare your canine intellect to mine? At least I possess a canine brain, unlike certain entities that lack any semblance of intelligence. Whom are you cursing? You can't even discern who it is, truly dim-witted." The omniscient one was on the verge of exploding with frustration. He rummaged through the shelves until he produced a sign, declaring, "No entry for the Dreamhound clan." The chieftain shook his head. "I cannot read. Tell me, where can one learn a technique that is potent in attack, effective, and simple to master? I have none here. Perhaps you should inquire with the sect leader. Do you take me for a fool? Don't expect to deceive me. If you won't divulge the information, I shall seek it myself." The omniscient one spread his arms wide, blocking the chieftain's path. "You shall not pass unless you tread over me. Let me sleep." The chieftain glared at him, causing the omniscient one to feel his thoughts clouding, as his illusory form slowly dissipated. This time, it truly was a deadlock. Before long, the chieftain emerged, boldly clutching several scrolls. After the omniscient one had frozen, a dedicated disciple appeared to guard the scripture repository. Yet, as the chieftain swaggered out, the disciple seemed utterly oblivious, resting his chin on his hand, staring vacantly ahead while muttering incessantly. Indeed, the elder appears to have aged, becoming ineffective. Just a few days, and he has withdrawn again. If this continues for a few more years, might he pass the position of the scripture repository leader to me? The chieftain seemingly teleported, appearing before Wangcai in an instant, dropping the scrolls at his feet. "Wangcai, woof woof. Chieftain, did you find the spell the master requested?" "Not exactly, but I have discovered a few similar ones. This spell is simple and easy to learn. This one has high attack power and good effects, and this spell is quite suitable for the stinky tofu immortal. By merging the merits of these spells and making appropriate improvements, I shall create a new spell." The chieftain chuckled. Such a trivial task could procure 2 portions of stinky tofu. It's akin to receiving them for free. Wangcai chimed in, "Woof woof, ha ha ha. My master is practically engaging in charity. Qin Yu had just refined a pill and was savoring its texture when he felt Wang Kai calling out to him. So soon? Qin Yu returned to the Sea of Souls. Immortal, I have found the spell you requested. I shall impart it to you now. As the voice of the leader of the Dream Hound clan reverberated, Qin Yu felt a surge of new information flood his mind. Before he could examine it closely, the leader, with a sycophantic demeanor, inquired, Immortal, what about the stinky tofu? Wang Kai, too, was eagerly anticipating it, having been tantalized for days. I will keep a tab for you on the stinky tofu. Once I return to the sect, I shall prepare it for you. Fearing that the leader might sneak out to find him, Qin Yu emphasized, I currently lack the tools to make stinky tofu, even if you locate me. I cannot fulfill your request. The leader of the Dream Hound clan appeared somewhat disheartened, vowing that upon returning to the sect, he would ensure that the fellow named Li Zhengtong would step in dog excrement not once, but thrice, to ease his vexation. Immortal, when will you return? After the Lantern Festival. Very well. The leader then dissipated, and after licking Qin Yu a few times, Wang Kai also logged off. The Sea of Souls was once again enveloped in silence as Qin Yu summoned the information conveyed by the leader. This information was imprinted directly onto his memory. A truly wondrous phenomenon. Qin Yu mused that had he possessed such an ability in his previous life, he would have undoubtedly chosen the humanities. Spell name. The super invincible spell of the greatest and most handsome scarred leader of the Dream Hound clan. Upon seeing this title, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Why did it seem somewhat dubious? If he were to engage in combat, while the opponent executed a slicing move, he would declare, I invoke the super invincible spell of the greatest and most handsome scarred leader of the Dream Hound clan. His pride would be lost before the battle even commenced. Although reciting such a spell during combat felt rather juvenile, it was undeniably stylish. Qin Yu continued to peruse the spell's contents and descriptions. After thoroughly reviewing it, he exhaled in relief. Despite the ludicrous name, the spell's effects appeared rather promising. He was merely uncertain about its true efficacy upon actual cultivation. Observing the diagram of meridian energy circulation, Qin Yu began to meditate and practice in silence. Meanwhile, Wang Kai regained his senses and let out a couple of disappointed barks. I thought I would be able to savor stinky tofu right away, but it seems I must wait many more days. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, Leader, why don't we go find our master now? It's not as if the stinky tofu immortal can make stinky tofu right now. We could move everything from our master's home to him. Indeed, Sang Biao, I've always considered you to be quite clever since childhood. However, what if the stinky tofu immortal holds us accountable? Upon hearing this query, even the astute Wang Kai found himself in a quandary. After pondering for a moment, Wang Kai proposed a strategy. We could initially conceal ourselves. If the master encounters peril, we shall emerge to rescue him. Should the master inquire, we will assert that the immortal realm is too treacherous, and our concern for his safety compelled us to stealthily follow and protect him. Based on my half-year understanding of humanity, I am confident that uttering such words will render the master too embarrassed to blame us further. Moreover, he is likely to reward us with additional stinky tofu. Brilliant. The leader of the illusory dream canine clan expressed profound approval. Thus, even if the elders of the sect were to question us, we would possess a valid excuse. As the stinky tofu immortal is of paramount importance to the Xintian sect, we, as guardian beasts, must always ensure his protection. Energized, the leader of the illusory dream canine clan immediately transported Wang Kai to Qin Yu's residence. Employing divine powers to relocate all of Qin Yu's possessions to a separate space for temporary storage. Wang Kai, we must also take the belongings of the master's neighbor. As they share a good relationship, it's possible that the tools for making stinky tofu are housed there as well. That makes sense. The leader of the illusory dream canine clan utilized his powers once more to gather all of Li Zhengtong's belongings. Consequently, both Qin Yu's and Li Zhengtong's homes were left as pristine as if no one had ever dwelled there, with even the restroom spotless. Let us depart. A spatial rift appeared before the leader of the illusory dream canine clan, and he, along with Wang Kai, slipped through it. After practicing for a while with the spell that the leader of the illusory dream canine clan had bestowed upon him, Qin Yu discovered that the incantation pertained to the mental realm. When employing the spell, his mental energy transformed into a needle that directly assailed the opponent's Sea of Souls. The effects ranged from a splitting headache to unconsciousness, and in extreme cases, total obliteration of the soul. As a time traveler, Qin Yu possessed mental strength superior to that of his peers in the cultivation realm. This spell was indeed well suited for his training. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu ultimately decided to name it Mental Assault. It is noteworthy that the growth of mental power correlates with the enhancement of one's cultivation level, independent of the solidity of one's foundation. Chapter 158. Thus, after practicing for a while, Qin Yu found the spell remarkably easy to learn. as if it had been tailored specifically for him. Furthermore, its potency was quite impressive. When he initially requested the spell from the leader of the illusory dream canine clan, he had merely spoken in jest. Yet, to his astonishment, the leader had indeed been able to find such an easy-to-learn and powerful spell. Soon enough, Qin Yu had grasped the fundamentals of mental assault, and after several tentative attempts, he finally unleashed an attack towards an unoccupied open space ahead. At that moment, a plump figure unexpectedly vaulted over the wall, landing deftly before Qin Yu and precisely intercepting the attack. Ouch! Li Zhengtong let out a cry of agony as he tumbled to the ground. How could this be caught? Qin Yu felt a mix of disbelief and a sense of inevitability. After all, it was entirely typical for misfortune to befall Li Zhengtong. Are you all right? Qin Yu inquired with concern. I'm fine, just felt as though my head was pricked by a needle, experiencing a bit of dizziness, Li Zhengtong replied, rubbing his head. Qin Yu pressed further. If you were suddenly struck like that during a battle, would you still be able to continue fighting? Probably not. At least I would need a second to recover. Hearing this, Qin Yu was elated. In combat, a single second could determine victory or defeat. Moreover, he had just recently learned this technique and was not yet fully proficient, nor had he exerted his full strength. In actual combat, the results would surely be even more pronounced. Brother Yu, that sharp pain in my head just now was tea caused by you, was it? Li Zhengtong scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on the alchemical furnace. Heavens! Brother Yu, you haven't developed a new type of elixir, have you? This latest concoction disperses into the air, and inhaling it is akin to consuming the elixir itself? Li Zhengtong's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Brother Yu had devised a new form of elixir. Henceforth, even if he wished to avoid testing the elixirs, he would be unable to escape, as one cannot simply cease to breathe. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. If I possessed such capabilities, I would have long since become an elder at the Shantian sect. I had just learned a spell and was practicing in the open when you suddenly appeared. I've seen evasions of attacks before, but never such precise interceptions. Brother Yu, where did you acquire that spell? Li Zhengtong inquired. The Li family also possessed numerous spells, and Li Zhengtong could have learned them at any time. Yet his prior low cultivation had hindered him from casting them. After advancing his cultivation, Li Zhengtong had grown complacent, thinking there was no rush since Brother Yu had not yet learned. Little did he expect that just a few minutes of absence would see Qin Yu mastering a spell. Qin Yu had no intention of concealing the truth, revealing that it was bestowed upon him by Wang Kai. This revelation stirred a twinge of envy within Li Zhengtong. Has your cousin caught up to you? Qin Yu asked. Li Zhengtong chuckled. I am at the peak of qi refinement. How could he possibly catch up? Had Qin Yu not witnessed the other's bald crown, he might have nearly believed it. No wonder the individual preferred to scale walls rather than use the gate. The 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Dull and uneventful. Alchemy, spell practice, cultivation, and observing Li Father reprimanding Li Xiaojiao. The 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Simple and unadorned. Alchemy, spell practice, cultivation, and watching Li Xiaojiao strike Li Zhengtong. It was until evening that Li Tian sought out Qin Yu to discuss the details of alchemy. Cousin, has your hair grown back? Qin Yu observed that Li Tian's hair had returned to its former glory. Li Tian's expression darkened as he explained. My father concocted a bit of hair growth ointment for me. After the Lantern Festival, I'll send some to Tongzi as well. During this visit, I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Excellent. Qin Yu and Li Tian settled onto a stone bench outside the courtyard. Xiao Yu, how many pills can you provide me this time? Do you require only the strengthening pills, or both the strengthening and speed pills? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tian replied. Of course, I only need the strengthening pills. The speed pills are quite addictive, with side effects that are too pronounced. The strengthening pills, on the other hand, are beneficial and sell well. I don't have many strengthening pills at hand, but if I refine them daily over the next few days, I should be able to gather enough for 100 sets, each set including the strengthening pills, the antidote, and that small white pill you requested. For now, we don't need the antidote. How many can you provide if it's only the strengthening pills? Qin Yu pondered, wondering if the Great Wilderness might soon be renamed the Kingdom of Orangutans, with the land teeming with them. Approximately 200, replied Li Tian. That seems a bit scarce, but it might just suffice to penetrate the market. Li Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. The more pills, the better. Currently, the strengthening pills are only circulating in a small area around my sect. There remains a vast market yet to be tapped elsewhere. All right, once you've sold out, send word to me, and I will supply you again. Agreed. Someone from the Li family will come to find you. He will bring the profits from the pill sales, and you will simply hand over the pills to him. Moreover, I must rely on these pills to align myself with an elder from the sect or a prominent family. Profits will inevitably be shared with them. As you know, the Great Wilderness is quite chaotic. Without a backing, I would meet a grim fate. Understood. Qin Yu nodded in comprehension. After all, the cost of the strengthening pills is exceedingly low, ensuring you wouldn't incur losses. However, should the profits prove insufficient, Qin Yu would have no choice but to terminate the partnership, as the technique remains firmly in his grasp. After discussing several matters, Qin Yu and Li Tian ultimately established a cooperative agreement. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Li's mother, having learned the art of tea, joyfully prepared a feast. Watching Li's father sip tea with one hand and savor dishes with the other, she felt a profound sense of happiness. That night, the dark sky was shrouded in ominous winds, with a waning moon intermittently obscured by clouds. At midnight, the town crier, lantern in hand, walked through a narrow alley in the southern part of the city, calling out, "The air is dry. Be cautious with fire." Suddenly, a chill wind swept through. The crier felt a shiver at his neck and quickly turned around, only to find nothing but the menacing darkness behind him. Feeling a pang of anxiety, he hurriedly quickened his pace, eager to escape the constricting alleyway. At the southernmost end of the narrow alley lies a dilapidated courtyard, where a pile of dry firewood is heaped. Beside the firewood stands a straw pole meant for candied hawthorns, though it is devoid of any such treats. Once the night watchman departs, a shadowy figure scales the courtyard wall and slips inside. A rustling sound ensues as the figure inadvertently steps upon a piece of dry wood, producing a sharp crack. Who goes there? The owner of the courtyard is roused from his slumber. This individual is none other than the elderly candied hawthorn vendor, who had recently found himself in trouble with the authorities. The old man hastily gropes for a fire starter, yearning to ignite the oil lamp. Since the disappearance of his son, he finds himself powerless against the intruder. Thus, he wishes to open his mouth wide and shout, hoping to scare the thief away. However, before he can utter a sound, the shadowy figure rushes into the room and clamps a hand firmly over the old man's mouth. At that moment, the moonlight filters through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the entire courtyard. By the light of the moon, it becomes evident that the shadowy figure appears even older than the old man himself. Amidst the old man's soft whimpers and the violent trembling of his pupils, the shadowy figure's lips curl into a smile as it slowly utters a word. "Father." The candied hawthorn vendor's face stiffens. "Do not make a sound. It's me." The shadow speaks, its voice laden with age. Were there others present, they would surely be astonished, for by mere appearance, it seems the shadow should be the father instead. "Son." The old man discerns a hint of his son's essence in the figure's features, confirming that it is indeed his long-lost son. "My child, how have you become like this? Where have you been these past few days?" The old man reaches out to touch the wrinkles on the shadowy figure's face, his heart aching. "Hush, father, keep your voice down, lest you disturb others. I have returned secretly this time." All right, keep your voice down. Quickly tell me, what has happened to you?" The shadow chuckles softly, suppressing its tone. "Father, I encountered a fortuitous event. The other day, while I was out, I met an immortal. In the realm of mortals, those with a higher cultivation are collectively referred to as immortals. The immortal remarked that I possess exceptional roots suitable for cultivation, but alas, my spiritual roots have been obliterated by the court, which is truly a pity. I inquired of the immortal why the court would erase my spiritual roots. The immortal disclosed that the court and various immortal sects had long ago forged an agreement to consolidate their power, keeping all cultivators of the Liang Kingdom under their control. However, the number of those capable of cultivation is immeasurable. Should they all pursue this path, the resultant force would be overwhelmingly vast. The court and the immortal sects fear they could not maintain control and might suffer a backlash. Consequently, they dispatched numerous agents to act in secret, obliterating the spiritual roots of the vast majority of individuals at the tender age of 1 month, thus rendering them incapable of cultivation for life. This has led to the current predicament, where among thousands, if not tens of thousands, it is rare to find even a single seed of a cultivator with spiritual roots. The old man, astonished, could hardly close his mouth and asked incredulously, "My son, is what that immortal said truly real?" Initially, I too harbored doubts about the words of the immortal, suspecting him of defaming the court and the immortal sect. I challenged him to provide proof. The immortal merely uttered a single phrase. The shadow, gritting his teeth, replied, he claimed that the children of princes and princesses in the palace, the offspring of high-ranking officials, and even the descendants of our 3 prominent families all possess spiritual roots, while how many among us common folk can lay claim to such gifts? If they had not eradicated our spiritual roots, how could such a vast disparity exist? Father, the immortal speaks the truth. That young master from the Li family, Li Zhengtong, is foolish yet possesses spiritual roots, enabling him to enter the Xiantian sect for cultivation, while I, who am far more capable than he, lack such a gift. This is all part of the conspiracy of the court and the immortal sect. The old man, still somewhat skeptical, replied, "But surely it is possible for the descendants of common families to have spiritual roots as well?" The shadow let out a sinister laugh. "This is merely the court and the immortal sect's way of offering us a meager scrap of hope to keep us obediently toiling for them. Moreover, have you not noticed, Father, that even if the descendants of commoners do possess spiritual roots, they are invariably of the lowest grade, hardly sufficient to amount to anything significant? The immortal told me I was originally destined to possess the finest spiritual root, meant to join the Qin Yu sect and shine brilliantly in the realm of cultivation. Yet, I was snuffed out in the cradle shortly after birth." The shadow's lips were calm, yet his eyes brimmed with resentment and madness. The immortal, witnessing the devastation of my life, deemed it a great pity and thus chose to converse with me. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the immortal, I fervently implored him for assistance in restoring my abilities. Moved by my sincerity, the immortal revealed himself to be a high-ranking member of the Return to Immortality sect, established by the first immortal from ancient times, revered as the primordial immortal. They carry forth the will of the primordial immortal as they traverse the mortal realm. Recently awakened, the primordial immortal learned of the court and the immortal sect's malevolence and was incensed, commanding them to eradicate those who perpetrate wickedness and take vengeance for the people. The immortal informed me that the Return to Immortality sect was in need of recruits, and if I wished to join, he could assist me in regaining my spiritual roots and enhancing my power. However, allegiance to the sect would demand my unwavering service. Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced. For if I were granted strength, I would personally rend asunder all those from the immortal sect. Thus, the immortal instructed me to consume a drop of the primordial immortal's blood, and I soon felt a ceaseless surge of power within me. I now possessed the strength of the golden core stage. As for the aging process, it is a natural phenomenon. In due time, I shall revert to my youthful self and become a true figure of prominence. Wonderful! My son is destined for greatness. The old man shed tears of joy. Regrettably, Father, you have surpassed the age limit. Otherwise, I would have certainly invited you to join our Immortal Ascension sect. It matters not, Father, as long as you are safe. Recently, have those who have gone missing all joined your Immortal Ascension sect? The old man with the candied hawthorn inquired again. Indeed, the immortal declared that they, like myself, possess exceptional spiritual roots, and thus have all been recruited into the Immortal Ascension sect. Father, let us not dwell on this. Gather your belongings, and I shall escort you out of the city. What purpose does leaving the city serve? The old man was quite perplexed. I overheard the immortal mention that our Immortal Ascension sect is about to take action against the city of the sacred saint, and I fear for your safety. Thus, I wish to take you away for a few days. Once we have eliminated all from the Lord's manor and the three great families, you may return. Moreover, keep this matter strictly confidential. I, too, have returned secretly. The immortal said that once one embarks on the path of cultivation, one must forget the mundane world and is forbidden from returning. However, I could not rest easy about you, so I seized the opportunity during patrols to sneak back. The old man with the candied hawthorn expressed his concern. What if the immortal discovers your return? Fear not. The immortal treats me well, at most. I would receive a reprimand. Now, Father, do not ask further. Take some provisions, and I shall escort you out. The old man still felt uneasy. You are to confront the Lord's manor and the three great families. Could this not be perilous? The Lord and the three families are formidable. The shadow scoffed disdainfully. Are they stronger than the immortal? Rest assured. I have heard in whispers that those of us who have just joined merely need to stand outside the city to prevent anyone from alerting them. We shall not engage in direct combat. That is a relief. The old man hurriedly prepared some dry rations, and the shadow effortlessly led him beyond the city gates. Father, as we part this time, I cannot foresee when we shall meet again. Take care, and in the next life, I shall repay you for your kindness. The old man wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Go forth. As long as you achieve greatness, I shall have no regrets even in death. The shadow deftly maneuvered and vanished into the depths of the mountains, navigating through a dense forest and a cavern. The shadow finally arrived at the branch of the Immortal Ascension sect. Upon entry, he immediately spotted the immortal who had introduced him to the sect, the very head of this branch. A sudden jolt of fear surged within him. It had been too long, and he had been discovered. Immortal, the shadow stepped forward, ready to explain, when he abruptly felt a tremendous force grasping his throat, lifting him off the ground. How careless I have been, nearly allowing you to ruin my grand design. The immortal's voice was cold as ice. The shadow's face flushed crimson as the overwhelming power gradually crushed his insides, bringing him excruciating pain. The immortal spoke without a hint of emotion, truly filial. Even on the brink of death, you cannot forget your dear father. Since you are so devoted, go and accompany him. From behind the immortal, a figure in black robes casually tossed a severed head to the ground. where it rolled twice before coming to rest, face up. This is precisely the head of the old man selling candied hawthorn. One cannot fathom the horrors he endured before his demise. The expression frozen upon his countenance is exceedingly terrifying, with bulging eyes and bloodstains that, illuminated by the flickering firelight, appear even more ghastly. Father, the son of the old man, crushed into a mere pulp. Chapter 160, What a Fool. Merely employing forbidden elixirs to drain his life force in exchange for a modicum of power, genuinely believing he would ascend to greatness. The figure cloaked in black behind the immortal scoffed disdainfully. Hebehe. The immortal let out a laughter that resonated with clarity. They are not foolish. Where would we procure such a multitude of cannon fodder? The truths of this world are held by but a select few. Once the plan reaches its conclusion, let these fools self-immolate to prevent any clues from falling into the hands of the court. Indeed, Captain Wang, how goes the infiltration? The captain inquired of the individual behind him. Reporting to the captain, I have established contact with the infiltrator within the city. He states that the optimal time for our assault is the 15th of the first month. By then, nearly all cultivators in the city will congregate in the center to witness the competition of the younger generation, allowing us to ensnare them all at once. Excellent. The captain cackled. Let the city serve as our proclamation to the world that our sect has returned. However, Wang Shui is at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Although I am confident in my ability to eliminate him, it will certainly cause a commotion, which could spell trouble if discovered by other cities. Wang Shui is none other than Wang Zhi's father, the lord of Wuxing City. Wang, adjusting his black cloak, shrouded his face deeply in shadow. Captain, I have a plan to resolve this issue. The captain's interest piqued. Do share. At your command. Wang responded slowly. On the 15th of the first month, there will be an alchemy competition, and after its conclusion, Wang Shui will personally present awards to the victors. At that moment, all participants will have the opportunity to approach Wang Shui closely. You intend for me to participate in the alchemy competition to get close to Wang Shui and strike him down in one blow? Certainly not, Wang replied. The competition only permits participants under the age of 20, and you are far too old. Then what do you mean? Wang's lips curled into a self-assured smile. Captain, you have overlooked one detail. Aside from all the contestants, there is one other individual who can approach Wang Shui on stage. The captain's gaze flickered. Are you referring to the prisoner? Precisely. Since it involves elixirs, testing their effects necessitates some criminals to serve as subjects. If we arrange for you to take on the role of this prisoner, you will have the chance to approach Wang Shui, and when he is unsuspecting, you can deliver a fatal blow. Once Wang Shui, the strongest among them, is eliminated, with the assistance of the two other captains and those seasoned Golden Core practitioners, you will swiftly eradicate all cultivators within the city without provoking undue alarm. I led our people to besiege the city, ensuring that no one could escape to deliver information. Once we had complete control over the city of Wuxing, we merely needed to restrain ourselves slightly and engage in some nefarious deeds to generate an abundance of resentment. I calculated that within just a few hours, we could completely drain this city of its vitality. By the time the authorities became aware of the situation, we would have already accomplished our mission and vanished without a trace. The captain revealed a satisfied smile, truly worthy of being praised as the mastermind of Long and Hall. Steward Wang's schemes flowed effortlessly from his lips. Thank you for your commendation, Captain. For this plan to succeed, however, I must trouble you to endure a few days of imprisonment. Moreover, the concoctions those young ones craft will undoubtedly be peculiar, so I must ask for your patience. Not a problem. I've spent time in prison before. Besides, those pills might only have minor side effects. As a peak nascent soul cultivator, do I truly concern myself with such trifles? As long as I can swiftly eliminate Wang Shui, this little inconvenience is but a trifling matter. However, how shall I infiltrate right under Wang Shui's nose? The captain turned to Steward Wang, knowing that since he had proposed this scheme, he must have devised a countermeasure. Indeed. Steward Wang rummaged in his trousers and produced 2 pitch-black pills. These are the mortal pills I requested from headquarters. Upon ingestion, a cultivator will completely lose their powers, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary person aside from possessing slightly greater strength. Even those in the tribulation stage would appear no different. To restore their powers, one merely needs to reverse the flow of spiritual energy within. The captain took one of the 2 pills from Steward Wang's hand and casually tossed one to him. Try it and see how it works. Steward Wang, having anticipated the captain's lack of trust, had prepared 2 pills in advance. Without hesitation, he swallowed one. As foretold, his aura diminished instantly, transforming him into an utterly mundane person. He then reversed the flow of his inner energy, and his cultivation was restored in a flash. Excellent. The captain nodded with satisfaction. Just a few days ago, didn't the conservative faction's young leader declare that Wuxing City held no value? Once this plan concludes, I shall show those antiquated old men of the conservative faction just how much resentment can be harvested from a place they dismiss. The higher echelons of the Guestian sect were divided into radical and conservative factions. The radicals advocated for a direct assault on the city to deliberately generate copious amounts of resentment, while the conservatives preferred to remain concealed, gathering naturally occurring resentment from the populace without drawing attention from the authorities or the celestial sections. The two factions argued fervently, ultimately deciding to act independently. Wuxing City became the first experimental stronghold chosen by the radicals. In order to secure a triumphant first battle, the radicals dispatched their most formidable helmsman and the most astute steward to oversee the matter personally, to ensure all precautions were taken. They also sent 2 additional helmsmen to assist. However, it was still early, and the 2 helmsmen had yet to arrive. The helmsman is truly impressive, Steward Wang extolled. The helmsman, holding a medicinal pill, scrutinized it for a moment before turning and slowly making his way into the shadows. Once this plan concludes and I ascend to the position of Hall Master, I shall promote you to become my strategist. Thank you, helmsman. No, thank you, Hall Master. For the promotion, tomorrow, I will enter the arena. Please convey my regards to the undercover agent and ensure everything is arranged. Yes, rest assured, the moment you reveal yourself, you will undoubtedly be seized and thrown into the prison. Chapter 161. The time after the new year passed swiftly, and before long. It was the 14th day of the first lunar month. During these days, Qin Yu was either refining pills or cultivating, tirelessly solidifying his foundation. Meanwhile, Li Zhengtong was equally occupied, alternating between eating, setting up formations, and practicing, with his aura rapidly solidifying. In the afternoon, Qin Yu extracted a great strength pill from the alchemical furnace and placed it into a porcelain vial. At last, all 200 great strength pills were prepared. Finally finished. Qin Yu sighed, having nearly exhausted himself from the intensive pill refining over the past few days. I hope these great strength pills can yield a good profit. Just as Qin Yu was lost in thought, 2 dark canine heads stealthily emerged from a secluded corner. Woof woof. Chief, the city is peaceful, and there seems to be no danger. It appears our trip may be in vain. Wang Kai communicated with the Dreamhound clan leader, who had transformed into a small puppy like Wang Kai for easier concealment. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, the Dreamhound clan leader grumbled, "Who says it's in vain? When I was at the Xiantian sect, I did not miss stinky tofu this much. Yet now that I am here, I see the stinky tofu immortal every day but cannot have any, which only makes my longing worse. Perhaps it would have been better not to come." Wang Kai felt that during this time, they had been meandering among the crowd, and the chief's command of human speech was becoming increasingly refined. Woof woof. Chief, shall we create a bit of danger ourselves and then stage a rescue of our master? This way, we could earn the reward of stinky tofu from him. The Dreamhound clan leader frowned and admonished, Wang Biao, how many times have I told you? We must be honest dogs, righteous dogs, dogs that transcend base pleasures. How can you deceive someone over a piece of stinky tofu? Wang Kai, feeling ashamed, lowered his head. What woof. I apologize, Chief. I was bewitched by the allure of stinky tofu. It's good to recognize your mistakes, since there is nothing to attend to here. Shall I escort you back? Wang Kai gazed at the leader of the illusionary dream canine clan with a suspicious glint in his eyes. Leader, are you planning to send me back first, orchestrate a crisis, rescue the master, and then monopolize all the stinky tofu? How could that be possible? The leader of the illusionary dream canine clan darted his little eyes around, exhibiting an expression akin to a guilty dog. If you choose not to return, that is your decision, but you mustn't speak recklessly. How can you doubt the most honest, the most just, and the most refined canine of the illusionary dream canine clan? Wang Kai exclaimed, the 15th day of the first lunar month. The Lantern Festival. On this day, the city of Wusheng bustled with activity, as lively as the New Year celebrations. Even before dawn, adults hurriedly escorted their children towards the central square of the city, anxious not to miss securing prime positions. All the shops along the streets had closed, with shopkeepers and their assistants rushing to the square to claim their spots. This scene of deserted streets vividly illustrated the fervor with which ordinary people revered the path of cultivation. After a night of diligent practice, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. After a brief wash and a hasty breakfast, he set off for the city center square, accompanied by Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao. Upon arriving, Qin Yu was taken aback by the spectacle before him. The area was packed with layers of spectators, both inside and outside. Is there really this many people in Wuxing City? He inquired. Li Zhengtong nodded. He had witnessed such scenes annually and was no longer surprised. However, this year was different as he was to participate in the competition instead of merely observing from the VIP section. After considerable effort, the trio managed to squeeze to the front of the square. Once they verified their identities with the staff, they took their seats among the competitors. Li Xiaojiao, not being a contestant, was left to sit alone in the spectator section designated for the Li family. The contestant area was now occupied by over 60 individuals, the eldest being 20 and the youngest merely 14. Among them were several familiar faces, including Ming Ruyan and Ming Lutong from the Ming family, as well as Wang Zhe from the city lord's residence. After exchanging greetings with acquaintances, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong settled into seats on the far right, awaiting the competition's commencement. The seating was divided into 4 sections: the city lord's residence, the Li family, the Ming family, and the Wu family, representing all the factions participating in the contest. All cultivators emerging from the common folk had joined the city lord's residence, resulting in a greater number of participants from there than from the 3 prominent families. In addition to Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Li Tian, the Li family had 16 competitors in total. Among these, 10 were foundational stage cultivators, and among the Qi refining stage cultivators, there was a 20-year-old, fully realized Qi practitioner named Li Hai, a descendant of a branch of the Li family. It was said that Li Hai had been suppressing his cultivation in preparation for this competition, vying for the mysterious grade magical treasure promised by the city lord's residence. Qin Yu cast his gaze towards the contestants from other families, disregarding the foundational period cultivators. The most formidable figures from the Ming and Wu clans are presently at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while the city lord's manor boasts 2 masters who have achieved complete mastery in Qi refinement. Remarkably, both individuals bear youthful features, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. Shortly thereafter, over 60 contestants arrived in succession, among whom 1 member of the Ming clan reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. The rest are predominantly at the 9th level, merely capable of contending with Li Zhengtong, thus posing no threat to Qin Yu, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The ultimate victor of the Qi refinement stage competition is expected to emerge from the Li clan, the Ming clan, or the city lord's manor, with the inconspicuous Wu clan having already faced an early defeat. As for the foundational period cultivators, Qin Yu is unable to discern their precise levels of cultivation, rendering any judgment impossible. As the hour approached, City Lord Wang Shui ascended the platform to deliver his opening remarks. After a lengthy discourse, he summarized his hopes for Wuxing City to produce an increasing number of cultivators, wishing that they would return to contribute to their hometown after achieving their aspirations in cultivation, much akin to a declaration for talent recruitment. He then outlined the day's competition events: the arena battles, alchemy contest, array formation contest, and weapon forging contest. The arena battles are divided into the Qi refinement group and the foundational group, with 2 rounds scheduled for the morning. While the other competitions will conclude their preliminary rounds by midday, substantial rewards await the top 3 in each event. The 3rd place will receive 50 low-grade spirit stones, the 2nd place 200 low-grade spirit stones, and the 1st place will be awarded a mystical tier magical artifact. Participants are encouraged to adhere to the principle of friendship first, competition second, and to treat each contest with fairness and seriousness. Wishing everyone great successes. Here's to a brighter tomorrow for Wuxing City. The crowd erupted in cheers. Oh, a brighter tomorrow. It seems that Wuxing City has little hope of such a future. At the rear of the crowd, 2 unassuming yet fearsome-looking middle-aged men crossed their arms and cackled. However, the surrounding clamor rendered their words virtually unnoticed. Behind these 2 men, 2 adorable little black dogs lay, panting with tongues lolling, gazing up at them with innocent smiles. At that moment, in a deserted alley, a series of exceedingly elderly figures emerged, their gazes vacant and movements stiff, resembling puppets manipulated by unseen hands. Outside Wuxing City, figures cloaked in black robes concealed themselves among the shrubs and trees, poised for action. In the dark, damp confines of a prison, the sound of the cell door creaking open announced the arrival of a middle-aged man adorned with an official hat, accompanied by 2 guards. You, and you, bind them all and take them away," commanded the hidden leader, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he rose to his feet. On the mountain peak, a figure cloaked in black leaped down, surveying Wuxing City from above. On the precipice of a mountainside, a young man gazes serenely upon the fate of the city of Wusheng. In the square below, a throng of people revels as a platform, akin to the size of a basketball court, gradually ascends from the ground. Yet beneath this lively fayade, turbulent undercurrents and a palpable atmosphere of danger lurk. As the city lord passionately addresses the crowd, Li Zhengtong quietly remarks to Qin Yu, "Look over there at the woman in the white robe from the Meng family." Following Li Zhengtong's gaze, Qin Yu inquires, "What is the matter?" That individual is Meng Zihan, a 3rd-tier alchemist, and seated prominently at the front of the Wu family is a man clad in black, named Wu Mo. It is said that he is the most gifted alchemist the Wu family has seen in a century, nearing the threshold of becoming a 4th-tier alchemist at merely 20 years old. As for any extraordinary talents within the city lord's residence, I am less informed. Many of those from the lord's estate are cultivators of common origin, not of the same ilk as Li Zhengtong and the other prominent families. So he lacks insight into that domain. That is of little consequence, Qin Yu replied dismissively, waving his hand. I should now be capable of crafting second-tier elixirs. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, one who can proficiently concoct a second-tier elixir is recognized as a second-tier alchemist, although I may not match their cultivation levels. The competition does not hinge on cultivation, but rather on the efficacy of the elixirs produced. The preliminary round of the alchemical competition requires the creation of first-tier elixirs, while the finals will focus on second-tier elixirs. Regardless of their superior cultivation, the contest revolves solely around the formulation of second-tier elixirs. Even the most powerful cannot exert their strength if it lack the requisite skills. Undoubtedly, a higher cultivation level confers a significant advantage, yet it does not guarantee victory. I believe the format of this competition is relatively fair for those of us who have only recently embarked on our cultivation journeys. Before long, the city lord concluded his address, and the expansive platform rose fully into view, designated as the competition stage. Thank you for the city lord's speech. I am Wang Yi, the chief judge for this competition. We shall commence with the Qi refining group arena matches featuring 82 participants. Contestants, please come forward to draw lots and determine your opponents. Rising, Qin Yu approached the stage and randomly selected a slip of paper. Brother Yu, what number did you draw? Li Zhengtong inquired with curiosity. While Li Tian leaned in with interest, Qin Yu unfolded the paper, revealing the number 2. I am number 2, and it appears I am in the very first match. Your luck is remarkable, Brother Yu. The audience will remember the first match most vividly, Li Zhengtong exclaimed. Unlike me, who drew number 32, Li Tian remarked, glancing at his own paper. I am number 66. In this case, the timing of the draw matters little. What is crucial is that my opponent is sufficiently weak. At this moment, the long-lost Meng Lutong, clutching a piece of paper, shouted, Tongzi, what number did you draw? I got number 1. Ha ha. Now the villagers will surely remember me, oh yeah. Li Zhengtong cast a peculiar glance at Qin Yu, then looked back at the exuberant Meng Lutong, feeling a surge of relief in his heart. How splendid. This time, it seems I am not the unluckiest one. Tongzi, may fortune favor you. Once all the numbers were drawn, Judge Wang announced, now, please have the contestants who drew numbers 1 and 2 remain on stage. The others may return to their places and wait patiently. Li Zhengtong whispered to Qin Yu, Brother Yu, Tongzi and I have been friends for many years. Please show some mercy and don't hold back. Qin Yu responded with a puzzled look. All irrelevant personnel exited, leaving only the 2 protagonists standing on the stage. Their eyes locked, a palpable tension filled the air. The onlooking crowd erupted with excitement, their cheers rising in fervor. The arena battles were their favorite spectacle, as they found the alchemy and formation competitions incomprehensible. Only this chaotic display of spells, graceful movements, and the raw intensity of physical combat captivated their hearts. Isn't that the Ming family lad? He seems to have just begun his cultivation this year. Who is his opponent? I've never seen him before. The crowd quickly recognized Meng Lutong's identity, but Qin Yu remained an enigma to most. At that moment, a vendor selling tofu pudding excitedly exclaimed to those around him, I know that man. He is Li Zhengtong's senior brother, hailing from the Xiantian sect, and he loves my tofu pudding. Previously, when Qin Yu had informed the vendor of his identity, he had readily believed him. From the Xiantian sect, a ripple of excitement spread through the crowd. What level of cultivation does that young man possess? What? How do you know I am the proprietor of Lu's tofu pudding from the snack street? Lu's tofu pudding is delicious, healthy, and nutritious. We've recently launched a coriander flavor, a major upgrade. Don't miss it if you love coriander. Come on. This isn't the time for advertisements. What level of cultivation does that young man have? The vendor replied, I don't know. He is quite handsome though. I wonder if he has a Dao partner. My daughter is 18. Perhaps there is a chance. Your daughter looks like a potato. Mine is much more presentable. Your daughter is the potato. Everyone, quiet down. I know some information about this young hero. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the speaker. What do you know? I know that this young hero particularly enjoys our Hahuan massage parlor and says our service is excellent. Get that advertisement out of here. Beat her. Brother Qin Yu, what a coincidence that our first match is against each other. Meng Lutong scratched his rear and chuckled, saying, although you are a friend of Tongzi, I shall show no mercy. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Likewise, Qin Yu found Meng Lutong remarkably composed, engaging in light-hearted banter even when faced with a top-tier competitor like himself. Upon reflection, Qin Yu suddenly recalled that the Ming family seemed unaware of his true prowess. Did they perceive him merely as a supporting character for Li Zhengtong, an inconspicuous underling? Qin Yu's conjecture was indeed accurate. Meng Lutong harbored such thoughts. Just the day before, While shopping, Meng Lutong had encountered Li Zhengdong. During their conversation, he inadvertently learned that Qin Yu was merely a low-ranking servant disciple of the Xintian sect, possessing only a low-grade spiritual root, and had to toil while cultivating. This was the foundation of Meng Lutong's confidence. Not everyone in the Xintian sect was formidable. Li Zhengtong's mastery at the peak of qi refinement did not imply that all others shared that same level of achievement. After training diligently for half a year, surely he could surpass a mere servant disciple who labored daily. Today, I shall trample you underfoot and use you as a stepping stone to fame. Haha. Let both competitors briefly introduce themselves. Friendship first, competition second. Meng Lutong declared confidently, I am Meng Lutong, peak of the third level of qi refinement. Qin Yu, Xintian sect. At the peak of qi refinement. Chapter 163, the pinnacle of qi refinement? Qin Yu. Indeed. Ha ha ha. So you are at the peak of qi refinement, huh? Meng Lutong laughed heartily as he approached the edge of the arena and leaped down without hesitation. Seeing this, the referee asked in confusion, What's wrong? Why aren't you fighting? Meng Lutong retorted irritably, Fight? What am I, a fool? A mere third-level qi refiner facing someone at the peak? Have I lost my mind? He grumbled as he made his way back to the contestants' seats. The onlookers, however, turned their thumbs down in disappointment, murmuring amongst themselves. Come on, Meng. Don't be timid. How can you know you'll lose without even fighting? Indeed, where is the spirit of a cultivator? Go for it. Meng Lutong covered his face, originally intending to show off, but ended up feeling utterly humiliated. Though it was embarrassing to be beaten, at least this way felt somewhat better. You don't understand. I am merely being prudent, Meng Lutong thought, attempting to defend his actions, but the crowd's voices crescendoed, drowning him out. Forget it. I will return to the sect and train diligently. Next year, I shall reclaim my honor, he vowed silently to himself. Why are there people from the Xintian sect here? Murmured two trembling stewards who had come to offer support, having received orders from their leader to assist. Merely being aware of the existence of Yuanying stage cultivators in this city, one remains utterly oblivious to the rest. Had it been known that members of the Xintian sect were present, they would have never dared to approach. Do not panic, esteemed captains. A disciple from the Return to Immortality sect extricated himself from the crowd and whispered, Li Zhengtong from the Li family passed the Xintian sect's assessment last year, becoming a disciple of their sect. This Qin Yu is a friend of Li Zhengtong, given his youth and the attainment of the peak qi refining stage. Could he not be a disciple of the inner sect of Xintian, or perhaps a direct disciple of a certain elder? One of the captains inquired, a hint of alarm in his voice. The core disciples of a top-tier power such as Xintian undoubtedly possess exceptional means of self-preservation. If a conflict were to arise, that disciple could easily summon his master, and even if 10 of them were to confront him, they would be utterly defeated. Fear not. We have planted informants within both the Li and Meng families, and we can ascertain that these two are merely ordinary disciples of the Xintian sect, without any formidable guardians at their side. Their achievement of the peak qi refining stage must be due to some elixir that forcibly enhanced their strength. Is this truly the case? Absolutely. Upon hearing that they were just minor disciples of the Xintian sect, the two captains regained their confidence. One of them disdainfully remarked, What a pity. If they were indeed core disciples of Xintian, it would have been a perfect opportunity to sacrifice them. The other captain concurred. If we could summon an elder from the Xintian sect, it would serve to humble their arrogance, preventing them from assuming they are exceptionally powerful. The two captains spoke with unwavering assurance, exuding an air that suggested even if the sect leader of Xintian were to arrive, they would remain undeterred. Such formidable captains. The disciple from the Return to Immortality sect could only offer flattery before hastily retreating into the crowd, fearing the implications of their words. In the first round of the Qi Refining Group Arena competition, Qin Yu emerged victorious. Next, please have contestants number 3 and 4 step forward. Both participants hailed from the City Lord's Manor, their strengths relatively comparable, one at the 5th layer of Qi Refining and the other at the 6th. Observing the lackluster combat below for a while, Qin Yu, feeling bored, ambled towards the contestants' seating to rest. Have you found your opponent? Qin Yu inquired of Li Zhengtong. Indeed. Li Zhengtong's gaze shifted towards the Meng family, coincidentally locking eyes with Meng Rian. Meng Rian? Qin Yu asked. Exactly. She is number 31, and I am number 32. Qin Yu teased. You two are truly fated. Be cautious this time. However, losing to a partner is not a disgrace. What partner? Li Zhengtong shot a glance at Qin Yu, then resolutely declared, This time, I shall reclaim the honor I lost last time. Fights among Qi refining stage cultivators concluded swiftly, typically within a minute or two. Soon, the referee announced, Now, please welcome competitors number 31 and 32 to the stage. Li Zhengdong rose confidently and strode toward the arena. The gathered crowd erupted in cheers, as if they were witnessing a beloved idol. Although Li Jingtong was not the most formidable contender present, he undoubtedly possessed the highest popularity. Who in Wushang City was unaware that the young master of the Li family had entered the Xiantian sect? Particularly, the recent rumors about the inability to consume tofu pudding due to the sacred body had stirred the public's fervor, further elevating Li Jingtong's acclaim. It's him! It's him! Shouted the proprietor of the tofu pudding shop excitedly. Young Master Li adores the tofu pudding from my store. Lu's tofu is delicious and affordable, and our latest cilantro-flavored meat soup is not to be missed. Li Huan from the Huanhe Massage Parlor also chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, indeed. Young Master Li loves the tofu pudding from right next to our massage parlor. Huanhe Massage Parlor offers comfort at a reasonable price, so don't miss out. The tofu shop owner shot an annoyed glance at Li Huan. Why are you trying to ride on my coattails? Li Huan retorted, what is wrong with that? You're not losing anything, so don't be so petty. From the viewing area of the Li family, the spirited Li Xiaojiao stood up and shouted, Brother, go for it. Give that wicked woman a good thrashing. Li father frowned and admonished Li Xiaojiao, sit down quickly and stop making that strange laugh. Outside the crowd, the two captains were astutely attuned to the commotion and caught the peculiar laughter, momentarily taken aback. Is there another contender here? At the referee's command, Li Zhengdong surged forward. He had never understood the concept of cherishing delicate women. If confronted with a fragrant chicken leg, he might have shown restraint. Qin Yu stroked his chin, observing the battle with a sense of disparity and strength. According to his assessment, Li Zhengtong's strike should have been decisive. However, to his surprise, Meng Ruyan's body became remarkably agile, allowing her to evade the blow by utilizing the force of Li Zhengtong's punch. Practicing at the third level of qi refining had evidently granted her some skillful footwork. She must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Unfortunately, dodging this attack would not alter the inevitable outcome. In the face of absolute strength, no technique could prevail. Within just 5 moves, Li Zhengtong secured victory. The audience remained relatively composed. After all, it was Li Jingtong. His win was hardly unexpected. We won. Li Xiaojiao exclaimed joyfully, leaping down from the Li family's viewing area. Hey, Xiaojiao, where are you going? Li mother inquired. I have something to attend to, Li Xiaojiao replied, rushing to the edge of the arena. With hands on her hips, she confronted Meng Ruyan. Regret it now, do you? Meng Ruyan, while tidying her hair, quipped. Regret what? Your brother has only become more unattractive since before. Li Xiaojiao furrowed her brow, instinctively preparing to retort. Yet, with her mouth agape, Li Xiaojiao found herself momentarily at a loss for words. For she could not speak untruths with her eyes wide open. After much hesitation, she could only huff and declare, You are speaking nonsense. My brother is still as unattractive as before. Li Zhengtong stood alone on the stage, and though he had triumphed in the competition, a sense of joy eluded him. Chapter 164. Li Tian's fortune, however, was rather unfortunate. Under normal circumstances, a practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement, having mastered more than one spell, would have been able to endure until the afternoon finals. Yet, Li Tian encountered Meng Hu, the only accomplished qi refinement practitioner from the Meng family. This individual was robust in stature and exuded a formidable strength, appearing to be a body refinement master. With a single punch, Meng Hu sent the 8th level qi refinement Li Tian tumbling off the stage. Thus, Li Tian, the cousin, completed all his matches for the day, feeling as if he were merely a filler. This person is incredibly strong, Qin Yu exclaimed. Li Zhengtong nodded in agreement. I certainly cannot defeat him. I leave him to you, brother Yu. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. After this period of training, Li Jingtong had solidified his foundation to a certain extent, capable of exhibiting the peak performance of the 8th level of qi refinement. Qin Yu was slightly stronger than Li Zhengtong and should be able to display the prowess of the 9th level of qi refinement. However, there remained a considerable gap between them and Meng Hu, and should they encounter him, Qin Yu would also be in dire straits. In an arena where pills, formations, and weapons were prohibited, a body refinement practitioner, akin to a living weapon, was virtually invincible. Nonetheless, Qin Yu was not entirely at a loss against such an opponent. Should the confrontation arise, the outcome remained uncertain. Soon, the first round of the qi refinement group competition concluded, paving the way for the first round of the Foundation Establishment Group battles. The fights in the Foundation Establishment Group were far more flamboyant, as nearly every practitioner at this stage had mastered several spells, resulting in a dazzling display of colorful techniques soaring through the air, greatly satisfying the audience's anticipation of the battles among cultivators. The Foundation Establishment Group lacked any practitioners at the pinnacle of the stage, with the highest level individual being Wu Hao from the Wu family, who had reached the late stage of Foundation establishment, merely a step away from attaining the completion of the Foundation establishment realm. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was expected to be the champion of this group. The Foundation Establishment Group had fewer participants, and within half an hour, the first round of battles was completed. Next, it was time for Qin Yu and the others to draw lots. There were a total of 82 participants in the Qi Refinement Group, and after eliminating half, only 41 remained, ensuring that one individual would receive a bye. This opportunity would test one's personal luck. It was said that the previous year, a contestant had remained unchallenged and nearly made it into the top 3, a stroke of fortune that left everyone envious. Would that fortunate individual be me? Qin Yu mused quietly to himself. After being questioned and ridiculed by everyone while waiting for my turn, I struck with thunderous force, swiftly eliminating the strongest contender, leaving the onlookers gasping in astonishment. A perfect display of prowess. Is this not the quintessential treatment befitting a protagonist in a novel? As Qin Yu ascended the stage, he casually drew a slip of paper, filled with hope as he unveiled it. Alas, number 16. This is hardly fortunate. Qin Yu pondered, stroking his chin. Evidently, the world I inhabit is a tangible one, not a fictitious realm, thus rendering those typical tropes inapplicable here. Oh joy, number 41. I am exempt from this round. Just as Qin Yu was deep in thought, he heard Li Zhang's jubilant voice. What? Qin Yu looked up to see that the slip in Li Zhang's hand indeed read 41. Has this fellow struck a stroke of luck? Qin Yu was utterly astonished. Among all present, he would not have been surprised if anyone else had drawn 41, but for Li Zhang to be the one exempt left him bewildered. Surely, the good fortune amassed from previous misfortunes could not possibly be squandered on such trivial matters. After painstakingly accumulating a semblance of luck, to squander it on such insignificant events was truly unfortunate. Qin Yu observed Li Zhang, unsure whether to rejoice or sympathize with him. Finally, the fortunate Li Zhang brandished his slip triumphantly. What did you draw? 15. How unfortunate. Do you know what I got? I drew 41, exempt from this round. At that moment, the referee, having overheard Li Zhang's boasting, promptly interjected. I neglected to announce an important matter earlier. Due to last year's exemptions, many competitors deemed it unjust. Therefore, this year, we have abolished the exemption policy. After discussion, we have decided that the contestant whose cultivation is suppressed to the Qi refinement stage will face the contestant who draws number 41. Li Zhang's smile faltered, and he was left dumbfounded. The slip of paper in his hand suddenly lost its charm. Wait, this is unfair. Why must my opponent be the city lord? The referee shrugged helplessly. What can I say? It's just bad luck. Out of over 40 numbers, you drew 41. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. This was as it should be. Observing the despondent Li Zhang, Qin Yu approached him to offer consolation. Next time you encounter a situation, try not to get too excited too soon. Consider your luck. Do you genuinely believe that a stroke of good fortune would come your way? Li Zhang replied, Stop it. You go. Qin Yu chuckled. All right, I shall refrain from comforting you. Just make an effort to dodge the city lord's punches as much as possible. Returning to the previous night at the city lord's residence, my lord, both the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment groups have experienced exemptions. How shall we address this? Last year, that fortunate lad was exempt 3 times and nearly made it to the top 3, which has left other competitors quite dissatisfied. If such a lucky individual emerges again this year, it would jeopardize the fairness of our competition. Before the lord of the city stood 2 advisors, each discussing the matters pertaining to the competition scheduled for the morrow. The lord inquired, What insightful opinions do you possess? One advisor responded, I believe we should abolish the buys. Those who receive buys ought to accept challenges from the eliminated participants. Should the eliminated contestant prevail, they may continue in the competition. That is untenable. The lord shook his head. With so many eliminated, who shall challenge the one with a buy? Another advisor suggested, we could decide by drawing lots. Whoever draws the number 1 lot may challenge the buys. Yet, this merely returns us to the initial dilemma. If an individual is eliminated, draws the number 1 lot, advances, and is subsequently eliminated once more, only to draw number 1 again and advance yet again, does this not undermine fairness? The other contestants would surely ask why they are afforded but a single chance while this individual receives multiple opportunities. Both advisors, realizing the validity of the Lord's argument, fell into contemplation. I have a proposal, the Lord interjected, breaking the silence. Pray, do share. The reason a contestant has a buy is due to the absence of an opponent. If we designate a specific individual to face the contestant with a buy, would this not resolve the issue effortlessly? Your reasoning is sound, but who shall take on this role? The Lord rose and volunteered. What do you gentlemen think of your Lord's participation? I can restrain myself to a level equal to that of the contestants, ensuring a fair and exhilarating one-on-one duel. The 2 advisors exchanged peculiar glances. A master at the nascent soul stage bullying a mere child. My lord, do you not possess even a modicum of dignity? They internally mused, "Is it not merely an attempt to display prowess before all? Do you believe we are oblivious to your intentions?" The Lord continued unabated. "My personal involvement not only guarantees fairness but also renders me more relatable to the populace. Truly, a dual benefit. What do you gentlemen think?" The advisors' faces twitched in discomfort. Yet the Lord, convinced of the feasibility of this approach, declared, "Let us proceed with this plan." "Excellent." The Lord chuckled heartily. "I wonder who shall be fortunate enough to receive my guidance tomorrow." In chapter 165, aside from the unfortunate Li Tian, the first round of the arena saw the elimination primarily of those with lesser cultivation. Following this initial filtering, the quality of the second round improved significantly, particularly with the highly anticipated showdown between Li Zhengtong and the Lord. The first match featured two 7th-layer Qi refining practitioners, one hailing from the Lord's residence and the other from the Meng family. They engaged fiercely, neither holding back, resulting in an exhilarating contest. The two were evenly matched, exchanging blows in a manner that elicited cheers from the audience below. However, for a master of Qin Yu's caliber, such a battle hardly warranted attention. As Qin Yu languidly awaited the referee's call, he was suddenly drawn to the sight of Meng Hu, the body refinement cultivator who had triumphed over Li Tian. Ascending the arena. Coincidentally, Meng Hu's opponent was none other than Li Xiu, a consummate Qi refinement practitioner from the city lord's estate. Typically, such matchups between peak practitioners occur only in the afternoon finals. It was indeed unexpected for these two to face off so early in the day. Li Xiu, diminutive in stature and seemingly delicate, presented a stark contrast to the robust figure of Meng Hu. "How old is Li Xiu?" "He appears quite youthful." Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. "I'm not certain. Perhaps we should ask Wangzhe," Li Zhengtong suggested, waving towards Wangzhe, who promptly approached. As the son of the city lord, Wangzhe was also participating in the tournament, but, much like Li Tian, he had been eliminated in the first round. "What is the matter, Tongzi? Why is your father suddenly taking the stage himself?" Li Zhengtong questioned, visibly agitated. Had it not been for Wangzhe's presence, he might have voiced his indignation more vocally. "You're already a Yuanian cultivator. What need have you to compete against someone in the Qi refinement stage? Surely, a modicum of pride would prevent such shamelessness." Li Zhengtong contemplated urging his father to compete on his behalf, as a match between Yuanian practitioners would at least ensure fairness. Besides, it would be preferable for his father to endure the blows rather than himself. "I have no idea. This was a decision made jointly by my father and his advisors." "Don't worry, Tongzi, my father will certainly restrain his power to match the Qi refinement stage." "You still have a chance," Wangzhe reassured. "Let us be realistic. If he resorts to medicinal aids, I stand no chance." "I might as well concede," Li Zhengtong muttered, pouting. "Let us focus on the matter at hand," Qin Yu interjected. "Wangzhe, how old is that Li Xiu up on the arena?" "Li Xiu? He is a prodigious talent. Only 15 years old and has been cultivating for merely a year," Wangzhe replied. Li Zhengtong grumbled. "A year of cultivation to reach the peak of Qi refinement. My progress pales in comparison." Qin Yu shot Li Zhengtong a glance, dismissing him with indifference. "What of your own progress? Are you not aware of your own capabilities? His speed of cultivation is impressive. It seems Li Xiu possesses considerable talent." Wangzhe declared with pride. "He possesses a superior spiritual root and was initially intended for the Xiantian sect, a prestigious institution. However, upon learning of his potential, the court dispatched individuals to bring him to the capital for training. Yet, due to his tender age and the concerns of his adoptive parents, he is to remain here until he reaches the foundation establishment stage, ensuring he can defend himself before venturing to the capital." "Adoptive parents?" Qin Yu queried, intrigued. Li Xiu was found by his adoptive parents in the mountains. His biological parents remain unknown, Wangzhe explained. At that moment, the referee announced the commencement of the match, and the gazes of the three were fixated on the arena. As the competition commenced, Meng Hu strode forward with great determination, his fists cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh. He was acutely aware of the advantages his physical prowess granted him and regarded the slender Li Xiu with disdain. "Shattered stone fist," Meng Hu shouted, his fist adorned with rock-like patterns. The force of his blow was formidable. Any Qi refinement stage practitioner struck by it would likely spew blood on the spot. At that moment, Li Xiu also sprang into action, his movements graceful as he executed a swift slide to evade the rushing Meng Hu. Instantly, Meng Hu altered his attack, aiming his fist downward towards his own groin. The impact of his fist colliding with the arena produced a deafening sound. However, he was a fraction too late. Missing his target and hurriedly turning to see what had transpired behind him, there stood Li Xiu, perfectly upright, his back turned toward him. "Wow, this fellow is quite the actor," Li Zhengtong remarked enviously. "If only I could maintain such composure when facing the city lord. Quick on your feet." "But a man must possess more than just speed," Meng Hu taunted, provoking his opponent as part of his strategy. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu slowly turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Hu. Suddenly, Meng Hu felt a sharp pain in his inner thigh and glanced down to discover a gruesome wound from which blood was seeping profusely. The defense he prided himself on had been breached by a seemingly unarmed youth. How is this possible? What kind of attack is that? Meng Hu exclaimed in disbelief. Shaken by the realization that had Li Xiu aimed for a different target, the consequences could have been dire. Li Xiu replied calmly, I am not only swift, but my attacks carry great precision as well. With that, he surged forward like a sharpened blade, uttering 2 words with deliberate clarity, handsword. A transparent blade materialized from his palm, reflecting a menacing glint under the sunlight. Meng Hu's pupils constricted as he swiftly lowered his center of gravity, his body emanating a metallic sheen. Impenetrable shield. He had been confident in his defenses, believing no one at the Qi refinement stage could breach them unarmed. Yet, in that moment, he comprehended the fragility of his prideful defense when confronted with a true genius. In this arena match, victory belonged to Li Xiu. The crowd erupted into cheers amidst the excited shouts of many young women. Li Xiu, you are so handsome. Li Xiu, may I have your autograph? Young Master Li, your mother loves you. Unbeknownst to many, the hidden talents of Wuxing City had indeed emerged. Qin Yu reflected, I thought Meng Hu was a formidable opponent. Yet he was swiftly eliminated by Li Xiu. Wang Zhe chuckled in agreement, stating, Li Xiu is undoubtedly the most outstanding individual our Wuxing City has seen in centuries. Even my father believes that the championship of this arena competition is destined for Li Xiu. He specifically chose a treasure suited for Li Xiu as a reward. Qin Yu silently grumbled to himself, is the champion already predetermined? This is quite dismissive of my capabilities. Li Zhengtong inquired, is your father not concerned that Li Xiu might draw a bye? Wang Zhe nonchalantly replied, what is there to fear? My father will simply manipulate the situation when the time comes. Goodness, what a conspiracy. Lower your voice. Wang Zhe hurriedly covered Li Zhengtong's mouth. I was merely speaking casually. You must not spread this. Moreover, my father has previously mentioned that even if he were to suppress his cultivation to the Qi refining stage, he might not necessarily be a match for Li Xiu. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it had been quite a while since Qin had caused any trouble. Chapter 166. Little did they expect that this small city could harbor such promising young talent. The first helmsman stroked his chin and remarked to the second helmsman beside him, indeed, our Cultivation sect is in dire need of such individuals. When we return, we must bring this young lad back to headquarters. It will undoubtedly be a significant achievement. The first and second helmsman exchanged knowing glances, bursting into synchronized laughter. Aside from the match between Li Xiu and Meng Hu, there were no other competitions in the second round that piqued Qin Yu's interest. His luck in this round was rather favorable, as he drew an opponent at the 6th level of Qi refinement, swiftly defeating him with ease. After several more rounds, the referee announced, now, we invite contestant number 41 to the stage, whose opponent is the city lord, Wang Shui, who has suppressed his realm. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Li Zhengtong was already the most anticipated contestant in this arena competition, and the fact that his opponent was none other than the esteemed city lord significantly elevated the stakes of this match, garnering even more attention than the finals. Relax, Tongzi. Losing is not a disgrace. Li Tian patted Li Zhengtong's shoulder, encouraging him. Qin Yu then handed 2 pills to Li Zhengtong. You can inquire first. If you're permitted to use the pills, you might as well give it a try. Li Zhengtong solemnly accepted the pills, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, I will not let anyone down. With that, he turned resolutely towards the arena, his solitary figure reminiscent of a warrior prepared for sacrifice. Brother, good luck. Even landing a hit on the city lord would be a victory. Li Xiaojiao shouted fervently from the stands. Outside the crowd, the first helmsman scoffed. This Wang Shui has already reached the nascent soul stage and still has the audacity to step onto the stage. Indeed, the second helmsman concurred. These righteous individuals are truly hypocritical. They merely wish to bully the weak under the guise of virtue while concocting all sorts of excuses. They are self-righteous, unlike us, who boldly take advantage of the weak without a hint of shame. Captain A, once we eliminate Wang Shui, it shall serve as retribution for the little cultivator he has tormented. Captain B, indeed, and then we shall also dispose of that little cultivator, thereby avenging Wang Shui. Captain A, puzzled, how does that equate to avenging Wang Shui? Captain B elucidates, without that little cultivator, Wang Shui would have had no one to bully. Had he not bullied him, we would not need to eliminate Wang Shui in vengeance. Thus, the fundamental reason for Wang Shui's demise lies with that little cultivator. By eliminating him, we are naturally avenging Wang Shui. After much contemplation, Captain A finally grasps Captain B's reasoning and exclaims, truly, you are a master of the dark arts, orchestrating such a scheme with utmost clarity. Captain B humbly replies, it is merely foundational skills. Li Zhengtong ascends the arena as the city lord descends from the heavens. Junior pays respects to the city lord. Wang Shui chuckles. No need for formalities. The moment I step onto this stage, I am merely your opponent. Do not show leniency merely because I am the city lord. Li Zhengdong responds, My lord, should we engage directly? I am certain I cannot match you. Might I be permitted to harness the power of elixirs in our duel? He inquires cautiously. Wang Shui ponders for a moment and mutters. It seems a bit unjust for you to use elixirs while I do not. Upon hearing this, Li Jingtong feels an overwhelming urge to remove his shoes, which have not been washed in 3 years, and hurl them at his opponent's face. How dare you speak of fairness? He thinks. Very well, I shall concede. You may use your elixirs. After all, I am the senior here. You do acknowledge your seniority, Li Zhengtong mutters, then turns to the referee, asking, Shall we commence? The referee nods and announces, Final round of the Qi refining group. Contestant number 41 versus the substitute contestant. Begin. Without further ado, Li Zhengtong retrieves the elixir handed to him by Qin Yu and swallows it whole. Soon, Li Zhengtong's physique begins to swell, and a mane of fur erupts from every pore, enveloping his body. Witnessing the lifelike gorilla on stage, both Wang Shui and all spectators are left utterly astonished. After the initial shock, the crowd begins to murmur, What is happening? How has the young master of the Li family transformed in such a way? I have no idea. He suddenly became a gorilla. Surely, the young master is not a monster? Nonsense, he's no monster. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in scholarly robes, wielding a paper fan, steps forward to enlighten the crowd. What you are witnessing is known as a spirit beast. This individual is highly regarded in Wuxing City, recognized for his profound knowledge and exceptional intellect, earning him the moniker the Great Clever One. As he speaks, the onlookers gather around him eagerly. Mr. Clever, could you elucidate how young Master Li has suddenly transformed into a gorilla? The situation is laid bare before us. Have you not perceived it? Mr. Clever, with a subtle smile, mysteriously unfurled his paper fan, gently swaying it amidst the biting cold wind. His frostbitten, purplish cheeks trembled slightly. Pray, do elaborate further, for we are left bewildered. Very well, I shall expound in detail. As I previously mentioned, young Master Li's metamorphosis into a gorilla is due to the fact that he is not human, but rather a spiritual beast. A spiritual beast? The eldest son of the Li family is not human, but a spiritual creature? How curious. How could the head of the Li family and his wife have given birth to a spiritual beast? He was not born. It is clear that he was adopted. So, Li Zhengdong is not their biological child. I had suspected as much, for he bears no resemblance to the head of the Li family. Now, the reason is finally unveiled. Over a decade ago, I witnessed the head of the Li family venturing alone into the depths of the eastern mountains. It seems that Li Zhengtong was adopted during that time. The crowd engage in lively discussion, piecing together the narrative of Li Zhengtong's origins. You all perceive only the superficial layer, yet overlook the deeper truth. Mr. Clever interjected once more, causing the surrounding individuals to fall into a hushed silence, attentively listening. I surmise that young Master Li did not enter the Xintian sect as a disciple, but rather as a spiritual beast. Conveniently, the Xintian sect possesses a dedicated beast-taming peak. It is likely that young Master Li's talents caught the eye of a beast tamer, who took him under their wing. Mr. Clever, unable to endure the chill any longer, slowly closed his fan and, with an air of sophistication, declared, If my conjecture holds true, that beast tamer is none other than him. The crowd followed the direction indicated by the fan and immediately spotted Qin Yu. Indeed, he returned alongside young Master Li, presumably as his master. However, their statuses appear equal, with no clear distinction of master and beast. Who says there is none? I witnessed it firsthand at the tofu pudding shop. The beast tamer was savoring his tofu pudding with delight, while before Li Zhengdong lay a bowl devoid of meat broth. Can one consume tofu pudding without meat broth? Certainly not. I am certain that forcing Li Zhengtong to consume such plain tofu pudding is a punishment imposed by that beast tamer. Moreover, consider this. If Li Zhengtong were not compelled to heed the beast tamer's commands, with the meat broth readily available, why would he not simply take a bowl for himself instead of merely watching? That reasoning holds merit. Mr. Clever commended the insightful analyst. Is it not said that young Master Li possesses a constitution that forbids him from consuming tofu pudding with meat broth? Your version is rather outdated. Hasn't this been debunked long ago? Indeed, such words may only deceive someone as foolish as you. What rational person would believe that? I distinctly recall it was you who first informed me of this news. While it was indeed I who shared that information at the time, believing in it was not foolish. Persisting in such beliefs now is what truly borders on folly. Another voice chimed in. I heard the shopkeeper mention that it was due to the addition of cilantro in the soup, which Li Zhengtong detests. Hence his forlorn gaze fixed upon that bowl of tofu pudding. This remark elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. How amusing, having lived for 60 years. I have yet to encounter anyone who dislikes cilantro. Quite so, how could there exist anyone in this world who does not savor cilantro? The intellectual among us nodded in agreement. With my vast knowledge, I can affirm that indeed, there is no one in this world who does not relish cilantro. Mr. Wise One, does this mean we can now confidently assert that Li Zhengtong is not of human descent, but rather a spirit beast? With his master being the young man who returned with him? The learned one nodded with conviction, certain of his assertion, stating that should any error arise, he would accept full responsibility. Splendid. Upon returning, I must share this monumental news with my friends. Chapter 167. Li Zhengtong consumed the elixir, and his body surged uncontrollably towards Wang Shui with astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this robust, fur-clad creature, Wang Shui instinctively took a step back. After all, anyone would flinch upon seeing their opponent morph into a being that resembled neither man nor beast, but rather a gorilla, baring its teeth and lunging in their direction. Even the battle-hardened Lord Wang had never encountered such a spectacle. However, Wang Shui regained his composure in less than a tenth of a second. He promptly steadied his steps and retreated swiftly to the edge of the arena. Observing this, Li Zhengtong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wang Shui had reached the arena's periphery. Now, all he needed to do was push his opponent, and victory would be effortlessly secured. Even if he were to lose control and fall from the stage, it would still count as his triumph. With this thought igniting a fiery determination within him, Li Zhengtong accelerated his speed. Should he manage to defeat the Lord, his name would be etched in the annals of Wuxing City. In that moment, Li Zhengtong resembled a rampaging bull, while Wang Shui appeared as a matador. Just as the two were about to collide, Wang Shui sidestepped to the right, evading Li Zhengtong's onslaught. Anticipating this maneuver, Li Zhengtong delivered a punch aimed directly at Wang Shui's face. The Li family fist. This was a rudimentary technique created by the ancestors of the Li family. Simple to learn, and after a few days of practice, Li Zhengtong had mastered it quite well. The two were too close in proximity, rendering Wang Shui incapable of dodging Li Zhengtong's strike. However, Wang Shui had no intention of evading. Instead, he swiftly grasped Li Zhengtong's fist with a decisive palm strike, pulling to the right to dissipate the force, and then executed a throw that sent Li Zhengtong tumbling off the stage. The entire match lasted no more than 5 seconds, resulting in the defeat of the top seed, Li Zhengtong. The crowd erupted in cheers. We, the human race, have triumphed. The spirit beasts are ultimately just beasts, destined to yield beneath our might. Hooray, victory for humanity, exclaimed Its Ming. Nephew, you possess considerable strength, Wang Shui remarked with a smile. In that brief encounter with Li Zhengtong, he had distinctly sensed that Li Zhengtong's strength surpassed that of an average peak Qi refining practitioner. Had he not skillfully neutralized the force, he might have found himself in dire straits. Wang Shui peered down at Li Zhengtong, and his expression froze. Li Zhengtong lay on the ground, his legs thrashing uncontrollably due to the effects of a swift-acting pill, resembling a fish out of water. Nephew, are you all right? Don't scare me, uncle. A flicker of panic crossed Wang Shui's eyes. I barely exerted any force. I hope I haven't caused him any serious injury. How will I explain this to his father? There's a risk in showing off, indeed. Fortunately, Qin Yu was waiting just off the stage and quickly rushed over to administer an antidote to Li Zhengtong. The referee, demonstrating keen awareness, promptly announced the result of the match. In this contest, substitute contestant Wang Shui effortlessly defeated contestant number 41, showcasing extraordinary combat skills that left the audience in awe. Simultaneously, Lord Wang provided a personal demonstration that inspired the younger generation of cultivators to engage in self-reflection and cultivate their independent thinking abilities, significantly enhancing their combat consciousness and techniques, thereby infusing the cultivation world with new vitality. Just then, Li Zhengtong's shoe struck the referee's face with force. Damn it, you don't hold me back. This is outrageous. I must go and teach him a lesson. Calm down, Tongzi, you cannot match him, came the voice from the Li family spectator section. Li Xiaojiao sighed inwardly, realizing that defeat was inevitable. It seemed the responsibility of overcoming the Lord's estate and elevating the Li family to the foremost power in Wuxing City now rested on her shoulders. Li's father sighed and shook his head slightly. Although he possessed considerable cultivation and strength, his combat skills were severely lacking and required much practice. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. He knew that even without the unexpected intervention of the Lord, his son would likely not secure the championship. With bad luck, he might not even place in the top 3. Thus, upon witnessing his unfortunate son's clash with the audacious Lord, he refrained from saying much. If his son genuinely harbored hopes of winning, as the head of the Li family and a formidable nascent soul powerhouse, he would certainly harbor some unspoken grievances towards the Lord's ancestor in his heart. The morning's 2 arena matches for the Qi refining group have concluded. Currently, 20 participants remain uneliminated, among whom only 4 have attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Qin Yu and Li Hai from the Li family, as well as Li Xiao and the unassuming Long Tiao from the city lord's residence. After spending a few incense sticks worth of time, the Foundation Establishment Group also completed their arena battles, marking the conclusion of the morning's competitions. Congratulations to all victorious participants. The city of Wuxing takes great pride in your achievements. We also encourage the eliminated contestants not to be disheartened, as victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. The purpose of this arena competition is to identify one's shortcomings through combat. Jeju Guang noticed someone removing their shoes and hastily crumpled his lengthy 2,000-word script into a ball, succinctly proclaiming, "Next, we present the highly anticipated preliminary round of the Immortal Cultivation Skills Competition. The Alchemy Group is stationed to the east, the Formation Group to the west, and the Forging Group to the south. Participants, please take your positions." Qin Yu rose, stretching lazily. It was finally time for alchemy, a field in which he excelled. The Alchemy Group consisted of 30 individuals, comprising both Qi refiners and Foundation Establishment cultivators. Qin Yu casually drew a lot, number 23. He approached the position marked 23, where only an alchemy furnace provided by the city lord's residence awaited him, devoid of any materials. "Has everyone arrived?" the judge inquired. The judge for the alchemy competition was not the same as that for the arena matches. In addition to the judge, there were 3 evaluators. Among them was Li Tian's father, Uncle Li Heir, who held a prominent position. "Since everyone is present, let us distribute the formulas and materials." Under the influence of spiritual energy, the formulas and materials gracefully descended before each participant. Upon examining the formula, Qin Yu read, "Radiant Pill, Grade, First, Effect, upon consumption. The user's palm will emit a dazzling light. Competition requirement: successfully refine a qualified pill that exhibits a luminous effect to pass the competition." Qin Yu had never heard of this pill before, and even if he had, he would not attempt to refine it. After all, its effect was rather trivial. The pill merely caused a bright light to emanate from the palm, distracting the opponent's vision to secure victory in battle. However, this was suitable only for low-level Qi refiners. Any cultivator with a modicum of skill would possess spiritual awareness, rendering the pill's effectiveness significantly diminished. Qin Yu inspected the materials, 10 in total. Confirming everything was in order, he ignited the furnace to begin his alchemical endeavor. Chapter 168. Qin Yu took a deep breath, gently infusing spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. With the activation of the formation, a faint yellow flame instantly sprang forth. This marked the initial step for an alchemist, to familiarize oneself with the alchemy furnace in hand. After approximately the duration of a cup of tea, Qin Yu felt it was time to assess his surroundings and lifted his gaze towards the other competitors. The majority were still familiarizing themselves with their alchemical furnaces. Yet 6 individuals had already commenced their potion making, among them Meng Zihan and Wu Imo, as mentioned by Li Zhongtong. It appeared there were indeed many skilled practitioners present. Qin Yu focused intently, selecting a high-quality spiritual herb and casting it into the alchemical furnace. At a temperature of 70 degrees, the shining grass transformed into a crimson powder. He then proceeded to add more materials, fully concentrated, reciting incantations as he continuously fed ingredients into the furnace. Suddenly, disaster struck. The temperature had risen too high. Qin Yu swiftly diminished the flow of spiritual energy, but it was too late. A layer of black ash enveloped the nearly formed elixir, marking a failure in his alchemical endeavor. Regaining his composure, he extracted the failed potion using his mental energy. He then glanced at the others, discovering that Meng Zihan and Wu Imo had completed their potions and submitted them for evaluation. Meng Zihan occupied position 10, while Wu Imo was at 13. Apart from these 2, competitors in positions 7 and 28 had also finished ahead of the rest. These individuals were surely third-rank alchemists, demonstrating remarkable speed. Just then, a sudden explosion erupted from position 22, startling everyone. Many who were on the verge of success trembled in shock, causing their nearly completed potions to be ruined in an instant. "What the heck? I was so close," someone exclaimed. "Where did that explosion come from? Oh my. Did the furnace blow?" The judge hurriedly rushed over to the contestant in position 22, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," the contestant replied, rising from the ground and bursting into laughter as he opened his palm to reveal a fully formed potion. "Ha ha ha, the explosion turned into a potion. I did it. What luck to have an explosion yield a potion." Everyone turned their attention to this individual, including Qin Yu, who curiously glanced over. Wasn't this a technique typically reserved for protagonists in the finals? Come on, it's just the preliminary round. Why the celebration? The judge examined the potion in position 22's hand for a moment before announcing to all, "Contestant 22 has cheated and will have their results disqualified." "Qin Yu?" The crowd. Contestant 22 protested vehemently. "On what grounds do you accuse me of cheating? What evidence do you have?" Simply this. The judge pointed at the potion. The elixir you just brewed bears the insignia of Bai Yao Tang. Curious. Qin Yu leaned in for a closer look and indeed found a small seal engraved on the potion. Suddenly, it all became clear to everyone. This contestant had used the explosion as a guise to present a pre-purchased potion, attempting to deceive the judges. However, he had overlooked the fact that many alchemical houses imprint their logos on their products to enhance their visibility. On the 22nd, the contestant's face flushed red, rendered speechless. The others erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Brother, it is the details that determine success or failure." With this brief interlude concluded, everyone resumed their alchemical pursuits. Armed with the lessons learned from his initial failure, Qin Yu successfully concocted a pill this time. To err on the side of caution, he produced a second pill, submitting both for evaluation. During the forthcoming medicinal trial, as long as one of his pills proved effective, he would advance. Those who submitted only a single pill exhibited immense confidence in their alchemical skills. The formulation of the flashing pill was not particularly challenging. Virtually all novice alchemists could successfully produce it, and by the end, only 3 individuals failed after expending 10 materials each. Let the medicinal trials commence. The judge announced loudly upon confirming that all participants had completed their tasks. Soon, 26 handcuffed prisoners were brought onto the stage. Among them an undercover agent and the leader of the Guixian sect. Qin Yu moved to the front, scrutinizing each prisoner carefully. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with interest. "Judge, I request that this individual test my pill," Qin Yu declared, pointing at one of the prisoners. Upon hearing this, the judge approached. Had it been anyone else making such a request, the judge would have dismissed them immediately. However, Qin Yu was a disciple of the Xiantian sect and a distinguished guest of the Li family, thus deserving a modicum of respect. "Very well. Let this prisoner take position 23. The judge commanded, recognizing that such actions would not compromise the integrity of the competition. Yet, curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to inquire, "Why have you specifically chosen him for the trial?" With a smile, Qin Yu replied, "I perceive a fierce demeanor in this individual. He does not appear to be a decent person. I fear my pill may have some minor side effects, and letting him consume it would be as just deserts." The guard overseeing the prisoners chuckled softly, remarking, "A good person would never volunteer for such a trial. However, you have a keen eye. This man is named Wang Dazhua, and he is the most heinous among all the prisoners." Qin Yu inquired, "What crime did he commit?" "He killed a vendor selling candied hawthorn. It is truly tragic. Just days ago, the vendor's son went missing, and before he could find him, the vendor himself met his demise. Yet, the vendor was not innocent either. Engaging in deceitful practices, I heard he had recently been accused of wrongdoing. It seems that evildoers inevitably encounter their own kind," Qin Yu remarked. "Is he the elderly hawthorn seller, around 60 or 70 years of age?" "Yes. Do you know him?" Qin Yu shook his head, "Not personally. But I have seen him once. And how should we deal with Wang Dazhua? An eye for an eye. Once the new year has passed, he shall meet his end at the marketplace. That would indeed be a lenient fate for him." Qin Yu turned and, without hesitation, struck Wang Dazhua squarely in the face, sending the leader of the sect crashing to the ground. Wang, the captain, collapsed to the ground, spitting out several broken teeth while casting a resentful glare at Qin Yu. "You're doomed, kid. I will personally tear you apart," he cackled ominously. Upon hearing that laughter, Qin Yu understood that Wang Dazhua would not escape his fate. Damn it, still so arrogant. A guard struck Wang with a baton, contorting his features in pain. The referee interjected, "Enough, let us not squander time. The judges are prepared. It's time for the drug testing." Qin Yu seized Wang and tossed him before the elixir numbered 23. "Soon, you shall experience the potency of my elixir." Wang scoffed, his expression one of derision. "It's merely a pill. Do you think it can kill me? Listen, Shang Biao. The clan leader is revealing a secret. The one that the stinky tofu immortal just struck is at the nascent soul stage." Morkai gasped, "Woof woof. Clan leader. Hurry and save the master. Come down. This nascent soul is disguising himself as a mortal. He surely has ulterior motives. If we capture him now, the stinky tofu immortal may thank us, but not excessively. When he attempts to harm the stinky tofu immortal, I will seize him then, thus earning the immortal's gratitude and a bounty of stinky tofu. Timing is crucial. What is that saying? Enhancements and prosperity can never compare to assistance in times of need. Do you understand?" Wang Kai, in admiration, exclaimed, "Woof woof. I don't understand, but clan leader, you truly possess great wisdom, living up to your reputation. Be discreet. After all, I have lived several thousand years more than you. When you reach my age, you will grasp these truths." Captain A suddenly turned to glance at the 2 small black dogs not far behind. "What's wrong?" Captain B inquired. "Nothing much, but I believe I just heard voices coming from behind." Captain B responded, "There is no one behind. Where would the voices come from? We're only acting this afternoon." "Why the anxiety? Damn it, I am not anxious. Captain B retorted. Ah, right. Damn it, you don't believe me, do you? But I truly heard voices from behind. Captain B quipped. You're right. Those 2 mutts behind could talk. Is that satisfactory? Chapter 169. The prisoners are tested one by one. After consuming the elixir, as long as their palms radiate light, they progress to the next stage. The judges will then assign a score based on the intensity of the light. Contestant 1, Li Yi, a decent glow, advances to the finals, scoring 71 points. Contestant 2, Li Er, now it's contestant 10, Meng Zihan. After consuming the elixir, a powerful light burst forth, blinding onlookers momentarily, causing tears to flow and temporary visual impairment. This is the true power of the flashing pill. Its effect in a qi refining duel is still formidable. I wonder what impact my elixir will have. Qin Yu mused, rubbing his eyes softly. Contestant 10, Meng Zihan, 100 points. Contestant 13, Wu Mo, 100 points. Bright flashes of light flickered one after another, with numerous contestants achieving perfect scores, for the difficulty of the glimmering pill was not substantial. Those of the second-grade alchemist level could generally concoct flawless glimmering pills. Soon, the judges approached Qin Yu. Without hesitation, he kicked the leader Wang. Wang gritted his teeth, wishing to abandon his disguise and tear Qin Yu to shreds on the spot. However, contemplating the plan and the generous rewards that would follow its completion, he restrained himself. A moment's patience could avert a great setback. One should not allow trivial matters to disrupt the grand scheme. Enduring minor grievances was part of life, after all. Sunshine follows the storm, and a smooth path is rare in life. With a deep breath, Wang cast a fierce glance at Qin Yu, then seized the pill and swallowed it whole. Qin Yu felt a twinge of nervousness regarding this pill testing, as he speculated that his elixir was flawless and that the bizarre side effects had arisen from Li Jingtong being the first to test the pills. As a wise elder once remarked, there are no inherently strange pills in this world. It is merely that Li Jingtong has tested so many that such occurrences have manifested. Thus, this pill testing was crucial for Qin Yu to vindicate himself. Moments after swallowing the pill, an unexpected flash coursed through Wang's head. Qin Yu thought he had misseen, rubbing his eyes, only to witness Wang's face flickering again. The sensation resembled a faulty light bulb. Next, the glow spread from his neck to his chest, abdomen, thighs, and all the way down to his toes. Once the entire body had shimmered, every inch of Wang's skin emanated a soft radiance, transforming him into a massive 65-watt light bulb in that instant. At that moment, Wang was dumbfounded. The judges were astounded. The evaluators were bewildered. The other contestants were left speechless. The audience was in utter shock. Only Qin Yu felt as if his heart were being shredded, overwhelmed with despair. He had to admit the painful truth that the issue lay with him. Far away in the formation group, Li Jingtong suddenly noticed the alchemy group had fallen silent, realizing that Brother Yu's pill was now being tested. Who was the unfortunate soul who took my place? How incredibly unlucky, ha 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 ha. What on earth did you concoct? Li Erbo was the first to regain his composure. He had been aware of the peculiarities of Qin Yu's pills, thus he had prepared himself mentally in advance. Qin Yu, steeling himself, remarked, "Just tell me if it's bright or not. I'm not only glowing in my palms, my entire body radiates light. And there's an initial flickering effect to boot. I ask you, isn't that impressive? Impressive or not is debatable, but what use is this mere glow?" Another evaluator inquired. "How can it be deemed useless? Although my creation may lack strength, its expanse is considerable. Have you not heard the adage? There are no worthless elixirs. Only those who fail to recognize their worth." The judge interrupted. "Do not regale me with these futile arguments. The radiant elixir can dazzle opponents and obscure their vision. What can your concoction achieve? Illuminate the beauty of your adversaries?" After a moment of reflection, Qin Yu replied, "While my elixir may lack martial utility, it serves a practical purpose in daily life. Consuming this elixir allows one to forego lighting lamps at home during the night. How splendid! Furthermore, one could bind prisoners to poles and administer the elixir at night, transforming them into human lanterns, illuminating the streets as brightly as day. Imagine the savings on candles. This is a source of biological energy, eco-friendly and pollution-free, requiring only a bun for an entire night. If we were to capture more prisoners, we could host a lantern festival, showcasing a multitude of glowing individuals, arranged in captivating displays, all in the name of promoting Wuxing City, ultimately boosting its revenue and enhancing its reputation." As Qin Yu continued, his enthusiasm grew. In a world devoid of electric lights where candles illuminate the night, the concept of human light sources would undoubtedly intrigue many. Such a remarkable innovation would be squandered on Wuxing City. We could have the disciples of Zuaniangong consume the elixir, and by nightfall, they would shimmer with radiance. If we were to adorn them in vibrant garments, they would resemble a dazzling array of lanterns, undeniably beautiful. This could become a hallmark of Xuanyangong, and with some promotional efforts, we could attract a multitude of cultivators, charging a nominal fee for entry, thereby ensuring a substantial profit for both the sect and myself, to be divided 19-1. I've even thought of a name for it, the Lantern Festival. I wonder if my dear fellow disciples would be inclined to support this venture. They should be amenable, as it presents a mutually beneficial opportunity, ensuring victory for both the sect and myself. Upon hearing Qin Yu's analysis, Uncle Li was the first to express his approval, acknowledging the validity of his points. What rationale do you possess? Another voice interjected. Uncle Li, you cannot favor him simply due to his ties with your family. One may indulge in capricious eating, but one must not speak carelessly. Uncle Li retorted, glaring. Which of your eyes has witnessed my favoritism towards Qin Yu? Do you dare accuse me of slander? Oh dear. Please, do not let this escalate. The third judge interjected, eager to mediate. I am not arguing with him. I am merely addressing the issue at hand. As cultivators, our purpose in concocting elixirs is to enhance our strength. Yet look at the effect of this elixir. It merely causes one to glow, which is of no use. The three judges were gently reminded by the referee. Whether this elixir serves a purpose is secondary. The primary concern is whether contestant number 23 can advance. With this realization, the judges returned to their senses. Indeed, what was the point of debating such trivial matters? As long as it produces light, it should undoubtedly pass. Uncle Li was the first to affirm this. I vehemently disagree. The judge who just clashed with Elder Li continues to oppose him. Our competition demands the concoction of a luminous elixir, yet contestant number 23 has evidently produced something entirely different, with one voice in favor and another against. Whether Qin Yu advances hinges solely on the final judge's decision. All eyes turn to this judge, placing him in a rather precarious position. To voice disagreement would offend Elder Li, while to agree would alienate another judge. This situation hardly aligns with his reputation for diplomacy. Well, I believe the judge pondered for a moment before declaring, this matter is rather exceptional. We might call upon the city lord for a judgment. The city lord? What a splendid idea. The radiant Captain Wang's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation. Once the city lord arrives, he plans to swiftly regain his powers, launch a surprise attack, eliminate the city lord, and then swiftly turn to obliterate Qin Yu. This elixir trial has been utterly humiliating, and his patience has worn thin. As for those three wretched judges, that despicable referee, and the onlooking contestants, they all deserve their comeuppance. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, has anyone spared a thought for me? The victim? Does the leader of the demonic sect not deserve respect? A few days ago, I received a generous gift from the ice pop vendor. And though my updates have lagged, today I shall dedicate some time to pen a chapter to alleviate my burden. Chapter 170. This is not a moment for your interjection. Elder Li promptly sent Captain Wang sprawling to the ground with a kick. Seeing Elder Li strike, his rival felt compelled to retaliate, and without hesitation, delivered a kick of his own. Silence. A nearby prison guard, witnessing the defiance, brandished his baton and swung it toward Captain Wang. As he struck, he berated. You're quite audacious today. The adults are conversing. Dare you interrupt? I'll beat you to a pulp. Captain Wang howled in pain. He yearned to unleash his sealed powers and rend those who bullied him into shreds. Yet, recalling the arduous days spent in confinement and the imminent dawn of victory, he realized that to abandon hope now would be a grave misstep. He had persevered this long. He must endure just a little longer. Keep going, Captain Wang. Your future is bright. He encouraged himself, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. What a wretched predicament. He longed for the city lord to arrive swiftly, so he might suffer less indignity. Captain Wang truly deserves admiration. Had I been subjected to such treatment as an undercover agent, I would have surely turned against them long ago. One associate praised him while raising a recording orb to capture this poignant moment. Another chimed in, indeed. We must preserve the remarkable scene of Captain Wang's significant sacrifice intact. Heh, I couldn't help myself. Captain A, you should return and undergo some professional training. Over there. The prison guard is rolling Master Wang around, while the judges continue their deliberations. The judges must not call for the city lord over such trivial matters. The referee spoke first. If such minor issues lead to summoning the city lord, would it not reflect poorly on my capabilities? How could I effectively serve beneath the city lord thereafter? Hearing this, Master Wang shot a fierce glance at the referee. I shall be the first to slay Wang Shui, the second to eliminate that alchemist, and third, I will come for you. Just wait. Ouch, that hurts. I was wrong. Do not strike me again. Then what do you propose? The tactful judge retorted, turning his gaze toward Master Wang. Hey, that guard, could you gag him before you continue? The noise is unbearable. All right. The fourth to meet their demise shall be you. Goodness, brother, please do not remove your socks. Let us converse amicably. I shall even declare myself a dog. The atmosphere grew quiet as discussions resumed. The referee stated, I believe we should simply adhere to the competition requirements. There are only two stipulations. One must produce a pill, and the other is that one's palm must emit light. This young friend's pill fulfills both conditions. My apologies for speaking too much. You're the judges. You shall decide. Then, as per the referee's words, contestant number 23 advances with a score of 60. Next, after the referee and judges departed, Qin Yu turned to the prison guard and said, It seems sufficient punishment has been dealt. Let us not beat him to death. Qin Yu feared that if the condemned prisoner were to perish, he would find no one to test the pill later in the afternoon. After all, it seemed excessive to have a petty thief trial the pill. All right then, I too am quite fatigued. The prison guard kicked Master Wang and grumbled, From now on, behave yourself, or next time I shall end you. Master Wang, trembling, sat up, silently placing this guard second on his list of targets. The others fell one rank lower. Qin Yu leaned closer, scrutinizing the shimmering Master Wang. What sensations do you currently experience? Master Wang pitifully replied, Pain. I did not inquire about your pain from being struck. I meant to ask how you feel after consuming the pill? Master Wang spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you using me to test new pills? Even if you were to kill me, do not expect a single word from my lips. Guard. Master Wang continued. After ingesting the pill, I felt nothing, though initially. When the light enveloped me from head to toe, my body experienced a tingling sensation. Anything else? There truly is nothing more. Master Wang vigorously shook his head. Qin Yu took brief notes and then retrieved the jade pendant to contact Li Zihao. Brotherly, are you there? The jade pendant immediately stirred, and Qin Yu's brother inquired. Have you concocted a new elixir? What effects does it possess this time? Qin Yu briefly summarized the effects. This elixir is rather insignificant. It could at best serve as a candle. Qin Yu chuckled, pondering the absurdity of a distinguished disciple of the Hundred sect selling candles. Brotherly, our primary concern now is to discover a remedy. From my experience, the luminescence might be permanent. Permanent? Master Wang was taken aback. If it continues to emit light, we shall be the laughingstock among our peers. He envisioned the leaders of the demonic sect gathering to deliberate over significant matters in the dark, damp cave, where he would shine like a small sun, dispelling the shadows and bringing forth light. What kind of demonic practitioner would he be then? Master Wang promptly moved Qin Yu to the second position on his hit list. First, eliminate this alchemist, and then deal with that wretched jailer. Li Zihua replied. How do we resolve the issue of the luminescence? Allow me to contemplate, Brother Qin. Although Qin Yu considered suggesting that Li Zihua simply burn incense, he felt the matter was not urgent and decided against it. In truth, even without an antidote, it mattered little. The fellow was destined for execution after the new year. When he was laid in his coffin, glowing, it might even startle the grave robbers. Unexpectedly, merely 1/10 of an incense stick's duration later, the jade pendant trembled once more. Brother Qin, I have devised a solution. If he glows all over, why not feed him a mite pill? That should enable him to grow thick black fur and obscure the light. Qin Yu exclaimed, Goodness, brotherly, you are a genius. Let us remain low-key. Although Qin Yu felt that Li Zihua's idea was merely a temporary fix, it did not deter him from trying it out. Especially since it was he who would be consuming the elixir. Here, take this elixir. Qin Yu produced a mite pill and handed it to Master Wang. What kind of elixir is this? Master Wang asked suspiciously. Without further ado, Qin Yu replied, If you wish to continue glowing until your last breath, then refrain from consuming this elixir. Wait, I will take it. Master Wang exclaimed. What does it matter what kind of elixir it is? As long as it can eliminate this glowing effect? After all, could there be anything more miserable than glowing all over? Master Wang hastily accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole, only to find his entire body sprouting black fur, transforming him into a massive gorilla. Now he realized that being a glowing gorilla was indeed far worse than simply glowing. At least he was still human before. Now, he could no longer even claim to be a man. The radiant white light emanating from the skin of the helmsman still managed to seep through the gaps in his dark hair, particularly striking in the areas where the hair was sparse on his face. The prisoners who accompanied the helmsman to test the potion looked at him with sympathy. In contrast, the contestants like Meng Zihan and Wu Mo gazed at Qin Yu with peculiar expressions. Why did it seem that the elixirs he held were so strange? Were the alchemists of Hundred sect truly this eccentric? Observing the helmsman transformed into a gorilla, Qin Yu appraised him from head to toe. It appeared that the strength elixir had an effect on ordinary individuals as well. Subsequently, Qin Yu grasped a handful of the black hair on the helmsman's arm and yanked it forcefully. The helmsman grimaced in pain, his face contorting. Upon seeing the skin revealed by the plucked hair still glowing, Qin Yu muttered, It seems that the hair merely serves to block the light. It cannot eradicate it. Can you not see my face still shimmering? Must you pull out my hair to witness it? The helmsman was on the brink of collapse. perplexed as to how he had encountered such a character as Qin Yu while going undercover. Had he not undergone professional training? He would have felt compelled to lash out and tear Qin Yu to shreds. At that moment, Steward Wong had not mentioned enduring such humiliation. Here, take this elixir. It is the antidote to the one you just ingested. The helmsman instinctively took a step back, genuinely afraid this time. Heaven knows what peculiar concoction this was. Do not be afraid. This is indeed the antidote. Of course, if you prefer to face execution next month as a guerrilla, you may choose not to consume it. The helmsman realized he had fallen into Qin Yu's trap with no avenue for escape. Given the circumstances, he resolved to take the elixir. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed it whole. Qin Yu keenly observed the changes occurring in the helmsman. The black hair on his surface rapidly fell away, and an enigmatic black substance spread forth, enveloping his exterior and obscuring all light. Qin Yu splashed a bottle of water onto the helmsman, and upon washing away the black layer, he was astonished to find that the skin no longer glowed. To his surprise, the two elixirs, in a remarkable interplay, had indeed worked. Qin Yu felt a profound sense of awe, increasingly aware of the intricate depths of alchemy. All right, I'm back to normal, the helmsman exclaimed joyfully, his delight akin to that of a child. You rejoice too soon. Do not forget there is still an alchemy competition this afternoon. Enjoy it while you can. Qin Yu sneered before departing the stage. The helmsman's smile froze on his face as he vowed to make everyone pay for their transgressions. The morning's competitions concluded. Li Zhongtong also successfully advanced to the finals of the formation. However, given his current skills, he would need at least another year of practice to shine in the afternoon's competition. This year, he would settle for merely going through the motions. Brother Yu, what elixir did you refine this morning, and are there any side effects this time? Qin Yu shot a glance at Li Zhongtong, his irritation palpable. What do you mean by that? Who said my elixirs must have side effects? Li Zhongtong replied. Does that mean this elixir has no side effects? Qin Yu changed the subject. What are we having for lunch? Li Zhongtong was left bewildered. Esteemed friends, after an hour of rest, our contestants have now regained their strength, and we hope they will present us with even more thrilling performances. I hereby announce that the third round of the Qi Refinement Group is officially underway. In the third round of the Qi Refinement Group, out of 20, 10 will advance. With his opponent conceding, Qin Yu moves forward. In the fourth round, from 10 to 5, his opponent, at the 8th level of Qi Refinement, also concedes, allowing Qin Yu to advance once more. In this round, the City Lord's Mansion's Li Xiu faced the formidable Li Hai, a peak Qi Refinement practitioner from the Li family. With a single strike, Li Xiu vanquished Li Hai, leaving the audience in awe of his prowess. Consequently, two peak Qi Refinement practitioners have fallen to Li Xiu, leaving only Qin Yu, Li Xiu, and the City Lord's attendant, Long Tiao, among the remaining competitors. Li Hai had intentionally suppressed his realm to compete for the championship, only to be defeated in one blow, leading him to weep inconsolably. As the heir of the family, Li Zhongtong felt compelled to offer comfort, though he was unsure of how to proceed and sought Qin Yu's counsel. Simply tell him that at 20 years old, having lost for at least 4 or 5 years, this should be the last time he experiences defeat. He ought to rejoice, for there will be no further opportunities to lose. Li Zhongtong found profound wisdom in Brother Yu's words. After all, Li Hai lost every year. One must learn to adapt. Strangely enough, after Li Zhongtong's consolation, Li Hai's tears flowed even more freely. Brother Yu, what is happening? Is there something wrong with my words of comfort? How could my guidance possibly be flawed? Qin Yu responded confidently. Although Li Hai is still crying, the nature of his tears has transformed. Previously, he wept in sorrow over his defeat. Now, he is moved. Moved by what? Li Zhongtong inquired, perplexed. Of course, he is touched that you personally went to comfort him. Do not forget, Li Hai is merely a distant relative of your family. To receive solace from you, the future head of the family, is a tremendous honor. And he is profoundly grateful. Li Zhongtong's eyes widened in realization. I see now. Chapter 172, Qin Yu advised. I believe you can exert more effort and show greater concern for Li Hai. This will not only help you forge stronger bonds, but also enhance your family's cohesion. Indeed. Li Zhongtong's eyes lit up. Brother Yu, what more should I say? Li Zhongtong's gaze was filled with longing, his face a canvas of eagerness for Brother Yu's guidance. Qin Yu contemplated for a moment and analyzed. I believe Li Hai has dedicated a considerable amount of time preparing for this competition, and to lose so easily would undoubtedly leave him feeling dissatisfied. Therefore, I suggest you provide him with an analysis of his failure. This not only helps him recognize his shortcomings but also demonstrates your meticulous concern for him, showing that you genuinely care rather than merely uttering empty platitudes. Then, Brother Yu, what is the reason for Li Hai's failure? To speak candidly, the disparity in talent between him and Li Xiu is too vast. This is not something that sheer effort can bridge. Even if he were to prepare for a decade, he would still likely fall short against Li Xiu. Thus, his defeat was inevitable, and there is no need for sorrow. Furthermore, remind him to refrain from competing with such prodigies in the future, as he would only face catastrophic losses. Your analysis is astutely accurate, Brother Yu, Li Jingtong said as he walked towards Li Hai with a heart full of reassurance. Indeed, after further comforting from young Master Li, Li Hai's tears flowed even more profusely. Li Zhengong returned with a spring in his step, joyfully reporting, Brother Yu, your strategy is simply magnificent. After feeling my thorough concern, Li Hai was truly moved to tears, shedding them as if they were of no cost. Moreover, the younger generation surrounding Li Hai gazed at me with astonished expressions upon witnessing my personal consolation of him. They must have been utterly shocked that the son of our clan leader showed such concern for a collateral branch. Qin Yu smiled nonchalantly, embodying the demeanor of one who has accomplished their task and humbly concealed their merits. Tongzi, as long as you follow my guidance, how could the Li family not flourish? Indeed, in the 5th round of the Qi Refinement Group's arena competition, 5 advanced to 2. That's correct. Due to the Lord's arbitrary actions, it is highly probable that there will be no 3rd place this time. Unfortunately, Qin Yu did not enjoy the same fortune. His opponent was none other than the only other perfected Qi refinement practitioner from the Lord S estate, Long Tiaojia. To think that in my lifetime, I would have the honor of sparring with a prodigy from the Xuantian Gong. How fortunate indeed. If you have the opportunity to spar with someone like me, you ought to feel honored. As Qin Yu continued to engage in conversation, he pondered strategies to confront Long Tiaojia. If Qin Yu were to exert his full strength, dealing with Long Tiaojia would pose no issue. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that after this match, he would have little time to recuperate before directly entering the finals. This intense combat format was intentionally designed by the Lord's estate to prevent contestants from having adequate time to restore their spiritual energy, thereby testing their luck, recovery abilities, combat skills, energy allocation, and endurance. With another tough battle ahead, Qin Yu knew he must strive for a swift resolution, defeating his current opponent with minimal expenditure of spiritual energy. Long Tiaojia remarked, I know that you prodigies from Xuantian Gong do not regard me as a worthy opponent. Do you? I do not. Long Tiaojia retorted, no, you do. I truly do not. No, you must possess it. Only after defeating you can I reap a greater applause. Qin Yu remarked enigmatically, it seems you were quite confident. Indeed. Long Tiaojia laughed heartily. You are the pride of the Xiantian sect, and in terms of equal realms, I am certainly no match for you. However, what if I were to attain the foundation establishment? Suddenly, a tempest of spiritual energy surged violently within Long Tiaojia, drawing the surrounding aura towards him and elevating his presence exponentially. His opponent was on the verge of foundation establishment. Haha. You have no idea how long I have endured for this moment. Long Tiaojia cackled, the champion of the Qi Refinement Group is assuredly mine. I am the true protagonist of this contest. Qin Yu's expression darkened instantly. Should his opponent successfully establish their foundation, the odds of victory in this contest would be exceedingly slim. The only recourse now was to thwart the opponent's advancement. Yet, to forcibly intervene at this juncture would likely damage the foundation of his rival. Qin Yu was not so callous as to ruin another's future over a trivial sparring match. What of foundation establishment? When I was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, I had already sent those at foundation establishment into despair. Do they truly believe that securing a foundation guarantees victory? With a nonchalant glance at the referee, who remained expressionless and offered no indication of commencing the match, it appeared they intended to wait until the opponent's advancement was complete before beginning. Nevertheless, it was normal for them to favor their own competitor. After all, where in the world is absolute fairness? Qin Yu offered a cold chuckle, patiently awaiting the completion of his adversary's foundation establishment. Soon enough, Long Tiaojia stabilized his aura, successfully establishing his foundation, a confident smile gracing his lips. At that very moment, the referee approached them and declared loudly, foundation establishment successful, disqualification from the match. Qin Yu is the victor. What? Both Qin Yu and Long Tiaojia stood frozen, incredulous, questioning their own hearing. What does the referee mean by this? Long Tiaojia could not help but inquire. The referee explained, this is a competition for the Qi Refinement Group. As a practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, you do not meet the eligibility criteria, but the rules do state that one can temporarily establish their foundation. Long Tiaojia protested. Having devised this strategy after reviewing the competition guidelines, temporary foundation establishment is permissible, but only during the match itself. You established your foundation before the contest even commenced, thus violating the rules, the referee clarified. Establishing a foundation during the match is akin to courting death. A mere punch from the opponent could result in a backlash. Indeed, the referee affirmed earnestly, this rule is in place to prevent competitors from establishing their foundation at will. If everyone were to do as you have, The Qi refinement competitions would devolve into foundation establishment contests, leading to utter chaos. Do you think you are the only clever one? Others are capable of ingenuity as well. Be wise, child. Long Tiaojia's expression was one of sheer bewilderment, left in disarray by the winds of circumstance. The onlookers expressed their disappointment. Having initially anticipated an exhilarating battle between the local foundational sect and the Xintian sect, only to witness an abrupt conclusion before the contest even commenced. It was truly disheartening. With their hopes dashed, they decided to await the finals instead. Please welcome the next group of competitors. In a bewildered state, Qin Yu descended from the stage, pondering how remarkably unique the people of Wuxing City truly were. Chapter 173. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers. The referee proclaimed with fervor. We now welcome the highly anticipated finals of the Qi refinement group. Excuse me, referee, but I have yet to take the stage. The unfortunate soul who drew the fifth lot meekly inquired. The referee turned to him, asking earnestly, do you wish to contest with the city lord? Casting a glance at the eager city lord, who was brimming with excitement, the fifth contestant hastily shook his head. I would rather forfeit. A very astute decision. The referee continued. This year's finals feature Qin Yu from the Xintian sect, facing off against the once-in-a-century prodigy of Wuxing City, Li Xiao. We hope both participants will deliver a spectacular match. Let the two competitors take the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm escalating with each moment, as the fervent atmosphere seemed to elevate the temperature of the venue. Go, Li Xiao. Victory to Li Xiao. The arena was undeniably Li Xiao's domain, with the majority of the cheers directed toward him. Yet amidst the cacophony, Qin Yu discerned a few voices rallying in his support. Brother Qin Yu, go for it. You go, you shall prevail. Acknowledging Li Xiao Zhao and Li Zhengtong with a wave, Qin Yu ascended the platform. Gentlemen, please shake hands. Adhering to the principle of friendship first, competition second, the final match appeared to be somewhat more ceremonious. As Qin Yu clasped Li Xiao's hand, their gazes locked, and an invisible current seemed to pass between them. You are formidable. Are all the prodigies of the Xintian sect as powerful as you? Li Zhengtong pales in comparison. It's evident that the Xintian sect is a place of great aspiration, but alas, my allegiance to the court ensures my fate is forever entwined elsewhere. No matter. Gold will shine wherever it is found. Indeed, gold will always radiate its brilliance. Suddenly, the referee interjected between them. Ahem. I merely intended for you to shake hands and proceed. Why are you engaging in conversation? Should I fetch some wine for you to sip while you chat? Let us hurry. Time is of the essence. Finally, Qin Yu and Li Xiao released their firm grip. Qin Yu, in this match, I shall unleash my utmost strength. Be cautious. As they stepped back, the atmosphere on the stage thickened with an air of impending confrontation. Even the audience below was deeply affected, instinctively holding their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the final match of the Qi refining group. Mr. Did Songming, who do you think will triumph in this battle? Mr. Did Songming slowly opened his folding fan and remarked, Li Xiao possesses an unparalleled sword strike, utterly unassailable. Every opponent he has faced has fallen to a single blow. And to this day, he has yet to reveal his true strength. As for Qin Yu, he has not encountered formidable adversaries in previous matches, easily vanquishing opponents solely with brute force and speed, leaving his mastery of spells undisclosed. His true power remains a mystery. So, who among them is stronger? Mr. Did Songming, in exasperation, snapped his fan shut, saying, haven't I made it clear? Both their strengths are unknown. Must I spell it out for you before you comprehend? I am Did Songming, not a prophet, understand? Wang. Chief, do you think he can win? Of course, the stinky tofu immortal is bound to win, declared the chief of the dreaming canine clan with confidence. Wang. Why? Naturally, because the stinky tofu immortal has mastered the exclusive spell of the illustrious Lord Scar, the greatest leader of our invincible dreaming canine clan, a technique I dedicated 3 breaths of time to perfect. I cannot fathom how the stinky tofu immortal could possibly lose. Suddenly, the chief of the dreaming canine clan had a thought, his eyes twinkling with mischief. How about we place a wager, sang Biao. Wang. What shall we bet on? Let us wager a piece of stinky tofu. Wang Kai shook his head vigorously. Wang. That's too much. My mother will scold me if she finds out. The dreaming canine clan chief shot Wang Kai a teasing glance, saying, how old are you now? Still afraid of your mother? When will you learn to be a brave dog like me, unafraid of anything? Wang Kai mumbled, I might consider the bet. But if my mother finds out and scolds me, I'll tell her it was your idea. Then let's not gamble. I fear your mother's wrath as well. Rustling sounds echoed as Qin Yu took a deep breath, contemplating his strategy. Mental assault is my greatest trump card. I must capitalize on this to catch my opponent off guard. Soon, Qin Yu devised a tactical approach for the match. He planned to close the distance with Li Xiao and unleash a full-force mental attack, aiming to kick his opponent off the stage during a moment of disorientation, thus securing victory. This was Qin Yu's meticulously crafted smooth combo: dash, mental assault, flying kick. However, this was merely an ideal scenario. The efficacy of the mental assault against Li Xiu and its potential impact remained uncertain. The variables on the stage were numerous, and Qin Yu could only adapt to the ever-changing circumstances. With both competitors prepared, the match commenced. With a swift command, they charged toward each other. Sword strike. This time, the sword in Li Xiu's hand was no longer a short blade, but a long sword measuring a full half-meter in length. The audience gasped in astonishment, with some practitioners of the celestial arts even declaring Li Xiu the certain victor on the spot. In a hand-to-hand confrontation, a long sword could easily deter opponents, granting its wielder an innate advantage of invincibility. The distance between the two combatants quickly diminished. Now was the moment. Qin Yu unleashed the full force of his spiritual energy, propelling himself forward like an arrow. Simultaneously, a mental assault struck instantaneously. Any practitioner in the Qi refining stage would experience a moment of disorientation when subjected to such an attack. Even if they managed to shake off the effects in an instant, regaining their composure would be impossible. Qin Yu aimed to seize this fleeting moment of vulnerability in his opponent to swiftly conclude the battle. He closed the gap with haste. A kick was launched. The target was struck. The entire sequence unfolded so seamlessly that Qin Yu found it hard to believe. Throughout this, Li Xiu made no attempt to evade, resembling a sandbag awaiting a kick. Subsequently, Li Xiu traced a graceful arc through the air before landing with a thud outside the arena. The match was over. Was it truly that simple? Just as Qin Yu was about to celebrate, he suddenly noticed that Li Xiu lay motionless on the ground. Goodness, was he fainting? This was Qin Yu's immediate reaction. It was only then that he realized the gravity of the situation. Could it be that this mental attack was that formidable? Before today, the mental assault had only inadvertently struck Li Jingtong. At that time, Qin Yu had just mastered the spell, managing to execute it with only a few attempts, albeit in a rather clumsy manner without exerting his full power. Hence, he had no clear understanding of its potency, until today, witnessing Li Xiu fall unconscious from his attack. Qin Yu finally recognized the formidable nature of this spell. It felt almost as if he had been granted extraordinary power. What was happening? The referee, equally bewildered, hastily leaped off the stage to assess Li Xiu's condition. Qin Yu followed suit. Upon discovering that Li Xiu was merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly exclaiming, "Little brother, you're not as formidable as I thought. Had I known you were this weak, I wouldn't have exerted myself fully." At that moment, the medical personnel, accompanied by the city lord, rushed over. "Is Li Xiu all right?" the city lord inquired, meticulously examining him with spiritual energy. After all, Li Xiu was a prodigy designated for cultivation by the court. If anything were to happen in Wushang City, the city lord's position would be in jeopardy. The referee hastily responded, "My lord, for reasons unknown, Li Xiu suddenly fainted, but it seems there are no major issues." Even the referee was still in a state of confusion. One of his responsibilities is to ensure the safety of both competitors. However, the recent turn of events occurred so abruptly that it completely exceeded his expectations. He still could not comprehend why Li Xiu was sent flying by a kick from Qin Yu, especially since Li Xiu had ample opportunity to evade or even counterattack. Moreover, considering he merely received a kick, was it truly necessary for him to lose consciousness? Such fragility is rather astonishing. The city lord meticulously examined Li Xiu's body and, upon confirming his well-being, slowly exhaled in relief. "A mental attack?" the city lord inquired, glancing at Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded, openly admitting to it. "What? A mental attack? Did Qi refinement practitioners already possess mental spells?" The referee was taken aback, realizing why he had failed to detect any anomalies earlier. The city lord jested. "Your Xiantian sect is indeed affluent, to have even arranged mental spells for Qi refinement disciples. Are mental spells truly that rare?" Qin Yu asked, puzzled. He had always thought of it as an ordinary spell. The city lord chuckled. "The mental power of cultivators is profound and intricate. The weaker the mental power, the more challenging it is to master. Thus, the threshold for mental spells is exceedingly high. Qi refinement practitioners possess feeble mental strength, making it apparent how difficult it is to turn it into a weapon against foes. The predecessors capable of devising such spells must have reached an extraordinary level of understanding regarding mental power. Today has certainly broadened my horizons." Qin Yu felt a tempest within. Goodness, this mental attack seems to be something remarkable. By the way, where did the clan leader of the Illusion Dream Canine tribe acquire this spell? Could it be that they have pilfered from the sect's secret texts? Stealing sect scriptures is indeed a grave sin. Qin Yu felt it imperative to clarify this matter. Otherwise, he might perish without even comprehending how. "All right, The townsfolk are becoming quite boisterous. You should announce the results, the city lord directed the referee. Very well. Dear elders and fellow villagers, please quiet down. I shall now announce the results of the competition. The murmurs below swiftly subsided. The first place in this year's Qi refinement group goes to Qin Yu from the Xiantian sect. The crowd erupted in cheers, although they had supported Li Xiu. They could not help but enthusiastically applaud Qin Yu. This is the admiration ordinary people in the realm of cultivation have for the strong. With a single decisive move, Qin Yu is undeniably formidable, truly a prodigy of the Xiantian sect, utterly invincible. Although this match lacked dazzling spells and visceral combat, the sheer dominance displayed in the finals, culminating in a single-strike victory, was even more exhilarating than a heated battle. The second place in this year's Qi refinement group is Li Xiu. The audience generously bestowed their applause upon him as well. Li Xiu must strive diligently. Although he is indeed a prodigy, he still pales in comparison to the foremost elite. Dear brother Li Xiu, despite your defeat this time, we shall forever stand by you. Regrettably, at this moment, Li Xiu remains in a state of unconsciousness. Unable to hear the encouragement from all, the Qi refinement group competition has concluded splendidly. As Qin Yu returned to the contestant's seat, Li Zhengdong suddenly enveloped him in a bear hug. Brother Yu, you were simply magnificent. Li Tian and other members of the Li family also gathered around, extending their congratulations. It was merely luck. My opponent was significantly weaker. Qin Yu humbly replied to the flattery. Brother Yu, what just happened? Why did Li Xiu suddenly faint? Indeed, Qin Yu. Why did Li Xiu not evade, appearing like a sandbag? Qin Yu chuckled. It's not that he didn't wish to dodge, but rather that he couldn't. With the speed of my kick, how could he possibly evade? Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Qin Yu was reluctant to elaborate on the matter. They were astute enough not to press further. Previously, Qin Yu might have boasted. But after realizing how rare mental attacks were, especially with the origins of this particular spell being unknown, he deemed it wiser to keep it to himself to avoid unnecessary complications. I need to adjust my state. There is still the alchemy competition ahead, so I shall excuse myself for now. All right, Brother Qin, let us spar some time. We shall talk again next time, Brother Qin. The crowd dispersed, and Qin Yu settled into his seat. Brother Yu, is Li Xiu's unconsciousness due to your spell? Li Zhengtong inquired quietly. Curious, are we? Yes. Li Zhengdong nodded fervently, resembling an inquisitive child. Very well, I happen to need someone to test the potency. You shall do nicely, as others may not yield the same results. Once the experiment is concluded, you shall naturally uncover the answer you seek. Li Zhengtong shuddered, hastily feigning ignorance. What answer? What did I just say? Oh, how did I end up here? Shouldn't I be at my own seat? Could it be that a mysterious force has compelled me here, making me utter words contrary to my true feelings? Brother Yu, please do not take it to heart. The champion of the Foundation Establishment Group is expectedly claimed by the Wu family. Next comes the finals for alchemy, formation, and weapon refining. The process is akin to the preliminary rounds, and this time Qin Yu drew number 16. The referee remains the same. Has everyone arrived, aside from those absent? We shall now distribute materials in the alchemical formulas. Restoration pill, grade, second rank, effect, a healing elixir that can restore injuries. The competition stipulates, refine a qualified elixir, and judges will score based on the restorative effects. Qin Yu meticulously scrutinized the formula, verifying the required spiritual herbs. Once assured of their accuracy, he stretched leisurely. Alchemy is indeed my domain. Let the process commence. Chapter 175. The alchemy begins at last. My arduous days are finally drawing to a close. First, I shall eliminate Wang Shui, followed by that alchemist, and all those who have mocked me must perish. Kill, 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 kill. The dark-hued Master Wang cackled maniacally, as if possessed. The alchemy is finally underway. Once Master Wang takes care of Wang Shui, we shall spring into action. Masters A and B stretched, ever prepared. We must ensure that Qin Yu and those promising talents remain unharmed. They are the backbone of our demonic sect. Fear not, for these are indeed merits to be earned. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing a peculiar laughter. Kakik. The alchemy has commenced. I can hardly wait to make my move. The leader of the Dreaming Dog clan lay sprawled, yawning. Regardless of the intentions of the hidden nascent soul cultivator by the immortal's side, they are likely to act soon. Woof. Leader, please protect my master. Rest assured. The Dreaming Dog clan leader cast a reassuring glance at Wang Kai. Having already formed a transparent protective shield around the stinky tofu immortal using mental energy, even if that nascent soul cultivator self-destructs, not a hair on the stinky tofu immortal will be harmed. Now, we merely await the moment of action from the nascent soul before I intervene to rescue the stinky tofu immortal. Everything is under control. The final round of the alchemy competition begins now. Boom. At that moment, all alchemical furnaces ignited with flames. The difficulty of refining a second-tier elixir is significantly higher, and each participant has only 10 attempts, prompting a cautious atmosphere. Aside from a few third-tier alchemists like Meng Zihan and Wu Imo who immediately commenced their refining, the rest remained engrossed in studying the formula. The materials for the restoration pill comprise as many as 17 ingredients, including 3 primary materials and 14 auxiliary ones. The initial step in alchemy involves refining the 3 primary materials. Once they are fused, the auxiliary materials are sequentially added, culminating in the formation of the elixir. The entire process entails over a dozen steps, and any misstep can lead to failure. During this time, Qin Yu had attempted to refine second-tier elixirs a few times, but none had succeeded. The pressure of this competition weighed heavily upon him. After reviewing the formula multiple times, Qin Yu cast it aside and picked up a sprig of pale purple grass, one of the 3 primary materials, hemostatic grass. With his mental energy, he levitated the hemostatic grass and placed it into the alchemical furnace. The first step in refining the restoration pill, extract the essence of the hemostatic grass. This step is fundamental in the art of alchemy, and Qin Yu has long mastered it to perfection. Soon, the essence of the 3 primary ingredients is seamlessly blended together. While a typical first-grade elixir could be completed at this stage, a second-grade elixir necessitates the addition of a series of supplementary materials. Qin Yu picks up a scale from the Bluefish King and silently chants in his heart, temperature at 1000 degrees, calcine into a fine white powder. At this moment, he must employ dual focus, maintaining the essence of the primary materials while controlling the temperature for the calcination of the auxiliary ingredients. This is indeed the most challenging aspect of crafting a second-grade elixir. Before long, the scale from the Bluefish King turns pitch black. He has failed to master the process. The temperature was too high. Each material is limited to 10 portions, and the destruction of a single ingredient signifies the loss of an opportunity. Although Qin Yu feels a twinge of disappointment, he has mentally prepared himself for this eventuality, not daring to aspire for immediate success with the second-grade elixir. Rapidly adjusting his mindset, he continues to grasp the second auxiliary material, followed by the third and fourth. The fervent flames illuminate the youth's meticulous countenance as Qin Yu observes the dancing flames within the alchemical furnace, earnestly sensing the transformation of each medicinal herb. Upon completing the refinement of an auxiliary material, regardless of success or failure, Qin Yu expressionlessly places the next ingredient into the furnace. Soon, the first material is entirely consumed. Of the 14 auxiliary materials, he successfully integrated only 6. Aware that his remaining mental energy cannot support the infusion of the remaining 8, he deliberately dissipates his mental energy. Watching as the painstakingly refined essence of the herb settles to the bottom of the furnace, turning to ash, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Qin Yu glances towards the other competitors. Most are still engaged in their refining processes, some meditating to restore their mental energy, while a few, recognizing their inability to produce a second-grade elixir, abandon their efforts. As he surveys the surroundings, he notices that Wu Imo has already produced a completed elixir. A successful attempt? Truly impressive for one on the verge of becoming a 4th-grade alchemist. Qin Yu estimates that crafting a second-grade elixir for Wu Imo is far simpler than his endeavor with a first-grade elixir. Wu Imo is still engaged in the refinement of another elixir. In the finals, should both elixirs prove equally effective, victory will favor the one who has produced the greater quantity. However, Qin Yu is devoid of such concerns. Given the potency of his elixir, barring any unforeseen mishaps, one will suffice. It is a matter of either success or sacrifice. As Qin Yu observes, Meng Zihan also successfully refines an elixir. Time is of the essence. Qin Yu sits cross-legged and begins to meditate. On his second attempt, he successfully integrates 8 auxiliary materials, but fails. On the third attempt, he successfully integrates 9 auxiliary materials, but fails again. Under the enhancement of his exceptional alchemical talent and formidable mental prowess, Qin Yu made significant strides with each attempt at concocting pills. As the competition neared its conclusion, he seized his 9th opportunity to successfully refine a restoration pill. Congratulations are in order, Qin Yu, you truly are remarkable. After a moment of self-praise, he settled onto the ground to rest, feeling thoroughly exhausted from the alchemical contest. Nevertheless, the prospect of unlocking a brand new second-tier medicinal pill to fill the void of his lack of healing remedies made it all worthwhile for him. As the final bell of the competition tolled, the majority of participants ceased their frantic efforts, their spirits utterly dejected and ashen-faced. Nearly 20 individuals failed to produce a single viable pill, resulting in their immediate disqualification. Ultimately, only 9 succeeded in crafting medicinal pills. Wu Mo impressively managed to concoct 8 pills, while Meng Zihan and a skilled alchemist from the city lord's mansion each produced 6. The remaining contestants managed only 1 or 2. With the competition concluded, it was time for the drug testing. "Bring forth the test subjects," commanded the judge. The prison guards escorted the dark-skinned Captain Wong onto the stage. As a death row inmate, he was not afforded the luxury of a bath. The judges exchanged peculiar glances at the sight of Captain Wong's transformation after just a brief absence. Such a talent should not have been wasted on the criminal justice system. "Is one subject sufficient for the test?" Qin Yu inquired. "One is ample. This particular pill is a healing type. We merely need to inflict a wound of equivalent depth on this death row inmate. The pill that best facilitates healing will be deemed the most effective. Let this condemned man experience the agony of a blade. He deserves it." Captain Wong scoffed inwardly. As a formidable nascent soul master and leader of the demonic sect, am I to fear a mere knife? How laughable. I had the audacity to stab myself at the tender age of 8. Be it 1 cut, 10, or even 100, I shall not flinch. Qin Yu concurred with the judge's assertion that a killer ought to experience suffering. He felt compelled to contribute his share for the sake of justice. Thus, he retrieved a pill from his Cosmos pouch. Chapter 176. Judge, before testing the drug, allow this fellow to ingest the pill. Qin Yu presented the pill to the judge. "What kind of pill is this?" the judge asked. Qin Yu replied enigmatically, "This is a pill designed to enhance the inmate's sensory experience. It will surely not disappoint." The judge, unable to make an independent decision, turned to the 3 evaluators. "Let him eat it. As long as it doesn't delay the testing, it should be fine," Elderly remarked. "Very well." The judge handed the pill to the prison guard. "Will you eat it willingly, or shall I give you a beating first to encourage compliance?" The cold gaze of Master Wong fell upon the guard, a thought lingering in his mind. "You shall be the 3rd to perish." Accepting the elixir, he swallowed it whole, dismissing it with disdain. "Such a trivial pill, why would I fear it? Now, let us commence the trial, starting with contestant number 3. Contestants 1 and 2 failed to refine their pills, thus they were promptly eliminated. The guard unsheathed a short blade, and Master Wong obediently extended his arm. With victory within reach, his spirits soared, and he cooperated fully. However, as the guard grasped his arm, a sudden chill coursed through him. "How it stings! Pain! What pain! I have yet to pierce you. Hold still, or I shall break your legs." Master Wong twisted his arm in agony, on the verge of tears, pleading, "Just let go of my arm. You may stab me, but do refrain from squeezing." The guard furrowed his brow, ready to reprimand the insolent prisoner. Yet one of the judges, growing impatient, interjected, "Hurry up, the day wanes, do not waste time." "Very well." The guard released his grip, admonishing, "Do not move. One more twitch and I shall shatter your hand. I want ye budge, I want ye budge. Is it merely a stab? Stab away, if I flinch. I am but a fool." At this moment, Master Wong thought little of the situation, attributing the earlier pain to the guard's excessive grip. With deft precision, the guard plunged the blade in and withdrew it, blood cascading forth. Master Wong was momentarily stunned, his expression contorting as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah! The agony is unbearable. Ah! In my life, I cannot endure this. Oh, damn it! Oh, damn it!" Curled upon the ground, he writhed in torment, emitting a profoundly sorrowful wail. "Is it truly that painful?" The guard was taken aback by Master Wong's exaggerated display. Others were equally startled, though a stab may cause discomfort. It should not evoke such extreme reactions. They quickly discerned the underlying issue, all eyes turning to Qin Yu. "What manner of elixir did you administer to him?" Qin Yu puffed out his chest, replying with pride, "It is a body-refining pill I concocted, designed to enhance physical strength." "Enhanced strength causes him to writhe like this?" "It does come with a minor side effect. After consumption, the skin becomes exceedingly sensitive, causing unbearable pain with the slightest contact." The crowd glanced at Master Wong, sprawled on the ground, eyes rolling back in agony, and could not help but question whether they had misheard. "You call this a minor side effect? The enhancement of physical strength must be the true side effect. Why does he possess such a pill? It bears no resemblance to a person of integrity." The common folk gazed at the anguished cries of Lord Wong, rendered silent by fear, secretly vowing to lead virtuous lives henceforth. This was far more effective than any public execution in the marketplace. Outside the crowd, Captain A inquired curiously, "Why is Lord Wong screaming so loudly?" Captain B explained, "He must be putting on a performance for those onlookers, alleviating their concerns. After all, a common man would surely scream if stabbed." Captain A nodded in agreement, acknowledging the meticulousness of Lord Wong's act. Little did Wang Shui anticipate that such a coward, who howled in pain from a mere stab, was in fact the hidden leader of the demonic sect. Captain B chuckled. "Moreover, Lord Wong's portrayal is so lifelike. If I hadn't witnessed it, I would truly believe he was in excruciating pain. Hurry, administer the restorative elixir. We cannot afford to let him die from pain," the judge urgently called out. Currently, Lord Wong was the only condemned prisoner in the dungeon, and should he perish, there would be no one left to test the medicine. At that moment, 2 more guards arrived, and together, the 3 guards hoisted Lord Wong up and administered the restorative elixir. The 3 judges gathered closely to observe the healing of his wounds. The wound showed slight healing, albeit with minimal effect, 30 points. The pain seemed undiminished, and Lord Wong unleashed a torrent of curses at contestant number 3. Damn it. You worthless fool. You can't even make a proper elixir. I swear I'll kill you 6th. Lord Wong was on the brink of collapse, filled with remorse for having ventured into such treacherous waters. The righteous path was far too profound for him to grasp. Were it not for the thin line separating him from success, he might have regained his powers on the spot, not only killing Wang Shui but also tearing Qin Yu to shreds first. Silence. The guard, wielding a knife, made another incision at the wound, ensuring it matched the depth of the previous one for better comparison. A howl escaped Lord Wong once again. The judge covered his ears and turned to Qin Yu, asking, "Do you possess any elixirs that can render one mute?" This is utterly unbearable. Qin Yu shook his head, admitting he did not have such a remedy. But he did possess one that could immobilize a person. Really? The 3 guards rejoiced. Lord Wong struggled fiercely, making it difficult for them to hold him down. No. Please don't make me take that brat's elixir. I promise I won't move. Even the once unflinching Lord Wong, who had never feared the ruthless deputy sect leader, was genuinely frightened this time. From radiating light to resembling a simian, from darkened skin to anguished cries, Qin Yu emerged as a demon, leaving shadow after shadow in the heart of the feeble and helpless Lord Wong. In a fleeting moment, a question flickered in Lord Wong's mind. Who, in fact, is the leader of the demonic sect? In comparison to my rather tormenting methods, they pale in insignificance. For the very first time, the esteemed leader Wong felt a sense of kindness that he had not recognized within himself before. Now, be honest, cooperate obediently, or else face the consequences of the elixir. I shall be honest, I shall obey. The defiant Wong leader, who had spent a lifetime in rebellion, finally succumbed. Next came the elixir from contestant number 7. A master alchemist from the Lord S Manor, who, alongside Meng Zihan, had concocted 6 pills. Wong swallowed the elixir in one gulp, and his wounds instantly ceased bleeding, flesh regenerating before his very eyes at a remarkable pace, soon forming a delicate white scar. Wong's agony swiftly diminished, and his complexion improved somewhat. 80 points. Next contestant. The jailer raised the knife once more, and Wong pleaded incessantly. Be gentle, be gentle. Aw, why weren't you gentle when you took lives? The jailer, incensed, retorted, Don't move. The wound isn't deep enough yet. I shall stab again. Wong's voice had grown hoarse from his cries, and he vowed that once he returned, he would ensure that the scheming Wong steward experienced this very torment. Next contestant, number 9, Meng Zihan. Chapter 177. Quick, give me the elixir, give me the elixir. Wong pleaded while seizing the pill from Meng Zihan's hand, his eyes sparkling as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure and swallowed it whole. The pain in his arm rapidly subsided, until it vanished entirely. Wong exhaled slowly, his weary throat finally finding a moment's respite. With 6 more contestants to go, just 6 more trials of the elixir, and this contest would conclude, he motivated himself inwardly, persevere, and you shall be the leader of the hall. The 3 judges approached to inspect the site of his wound, which had completely healed, leaving only a faint scar. Well done, Meng Zihan, 85 points. After deliberation, the judges rendered their scores. The referee announced, next contestant, Wu Mo. The jailer, swift and precise, swiftly pierced through flesh, creating a gaping wound. Quick, give me the elixir. Wong stumbled towards Wu Mo, knowing that a moment sooner with the elixir would lessen his suffering. However, he was held back by Wu Mo. Wait a moment. I have something to say. Zihan, if this is merely your score, then victory in this alchemical contest is assured for me. Qin Yu exclaimed. What the hell? Are you that arrogant? Oh, if my brother Wu Mo is confident, then let us see. I fear the efficacy of my elixir may be so remarkable it risks disappointing Sister Zihan. Wong felt as though his lungs might burst from frustration. Drawing upon his last ounce of strength, he vehemently pointed at the 2 and criticized. Look at me. Behold this gaping wound oozing blood in my hand. Do you not feel a shred of shame? Are you unaware of the pain I am enduring? Do you not realize that excessive blood loss could lead to my demise? Must you engage in flirtations while I suffer? Is it too much to ask that your love not be built upon the anguish and lives of others? Have some decency. As Wong, the helmsman, spoke, he trembled, whether from pain or the rancid sin of love, one could not tell. Qin Yu found Wong's words profoundly insightful. Love? It only serves to erode the resolute will of cultivators and impede their ascension. Meng Zihan's face flushed with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Mo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed the jailer. Brother jailer, please, deliver another blow. Wong, the helmsman, protested. I deem it a waste for my medicinal elixir to remedy merely one wound. I shall challenge two simultaneously. He asserted. You claim to challenge two, then so be it. Have you considered my predicament? The jailer, unyielding, brought down his blade. Ah, damn. Wang howled as a new wound appeared on his arm. Is this personal vendetta? Rest assured, you shall be my third target. Silently, Wang relegated Wu Mo to the third position on his kill list. Quickly, provide me with the elixir. Upon consuming the medicine, both wounds healed rapidly, leaving only faint scars, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. After deliberation, the three judges awarded a commendable score of 95. I contest this. I too shall challenge two wounds. Meng Zihan declared furiously. Wang momentarily froze. Is this never-ending? Are you two conspiring against me? He fumed. Once I dispatch you, one shall be cast to the western city, the other to the east. Observing that others employed two wounds for their tests while he had only one, a renowned alchemist from the Lord's residence voiced. I too request a retest. Wang cast a sidelong glance at the expert from the Lord's residence, calculating his own potential vengeance. The judge, considering fairness, proclaimed. Since Wu Mo has challenged two wounds, others may retest as well. Wang shot a venomous glare at the judge. Old dang, you shall be the fifth on my list. The jailer, relentless, swiftly completed the testing. Wu Mo retained the top score, followed by Meng Zihan and the expert from the Lord's residence. Wang gritted his teeth in agony, finally comprehending why the master sought to eliminate all righteous cultivators. These righteous practitioners were truly despicable. After testing several others, it was at last Qin Yu's turn to showcase his prowess. Next, Qin Yu. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Wang, the helmsman, abruptly lost his composure and fled. Several prison guards hastily restrained him, inquiring, "What are you doing?" The leader Wang pleaded, "Please, spare me. I cannot endure his elixir. I beg you to choose someone else. I can attempt others' potions, but I refuse to consume this young man's." The judge approached to offer consolation, saying, "You are the only death row inmate here. If you refuse, who else will partake? Young man, just hold on a little longer. After all, you shall meet your end next month. What does it matter now?" Wang, on the brink of tears, lamented, "Although I am a condemned man, I am still a human being. I wish to die in a dignified manner. If I consume this fellow's elixir, what if I sprout extra limbs? My demise would then be far from peaceful." The judge reassured him, "Rest assured. Even if you do not sprout additional limbs, you shall find no peace in your death." Wang retorted defiantly, "I care not. I will not ingest that young man's elixir." Observing Wang's staunch resistance, Qin Yu comprehended the true value of Li Jiangtong's potion. Truly, he is a beloved companion. The judge seized a dagger from the guard's and, without hesitation, made two incisions on Wang's arm. "You may refuse a toast, but you shall drink the penalty wine. Now, consume the elixir." Wang exclaimed, "Can you not conduct yourselves with some semblance of decency?" Qin Yu forced the potion into Wang's mouth, and miraculously, the gaping wounds on his arm vanished instantly, leaving not even a trace of injury. All present were utterly astonished. The three judges leaned in closer, discovering not a single mark. Had it not been for the residual blood, one could scarcely believe that there had been two ghastly gaseous moments before. How could the healing effect be so profound? Surely, even a fifth-grade elixir would not yield such miraculous results. Wang felt a surge of joy as the pain in his arm dissipated entirely. Yet he still sensed an unsettling ache. Moreover, why did his head feel somewhat light? Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed with a thud. The once mighty Wang had fallen. No price guessing. The effects of Qin Yu's restorative elixir had been made abundantly clear. Chapter 178. How wonderful it is to be young. To simply fall asleep. The judge instinctively remarked, "Are you certain he is merely sleeping?" Uncle Li shot the judge a disdainful glance, bent down to check Wang's pulse, and ultimately concluded, "He is dead." Dead? Qin Yu rushed over, confirming that Wang had indeed drawn his last breath. "No, I specialize in healing elixirs. How could I have inadvertently caused his death?" The others shared his confusion. The healing properties seemed effective, so how could he have suddenly perished? At that moment, Uncle Li discerned a clue. He tore open Wang's thick winter coat, and a wave of iron-scented blood assaulted their senses. Initially, the layers of clothing had concealed the signs beneath. At this moment, as the garment was torn open, a shocking crimson was revealed within. Blood continued to gush from the wound at the heart, releasing plumes of white steam. Several female alchemists succumbed to dry heaves. Uncle Li inspected the scene and declared, "There is a wound at the heart, and another in the abdomen. The one at the heart is fatal. How could there be a wound on the heart?" The crowd instinctively inquired. Yet, in the next instant, the realization dawned upon them as they collectively turned their gazes toward Qin Yu, questioning, "Your restoration elixir did not mend the wound but merely transferred it?" Qin Yu scratched his head, acknowledging, "It seems so. At the very least, it restored the arm, right?" The crowd rolled their eyes. No wonder the wound on the arm vanished instantaneously. Indeed, I found it strange earlier, no matter how potent a healing elixir is. There must be a process for wound recovery. It turns out the wound did not disappear but was merely relocated. One evaluator could not help but glance at Qin Yu, exclaiming, "Why are the effects of your elixirs so peculiar?" He felt increasingly perplexed by Qin Yu. The luminescent elixir could transform into a glowing elixir, and the restoration elixir could morph into a wound transfer elixir, none of which seemed conventional. I truly do not understand it myself. I merely followed the formula you provided and refined it as usual. The crowd internally scoffed. Is it truly a flaw in the formula? This is clearly your issue. Qin Yu cast a regretful glance at the corpse of Master Wang and sincerely expressed, "Thank you." Why are you thanking him? He is merely a murderer. Destined to die in a few days, someone retorted. Qin Yu replied earnestly, "I thank him for being a murderer. Had he not been sentenced to death but died because of my elixir, I would feel an immense sense of guilt. However, knowing he is a murderer alleviates that burden." The crowd was taken aback. This incident served as a stark reminder to Qin Yu. In the future, one must not recklessly choose individuals for testing elixirs. It could indeed lead to dire consequences. The subjects for testing must possess great fortune, unwavering vitality, and be individuals who cannot easily perish, like Li Shengtong, or that fellow surnamed Li, as well as the janitor of Maple Leaf Square and the good neighbor residing at house number 665. All are excellent choices. As for ordinary individuals like Xiao Ji, eliminated. To express gratitude for the contributions of this death row inmate, may I offer to pay for a coffin for him? Of course. A jailer replied, "You can give me the money, and I will procure it for him." Thank you. How much does the cheapest coffin cost? If Master Wang were still alive, knowing that someone would buy him a coffin after his demise would surely bring him great comfort. The chilly winds of early spring dispersed the last remnants of warmth from Master Wang's heart. Thus, the once formidable Master Wang, who commanded respect in the Return to Immortality sect, met his end in such an inexplicable manner. This may very well be the first chieftain in the history of the Cultivation sect to perish at the hands of a mere chi refining stage practitioner. The unfortunate chieftain Wang's plans fell through, leading to his untimely demise. Before his downfall, he endured inhuman torment, painstakingly drafting a list of targets for assassination, only to achieve none of his murderous intentions, ultimately sacrificing himself instead. Perhaps this is fate. Nonetheless, Chieftain Wang's life was quite fulfilling. He had been part of the demonic sect, spent time in prison, shone brightly, transformed into a gorilla, experienced excruciating pain, and served as the chief test subject for Qin Yu. In the end, he departed with his arms intact. A life well lived, indeed. What is happening? Why can I no longer sense Chieftain Wang's presence? Chieftains A and B, standing apart from the crowd, spoke simultaneously. At that moment, several disciples of the Cultivation sect squeezed through the throng, flustered as they exclaimed, "This is bad. Chieftain Wang is dead. What occurred? Did Wang Shui take action?" "We have no idea. All we know is that Chieftain Wang suddenly fell silent and collapsed to the ground, motionless, blood gushing from his chest. How could this happen? Hadn't he even killed Wang Shui, and yet he died? Truly, he failed to meet his end when he should have, only to perish prematurely at a most unexpected moment. Chieftains, what shall we do now? Should we continue our assault? Continue the assault?" Chieftain A retorted, "Wang Shui is unscathed. Shall we charge into certain death?" Had Chieftain Wang remained alive, bolstered by the forces transferred from the Cultivation sect, they might have stood a chance against Wusheng City. However, with the inexplicable demise of their strongest leader, they suddenly found themselves bereft of offensive capabilities. Inform everyone to retreat. How can someone die so suddenly? The leader of the illusory Dream Canine clan was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Kai, who was digging a hole to bury his waist, turned his head and inquired, "Woof woof, leader. What do you mean by dead?" The immortal next to the Stinky Tofu suddenly killed that Yuanying stage cultivator. Alas, our precious Stinky Tofu. The leader of the illusory Dream Canine clan deeply regretted not taking action at the first opportunity. He had intended to wait for the critical moment to intervene, hoping to secure a life-saving favor in exchange for more Stinky Tofu. Who would have thought that with the death of the Yuanying stage cultivator, all merits would vanish? It was indeed a loss of both the Stinky Tofu and the opportunity. There is a saying among humans, greed cannot consume hot Stinky Tofu. Wang Kai asked, "Woof? Is that how the saying goes?" "Of course. Could I be mistaken?" Wang Kai responded, "Woof woof, but leader, didn't you say everything was under control?" "It was under control, but I did not anticipate the Stinky Tofu Immortal could eliminate a Yuanying stage cultivator. Who could foresee the Stinky Tofu Immortal's ferocity? This cannot stand. I must act now, or I will lose everything." Fortunately, there are still numerous small fish in the city, which can be exchanged for some Stinky Tofu. Chapter 179. Outside the city of St. Wu, atop the mountain peak. A figure cloaked in black has stood here for an entire day. The wind and snow have covered his black robe, enveloping his entire being, yet he remains utterly unfazed. This man is the deputy leader of the Return to Immortality sect, the head of its radical faction, and a master in the tribulation stage. No one knows his name. Within the sect, he is referred to as Deputy Leader Su. Suddenly, the stillness of Deputy Leader Su is broken as he furrows his brow. A flicker of anger crossing his visage. A bunch of worthless fools. How could they fail? In his perception, the life force of Master Wang has vanished, while Wang Shui's energy remains steady. This indicates that the remaining forces are utterly incapable of overtaking the city of St. Wu. To squander such resources and still fail is the mark of utter incompetence. Deputy Leader Su scolds vehemently, transforming into a streak of light, appearing outside the city. He conjures a mass of dark energy in his hand, preparing to personally raze the city of St. Wu to the ground. With the plan having failed, one must attend to the aftermath. Should any traces be left behind, it could lead to troublesome consequences. As for the members within the city, Deputy Leader Su intends to shield the two surviving leaders, while the other insignificant members will be left to fend for themselves. However, just as Deputy Leader Su prepares to strike, a sudden, excruciating pain pierces through his chest, akin to being cut by 1,000 blades. As if invisible hands are gripping his heart tightly, ruthlessly tormenting him. Ugh! Deputy Leader Su's body trembles uncontrollably, the dark mist in his hand dissipating in an instant. How could this be possible? He raises his head once more, gazing at the city of St. Wu, his pupils quivering. During a certain ritual within the Return to Immortality sect, the primordial immortal had been awakened momentarily and granted him a secret technique. Since then, Deputy Leader Su has possessed the ability to sense impending danger. Whenever he embarks on a course of action that may bring him peril, his heart will ache. The greater the threat, the more intense the pain. Just moments ago, his heart was gripped by a pain as if it were being mercilessly shredded. It was a reminder, a harbinger of utmost distress. Danger, danger, danger. Deputy Leader Su rubs his chest, gasping for breath. Since attaining the tribulation stage, he has never experienced such torment. Though it lasted but a moment, the memory still haunts him. Even when he plotted to assassinate the leader and usurp the position, he had never encountered such a powerful warning. Is this a warning that should he dare to act, he would surely face annihilation? Why, for such a humble city? Does it provoke such a response? Could there be some hidden secret within? Cold sweat trickles down Deputy Leader Su's forehead. If I were to destroy the city of St. Wu, would it provoke the righteous sects of the Imperial Court to obliterate the Return to Immortality sect at any cost? Vice Leader Su could only conceive of this singular possibility. Enough. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. With a swift motion, Vice Leader Su seized the so-called Wisdom Star Wang, the steward of the Return to Immortality sect. Although Captain Wang was the strongest force in this operation, all arrangements were under the purview of Steward Wang. Thus, to uncover the reasons behind the failure of this mission, one must interrogate Steward Wang. Come with me. Before Wang could react, the two transformed into a streak of luminous light and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, within the city, the elderly golden elixir practitioners, manipulated by unseen forces, collapsed one by one, their life essence swiftly dissipating. Once the controller exited the range of influence, the control perished automatically. Simultaneously, after conversing with wealthy Kai, the patriarch of the Dream Hound clan yawned and emitted an invisible aura, which rapidly spread outward like ripples. As the aura passed by Captain A and Captain B, their expressions dulled, resembling puppets on strings. Conversely, the aura had no effect on ordinary individuals. It continued to radiate outward, and upon touching the departing members of the Return to Immortality sect, their gazes became vacant, rendering them motionless. Even those stationed outside the city to prevent any escape were not spared from the aura's influence. The aura expanded further into the mountains and forests. On a hillside, a young man, his eyes glimmering with violet light, slowly curled his lips into a smirk. The radicals were merely a band of brutes, incapable of conquering even a small city, yet they sought to gather resentment through such foolish means. This young man, surnamed Liang, was the deputy leader of the Return to Immortality sect and the head of the conservatives. He was the one who had previously entered the magistrate's office alongside the old man with the candied hawthorn. After discerning that there would be little resentment in Wuxing City, he had made a decisive exit. Later, upon hearing that the radicals intended to strike against Wuxing City, he returned to assess the situation. The reality confirmed that the principles of the conservatives were indeed correct. The current Return to Immortality sect was no match for the court, be it at the upper, middle, or lower levels. As Deputy Leader Liang turned, preparing to leave, he suddenly felt the world around him spin, and in the next moment, he found himself before a stone table. Upon the table rested a stone statue, depicting the immortal revered by the Return to Immortality sect. The first individual in history to achieve immortality. How did I suddenly return to headquarters? Deputy Leader Liang pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he hastily retrieved a yellow talisman from his chest. The talisman had transformed into a pristine yellow paper devoid of any symbols or spiritual fluctuations. The life-preserving talisman had indeed been activated. The leader of the Return to Immortality sect had once collected the scattered immortal essence of the primordial immortal to craft 2 life-preserving talismans. Wearing this talisman, when faced with an unbearable risk, it will automatically activate, repelling all attacks and instantaneously teleporting the user back to headquarters. 2 life-saving talismans were bestowed upon the conservatives and radicals, with the conservatives' talisman resting in the hands of Master Liang. Who delivered that fatal blow to me? Master Liang crumpled the yellow paper into a ball, his eyes filled with astonishment and uncertainty. How could I have been attacked without any awareness? Surely, it would require a master at the fusion stage, but how could there be such a master in that place? Even if there happened to be a passerby at the fusion stage, they would not strike without knowledge of my identity, unless the assailant was indeed there to kill me. Someone with a grudge against me, who knows my movements, and just happened to appear nearby. A radical seeking to seize power, truly unscrupulous. Master Liang slowly rose. The paper in his hand reduced to powder. What a pity, they fled quite swiftly, 3 managed to escape. The leader of the illusory dream canine clan expressed a hint of regret. Wong Kai Wolf? What do you mean 3 escaped? The leader of the illusory dream canine clan dismissed it casually. 1 big thug and 2 little thugs have fled, it matters not. For they are not worth 3 pieces of stinky tofu. Let us first deal with these individuals. Chapter 180. Under the control of the leader of the illusory dream canine clan, Helmsman A and Helmsman B took flight. Their gazes vacant as they loudly proclaimed, I am of the demon sect. I am of the demon sect. Members of the returning immortal sect mingling within the crowd also began to march forward, shouting, I am of the demon sect. Outside the city, members of the returning immortal sect lined up in formation, their expressions numb as they marched and shouted, I am of the demon sect. All wore blank expressions, resembling marionettes, creating an exceptionally eerie scene. A yawning master. Be cautious. City Lord Wang Shui and the heads of the 3 prominent families suddenly surged with alertness, their eyes fixed on Helmsman A and Helmsman B. Yet before they could act, they witnessed Helmsman A and Helmsman B lying neatly on the arena, rendered unconscious. Members of the returning immortal sect, marching in unison, passed through the crowd, also heading towards the arena. This bizarre spectacle sent chills down Wang Shui's spine. What on earth is happening? The crowd began to stir, with localized stampedes occurring. Although the security in Liang Kingdom was commendable, the term demon sect remained a shadow in the hearts of the populace. Everyone, please remain calm. In an effort to maintain order, Wang Shui could only muster his resolve to declare, the city lord's office has apprehended all members of the demon sect. They pose no threat to you, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Those who had initially intended to hastily flee with their bitches quickly placed them down, engaging in casual conversation with those around them, curiously craning their necks to observe the unfolding scene. Since there is no danger, I shall certainly indulge in this melon today. Wang Xiudu was at a loss for words, pondering how his subjects could be so carefree. With the emergence of the demon cult, how could they still find leisure in gossip? Wang Xiudu had to call out again, Dear villagers, these heretics of the demon cult have been lurking in the city for some time now, with no one watching over your homes. Quickly return and check for any missing valuables. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk could no longer remain seated. Gossip was merely a pastime. Their belongings were essential to life. A throng of people hastily grabbed their stools and soon vanished without a trace. Observing that everyone had departed, Wang Xiudu hurriedly arranged for the entire square to be sealed off. Contestants such as Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong were also ushered out, each returning to their own homes. Brother Yu, what on earth is happening? Li Zhengtong inquired of Qin Yu. I am uncertain, but based on my experience, the demon cult's deployment of so many individuals to conceal themselves here suggests they are scheming something nefarious. However, this plan was thwarted by a righteous master residing in this area, Qin Yu explained. Li Zhengtong exclaimed in astonishment. Is there truly a hidden master in our Wuxing city? It is quite possible, Qin Yu replied. Li Zhengtong's eyes brightened. If we could find that hidden master and become his disciples, would we not soar to great heights? Naturally, Qin Yu agreed. But with so many people in Wuxing city, where shall we seek this elusive master? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu suggested, typically, such reclusive masters disguise themselves as elderly individuals, engaging in modest but easy jobs, such as sweeping floors, guarding doors, or perhaps running an antique shop. I suddenly realized that the old gatekeeper at your home, who feigns deafness, possesses the qualities of a hidden master. Is that true? Li Zhengdong responded, taken aback. A sage exists so close to me. Once I return, I shall immediately seek his tutelage. Do not rush, Qin Yu cautioned. The very reason he remains hidden is to enjoy a tranquil life. If you approach him impulsively, not only may you fail to gain his mentorship, but you may also provoke him. If you wish to become his disciple, you must proceed with caution. I shall return and devise a plan. Such matters cannot be hurried. At that moment, Li Tian hurried over, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, Tongzi, why are you moving so slowly? Hurry home. There may still be remnants of the demon cult outside. And there could be danger. Rest assured, cousin, there is no danger. Li Zhengdong reassured him, feeling relieved after learning of the master in the city. With Li Tian's arrival, the previous topic became inconvenient to discuss. What if Li Tian found out and succeeded in becoming a disciple before them? Therefore, Li Zhengtong shifted the conversation, asking, Brother Yu, have you managed to refine that second-tier elixir? I failed to arrange the second-tier formation and was directly eliminated. Qin Yu modestly remarked that it was merely a second-grade elixir, easily manageable. Upon the mention of medicinal herbs, Li Tian could not help but inquire, by the way, Xiaoyu, what happened to the prisoner you tested the medicine on? Why did he suddenly bleed from his chest and die? As Li Tian was also an unremarkable alchemist, he had been closely following the alchemical competition. It is merely the unfortunate fate of that prisoner, he mused. What about Li Zhengtong? Both Qin Yu and Li Tian turned simultaneously, only to find Li Zhengtong standing rigidly in place, his eyes vacant, complexion pale, and fear etched across his features, cold sweat trickling down as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He is dead. He is truly dead. Testing the medicine for brother you can indeed lead to death. At that moment, more than a dozen individuals lay on the arena floor, each positioned with unnerving straightness, resembling corpses. Two cultivators at the nascent soul stage had been thoroughly subdued by several spiritual treasures, and even if they regained consciousness, they would be helpless against their captors. What is the situation? Wang Shuwen inquired of the heads of the three great families, who had been deliberating for some time. The head of the Meng family replied, they are all alive. It appears they have fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Wang Shui bent down to examine them closely and found no signs of parasitic insects within their bodies. It seemed they had been directly manipulated, akin to having their consciousness usurped. Could it be that a passing expert discovered these cultists and intervened? Lord City Master, this is bad. A city guard rushed in, breathless with urgency. What is the matter outside the city? There are hundreds of cultivators standing in line at the city gate, completely motionless, seemingly under some form of control. They are clad in black robes and do not appear to be benevolent. With a surge of dread, Wang Shui realized that they had been encircled by cultists without his notice. Fortunately, an expert intervened. Otherwise, the situation in Wuxing City would have been dire. Under no circumstances should the city gates be opened. Station guards to monitor those individuals. All those in the arena must be imprisoned, and the prison's formation must be set to the highest level. I will contact the court immediately to request assistance. This matter was extraordinary, surpassing Wang Shui's ability to manage, necessitating the court's involvement for resolution. Just as Wang Shui was about to depart, a throng of citizens hurried back, vociferously demanding, Lord City Master, a piece of meat has gone missing from my home. Swiftly retrieve it from those accursed cultists. I lost 3 copper coins. Those wretches even stole the dried radishes I had laid out. What is this? They did not spare even the children's diapers. Damn it, my dog is gone. Upon witnessing the chaotic crowd, Wang Shui felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him.